Under the moon in the land of grass, muffled blasts shake a mountain cave until the whole cliff suddenly splits apart. Orochimaru bursts out of the collapsing mountain and throws up hand signs without even glancing back. He uses a summoning jutsu, and a giant brown snake appears in the smoke as his instant shield. Akihara Kagura shoots out of the wreckage a heartbeat later and smashes the snake's head with one brutal punch. The snake dies almost instantly and vanishes into smoke, but that tiny delay is enough for Orochimaru to land safely below. Instead of fear, Orochimaru stares up with greedy delight and calls the boy his greatest creation, a perfect match for Hashirama cells. When the smoke clears, Kagura lands bare-chested in front of him, handsome and newborn calm, but carrying absurd chakra. Kagura tilts his head and asks the most basic question possible. Who are you? Orochimaru immediately suspects the experiment damaged the boy's mind and answers with a cold frown. The moment Orochimaru says his name, Kagura's body reacts like a trap springing shut. Kagura blasts forward and drives a wooden spike out of his palm straight at Orochimaru's head. Orochimaru snaps on the binding curse mark he planted earlier, and black marks spread across Kagura's body to freeze him in place. With Kagura immobilized a hair from his face, Orochimaru finally relaxes and smiles again. Then Kagura's chakra erupts hard enough to start tearing the curse marks apart. Even Orochimaru retreats when he sees the binding curse failing against the boy's raw power. Once he shakes the curse off, Kagura's confusion clears and he suddenly addresses him as Lord Orochimaru. Kagura apologizes for losing control, and Orochimaru smoothly treats the attack like a normal side effect of surviving Hashirama cells. Asked how he feels, Kagura admits the transplant made him stronger than ever, with huge chakra and sharpened senses. He also demonstrates the strange new bloodline in his body by growing another wooden spike right from his palm. Orochimaru is delighted, telling him that this is only a tiny piece of wood release and promising to teach him far more. Kagura softly asks if he still needs training when he thought success meant Orochimaru would take his body right away. Orochimaru refuses for now, because his body-switching technique has a 3-year limit, and he would rather claim a polished masterpiece than a half-finished vessel. He is fully confident Kagura will stay loyal, because he raised him from childhood and believes abandoned children cling to the first warmth they get. But inside his own head, Kagura quietly remembers the truth. He is a transmigrator, not a loyal orphan molded for someone else's use. A system prompt pops up in his mind and confirms he just earned a new reward for helping Orochimaru's human experiment succeed. Kagura thinks back on his old life as an ordinary worker who accepted an interview from a strange company before waking up in this world instead. He woke up as Akihara Kagura, one of Orochimaru's orphans in a research facility, cleaning by day and serving as test material when needed. The only thing that made survival possible was his bizarre system, which rewards him whenever he works hard under a chosen superior. Because Orochimaru was his only real option, Kagura picked him as his boss and got a starter trait that made dangerous ninja science always succeed. That cheat is the reason he survived a Hashirama cell transplant with a death rate over 99%. After the experiment, Kagura privately reviews the huge payoff, monstrous chakra, self-healing, and several would-release techniques already sitting in his arsenal. He also realizes something important from the sudden attack. The system does not punish him for turning on his own boss. That makes Kagura suspect the system actually expects him to keep changing jobs and collecting better superiors. And with Orochimaru already eyeing his body as a future vessel, Kagura decides he needs another boss sooner rather than later. Right then, Orochimaru gives him his next assignment: go to Konoha and learn wood release from an ally waiting there. Orochimaru's smile turns stranger when he adds one more order: learn from that ally, but watch him too. Kagura agrees, then carefully asks if Konoha is the hometown Orochimaru left behind. For a brief second Orochimaru sounds almost nostalgic, saying Konoha is beautiful before that softness vanishes again. Then the malice comes back, and Orochimaru quietly promises that one day he will return. Kagura is not emotionally invested, but he knows enough history to understand why Konoha matters so much to Orochimaru. In Kagura's mind, Konoha is the strongest hidden village, homeland of the Hokage, and the place where Orochimaru once stood among the famous 3 Sannin. He remembers that Orochimaru was once close to becoming Hokage before Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected him for the darkness in his heart. Instead, Konoha chose the radiant 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the golden hope. Kagura remembers the village admiring. But after the Ninetales disaster, Minato died protecting the village, and Konoha's leadership crisis only grew worse. Orochimaru still did not get his chance, because Hiruzen returned, exposed his human experiments, and came to arrest him personally. That is how a former Hokage candidate became an S-rank missing nin who fled his own village. Kagura also knows Orochimaru's ally in Konoha helped create that mess, which means the man waiting there is dangerous too. Even so, Kagura sees the trip as his best opening yet, because being sent to Konoha could let him climb into the ranks of the ninja world's biggest power. Akihara Kagura quickly realizes that getting into Konoha matters far more than a job title, because it puts him at the center of the ninja world and close to the future itself. At the same moment, his system hands him a new assignment with no deadline: go to Konoha, find Danzo, learn wood release, and keep watch on Orochimaru's ally. That missing deadline does not reassure Kagura at all, because he knows a job like this can swallow an entire life unless he stays proactive. Before he can think further, a little white snake slithers out of the brush and affectionately climbs onto Orochimaru with a message. The tiny snake spits a scroll into Orochimaru's hand, and he opens it with the kind of smile that means the news is dangerous and useful at the same time. The letter is Danzo's harsh demand for answers, reminding Orochimaru that years of secret funding for would-release experiments were supposed to buy real results. Danzo even complains that the earlier would-release survivor was discovered by the third Hokage and taken into the Hokage Zanbu, so he now wants Orochimaru to produce another one. At the end of the message, Danzo asks for a meeting, and that request makes Orochimaru quietly pleased instead of pressured. Orochimaru tells Kagura that someone will be coming to pick him up, making it clear the next step of Kagura's transfer to Konoha is already set in motion. Then Orochimaru starts teaching him how to release the Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal, because Danzo brands his own subordinates to keep them silent. The lesson reveals Orochimaru's real plan. Kagura is not just being sent to serve Danzo, he is being planted inside Konoha as Orochimaru's spy. Once that is settled, Orochimaru drifts into talking about Konoha and especially his old teacher, the third Hokage, with the bitterness of someone who still has not let go. Kagura already understands the real balance inside the village, so while Orochimaru speaks of Hiruzen's softness, Kagura is really trying to measure the man waiting in the shadows behind him. So Kagura directly asks what kind of person Danzo is, and what he should watch out for when he reaches Konoha. Orochimaru answers with a grim little sermon, calling Danzo the shadow behind the Hokage and accusing Hiruzen of pretending to stay clean while letting others handle the village's darkness. When Orochimaru starts ranting about his teacher again, Kagura can barely hide how tired he is of hearing the same old resentment. Eventually Orochimaru reins himself in and warns Kagura to stay away from the third Hokage, insisting that the old man is dangerously persuasive. Kagura silently notes the irony, because Orochimaru himself is more than capable of bending people with words. Orochimaru then turns flattering, telling Kagura he is the most perfect result of the Hashirama cell experiments, and perhaps the most talented child of this era. Kagura accepts the praise without surprise, but he is still waiting for something more useful than flattery, real information about Danzo. At last Orochimaru sums Danzo up as an ambitious, short-sighted old advisor who survives because Hiruzen keeps giving him room to handle Konoha's dirty work. Even that answer leaves Kagura unsatisfied, because the future boss he is about to serve still feels more dangerous than understood. Instead of elaborating further on Danzo, Orochimaru suddenly brightens and starts talking about another Konoha prodigy who truly interests him, Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru describes Itachi as a true genius with a Kekkai Genkai that naturally counters wood release, and the memory clearly fascinates him. Kagura catches that obsession immediately and, acting like the perfect subordinate, offers to bring Itachi to Orochimaru if he gets the chance later. Orochimaru approves at once, already imagining a future clash between Kagura and Itachi and planning to claim the body of whichever genius proves superior. Kagura keeps his own thoughts hidden, because he has a different idea. If those two ever meet, he wants Orochimaru to be overwhelmed by the Sharingan and become obsessed with it. The system accepts that promise as another official task, locking in Kagura's side mission to arrange a future meeting between Orochimaru and Itachi. 4 days crawl by inside the base, with Orochimaru sunk in research and Kagura growing more impatient to finally step into Konoha. On the 4th day, Danzo finally arrives at the ruined base, leaning on a cane with 2 wary subordinates guarding his approach. Seeing the destroyed ground, Danzo's men tense up and assume Orochimaru may have fought an enemy here, pushing their caution even higher. Orochimaru steps up beside Kagura and casually explains that the damage was not from an attack at all, but from Kagura's successful experiment. Even knowing Danzo and Orochimaru are connected, the 2 guards instantly move to shield their master, because an S-rank rogue ninja is still an S-rank rogue ninja. Danzo shuts that down with a single order and greets Orochimaru like an investor checking on a long-running, very expensive project. Then Danzo ignores Orochimaru's status games entirely, fixes his attention on Kagura, and demands to know if this child is really the successful would-release result. Orochimaru confirms that Kagura is exactly what Danzo wanted and far superior to the earlier immature would-release subject. Danzo wastes no time after hearing that and flatly declares that Kagura will come with him, because only Konoha should control the power of would-release. When Kagura's would-release appears in Orochimaru's hideout, Danzo stares at him like a lifelong obsession just stepped out of a dream. Danzo immediately cuts to what he really wants to know and asks Orochimaru if Hashirama's cells can now be transplanted successfully into other people. Orochimaru coolly shuts that hope down, saying Kagura was only a lucky success and not proof that the experiment is stable. Before Danzo can lose interest, Orochimaru smoothly adds that the result gave him a new research direction, if Danzo is willing to pay for more materials and funding. Kagura is quietly thrown off, because he knows the success came from his own special trait, not from Orochimaru actually solving the science. Danzo hesitates, but his greed wins out, and he tells Orochimaru to submit the list because he wants a satisfying result next time. With the deal made, Danzo claims Kagura on the spot, and Orochimaru casually hands the boy over while reminding Danzo that Kagura's body may still be useful later. Danzo pats the stunned boy's head and strips away his identity, declaring that from now on he belongs to Root under the codename A. Kagura almost curses the old man for it, until two new superior rewards pop up at once from joining Danzo and, by extension, Konoha under Horizon. Once Kagura sees the intelligence and learning bonuses, his attitude flips fast, and he obediently accepts Danzo as a very useful boss. Danzo starts to leave with Kagura and his men, but before they go, he warns Orochimaru that this base is no longer safe. Danzo reveals the reason with open annoyance. Jiraiya has shown up in a nearby town and has been secretly hunting Orochimaru's trail ever since he left Konoha. The name alone sours Orochimaru's face, because he knows exactly which old teammate is closing in on him. Danzo calls Jiraiya a naive nuisance and says it would be best to kill him if the chance comes. Orochimaru admits Jiraiya is not easy to handle, and the tension makes clear this is no simple cleanup job. Danzo offers to leave Tatsuma behind as backup, but Orochimaru's pride snaps back and he refuses to help outright. Orochimaru insists Jiraiya has never beaten him since their academy days, while Kagura silently judges Danzo for trusting that claim. On the road back to Konoha, Danzo expects another cowed experiment survivor, but Kagura keeps pestering him with bright curiosity about the outside world. When Kagura even asks if they can stop to fish by the river, Danzo is baffled that a Root recruit would think like such a normal child. Danzo decides the boy simply has not seen enough darkness yet and plans to shape him properly once they get back. Then Kagura changes the whole impression in one move by using wood release to spear a giant fish straight out of the river. A heartbeat later, the wood branches inside the fish and rips through it so brutally that the river turns red. Kagura turns back with a cheerful face that makes the bloody catch even colder, and Danzo is genuinely pleased by what he sees. Danzo praises the technique and, more importantly, starts seeing Kagura as a natural killing tool worth cultivating. Worried about exposure and eager to secure this talent, Danzo hurries Kagura all the way back to Konoha. Instead of using the front gate, Danzo slips into Konoha through the back mountain and opens a hidden entrance to Root. Kagura follows Danzo down into the underground headquarters and immediately feels how dark and joyless Root's world really is. The place is so eerie that Kagura taps the railing just to test it, and the sound makes people around them turn to stare. Danzo snaps at him to be quiet, only for Kagura to explain that he was surprised Root used wood underground because Orochimaru once said damp air makes it rot. The moment Kagura says Orochimaru's name, Danzo cuts him off again and orders him to forget that man entirely. Kagura instantly obeys and keeps talking anyway, leaving everyone in a painfully awkward silence Danzo cannot even correct without looking petty. Deciding he has official work to handle, Danzo hands Kagura over to Tatsuma, tells him to arrange the boy's room, and orders him to teach Root's creed. Tatsuma leads Kagura deeper inside and warns him not to wander, because the headquarters is packed with traps and forbidden areas. The tour ends at Kagura's assigned room, and the empty floor bedding makes it clear Root expects comfort to mean nothing. Kagura immediately asks for a proper bed, and Tatsuma flatly refuses because Root members are not supposed to care about useless sensations. Kagura tests the power structure next by asking if Tatsuma is his boss, and Tatsuma insists only Danzo holds that place in Root. With that settled, Tatsuma begins the indoctrination speech. Root members have no names, no emotions, no past, and no future, only the mission beneath Konoha. Kagura calmly pokes a hole in that doctrine by asking Tatsuma's own name right in the middle of the lecture. Tatsuma answers that he is Aburame Tatsuma, then tries to escape the contradiction by calling it a code name Danzo let him keep from his past. Kagura quietly presses the advantage and points out that if Tatsuma remembers his past name, then Root's own will does not fully line up with reality. In Root's underground quarters, Tatsuma is already thrown off because the brand new recruit Kagura talks to him like a superior testing his loyalty. When Kagura asks what Root's creed means if a member has no past and no future, Tatsuma can only fall back on one answer: your life is the mission. Kagura keeps pushing, asking whether past missions or future missions have any meaning at all, and Tatsuma goes quiet because he has no real reply. Desperate to shut the conversation down, Tatsuma recites Root doctrine harder: forget your name, emotions, past, and future, and obey whatever Danzo orders. Kagura casually says he understands, and for one brief second Tatsuma thinks the headache is finally over. Instead, Kagura instantly drives a fist into Tatsuma's stomach and blasts the Jonin into the wall with shocking speed and raw strength. Kagura explains the absurd reason for the ambush with total seriousness. Danzo gave him the name Akihara Kagura, so no one else is allowed to use it. Even while spitting blood, Tatsuma is less angry than baffled, because this new kid is clearly strong and clearly not thinking like a normal person. Kagura doubles down and tells Tatsuma that if he must address him at all, he should use Kagura's old name from the past instead of Danzo's chosen one. Tatsuma decides this arrogant recruit needs a lesson and opens his mouth to unleash the Aburame clan's parasitic insects. The crawling swarm almost makes Kagura recoil, but he immediately reads the matchup anyway. Tatsuma himself is the weak point, and the bugs are too slow. Kagura darts through the bugs and punches what he thinks is Tatsuma, then realizes too late the body he hit was only an insect clone. Tatsuma's real body reappears as the insects wrap around Kagura in an insect sphere and start draining his chakra from every side. Thinking he has the rookie trapped, Tatsuma smugly lectures him that he was easy to bait because he only knows how to charge in with his fists. Then Kagura's voice drifts out of the swarm, calmly mocking Tatsuma because the insects still are not doing enough. Tatsuma stares in disbelief as the insects lose their grip and start dropping off Kagura in thick piles, overstuffed by his chakra. Refusing to back down, Tatsuma hatches more bugs with an insect cocoon and whips them into a fresh insect tornado. Kagura answers by stomping the floor and blasting his chakra outward, blowing the new swarm apart with raw internal power. That explosion chills Tatsuma on the spot, because he has never seen anyone force out chakra with enough pressure to feel like a disaster. Kagura charges again like a black blur, and Tatsuma narrowly dodges while noticing the one weakness he can still exploit. Kagura has monstrous power but no polished combat training. Using experience against raw talent, Tatsuma slides in close, hammers Kagura's shoulder and neck, then drives a kick into his chest. Tatsuma presses the advantage, flies after Kagura, and pins him against the wall by the throat to force him under control. Kagura answers that chokehold with a mischievous smile, and that tiny reaction is enough to make Tatsuma instantly uneasy again. The warning comes true when Kagura's clothes tear and a wooden spike erupts from his body, punching straight through Tatsuma's shoulder without any hand seals. Tatsuma instantly realizes the real danger is not the wound itself but the wood branching deeper into his body and killing him from the inside. Kagura smashes his elbow against the wall to break free, throws Tatsuma back, and calmly raises his fingers to finish the wood release attack. That is the moment Tatsuma finally folds and hurriedly raises a hand to surrender before Kagura can drive the wood deeper. The instant Tatsuma yields, Kagura flips back to cheerful and proposes a new relationship. He will politely say senpai, and Tatsuma will call him Lord Kagura. Tatsuma cannot even argue properly, because the rookie who beat him is still being weirdly respectful while also trying to stand on his head from day one. When Tatsuma awkwardly protests that the title breaks root doctrine, Kagura brushes that aside and says Danzo's personal will matters more. Kagura pushes the logic further, arguing that root exists to serve Danzo, but Danzo does not exist to serve root, so the two are not equals at all. Tatsuma can only admit Kagura's reasoning makes sense, and the whole exchange leaves him shaken by how this child sounds even more devoted to Danzo than an old guard like him. With the argument settled, Kagura waves Tatsuma's overthinking away and gives his first practical orders. Take him to Danzo, and make sure tonight's room already has a bed. And after all that fighting and twisted philosophy, Tatsuma simply agrees, because on this first day in root, Kagura has already forced his way to the top of the room. Back in his root office, Danzo sits alone under dim light and works through a mountain of intelligence like a man trying to control the whole ninja world from one desk. As he reads reports from the land of rain, wind, earth, lightning, and water, Danzo judges every crisis by one standard: how Konoha can exploit it before someone else does. The misreport bothers him most, because every spy sent into the land of water has vanished and Danzo can smell a hidden plot. After the foreign reports, Danzo turns to Konoha's internal news, because he watches his own village just as closely as its enemies. One report says Hiruzen gave a cheerful speech at the Ninja Academy opening, and Danzo can only sneer at what he sees as weak, public Hokage work. That contempt quickly turns darker, because Danzo never stops looking for a mistake that could finally bring Hiruzen down. The next sheet is the new student list, and Danzo barely cares about famous clan heirs until one name makes him stop. When he reaches Uzumaki Naruto's name, Danzo's mood changes completely, because to him this 6-year-old is not a student but a village-ending risk. His thoughts linger on the Nine Tails and the long history of Jinchuriki as living war weapons, a logic that has shaped every major village. The story is cruelest in Naruto's case, because the orphan left carrying the Nine Tails is the son of Minato and Kushina, the two heroes who died saving the village. Danzo remembers how he and Hiruzen shaped Naruto's miserable life on purpose, exposing him to fear and rejection, while Hiruzen stepped in just enough to keep the boy from breaking. To Danzo, none of this is unfair at all. Naruto is simply Konoha's strongest beast locked inside a child who still needs to be turned into a usable weapon. That thought snaps Danzo toward Akihara Kagura, because if wood release can restrain the Nine Tails, this boy could become the key to a real Jinchuriki program. In Danzo's mind, the plan swells fast: use Kagura, remove Hiruzen, seize the Hokage seat, and forge Naruto into the war weapon that could help Konoha dominate the world. Danzo decides the first move is simple: test Kagura's wood release talent for himself. Right then, Tatsuma and Kagura enter together, and Tatsuma's freshly bandaged shoulder tells Danzo something happened before they arrived. Before Tatsuma can explain, Kagura calmly cuts in and says he was the one who injured him after a fight over the room assignment. Danzo starts by scolding Kagura for chasing comfort, but the moment he hears they fought, his real question becomes who actually won. Kagura answers with blunt confidence: Tatsuma changed the room, so the result is obvious. Kagura makes it worse by saying Tatsuma delayed meeting Danzo just to dress a wound, a comment that quietly paints the veteran root ninja as soft. Danzo sees the ugly implication at once. Tatsuma may have done nothing wrong, But Kagura just won a fight against an experienced jonin and exposed a crack in Danzo's trusted guard. Instead of dwelling on it, Danzo abruptly punishes Tatsuma with a mission to the Land of Water, ordering him to uncover whatever Mist Village is hiding. Danzo twists the knife by telling Tatsuma he has grown too comfortable, because a root ninja should never hesitate over pain or sacrifice. Tatsuma accepts the order at once, but he is visibly shaken by being judged this way after years at Danzo's side. Tatsuma tries to speak, but Kagura cuts in first and asks for the dangerous mission himself, eager to prove his worth directly to Danzo. Danzo refuses immediately, not out of kindness but because Kagura's wood release is now too valuable to risk on a mission like that. Danzo goes further and promotes Kagura on the spot, saying that beating Tatsuma proves he has already surpassed him and should stay close as Danzo's personal attendant. With the decision made, Danzo tells Kagura to follow him to the practice field so he can personally teach him new wood release techniques. Left behind at the doorway, Tatsuma can only watch the old man and the boy leave together, stunned by how fast his standing just changed. He finally settles on one answer. He will complete the Land of Water mission and let results prove that he never feared death in the first place. On the shadowy corridor bridge, Kagura follows a step behind Danzo with quiet focus, already adapting to the new position he just seized. As they walk, the gap between them is already clear. Root members obey Danzo's will, but Danzo never truly trusts any of them. That mistrust is built into Root itself, because Danzo controls his subordinates with the cursed seal on their tongues to stop secrets from ever leaving his hands. At the Root training ground, Danzo personally starts teaching Kagura a top-tier wood release technique from Hashirama's legacy. Danzo explains that wood release techniques were preserved in Konoha's scroll of seals for a future inheritor, even though the bloodline itself almost vanished. He demonstrates the hand sign for advent of a world of flowering trees with complete confidence, even though he cannot actually cast it. Nothing happens, and the training ground falls awkwardly silent after Danzo's grand shout. Without a trace of embarrassment, Danzo calmly tells Kagura that the lesson is done and now it is his turn to try. Kagura is stunned by how absurd the lesson is, because Danzo basically named a god-tier jutsu and expected him to solve the rest. Then Kagura's cheat-like system quietly fills in the gap and instantly lets him learn the technique for real. Kagura copies Danzo's pose, gathers his chakra, and roars out the same wood release technique. This time the jutsu answers, and the earth erupts as roots and giant trees swallow the whole training ground into a sudden forest. Danzo is genuinely shaken, because Kagura has just mastered a monstrous Hashirama-class technique on the spot. That display convinces Danzo that Orochimaru was right, and Kagura's wood release talent may surpass the previous test subject entirely. Kagura turns back with an uneasy look and asks if wrecking the training ground has caused trouble for Danzo. Instead of blaming him, Danzo breaks into a rare smile and rewards Kagura by handing the entire training ground over to him. Privately, Kagura is not doing this just to impress Danzo, because he also wants this huge chakra burst to stir trouble with the third Hokage. Danzo reaches the same conclusion from the other side and immediately worries that Hiruzen might notice this new wood release genius. To hide what just happened, Danzo sets up a ceiling barrier around the training ground before outside eyes can confirm anything. Looking at Kagura, Danzo starts thinking past control seals and towards something deeper, how to shape this obedient child into a tool loyal only to him. Kagura also starts planning, using his hidden information-gathering ability to check on Hiruzen and see whether the disturbance reached the Hokage. His motive is twisted but clear. The more trouble Danzo faces, the more chances Kagura will have to prove his loyalty. In the Hokage's office, an ANBU reports that violent tremors and a sudden forest appeared near Training Ground 9. When the ANBU compares it to Tenzo's wood release in the ANBU grounds, Hiruzen immediately understands what kind of jutsu may have been used. Hiruzen orders the matter dropped and lies that Danzo already informed him about another wood release user in the training class. He knows he cannot keep stripping wood release children away from Danzo in public, even if he intends to pull this one into ANBU later. Even so, Hiruzen decides Danzo still needs a warning, because Konoha depends on him for ugly work but cannot let him grow reckless again. He then shifts focus to the more public priority of the year, Konoha's upcoming Chunin exam. The exam matters far beyond promotion, because in peacetime it shows Konoha's strength to daimyo, clients, and smaller allied villages. Reviewing the applications, Hiruzen asks about Uchiha Itachi entering the exam alone. The ANBU explains that Itachi lost his teammates years ago, never rebuilt a team, and has still trained enough with Shursui to qualify on merit. Hiruzen laughs off the idea of letting Shursui join the exam support, because a jonin-like body flicker Shursui would turn the whole thing into a joke. He approves Itachi's solo participation, trusting that the boy is strong enough to pass on his own. Then Hiruzen gives a sudden order to two masked operatives. Kakashi and Tenzo are to carry an application form to Danzo's training class. His final message is deliberate and pointed. Danzo must also let that would release child enter the Chunin exam. In the Hokage office, Hiruzen sizes up two problems at once: Uchiha Itachi's shocking solo Chunin exam entry, and the sudden value of a would release child inside Danzo's hands. He knows a 10-year-old genius from the Uchiha clan would only make the clan prouder and deepen its clash with the village. That is why Kagura matters so much to him, because a wood-release ninja under Danzo can pressure Uchiha Fugaku and keep the clan in check for now. Hiruzen even turns the messenger choice into a warning by sending Kakashi and Tenzo, two men Danzo hates for the root incident that took Tenzo away from him. Because Danzo still remembers being surrounded by Hiruzen Zumbu, Hiruzen knows he can force Root to accept the message instead of lashing out. With the move planned, Hiruzen dismisses Kakashi and Tenzo and reaches for his pipe, satisfied that he has arranged the next pressure point. Then Hiruzen suddenly feels as if Danzo is watching him through the crystal ball, laughs it off, and mutters that age must be playing tricks on him. Back in Root's training ground, Kagura gets a remote system task from Hiruzen ordering him into Konoha's second Chunin exam and realizes the system can treat the Hokage like a superior from anywhere. Kagura is impressed that his spying trait is so clean that even when Hiruzen senses it, the suspicion lands on Danzo instead of him. That makes Kagura privately decide Danzo will be a very useful superior, because a boss who can take the blame is worth keeping. Danzo, meanwhile, is busy thinking about how to hide Kagura, train him further, and someday use him to shock Hiruzen. Still pleased with his new weapon, Danzo tells Kagura he will teach him a new ninjutsu tomorrow, and Kagura obediently agrees while hoping Danzo stays this happy. When they return to Root's entrance, Danzo's mood turns icy at once because Kakashi and Tenzo are already there waiting. Danzo openly shows more disgust for Tenzo, the former Root boy who left him, while Tenzo lowers his head in awkward shame. Kakashi cuts in before Tenzo can stumble through it, and plainly delivers Hiruzen's order for the wood-release child to enter the coming Chunin exam. When Kakashi's eyes land on Kagura, Danzo instantly fears Hiruzen is using the exam as a pretext to pull this terrifying talent out of Root. Kakashi hands over the registration form, but Kagura does not even look at the paper first, and stares at him in silence. When Kakashi reminds him he is a Konoha ninja who must obey the Hokage, Kagura calmly answers that he only obeys Danzo. Kagura pushes it even further by asking Danzo, with frightening sincerity, whether he may kill Kakashi and Tenzo for upsetting him. Kakashi sees the answer in that one line and realizes this child has been molded into someone who treats murder as normal service to Danzo. Danzo enjoys the loyalty, lightly stops the killing talk, and orders Kagura to take the form because the Hokage's command still has to be obeyed. The moment Danzo calls him A, Kakashi and Tenzo both freeze, because that codename used to belong to Tenzo inside Root. Kagura innocently explains that A is the name Danzo gave him and that only Danzo is allowed to use it, which makes his dependence feel even deeper. Danzo suddenly catches the real danger in Hiruzen's move and demands to know which three-man exam squad Kagura is supposed to join. Kakashi gives nothing away and calmly tells Danzo to ask the Hokage himself if he wants answers. Kagura decides a boss should never run out of problems to solve, so he immediately asks a new one. If his assigned teammates are weak and annoying, can he kill them first? Danzo answers yes without hesitation, already seeing that dead teammates would make it easy to pull Kagura back out of any team Hiruzen builds. That answer cuts into Kakashi because he knows exactly what it means to kill teammates, and hearing it from a child only makes Danzo's influence look worse. Done with the delivery, Kakashi says they will report back to Hiruzen, and Danzo makes it clear he has no intention of seeing them out. As the two Umbu head for the exit, Kagura calls after them to show more respect to Lord Danzo next time. Kakashi stops at the end of the corridor and casually twists the knife by remarking that Danzo once let someone else use the name A2. Kagura hesitates for a beat, then answers the only way that still protects his bond with Danzo. He says he knows about the traitor and will kill him when he gets the chance, because he is the only A now. Kakashi quietly shuts that down by saying the former A is no longer A, and then finally leaves with Tenzo. Once they are gone, Danzo adds fuel to the fire by telling Kagura that Kakashi tempted the previous A into defecting and that Tenzo is Root's traitor. Kagura explodes at once, furious that he let them go, and actually lunges for the exit to kill them now. Danzo has to stop him on the spot and lay down a hard rule: no attacking anyone inside Konoha without his order, and if Kagura wants them dead, he must do it secretly outside the village. Only then does Danzo fully grasp the problem he created himself. Kagura's loyalty is so extreme that even Danzo is starting to fear what the boy will do. Back en route, Danzo privately admits Kagura is the kind of abnormal child even he does not know how to handle. What makes it worse is that Kagura's wild loyalty is always aimed at protecting Danzo, so Danzo cannot even scold him cleanly. Danzo decides to visit the Hokage first, and tells Kagura to stay behind at the base. Kagura immediately objects and insists that, as Danzo's guard, he can guarantee Danzo's safety. Danzo shuts him down with a cold order, because he is genuinely afraid Kagura might attack Hiruzen if the meeting turns ugly. At the Hokage office, Danzo comes to test whether Hiruzen plans to take Kagura away during the Chunin exams. Hiruzen sees right through him and calmly hands over the Chunin exam participant list instead of arguing first. Danzo's eyes stop on one name at once. Uchiha Itachi is entering the exam alone. Danzo remembers Itachi as the Peace-era prodigy who already embarrassed Root when he was only 8. He admits Itachi is strong enough to pass alone, but an Uchiha doing that would hand the whole clan a dangerous new symbol. Hiruzen cuts him off and warns that a surname alone is not a reason to treat someone with malice. At the same time, Hiruzen admits the Uchiha name still carries real political danger, because the village is growing more tense by the day. Danzo answers with open contempt, and says the Uchiha should have been wiped out long ago. That finally angers Hiruzen, who reminds Danzo that worthy Uchiha existed too, starting with their dead teammate Uchiha Kagami. Hiruzen points to Kagami's legacy and to Shursui, who is still trying to carry the will of fire inside the Uchiha clan. For a moment Danzo falls quiet, because even he cannot forget the friend who once saved him. But Danzo hardens again and says a few loyal Uchiha do not erase the risk of the clan rising in revolt. He presses even harder, accusing Hiruzen of weakness and warning that he will regret refusing harsher action. Hiruzen ends the argument with a blunt reminder of rank. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Only then does Hiruzen reveal the real order. Danzo's would-release child will enter the Chunin exam, but he will stay en route. That one promise instantly eases Danzo, because keeping Kagura matters more to him than winning this argument. Danzo quickly pivots and promises to train Kagura well enough to stop Itachi from stealing all the attention. As Danzo leaves, Hiruzen suddenly asks the dangerous question he has been holding back. Where exactly did that would-release child come from? Hiruzen presses further, wondering if forbidden Hashirama cell experiments are still happening in the village or if Orochimaru is involved. Danzo keeps his face steady and lies that Kagura was an orphanage child who awakened would-release long ago inside root training. Hiruzen appears to accept it, but his final warning is clear. Teach the boy to protect Konoha and do not lead him down the wrong path. Outside, Danzo stops and stares back at the Hokage building, bitterly reminded that one man in that office can still make him sweat. He reads Hiruzen's warning for what it really was, a reminder not to get ideas about the Hokage seat just because Root now has a would-release prodigy. Even so, Danzo refuses to let go of the dream and leaves convinced that his path is still the right one, not Hiruzen's. Back en route, Kagura has been left alone with no task to do, and the forced downtime annoys him more than any mission would. He even tries to reason that resting on a superior's order should count as work, but the system still gives him nothing. That changes the moment Danzo comes back and formally orders Kagura to train under him for the Chunin exam and beat Uchiha Itachi. A new system task flashes up around Kagura, and his whole mood sharpens because this assignment promises a real reward. Kagura answers with complete seriousness, then immediately asks the question Danzo hates most: can he just kill Itachi in the exam? Danzo is caught off guard, because Itachi is not just any opponent but Fugaka's gifted son and one of the Uchiha clan's brightest hopes. He immediately thinks of the political fallout, because Kagura killing Itachi could push Konoha's conflict with the Uchiha even closer to open disaster. What worries Danzo even more is Hiruzen's habit of buying peace through humiliation, because he has seen Konoha sacrifice its own before. He remembers the Hyuga incident, when Hiruzen let a Cloud Envoy's crime end with Hizashi dying to satisfy the enemy and preserve peace. So Danzo concludes that if Kagura killed Itachi, Hiruzen might hand over Root's prodigy just as coldly to calm the Uchiha. Only now does Danzo seriously face another problem too. He has never actually proven Kagura can beat Itachi at all. He trusts Kagura's would-release power, but he still fears the boy's reckless simplicity could be exploited by an Uchiha like Itachi. Danzo finally answers with a warning instead of permission: never underestimate Uchiha Itachi. He adds that the exam does allow killing, yet awkwardly backs off and says they cannot kill carelessly. Danzo steadies himself and makes the order plain: there is no need to kill Itachi, because that boy is still useful. Kagura obediently agrees, because his casual killing talk was mostly just bait he knew Danzo would never dare approve. Danzo moves to the next problem and starts building Kagura's official past, ordering him to remember that he grew up in Konoha and came from the orphanage. He names Yakushi Nono as the orphanage dean who took Kagura in, then claims he himself brought Kagura into Root and performed the Hashirama cell transplant. Danzo even spells out the lie he wants protected most: Orochimaru must be erased from the story completely. Kagura nods along, then instantly offers the most Root answer possible: should he just kill Nono to prevent future loose ends? Danzo snaps back that Kagura should stop thinking about killing everyone, because Yakushi Nono is still useful to him. At Training Ground 9, Danzo realized teaching would-release was a problem, because Hashirama's jutsu notes gave almost nothing except a name and a snake seal. Even so, Danzo calmly demonstrated the same snake seal and announced a new technique: would-release, wood-dragon jutsu. Kagura was stunned, because this looked exactly like Danzo's last lesson, just with a different jutsu name slapped on it. Sensing the awkwardness, Danzo softened his tone and told Kagura not to worry if this harder jutsu took time. Inside, Kagura knew the real issue was Danzo's absurd teaching method, not the difficulty of the jutsu itself. But Kagura's cheat-like system accepted the lesson anyway, and he instantly learned would-release, wood-dragon jutsu. Instead of showing that miracle, Kagura immediately worried that learning it too easily would make Danzo suspicious. So Kagura carefully tested the waters by asking Danzo whether wood-dragon used a different chakra activation method from Advent of a World of Flowering Trees. Danzo went silent, because he had no real answer and clearly did not understand these would-release techniques himself. Seeing his superior cornered, Kagura quickly changed course and asked if there were any other would-release jutsu instead. Danzo seized the opening at once and tried to launch into another lesson with the very same seal again. This time even Danzo felt the limit of his own act, and his fingers stalled mid-gesture. He abruptly backed off and ordered Kagura to practice the wood dragon first before asking for anything new. Kagura could only stare at him, baffled that Danzo was embarrassed by a farce Kagura himself did not even mind. By the next day, Danzo suddenly got busy and stopped showing up, leaving Kagura to train alone under rotating route watchers. In truth, Danzo was avoiding Kagura until he could study the scroll of seals again and stop getting trapped by would-release questions. Kagura saw an opening in Danzo's distance and started planning to pretend he could not learn wood dragon, hoping that would lure the scroll of seals out. Meanwhile, the rest of Root suffered, because Danzo was gone and Kagura threw his weight around without restraint. He insisted he would only answer to Danzo's orders, and any Root member who called him got hung from a tree. That ugly job finally landed on a returning Root spy, a bespectacled young man named Yakushi Kabuto, who was sent to supervise Kagura's training. The ancient forest around Training Ground 9 felt alive and dangerous, and Kabuto entered with obvious caution. A branch suddenly lashed at him, forcing Kabuto to twist away while blurting out that he was there under orders. The first strike paused for a beat, and then the forest answered with far worse. Roots and branches exploded out together and hoisted Kabuto upside down before he could escape. Kagura walked out at his leisure, grabbed Kabuto by the head, and coldly demanded to know who had allowed him to use Danzo's codename for him. Kabuto smoothly asked how he should address him instead, and Kagura answered with shameless confidence, Lord Kagura. When Kabuto gave his name, Yakushi Kabuto, that familiar surname immediately caught Kagura's attention. Kagura waved a hand, and the chakra-fed trees gently lowered Kabuto back to the ground. Kabuto thanked him, then pointed out that Root members usually were not supposed to use their real names at all. Kagura brushed that off, saying Danzo probably used the codename because he was old and could not remember so many names, and he pointed out that Kabuto was using his own name too. Kabuto quietly explained that spies like him were different, because having a special codename could actually make him easier to trace. Then Kagura steered the talk straight at the Yakushi name, and asked whether he was connected to Dean Yakushi Nono from the orphanage. After a brief hesitation, Kabuto admitted that Yakushi Nono was the orphanage dean who had taken him in. Kagura immediately lied that he had also been adopted by Dean Nono, and asked if Danzo had raised Kabuto too. Kabuto answered yes, and the thought immediately hit him that this boy might be another orphan Root had swallowed and reshaped. His mind drifted back to Nono's warmth, the orphanage, and the glasses she gave him that still helped him endure everything. Kagura pressed the shared bond, saying it was strange that two children adopted by the same dean and raised by Danzo had never met before. Kabuto replied that Root had kept them on separate missions, and he warned that they might never meet again after this. Kagura sighed and said Danzo was about to send him out too, starting with the Chunin exams and likely ending in a deadly mission. That sharpened Kabuto's interest at once, because a Root boy with wood release and a dangerous mission was clearly no ordinary child. Kagura pushed the act further and asked that, if he died, Kabuto tell the dean that being adopted by her had been his happiest day. Those words hit Kabuto hard, because they echoed the feelings he had never been able to put down himself. Kagura kept going, saying Root had forced him to forget his old name, and even robbed him of any photo of the dean, until he could barely remember her face. Moved at last, Kabuto pulled out the plastic-wrapped photo he always carried and offered Kagura a look at Dean Nono. The photo showed a smiling blonde woman in glasses, and Kagura thanked him while lowering his head. Kabuto gently said he could help make Kagura a copy later, since he only had this one precious photo with him now. Kagura thanked him again and promised to give Kabuto a photo of himself too, so the dean could see what he looked like if he died first. He even asked Kabuto to tell Nono that he had joined Root willingly, just to make life easier for everyone at the orphanage, and that he had never blamed her. Kabuto immediately defended Nono in a shaken voice, insisting she would never blame either of them. Caught in that feeling, Kabuto handed over his own photo too and asked Kagura to pass the same message to the dean if Kabuto died first. Kagura accepted it at once, and Kabuto had a fleeting sense that something about this smooth exchange felt a little off. Kagura started warning Kabuto not to let anyone in Root know about their exchange, because Root's rules would never allow it. Before he could finish, a Root ninja barged into the forest and called him A again while announcing that Danzo had summoned both Kagura and Kabuto. Kagura exploded at the name on the spot, furious that another Root member had ignored his warning. With one raised finger, he unleashed the forest again and had vines and roots bind the Root ninja and hoist him up into the trees. Kagura forced the humiliated man to correct himself and say the proper title, Lord Kagura. Then the messenger finished the order, saying Danzo wanted both of them in his office immediately. Kagura snorted that Root loved using Danzo's name to push people around, then told Kabuto not to worry because he would teach them a lesson for this too. Watching all this, Kabuto finally understood why no one in Root wanted this assignment, and why Kagura was doing far better here than he first seemed. Kabuto is thrown off by Akihara Kagura, because the boy talks about obeying Root but casually beats a fellow member for calling him by his codename instead of his real name. Still cautious, Kabuto respectfully asks if Kagura is doing alright in Root, and Kagura answers as if everything is perfectly fine. The truth behind that answer is ugly. Kagura has spent half a month en route making everyone else miserable while acting like he alone serves Danzo correctly. When route members complain that Kagura refuses to follow orders, he doubles down and says he will only obey commands he hears directly from Danzo himself. Danzo is annoyed at first, but once he hears that Kagura's arrogance comes from wanting to be loyal only to him, he starts accepting it as useful. On the way to see Danzo, Kagura even threatens the route ninja escorting them and warns that if the order is fake, he will kill him on the spot. The escort fires back that route is loyal to Danzo too, but Kagura dismisses them all as useless men who only bother Danzo with petty complaints. Kabuto can only stare, because Kagura treats route the way an untouchable bully would, not the way a frightened orphan recruit should. Back at the base entrance, the gate guards pointedly ignore Kagura, so he stops and orders them to spread one message: nobody is allowed to bully Kabuto anymore. Kabuto quietly says nobody has really bullied him, but Kagura launches into a bitter lecture about route members suppressing their own comrades and running to Danzo whenever someone resists. When Kabuto asks how Kagura made everyone afraid to touch him, Kagura proudly gives his rule for survival en route: bully them first. The absurd part is that Kagura's method works, because every route ninja they pass instinctively keeps their distance. Kagura keeps pushing it, loudly introducing Kabuto as someone under his protection and forcing passing route members to remember his face. When one route ninja snaps and calls him kid, Kagura instantly catches the insult, and the man hastily corrects himself to Lord Kagura just to get away. The man grudgingly promises to take care of Kabuto on future missions, but the look on his face makes it obvious this favor could easily become a threat. Kabuto realizes Kagura's help may actually paint a target on his back, even if Kagura seems genuinely pleased with himself. That mismatch finally makes Kabuto stop and ask bluntly whether Kagura is doing all of this on purpose and what he really wants. Kagura brushes the suspicion aside and says Kabuto is not useful to him yet, and that he is only repaying help Kabuto might give him in the future. Behind that answer, Kagura is already calculating that Kabuto is too valuable to ignore, so he needs a bond strong enough to keep this future talent tied to him. Kagura's earlier orphanage talk was part of that plan, because he borrowed Kabuto's own hidden feelings about the orphanage and the dean to make them sound alike. Kabuto proves he is not fooled that easily, saying Kagura never looked like someone who truly missed the orphanage or the dean. Even so, Kabuto admits those words still hit home, because root has buried him so deeply that hearing someone speak of the orphanage and the woman who raised him feels painfully comforting. Then Kabuto makes his real accusation. He thinks Kagura hates both him and the dean, and that this fake protection is meant to push him out of root or get him killed by other members. Kagura answers with mocking applause and says Kabuto guessed everything, even though Kabuto's conclusion is actually wrong. Kabuto cannot understand the motive, because if they really came from the same orphanage under the same caretaker, there should be no reason for this kind of hatred. Kagura gives him a cold answer. Hatred can grow from something as small and ugly as jealousy. He presses the point harder, asking why Kabuto shares the dean's surname, and why she always kept him in her heart, while another adopted child was left behind. Kabuto answers honestly that he had lost his memories as a child, so Nono gave him her own surname, and he immediately asks whether she has really been worrying about him. Kagura says yes, and twists the knife by claiming the dean cared so much about Kabuto that she forgot there was another child sent into root as well. From there, Kagura spins a full grievance, saying he never wanted to hate them until he watched Nono's search for Kabuto while never noticing the child who stayed behind and suffered in root. He claims that was when jealousy finally took root in him, turning the will of root into personal hatred for the one who was cherished. Kagura ends the performance by looking Kabuto in the eye and saying that even though they both entered root, the difference between them was unbearably unfair. As Kagura talks about being the child the dean forgot, his sadness lands hard enough that even Kabuto stops arguing. Kabuto realizes that compared to Kagura, his own painful life still had one precious thing: Nono's love. Kabuto admits he has not seen Nono or heard from her in years, then awkwardly apologizes for never knowing what happened to Kagura. That apology only makes Kagura sneer, because he says Kabuto knows nothing and the dean knows nothing too. When Kabuto asks what that means, Kagura walks him into the trap step by step, starting with one simple fact: Kabuto has grown up since he entered root. The moment Kagura hints that Nono would need a current photo to recognize him, Kabuto finally sees the shape of the scheme. Kabuto coldly guesses the truth. Danzo has been feeding Nono fake photos, so the woman waiting for him no longer knows his real face. Kagura confirms the guess and casually shifts the blame upward, saying Danzo made that decision, not a powerless child like him. Kabuto does not buy the innocent act, because everyone in the base fears Kagura and he suspects Kagura pushed Danzo out of jealousy. Kagura ignores the accusation and twists the knife instead, admitting Nono always kept asking for Kabuto and never once asked about him. Then Kagura lays out Danzo's larger problem. Forged photos worked only as long as Kabuto died before he could ever meet Nono again. Because Kabuto kept surviving and became too useful to discard, Danzo was left with a lie that would eventually explode. Kabuto reaches the brutal conclusion himself: either Danzo wants him dead before he sees Nono, or wants Nono dead before she sees him. Kagura says Danzo's original answer was simple and ugly. He preferred Kabuto, so Nono was the one marked for death. That lands like a blow, and Kabuto starts shaking as fear for Nono overwhelms him. Kabuto looks up in panic and asks the terrifying next question. Is Kagura telling him this because he wants Kabuto dead so Nono can live? Kagura admits that was his first idea, but then he learned Nono had tried to bargain with Danzo for Kabuto's freedom. Instead of softening him, that revelation makes Kagura even more resentful, because Nono was ready to save Kabuto but never came for him. Kagura pushes the grievance further by reminding Kabuto that he was sent into Root to be used as a human experiment, not protected like a child. Kabuto steadies himself and tries one gentler angle, suggesting Danzo may have deceived Nono and that she would not abandon a child without reason. For a split second Kabuto's argument almost reaches him, but Kagura hardens and refuses to be the kind of lost child who can still be talked back from the edge. Then Kagura snaps, grabs Kabuto by the throat, slams him against the wall, and warns him not to disrespect Danzo again. After dropping him, Kagura coldly says he should have just killed Kabuto back at the training ground. Still coughing, Kabuto forces himself to ask the obvious question: if Danzo would not object, why did Kagura leave him alive? Kagura answers by producing Kabuto's real photo, making it clear he has a crueler revenge in mind than a quick death. He explains the setup with chilling calm. Nono would see Kabuto's real face in the photo and believe he was only an imposter, not the real boy she raised. Then Kagura says the rest out loud. Using Danzo's authority, he would send Nono after the person in the photo and dangle Kabuto's freedom as bait. Kabuto goes white as he understands the true point of the plan. Nono would only realize she killed the real Kabuto after it was too late. Kagura pats Kabuto's shoulder and almost cheerfully asks if forcing someone to kill the person they love most would hurt enough. Kabuto fires back that revealing the scheme could still ruin it, because he can tell Nono the truth himself. Kagura is not bothered at all, because even if Kabuto and Nono recognize each other and reunite, he plans to kill Kabuto at her happiest moment. He strips the motive down to one ugly truth: he does not care how it happens, as long as Nono tastes real pain. With that, Kagura tells Kabuto his fate was sealed the moment Kagura learned who he was. Kabuto bows his head and accepts one hard truth: Kagura is strong enough that this threat is not empty. But that same confidence gives Kabuto a sliver of hope, because if Kagura plans to kill him personally, there may still be time to save both himself and Nono. Kagura ends the confrontation by telling Kabuto they are going to see Danzo first, and warns him not to say anything disrespectful in front of their master. Kabuto follows in silence, deciding that for now he has to stay low, reach Nono as fast as possible, and if he can, help both her and the abandoned child walking ahead of him survive. Deep in Root headquarters, Danzo opens by scolding Kagura for driving away everyone assigned to train with him. Kagura answers without hesitation that the other trainees are too weak, and half a month with them is worth less than half an hour with Lord Danzo. Flattered, Danzo tells Kagura that he is taking the Chunin exam tomorrow and warns him not to disappoint him. Kagura immediately throws him off by pulling out his exam form and asking if he should still submit it before tomorrow, since he has not turned it in. Danzo snaps that the form should have been submitted a week ago, furious that Kagura neglected something so basic. Kagura quietly explains that Danzo never allowed him to leave Root, so he had no idea who he was supposed to give the form to. That leaves Danzo with no comeback, so he takes the form himself and decides to pull strings with the examiner. Kagura presses further and asks Danzo to take him to the exam site too, claiming he does not know the roads in the village. Danzo refuses to show himself in a crowd, so he turns coldly to Kabuto and orders him to escort Kagura instead. When Kabuto seems the slightest bit reluctant, Kagura grins and threatens him outright, asking if he does not want to live. Danzo cuts him off at once and reminds Kagura that Kabuto is still useful to Root, so he is not allowed to kill him without orders. Once Kagura agrees with an easy smile, Danzo gives Kabuto another order on top of it. After the exam, infiltrate the land of Earth and wait inside Rock Village. Kabuto has no choice but to accept, and Danzo dismisses him so he can speak with Kagura alone. After Kabuto leaves, Danzo turns serious and asks Kagura how far he has gotten with the Wood Dragon Jutsu. Danzo admits the lesson may have been too much to force, because even he could not get access to the Scroll of Seals to teach Kagura properly. In Danzo's mind, Hiruzen's refusal has trapped him in a miserable loop. Kagura needs more power to help him become Hokage, but becoming Hokage is exactly what he needs to unlock that power. Unable to solve that, Danzo tells Kagura to trust his talent and try developing his own wood release instead. Kagura answers that he may already have mastered a kind of wood dragon, and he is sure its power is extraordinary. Before Danzo can challenge him, Kagura adds that he wanted to report it days ago, but Root's people kept him from meeting Danzo. Danzo lets that awkward point slide and praises Kagura instead, relieved that the technique was learned at all. Kagura leans fully into the act, telling Danzo that with his guidance he will master any technique placed in front of him. Pleased again, Danzo saves face by promising that when he has time, he will look through the first Hokage's scrolls and teach Kagura more ninjutsu. Kagura leaves him that dignity and silently decides that if Danzo cannot get the Scroll of Seals, He may have to get it for him himself. At the end of the meeting, Danzo tells Kagura to rest and warns him that in the Chunin exam he absolutely cannot lose to Uchiha Itachi. Kagura's first response is to ask if he is allowed to kill Itachi, and Danzo has to sigh and remind him that useful people are not to be wasted. The next morning in Konoha, Kagura and Kabuto are casually eating at Ichiraku ramen instead of hurrying to the exam. Ayame gets starry-eyed over Kabuto's gentle table manners, while her father Tuchi awkwardly tells her not to stare at the customers. Ayame wonders why someone as good-looking as Kagura eats so wildly, and Kagura proudly says it is because Ichiraku tastes great, and he skipped breakfast. When Ayame asks if he is a ninja from another village for the Chunin exam, Kagura casually claims he is Umbu and describes Umbu as the kind of force that shows up at night and wipes out whole families. That bizarre sales pitch is interrupted when Kakashi arrives with his team and dryly points out that Kagura is not actually Umbu. Kagura smoothly argues back that Roots training class still counts under Umbu's structure, leaving Kakashi with no easy answer. Kagura greets Kakashi warmly for a moment, then ruins it by cheerfully calling Tenzo a traitor and noting that Danzo will not let him kill recklessly inside the village. Kakashi asks why Kagura is still eating when the written exam should already be starting. Kagura shrugs that it makes no difference, because he does not know anything on the test paper anyway. Tenzo still tries to help by warning that arriving late may get Kagura disqualified from the exam. Only then does Kagura turn to Kabuto and mock him for sitting there calmly, acting as if he had forgotten they still needed to pay and leave. Ayame blurts out that Kagura has a nasty personality, then instantly panics and apologizes when his gaze shifts to her. Kagura lets it pass and casually asks Ayame to waive the bill as an apology, saying otherwise he might have to leave the money for Umbu to settle later. Before that can go anywhere, Kakashi, Tenzo, and Kabuto all offer to pay at the same time. Ayame calls that popularity, but Kagura smugly notes that all three people trying to treat him are also people he wants to kill. Kakashi finally tells him to stop wasting time and go take the exam. As Kagura gets up to leave with Kabuto, he tells Kakashi and Tenzo they were a step too slow, and that if they want favors in the future, they should learn to pay faster than the competition. Once they are moving, Kabuto realizes why paying first mattered, because Kagura turns to him and says he still plans to kill both him and Yakushi Nono. Then Kagura delivers the real payoff for Kabuto's lunch money. The person Kabuto is being sent to find in Rock Village is already there, because Nono is in the land of Earth too. Kabuto softens toward Kagura and quietly offers him inside help for the written exam after explaining that the first test will likely judge information gathering. Kagura's smile vanishes, and he coldly refuses the favor because he can handle a small test himself. He orders Kabuto to leave for the Rock Village mission Danzo assigned, making it clear the conversation is over. As Kabuto agrees and turns to go, Kagura glances back toward Ichiraku and wonders how long Kakashi will stay there. Inside the packed exam waiting room, almost every candidate keeps stealing looks at Uchiha Itachi, the 10-year-old genius standing alone in the corner. The older genin whisper that the arrogant Uchiha kid thinks he can clear the exam by himself, but Itachi ignores every word without flinching. The room goes dead quiet when someone in Kakashi's form kicks the door open and snaps at everyone to shut up. Using Kakashi's reputation and rank, Kagura tells the examinees that the first test venue has been changed and they must head to the Hokage building notice board. When the candidates protest, Kagura shuts them down by invoking the Hokage's order and claiming the room is needed for an urgent allies meeting. Even the two Chunin planted among the genin get waved off, because Kagura boldly claims the assistants have already reported to the news site too. The candidates finally file out, never noticing that the real order keepers are already unconscious in a hidden attic nearby. Once the room is empty, Kagura notices that only Itachi stayed behind and asks why he is not heading to the new hall. Itachi answers in a much colder voice than before and immediately calls out the fake venue change as a deception. Kagura tries a lazy senior act in response, but Itachi is already reaching for his tools and picking apart the lie. Itachi calmly explains that no real jonin would handle a village exam this crudely, and a major test would never change venues at the last second. Then Itachi's Sharingan lights up, and he points out that even a clever transformation technique cannot fool Uchiha eyes. The Kakashi disguise bursts away in smoke, and Kagura reveals his real face with an eager grin for the boy who saw through him. The moment Kagura mentions Danzo, Itachi's expression hardens because he remembers hearing that name tied to shady attacks inside Konoha. Kagura spots that reaction at once and needles Itachi by asking if he has a problem with Danzo too. Itachi quickly reins himself in and says he only wants to understand why Kagura tricked everyone else. Kagura answers without shame that he just wanted fewer competitors, because a ninja should use any method that works. Itachi points out the obvious flaw in that logic. The village will just postpone the exam, so the two of them will not stay alone for long. Kagura looks around the cleared-out room anyway and admits he still likes having fewer people around for now. Up in the Hokage's office, Konoha's leadership watches the whole stunt on surveillance screens, and Hiruzen is amused by how cleverly Kagura disrupted the test. The advisors are much less amused, warning that Kagura's stunt could leave the Chunin exam with only 2 examinees and embarrass Konoha in front of the other villages. Hiruzen turns to Danzo about the boy from his side, but Danzo cuts past the teasing and says they should stop the mess first. Hiruzen calls in Chief Examiner Ibiki Marino to clean up the exam before Kagura's trick turns it into a public embarrassment. Ibiki proposes a practical fix. Let Itachi and Kagura skip straight to the second round, since one fooled the room and the other was the only one not fooled. The room approves the plan, but Danzo adds one oddly serious warning: no one except him should call Kagura by the root codename A. Outside, the deceived genin are still hunting for the fake venue notice when the truth finally reaches them. Ibiki tears into them for falling for such a basic transformation technique, and calls them the worst batch Konoha has seen. After finishing ramen with Tenzo, the real Kakashi steps outside just in time to find a stream of furious examinees glaring at the wrong man. Ibiki has to stop the crowd and explain that a candidate named Akihara Kagura transformed into Kakashi, knocked out the guards, and emptied the room himself. Kakashi is left silently annoyed that the same kid who was bad-mouthing Umbu this morning has now framed him too. Meanwhile, Kagura and Itachi are informed that they have both cleared the first round without even taking the written test. Kagura actually sounds disappointed, because the written test was the only stage he thought might stop him, and he still had more cheating plans ready. That only confuses Itachi more, because to him the written exam looked so easy that cheating never even entered his mind. Kagura studies Itachi's face and answers with a quiet truth that draws a line between genius and everyone else. What feels simple to him can be hard for other people. At the Forest of Death, the second Chunin exam starts with every genin staring at the two 10-year-old exceptions who came alone, Akihara Kagura and Uchiha Itachi. Once someone blurts out that Kagura was the one who tricked everyone into changing the exam venue, the crowd's curiosity turns into open hostility. Kagura just smiles, admits it without hesitation, and invites anyone with a grudge to step forward. A few tougher-looking genin start to move in on him, but the second proctor cuts the fight off before it can begin. Yamashiro Aoba lays out the first ugly truth of the exam. Everyone must sign a consent form, and if someone dies inside, it is their own responsibility. Kagura immediately asks the part everyone was thinking about least safely. Does that mean they are allowed to kill people in the second exam? After a wary pause, Aoba admits the rules do allow killing, then tries to steer everyone back to the real test, surviving the forest itself. Aoba explains the exam clearly. Teams must keep all members alive, steal the missing heaven or earth scroll, and reach the central tower within 5 days. He adds the trap hidden in the rules. Anyone who opens those scrolls before reaching the tower is disqualified, and something strange will happen if they try. While the crowd buzzes nervously, Itachi stays focused and quietly checks his gear like a boy who came here to prove something. Kagura signs the death waiver just as calmly, and that only makes more teams decide he is easier prey than a 3-person squad. Then one chubby candidate asks the question nobody else cares about, asking where they are supposed to get food in this death trap. Aoba says the forest has enough resources to live on, and almost everyone accepts that answer except Kagura. For Kagura, the real crisis is suddenly obvious. He can catch fish, but he has no idea how to cook for himself. He ends up scanning the crowd for a different kind of target, wondering if he can latch onto some team that actually knows how to cook. When the gates finally open, most of the genin rush into the Forest of Death at once to grab the early advantage. Even Itachi wastes no time, heading in with the same cold focus he had before. Kagura is the only one who strolls in slowly, casually weighing his earth scroll while he studies the darkness ahead. The woman running the gate loses patience with Kagura's slow walk and snaps at him to hurry before the Forest of Death kills him on the first night. Instead of arguing, Kagura turns back and asks the woman her name with an easy smile that catches her off guard. She introduces herself as Midarashi Anko, jokes that he should buy her dumplings if he survives, and treats him like a bold little brat with guts. Kagura quietly recognizes her as Orochimaru's former disciple from the chakra on her, and that makes her feel less like a stranger than she realizes. Anko gives him one last half-joking warning not to die too soon, and Kagura answers with the same unsettling promise that he will remember her. Then Kagura suddenly forms a hand sign and unleashes wood release right at the edge of the exam grounds. Roots and vines explode upward as Kagura's advent of a world of flowering trees violently reshapes the Forest of Death around him. Before Anko can even process that, Kagura folds the new forest together and shapes a giant wooden dragon from the living trees. The wooden dragon lowers its head, lifts Kagura onto it, and turns the lonely examinee into the most terrifying thing in the forest. Anko can only stare in horror because what he just used should have been impossible. True would release. Kagura repeats that he will remember her, then rides deeper into the Forest of Death to go greet the other examinees first. That display is so blatant that Anko rushes off to report it, even though everyone nearby has already seen the giant wooden dragon above the trees. Inside Hokage Tower, Konoha's top brass watched the same impossible scene on the monitors and realized this exam just became a political problem. Even Danzo, who knew Kagura had learned wood dragon jutsu, is stunned that the boy can reproduce it so completely. Hiruzen says little at first, but behind that calm face he is already weighing what a child with this kind of wood release could mean for the whole village. Hamura and Koharu go straight to Danzo with the obvious questions. When did this child awaken wood release, and where did he come from? Danzo explains that Kagura was an orphan who survived Orochimaru's illegal wood release human experiments, and only awakened the bloodline power recently after being taken into root. That answer cools the elders' excitement, because if wood release only came from surviving those experiments, it is not something Konoha can safely recreate. Then Hiruzen raises the stakes even higher, saying Kagura's wood dragon may matter more than the unfinished flowering forest because that technique could potentially suppress tailed beasts. Hiruzen bluntly says that talent is too valuable to waste in Root's darkness, and Danzo instantly realizes where this conversation is going. Kohara says it out loud at last. Danzo should hand this child over to Hiruzen instead. Danzo can only clutch his cane harder, hearing his own old argument thrown back at him now that Kagura has become too valuable to ignore. In the Hokage office, Danzo glares at Hiruzen because the old promise is clearly collapsing again. Hamura cuts in and says Konoha comes first, so Root has to give up Kagura's strength for the village's future. Hiruzen plays the reluctant friend, saying he did promise Danzo, even if keeping Kagura in Root might hurt the village. Hamura immediately crushes that excuse and argues that protecting Konoha matters more than any private promise. Outnumbered 3-1, Danzo can only swallow his anger while Hiruzen calmly asks if he minds losing Kagura. Danzo tries one last angle and warns that Kagura is already a dangerous weapon who would turn the exam into a slaughter without orders holding him back. The advisors stare at him like he just said something absurd, because Danzo acting worried about children killing people is hard to believe. Hiruzen ignores the warning and turns it into a final decision. Once the exam ends, Kagura will report to the Umbu. Danzo starts to object, but Hiruzen cuts him off with token compensation and makes the transfer official. With no real way to fight back, Danzo is left silently seething while Hiruzen casually moves on to watching the exam. Out in the Forest of Death, Kagura rides his giant wooden dragon and secretly confirms that the transfer to Umbu is already decided. Kagura is pleased with that outcome, because Umbu means more freedom, more superiors to use, and no need to stop serving Danzo or Orochimaru at the same time. As the wooden dragon drops in front of one genin team, Kagura politely demands their scroll and makes it clear Danzo's order not to kill is the only reason they are safe. When the team hesitates over whether their scroll matches his, Kagura brushes it off and says in this forest, scrolls are better than money. The team throws the scroll up, and Kagura catches it without a fight before thanking them and flying off. With the first team gone, Kagura now has both heaven and earth scrolls and realizes the hard part of the exam is already over for him. Instead of rushing out, Kagura decides to stay in the forest longer, partly because facing Danzo while Danzo is furious sounds annoying. He starts searching the huge forest for more prey and especially for Itachi, hoping to spend the next few days comfortably. But the wooden dragon's size works against him too, because once everyone sees it, the smart choice is to hide. Even Itachi chooses to lie low, and before long the whole Forest of Death goes unnervingly quiet. After 2 fruitless patrols, Kagura gets annoyed and heads straight for the central tower with a harsher idea. Outside the forest, the examiners watch the monitors and grumble that Kagura's brute force search is only making everyone else hide. They can tell it is getting dark and still have no idea how long Kagura's wood release will last, which only makes the situation feel worse. Then one examiner suddenly panics because the wooden dragon has wrapped itself around the central tower. Aoba tries to stay calm and guesses Kagura is just setting an ambush at the finished point like other candidates sometimes do. Enko dryly reminds everyone that the old tower was already half broken, so this is probably about to get much worse. A second later, the tower collapses, and the examiners explode because Kagura has literally destroyed the checkpoint. Aoba nearly panics on the spot, desperately trying to think of any way to salvage the second stage. Enko immediately solves it: send people to the ruins, and when teams arrive with both scrolls, just tell them how to open them there. Relieved, Aoba immediately puts Enko in charge of the response team and sends her into the forest. At the ruined tower in the forest center, Kagura sits calmly before the wreckage while the huge wooden dragon coils behind him like he owns the entire exam. When the central tower collapses, hidden genin all across the Forest of Death panic and rush toward the center before their exam chances disappear. At the ruined center, Kagura sits calmly on the broken steps with a huge wooden dragon behind him, smiling because his trap is finally working. Kagura dismisses the dragon for the moment, and quietly tells it the show is starting, already sure the fastest examinees will arrive first. As a solo examinee, Uchiha Itachi reaches the ruins ahead of most teams and immediately hides to study Kagura from the shadows. Other squads reach the area too, and with too many people hiding in one cramped battlefield, ambushes and accusations explode almost instantly. The collapse turns the center into a feeding frenzy, and stronger teams start fighting to steal heaven and earth scrolls before anyone can regroup. Even Itachi gets dragged into the mess when another squad spots him and demands his scroll. That threat ends fast, and Itachi cleanly defeats the squad and takes the scroll he needed. Now holding both scrolls, Itachi backs away from the pointless fighting, but his attention stays fixed on the real danger at the center, Kagura. A few examinees realize the same thing and shout for everyone to stop fighting and gang up on Kagura before he wins outright. But once the brawl has started, nobody can shut it down cleanly, and the chaos keeps feeding itself. Kagura steps down from the rubble and almost mockingly offers to help end the battle before people die. Then Kagura unleashes wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees, and the whole area erupts into a living forest under his control. The examinees finally stop fighting each other because the new forest starts binding everyone it touches like prey on branches. Itachi cuts through one branch and answers with a great fireball, but even his flames can only slow Kagura's spreading wood for a moment. Realizing he already has both scrolls and nothing to gain here, Itachi chooses the smart move and withdraws. The rest are nowhere near that capable, and soon whole teams end up hanging helplessly from Kagura's trees like captured fruit. Kagura rises to their height on a wooden dragon and coldly tells them they are lucky he has orders not to kill. He makes his terms clear by toying with a scroll in his hand. First they hand over what he wants, and then he will decide the rest. Before he can finish, Enko arrives with the examiners, and the prisoners instantly look to them as their rescue. Enko does not rush to save them at all and instead demands to know why Kagura blew up the exam's finish point. Kagura casually explains that he is bad at wilderness survival, so he destroyed the tower to force everyone out and steal food from them. He even jokes that he caught a fish only for the pond owner to come after him, and Enko openly complains about his weird metaphor. When Enko warns that he could still be eliminated, Kagura stays completely unbothered because someone already leaked the real second round requirement to him. He bluntly says all that really matters is collecting both scrolls and reaching this place, which leaves Enko grinding her teeth. Enko quickly changes tactics and tempts the hungry kid with outside food, reminding him that eating meals from rival examinees could get him poisoned. That argument works, and Kagura immediately throws his heaven and earth scrolls to Enko so he can clear the exam and leave. Enko declares Kagura the first person to pass, skipping the usual explanation because he clearly does not need it. Itachi suddenly appears and realizes the same shortcut works for him now that the tower is gone, so he claims his own pass on the spot. Enko names Itachi the second passer and casually tells the sweet-loving Uchiha kid to go buy tricolor dumplings. Itachi thanks her as senpai and immediately heads for the exit. Kagura never cared about the rankings anyway, and he keeps staring at Enko's food bag like that was the real prize. Enko cruelly pulls out a dumpling for herself instead of sharing, reminding him that causing this much trouble does not earn him her favorite sweets. Kagura laughs at being fooled again, but he pointedly calls her Enko-senpai as if he has no intention of forgetting her. After finally sending Kagura away, Enko breathes easier, though even her own staff seem uneasy about tricking a kid who is this troublesome and this strong. Enko shrugs it off, saying lively kids just need discipline, and decides the remaining examinees can fight out the rest of the round themselves. Night falls over Konoha, and most shops close until only a few warm lights remain on the quiet street. Under the eaves near Ichiraku, a hungry Naruto stares at the ramen stand and sadly counts coins that are not enough for a bowl. Kagura quietly appears beside him and remarks that the money is not enough, startling Naruto because this stranger is not avoiding him. Kagura introduces himself only as another kid with an empty stomach and even invites Naruto to squat down and rest beside him. Naruto warms up fast and starts chatting, happy that this older boy is treating him normally instead of chasing him away. When Naruto asks if he is a village ninja, Kagura says yes and cruelly adds that he is about to become a chunin, a level Naruto will never reach. Naruto fires back that he will surpass even the Hokage one day, but Kagura instantly knocks the wind out of that speech by pointing out he needs a real meal first. Naruto points out that Kagura is hungry too, and Kagura admits he should have had food for days if Enko had not tricked him earlier. Naruto finds the complaint annoying, but Kagura just pats his head and says one day he will understand what that kind of anger feels like. Naruto loudly insists he would never get fooled that easily, still too proud to realize how naive he sounds. Their chat is interrupted when the third Hokage, disguised only as a kindly old man with a pipe, stops in front of the two hungry boys. Naruto happily greets him as grandpa, and Hiruzen casually asks why they are both still outside so late. Naruto immediately proposes going fishing for dinner and excitedly includes Kagura in the plan. Hiruzen agrees and kindly invites Kagura too, trying to draw the sharp-eyed boy in without making a fuss. Kagura bluntly says he wants ramen instead, which immediately exposes how little patience he has for being politely steered anywhere. Hiruzen checks whether either boy has enough money, but Naruto's coins are too few and Kagura admits he has nothing at all. Instead of taking the bait, Kagura decides he has played enough for one day and says he should go back before Danzo gets angry. Hiruzen tests him with a smiling remark that Danzo is his friend and not someone who angers easily, probing how this strange child will react. Hiruzen casually tries to tempt Kagura along with food first, even offering to smooth things over with Danzo if they get back late. When Hiruzen claims Danzo listens to him, Kagura immediately pushes back and treats the old man like a braggart who should know his place. Naruto jumps in to defend the old man and proudly blurts out that this is the third Hokage, before declaring that he will surpass him one day. Unlike other children who warm up to Hiruzen, Kagura reacts to the Hokage reveal with open shock and wary hostility. Kagura bluntly says Hiruzen does not look like a real Hokage at all, because in his eyes someone like Danzo fits that role far better. The moment Naruto repeats his dream of becoming Hokage, Kagura shoves his head down and insists the future Hokage can only be Danzo. Naruto fights back and shouts that Danzo has no chance, turning the childish argument into a direct clash of loyalties. Hiruzen lightly claims he never heard Danzo say he wanted the Hokage seat, and Kagura freezes on that point instead of letting it slide. Kagura seriously asks whether Danzo truly never wanted to be Hokage, forcing Hiruzen into an awkward answer he cannot safely fake. Hiruzen finally admits Danzo may have thought about it, and Kagura immediately treats that as proof that his loyalty was justified all along. Then Kagura spins his own theory that Danzo gave up the title for the sake of his friendship with Hiruzen, which visibly sours the old man's mood. Realizing the talk has drifted badly, Hiruzen drags it back to his real lesson and says Hokage is a burden that carries everyone's hopes and recognition, not a prize to fight over. Kagura seems thoughtful for a beat, as if Hiruzen's lecture might finally be reaching him. Instead, Kagura solemnly announces that his own hope is simply a hot bowl of Ichiraku ramen when he is hungry. Naruto instantly backs him up and even promises to treat Kagura to ramen every day once he becomes Hokage. Cornered by his own words about bearing people's hopes, Hiruzen finally gives up and agrees to buy dinner. At Ichiraku, Kagura marches up to the counter and bluntly orders 2 bowls while pointing back at Hiruzen as the one paying. Naruto copies Kagura's rude confidence perfectly and doubles down, proudly announcing that Grandpa Hokage is buying theirs too. Naruto even jokes that Tuchi and Im should tell the Hokage their wishes, which leaves the ramen shop briefly staring at Hiruzen in disbelief. Hiruzen has to cut that off fast, reminding Naruto that the Hokage is not there to grant random wishes. Naruto immediately recovers from the scolding, because just getting ramen tonight is enough to make him happy again. Hiruzen orders one for himself too and jokingly admits he may have to put it on his tab tonight. While they wait, Naruto realizes he never asked Kagura's name, and the answer is revealing right away. Kagura says his code name is A, but only Danzo can use it, and everyone else should call him Akihara Kagura. When Naruto asks why, Kagura flatly says Danzo gave him a new life after rescuing him from a place where a long-haired man cut into him every day. Kagura keeps going, saying Danzo saved him when he thought everyone had abandoned him, then raised him as a ninja and taught him ninjutsu. That story works exactly as Kagura intends, and Naruto blurts out that Danzo actually sounds like a good person. Kagura enjoys the praise and casually tells Naruto that once he becomes a ninja, Danzo can assign him to routes so they can eliminate the other members together. Hiruzen suddenly sees the whole problem more clearly and privately suspects Orochimaru was the long-haired man, while Danzo may have been the one who sent Kagura into that nightmare. From there, Hiruzen quietly decides the way to save this child is not force but bonds, and he starts trying to teach Kagura what a ninja exists to protect. Hiruzen tells Kagura a ninja is not meant to hurt people, but to protect the ones he wants to protect. Kagura answers that he once wanted to protect Yakushi Nono, but because she abandoned him, now he wants to kill her instead. Kagura adds that now the only person he wants to protect is Danzo, and what Danzo will probably ask from him is killing enemies. Hiruzen tries another angle and warns that a human life takes decades to grow old but can be extinguished in mere seconds. Kagura instantly twists that logic around and concludes that killing for someone is much easier than protecting them for decades. Even when Hiruzen says an excellent ninja does what ordinary people cannot, Kagura only hears confirmation that his would release already makes him excellent. Kagura throws the question to Naruto, asking if he can do something other people cannot too. Naruto proudly answers yes, because other kids can cry in their parents' arms, but he has no parents and still refuses to cry alone. Kagura takes that answer at face value and sincerely tells Naruto that he is an excellent ninja too. By the time the ramen arrives, Hiruzen has completely abandoned the lecture and just tells the children to eat, go home, and get some sleep. After finishing ramen, Kagura gives a surprisingly polite thanks, and Naruto instinctively copies him right beside him. Watching the two boys act almost like brothers, Hiruzen quietly decides tonight helped him understand Kagura better and ease up on forcing guidance. Once Hiruzen tells them to head home and rest, Naruto happily pats his full stomach and runs off in high spirits. Kagura does not leave with Naruto, because he keeps staring after him as if he is still trying to figure the boy out. When Hiruzen asks what he is looking for, Kagura answers with a dark little truth: Naruto does not look sad at all. Kagura pushes that thought even further and says that if someone abandoned him, he would be so hurt he would want to kill. That blunt answer leaves even Hiruzen uneasy, and he can only watch as Kagura turns away for route headquarters. Left alone, Hiruzen mutters about what a difficult child Kagura is before his own mood hardens back into Hokage business. As he approaches the Hokage building, Hiruzen calls for Kakashi and Tenzo, and both bodyguards appear at his side in an instant. Without bothering to turn around, Hiruzen asks the two jonin what they think of Akihara Kagura. Hiruzen immediately follows with the real point: after the Chunin exam, Kagura will join Umbu and be placed on their team. Kakashi flicks a glance at Hiruzen, but the old man never slows or softens, making it obvious the decision is already made. With no room to argue, Kakashi bows his head and accepts the Hokage's order, while Tenzo stays characteristically silent. Hiruzen warns them not to underestimate Kagura, because his would-release talent is already powerful and his combat ability is no joke. But Hiruzen also spells out the problem: Kagura's basic ninja education is weak and his temperament is far too extreme for ordinary village instruction. In the end, Hiruzen leaves Kagura's future training to them, and Kakashi can only feel a headache coming as the burden lands on his team. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi swallows his misgivings about Kagura and accepts Hiruzen's order anyway, because Umbu do not get to refuse. Kakashi immediately suggests putting Kagura on Tenzo's team, arguing that another would-release user should handle him. Tenzo is stunned on the spot, because he already knows exactly how miserable dealing with Kagura can be. Hiruzen agrees without hesitation, settling Kagura's placement before Tenzo can object. With the order given, Hiruzen dismisses them and says he wants to take a walk alone. Kakashi and Tenzo vanish from the office in a blur, leaving the Hokage behind. Out in a narrow village alley, Tenzo finally blurts out his panic about being stuck with Kagura. Kakashi cuts through Tenzo's anxiety with quiet confidence, and tells him he can handle it. Kakashi pushes a little further, and tells Tenzo he has always believed he could become a reliable senior too. Then Kakashi gets serious, and says Kagura's would-release makes this feel like fate, and he wants Tenzo to guide that dangerous child into someone who protects Konoha from the shadows. Tenzo gives in at last and says he will start by teaching Kagura to develop his would-release, even if he expects trouble. Kakashi approves the plan and tells Tenzo to go home and rest now that the guard mission is over. Still troubled, Tenzo heads off alone, already dreading the job he just accepted. After Tenzo leaves, Kakashi stays alone against the alley wall, suddenly looking as tired and hollow as the life he has been dragging through. Kakashi drifts into a numb daze, carrying the weight of a childhood orphaned by his father's suicide and a future scarred by dead teammates, dead teachers, and endless Umbu missions. Only after a long silence does Kakashi finally push himself off the wall and leave the alley. After Kakashi disappears from view, a mysterious black-robed masked man steps out of the alley's shadows and sneers at him as useless. Then an unseen voice answers with a creepy laugh, leaving the hidden watcher standing in a suddenly more dangerous silence. Somewhere hidden near Konoha, a black and white plant creature rises from the ground and tells the masked man that Kakashi no longer matters compared to the would-release boy who has reappeared. Zetsu pushes the idea further and wonders if Akihara Kagura could even become a useful ally for the Eye of the Moon plan. The masked man answers with open contempt, saying would-release is not that valuable to his plan and that even his own would-release is inferior to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Zetsu does not argue, but the black half takes over and coolly suggests they keep observing Kagura anyway because a strong extra helper is still worth having. Zetsu adds that he already inspected the Forest of Death, and even without seeing Kagura cast would-release there, the lingering life force in the forest proved the boy's power is real. That is enough for the masked man, who decides Kagura is worth keeping under watch. He goes further and judges Kagura easy prey, because a child full of darkness and flaws can be manipulated without much effort. Then he reveals he already has a piece prepared to ruin Kagura if needed. The masked man explains that he recently caught Abirame Tatsuma after spotting him sneaking into the Mist Village as one of Danzo's subordinates. His plan is brutally simple: kill Tatsuma with would-release, leave the corpse for Konoha to find, and let suspicion fall straight onto Kagura. Zetsu is intrigued by the scheme, because with so few would-release users in the world, framing Kagura could actually work. For now, the masked man decides to keep watching Kagura and also check on another seed he planted in Konoha 2 years ago. That second target is Uchiha Itachi, and the mention pulls the conversation toward an older scheme. Zetsu reminds him that 2 years ago he personally killed Itachi's teammate to force open the boy's Sharingan, and Itachi answered by awakening 2 Tomo at once. The masked man confirms that Itachi's talent impressed him enough that he chose to spare the boy's life. In the villain's hideout, the masked man calmly says Itachi is close to awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, and only needs the right push. Zetsu lights up at the timing and points out that both Itachi and Kagura are in Konoha's Chunin exam right now. He eagerly adds that if Kagura and Itachi meet in the 3rd round, they can watch the Uchiha prodigy clash with the would-release boy and judge which one is stronger. The mention of the Chunin exam makes the masked man go quiet and grim, as if the subject carries old weight for him. Back in Root headquarters, Danzo summons Kagura with a harsh shout and immediately starts scolding him over the exam. Danzo bluntly tells Kagura he was reckless for exposing his would-release and burning chakra on such big techniques during the Chunin exam. Kagura answers with a straight face and asks if that means he should just avoid using would-release in the 3rd round instead. That answer nearly makes Danzo choke with anger, because now that the secret is out, hiding it anymore would be pointless. Danzo finally gives up on secrecy and tells Kagura it no longer matters if people know about his would-release. Kagura just nods, still oddly indifferent, while Danzo shifts to what really matters next. Danzo warns Kagura to take the 3rd exam seriously, because he and Itachi are the standout candidates and are almost certain to collide in the finals. He makes the order crystal clear: when Itachi is in front of him, Kagura is supposed to use would-release and beat him. Behind that order is Danzo's political calculation: if would-release crushes the Uchiha prodigy in public, the Uchiha clan will be easier to pressure. Kagura accepts the order without a fuss, leaving Danzo to move on to an even more serious announcement. Danzo then reveals that once the Chunin exam ends, Kagura will be transferred out of Root and into the Hokage's direct Umbu. Kagura immediately questions it, confused why he needs a transfer at all when Root is already part of Umbu. Danzo coldly explains the difference: Root belongs to him, but the Hokage's Umbu belongs to the Hokage. That answer hits Kagura hard, and he suddenly looks up at Danzo like he's just heard a personal rejection. Kagura asks in disbelief if Danzo is sending him away because he no longer wants him en route or by his side anymore. In Danzo's dark office, Kagura instantly puts on a wronged, anxious face and blurts out that he only left the base for 1 day, as if someone must have reported him. He pushes the act even harder, trying to look pitiful and promising that if this is about those people, he will cut ties with them completely. Danzo cuts him off at once, and says the blame is not his, even though he knows perfectly well Kagura caused this mess by going too far in the exam. Watching Kagura still cling to him so loyally, Danzo's irritation turns into calculation, and he decides this useful child can become his piece inside the umbu. Once he settles on that plan, Danzo softens his tone, calls Kagura by his codename A, and reaches out to steady him. Then Danzo casually tests the leash he wants on him, asking whether Kagura will still obey his orders after joining the umbu. Kagura answers immediately and firmly, knowing Danzo is not asking for explanation but for a clear display of obedience. But Kagura does not stop at simple loyalty. He decides the smartest way to please Danzo is to bring up Danzo's biggest rival. So Kagura casually mentions that he ran into the third Hokage that night, and that Hiruzen kept talking to him about Danzo. The mention of Hiruzen instantly sours Danzo's face, and he coldly demands to know what the third Hokage said. Back in Root headquarters, Danzo is already furious that Hiruzen spoke to Kagura behind his back, and he demands every detail of the night. Kagura starts carefully, saying he met Hiruzen and Naruto after the second exam, and Hiruzen even ordered him to stay because Danzo still had to obey the Hokage inside the village. When Kagura admits he worried refusing Hiruzen might bring trouble to Danzo, Danzo snaps back with arrogant confidence that no one in the ninja world can threaten him. Sensing what his boss wants to hear, Kagura adds that Hiruzen called Danzo an old friend and brought up Danzo once wanting the Hokage seat. Then Kagura repeats Hiruzen's real insult. Danzo once competed for Hokage, but gave up because he could not bear that responsibility. That hits Danzo's pride directly, and he silently burns at Hiruzen for acting like Danzo was never worthy of the title. Kagura immediately feeds his ego again by saying he argued back and declared that only Danzo should become Konoha's next Hokage. For one brief moment, Danzo is genuinely pleased, because Kagura just said out loud the ambition he never dares to claim openly. Danzo presses further and tries to learn whether Hiruzen named anyone else fit to become Hokage. Kagura shuts that line of questioning down and pivots to a more dangerous point, saying that somehow he almost let his own background slip to the third Hokage. That finally rattles Danzo, because if Hiruzen traces Kagura's origin, the secret behind Danzo's actions could come with it. Kagura quickly reassures him that he only mentioned the orphanage and the wood release experiment, nothing beyond what Hiruzen already knew. Danzo calms down and clings to the leverage he still believes he has over Kagura. The boy's true origin is dangerous enough to keep him obedient. He dismisses Kagura with a warning, reminding him that Danzo was the one who brought him into Konoha and expecting loyalty in return. Once outside, Kagura knows his goal worked, but he also realizes Danzo now sees him less as a trusted subordinate and more as a tool he can crush whenever he wants. Before Kagura fully leaves, Danzo stops him with one last insult and strips away the root codename A on the spot. Over the next few days, Danzo keeps Kagura at arm's length, even canceling his private training ground and treating him like just another expendable asset. At the third Chunin exam arena, most finalists arrive to a crowd of family and friends, which only makes Kagura standing there alone feel even starker. Itachi's side is the exact opposite, with Fugaku, Mikoto, Sasuke, Shursui, Izumi, and other clan members all gathered to cheer on the Uchiha prodigy. Sasuke latches onto Itachi's arm and excitedly begs him to clear the exam fast so they can practice shuriken together after. Fugaku notices the boy standing alone and asks if that is the wood release user Itachi told them about. Itachi confirms it and admits Kagura's wood release was overwhelming in the forest of death, especially that living wooden dragon. Fugaku says the Uchiha do have ways to counter wood release, but Itachi's Sharingan is not developed enough yet to use them. Mikoto quietly wonders whether Kagura has no family at all, and Fugaku coldly answers that Danzo's subordinates are raised only to kill and obey. Because Kagura serves Danzo and carries wood release, Fugaku reads him as a direct future threat to the Uchiha, and tells Itachi to defeat him. Itachi takes that seriously and, during the short break before the finals, even asks Shursui to help him train for Kagura. Sasuke loudly brags that nobody can beat his brother, and the boast makes the nearby examinees glance between Itachi and Kagura. Then Proctor Shiranu Ginma appears and calls all the finalists into the arena. As the finalists start toward the arena, the others instinctively fall a step behind and whisper that Kagura is too strong to beat. The same nervous whispers turn a little hopeful when the trailing examinees remember the exam judge's performance, not just victory. Walking side by side at the front, Itachi quietly tells Kagura he has to win this time because he has reasons he cannot lose. Kagura guesses the reason at once, pointing to the family outside and asking if it is because his little brother believes in him. Itachi admits it plainly and says he refuses to disappoint either his father or Sasuke. Kagura looks at him and says, with a strangely loaded calm, that Itachi really does have a happy family. Itachi takes it as sincere praise, and his whole attitude toward Kagura softens right before the exam begins. At the start of the third exam, Gunma has the 8 remaining teams confirm the bracket, and everyone immediately notices the real problem. Kagura and Itachi are on opposite sides, so they are both headed toward the finals. The team facing Kagura in round 1 nearly loses heart on the spot, because everyone already saw what he did in the Forest of Death. The teams that might meet Kagura in round 2 look just as sick, realizing they may only survive long enough to be his next victims. Kagura casually makes it worse by offering to fight all 3 teams at once, as if he is doing them a favor. Gunma shuts that down immediately and reminds everyone that this exam is about judgment and tactics, not just brute force wins. When Kagura's first match begins, his 3 opponents try the obvious plan and throw shuriken at once to stop him from forming hand seals. It does not matter. Kagura finishes 1 seal, and his wood release erupts so fast that giant trees burst from the ground and pin all 3 enemies in a blink. The trap team can only stare in despair, realizing Kagura's jutsu is too fast and too strong to stop unless someone can overpower it directly. Gunma declares Kagura the winner, but the arena's real reaction is shock at a wood release technique this devastating from a single hand sign. In the stands, Aoba can barely process that someone can cast a jutsu of that level with almost no setup at all. Enko backs that up and says Kagura's wood release was shocking even the first time she saw it. Aoba looks over the remaining candidates and grimly decides that if Kagura's wood release is this efficient, none of these genin should be able to beat him. Kakashi turns to Tenzo about the technique, and Tenzo admits Kagura has already mastered the true version of a wood release art stronger than his own simplified copy. Tenzo goes further and says he can feel the life force in Kagura's forest, and it is denser than anything his own wood release can produce. Tenzo looks genuinely shaken by Kagura's talent, but Kakashi just gives him a calm pat on the shoulder and tells him to keep working. By the time the bracket reaches 4 teams, Kagura's next opponents are already trying to talk themselves into surviving with dignity rather than actually winning. Their doubts are justified, because Kagura wipes them out exactly the same way and leaves them hanging from his summoned trees just as fast. On the other side of the bracket, Itachi crushes a full team in a much flashier fight, using taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu so smoothly that even Hiruzen praises him. That leaves the final no one expected. 2 solo candidates, the same age, one with wood release and one with the Sharingan, facing each other for the title. The audience starts comparing them to old legends, saying it feels like wood release and the Uchiha have collided again through a new generation. When some people say Itachi probably cannot beat wood release, little Sasuke bursts out that his big brother will definitely win. Fugaku shuts Sasuke down with one hard glare, and the noisy protest dies instantly. Before the final starts, Kagura notices Sasuke's confidence and tells Itachi that his little brother seems to believe in him completely. Itachi answers with total seriousness that because Sasuke is watching, he cannot afford to lose here. Kagura says that is a coincidence, because he also has a reason he cannot lose. If he fails here, Danzo will abandon him for good. Then Kagura lays out the wound under all of this. He was taken in, used, forgotten, and pushed into the dark again, so now beating Itachi feels like his only way back to Danzo's side. Itachi can only apologize for not knowing, but he admits that even if he had known, he still would have fought to pass the exam. Kagura accepts that answer with a grim calm and says this match will let him correct the mistake by defeating Itachi now. Genma cuts in with a warning not to kill each other, but Kagura bluntly says the exam no longer matters to him and Itachi's death would just mean his life ended here. People in the stands catch the exchange and realize the final may have turned into a real life and death fight. Hiruzen sees the same thing and inwardly blames Danzo for pushing an already unstable child even deeper into darkness. Nearby, Izumi asks Shursui if Itachi will win, and Shursui comforts her aloud even though he can already see how dangerous Kagura really is. Shursui's private fear is simple. If Kagura truly means to kill, Itachi may not survive the wooden dragon technique he has been hiding. At last Genma starts the match, and both boys move at the same instant, with Itachi opening by hurling 4 shuriken and vanishing from sight. Kagura answers with the same terrifying 1 seal would release, and a root wall bursts up in front of him to block Itachi's opening shuriken. The stage is swallowed whole as roots and giant trees explode across the arena, turning the final exam platform into Kagura's personal forest. Knowing every tree is under Kagura's control, Itachi refuses to stay still and keeps leaping through the forest to avoid roots and vines attacking from every direction. Itachi activates his Sharingan mid-movement, and starts reading the attack paths just to find safe footing for the next split second. Then Itachi notices the whole forest changing pattern, because the branches and vines are no longer hunting him at random, and are all gathering upward for something bigger. Kagura calmly says that if this is really would release against Sharingan, he should end it with something more shocking than a simple capture technique. With that, Kagura unleashes the wooden dragon, and the giant trees twist together into a massive dragon body that rises over the arena like a disaster. A thick vine extends like a walkway, and Kagura steps onto it, and climbs to the dragon's head, taking the high ground above Itachi and the entire arena. As Kagura's giant forest and wooden dragon swallow the arena, Konoha finally sees why the first Hokage's wood release became a legend. In the Uchiha section, fear spreads fast as one clansman blurts out the nightmare everyone is thinking. This is the kind of power that crushed their ancestors. Fugaku says nothing, but his silence makes it clear he understands exactly how dangerous both would release and the Sharingan really are. Young Izumi panics because she has seen the Nine Tails before, and this wooden dragon looks just as monstrous. Shui is just as tense, because if even Itachi cannot bridge this gap, then the fight is already slipping toward disaster. Kakashi stares at the dragon in disbelief, suddenly realizing the old records about wood release suppressing the Nine Tails were not exaggerated at all. When Kakashi looks to Tenzo for an answer, Tenzo can only admit he does not have nearly enough wood release chakra to reproduce a technique on this scale. On the main stand, Hiruzen quietly notes that the exam has already succeeded as a show of Konoha's power. But Hiruzen's mood hardens when he watches Kagura rise on the dragon, because power this wild cannot be left under Danzo's influence. Hidden in a dark corner, the masked man and Zetsu are stunned too, but they immediately start treating Kagura as a pawn they can push into betraying Konoha. Zetsu mocks that their chosen Uchiha boy is about to die, and the masked man coldly answers that Itachi's death would only make their plans easier. Inside the forest arena, Itachi still refuses to give up and fires a shuriken into a giant tree to launch himself upward on a wire. Using that brief height, Itachi forms hand seals midair and throws a great fireball straight at the dragon's head. Kagura barely bothers to react, brushing off the flames as if Itachi's last stand is nothing but annoying noise. Back on a tree branch, Itachi stares up with sweat in his palms because for the first time he can feel just how close defeat and death really are. Kagura gives a cold farewell and sends the massive wooden dragon diving straight down to finish him. The stands erupt as little Sasuke screams for his brother and Mikoto turns to Fugaku in desperate hope. Fugaku's Sharingan flashes to life for an instant, but he crushes the impulse and stays seated as clan head instead of rushing in as a father. Even Ginma can tell the attack is too much to stop, so all he can do is shout for Kagura to halt the match. The dragon hesitates for only a heartbeat after Ginma's shout, then tears forward again and crashes through the forest in a blast of smoke that hides everything. When the smoke clears, a translucent green half-body Susanoo is standing in the ruined forest with its spiral sword driven through the dragon's head. The audience stares in disbelief, because Kagura's wood release was already absurd and now an even stranger green giant has cut it down in one stroke. Once people spot Shui and Itachi inside the shell, the rescue becomes obvious and the whispers spread through the arena. Among the Uchiha, shock turns into excitement as they recognize the green giant for what it is, the legendary Susanoo born from the Mangekyo Sharingan. That one reveal instantly revives the clan's confidence, because now they can imagine Uchiha power standing against wood release after all. Inside the Susanoo, Itachi looks up at Shui in awe, shaken by how close he just came to dying and by the sheer power that saved him. But Itachi immediately worries about the bigger fallout, telling Shui he should not have revealed Susanoo in front of the whole village. Shui brushes that aside and treats Itachi like family, making it clear he would never stand by and watch him get killed. Then Shui notices the dragon did pause once and asks if Itachi slipped a genjutsu onto Kagura in that tiny opening. Itachi admits he did cast genjutsu for a moment, but from his side it looked completely useless. Kagura answers from above that the genjutsu did work, claiming it disrupted his control just after he decided to stop and enjoy Itachi's fear. Shui bursts out laughing, because Kagura's excuse is obviously a lie polished just enough to fit the crowd watching. Behind his blank face, Kagura is not focused on Itachi anymore but on Shui, because Shui's Mangekyo genjutsu is the one power here he truly considers dangerous. Kagura remembers exactly why. Koto Amatsukami can override a person's will, and if eyes like Shui's ever fall into the wrong hands, they become a disaster waiting to happen. That thought only makes Kagura more contemptuous, because to him a trick that forces obedience by tampering with the mind is a cheap kind of power. He simply calls the whole fight boring, which leaves Itachi standing there unsure whether he has been dismissed, spared, or insulted. Shui tries to smooth everything over by reminding both boys that one clash does not decide their future. Shui goes even further and asks them to become the next Hashirama and Madara in the best sense, two gifted heirs who trained together to protect Konoha. Itachi immediately accepts Shui's words, still trusting him completely. Kagura also tells Itachi to protect Konoha, but his calm agreement hides a much darker read on what Shui has just done. From Kagura's view, Shui has just reignited the Uchiha clan's ambitions with Susanoo and started a fire he is far too naive to put out. When the Chunin exam ends, Hiruzen announces only 2 promotions, Akihara Kagura and Uchiha Itachi. The Uchiha clan is unhappy that Itachi lost, but Shui's dramatic Susanoo rescue has already restored their pride. Kagura ignores the clan politics and focuses on what matters to him next, the exam task rewards from his 2 superiors. Hiruzen's completed task gives Kagura a whole set of Konoha taijutsu, and Kagura is genuinely pleased because it patches a weakness he still had. He quickly realizes Hiruzen never said it out loud, but the old man probably wanted a wood-release prodigy there to keep Itachi in check. Danzo's reward is stronger on paper but more irritating in practice, because defeating Itachi earns Kagura wind release, vacuum blade even though he does not even carry a proper kunai. After sorting through both rewards, Kagura heads back to Route expecting to report in the morning like usual. Instead, the gate guards coldly stop him and say Danzo has already removed him from route. The guards are braced for a violent scene, but this time Kagura only stares into the dark base and quietly turns away. Outside under the bright moon, Kagura feels the emptiness of Konoha all at once, a full village, but no family and nowhere that is really his. He ends up curling on a park bench for the night, trying to endure the cold until he can report to the Umbu in the morning. From a dark corner, the masked man and Zetsu watch him and mock Danzo for throwing away a loyal would-release ninja so easily. Zetsu asks where to dump Aburame Tatsuma's corpse, revealing the trap is already in motion. The masked man wants Kagura to taste how cruel the world is, then vanishes in a spiraling space-time vortex while Zetsu sinks back underground. A bun-haired girl passing the park is startled to find a boy sleeping there, then decides she cannot just leave him freezing. She comes back with a small blanket and gently covers Kagura before hurrying off again. Kagura opens his eyes after she leaves, touches the blanket, and takes her kindness as proof that his luck has not run out yet. Later that same night, Root's guards are jolted when a body is thrown into the base entrance well. The corpse is Aburame Tatsuma, and his body is riddled with wooden spikes in a way that screams Kagura's would release. When Danzo sees the body, he immediately decides Kagura did it and treats the killing as a direct challenge to his authority. Danzo orders Kagura brought back at once, but the Root members are too scared to say they have no idea where the kid even is. Realizing Kagura has nowhere obvious to stay, Danzo sends teams across Konoha and tells them to stall the boy until he arrives himself. Before dawn, Kagura is already awake on the bench, and the sudden village-wide search tells him something serious has happened. Using his shadow-based awareness, Kagura learns Tatsuma is dead and instantly recognizes the wounds as his own would-release piercing technique. Because he knows exactly how framing works, Kagura sees the setup for what it is. Someone used would-release to pin Tatsuma's murder on him. Then Kagura remembers there is another person in the ninja world who can use that same piercing jutsu, the mysterious masked man. He digs further and is startled to realize the masked man is actually in Konoha, close enough to have watched everything tonight. Linking Tatsuma's last trip to the Mist Village, Kagura figures the masked man is not trying to kill him yet but push him into defecting and becoming a pawn. Kagura is annoyed by the underhanded method, but he quickly decides there is no clean way to shake the blame tonight. So he chooses the practical move, accept the accusation for now, settle the score later, and still make sure he reports to the Umbu as planned. He even decides the Umbu can help him stir trouble for the masked man later, which makes this morning's next move even more important. When Kagura deliberately approaches one of the Root search teams, they panic and surround him with drawn swords before he can say a word. Kagura answers by snapping his fingers together and unleashing would-release vines that burst from the ground and bind almost all of them at once. One ninja slips through, but Kagura drops him with a clean kick before another vine ties him up too. Once the squad is beaten, their leader nervously asks if Kagura plans to kill them too over Tatsuma's death. Kagura deliberately plays along with the frame-up, claiming Tatsuma provoked him after returning from Mist, and that he killed him by accident in anger. The team leader swallows the story immediately and even says Tatsuma brought death on himself, showing how completely Kagura still dominates Root's rank and file. As Kagura leaves with the Root team to meet Danzo, the masked man appears under a tree and is left genuinely baffled that the boy just confessed to a murder he did not commit. Watching his scheme go sideways, the masked man is genuinely baffled that Kagura would accept a murder charge instead of fighting it or running. He sends Zetsu underground to shadow Kagura and find out why the plan to push him into fleeing failed. Zetsu slips into the earth, tails Kagura's group back to Root headquarters, and hides below the floor to eavesdrop. Inside Danzo's office, Tatsuma's corpse has already put him in a foul mood, and Kagura standing there without remorse only makes it worse. When Danzo demands an explanation, Kagura bluntly says Tatsuma mocked him as a traitor, so he tried to teach him a lesson and killed him in one move. Danzo pauses, realizing the bigger problem is that Tatsuma came back, picked a fight, and made this mess explode inside Root. He finally scolds Kagura for being too extreme, and Kagura answers like killing Tatsuma barely even counts because Danzo can clean it up. Kagura even points at the guards who once threw him out and admits he wanted to kill them too, but stopped only because he did not want Danzo to abandon him. That answer cools Danzo's anger just enough, because it proves Kagura still cares more about Danzo's approval than the murder itself. Danzo warns that if Umbu had found Tatsuma's body outside, the fallout would have been far worse, and he silently admits this only stayed manageable because the victim was Root. Danzo shifts to the real lesson. Kagura is entering Umbu now, so he absolutely cannot start killing his own comrades inside the village. When Kagura asks if he can kill Tenzo or Kakashi if they mock him too, Danzo snaps that they would not do that, and clearly feels dragged into defending them. Danzo orders Kagura to stop wasting time and go report to Umbu, planning to send him away before he causes any more damage. The moment Danzo hints at punishment, Kagura cuts him off fast, because he does not want talk about being sent back to Orochimaru overheard by anyone lurking nearby. As he leaves Root, Kagura quietly decides he still will not approach the masked man first, and would rather make that future boss come to him. At Umbu headquarters, he formally reports in and receives his new gear, including a short sword, kunai, shuriken, gray armor, and an Umbu mask. When Kagura steps into the Umbu changing room with his new gear, a dozen waiting Umbu turn toward him, and one impatient teammate immediately calls him late. Kagura answers the complaint with a cutting jab, asking if they are all waiting because they are too weak to finish the mission without him, and the room bristles instantly. Kakashi shuts the confrontation down before it gets stupid, already feeling the headache of managing Kagura on day one. Tenzo follows up more gently, trying to smooth things over and telling Kagura there is an empty locker and a place for him on his squad. The instant he hears Tenzo is his direct leader, Kagura's attitude flips from prickly to openly pleased. That new chain of command pays off immediately as Kagura gets a system reward from Tenzo and feels his wood release grow even stronger. A second reward arrives from Kakashi, and Kagura unlocks the left eye of Bond, a Mangekyo level eye that could become much stronger if he ever gets its missing pair. As he changes into Umbu gear, Kagura tests the new eye in secret and realizes the power feels innate, not like a foreign transplant. Then the eye fully awakens and turns into a true Mangekyo Sharingan, granting him the Dojutsu Limited Tsukuyumi. The new technique sounds terrifying, but the system also warns that it needs overwhelming chakra and overuse will blind the eye. Even so, Kagura decides this strange illusion technique may become a deadlier trump card than wood release, especially now that his wood release control has also become much smoother. With the welcome reward secured, Kagura moves to his next plan and decides the perfect bait for troubling the hidden masked man is standing right here in front of him. He calls out Tenzo by name, and says he can explain why he was late, but only somewhere quiet, which instantly puts Tenzo on edge. Tenzo immediately looks to Kakashi for help, because he clearly does not want to be left alone with this new subordinate. Kagura invites Kakashi to stay as a referee, almost mocking the idea that Kakashi would side with Tenzo anyway. Kakashi clears the room and keeps only the three of them behind, deciding he needs to hear this out himself. Once they are alone, Kagura drops the bomb. Someone used would release last night to kill Tatsuma, dumped the body at root, and he still confessed to the crime. The word would release hits Tenzo hard, and fear flashes across his face before he can hide it. Kakashi's expression also darkens, because a comrade murder inside Konoha is bad enough before would release even enters the picture. Kagura presses the point straight at Tenzo. If wood release was used to frame him and only 2 people in the world should have that bloodline, then Tenzo lands under suspicion immediately. Tenzo hurriedly denies it and says he was out on a mission, desperate to prove he has an alibi. Kagura coolly answers that he cannot be the killer either, because if he really wanted Tatsuma dead, he would not bother staging this conversation at all. Instead of blaming Tenzo, Kakashi widens the possibility and points at Orochimaru, reminding them that the man who experimented on both of them could have created another wood release user. Kakashi then asks the sharper question. If Kagura knew he was framed, why did he still tell Danzo he did it? Kagura answers without hesitation that taking the blame is cheap, but losing Danzo's trust would be the real disaster for him. He goes one step further and says the person trying to split him from Danzo was probably someone on their side, which makes his confession sound like a deliberate counterplay. Then Kagura calmly tells Tenzo he already swallowed the blame in front of Danzo, so he will remember this debt from now on. Tenzo is left pale and speechless, realizing his rebellious new subordinate has saddled him with a murder debt on the very first day. Tenzo goes pale and wonders if another would release ninja is hiding in Konoha, because he knows he did not kill anyone. Kakashi admits that in the ninja world, even something this absurd could be true, and he starts quietly wondering who would gain by separating Kagura from Danzo. Kakashi even suspects the hidden hand might be tied to the Hokage's side of the village, but the murder itself does not fit Hiruzen cleanly enough to trust that guess. He decides the case has to be investigated properly, because a wood release killer inside Konoha could be either an infiltrator or someone protected by powerful people. Kakashi promises to take the burden himself and warns that if the framer failed to break Kagura away from Danzo, that person may strike again. Kakashi also makes it clear that Tenzo would never frame a comrade, and that blunt trust visibly moves Tenzo. Kagura acts doubtful on the surface, but inside he is satisfied, because getting Kakashi to investigate was his real goal all along. He quietly decides that if the masked man stays too careful, he will have to plant clues himself and force Kakashi closer to the truth. Underground, Zetsu overhears everything and reports back to the masked man that Kakashi has started digging into the wood release murders. The masked man scoffs at Kakashi and instantly wants to answer with another murder that same night just to prove he cannot be stopped. Zetsu hurriedly talks him down, pointing out that another wood release killing now would only make it obvious Kagura is being framed. That finally makes the masked man stop and remember his real goal was to recruit Kagura, not drive the whole plan into chaos. He orders Zetsu to keep watching Kagura for a better opening, but no chance appears that day because Kagura is glued to his new ANBU team. Kagura spends his first day in ANBU doing routine village work like protecting the Hokage, carrying orders, and checking defenses. By evening, Kagura casually asks when he gets to rest and where the dormitory is, only to learn that ANBU do not stop at night. Kakashi explains that village ANBU usually work more than 16 hours before the next shift arrives, and Kagura's face immediately sours. Tenzo treats soldier pills as dinner, and says real ANBU have to endure this kind of grind, which only makes Kagura look more horrified. Kakashi frames it bluntly. ANBU are Konoha's peacetime army, so village duty is supposed to be harsh and boring. Kakashi brings up ANBU code names, but Kagura instantly points out that white hair and would release already make both of them impossible to miss. Kakashi gives up arguing and redirects them to the real mission: patrol the village and quietly search for any trace of the hidden would release user. Kagura answers with suspiciously bright enthusiasm, because searching for the framer fits perfectly with the trap he already wants to build. That night, Konoha looks peaceful only because ANBU squads in gray armor keep circling the village without rest. Kagura joins the patrol, but instead of working hard, he lazily checks one area and settles down like he is waiting for something. Zetsu, hidden underground nearby, is baffled that Kagura is slacking off in the middle of an ANBU mission and creeps closer to listen. What Zetsu hears is worse than laziness. Kagura mutters that if the framer stays hidden, he will commit bigger would-release killings himself and create panic across Konoha. He even compares the scale he wants to the Ninetales disaster, leaving Zetsu genuinely rattled by how extreme this village kid sounds. Zetsu rushes the report to the masked man, warning that Kagura is planning something wildly dangerous and unpredictable. The masked man sneers that Kagura cannot frame someone whose identity he does not even know, and for a moment he is curious to watch the attempt. But Kagura does not need the man's name, because he already knows who remembers the masked intruder best: the Ninetales inside Naruto. Kagura's logic is simple and vicious. If something threatens the Ninetales, the masked man should be forced to show himself. And if the masked man still refuses to appear, Kagura is ready to transform into his likeness and trigger a fresh wave of suspicion around the Ninetales incident. So he goes looking for Naruto, knowing the lonely boy is easy to find at night because hunger keeps sending him into the hills for food. That night, Naruto is happily gathering wild mushrooms in the back mountain, completely unaware that Kagura is watching him from a tree. Zetsu is hidden in the same tree, spying on Kagura, and sees wooden spikes start forming in Kagura's hand as the real target becomes obvious. Kagura quietly says the Ninetales must matter more than anything else, and that killing Naruto would create the biggest possible alarm in Konoha. Now Zetsu fully understands the disaster in front of him. If Naruto dies, the Ninetales dies with him, and the whole ninja world could be thrown into chaos. Because he cannot fight, Zetsu urgently calls the masked man and begs him to come stop Kagura before it is too late. The masked man finally loses his usual composure and uses space-time ninjutsu to rush toward the back mountain, because this mess is slipping beyond his control. Part of his rush is practical, but part of it is personal too, because Naruto is his teacher's son and not someone he wants dead here. In the back mountain, Kagura suddenly approaches Naruto openly and greets him as if this meeting were just chance. Naruto lights up at once and proudly offers to share mushroom soup with Kagura, happy just to see someone who does not reject him. Kagura takes one look at the mushrooms and dryly tells Naruto they are so poisonous they would send both of them straight to their parents. Naruto still rushes toward him cheerfully, and that is the exact instant a voice cuts in from nowhere telling Naruto not to get closer. A swirling vortex tears open between Kagura and Naruto, and the masked man rushes out with no time left to stay hidden. But Kagura was waiting for exactly that entrance, and the instant the masked man appears, a wooden spike drives straight into his body before he can dodge. With the trap sprung, Kagura looks at the wounded intruder and greets him almost playfully, making it clear he expected him to come. Kagura's trap lands cleanly, and a wooden spike punches into the masked man's body at the one instant he turns solid. For the first time in years, the masked man is actually hurt, and the irony stings because this time he took the hit while shielding Naruto. Kagura tries to finish it by making the spike grow inside him, but the wood drops out harmlessly when the masked man's body slips intangible again. Seeing the Mangekyo Sharingan in the mask, Kagura tags the intruder as an Uchiha and demands to know why he is sneaking around Naruto in the middle of the night. The masked man refuses to give his name, and says he only came to stop the blonde kid behind him from being killed. Kagura instantly flips the accusation back and points out that even ANBU was not told anyone wanted Naruto dead, which makes the intruder look guilty instead. Then Kagura loudly calls himself Naruto's protector, and tells Naruto to run behind him because the masked man might be the real enemy. Naruto starts toward Kagura on instinct, but the masked man urgently throws a black rod to stop him, and warns that Kagura is the one trying to kill him. Kagura sends a vine toward Naruto as if to pull him to safety, and the masked man immediately flashes over and kicks Naruto away from it instead of trusting Kagura for a second. That close look at the mask sets off the beast inside him, and Red Ninetales chakra erupts around Naruto as he loses control. Naruto lunges like a wild animal, and the masked man puts him down instantly with a black rod through the shoulder, pinning him to the ground. Kagura stays eerily calm and asks the real question: why did the Ninetales inside Naruto react so violently the moment it saw this man? The masked man realizes Naruto's outburst just exposed a secret he never wanted tied back to the Ninetales attack 6 years ago. Kagura follows the clue straight to its source, and says the masked man must have been involved in the Ninetales incident. He pushes even further and bluntly states that a Mangekyo Sharingan user from the Uchiha clan could have controlled the Ninetales that night. Instead of denying it, the masked man admits both the old attack and his hatred for Konoha and for the world itself. Kagura suddenly changes tack, asks if the man's family is dead, and gets another quiet yes that opens a crack in his composure. Then Kagura springs the trap in conversation and bluntly asks if he killed Aburaim Tatsuma, and the masked man answers before realizing he has been tricked. Kagura coolly says that was the only answer he needed, because once ANBU arrives the masked man's buried secrets will not stay buried. Kagura's chakra surges and vines burst from the ground as he commits to one goal now: keep this man tangled up until backup gets here. The next wave of vines passes straight through the masked man, proving again that Kagura's wood release cannot touch him while he is intangible. The masked man rushes Kagura head-on and says if Konoha reinforcements are late, he will just capture Kagura first and remove the threat to Naruto himself. Kagura pulls himself backward on a vine to keep distance, but he already knows that knowing this power's weakness is not the same as having an easy way to exploit it. When the masked man grabs the retreating vine and starts sucking it into his vortex, Kagura sees the opening and fires another wooden spike to force him intangible again. That exchange leaves Kagura frustrated, because without a space-time jutsu of his own he can only look for a trap built around the enemy's space. The masked man keeps pressing the psychological attack too, telling Kagura that resistance is meaningless in the face of real power. Kagura plays along and says all he can do is endure until backup arrives, dropping Kakashi's name on purpose to see how the masked man reacts. The name hits a nerve immediately, and the masked man spits out that Kakashi is useless and cannot change this hopeless reality. While pretending to hunker down, Kagura wraps himself inside a huge sphere of vines and quietly creates a wood clone inside the cover. The masked man mocks the defense, and simply absorbs the entire vine sphere into his Kamui space instead of trying to break in. He thinks the problem is solved, but when he looks back, Kagura is already standing beside Pin Naruto outside the vortex. Kagura reveals the real plan was never to win alone, just to stall until ANBU reinforcements reach them. Kakashi appears first with other ANBU closing in behind him, and the masked man decides it is time to leave before this gets any messier. As the masked man starts Kamui to escape, Kagura springs his timing trick and snaps a vine around him before the 3-second retreat can finish. Kagura openly explains he measured the delay in the man's space-time movement and built his wood release around that tiny weakness. Then Kagura twists the knife and loudly asks this intruder to help him kill Kakashi, making sure Kakashi arrives hearing the worst possible version of the scene. In the next breath, Kagura shouts to Kakashi that an intruder tried to kill Naruto, neatly framing the whole fight around the masked man. Kakashi does not hesitate and rushes the masked man, reaching straight for the mask to see who is underneath. The grab should have missed because the masked man turns intangible, but that same shift sends part of his body into Kamui space, right where Kagura's hidden wood clone is waiting. Inside Kamui space, Kagura's hidden wood clone tears off the mask, and in the real world Kakashi finally sees that the intruder is Obito. When Kakashi sees the intruder's face, he freezes because the scarred young Uchiha in front of him looks exactly like the teammate he buried years ago. Obito is furious that a mere wooden clone exposed both his face and the weakness in his prized Mangekyo technique. The moment Kakashi blurts out his name, Obito lashes out and kicks him hard in the chest. Kagura's vine catches Kakashi before he crashes, and Kagura casually asks if this Uchiha is the man who keeps cursing Kakashi as useless. Still shaking, Kakashi locks onto the revealed face and finally asks the question he already knows the answer to: Obito, is it really you? Obito drops the pretense and admits who he is, but he says that name belongs to a past life he has already abandoned. Kakashi can barely process it, because the friend who gave him a Sharingan and died at Canopy Bridge is somehow standing here alive. Kakashi asks the question that matters most to him: if Obito survived, why did he never come home to Konoha? Obito answers by pointing straight at Kakashi and blaming him for the one wound he never forgave. Kakashi failed to save Rin. The name alone is enough to crush Kakashi, because the truth he carries is even worse than failure. He killed Rin with his own hand. Kagura cuts into the grief with blunt curiosity and asks the obvious brutal question: if Kakashi failed Rin, why was Obito alive and not there to save her either? For a second Obito's anger slips, and he admits the real torment: that day everyone was too late, including him. Kakashi tries to force out the truth of what happened to Rin, but Obito coldly cuts him off and says he already saw Kakashi kill her. Obito says that watching his best friend kill the girl he loved felt like stepping straight into hell. And when Kakashi starts to explain, Obito refuses the explanation and shifts the blame to something bigger than either of them: the world itself is wrong. Obito declares that the village, the wars, the dead, the survivors, and every tragedy like Rin's are proof that this entire world is false and broken. Obito pushes his idea further and says desire always leads to conflict, so war and losses like Rin's will keep repeating forever. Then he reveals his answer to that cycle. He wants to build a new world where Rin can exist forever. Kakashi can only stare, because the teammate he once knew has turned grief into something he can barely recognize. Kagura, much less shaken, boils Obito's speech down to one simple point and asks if this is all supposed to be a plan for peace. Obito starts to answer, then catches himself, realizing Kagura may be fishing for the details of his real scheme. Kagura answers by casually offering his own version of peace: Kill every living thing and there will be no more conflict at all. Even Obito recoils from that and snaps that Kagura's idea is far too extreme. Kagura immediately doubles down with a second proposal. If resources are the problem, just erase half the population at random. Obito cuts him off again, disgusted that Kagura seems to know only one solution to every problem: killing people. Kakashi can only rub at the situation in disbelief, because somehow his unstable old friend and his dangerous subordinate are competing to sound worse. Kagura presses the point that matters and asks whether Obito's plan can really change the world without any bloodshed at all. For the first time, Obito does not reject the question outright, and that hesitation almost pulls him into explaining his secret plan. Before Obito can say too much, Zetsu bursts in from underground and urgently warns him that Konoha reinforcements are almost here. That warning lands badly, because Obito knows he cannot easily leave while Kagura still understands his eye technique and has a wooden clone waiting inside his other space. So instead of explaining himself, Obito tries to shift Kakashi's attention by claiming the truly dangerous one here is Kagura, who supposedly wanted Naruto dead. Kagura fires back instantly, saying he has no need to kill in secret, and accusing Obito of trying to dump both Naruto's attack and Tatsuma's death onto him. Kakashi wants to trust Obito, but the black rod still lodged in Naruto makes Kagura's accusation hard to deny. Obito gives up on arguing, because words will not clear him now and every extra second here makes escape harder. He quietly starts turning his body into a spiraling space-time vortex to slip away while Kagura and Kakashi are distracted. Kagura catches the trick first and shouts the warning, and Kakashi immediately lunges after Obito rather than letting him vanish again. A wooden vine erupts under Obito's feet, forcing him to interrupt the absorption and switch to intangibility instead. Inside the Kami space, Obito's body slips into the dark void and finds Kagura's wooden clone already sitting there, waiting for him. The clone does not attack at all, which only makes Obito more uneasy as he realizes it already understands what is happening outside. Kagura's clone casually asks how the real Kagura is doing outside and tells Obito not to answer out loud, since people beyond the void might still hear him. Once Obito gives a small nod, the clone finally lays out the real pressure point. If Kagura's real body does not cooperate, Obito is not getting out of Konoha tonight. Inside Obito's dark Kami space, Kagura's wooden clone shocks him by calmly revealing it already figured out his eye sends targets somewhere instead of making them vanish. Kagura lowers his voice and orders Obito to answer only by nodding, so the original body outside can read the signals without exposing this secret talk. Once Obito agrees, Kagura starts the interrogation by confirming that Obito had been watching him because he knew Kagura wanted Naruto dead to stir up chaos. Kagura's next guess hits harder. Tatsuma's murder was not just to split him from Danzo, but to corner him into betraying Konoha and becoming a rogue ninja. From there Kagura pushes further and realizes Obito wants his wood release for a bigger plan, so he bluntly asks whether Obito actually wants him as an ally. Obito finally nods, and Kagura immediately flips the power balance by treating the feared masked man like a boss he has chosen to work with on his own terms. Kagura makes the deal even sharper by warning that if Obito ever exposes him or crosses him, he will spread the secret of Obito's Mangekyo space-time eye. When Obito bristles, Kagura coolly tells him he should be happy instead, because planting an insider in Konoha is worth far more than taking offense. Kagura then sells the idea properly. As a Konoha Umbu who helped expose Obito tonight, he would be the last person anyone suspects, which makes him the perfect mole. He goes one step further and promises to feed Obito Konoha's movements, while quietly steering what Konoha does and does not learn, and that vision finally wins Obito over. With the partnership set, Kagura cheerfully asks for one more favor. Obito should kidnap Naruto and make himself look like the one behind tonight's attack, taking the blame off Kagura. Kagura even plans the aftermath for him, saying he can later report Obito's link to the Ninetales disturbance himself and earn even more trust from Konoha. Before ending the secret talk, Kagura tells Obito to show off his strongest wood release outside, so Kagura's real body can help him escape and clear suspicion from Tatsuma's death. Back in the real world, Kakashi is still fighting hard, but Obito's constant intangibility keeps turning every attack into a miss. Obito suddenly drops intangibility just long enough to seize Kakashi's wrist, trying to catch him in a real opening. Kakashi answers like a veteran, flicking a hidden shuriken toward Obito's shoulder, but Obito phases again and lets it pass straight through. Kagura cuts in before Kakashi can regroup, driving a wooden spike from his palm at Obito and forcing Kakashi back to his side. As Kakashi tries to coordinate, Obito interrupts with a huge great fireball and forces the two of them onto the defensive. Kakashi throws up an earth wall with a carved dog face, and the burning blast crashes against it in a wave of heat. The moment the flames settle, Kagura sends vines whipping around Obito, all while keeping up the act of a loyal Konoha fighter. Then Kagura gives Obito the tiniest head tilt, a secret signal that reminds him to stop dragging this out and follow the escape plan they just made. Obito takes the hint and unleashes wood release, Revolt of Hell, turning the area into a brutal maze of giant thorn trees. Kagura instantly pulls back and even drags Kakashi out with his vines, saving him from the thorn field without dropping the disguise for a second. Kakashi thanks him, But Kagura answers with his usual cold front and claims he only saved Kakashi because fighting Obito alone would be troublesome. Instead of dwelling on the rescue, Kagura stares at Obito's thorn forest with unsettling admiration and says he wants to develop that killing technique himself someday. Kakashi tries to steer him back to what matters and points out the obvious at last. The man who framed Kagura for Tatsuma's death is Obito. Kagura snaps onto that angle and declares Obito cannot be allowed to leave, immediately moving as if to stop him. Obito shuts that down by taking Naruto hostage and warning that one more step will get the boy killed. Kagura answers with a brutal bluff, scoffing that he does not care whether Naruto lives and that Obito was planning to kill him anyway. That answer is too dangerous for Kakashi, so he grabs Kagura's shoulder and urgently tells Obito not to act rashly. Kagura still refuses to back down and loudly insists Obito cannot escape tonight, even boasting he has enough chakra left to keep delaying him. Seeing Obito's wooden spike form, Kakashi cuts in with a direct order for Kagura to stand down and offers Obito a deal: release Naruto, and he will be allowed to leave. With Naruto hurt nearby, Kakashi chooses to protect the Jinchuriki instead of chasing Obito, and Kagura reluctantly obeys while grumbling that Danzo would never have let the enemy walk away. Kakashi uses the moment to push back on Kagura's cold logic, warning him that enemies can be hunted again but a dead comrade is gone forever. Kakashi goes even further and repeats the lesson that defines him, saying anyone who abandons comrades is worse than trash, and Kagura just stares back in confusion. That line makes Obito scoff, because the person saying it is Kakashi, the friend he blames for Rin's death. Obito doubles down on his warped creed, sneering that this fake world only rewards people who do anything necessary to reach their goal. Kakashi can only watch in pain, realizing the idealistic teammate who once taught him to protect comrades has fallen completely away from that path. Obito grabs the black rod from Naruto's body and vanishes into a spiraling space-time vortex, leaving Kakashi with a cold promise that next time he will not be so lucky. Once Obito is gone, Kakashi lowers his head and quietly decides that saving his lost friend may have become his new reason to move forward. Kagura breaks the mood with a pointed reminder that since Kakashi let the enemy escape, they should at least go check on Naruto. When they move to help Naruto, the wound has already closed, and Kakashi quietly recognizes the Nine Tails chakra or Naruto's Uzumaki vitality at work. Seeing Naruto about to wake up anyway, Kagura bluntly suggests skipping the hospital and feeding the kid ramen first. The word ramen works instantly, and Naruto pops up as if nothing happened, more excited about dinner than the attack he just survived. Kagura even tries to charge the meal to Umbu, but Kakashi insists the report to the third Hokage has to come first because tonight's attack is too serious to bury. Kagura and Naruto both complain about being hungry, and Kakashi finally gives in and agrees to buy ramen before the report. On the way, Kakashi starts quietly asking about Obito, knowing Kagura and Naruto were the first ones to cross paths with him tonight. Just before they reach Ichiraku, Kagura remembers the most explosive part of the encounter and tells Kakashi that Naruto's chakra erupted the moment he saw Obito. Then Kagura drops the real bomb. Obito admitted he was the one who caused the Nine Tails disaster 6 years ago. Inside Ichiraku, Naruto and Kagura dig into ramen like starving kids, while Kakashi sits beside them too unsettled to touch his own food. Kagura cheerfully orders a second bowl and even asks whether Kakashi is hungry, making Kakashi's silent regret look even heavier. Kakashi keeps replaying the decision in his head, now wishing he had forced Obito to explain the Nine Tails attack before letting him disappear. Meanwhile, Kagura urges Naruto to eat fast because they still need to report everything to the third Hokage before the night gets any worse. Tucci notices the odd mood and asks if something happened, but Kagura casually blurts out that they found the culprit behind the Nine Tails disaster. Ayam asks if they caught him, and Kagura bluntly says no because the culprit was Kakashi's former comrade and Kakashi let him go. With Tucci and Ayam staring in shock, Kakashi hurries over to stop Kagura from turning a painful tactical choice into a scandal. Kakashi smooths it over as best he can, saying the truth is still unclear, and Tucci backs off because he trusts the boy he watched grow up. But Kakashi already knows he cannot soften this for the Hokage, especially with Kagura ready to report every dangerous detail. At the third Hokage's residence, Hiruzen is already awake because the ruined battle site and the leak of Nine Tails chakra have alarmed the village. Before the debrief even begins, Hiruzen checks Naruto's seal himself and, once he confirms it is stable, has Umbu escort the boy home. Once Naruto is sent away, Hiruzen calmly asks what happened, starting from the obvious fear that someone slipped into the village to target the Jinchuriki. Kakashi gives the formal answer. The intruder was the rogue ninja Uchiha Obito, and Kagura's quick response protected Naruto from being killed. The name hits Hiruzen hard, because he remembers Obito as the child hero who was supposed to have died at Canopy Bridge. Kakashi explains that Obito somehow survived, awakened a Mangekyo ability that slips through attacks, and even gained would release. Kakashi adds the worst part next. Naruto's chakra reacted violently to Obito, and Kagura says Obito confessed to causing the Nine Tails rampage 6 years ago. Even with all that, Kakashi forces himself to note the hole in the story. Obito would have been only 13 or 14 back then, which makes the claim hard to believe. Hiruzen accepts the doubt but asks the question that matters to Kakashi personally. why did Obito return as a rogue instead of coming home? Kakashi answers with one raw truth, admitting that Obito's fall probably traces back to Rin's death. Hiruzen gently reminds him that Rin chose her own sacrifice to protect the village, trying to ease the guilt Kakashi still carries. Kakashi drops to one knee and formally asks for permission to hunt Obito down himself. Hiruzen agrees at once, because Obito is now a dangerous rogue with a direct interest in killing the village's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kagura immediately steps in too, saying Obito escaped from his hands and he wants to kill him himself. After a brief silence, Hiruzen makes the pairing official and assigns Kagura as Kakashi's assistant on the Obito investigation. Then Hiruzen points them toward the real lead. Obito's would release means someone used first Hokage cells, so they need to reopen the village records on forbidden experiments. He finally names the trail outright, telling them to examine the files sealed after Orochimaru's defection and find whatever clue those hidden labs left behind. The night turns into a strange harvest for everyone involved, and Kagura walks away from the Hokage with a brand new assignment. Hiruzen orders Kagura to help Kakashi investigate the rogue ninja Uchiha Obito from inside Konoha. At the same time, Obito comes out ahead too, gaining Kagura as a secret subordinate and a chance to move under his true identity again. Kagura also gets Obito's welcome gift, and his right eye awakens into a Mangekyo Sharingan. When both eyes sync up, Kagura's full Mangekyo powers lock into place, including Tsukuyumi, Kamui, and the first stage of Susanoo. The upgrades come with harsh limits too, because Kagura's strongest eye techniques demand enormous chakra and overuse can still drive him blind. As he tests the feeling in his eyes, Kagura realizes his left eye's limited Tsukuyumi now ties into space-time movement much more deeply. His right eye's limited Yomi feels even stranger, because turning injuries into a dream reminds him of the Uchiha forbidden art Izanagi. That connection immediately makes him think of Danzo, and Kagura almost wants to run back to his old superior instead. Kakashi immediately warns him not to leak ANBU intelligence to Danzo, especially when Obito's truth is still unclear. Kagura bluntly admits that the real reason is simpler. ANBU life feels thankless, and Root treated him far better. Kakashi is left staring at him, because he has never seen an ANBU recruit talk this openly about wanting better treatment. When Kakashi asks why Kagura insisted on joining this mission, Kagura answers with zero tact that he is here to keep Kakashi from letting Obito escape again. Kakashi swallows his reaction, then says he wants to visit the memorial stone first. Kagura insists on coming along to keep watch, and his first idea is so extreme that he casually asks if they are digging up Obito's grave. Behind Konoha, Kakashi leads him to the graveyard where Obito's cenotaph stands beside Rin's grave under the bright moon. Kakashi stops Kagura at the edge of the woods, clearly not trusting him anywhere near Obito's grave marker. Left alone with the tombstones, Kakashi quietly tells Rin that Obito has been alive this whole time and swears that now he will be the one to save him. While Kakashi mourns, Kagura senses someone nearby and slips deeper into the shadows beneath a tree. The hidden visitor is Obito himself, who somehow stayed inside Konoha instead of fleeing after exposing his identity. Kagura greets his brand new boss with a grin and jokes that he came to dig up Obito's grave. Obito clearly dislikes the kid's nerve, but he still cuts straight to business and asks what happened in Konoha after he left. Kagura reports that Kakashi has taken charge of the hunt for Obito, and he himself has been assigned as Kakashi's assistant. Obito mocks Kakashi's awful luck, because having Kagura beside him just means a spy is standing in plain sight. Kagura oddly pushes back and says Kakashi's life should finally be turning upward from here. Once they get serious again, Kagura reveals the next investigation target. Kakashi plans to search Konoha's archives for records on Hashirama cell experiments. Kagura adds that they will even dig through Orochimaru's old illegal research to see whether any record explains Obito's implanted Hashirama cells. Obito instantly sneers at the idea, because he knows Konoha's records can never reveal where his transplant really came from. Kagura catches the implication at once and realizes that whatever changed Obito happened outside Konoha's official reach. Neither of them says more, and the two conspirators simply stand in silence watching Kakashi grieve a few steps away. At last Obito slips back into a space-time vortex, telling Kagura he will make contact later and pushing him to defect from Konoha soon. Kagura agrees out loud, but inwardly judges Obito as a lousy boss who has no pay, no plan, and too much faith in defection. Even so, Kagura quickly decides that keeping his value as a spy high may require stirring up trouble for Obito himself. A little later Kakashi returns from the graves calmer than before, apologizing for the wait. Kagura immediately offers a new clue, reminding Kakashi that Tatsuma died on a mission tied to the Mist Village and suggesting Obito may be hiding there. That possibility hits Kakashi hard, because if Obito still blames the people behind Rin's death, the Mist Village would be an obvious target. Kakashi sincerely thanks Kagura and decides that if Konoha's archives fail them, their next move will be to infiltrate the Mist Village. Kagura smoothly accepts the praise and plays the loyal subordinate, saying this is just a small repayment for the ramen Kakashi bought him tonight. In Konoha's archive room, Kakashi stops digging through scrolls and points Kagura toward records he thinks will matter to him. Kakashi reveals the scrolls track laboratory supplies, and Kagura's interest sharpens when he realizes they are tied to Orochimaru's old experiments. As Kagura reads, the surviving records show root members deliver test subjects and materials to Orochimaru, and Aburame Tatsuma's name appears on 2 of them. Kakashi grimly explains most of Orochimaru's lab records were destroyed, leaving only these scraps behind as evidence. Kagura unexpectedly fixates on how many test tubes Orochimaru must have broken, and Kakashi can only stare at him in disbelief. Behind the joke, Kagura understands exactly what Hiruzen is doing. The Hokage wants him to see Danzo's crimes and turn against him. But Kagura has no reason to be shaken, because he himself is still living proof that Danzo worked with Orochimaru. Kagura says the records look bad for Danzo and, with practiced calm, proposes taking them away since only the 2 of them are here. Kakashi immediately refuses, because to him these scrolls are evidence of Danzo's collusion with Orochimaru and cannot be touched. Kagura points out that Hiruzen knowingly let Danzo's most loyal followers see this evidence, hinting the Hokage may have expected him to carry it straight back to Danzo. The point lands harder than Kakashi wants to admit, because Hiruzen once forgave Danzo for even worse, and now Kakashi starts doubting the Hokage's motives too. Kagura calmly gathers the evidence and says the 3rd Hokage probably had good intentions, even if his method was obvious. Kakashi asks the question directly: if Danzo sent him into that nightmare as a child, why isn't Kagura furious? Kagura admits he hated every day of surviving as a child test subject, but says that hatred cannot change where he stands now. He goes further and tells Kakashi he can never leave Danzo, promising to become even colder and more ruthless than Danzo expects rather than betray him. Kakashi still tries to reach him, insisting he was just an innocent child used by adults. Kagura finally reveals the real chain on him. Yakushi Nono, the orphanage dean, is still under Danzo's command, and he refuses to save himself by abandoning someone more important to him. He admits something uglier too. He wants Tenzo dead not just for Danzo's sake, but because he envies the freedom of someone who was actually taken out of root. That leaves Kakashi quiet, and he starts to see that Kagura's harshness is wrapped around a kindness Danzo has trapped and twisted. As they keep searching, Kakashi's thoughts shift from Obito to asking Hiruzen to pull Yakushi Nono out of root and save Kagura with her. After finding nothing on Obito, Kakashi says he will report to the Hokage and ask for a reconnaissance mission to the Mist Village. Kagura says he wants to rest, but his hand on the tool bag holding Danzo's evidence makes the excuse almost transparent. At dawn they leave the archives together, then split apart with Kakashi heading for the Hokage and Kagura dropping toward root. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen starts early because he expects Danzo to react to the archive evidence he planted there himself. When Kakashi's report brings up Yakushi Nono, Hiruzen realizes Kagura may be staying under Danzo because Nono is being used against him. Hiruzen remembers Nono as an intelligence operative who travels as the Wandering Miko, forced to keep spying because Danzo controls the orphanage's funding. Even knowing the cost, Hiruzen decides to leave that darkness untouched for now, unwilling to provoke Danzo or stall Root's work. He reassures himself that Danzo and Kagura already have enough tension between them that they will eventually break on their own. Meanwhile, Kagura strides into the Root base, and this time the gatekeepers only stand aside. Danzo is puzzled when Kagura appears again so soon, already suspecting the boy has brought useful information. Kagura opens with explosive news. During last night's patrol he found the supposedly dead Uchiha Obito inside Konoha, trying to kill Naruto. Danzo can barely believe it, remembering both Obito's supposed death in the war, and his own failed attempts to recover the body and then Kakashi's Sharingan. Kagura adds that Kakashi saw Obito too, Hiruzen already knows, and Obito now has both wood release and a Sharingan power that makes attacks pass through him. That instantly excites Danzo, who identifies the power as Mangekyo Sharingan and starts linking Obito's survival to Hashirama cells. Danzo presses him about Orochimaru, but Kagura calmly says he never saw Obito there and refuses to hand his old boss the blame. Danzo immediately shifts priorities, deciding Obito's trail and his Mangekyo must now be hunted above everything else. Only after that does Kagura mention the archive search and lay out the scrolls Hiruzen clearly wanted him to see. Kagura bluntly says Hiruzen showed him the records so he would believe Danzo sent him into the Hashirama cell experiments and start hating him. Danzo dismisses Hiruzen's meddling, locks the evidence away, and treats the problem as finished now that Kagura brought it to him first. For once Danzo openly praises Kagura, pleased that even Hiruzen cannot shake the boy's loyalty. Kagura presses a new concern, warning that the Umbu already suspect him and that he only smoothed it over by claiming Nono taught him to stay loyal to Danzo. Danzo accepts that story at once and says he will personally find a way to verify it. Then Danzo returns to the useful part of the report and asks whether Hiruzen really sent Kagura and Kakashi to keep chasing Obito. Kagura confirms Kakashi has already asked the Hokage for permission to scout the Mist Village because he suspects Obito fled there. Danzo seizes the chance and orders Kagura to stay beside Kakashi, send every lead on Obito back to Root, and alert him the moment a trace is found. In Danzo's office, his real goal is obvious. If Kakashi and Kagura find Obito, Danzo wants to be there to seize Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan for himself. Danzo orders Kagura to keep feeding him information during the Mist mission and asks whether he will be traveling with Kakashi. Kagura quietly says he might look for a chance to kill Kakashi on the road, pretending to be loyal to Danzo's grudges. Danzo immediately plays the magnanimous elder, claiming he does not hold grudges and even calling Kakashi an excellent ninja. Then Danzo gets serious and tells Kagura to sound Kakashi out about joining Root, promising he could even help spare Obito if Kakashi agrees. Kagura agrees out loud, but inwardly thinks Danzo is fantasizing far ahead when nobody in Konoha can even reliably catch Obito yet. To lower Danzo's expectations, Kagura warns that Kakashi probably will not join Root and definitely will not trust Danzo's promise to save Obito. Kagura drops the real bombshell next. Obito personally admitted he was the one behind the Ninetales disaster 6 years ago. Danzo slams the desk in fury, treating Kagura's report as proof that an Uchiha with Mangekyo Sharingan caused the Ninetales attack. Enraged, Danzo declares that the Uchiha bring disaster when their hearts go astray and rushes off to the Hokage building to push the issue immediately. When Kagura asks about recruiting Kakashi, Danzo leaves it vague and coldly says Obito will be executed while the rest is up to Kagura. Kagura tries one last time to clear the trouble around Aburame Tatsuma, but Danzo dismisses it as trivial and only warns him not to kill recklessly inside the village. Left alone, Kagura can only watch Danzo run to the Hokage again, thinking his superior loves stirring trouble and still leaves the mess for others to handle. Later in the ANBU changing room, Kagura returns intending to take off his gear and enjoy a little free time in the village. But Kakashi arrives in a hurry with permission from Hiruzen already secured, too restless to even go home and pack first. Kakashi says they need to leave fast so Obito does not have time to erase the traces of his hidden life. He also gives the mission an official frame, arguing that Konoha desperately needs intelligence from the isolated Mist village anyway. Kagura has to admit Kakashi makes sense, and another system task appears tying him to Kakashi's mission to gather Mist intelligence. Then Kakashi adds a new twist, an Uchiha will be joining them, so they need to stop at the Uchiha district first. This choice comes from Hiruzen's orders to question Fugaku about Obito, because if Obito really caused the Ninetales attack, the entire Uchiha problem inside Konoha could explode again. They arrive at the Uchiha district on the village edge, a large and increasingly isolated neighborhood pushed even farther out after the Ninetales attack. Kagura openly praises the scenery, while Kakashi asks an elderly Uchiha at a shop entrance for Fugaku's house. The old man answers politely, but the younger Uchiha they pass glare at Kagura for beating Itachi in the Chunin exam. When Kagura points out the hostile mood, Kakashi tells him this is not personal because the Uchiha rarely welcome any outsiders at all. Kagura guesses the third teammate might be Shursui, but Kakashi shuts that down because Shursui's power has become too important for Konoha and the Uchiha to let him leave freely. Kakashi says the teammate is someone Kagura already knows, and Kagura quickly narrows it down to Itachi or the loud little Sasuke from the exam arena. When Kakashi points out Kagura is about the same age as Itachi, Kagura smugly insists their status is different now because he has already entered ANBU. Kakashi immediately punctures that boast by reminding him he has not even been in ANBU for a full day yet. They stop at Fugaku's large home, where the sound of a stream in the courtyard gives the place a calm, refined feel. Mikoto greets them gently and apologizes that Itachi is not home because he went back to the training grounds after losing to Kagura. At the doorway, Mikoto's worried kindness makes it clear Itachi's family sees his defeat as something to overcome through hard work, not something to shame him for. Then Sasuke puffs up beside his mother, and angrily promises that his big brother will beat Kagura sooner or later. Mikoto gently scolds Sasuke for being rude, but Kagura waves it off and treats the outburst like normal childish temper. Instead of stopping there, Kagura pats Sasuke's head and tells him that if he really has spirit, he should grow up and take revenge for his brother himself. Sasuke instantly bites, declaring that when he is old enough for the Chunin exam, he will beat Kagura in front of everyone. Kagura answers with a wicked joke, saying that by then he might be an examiner, and could simply eliminate Sasuke before he ever reaches Chunin. That finally crushes Sasuke's confidence, and the spoiled little boy's eyes go red with tears in pure shock. Mikoto laughs softly and reassures Sasuke that Kagura is only teasing, while Kakashi hastily tries to drag Kagura away before ANBU loses even more dignity here. Before they can leave, Itachi appears on the street, already called back by Fugaku to join the Obito investigation and pack for the trip. Itachi notices Sasuke's teary eyes and moves in with immediate concern, showing where his attention goes first the moment he arrives. And Kagura, completely unhelpful to the end, brushes off Sasuke's tears and tells Itachi to stop wasting time comforting him and hurry up to pack. At Konoha's gate, little Sasuke breaks down because Itachi is leaving on a mission and refuses to let go of his brother's arm. Kagura tries to help in the worst possible way, bluntly telling Sasuke that Itachi would not be useful on this mission anyway. Instead of calming down, Sasuke cries even louder and insists that his brother is the strongest and absolutely can help. Kagura abruptly accepts Sasuke's logic, pats his head, and tells Itachi not to disappoint the little brother who believes in him that much. Mikoto finally lifts Sasuke into her arms and gently tells Itachi to go, ending the family farewell. Once Sasuke is taken home, Itachi quietly thanks Kagura, and Kakashi finally leads the team out at a faster pace. On the road, Kakashi acts like a proper senior, and teaches Itachi and Kagura how elite ANBU hide their tracks and read danger in the wild. Itachi is impressed by Kakashi's polished ANBU methods, but Kagura only reinforces his image as an unpredictable rival who does whatever he wants. That evening by a river, Kagura goes fishing, and the moment the fish stop biting, he spears them with wood release instead. On their first night camping under a tree, Kakashi casually asks Kagura to use wood release to build them a house to sleep in. Kagura unexpectedly argues like a cautious veteran, saying a brand new house in the wilderness would be too obvious and they should stay low profile. Kakashi insists the area is safe and even says traps are already set, so one night of comfort should not be a problem. Then Kagura kills the idea for a different reason entirely, admitting he cannot build a house with wood release at all and can only grow a giant old tree. With no wooden cabin coming, Kakashi changes the subject and has the temporary team share what techniques they can actually use before they reach enemy territory. Kagura shrugs that everyone has already seen his main tricks, and he dryly blames his thin skill list on never attending the academy or having a jonin teacher. Itachi modestly says he specializes in fire release and genjutsu, then turns the question back on Kakashi. Kakashi answers that he knows a little of almost everything, but if he has to pick one specialty, it is lightning release. Kagura immediately pushes him to prove it, but Kakashi refuses to waste chakra just to put on a show. When Kakashi asks if that really means Kagura only knows 2 would release jutsu, Itachi quietly reminds him those 2 alone are already terrifying. Kagura casually adds wood clone to the list and says he can use 5 wood release techniques if those count too. That makes Kakashi realize wood clones would be excellent for scouting, even if Kagura himself is the least scout-like person on the team. By the 3rd day, the team reaches the coast and discovers that not one ship in the port is willing to sail to the land of water. Itachi suggests checking another port nearby, but Kakashi shuts that down because the mist isolation means the answer will be the same everywhere. Kagura proposes the ruthless shortcut: use the Sharingan to hypnotize a captain and force a ship to take them across. Kakashi refuses because mist inspectors would search incoming ships, which would put civilians in danger and expose the mission. Kagura answers with chilling simplicity: if mist ninja come to inspect, just kill them, because surely the Mizukage would not show up for something so minor. Kakashi cannot deny the logic, but he still worries that a sea battle against Mist Jonin could go badly, especially with Kagura's wood release weakened offshore. Kagura stays grimly practical and says that if the infiltration fails, they can always retreat and wait for Danzo's coming rogue ninja warrant on Obito to flush him out later. Pressed by time and out of better options, Itachi uses his Sharingan to control a captain and secure a ship toward the land of water. Across the sea in the Mist Village, the story reveals why Kagura's guess is about to fail. The 4th Mizukage is not really in charge. Obito sits in the Mizukage seat wearing his mask again, flipping through Mist Ninja files while Yagura stands beside him like a lifeless doll. The narration makes the situation clear. After Rin's death and the Mist's role in it, Obito seized Yagura and quietly took control of the whole village. Under that control, the Mist stayed trapped in the brutal Blood Mist era, where cruelty from above kept rolling downhill onto everyone below. Obito never cared about governing any of it anyway, because to him the village is just a storage site for tailed beasts and a place to pick useful pawns. After reviewing another stack of files, Obito throws them aside in disgust and says only Hashigaki Kisame looks even remotely worth using. Even with the village under his hand, Obito is still on edge because Kakashi now knows he is alive and Konoha is bound to start hunting him. He briefly comforts himself with the thought that Kagura agreed to act as his insider in Konoha, even if he still finds the boy arrogant and impossible to trust. Then Zetsu rises from the floor with urgent news from a white Setsu clone. Konoha has issued Obito's wanted order and sent another team to the land of water. Obito barely reacts at first and tells Zetsu to keep watching the Akatsuki instead, as if this is nothing unexpected. He immediately orders Yagura to tighten Mist ANBU security and kill any Konoha spies trying to gather intelligence in the country. Zetsu finally drops the part Obito actually needed to hear. The incoming team is Kakashi, Itachi, and Akihara Kagura. The mention of Kagura jolts Obito far more than Kakashi's name, especially when Zetsu reminds him he nearly got caught by that would-release monster himself. When Zetsu adds that this message came 3 days ago, Obito realizes the Konoha team may already be nearing the land of water. Obito forces himself calm by remembering Kagura is supposed to be his inside man, even though Kagura clearly has no idea the mist is already Obito's territory. He even regrets not warning Kagura sooner, because now his own spy has walked straight into enemy ground without knowing who actually rules it. In the end, Obito gives the harshest answer possible and orders Yagura to personally lead a force to seal the coast and hunt down the Konoha infiltrators. On the voyage to the land of water, Kagura stands on the mast staring out at the endless sea like he's enjoying himself far too much. While setting traps across the ship, Kakashi dryly says life would be easier if Kagura were even half as steady as Itachi. Itachi looks up at Kagura and quietly calls him pitiful, because for all his power, Danzo still controls his whole life. Kagura drops down like a supervisor checking their work and cheerfully announces that they can stop preparing. For one brief second, Kakashi thinks that means they've reached the land of water without being stopped. Kagura keeps smiling as he explains the real reason no one inspected them. More than 30 elite Mist Shinobi are already coming straight for the ship. Kakashi's expression hardens at once, and he orders full battle prep while he and Itachi rush to finish the ship's traps. As the enemy closes in, Itachi spots a small child leading the formation and realizes that detail is all wrong for a normal patrol. Kagura points out that every masked mist ninja is obeying that bare-faced child, which means the little figure has to be someone important. When Itachi hears the title from the mist side, Kakashi confirms the worst possibility with cold sweat. That child is the fourth Mizukage. Kakashi immediately decides the mission is blown and orders Kagura and Itachi to flee across the sea while he stays behind to hold the enemy off. Before anyone can move, Yugura plants his flowered club against the sea and unleashes a massive water release wave meant to flip the ship outright. Kakashi flashes onto the water and throws up a water wall, barely stopping the oncoming surge before it smashes the vessel. Even while straining against Yugura's attack, Kakashi keeps shouting for the two of them to run in opposite directions. Itachi takes one look at the mist umbu closing around the ship and realizes escape over open water is hopeless. Instead of leaving, Itachi draws his sword and says they will stay and fight beside Kakashi. Itachi's three-tomo Sharingan snaps open as he waits on the trap deck for the first attackers to jump aboard. Mist umbu land on the ship laughing at the sight of two kids, and Kagura charges them with his sword before they can settle in. Itachi expects Kagura to be skilled with a blade, but Kagura's swordsmanship is so awful that his weapon is knocked away in only a few moves. Kagura grabs the enemy blade with his bare palm, and the mist ninja freezes when the bleeding hand starts healing almost immediately. Using that opening, Kagura slams his palm into the man's chest and detonates a wooden spike through his body. Kagura retreats and throws up fresh wood-release vines, killing another attacker and finally making the mist side realize this boy can use the first Hokage's terrifying bloodline. At the same time, Itachi duels another elite mist ninja, and his Sharingan gives him control of the exchange, but not an easy win. Once the mist umbu recognize both Sharingan and wood release on the same ship, they stop toying around and order everyone to kill the two boys. Kagura answers by turning the whole ship into a thorny wooden fortress, with giant vines lashing out like tentacles and batting mist borders away. The mist squad responds with a coordinated water release bombardment, launching wave after wave at the ship from all sides. Kagura folds the vines inward into a hollow wooden sphere, and the ship survives inside while the water jutsu crashes uselessly outside. Inside the wooden shell, Itachi realizes their defense can hold, but Kakashi is still outside alone against the Mizukage. Out on the water, Kakashi is already getting overwhelmed because Yugura's effortless water release is simply too strong for a sea fight. Itachi decides they have to rescue Kakashi, because the open sea belongs to water release users and Kakashi is running out of strength. Kagura answers by pouring chakra into the vines and declares that if the sea favors them, he'll turn the whole battlefield into his own territory instead. Dark shapes suddenly spread under the water around the mist force, and the first shinobi to notice barely has time to warn the others. Then Kagura's wood release erupts from the sea, weaving a huge root and vine platform that traps the mist ninjas and starts draining their chakra. With the ship uncovered again, Kagura coolly explains that his wood release doesn't need earth to grow, because where he stands, the roots can follow. Kakashi gets back beside them at last, but their relief lasts only a moment because Yugura has already escaped the roots. In midair, Yugura starts transforming under a violent cloak of crimson chakra, and three tails burst out before the change is complete. When Yugura crashes back into the sea, he finishes transforming into the full three tails, a giant spiked turtle-like tailed beast. Kakashi grimly identifies the beast as the three tails, and the sight hits even harder because he once lost Rin to a missed plot involving that same tailed beast. Itachi can't help comparing that giant beast to the Nine Tails attack on Konoha, because one-tailed beast is already enough to turn a battlefield into a nightmare. Kagura breaks the tension by asking whether the Mizukage is out of his mind, since turning into a tailed beast in front of a wood release user sounds like begging to get caught like in Hashirama's era. Kakashi can only answer dryly that Yugura probably sees one big problem here. Kagura's wood release is still not Hashirama's. At sea, Kagura agrees with Kakashi and decides to prove just how far his wood release stands above normal expectations. The Three Tails answers with a roar and a crashing tail strike that kicks huge waves straight at them. Kagura responds with wood release, wood dragon jutsu, creating a huge wooden dragon that swims straight through the oncoming waves. As the dragon rides the rough sea, Itachi is stunned by the tailed beast's power and Kakashi warns that water release is at its strongest here, especially for the Three Tails. Kagura tells his two spectators to hold tight, then drives the wood dragon straight at the Three Tails like the fight is just getting fun. The Three Tails starts forming a tailed beast bomb, gathering a dark purple-black sphere in front of its mouth. Because the bomb is slow to finish, Kagura calmly uses the opening to reshape his wood dragon in the middle of battle. The technique evolves fast, growing horns, a wider jaw, roots, and 4 huge claws until it looks more like an eastern dragon than Hashirama's original version. Kakashi is rattled that Kagura is improving a jutsu during a live tail beast fight, but Kagura says this upgrade is exactly for the attack coming at them. As the dragon closes in, the Three Tails finally fires the tailed beast bomb straight at its head. Kakashi grabs Kagura and Itachi to bail out, but Kagura doesn't even flinch. The new dragon proves why Kagura changed it, catching the tailed beast bomb in one claw and forcing it back down onto the Three Tails. The dragon absorbs and stabilizes the bomb just enough to control the blast timing, then the three tails gets hit by its own attack. The blast throws everyone around, but the wood dragon survives and immediately coils tighter around the wounded tailed beast. The three tails fights back with brutal tail strikes, smashing chunks off the wooden dragon as the two giant bodies wrestle across the sea. That resistance doesn't last, because the dragon regenerates from wood release chakra and lashes out with vines to bind all three tails. With wood release draining its chakra, the three tails weakens fast and loses the one advantage it thought was absolute. The beast tries one last desperate twist to dive back into the sea, but the dragon snaps a claw around its throat and shuts that down too. Seeing the tailed beast completely immobilized, Kagura calmly declares the battle over. Only a few minutes later, the tailed beast can no longer hold its form and the three tails disperses in smoke. When the smoke clears, Yagura's small exhausted body is left lying weakly on the water where the monster had been. Kakashi and Itachi can only stare, both thrown off by how absurdly fast Kagura beat a full-tailed beast. Kagura insists it only looked easy because his mid-fight upgrade solved the tailed beast's bomb problem. Kagura sends vines out to wrap up Yagura and pull the defeated Mizukage onto the dragon. The mission suddenly gets messy, because instead of just tracking Obito, they are now holding the Mizukage himself. Kagura pushes the next step immediately and asks whether Kakashi or Itachi can lock Yagura down with Genjutsu for the trip back. Barely conscious, Yagura stares at Kagura like he is not seeing an enemy at all, but a way out. With his chakra nearly gone, Yagura feels the Sharingan control finally loosening and realizes this defeat may be his chance to break free. Kakashi steps in first, pulls off his eye patch, and uses his Sharingan to try controlling the captured Mizukage. The instant Kakashi looks deeper, he realizes Yagura is already under a Sharingan Genjutsu. That revelation shocks both Kagura and Itachi, because someone had been controlling the Mist Village's Mizukage the whole time. Kakashi dispels the control, and Yagura finally wakes up as himself and quietly thanks them. Kakashi immediately asks if Obito was the one behind it, and Yagura admits he only knew the controller as a masked man. When Kagura describes the tiger-striped mask and exposed Sharingan, Yagura recognizes the man immediately. Yagura confirms the masked man is still in the Mist Village, and Kakashi has to awkwardly admit that man is Uchiha Obito, a Konoha rogue ninja. Yagura starts hinting at the ugly meaning of a Konoha ninja controlling the Mizukage, but Kagura cuts him off by reminding him he is still Konoha's prisoner. The two immediately fall into absurd bickering, with Yagura insisting he is older and Kagura mocking him for looking even more like a kid when he gets angry. Kakashi drags the conversation back on track and asks Yagura to take them to Obito so they can bring him back to Konoha alive. Yagura doesn't want Obito captured at all, because after everything the masked man did to Mist, he wants to go back and kill him himself. Kagura thinks more simply and tells Kakashi they should just grab Obito first and haul the Mizukage back too as an extra prize. That suggestion hits Kakashi hard, because bringing the Mizukage home as a prisoner could drive Mist insane and start another war. Yagura finally spells it out himself, asking if they really plan to take Akage back to Konoha in chains. Kagura coldly points out that being controlled by Obito already made Yagura a disaster for Mist, so prison might be kinder than going back in shame. For a moment Yagura almost accepts that, because after what happened in Mist he feels more fit for death than for returning home. Then Yagura hardens again and says he still has one better option left: he can die. Kagura instantly twists that idea into something worse, pointing out that if Yagura dies here the Mist Village will assume Konoha killed its Mizukage, and war will follow. Smiling like that outcome does not bother him at all, Kagura draws his ninja sword and says if Yagura wants death, he can send him on his way. Kagura casually suggests killing the captured fourth Mizukage, and both Kakashi and Itachi lunge to stop him on the spot. Yagura is shaken too, because even he cannot accept dying in a way that drags the Mist Village into war. Kakashi reminds Kagura that Yagura is still their best lead to Obito, and he is also trying to stop a Konoha Mist disaster before it starts. Kagura argues the battle was loud enough to warn Obito already, so Yagura may have outlived his usefulness. Kakashi pivots to damage control and says only the third Hokage can decide what to do with a captured Mizukage. He adds that sneaking into the Mist Village is nearly impossible now, because the whole country will be on alert after a fight that huge. Kagura immediately offers a brutal shortcut: use the bound Mizukage to force the village open and search it openly instead of pretending to scout. Kakashi calls that anything but reconnaissance, but Kagura keeps pushing that open coercion is safer than trusting Yagura not to betray them inside the village. Itachi warns that threatening the Mist Village could still spark a war, and Kagura leaves that danger hanging in the air. Kagura points out that simply capturing Yagura has already humiliated the Mist, so the damage may be done no matter what they choose next. Yagura's expression gives him away, and Kagura dryly uses that silent fury as proof that the Mizukage already resents them. With the argument settled by force of momentum, Kagura hoists Yagura back up and drives the wooden dragon toward the Mist Village. On a coastal reef, Obito watches the aftermath and realizes Kagura was the key fighter who crushed Yagura and the Mist Elite. Zetsu bluntly says the Mist operation has been exposed and warns that Kagura's wood release makes him too valuable to ignore. Obito agrees and orders Zetsu to send a white Zetsu clone after Kagura, so they can keep tabs on him and avoid more setbacks. Zetsu warns they should send a smart one, because Kagura is dangerous, lawless, and quick to kill. Obito blames this whole setback on Kakashi getting help from Kagura, then vanishes into Kamui in a swirl of space-time. At the Mist Village guard post, the village is thrown into panic when Kagura's wooden dragon arrives with their Mizukage hanging from its horns. Kagura tells Yugura to order the guards aside, forcing the Mizukage to use his own authority while hanging as a hostage. Yugura swallows the shame and orders his own men to stand down, and the guards obey even through their anger. As the dragon passes, Kagura even praises Yugura's authority, which only makes the humiliation sting worse. Inside the mist, the news spreads fast, and the elder Genji takes command with one priority above all others: rescue Yugura at any cost. Before reaching the village proper, Kagura's group is intercepted by a rescue force 100 strong sent by Genji. Kagura sizes up the crowd and casually complains that killing that many people would take a while, which earns him another tired warning from Kakashi. One mist leader makes the mistake of threatening them to release Yugura, but a female ninja instantly kicks him away for being reckless with the hostage's life. That woman is Terumi Mei, and unlike the others, she understands that however unpopular Yugura is, the mist cannot afford to lose its Mizukage and Jinchuriki. Terumi Mei changes the tone and asks what the Konoha team actually wants, offering to talk instead of escalate. Yugura recognizes Mei, a famous mist prodigy whose bloodline powers and political position already make her stand out inside the village. Itachi asks whether they should negotiate, and Kakashi is visibly ready to take that route if it keeps this from turning into open war. Kagura takes over the negotiation himself, and gives the mist only two choices: hand over Uchiha Obito, or let his team search the village for him. Mei immediately turns to Ao for intelligence, and Ao says there has been no known Konoha rogue from the Uchiha clan in the village. Mei smoothly lies that Obito has already fled after stealing mist intelligence, trying to turn the crisis into a shared enemy problem. Kakashi quietly admits that story fits what he feared, because the earlier battle probably did warn Obito and drive him off. Kagura presses anyway and asks why they should return the Mizukage if the mist cannot produce Obito. Mei gambles on diplomacy, guesses they are Konoha shinobi, and offers cooperation because both sides now want Obito more than a hostage standoff. Kakashi starts to accept Mei's logic, because breaking Obito's control over Yugura already means their core mission is done. Kagura also sees his goal is met, but Mei's story bothers him because she should not know Obito's identity that clearly. When Mei asks to come up and share Obito's information directly, Kagura grows even more suspicious instead of trusting the offer. Kagura catches the real plan at the end. Mei is quietly telling Ao to flood the area with hidden mist so she can use the fog to rescue Yugura. From atop the wooden dragon, Kagura lowers a thick vine and coldly orders Terumi Mei to come up, insisting they only want Uchiha Obito. Terumi Mei lets the vine wrap around her because she thinks she can break free whenever she wants, and that mistake costs her immediately. The moment the vine tightens, it starts draining her chakra, and Terumi Mei realizes Kagura's would release is much more dangerous than she guessed. Kagura keeps talking like a calm negotiator, but the threat is obvious, and Terumi Mei knows perfectly well that she came here planning to snatch Yugura back by force. She finally drops the act, spits corrosive acid, and melts the vine apart in one sharp escape. The rescue plan begins at once as Terumi Mei shouts for Ao, and the mist side floods the battlefield with thick cover mist. Hidden inside the fog, Terumi Mei sends acidic mist toward Yugura's bindings while the other mist ninjas swarm the wooden dragon from all sides. Kakashi and Itachi snap into combat, and Kagura instantly covers the dragon in a net of living vines that traps the climbers before they can reach the top. From the ground, Ao opens his stolen Byakugan and starts directing the assault through the fog because he can still see every chakra movement on the dragon. Ao orders the other squads to keep attacking and cover Terumi Mei, betting that the dragon's controller cannot guard every angle at once. Terumi Mei slips through gaps in the vines and reaches the dragon's top at last, facing the tiny Konoha team that has humiliated the mist. Kagura immediately frames the mist as the side that betrayed peace talks, and Kakashi cannot really argue because that is exactly what just happened. He pushes even harder, saying the mist can never be trusted, and Terumi Mei hurriedly tries to pull the conversation back before he turns this into a full Konoha grievance. Terumi Mei argues that Konoha already went too far by invading the land of water, but Kagura bluntly exposes her real goal: get Yugura back first and offer nothing useful about Obito. When she tries to dodge the Obito question and stall, Kagura turns almost absurdly blunt and asks what exactly the mist can do about Konoha being here. Terumi Mei warns that this could start a war, and Kagura answers with shameless confidence that Yugura already lost to him, so the mist would never stand against Konoha's third Hokage. She tries one last moral appeal about people dying in war, and Kagura answers for Konoha without hesitation that Konoha ninja do not fear sacrifice. Right in the middle of that ugly stalemate, the acid mist finally eats through Yugura's restraints, and he drops free from the dragon horn. Terumi Mei lunges for him, but two fresh vines whip out and catch her in midair before she can reach Yugura. The caught body bursts into water, and Kakashi realizes too late that the woman they were watching was only a water clone. The real Terumi Mei appears behind Kagura and clamps a hand around his neck, finally seizing the hostage she wanted. Kagura answers with a flat no, and the body in her hands reveals itself as a wooden clone that rapidly grows into a tree around her. The real Kagura steps out behind the new tree and explains that he replaced himself the moment she used her water clone, because no chakra movement escapes his wood release field. He even twists the knife by saying she picked the wrong hostage, because the person she grabbed was actually the strongest one there. Seeing Terumi has been captured too, Ao immediately orders the entire mist attack to stop because pushing any further will only waste lives. Ao bitterly realizes how weak the mist has become under the Bloody Mist era, with its best swordsman gone and too few people willing to risk themselves for an unpopular Mizukage. He sends a messenger to Genji and makes his own position clear. If negotiation can save Yagura and Terumi, the village should be ready to pay for it. Ao raises his voice toward the wooden dragon and formally offers to negotiate any demand as long as the Mizukage and Terumi stay alive. Back on the dragon, Itachi wonders how the mist knew Terumi was captured, and Kakashi explains that Ao can see through the fog with a Byakugan stolen from a Hyuga on the old battlefield. That reminder hits Kakashi hard, because he suddenly thinks of Konoha's ugly history of sacrificing its own people to preserve peace. Kakashi realizes that if the mist demands Kagura as the price of peace, Konoha's leaders might actually hand him over rather than risk a new war. So Kakashi quietly tries to change course and tells Kagura they cannot bring a dangerous Jinchuriki like Yagura back to Konoha. Kagura shrugs off the warning, pointing out that both Obito and even he himself already managed to control or capture Yagura, so the Mizukage does not look that unstoppable to him. Then Kagura casually suggests dumping the entire problem onto Danzo's root division, since Danzo should have some curse seal way to keep Yagura in check. A fresh call rises from the mist below as Ao returns with Genji's answer and starts setting terms for a real deal. Ao offers Konoha full access to search the mist village for Obito, but only if Yagura and Terumi are released once Obito is confirmed not to be there. Kakashi is ready to accept that compromise on the spot, hoping to end the crisis before it gets worse. Kagura cuts him off immediately and rejects the whole idea, because as far as he is concerned, this is the perfect chance to make the mist hunt Obito for Konoha. Standing high on the wooden dragon, Kagura announces the new condition himself. The mist gets its Mizukage back only after it captures Uchiha Obito and delivers him to Konoha. On the wooden dragon standoff, Ao quickly accepts Konoha's demand and says the mist will hand Uchiha Obito over if they can catch him. But when Ao asks whether Konoha will definitely trade Yagura back later, Kagura and Kakashi both go quiet because neither of them has that authority. Kagura bluntly admits they cannot promise anything, but says the mist is free to take the gamble because one rogue ninja is not worth a Mizukage. Swallowing his frustration, Ao agrees and immediately tries to get one more concession by asking for Terumi's release too. Kakashi agrees at once, embarrassed that the mist is already conceding so much while Konoha still cannot answer the bigger question. Kagura still refuses to leave empty-handed and suddenly asks for ransom money, arguing that even a hostage exchange should at least pay for ramen. Ao, now too deep into the deal to argue, grits his teeth and asks how much they want from A. Kakashi proposes 300,000 ryo, treating it like a normal high-rank mission payout instead of a dramatic ransom. Kagura immediately bumps the price to 320,000, pretending it needs to divide evenly even though he clearly plans to keep almost all of it. When Kakashi calls him out, Kagura defends the split with 3 shameless excuses. He worked the hardest, he is the poorest, and equality would only embarrass them. Ao is so relieved by how small the demand is that he stops seeing them as extortionists and agrees to both deals on the spot. Once the money changes hands, Kagura cheerfully acts like the mist was lucky to meet someone as easygoing as him. Ao asks when they will finally leave the land of water, and Kagura answers with the same blunt logic: they have the money, so they are leaving with the hostage now. Before they depart, Kakashi lets the weakened Yagura speak to Terumi, and Yagura bitterly tells her not to try to save him even if he dies in Konoha. Kagura coldly translates the meaning for her. Yagura is choosing to sacrifice himself so the village will not suffer for him. Yagura uses what feels like a final order to name Genji as the one who should take over and end the blood mist policy he created. Terumi accepts the order and leaps down, carrying the weight of both the village's disaster and its chance at a new beginning. True to the deal, Kagura releases Mei and the others, and the Konoha squad heads for the coast with Yagura still their captive prize. At the harbor, the group boards a ship, and the bound Yagura suddenly notices one sailor with bandages over his neck and lower face. Yagura recognizes the disguised sailor as Momochi Zabuza and subtly signals him not to try anything. But Kagura has already spotted the suspicious sailor and loudly calls out the man for covering his face like Kakashi. Kakashi follows Kagura's finger, reads the killing intent in the man's eyes, and instantly warns everyone to be careful. Zabuza drops the disguise without hesitation, draws his giant sword, and declares that he no longer needs to hide if he is here to kill. Yagura angrily orders Zabuza to stop and leave, but Zabuza openly spits on the authority of a captured Mizukage. Zabuza floods the deck with the hiding and miss technique, turning the cramped ship into his hunting ground. Kagura immediately tries to dump the problem on Kakashi, pretending this enemy is too much for him. Ignoring Kagura's act, Kakashi uncovers his Sharingan and tells Kagura and Itachi to guard Yagura because the tight ship gives an assassin too many angles. Itachi activates his own Sharingan, grips his sword, and takes position directly beside the bound Mizukage. Zabuza's first hidden strike comes for Itachi, and Itachi blocks it instantly with a clean clash of blades. As they trade a few blows, Zabuza realizes the child's swordsmanship is this sharp because he is an Uchiha using the Sharingan. Zabuza breaks contact and vanishes back into the mist, refusing to get pinned down after a failed ambush. Itachi answers the retreat with 4 shuriken, and one finally lands hard enough to draw blood. The dripping blood gives Kakashi exactly what he needs, even though Zabuza desperately tears the shuriken free and wraps the wound. Zabuza answers by making a water clone to mislead Kakashi while his real body slips away through the mist again. Hidden from sight, Zabuza admits the real danger is not rescuing Yugura at all, but dealing with 3 capable Konoha shinobi and especially the wood release user. Then Zabuza drops the real reveal to himself. He did not come to save Yugura at all, he came to kill him. To open a path, Zabuza creates another water clone so he can divide Kakashi and Itachi at the same time. While the mist thickens further, Yugura still believes Zabuza is recklessly trying to rescue him, and Kagura suddenly turns that misunderstanding into a private bargain. Kagura asks for unique mist ninjutsu in exchange for Zabuza's life, and Yugura slowly agrees because he thinks the man is risking everything to save him. A blade flashes again as Zabuza attacks, and Itachi cleanly intercepts what looks like another rescue attempt. But Itachi reads the clash through his Sharingan, and realizes too late that the attacker in front of him is only a water clone. Itachi whips his head around and sees the real Zabuza already rushing straight for Kagura and the helpless Yugura. Kagura draws his sword to meet him, but Zabuza bats him aside in a few blunt strikes and closes the final step to Yugura. With Yugura bound and unable to resist, Zabuza raises his giant blade at the Mizukage's throat and finally exposes the assassination for what it is. At the last instant, Kagura's vines surge tighter around Yugura and block the killing blow, stopping Zabuza's sword with wood instead of flesh. Kagura steps back and with fake surprise and twists the knife verbally, reminding Yugura that he just traded valuable mist ninjutsu to save a man who was actually trying to murder him. Even exhausted and captive, Yugura insists the deal still stands and tells them not to kill Zabuza, because he understands why Zabuza tried to assassinate him. Zabuza sneers at Yugura's fake magnanimity, rips his blade free, lands on the railing, and starts a blur of hand seals for one more attack. Kagura watches Zabuza's fingers in mild disbelief, and Itachi calmly identifies the jutsu as the 44 seal water dragon bullet technique. Zabuza finishes the seals and roars out water dragon bullet, sending a huge dragon of seawater crashing toward Kagura's side of the deck. Kagura barely moves before a thick vine erupts from the deck, catches the water dragon by the neck, and crushes it on the spot. Before the spray even settles, another vine lashes out, binds Zabuza's body, and starts draining his chakra, leaving him stunned by how easily he lost. Kakashi walks back after beating another clone and dryly asks if the whole mess is already over. Still bound, Zabuza spits that Yugura is only alive because Konoha is protecting him. When Kakashi asks why Mist A and B would target their own Mizukage, Yugura admits the bloody mist policy was his unforgivable mistake, and says being killed for it would have been a relief to the village. Yugura goes even further and calls Zabuza a true hero for trying to stop him for the village's sake. Zabuza fires back that if Yugura really means it, he should just die, but Yugura refuses because his suicide could still spark a war with Konoha. No one says the real reason out loud, because revealing that Obito controlled Yugura and drove the bloody mist policy could turn mist hatred on Konoha itself. Yugura tells Zabuza to go back, saying he already ordered Genji and the Jounin to abolish the bloody mist policy and promising Zabuza still has a future in the village. Zabuza refuses the offer, because he no longer trusts what mist will become once Yugura returns. Yugura quietly orders Kagura to release him, already resolved to repay everything with his own life once he is no longer politically useful. Kagura lets Zabuza go, but he cannot resist mocking the whole scene as another performance where a village leader humiliates himself to save a subordinate. Zabuza's killing intent flares, but Kakashi snaps him with crackling lightning to block him, and warns him not to waste Yugura's sacrifice. Forced to back down, Zabuza leaves after memorizing every face there and swearing he will remember them. With Zabuza gone, Kakashi admits the rogue swordsman really was impressive for daring to resist the bloody mist at all. Kagura nods like he learned something valuable, then casually says he would assassinate the third Hokage too if Hiruzen ever went astray. Kakashi can only stare in exasperation, because that is very much not the lesson he wanted Kagura to take from Zabuza. On the smoother trip afterward, Kagura picks up a new trick from Yugura instead, the costly water release water mirror technique. A system prompt confirms Kagura successfully learns water mirror, a jutsu that creates a water duplicate matching an enemy's power for a single strike. Kagura immediately likes the move, because it gives him a clean answer against close-range fighters he is not eager to brawl with himself. Then Itachi cuts in from watch with a warning that another boat is following them. As the ships draw close, Kagura recognizes the masked Konoha A and BU on the other deck as root operatives sent by Danzo to shadow the mission. Kakashi instantly dislikes the sight, and wonders if Root has shown up now to seize the Mizukage for itself. Kagura leaps over first, and starts berating the Root squad before their leader can even speak, furious that they hid behind him and only appeared after the hard part was done. The whole Root squad bows their heads and accepts it, because Kagura's wild authority inside Danzo's faction is already something they are used to. Once Kagura finishes, the Root leader finally explains they were ordered to stay close, await Kagura's commands, and keep a line open to Danzo whenever possible. Kagura orders one Root ninja to race back to Konoha with the news that Obito is still missing, but the 4th Mizukage and the Three Tails Jinchuriki are in their custody. Watching all this, Kakashi is genuinely thrown by how obedient Root becomes in front of Kagura. Itachi is just as stunned, especially because he has personally seen these same Root people act brazenly even in front of Shursui. Back on his own ship, Kagura explains his method simply: Root only looks impossible until you force them to learn how to behave around you. He even invites Kakashi to join Root, cheerfully pitching it as a place where all the other members are trash. Once they reach the Fire Country port, one Root runner speeds ahead while the rest close around Kagura on the road back. Kakashi realizes Danzo may move on the Mizukage first, so he leaves Kagura and Itachi behind and rushes to report directly to Hiruzen before Root can intercept the news. Kagura, meanwhile, stays completely unbothered by the coming power struggle and lets Root handle the rough parts of the journey like an impromptu holiday. Back in Konoha, both Hiruzen and Danzo receive the same shocking report. Their side did not catch Obito, but it did capture the Mizukage. Danzo immediately sees Yugura as a prize to exploit, from extracting mist intelligence to forcing the entire village into Konoha's orbit. Hiruzen looks at the same news and thinks bigger, seeing Yugura's arrival as a chance to build a historic reconciliation and alliance with the mist. He also knows the plan is risky, because housing the Three Tails Jinchuriki inside Konoha would be a nightmare even if it secures the alliance. When Kakashi reports that Root has been shadowing the mission, Hiruzen instantly understands Danzo is already moving too. Hiruzen counters at once by ordering ANBU to send Danzo and Root to guard against possible stone and cloud infiltration, keeping them away from the Mizukage handoff. Knowing Danzo will come storming in if he waits, Hiruzen throws on his Hokage hat and heads out with Kakashi to meet Yugura first. And just as Hiruzen predicted, Danzo arrives at the Hokage's office in anger only to find the room already empty. At Konoha's meeting hall, Hiruzen personally welcomes Yugura with warm courtesy, even while ANBU ring the area and Root is kept away. Yugura lowers himself and says he came as Konoha's captive, only hoping the Mist and Leaf can finally stop fighting. Hiruzen immediately softens the mood, promising Konoha will treat Yugura properly, and saying peace is what both villages want. Seeing an opening, Hiruzen proposes something bigger: let Yugura stay in Konoha for a while, reopen contact with the Land of Water, and build a real alliance. To Hiruzen's surprise, Yugura brightens and agrees at once, showing just how desperate the Mist's isolation has become. Hiruzen keeps building the dream, talking about joint exams and shared missions while privately deciding that a weakened Mist would make the safest kind of ally. Once the pleasant part is done, Hiruzen finally brings up the real danger and asks Yugura point blank if he is a Jinchuriki. Yugura calmly admits he carries the Three Tails and insists he can control it, but that answer does nothing to ease Konoha's fear. Hiruzen smiles through it, but inside he is stuck. He wants Yugura sealed for safety, yet saying that outright would wreck the goodwill he just built. For one awkward moment, Hiruzen even misses Danzo, because Danzo would have happily played the villain and forced this ugly demand for him. Instead, Hiruzen turns to Kagura and tries to bait the bluntest person in the room into saying the hard part for him. Kagura starts exactly where Hiruzen does not want him to, bluntly praising Yugura's strength and the danger of the Three Tails. Then Kagura swerves into his own priorities, complaining that he still lacks enough jutsu, sword skill, and even decent shuriken technique for fights like that. Kagura pushes further and asks to return to Danzo, making it painfully clear where his loyalties still lean. Hiruzen refuses that idea and offers to teach Kagura would release himself, while also arranging a jounin teacher for him. Kagura immediately undercuts Tenzo too, calling his own captain worse than him, and showing just how hard he is to manage. At last Kagura says the one thing Hiruzen needed, declaring that the Three Tails is too dangerous and Yugura's chakra must be sealed. Hiruzen pounces on that opening, ignoring Kagura's part about Danzo and inwardly relieved that the ugly demand is finally out in the air. To save everyone's face, Hiruzen immediately scolds Kagura for speaking out of turn and claims Konoha has no reason to doubt the Mizukage's control. Then Hiruzen pivots smoothly and admits Konoha is haunted by the Nine Tails disaster, using that old fear to make his caution sound understandable instead of insulting. He even blames Uchiha Obito for both villages' suffering, turning the conversation toward a shared enemy instead of mutual distrust. That lands with Yugura, who grimly realizes Obito could have used him to unleash the Three Tails on his own village too. With Yugura shaken, Hiruzen presses his solution. Konoha can lock the Three Tails chakra inside the Jinchuriki so even Obito could not easily use it again. Yugura understands exactly what Hiruzen is asking and accepts it with surprising calm, deciding his chakra should indeed be sealed by Konoha. He only demands one safeguard in return. Whenever he dies, the Three Tails must go back to the Land of Water, or Konoha and Mist will clash forever. Hiruzen agrees without hesitation and promises Konoha will not covet the tailed beast of an ally. Once the deal is settled, Hiruzen personally places the 5 elements seal on Yugura and locks down the Three Tails chakra. Only after that does Hiruzen truly relax, escorting Yagura through Konoha like an honored guest and housing him near the Hokage under ANBU protection. The fallout hits Kagura next. Tenzo's team gets the Mizukage guard duty, but Kagura is pulled out and reassigned under ANBU Captain Kakashi instead. Kagura hates the transfer immediately, annoyed that he got pulled away before he gained anything useful from Tenzo's team. He is even more annoyed because guarding Yagura looked like the easiest assignment around, and now someone else gets that comfortable post. Kakashi explains the real reason with a headache. After all Hiruzen's work, Kagura is exactly the kind of person who could ruin Konoha's image with one sentence. Kagura still argues from pure practicality, insisting Konoha's safety matters more and that his wood release is the best answer if Yagura ever loses control. Kakashi shuts that down too, trusting Hiruzen's seal and hinting that keeping Kagura and Danzo away from the Mizukage is part of the point. Rather than keep arguing, Kakashi changes the subject and takes Kagura to the training ground, saying the Hokage plans to teach them a new jutsu. Kakashi calls it a reward for bringing back the Mizukage and helping thaw relations with the mist, which only makes Kagura stare at him harder. Kakashi bluntly reframes the credit. Kagura caught Yagura, but the rest of them also deserve praise for stopping Kagura from killing him. Kagura grudgingly accepts the logic, but his next thought is already darker. Maybe Obito will want revenge on Kakashi for that. Kakashi tries to smooth things over by offering to teach Kagura some techniques himself once they reach the training ground. Kagura answers with one dry jab about Kakashi's dog-head wall technique, and that prickly new team dynamic locks into place. At Training Ground 3, Hiruzen personally teaches Itachi the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, and watches the boy copy it almost immediately. Hiruzen praises the result and explains that deeper mastery lets the user split one shuriken into overwhelming numbers, which leaves Itachi openly awed. Then Hiruzen turns solemn and passes on the will of fire, telling Itachi that the village's future will soon rest on the younger generation. Kakashi and Kagura arrive just in time to see the touching lesson, and Kakashi quietly wonders whether Kagura could ever carry that same kind of future. Kagura immediately ruins the mood by lamenting that no one wants to inherit Danzo's burden en route and bluntly asks Kakashi to think about becoming his successor. Kakashi is not buying it at all, because as far as he is concerned Danzo is still far too power-hungry to ever hand root to anyone. After finishing with Itachi, Hiruzen calls Kakashi over and says Danzo wants Itachi placed in Kakashi's ANBU squad after the new year. Hiruzen adds that Itachi's ANBU time is only training, and if he proves himself Danzo intends to pull him into route afterward. Behind that decision is Danzo's real goal: use Itachi as an Uchiha insider and test whether the boy will choose the village over his clan. Hiruzen has already accepted the plan, partly because the Uchiha situation worries him too and partly because giving Danzo a new obsession may keep him away from the captured Mizukage. Kakashi accepts the order without argument, especially since working with Itachi sounds far easier than handling Kagura. Kagura cuts in at once and asks the real question bothering him. If Danzo is taking Itachi back into route later, why is Kagura still being left out? He presses harder, saying the dean is en route. Danzo has always treated him well, and he still wants to go back. Hiruzen gently shuts that down and tells him Danzo sent Kagura to ANBU because that path draws out his talent better, while Itachi suits route. That answer makes Kagura slowly look at Itachi, and Itachi immediately realizes this awkward arrangement may earn him another round of Kagura's resentment. Hiruzen quickly changes the subject and asks both of them what jutsu they want to learn instead of dwelling on ANBU en route. Kakashi answers seriously that he wants to try learning a space-time jutsu. Hiruzen immediately understands he means the Flying Thunder God technique and warns that the jutsu demands exceptional talent and brutal chakra control. Then Hiruzen softens, remembering Minato and realizing Kakashi is chasing his teacher's technique because Obito's power has left him no other clear answer. Kakashi bows and says it plainly. He needs Minato's technique because only Flying Thunder God can bring Obito back. Seeing Kakashi's resolve, Hiruzen finally approves and hands him the Flying Thunder God scroll along with Minato's own study notes. Kakashi accepts the scroll like a vow, and Hiruzen warns him that only someone with extraordinary determination can ever master it. When Hiruzen turns to Kagura, he admits teaching would release is much harder because he does not possess the bloodline himself. Kagura immediately complains that Danzo's teaching was easier, which catches Hiruzen's full attention. Asked how Danzo taught him, Kagura says the method was simple: understand the effect, make a serpent seal, and say the technique's name. When Hiruzen asks for the rest of the process, Kagura stares back and says that is the whole lesson. Hiruzen presses about chakra quantity and internal flow, but Kagura has no idea what he means, leaving even Kakashi and Itachi staring at this absurd teaching method. After a beat of stunned silence, Hiruzen asks Kagura what technique he actually wants to learn. Kagura blurts out that he wants a jutsu strong enough to beat Shusoi's green giant, making everyone realize he means Susanoo. Hiruzen tells him the first Hokage did leave behind exactly that kind of answer, the wood release wood human technique. Hiruzen starts demonstrating the hand seals, explaining that the wood human technique first needs a tiger seal to drive massive wood release chakra into a great tree. Then Hiruzen adds a serpent seal for shaping that growth into a giant wooden figure, but Kagura stops right there in disbelief. Genuinely confused, Kagura says every wood release technique Danzo taught him only needed one hand seal, ending the lesson on a ridiculous note that leaves Danzo somehow looking even stranger. At Training Ground 3, Hiruzen patiently explains that even the legendary wood release, wood human technique still needs 2 hand seals, because power like this has to be guided carefully. Hiruzen adds that only 2 seals is already absurdly efficient for a technique meant to stand against Susanoo, and he quietly doubts anyone except Hashirama should be able to master it. Even so, Hiruzen still wants Kagura to try, because the boy has real talent and someone he wants to protect, even if Root has twisted him in dangerous ways. Hiruzen gently lowers the pressure and tells Kagura it is fine if he cannot learn it, since Wood Human has practically lived as a legend since the first Hokage died. Kagura ignores the reassurance and drills the 2 seals over and over, staring hard at his own hands until the technique finally clicks in his head. Thinking Kagura is still stuck, Hiruzen starts giving broader advice about developing his own wood release instead of forcing one impossible legend. Then Kagura cuts him off, forms Tiger and Snake, and calls out wood release, wood human technique on the spot. A root explodes from the earth, swells into a massive tree, and reshapes itself into a towering wooden humanoid that shocks everyone at the field. Kakashi is left flat out stunned, because this really does look like the kind of monster technique that could trade blows with Susanoo. Itachi feels the shock more personally, realizing Kagura learned a Susanoo-level answer in minutes, while the Uchiha clan treats Shirsue's power like something unmatched. Hiruzen is shaken too, and in that moment he sees exactly why Danzo valued Kagura so fiercely, and why letting Root keep shaping him would be a disaster. He decides Kagura needs to be pulled completely away from Danzo and guided toward a more normal life before Root's darkness hardens for good. Before that plan goes anywhere, the brand new wood human starts shedding leaves and losing shape, because Kagura still cannot control it. The giant collapses back into a large tree, and Kagura jumps down in frustration, complaining that this one is much harder to control than Danzo's advent of a world of flowering trees. Hiruzen laughs instead of scolding him, pleased that Kagura already reached even this much on a first try and telling him real mastery will come with practice. Still in a good mood, Hiruzen turns to Kagura and Itachi and says the 2 boys should work well together in Anbu, because Konoha's future will rest on the next generation. Kagura instantly drags the mood darker, insisting Root people have no future except killing and hinting that Danzo now wants to pass that same will on to Itachi. Then Kagura openly sizes Itachi up and says Danzo's choice makes no sense, because Itachi is clearly weaker than him. Itachi has no easy answer, and Kakashi cuts in with a flick to Kagura's forehead, reminding him that he is Anbu now and his life is moving forward whether he believes it or not. Later, Hiruzen leaves, Itachi heads off to report to Fugaku about joining Anbu after the new year, and the field finally quiets down to just Kakashi and Kagura. With the others gone, Kakashi leans against a tree studying Minato's Flying Thunder God notes, and his face makes it obvious the technique is giving him trouble. Kagura notices the struggle and asks why a ninjutsu scroll looks more painful to Kakashi than killing does. Kakashi admits it is difficult, explaining that Minato once wanted to teach him, but his low chakra, permanent Sharingan drain, and broken state after Obito and Rin kept him from really trying. Now that Obito is alive and using terrifying space-time power, Kakashi wants this technique for a reason at last. He needs a way to defeat Obito and drag him back to Konoha. Kagura, still absurdly casual about impossible things, asks what is so hard about ninjutsu if all you need is the method, the name, and the effect. Kakashi explains that Flying Thunder God is different because it uses no hand seals at all and depends entirely on delicate chakra control. That catches Kagura immediately, so he asks for the actual mechanism and what the technique does in battle. Kakashi walks him through it plainly. First leave a Flying Thunder God mark with chakra, then use that mark as the destination for instant teleportation. He admits the real wall is the first step, because he still cannot even condense the mark itself. Kagura says he understands, pats Kakashi on the shoulder, and secretly leaves a tiny leaf-shaped mark there before announcing he is stepping out to buy something. Just from that explanation, Kagura silently grasps Flying Thunder God for himself, and uses the fresh mark as his anchor. About 10 minutes later, while Kakashi is still buried in the notes, Kagura suddenly pops back beside him holding 2 cups of pear juice. Kagura hands one over and matter-of-factly says Flying Thunder God was simple. Make a mark like this, run far away, then teleport back, which makes shopping extremely convenient. Kakashi is completely wrecked by that answer, because he is still stuck on step 1 while Kagura has already repurposed Minato's masterpiece for errands. Trying to salvage something useful, Kakashi asks Kagura to show the mark itself, and Kagura obediently forms the leaf-shaped symbol again. But when Kakashi asks how he packs spatial-temporal coordinates into it, Kagura just blinks and asks what those even are. Kakashi can only stare at the absurdity of someone learning Flying Thunder God without understanding its theory, while Kagura insists he simply makes a symbol that pulls him to it. To make sense of it, Kakashi compares the mark to the spatial anchor inside a summoning technique circle, and that analogy suddenly gives him a real path forward. Kagura nods along and casually adds the last practical warning. Flying Thunder God burns a lot of chakra and works best if your sensing is sharp enough to lock onto the mark precisely. After helping Kakashi sort out Flying Thunder God, Kagura gets an unexpected bonus and passively picks up the summoning jutsu himself. Kakashi, in a good mood, admits most of his jutsu do not fit Kagura and offers to teach the dangerous forbidden technique multi-shadow clone instead. Kakashi demonstrates the move with a single rat seal, and multiple Kakashis pop into existence around Kagura at once. Kagura acts unsure, but his trait kicks in again and he instantly learns the forbidden technique anyway. Because of his wood release, Kagura's new clone jutsu mutates on the spot into multi-wood clone jutsu instead of an ordinary shadow clone technique. When Kagura tries it, carved wooden figures grow behind him and only 3 clones emerge, but each one feels unnervingly solid and powerful. Kakashi tells him the clone count will rise with practice, and explains this jutsu should help Kagura scout properly instead of causing another Mist-style mess. Right after that, Kagura quietly receives another payoff for the Mist mission and adds Earth Release, Earth-style wall to his growing hall. Satisfied with the lesson, Kakashi calls it a day and casually orders Kagura to buy him ramen. As they leave, Kagura reflects that joining Konoha's power structure has paid off far better than his years under Orochimaru ever did. Kagura mentally reviews his stacked bosses and overlapping missions, deciding Hiruzen and Danzo are rewarding employers even if their orders blur together. Obito still has not contacted him, so Kagura guesses the wanted man is too busy staying hidden to bother with one subordinate. Meanwhile, Kakashi keeps bringing Kagura to question Yagura, hoping the freed Mizukage can remember anything useful about Obito. Yagura finally remembers one crucial detail. Obito was not alone, but accompanied by an orange-haired man and a pale purple-haired woman in the same black cloud robes. Kagura immediately realizes Yagura has just described Akatsuki's top pair, and he starts weighing how to leak that knowledge without exposing himself. Before Kagura can act, the new year arrives and Obito finally slips back into Konoha to make contact in person. Obito returns to his old village in a bitter mood, cut down inside Akatsuki after his identity leaked and clinging to his usefulness through intelligence work. In the forest behind Konoha, Kagura arrives for the secret meeting and finds Obito waiting with Zetsu and a separate white humanoid Zetsu clone beside him. Obito introduces Zetsu and the separate white Zetsu clone as Kagura's future comrades, and Kagura immediately mocks how inhuman the whole setup feels. The separate white Zetsu clone cheerfully says they were never good people anyway, making the meeting feel even more unsettling. Kagura pretends to accept the partnership, reaches in like he is shaking hands, and then suddenly clamps the separate white Zetsu clone by the throat. Obito angrily grabs Kagura's arm and demands an explanation, because the white Zetsu clone was supposed to be a useful helper, not a target. Still holding the white Zetsu clone, Kagura coolly tells Obito that the one who really needed help was him, because Kagura had intelligence but no safe way to contact him. Obito and Zetsu explain that the white Zetsu clone is exactly that contact line, able to relay thoughts, hide underground, and even impersonate Kagura if necessary. That only makes Kagura more suspicious, and he bluntly calls the arrangement what it is: surveillance. Kagura pushes even harder and says outright that if he ever decides they are worthless and walks away, this setup would expose his betrayal immediately. Zetsu answers with a cold threat, promising they will not disappoint him if betrayal ever really happens. Kagura lets the white Zetsu clone go, grabs Obito's wrist instead, and quietly plants his own leaf-shaped flying thunder god mark on him. When Kagura dares him to try killing him, Obito's Sharingan shifts toward Mangekyo, and the whole clearing tightens on the edge of violence. Kagura cuts through that threat with one line, revealing he recently learned Flying Thunder God from Kakashi and wants to see which space-time jutsu is stronger. That one name drags Obito straight back to his worst memory, because Minato beat him with that exact technique during the Ninetales incident. Obito immediately demands to know whether Kakashi learned it too, suddenly far more worried about his old teammate than before. Kagura deliberately keeps the answer slippery, saying only that he and Kakashi learned together, and that he himself has already mastered it. Obito scoffs that Kakashi is still a failure, but the irritation on his face says the possibility bothers him badly. Then Kagura drops the next knife, telling Obito that Kakashi is already chasing new leads about the orange-haired man and purple-haired woman in matching robes. Obito grits his teeth at the thought of those Akatsuki members becoming a trail back to him, especially with one of them already treating him with open disdain. Seeing that opening, Kagura calmly offers his superior a brutal solution: kill those 2 subordinates before Kakashi uncovers anything more. In the forest meeting, Kagura coolly suggests killing Obito's orange-haired man and purple-haired woman before Kakashi traces them back to Akatsuki. Obito rejects it on the spot and bluntly tells Kagura those 2 are even more important than he is. Zetsu's black side immediately soothes Kagura by saying he could replace them later if they ever become disobedient. Obito dismisses the flattery and explains the pair still matter because their strength helps Akatsuki grow. Kagura seizes on the name at once, and Obito confirms Akatsuki is the organization he will join later once his Konoha role has done its job. Obito gives Kagura a clear mission: steer Kakashi's investigation away from those Akatsuki members and keep Konoha from reaching the truth. Kagura warns that Kakashi will never drop the lead unless Obito gives him something else to chase. When Obito complains that would leave Kakashi focused on him forever, Kagura reframes it as a way to keep Kakashi moving under Obito's control. That idea hooks Obito immediately, and he decides he can even turn Kakashi into a pawn for the Eye of the Moon plan. Kagura pushes further, and says Kakashi will only bite if Obito causes trouble big enough in another major village. He even proposes Rock Village, hinting that once Kakashi takes him there he could push the mission into a full war between Konoha and IWA. Obito gives him a hard look and openly wonders if Kagura is trying to redirect Kakashi or just start a ninja war. He rejects Rock Village because a Konoha IWA war would hit the Land of Rain and drag Akatsuki's hidden base into the conflict. Instead, Obito says he can stir up Cloud Village first and use that route to provoke a safer war between Konoha and Kumo. Kagura agrees in theory but warns that Konoha's leaders fear Kumo so much they once sacrificed the Hyuga to avoid another war. Away suddenly cuts in with the obvious solution and asks why they do not just kill Kakashi instead. The whole clearing goes awkwardly silent, because everyone understands Obito's real reason for never choosing that option. Obito grabs Away by the neck in instant rage, ready to kill the clone for saying too much. Kagura unexpectedly stops him and says he really could find a way to kill Kakashi. Obito shuts that down hard, saying Kakashi does not deserve to die and that his death would only make Konoha more suspicious. Kagura pivots back to war again and dryly points out that if Konoha had to appease Kumo, Kakashi could end up sacrificed just like the Hyuga once were. Obito tries another option with Sand Village, but Kagura casually dismisses Suna as too weak to matter against him and Kakashi. Away yelps that they have gone way too far, reminding them the real goal is only to pull Kakashi's attention away from Akatsuki. Kagura instantly kicks Away, but he also catches Obito's slip and starts narrowing down where Akatsuki must be hiding. By following Obito's logic, Kagura calmly deduces that Akatsuki's base is in the Land of Rain. He pushes his luck even further and cheerfully says he can swing by the Akatsuki base on the way to Rock Village. Away pops back up to nitpick the route, smugly explaining that the shortest path to IWA is actually through grass country, not rain. Kagura praises that annoying usefulness, shakes Away's hand, and secretly leaves a flying thunder god mark on its wrist. Away immediately asks to plant spores in Kagura for self-defense, bluntly admitting Kagura is the biggest danger to him. Kagura refuses just as sweetly, promising the mark is only there so he can save Away if trouble comes. Obito cuts off their weird little standoff and orders Kagura and Away to cooperate while he and Zetsugo stir up trouble in Rock Village. Kagura promises he will make sure Kakashi watches the right target, and Away chirps the line back at the end like a creepy little echo. After Obito leaves in a foul mood, Away still tries to get spores into Kagura and gets shut down again. Kagura starts putting Away to work at once by telling him to help monitor Obito instead. Before Away can answer, he suddenly senses chakra and warns Kagura that something strange is approaching. A tiny white snake slides in and spits out a slender sword, instantly telling Kagura that Orochimaru has reached him. On the scabbard, Kagura finds a neat red seal with a simple New Year message from Orochimaru. For all Orochimaru's hidden motives, the gift still lands on the loneliest day of the year and genuinely moves Kagura. He speaks to the snake on purpose where Away can hear, thanking Orochimaru and reporting that he is now inside Konoha's Umbu with Danzo's cover identity in the orphanage. Kagura adds that he may pass through grass country soon and asks Orochimaru to make time for a meeting. Once the snake slips away, Kagura calls Away back out and openly confirms that yes, he belongs to Orochimaru too. When Away asks if he should report Orochimaru right away, Kagura talks him around by saying that would only be useful after he has judged whether Orochimaru is willing to join Akatsuki. Kagura even sells the idea by claiming he has been trying to find protection for Orochimaru because Jiraiya is hunting him. Away finds that perfectly believable, comparing it to Kakashi chasing Obito and treating Konoha's cycle of defectors and pursuers as normal. Then Away asks the real loyalty question: if Orochimaru refuses Akatsuki, who will Kagura choose? Kagura answers without blinking that he would pick Akatsuki, especially if Obito proves stronger than Orochimaru. He twists the knife by adding that Orochimaru at least sent a New Year gift, while Obito did not even bother with a greeting. That finally wins Away over, and before sinking away he awkwardly offers Kagura a New Year greeting of his own. Kagura answers quietly, and for a moment the holiday feels a little less empty. As the new year begins, Konoha fills with festive decorations and visitors, while even Yagura is invited to celebrate under Hiruzen's careful watch. The celebration only means more work for Umbu, who spend the holiday patrolling for spies among the crowds. After patrol, Kagura and Kakashi return to the Anbu changing room and find a small holiday box waiting in their locker. Inside, Kagura finds a beautifully made kunai, and Kakashi reveals it is his gift for Kagura's Flying Thunder God training. Kakashi explains that Minato used marked kunai to jump straight onto enemies, so he wanted Kagura to have one worth using. Kagura admits he did not prepare anything in return, then promises Kakashi a much bigger gift later. Kakashi laughs it off and asks for something simple instead, a bowl of ramen. Kagura refuses to be that cheap and upgrades the thank you meal to grilled salted sori instead. After the two leave for dinner, Away creeps up from the floor of the changing room and grumbles that Kakashi tried to win Kagura over with a cheap little gift. Kagura lingers by the doorway with the marked kunai and pointedly reminds Away that Obito did not even bother with a cheap gift. Away can only nod along, and the holiday ends with Kagura quietly driving the wedge between his two masters a little deeper. Right after the new year, 11-year-old Uchiha Itachi reports to the ANBU as a new recruit, and the older members quietly size him up. Most of the unit keeps its distance, but Kagura jumps in first and starts guiding Itachi through the ANBU like an oddly enthusiastic senior. Kagura loudly introduces Itachi as a boy Danzo wants to raise into a future root leader, instantly making the room treat him more seriously. Itachi hurriedly tries to downplay that claim, but Kagura makes it worse by adding that the third Hokage personally placed him under Kakashi's care. Kakashi cuts in, calls Kagura's chatter nonsense, and finally gives Itachi a calm landing on his first day. Kakashi orders Team 6 to move out and tells Itachi to stay beside him, just like Kagura. When Kakashi tells Kagura to get along with Itachi, Kagura immediately twists it into Itachi being the one who has to get along with him. Before the team can leave, an ANBU messenger bursts in and urgently summons Kakashi, Kagura, and Itachi to the Hokage's building. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen, Koharu, Hamura, and Danzo are already waiting with grim faces over fresh intelligence from the land of Earth. The Rock report says Obito controlled the Five Tails Jinchuriki and nearly triggered a tailed beast disaster while trying to kill the third Tsuchikage at the very start of the year. Danzo coldly says Rock's chaos benefits Konoha, but Hiruzen warns that Obito's string of tailed beast attacks points to a much bigger threat. Hiruzen lays out the pattern. Obito once unleashed the Nine Tails on Konoha, manipulated the Three Tails and missed, and has now moved against Rock's Five Tails too. Koharu guesses Obito may want to use tailed beasts to kill each village's Kage and put a Jinchuriki on the throne instead. Hamura pushes back that Obito never truly ruled Mist even after controlling Yagura, which makes his real endgame even harder to read. The talk turns stranger when they consider Obito's stated dream of peace and his obsession with reviving Rin. That thought leads them to a chilling possibility. Maybe Obito wants the forbidden impure world reincarnation. Hiruzen explains that the second Hokage's technique needs living sacrifices, and Koharu sharply reminds the room why it remains absolutely forbidden. Kakashi enters the office with Kagura and Itachi and immediately realizes this is not a routine summons. Hiruzen orders Kakashi's team to head into the land of Earth, find Obito's trail, and stop whatever he is planning next. Hiruzen adds one crucial warning: in rock territory, they must not draw the third Tsuchikage's attention. When Hiruzen asks Danzo to have the intelligence division support the mission, Danzo ignores Kagura and deliberately settles his attention on Itachi instead. Danzo tells Itachi to come with him for rock intelligence contacts, and Kagura visibly droops as he gets left out. Outside the office, Kakashi tries to comfort Kagura over Danzo taking Itachi, but Kagura bluntly says he wanted Kabuto's contact information so he could kill him during the Land of Earth trip. Kakashi immediately scolds him, saying ANBU cannot casually contact or endanger Konoha's own intelligence agents, let alone kill one. When Kakashi realizes Kabuto shares Nono's surname, he asks the obvious question, and Kagura confirms both of them came from Nono's orphanage. Kakashi still cannot understand it, and Kagura answers with a cold explanation that killing Kabuto would be the simplest way to free Nono from Root. Kagura says Nono stayed trapped in Root to buy Kabuto his freedom, so killing Kabuto would erase the leash keeping her tied to Danzo. Kakashi sees the bigger danger at once and guesses Danzo may be using Kagura, Nono, and Kabuto to control each of them through the others. After warning Kagura not to absorb Danzo's extreme thinking, Kakashi ends the discussion and orders the team to pack for departure tomorrow. As soon as Kakashi is gone, Kagura quietly orders White Setsu away to spy on whatever Itachi discusses with Danzo. Deep en route, Itachi kneels before Danzo and learns the real purpose behind his advancement: serve as Konoha's informant inside the Uchiha clan. Danzo frames the mission as protecting peace between the village and the clan, but he makes clear Itachi may have to sacrifice everything for it. Itachi does not hesitate and accepts the burden, convinced that sacrifice is the price of finding peace. Danzo gives Itachi the rock spy contact list, then raises the stakes by setting 3 sealed scrolls in front of him as part of the assignment. Danzo tells him the blue scroll is for Yakushi Nono's final route mission, and the red one is for Yakushi Kabuto. Then Danzo reveals the real point: the blue scroll itself is Itachi's test, and afterward he must decide if he still has the will to sacrifice everything. Before leaving, Itachi asks the question bothering him most: why was Kagura forced out of Root when Itachi joined? Danzo avoids the truth, but he does give Itachi one more order: keep a close watch on Kagura because his would release makes him both valuable and dangerous. Itachi leaves that room already feeling the loneliness of a spy, knowing he may have to treat both his teammates and his own clan as targets of suspicion. Underground, Away slips back from the briefing half-panicked, convinced Danzo's senses are getting sharp enough to expose him. Away rushes back to Kagura with the news that Itachi was told to monitor him, then blurts out his usual pitch for Kagura to defect and join Akatsuki. Kagura barely reacts to the betrayal and instead demands every detail from Danzo and Itachi's conversation. Away spills almost everything, but the one thing he could not learn is the secret inside Danzo's 3 scrolls. Kagura brushes off the failure and sends Away on a new errand to find Orochimaru, promising an experiment that could make him even more useful. Left alone, Kagura tightens his grip on Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword and decides Itachi's surveillance no longer matters, because after this mission his hidden origin will stop being a weakness. At dawn by Konoha's gate, Itachi arrives first for the mission after slipping out early to avoid a messy goodbye with Sasuke. When Kagura cheerfully suggests going through war-torn rains so they can kill people on the way, Kakashi instantly rejects that idea and chooses the land of grass instead. Itachi unexpectedly backs Kagura's route, and his awkward caution makes it obvious Danzo's order to watch Kagura is already weighing on him. Kagura needles him by acting like Danzo already picked Itachi as Root's future boss and stole Kagura's place, which leaves Itachi looking completely blindsided. Trying to clean up the misunderstanding, Itachi admits Danzo only asked him to contact Root intelligence members and never promised him anything more. Kakashi jokes that if Itachi ever does lead Root, the least he can do is free Yakushi Nono and Yakushi Kabuto for Kagura's sake. That hits Itachi hard, because those are the exact two people Danzo secretly told him to contact in the land of Earth. Kakashi explains that Nono ran the orphanage that raised Kagura, and Kabuto was a boy from there too, even if Kagura still refuses to call him a friend. Kagura bluntly warns Itachi that Danzo is dangerous, and that someone weaker than Kagura has no business trusting him, but Itachi quietly refuses to back away. With that uneasy talk unresolved, Kakashi finally orders the team to move out. The trip starts quietly through the land of fire, but the roads grow strangely crowded the closer they get to the land of grass. Soon they realize those travelers are refugees, because the land of grass has fallen into war after hiring the violent Take-Torai clan for a counterattack. Kakashi sighs that they dodged rain only to run into another battlefield, and he switches the squad to hiding by day and moving by night. Kagura already suspects the land of grass will not be quiet at all, because he plans to do more than just pass through it. After a night march, the team rests at sunrise, and Kagura casually heads to the river to fish so he can slip away without raising suspicion. By the river, a small white snake finds Kagura's chakra and slips back into the brush, telling him Orochimaru's scouts are close. At noon, the river surface ripples and Orochimaru himself walks out of the water to greet Kagura like an affectionate but terrifying patron. Kagura immediately calls him Lord Orochimaru, and Orochimaru pats his head while asking who else is nearby. When Kagura says Kakashi and Itachi are with him, Orochimaru's eyes light up and he jokes about whether Kagura brought him fresh test subjects. Orochimaru drops the idea just as fast, deciding their deaths would only make Konoha suspicious and waste valuable talent. Kagura reports that Danzo threw him out of Root and into Konoha's ANBU, making it harder to keep watch on Danzo from the inside. Orochimaru says that was never Danzo's choice at all, because Hiruzen must have spotted Kagura's value and forcibly pulled him into ANBU. Once he starts talking about Hiruzen, Orochimaru slips into open bitterness and mocks his teacher for wanting power without dirtying his own hands. Kagura cautiously worries that he still has not fulfilled Orochimaru's order to monitor the Danzo alliance, but Orochimaru says he has already exceeded expectations. What really pleases Orochimaru is that Kagura already learned fearsome wood release, including the wood dragon that should belong to the first Hokage's legend. Orochimaru tells Kagura to stop worrying about Danzo, stay buried in ANBU, and keep feeding him information from inside Konoha. He even savors the thought that Konoha's rising genius is actually a creation he made with his own hands. As Kagura accepts the order, his system quietly marks the old mission complete, and gives him a new one to infiltrate Konoha's ANBU for Orochimaru. The reward is Orochimaru-style swordsmanship, useful but awkward, because anyone who recognizes it could connect Kagura back to Orochimaru. Kagura starts steering the talk toward his communication problem in ANBU, hoping to open the door for Away and Akatsuki, but Orochimaru cuts in first with his own answer. Orochimaru reveals he already picked Yakushi Kabuto as a future inside man, planning to rescue him after Danzo inevitably betrays both Kabuto and Yakushi Nono. Kagura carefully brings up the fake orphan identity Danzo gave him, making it sound like a small problem instead of a dangerous lie. When Kagura adds that Kabuto already seems to believe the story, Orochimaru decides Danzo's cover is solid enough that nobody else in Konoha should spot a flaw either. Kagura pushes one step further, and says Danzo may eventually kill Kabuto and Nono to erase loose ends, which fits Orochimaru's low opinion of him perfectly. Orochimaru says Danzo's mistake is thinking death solves everything, while Kabuto is the kind of clever medical ninja who is far more valuable alive. After that lecture, Orochimaru shifts to the mission itself and correctly guesses Kakashi's team is heading for the rock village to chase Obito's trail. Kagura explains Kakashi wants to bring Obito back to Konoha, and that simple loyalty instantly irritates Orochimaru. That irritation comes from his own history, because Jiraiya has been hounding him in the same stubborn way and wrecking his work. Seeing the opening, Kagura brings up a secret group that approached him and claimed they could solve Orochimaru's Jiraiya problem. When Kagura names Akatsuki and says Obito is part of it, Orochimaru instantly loses interest because a group fronted by Obito sounds unimpressive to him. Instead of joining them, Orochimaru decides Akatsuki has become a threat now that Obito knows Kagura's true ties, and he promises to gather information and eventually kill him. Kagura still tries to warn him that Akatsuki's intelligence network is strong and Obito's abilities are dangerous, but Orochimaru calmly shuts that down too. Orochimaru tells Kagura to focus on growing stronger in Konoha and stop worrying about him, then prepares to leave. Once Orochimaru disappears, Kagura immediately speaks to Away in hiding and sums it up bluntly. Orochimaru has no intention of joining Akatsuki. Away's first answer is simple and savage, asking if they should just beat Orochimaru up instead. Kagura refuses, because he thinks Orochimaru and Akatsuki are bound to collide on their own, so there is no reason for them to waste effort forcing it. Once Away agrees with that, Kagura gives him a new job instead and tells him to go to the rock village and watch Yakushi Kabuto closely. Kagura wants to know whether Kabuto has contacted anyone, especially Nono, because Danzo looks ready to move and something ugly may happen soon. For a moment Kagura catches himself thinking about the orphan identity he invented, wondering whether Nono may already remember him as if that lie were real. Away happily accepts the assignment, because watching other people's stories unfold is exactly what he enjoys. Then Kagura's fishing line jerks, and he reels in a decent river fish at the exact moment he is thinking about how to handle Kabuto. Holding the hooked fish, Kagura says a fish that has already swallowed the hook should not be let go just to get hurt again, and Away realizes he means Kabuto. Kagura explains that some fish only become valuable after you raise them, so for now Kabuto will be tossed into Orochimaru's pond and allowed to grow. But Kagura ends with the real point: Kabuto already bit his bait first, so once that fish grows big enough, it will belong to him. At dusk, Kakashi and Itachi wake at their campsite and find Kagura staggering around proudly with a giant fish on his shoulder. Kagura acts modest about catching only 20 or 30 fish, and Itachi quietly takes over to grill the biggest one for dinner. After dinner they move on through the dark forest until they reach Canopy Bridge, where battered grass defenders are still holding off the war-crazed Kagaya clan. Seeing the dead at the forest edge, Itachi mourns that the war should have ended long ago, and Kagura answers with chilling simplicity that killing everyone would end it. Kakashi immediately reins them in and warns that on a battlefield even one shuriken, or explosive tag, can kill a genius ninja. By evening the Kagaya attackers finally withdraw, and Kakashi decides their team can slip past the exhausted grass line. As they sneak through the trees, they overhear panicked grass captains calling for a dead healer's daughter, a little Uzumaki girl whose blood can supposedly heal the wounded. A branch snaps under Kagura, and the grass ninjas instantly realize someone is hiding in the forest. Kagura stays perfectly calm and tells Kakashi there soon will not be anyone alive who knows they passed through here. Before Kakashi can stop him, Kagura unleashes wood release and the whole forest erupts into roots and vines that butcher the grass ninjas where they stand. Itachi is horrified that one jutsu just wiped out hundreds of already wounded men who were barely a threat to them. Kagura coldly insists the grass ninjas made the fatal mistake of hearing him, so paying with their lives was their own way of making amends. Deeply disturbed, Kakashi orders Kagura never to act like that on his own again and says he even violated the ANBU code. Kagura obediently agrees, then immediately suggests they should wipe grass out completely so nothing can grow back, and Kakashi and Itachi stare at him in alarm. Kakashi firmly shuts that down and warns that meddling in a friendly small country's war could drag Konoha into a new great ninja war. Kakashi orders Itachi to gather the bodies for cremation and erase the wood release traces, but Kagura stops him and says they should wait a little longer. Kagura says the dead grass ninjas were calling for a little Uzumaki girl who could heal the wounded, and he wants to see whether she is truly useful. Kakashi says scattered Uzumaki descendants are nothing unusual after Whirlpool's fall, but Kagura points out the girl's mother was worked to death, making the child feel suddenly much more urgent. Kagura bluntly says if the girl is special, Root should have her, and if she is not, the Konoha orphanage can take her instead. Kakashi pushes back and says the child should be sent somewhere safe no matter what, but Kagura reminds him Danzo's hand still reaches into the orphanage too. Trying to find a better answer, Kagura suggests the girl could stay with Naruto instead, since both are Uzumaki children who should not be alone. When Kakashi points out they still have a mission in the land of Earth, Kagura tosses him a marked kunai and reveals he already planned a flying thunder god fallback. Kakashi finally asks what kind of person Kagura really is, and Kagura answers that the killer, the rescuer, and the boy who just likes fishing are all the same him. Under the moonlight, Kagura declares he will stay in the darkness so more people in the ninja world can stand in the light, and calls that his ninja way. At dawn, the bloody forest still waits in silence as Kagura dozes by a tree, Kakashi keeps watch, and Itachi stands by the mountain of corpses they still have not burned. Kakashi has agreed to wait for the next grass team and the little girl, though he had to talk Kagura out of escalating all the way to wiping out Grass Village and blaming Obito for it. Itachi quietly asks when they can finally cremate the dead, and Kakashi answers that another batch of bodies is still on the way. The moment Itachi understands what that means, Kagura opens his eyes and says the bodies have arrived. A grass reinforcement squad comes running into the forest with a terrified red-haired girl in glasses, forcing her onward with threats because they need her on the battlefield. When the squad reaches the position and finds only heaps of grass corpses, Karen is the first one to sense the terrifying person hidden deeper in the trees. Kagura answers from the forest shadows, impressed by her sensing, and the next instant his wood release tears through the entire reinforcement squad. Karen curls into herself in pure terror, but she slowly realizes every vine avoided her on purpose. After the killing stops, Kagura comes out smiling, introduces himself as a Konoha ninja, and asks if she is the little thing the dead men were talking about. The little girl shakily gives her name as Karen, still convinced this terrifying boy may want her only for her blood. Kagura says he already knows about her healing bite, then presses further and correctly guesses she also has a rare sensing talent. Karen admits she can sometimes see faraway enemies when she is scared, revealing the unstable early signs of her powerful Uzumaki sensory gift. Kagura tells Karen to come with them on the mission and coldly warns that if she proves useless in Konoha, she will be sent somewhere terrifying. Karen immediately begs to be useful, and Kakashi steps in to stop Kagura from scaring her any further. Kakashi kneels and gently explains that Kagura really stayed behind to save her after hearing what happened to her mother, even if he insists on acting like the villain. Kakashi still questions bringing a child into a dangerous reconnaissance mission, but Kagura answers that her sensing ability makes her useful and Konoha may not be safe for her yet anyway. When Kagura asks Karen whether she wants Konoha or wants to stay with them, the girl chooses the only safety she can see and clings to his group. Kagura grabs Karen by the collar and tells her to train her chakra on the road, still warning that useless children end up somewhere terrifying. Kakashi quickly reminds him they were not sending her to Root, only for Kagura to reveal that his terrifying place for children is the ninja school. For a rare moment Kagura sounds almost envious, saying kids should study properly instead of growing up in the dark like him and being doubted forever. After Itachi finishes erasing the scene and notices the rescued girl, Kagura cuts in at once and claims she is a gift for Danzo, warning him not to get involved. Kagura doubles down by warning Itachi to stay away from Karen because he has already decided she belongs to Root, and says their fight over Danzo's favor is still unresolved. Then Kagura warns Karen to stay away from Itachi too, calling himself her savior and painting Itachi as a demon, and the frightened girl hurriedly agrees. Kakashi finally scolds Kagura for mocking Itachi, and Kagura answers with a hard warning that he has told Itachi many times to stay away from Danzo too. Even after Kagura warned him they had already stayed too long, Itachi stubbornly ignored the advice and led the team toward the land of Earth. Right after they left, the Kagaya clan stormed into the abandoned grass defenses and simply took over the empty village as their new foothold. That sudden takeover alarms Konoha, because everyone knows the Kagaya are violent enough to turn a new base into a future threat. Hiruzen proposes a diplomatic approach instead, suggesting Hizashi as envoy because the Hyuga and Kagaya clans share distant blood ties. Danzo immediately pushes the opposite line, coldly saying the Kagaya should be erased before they become trouble. Hiruzen rejects that extremism and says careful handling could turn the situation into an advantage for Konoha instead. The talk shifts back to Itachi, and Hiruzen asks whether Danzo's young prospect is willing to become Konoha's eyes inside the Uchiha clan. Danzo says they will know once Itachi returns from Rock, already pleased with the idea of turning him into a spy against his own clan. In the rocky land of Earth, Rock Village's harsh terrain and fortress-like defenses make infiltration difficult even before spies have to deal with the village's sheer size. Kabuto has been hiding there as an ordinary low-ranking rock ninja, desperately searching for Nono without exposing either of them. Then Obito's attack through the Five Tails Jinchuriki throws Rock Village into a week-long lockdown, making Kabuto's search almost impossible. After the lockdown lifts, Kabuto keeps taking routine assignments in a border town, hoping Konoha's next intelligence contact will lead him to Nono. He finds the coded Konoha signal exactly where he hoped and hurries to the rendezvous point. At the rendezvous point, Kabuto is relieved to find Itachi waiting there instead of Kagura. Kabuto abruptly grabs Itachi, drags him deeper into the alley, and reveals that he is Yakushi Kabuto from Konoha's intelligence division. Itachi does not trust the claim on the spot and only relaxes after the two of them exchange the proper secret code. Once the connection is confirmed, Itachi asks for any information Kabuto has on Obito's control over the Five Tails Jinchuriki. Kabuto explains that Han attacked Tanoki under Sharingan control, Obito showed up during the chaos, and only Rock's top brass know whether the later hunt for him succeeded. Itachi accepts the limits of Kabuto's access and gives him more time to keep digging. Then Itachi hands Kabuto a red mission scroll from Danzo. Kabuto casually asks how Kagura is doing and whether he passed the Chunin exam, and the outdated question makes Itachi hesitate at once. Before Itachi can answer, Kagura suddenly appears beside Kabuto and mocks him for asking the future Root Chief about something as small as the Chunin exam. Kabuto's face goes pale at once, because this is exactly the person he never wanted to meet here. Itachi steps in at once and warns Kagura that private contact with intelligence operatives breaks Konoha rules and puts them in danger. Itachi tells Kabuto to go, and Kabuto wants to obey, but he still freezes because what matters is whether Kagura will actually let him leave. Kagura cheerfully tells Kabuto to go complete his new mission first, making it obvious he already knows exactly what Kabuto came here for. When Kagura adds that the people who should be met will be met, and the people who should be killed will be killed, Kabuto breaks into cold sweat. Itachi plants himself between them to shield Kabuto, but Kagura only stays amused and ominously calm. As Kabuto is finally released, Kagura quietly tells Itachi that whether anyone can stop him from killing in the future will depend on Itachi's luck. Once clear of the alley, Kabuto realizes sweat has soaked through his clothes and knows he cannot afford to wait any longer. He decides he has to get back toward Rock Village immediately, and find Nono before the trap snaps shut. Then Kabuto opens Danzo's red scroll and reads a simple-looking order: assassinate a defected Intelligence Division member at Tsuchi River Gorge on March 16th at night. At first the job seems easy, but Kabuto quickly realizes the fixed time, fixed place, and missing target photo all feel horribly wrong. The pattern is so deliberate that Kabuto finally suspects the person he is being sent to kill may be Nono herself. Kabuto destroys the red scroll and vows that if he cannot find Nono first, he will go to Tsuchi River Gorge himself and warn her. Back in the alley, Itachi keeps warning Kagura not to endanger Konoha's intelligence agents, and Kagura bluntly replies that he is the danger they fear. Itachi says he never wanted Danzo's future route post and just wants to finish the mission, but Kagura keeps mocking him and refuses to stop following. So Itachi changes tactics, brings Kagura back to the inn, then slips out alone to contact the next intelligence operative before Kagura can follow. Inside the inn, Kakashi tells Kagura to stop meddling, because they cannot casually expose intelligence agents even if Kagura wants to meet Kabuto and Nono. Kagura ignores Kakashi, orders Karen to locate Itachi, and the little girl nervously obeys because she says she cannot refuse him. Karen closes her eyes, spreads her senses across the border town, and quickly pinpoints Itachi in a northwest alley. Meanwhile, in a northwest alley, Nono reaches Itachi first and gives the clearer report Kabuto could not. Rock never captured Obito at all. Itachi hands Nono a cyan scroll and tells her Danzo says this will be her last mission. For Nono, those words matter more than the mission itself, because she believes one last task will finally free Kabuto from root. Itachi tries to end the contact fast before Kagura can interfere, but the warning comes a moment too late. Kagura appears in Nono's path, and she reacts like a seasoned spy by instantly slashing at the unknown boy with a hidden kunai. Kagura catches the strike barehanded, but Nono's slash still opens his arm and sends blood down his sleeve. Itachi hurriedly breaks in and says Kagura is a Konoha ninja, then asks in surprise if Nono should already know him. Kagura politely calls her Dean Nono and says she may not recognize or remember him anymore, which only deepens her confusion. Nono's first instinct is still kindness, so she immediately offers to treat the wound she just caused. Kagura refuses and raises his arm, letting the slash heal on its own right in front of her. That impossible healing makes Nono search her memory harder, but she still cannot place him and apologizes with a warm motherly smile. Kagura thanks her for the handsome comment and tells her she has not changed at all, while Itachi watches the strange exchange with growing unease. Uneasy about their strange familiarity and the danger of lingering, Itachi urges everyone to leave before enemy suspicion falls on the alley. Nono agrees at once, because all she can think about now is finishing her final mission and saving Kabuto from root. Kagura politely steps aside and watches Nono leave, and only after she is gone does his gaze turn dark again. After reaching a safe place, Nono opens the cyan scroll and reads her final mission: kill a defected Intelligence Division officer at Tsuchi River Gorge on March 16th at night. This time the scroll includes a target photo, and Nono calmly assumes the young man with glasses should not be too hard to kill. Back at the alley mouth, Itachi notices that Kagura's gaze on Nono was nothing like his usual self and realizes she matters to him far more than he admits. With the intelligence contacts finished, Itachi finally takes out Danzo's blue scroll, the assessment meant for him alone. The blue order makes Danzo's trap brutally clear. 2 Konoha intelligence officers hidden at Tsuchi River Gorge are about to defect, and Itachi is ordered to kill both before they can leak secrets. At the Borderland Inn, Itachi keeps his secret assessment tasks to himself and only passes Kakashi the intelligence report on Uchiha Obito. Kakashi quietly realizes the worst part of the situation: Obito escaped the Rock Village lockdown, and nobody knows whether he fled or is still hiding inside. Because only the Five-Tails Jinchuriki has been in direct contact with Obito, Kakashi decides that reaching him is the only real lead left. Kakashi volunteers to infiltrate Rock Village alone, fully aware that meeting the Five-Tails host could easily turn into a suicide mission. Kagura immediately points out the obvious flaw: Kakashi is too famous in the land of Earth to sneak anywhere unnoticed. Kagura offers to infiltrate instead, arguing that rock ninja are unlikely to recognize him on sight. Kakashi firmly refuses, saying Kagura is too important to Konoha's future to throw away on a mission like this. When Kakashi asks for Kagura's infiltration plan anyway, Kagura confidently suggests sneaking in, capturing Inoki, and torturing out the Jinchuriki's location. Kakashi shuts that down at once and warns that the third Tsuchikage's dust release is a terrifying Kekiai Toda, not someone Kagura can casually kidnap. Kagura oddly muses that dust release sounds stronger than wood release, and Kakashi awkwardly admits it still should not compare to Hashirama's power. Itachi offers a much cleaner plan: use intelligence agents to locate the Five-Tails host first, then slip into Rock Village for a secret meeting. Kakashi praises Itachi's idea, but the mission still looks brutally dangerous no matter who takes it. Karen timidly suggests a simpler angle: if sneaking in is too hard, maybe they should first reduce Rock Village's guard. Kagura instantly likes Karen's idea, ruffles her hair, and says they could spread word that Obito was seen outside Rock Village to pull guards away. Itachi builds on it, and says even a false lead far from the village would help if it pulls enough rock shinobi out of position. Kagura instantly warps the idea into a massacre, calmly suggesting he impersonate Obito, slaughter a city, and leave survivors to spread the panic. Kakashi shuts that down immediately, insisting they cannot murder innocent civilians just to make an infiltration easier. Kagura calmly revises the massacre down to a small town, which only leaves Kakashi staring at him in deeper disbelief. Even after being corrected again, Kagura keeps pushing and asks if killing a few rock ninja would at least be acceptable. That thought immediately mutates into an even worse plan, with Kagura proposing to disguise himself as a cloud ninja and trigger a full war with Rock. Kagura keeps going, saying he can escalate the war by killing people on the battlefield until Rock strips its own village bare. Kakashi finally spells it out. They need a covert infiltration, not a plan that starts a great war and gets Kagura hunted by every major village. Kagura still misses the point and casually says he can just impersonate Uchiha Madara instead. Trying to drag the discussion back to reality, Itachi suggests causing a smaller disturbance, or kidnapping one important figure far away from Rock Village. Kagura instantly criminalizes that too, suggesting he impersonate Obito and kidnap the Land of Earth's daimyo, maybe even for ransom. At that point Kakashi stops the argument, takes the mission back for himself, and declares that rescuing Obito is his burden alone. Kakashi says Obito once saved his life, so if this rescue costs him everything, he will still go through with it. He orders Itachi and Kagura to take Karen and return to Konoha if he dies inside Rock Village. Then Kakashi turns to Kagura and, with unexpected warmth, says Kagura is kind at heart but badly warped by Root's extreme way of thinking. Kakashi warns him that solving everything with killing only spreads more darkness, and some problems in this world cannot be fixed that way. He also tells Kagura that among everyone he knows, Kagura is the one most likely to stop Obito in the future. Finally, Kakashi leaves behind one last message for Obito. He and Rin will be watching over Obito's life from the Pure Land. Kakashi walks out without looking back, committing himself to the mission before anyone can stop him. After Kakashi leaves, Itachi tries to contact Konoha's intelligence people for help, but no matter what he does, he cannot reach them. Elsewhere, Kabuto and Nono are already absorbed in their own covert assignment, preparing for the mission at Tsuchi River Gorge. Back at the inn, Karen anxiously asks if they are really going to do nothing while Kakashi goes off alone. Kagura answers by sipping tea and lazily wondering whether the job can be skipped, delayed, or shoved onto someone else. Karen is floored by his definition of thinking, because it sounds a lot more like elegant shirking than a rescue plan. When Karen blurts out that Kakashi will die if Kagura does nothing, he finally sighs and admits he has to act. A system task pushes him the rest of the way, ordering him to pass Kakashi's Pure Land message to Obito. Using his shadow tracking ability, Kagura locates Obito nearby and rises with sudden purpose to jump to him with Flying Thunder God. Before leaving, Kagura casually tells Karen to stay put, as if he is stepping out for a quick errand instead of chasing a masked terrorist. Obito, meanwhile, is absurdly relaxed after the chaos in Rock Village, sitting at a roadside tea stall near town and watching the aftermath from close by. Kagura appears beside him in an instant, sits down, and immediately starts helping himself to Obito's tea like this is a routine meeting. Kagura reports that the scheme worked. Kakashi dropped the Akatsuki trail and led Itachi and Kagura into the Land of Earth instead. Obito immediately notices the bigger issue and demands to know when Kagura put a Flying Thunder God mark on him. Kagura casually admits he marked Obito during their last meeting so he could always jump straight to him. Obito swallows the annoyance because the result is useful, and Kagura quietly cashes in another reward for steering Kakashi off the Akatsuki truth. Then Kagura drops the real reason he came and says, almost casually over tea, that Kakashi is about to die. Obito chokes on his tea, then tries to act indifferent, and claims Kakashi's fate has nothing to do with him. Kagura ignores the act and relays Kakashi's final words anyway. Kakashi and Rin will be watching over Obito from the Pure Land. The message hits hard enough to clear Kagura's task, and he quietly picks up Kakashi's lightning blade as the reward. Obito drops the pretense at once and angrily demands to know where Kakashi is right now. Kagura explains that Kakashi headed alone toward Rock Village to question the Five Tails Jinchuriki about Obito. He even needles Obito by saying Kakashi dying might be good for his own promotion, and starts joking about splitting Kakashi's inheritance. That finally forces a real order out of Obito. Kagura must go save Kakashi so Konoha's next investigation stays manageable. Kagura acts put upon, but the fresh assignment only convinces him there are still plenty of rewards buried in these old bonds. Before leaving, Kagura drops a hint that Kakashi has taught him plenty of jutsu, hoping Obito will offer something useful too. Obito misses the hint completely, and just sneers at Kakashi's self-made lightning technique, calling it a jutsu that needs the Sharingan to control. Kagura tries once more by openly warning that Inoki's dust release and earth release could make the rescue risky, but Obito still offers nothing. Obito points out that Flying Thunder God should make the rescue easy, then abruptly realizes Kakashi never actually learned that technique. Seeing he will get nowhere here, Kagura stands to leave but tosses out one more baited warning. Orochimaru may be probing the Akatsuki and might suspect Kagura's link to them. Kagura adds that Orochimaru experimented on him, gave him wood release, and even treated him well enough that Kagura still addresses him respectfully. Obito's attention shifts immediately, and he decides Orochimaru is dangerous enough that the Akatsuki should either deal with him or recruit him. In the end, Obito settles on a cautious answer that fits his style exactly. Orochimaru is strong enough for the Akatsuki, but recruiting a difficult senior like him is better left to Pain. On the way back to the inn, Kagura silently judges Obito as a terrible boss, the kind who never wins over subordinates, and will eventually pay for it. Back in the inn, Kagura suddenly lectures little Karen that a future boss should listen to subordinates instead of acting like a tyrant, leaving the child completely baffled. Itachi returns looking tense and warns that the intelligence division members may already be gone, and Kakashi's situation is still unresolved. Kagura decides on the spot to go after Kakashi and tells Itachi to stay here and take care of Karen. When Itachi asks how long that will take, Kagura answers with unnerving calm that if things go badly, he may never come back. Karen blurts out that she wants to go too, offering her tracking eyes and even her healing blood if Kagura needs it. Kagura casually agrees to bring Karen, then turns the pressure back on Itachi and waits to see what he will choose. Itachi hesitates because helping Kakashi could ruin Danzo's deadline, and failing this first route test could destroy his plan to become the bridge between Konoha and the Uchiha. He finally sides with the mission, insisting that Kakashi order them to wait for his message. Kagura needles him for choosing his own survival and Root's future, then says this decision is the kind that locks in a person's whole path. Itachi answers that Kagura would not understand, refusing to follow him. Kagura lifts Karen onto his back and leaves, warning Itachi that he may never offer him another chance. After they are gone, Itachi quietly says that if Kagura survives, the irony will be complete. The one trying to save chooses killing, and the one sent to kill chooses saving. Choosing Danzo's mission over Kakashi, Itachi asks for the way to Tsuchi River Gorge and heads out to prepare an ambush. At the same time, Kagura carries Karen toward Rock Village, and their rescue talk is so reckless that he casually suggests capturing the third Tsuchikage if they need a guide. Kagura brushes off Kakashi's caution and jokes that Rock Village must be huge, because even Kabuto still has not found the person he is searching for. Inside Rock Village, Kabuto has already been searching frantically for Nono, but the maze of stone fortresses and mountain roads gives him nothing. Worn out and nearly ready to give up for the day, Kabuto accidentally collides with a man whose hat falls off, revealing a head of white hair. Kakashi tries to play it off and leave, but Kabuto makes it clear he recognized him from before and is not treating him as an enemy. Kakashi abruptly grabs Kabuto and asks for the location of the Five Tails Jinchuriki, exposing just how lost he is inside Rock Village. Kabuto sees an opening and agrees to help only if Kakashi later stops someone from killing. Kakashi admits he might not even make it out alive, because approaching the loyal Five Tails host could expose him immediately. Kabuto bluntly tells him the mission is suicide and starts to leave, still focused on his own deadline. Kakashi stops him again and suggests another helper, Kagura, who is powerful enough to stop the killing and already knows Kabuto. The moment Kakashi says Kagura's name, Kabuto reveals the real problem. The person he needs stopped is Kagura himself. Kakashi is startled but quickly admits that if Kagura really wants someone dead, asking ordinary help is pointless unless Kabuto can somehow find the five Kage. Trying to reassure him, Kakashi says Kagura must be joking because they both came from the same orphanage, but Kabuto cuts him off and says that is exactly why Kagura wants to kill him. Kabuto storms off to think about survival, while Kakashi refuses to let the idea go and argues that Kagura has always tried to get Kabuto and Nono out of Root. In Kabuto's temporary room, the two finally sit down, both realizing they may understand far less about Kagura than they thought. Kabuto starts from the beginning, explaining that he and Kagura were orphanage children together, but Kagura disappeared so early that everyone, even Nono, forgot him. Kakashi fills in the missing piece. Orochimaru kidnapped children for illegal Hashirama cell experiments, and Kagura survived one of them and awakened would release. Kabuto says Kagura believes Nono sent him to that lab, and he insists that part is a cruel lie because Nono would never abandon an orphanage child. Kakashi suggests that a frightened child en route could easily have been manipulated by Orochimaru or Danzo into believing that betrayal. Kabuto then connects the next wound. While Kagura was hidden inside Root, Kabuto and Nono eventually joined Root for orphanage funding without even knowing he was there. That is the part that scares him most, because Kagura remembered them all along while the two people he cared about had completely forgotten him. When Kabuto asks whether Kagura would hate them for that, even Kakashi starts sweating because the answer suddenly feels dangerously possible. Kakashi still tries to hold on to hope, saying Kagura may be extreme but perhaps he has already forgiven them. Kabuto answers with deeper shame, explaining that Nono stayed en route for his sake and kept trying to save him, while the forgotten child still trapped en route received none of that love. Then Kabuto reveals the worst of it. Kagura has long wanted to force him and Nono into killing each other. He explains Danzo's trap step by step, from fake photographs that kept Nono from recognizing him to the promise that her final mission would earn his release from Root. Kabuto says Kagura knowingly joined that scheme, jealous of the love Kabuto received and eager to watch Nono kill him before learning who he really was. Kakashi can only call the plan cruel, finally understanding why Kabuto always believed Kagura truly meant to kill him. Even so, Kakashi cannot ignore the contradiction. Kagura has been fighting to return to Root and save Nono, so why engineer something that would make her hate him forever? Kakashi answers himself that this still sounds like Kagura, a boy who does not care how others judge him as long as he follows his own harsh logic. Trying another angle, Kakashi asks why Kabuto does not simply tell Nono the truth and break the trap before it closes. Kabuto says Kagura himself warned him that even if he confessed everything, Kagura would kill him in front of Nono anyway just to make her suffer more. He points out the real problem. Kagura is already in the land of Earth, so exposing the conspiracy means little if either of them can actually stop him. Kakashi backs that fear up with a hard example, reminding Kabuto that Kagura once used would release to defeat and capture the fourth Mizukage, the Three-Tails Jinchuriki Yagura, alive. Kabuto has no answer to that, because if Kagura can subdue a Kage-level Jinchuriki, Kabuto knows he cannot beat him head-on. He checks the date, and says only 2 days remain before the mission at Tsuchi River Gorge, and the best he can hope is that Kakashi's kinder reading of Kagura is somehow right. That detail jolts Kakashi, because if Kagura said whether the killing happens depends on luck, then somewhere inside that darkness he may still be leaving room to save them. Kakashi argues that if Kagura truly wanted Kabuto dead, he would never have warned him at all, so maybe those threats were really a hidden warning about Danzo's plot. He goes one step further and says Kagura may have wanted revenge for being forgotten, but not actual murder, which would explain why the threats sounded real while still leaving a path out. With the clock running down, Kabuto decides he still has to go to Tsuchi River Gorge and pray this reading of Kagura is true. Before leaving, Kakashi asks one more time about the Five Tails, and Kabuto can only say the Jinchuriki must be held somewhere isolated, far from crowds. Kabuto puts on his rock headband, warns Kakashi not to hide in his room, and leaves him behind to continue the undercover mission alone. As soon as Kabuto is gone, Kakashi suddenly remembers the more immediate danger. Even if Kagura hesitates, Danzo absolutely does not, and Kabuto may be walking straight into that trap. Kakashi rushes outside to warn him not to underestimate Danzo, but Kabuto has already vanished into Rock Village's maze of stone streets. At the root base, Danzo calmly lays out a cruel plan to shape Itachi into a spy who will betray his own clan for Konoha. His scheme is simple and vicious. Let Itachi meet Kabuto and Nono as comrades first, then force him to discover they were the targets all along. Danzo wants that shock to teach Itachi that even comrades can be sacrificed, while Kabuto and Nono conveniently disappear as loose ends. Meanwhile in Rock Village, Kakashi realizes he was too late to warn Kabuto and turns his focus to finding the hidden location of the Five Tails Jinchuriki. Outside the village, 9-year-old Deidara lives like a walking disaster, happily playing with explosive clay after being shoved out of town for causing too much chaos. The gloomy man beside him is Han, the Five Tails Jinchuriki, stationed out here too so the village can watch him without dealing with him up close. Deidara proudly detonates a huge blast and asks for praise, but Han only gives him a flat, almost painful little not bad. Bored by Han's reaction, Deidara immediately starts dreaming up an even bigger explosion that could hit the Tsuchikage's building. Then Han notices two strangers approaching, and the moment he sees Kagura he feels a danger even Obito never gave him. Kagura strolls up smiling and claims he and Karen travel the world planting trees, even here in the middle of bare rock. When Deidara asks how anyone could plant trees in solid stone, Kagura simply asks if he wants a demonstration. Kagura answers with wood release, and the dead rocky ground erupts into a sprawling new forest in seconds. Han instantly grabs Deidara and leaps back, but even his quick reaction cannot get them out of Kagura's spreading forest. Deidara is still half impressed by the tree planting trick, but Han grimly reminds him that a wood release user just captured the Mizukage. Han looks for the hidden rock ANBU, and Kagura casually points out that his forest has already snared them all. Han tells Deidara to protect himself and launches into a steam-powered charge straight at Kagura. His brute force tears through the first waves of vines, but Kagura's forest keeps closing in until Han is bound and his chakra starts draining away. Deidara answers by sending tiny clay spiders into the forest, and their explosion blows Han free. Karen senses more spider bombs crawling their way, but Kagura stays cool and says he already has a way around the problem. Because the whole forest is his chakra, Kagura and Karen vanish in an instant and reappear elsewhere inside it with flying thunder god speed. The technique hits Han like a nightmare, because Kagura's speed looks just like the flying thunder god that once devastated Rock Shinobi under Minato. Han turns at once to save Deidara, but Kagura reaches the boy first and slams him to the ground with vines wrapping him down. Kagura taunts Han for not using the tailed beast's power, and that insult forces Han to stop holding back. A single white tail bursts from Han's back, but even with tailed beast chakra and another steam charge, he still cannot break Kagura's control. The forest catches him again, tighter than before, and the draining vines snuff out his tailed beast chakra until Han finally slumps in defeat. Even pinned down, Deidara turns the table by threatening Karen with a hidden clay spider perched on her head. Kagura suddenly asks Deidara's age, then mocks him for bullying a 6 or 7-year-old when he is already 9. The insult distracts Deidara for one heartbeat, and Kagura uses that opening to flash over to Karen and snatch the bomb off her head. Deidara thinks he has baited Kagura into a mutual kill, only for Kagura to teleport right back in front of him holding the same spider. Then Kagura breaks him in the pettiest way possible by saying the spider is just plain ugly. Deidara erupts, insisting his spider bombs are real art, and not just weapons for power-hungry people like Kagura to dismiss. Kagura deadpans that if Deidara believes in his art so much, he should blow himself up to prove it and live on in Kagura's memory. For a split second Deidara is almost moved, then he snaps back and refuses to die for such a stupid reason. Kagura casually praises him for actually being smart, and even the still sniffling Karen agrees. With Deidara neutralized for the moment, Kagura turns to Han and asks the real question, has Kakashi been seen inside Rock Village? Han recognizes the description at once and realizes Kakashi really did infiltrate the village. Kagura openly admits Kakashi came to ask about Obito, and that he is also trying to track Obito down as fast as possible. That name instantly angers Han, but all he can say is that Obito ambushed him with genjutsu, and left him captured before he learned anything useful. When Han confirms he knows nothing else, Kagura loses that lead and bluntly refuses to release anyone for free. Instead, Kagura demands that Rock Village hand over Kakashi alive and untouched if they want their people back. Han suggests sending Deidara as the messenger, but Kagura flatly refuses because Deidara obviously wants revenge the second he is loose. Before they can choose anyone else, a little girl calls for Deidara from outside the forest and walks straight into the hostage scene. Kagura and Han both realize at once that Kuratsuchi is the perfect messenger whether anyone likes it or not. Back in the Tsuchika's office, Anoki is just handling paperwork and complaining about his old back when Kuratsuchi bursts in crying. She blurts out that Deidara, Han, and a whole group of ANBU are all captured in a forest that was not even there before. Anoki is shocked hard enough to jar his bad waist, but even while hurting he forces Kuratsuchi to explain every detail. From her messy report, Anoki quickly pieces together the truth. Konoha's new would release prodigy likely came for Kakashi and took Rock's important people as leverage. He immediately orders a search for Kakashi inside the village and demands that the intruder be captured alive, not killed. Then Kuratsuchi adds Kagura's childish-sounding warning that if Kakashi loses even one hair, Deidara will lose one too. The threat sounds so much like a kid's argument that Anoki starts wondering if the whole thing is stranger than it first sounded, and decides to go see for himself. Using his lightweight rock technique, the old Tsuchikage lifts into the air and flies straight toward the forest outside the village. Back in the forest, Karen senses an enemy approaching from the sky and warns Kagura that something fast is coming overhead. Kagura spots Anoki flying and immediately asks the nearest source of information, which is still the very irritated Deidara, how that old man does it. Deidara scoffs that it is only Anoki's lightweight rock technique and insists he does not care about copying some old man's method. Kagura needles him by saying that sounds a lot like he never really learned it, and Deidara instantly takes the bait. Now desperate to defend his genius, Deidara explains the technique in detail, from reducing weight and gravity to the years of practice it normally takes to fly. He probably adds that even without finishing the old technique, he can build a faster flying art of his own in far less time than Anoki needed. Kagura sincerely praises Deidara's talent, and in the very next breath he rises off the ground himself, having already learned the technique on the spot. Deidara stares as Akihara Kagura suddenly rises into the air, and even Han bluntly agrees that Kagura is obviously mocking him again. Anoki is genuinely shocked when Kagura names the technique himself and casually floats with Earth Release, lightweight rock technique. Kagura says he only learned the jutsu because his neck was sore from looking up at the Tsuchikage, which leaves Anoki annoyed and even more wary of his talent. When Kagura adds that Flying Thunder God is even faster than Anoki's flight, the old Tsuchikage immediately realizes this boy may be far harder to catch than expected. Kagura abruptly asks where Kakashi is, and Anoki is awkwardly exposed because Rock still has not actually captured him yet. Instead of sneaking in to save Kakashi, Kagura impatiently tells Anoki to stop wasting time and go catch the man first so they can trade properly. Anoki finally asks if Kagura is really a Konoha ninja, and Kagura answers with total seriousness that of course he is, otherwise why would he be trying to save Captain Kakashi? Anoki tries to hint that an old man with a bad back should not be pushed into a fight, and Kagura answers that he also wants to avoid battle after spending chakra capturing the Five Tails hostages. That only makes Anoki more suspicious, because Kagura is either recklessly honest about his weakness or baiting him into a trap. Kagura's tone turns cold when he warns that if Kakashi arrives tortured or interrogated, he will stop playing nice and start taking heads. He even explains that the earlier message sounded soft only because a little girl delivered it, and now he wants the Tsuchikage to understand the adult version clearly. Anoki finally agrees to bring Kakashi at once, and Kagura coldly says he can only promise the rock hostages will still be alive. Back in Rock Village, Anoki urgently orders his men to capture Hatake Kakashi alive and seal off the forest perimeter in case Kagura escapes with Flying Thunder God. The whole village erupts into a frantic manhunt, with squads racing to build a blockade while others sweep the streets for Kakashi. Kakashi can only hide and wonder if Kabuto sold him out, because he cannot figure out how Rock suddenly learned he was here. Because he does not know Rock Village well, Kakashi is quickly cornered by overwhelming numbers as massive earth release walls seal off every escape route. Even the capture order turns ridiculous, because everyone keeps yelling not to kill him, not to hurt him, and not to let him lose even a single hair. Once captured, Kakashi is surprised that Rock skips torture and brings him straight before Inoki instead. One of Inoki's men argues they should interrogate a captured Konoha Jonin, but Inoki refuses because Kagura made it clear any mistreatment will cost IWA lives. Inoki admits Rock never found Kakashi on its own at all, because they only learned he was here after a Konoha kid demanded him in exchange for the hostages. That leaves Kakashi speechless, because whoever came to rescue him exposed his infiltration before even checking whether he had been caught. Outside at the forest edge, Kagura sits under a tree calmly monitoring Rock Village while Karen senses large groups moving nearby. Kagura says those IWA forces have not really gone away, they are probably setting a bigger encirclement and waiting for a chance to grab everyone. When Karen nervously asks what to do, Kagura says the first priority is silencing Deidara before he causes trouble. Kagura creates a wood clone, then transforms his real body into Deidara's appearance so thoroughly that even Karen feels he is about to pull something dangerous. Karen guesses he wants to hide Deidara and use him as leverage, but Kagura flatly says no because he plans to make the Tsuchikage escort them out instead. He even says the old man needs exercise, making it clear he already intends to drag Inoki into the escape itself. When Rock returns to the forest edge, Inoki personally brings Kakashi and immediately snaps at the still shouting Deidara for embarrassing himself. The Kagura wood clone handles the negotiation, first checking whether Kakashi was hurt or interrogated. Inoki bristles when the clone mocks Rock's honor, and even sneers that Rock's stones crumble too easily. The exchange goes through cleanly as Kagura's wood vines release the IWA hostages and Kakashi walks back across the clearing. As Deidara returns to his master's side, Inoki starts scolding him again for showing off clay and falling behind in earth release. With the hostage trade done, Inoki drops the pretense and says it is finally time to settle Kagura's infiltration of the land of Earth by force. The wood clone counters that Konoha already lost badly in this exchange, because one Kakashi was traded for a Jinchuriki, a genius disciple, and an entire ANBU group. That argument actually stalls Inoki for a beat, until Deidara suddenly steps in and claims Rock was only researching ninjutsu before Kagura's side attacked first. Encouraged by that excuse, Inoki hardens his stance and prepares to keep Kagura from ever leaving the land of Earth. Kakashi tries to calm things down, but Kagura's clone cuts him off and openly says both sides know these reasons are just cover for a fight. Inoki agrees that strength decides everything, and the clone quietly answers that schemes decide things too. The trap snaps shut when the Deidara standing beside Inoki suddenly grabs the Tsuchikage by the throat. Inoki instantly realizes this cannot be his real disciple, because Deidara would never choose such a sneaky ambush. The disguise peels away and Kagura reveals himself, mocking Inoki for getting old enough to miss an imposter standing right next to him. Kakashi is stunned too, because he did not realize the talking Kagura was only a wood clone while the real one was hidden beside the Tsuchikage all along. As Rock panics, Kagura warns everyone not to move and wraps Inoki in draining wood vines so the old man cannot fight back. Inoki angrily asks what happened to the real Deidara, and Kagura says the noisy brat is just locked up and can be rescued after they leave. Kagura then announces that the Tsuchikage himself is coming with them, turning the planned escape into a kidnapping. To stop pursuit, Kagura unleashes wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees, and the clearing erupts into massive vines that seize the newly freed IWA forces. Using Flying Thunder God, Kagura instantly appears beside Kakashi with their furious new prize in hand. Kakashi can only complain that Kagura always turns everything into a huge mess, because this rescue just escalated into abducting a Kage. Kagura says he found no trace of Uchiha Obito here, so they could not return from the land of Earth empty-handed and had to bring back a local product instead. That finally drives Inoki into a rage, and he shouts that Kagura should just kill him rather than drag him back to Konoha as a trophy. Kagura immediately considers that option too, reasoning that even a corpse could still be useful for root or ANBU intelligence extraction. Kakashi quickly shuts that down and insists a living Tsuchikage is far too important for them to judge on their own, so this decision has to go to the Hokage. Even then, Kagura argues they should really hand Inoki to Danzo, because stealing a Kage might be the kind of merit that helps him beat Itachi in the race for Root's future leadership. Kakashi is stuck in a miserable spot, trying to stop two of his own subordinates from turning their Root succession fight into a disaster over the captured Tsuchikage. Kakashi carefully argues that handing Inoki to the Hokage would earn Kagura enough favor to ask for Kabuto and Nono's freedom instead of chasing power by force. Kagura refuses to decide anything here and says escaping the rock ninja encirclement with Inoki alive comes first. When Kakashi asks where Itachi is, Kagura sharply claims Itachi stayed behind because saving Kakashi was too risky for a boy aiming to rise in Root. Kakashi instinctively defends Itachi, convinced the polite young Uchiha would never throw away a comrade just to climb higher. Kagura fires back that he came to save Kakashi himself, so if Itachi stayed away there must be some other mission he valued more. Kakashi dryly complains that next time Kagura should at least confirm whether the person he is rescuing has actually been captured first. Kagura bluntly asks whether Kakashi got rescued or not, and Kakashi has to admit the result did favor him even if the process felt awful. Dropping the argument, Kakashi tells Kagura that Kabuto received an assassination mission and suspects Kagura and Danzo are pushing him and Nono into killing each other. Kagura's calm face hardens as he presses Kakashi for one thing that matters now, where Kabuto was sent. Kakashi remembers the destination and timing at last, telling him the hit is supposed to happen tomorrow at the Tsuchi River Gorge. Kagura says they still have plenty of time, but Kakashi grows suspicious and asks if he is rushing there to kill Kabuto. Kakashi says he does not think Kagura would arrange something that cruel, but Kagura only mocks Kabuto for feeding him that story. Feeling he misread Kagura, Kakashi quietly apologizes and rests a hand on his shoulder, seeing a battered kid whose harshness came from a cruel past. Kagura ignores the apology, grabs Inoki, tells Karen to hold on to him, and prepares to jump everyone out with Flying Thunder God. In the next instant, Kagura teleports the whole group out of the trap and carries them toward the Tsuchi River Gorge. At the Tsuchi River Gorge, Itachi has already been hiding for a full day because this assassination test matters too much for him to fail. The night before, Itachi secretly watches Nono search the gorge, set a few crude traps, and hide behind a rock, making him suspect Danzo left a senior here as backup or oversight. Nono is not here as anyone's helper at all. As a medic forced into a killing job, she can only rely on traps, ambushes, and poison she clearly hates using. On March 16th, Kabuto steps into the gorge, and from his hiding place Itachi first assumes this fellow intelligence officer might be here to support the mission. Instead, the instant Kabuto appears, Nono bursts from hiding and throws a shuriken at him in a panicked attack. Kabuto stops Nono at close range, holds her shoulder, and urgently tells her Danzo deceived them with fake photos and a trap. To prove who he is, Kabuto spills out orphanage memories only they could know, from the glasses and name Nono gave him to their old rules and routines. Those memories break through at last, and Nono pulls Kabuto into a tearful embrace when she realizes the boy in front of her really is him. Kabuto, overwhelmed with relief, finally tells Nono how Danzo sent him away as a spy and kept them apart for years. Nono says she accepted one last mission only because Danzo promised that afterward Kabuto could finally leave Root. Kabuto immediately crushes that hope, insisting Danzo never meant to let either of them go and kept fooling her with fake photos. When Nono pulls out the smiling photo Danzo gave her, Kabuto snatches it and insists the whole setup was a trap built around fake images. The name Kagura suddenly jolts Nono, because she remembers the boy she met days ago and nearly hurt without recognizing him. Kabuto reminds her that Akihara Kagura was one of the orphanage children taken by Orochimaru for human experiments, and long believed dead. That truth devastates Nono, because she realizes she forgot one of her own children and even hurt him when he stood right in front of her. Kabuto holds her, and says the blame belongs to Orochimaru and Danzo, not to the woman who thought that child had already died. But Nono cannot accept that comfort, because forgetting one of her children feels like a wound she can barely survive. Kabuto forces the conversation back to survival, warning that Kagura may already be nearby and they have to leave before the trap closes on them. Hidden in the rocks, Itachi finally understands his mission clearly. Danzo sent him here to kill Kabuto and Nono and bury this tragedy himself. He still cannot make sense of Kagura's motives, but he decides that confusion no longer matters if the mission demands he kill them anyway. Itachi takes up the cat-faced mask and covers his face, stepping fully into the role of a rude assassin. The ambush begins with two shurikens screaming out of the rocks toward Kabuto and Nono. Kabuto yanks Nono behind a rock for cover, but more shuriken instantly ricochet around the blind spot with terrifying precision. Before they can recover, Itachi uses the shuriken shadow clone technique and floods their hiding spot with a deadly swarm. Kabuto throws himself in front of Nono with chakra scalpels, but the barrage still drives shuriken into his limbs and one into her shoulder. Even injured herself, Nono immediately tries to heal Kabuto first. Kabuto gives up on hiding, steps out wounded to face the masked attacker, and assumes Kagura is the one trying to kill them. Itachi says nothing, draws his sword, and rushes in with only the mission on his mind. Their close fight turns brutal immediately, and Kabuto realizes the masked boy's swordsmanship is far beyond what he expected. A clean opening lets Itachi slash a long wound across Kabuto's arm, proving this is not a fight Kabuto can afford to drag out. Still fighting through the pain, Kabuto keeps trying to reach the attacker with words, saying even if this is resentment over Nono's favoritism, the dean is not the one to blame. Itachi still does not answer, and while trading blows with Kabuto he quietly watches Nono too, looking for any chance to end both targets. The irony hits Itachi in the middle of the fight. He once wanted to stop root killers like this, and now he has become one himself. Then Itachi suddenly closes in, uses Kabuto's blind spot, and slips a hidden shuriken past him toward Nono. Kabuto punishes that opening with a chakra scalpel counter that slices through Itachi's mask and exposes his face. Kabuto starts to address Kagura again out of habit, but the instant he sees Itachi's face under the torn mask, he freezes in disbelief. The shock cuts deeper because Kabuto actually liked Itachi, and now he realizes the assassin Danzo sent was never Kagura at all. In one rush of thought, Kabuto pieces it together. Kagura may have been trying to warn or save them, while Danzo sent Itachi here to finish the trap. Kabuto immediately shouts for Nono to run and find Kagura, because the real killer in this trap is Danzo's side, not Kagura's. Nono answers weakly instead of moving, and the broken sound of her voice makes Kabuto realize something is terribly wrong. When Kabuto turns fully, he sees the hidden shuriken lodged at the junction of Nono's chest and abdomen, with blood already soaking her clothes. Kabuto throws himself to Nono's side and desperately starts healing her, refusing to believe the wound is beyond him. Itachi walks up behind them with his sword and finally speaks, admitting he heard their reunion and still intends to kill Kabuto anyway. Even while dying, Nono uses her last strength to tell Kabuto not to worry about her and to run. Kabuto can only cling to Nono's name in blind panic, and while his healing fails, Itachi raises his sword for the execution blow. Just as Itachi's sword falls, Kagura flashes in beside them and catches the descending blade with his bare hand. The blade cuts deep into Kagura's palm and blood drips down onto Kabuto's neck, but Kagura does not even flinch. Then Kagura faces Itachi, reminds him of his warning about Danzo, and coldly says they will see whether anyone can stop him before he kills Itachi first. At the gorge, Itachi recognizes Kagura just as Kagura charges in with real killing intent. Kagura kicks Itachi hard, and Itachi flips back cleanly before springing off a sudden vine to recover his footing. Before Kagura can keep attacking, Kakashi shouts for him to stop and focus on saving Nono first. Kagura openly calls Itachi out for abandoning the rescue and trying to kill his teammates' family instead. Itachi insists he was carrying out Danzo's will, but Kagura coldly rejects that excuse on the spot. Kagura reminds him how rude really works. Unless Danzo gives the order in front of him, Kagura treats it as fake, and Danzo had already said Nono and Kabuto were still useful. Kagura goes even colder and says that if anyone ever kills them, it should have been him, not Itachi. Then Kagura turns on Kabuto too, furious that he failed to protect Nono. Kabuto accepts the blame without arguing, because he knows Kagura already warned him about this whole trap. Nono finally steadies enough to speak and weakly says this was never Kabuto's fault. When Nono recognizes Kagura by name, he awkwardly looks away instead of meeting her eyes. Kagura keeps his voice harsh and orders Kabuto to do at least this one job right by taking care of the dean. Kakashi arrives with Karen and their captive Inoki, and the sight of Nono wounded beside an armed Itachi makes the near disaster instantly clear. Karen quickly offers her healing blood, but Nono gently refuses so the little girl will not be hurt or scarred. That kindness catches Karen off guard, because Nono is the first person to refuse her blood with care for her feelings. Nono tries to ease the tension again by explaining that Kabuto only got dragged into this for the orphanage's sake. Kagura cuts her off and says he already knows, which is the only reason Kabuto is still alive. Then Nono apologizes for believing Kagura died after he was taken, and the old wound finally hits him. Kagura says he does not care anymore, but admits he once thought he would die in Orochimaru's lab and is only glad he lived long enough to see her again. Kakashi quietly puts a hand on Kagura's shoulder, then makes a fast decision and tells Itachi to leave. Itachi hesitates, and Kagura immediately realizes Kakashi is asking him to let this go. Kakashi warns him that killing Itachi would drag in Danzo, the Uchiha clan, and everyone Nono still needs to protect back in the village. He pushes one step further and tells Kagura to take this to the Hokage instead of making an irreversible move here. Kakashi uses the chance to send Itachi back to Konoha under the excuse of reporting and requesting support. Itachi bolts immediately, and Kagura almost goes after him before Kakashi physically stops him again. With Itachi gone, Kagura finally swallows his anger and says he will spare him for now. Once Nono's condition stabilizes, Kagura orders Kabuto to hide with her until he can sort things out in Konoha and come back for them. Kabuto obeys at once and quietly thanks Kagura, knowing he nearly got them both killed by doubting him. Kagura even tells them they can ask Rock for help if they must, joking darkly that he already has Inoki as a hostage to trade. Kabuto promises they will stay hidden in the land of Earth and find a way to send word once they are safe. Kagura gathers Kakashi, Karen, and Inoki, then uses Flying Thunder God to vanish with them in an instant. After they leave, Kabuto and Nono start moving out of the gorge together, trying to escape the place that almost became their grave. Then a white snake slips out from a crack in the rock, and Orochimaru crawls out of its mouth to meet them. Orochimaru learns what happened and starts doubting everything, because both Kabuto and Nono truly believe Kagura came from the orphanage. The more Orochimaru thinks about it, the more he suspects Kagura may have hidden his real motives all along just to save these two. He even wonders if Kagura obeyed him so absolutely because Orochimaru once mentioned needing Kabuto in the future. Even so, Orochimaru quickly decides this twist still helps him, because an orphanage identity will only make Kagura easier for Konoha to trust. So he turns to the immediate problem and offers Kabuto and Nono protection from Danzo if they come with him. Nono hesitates because she knows trusting Orochimaru means escaping one danger by stepping straight into another. Kabuto asks the question that matters most to him now: if they go with Orochimaru, will Kagura suffer for it? Orochimaru lies smoothly that it will actually help Kagura, because Kagura is his planted spy in Konoha and came back knowing the risks for their sake. Kabuto sees the trap but accepts anyway, because he knows they cannot resist Orochimaru, and this answer is the safest path left. Nono is shaken even harder, because she now thinks Kagura has been surviving under Orochimaru while hiding that danger from them all. Orochimaru invites them to his base to see where Kagura grew up, sealing the manipulation with one last ugly twist. Watching from the shadows, Kagura has to admit Orochimaru's ability to play people is almost as sharp as his own. Kagura decides that for now, saving his own identity crisis matters more than anything else, and keeping Itachi alive is part of that plan. His real bet is simple. Once Itachi reports everything, Danzo will finally hear the dangerous truth that Kagura is one of the orphanage children. Back in Danzo's chamber, Itachi's report lands like a bomb and Danzo explodes at the thought that Kagura may have been using him from the beginning. Danzo pieces together a new fear. Kagura may have joined Root, courted the Hokage's favor, and played the obedient prodigy only to free Kabuto and Nono. Even angry, Danzo cannot expose too much, because revealing the full mess would also expose his secret tie to Orochimaru. Itachi reports his mission failed and asks for another chance, expecting judgment. Instead of punishing him, Danzo reframes the test and says Itachi has already passed by proving he can act in darkness for Konoha's sake. Then Danzo pulls him in for real and announces that from today on, Itachi answers directly to him. That is exactly what Itachi wanted, because now he can act as the bridge and spy between Konoha's leaders and the Uchiha clan. When Itachi worries about going back to Anbu after clashing with Kagura, Danzo simply removes that problem. Danzo summons 2 Root operatives and gives Itachi his own team to monitor the Uchiha clan from the shadows. A moment later, Danzo's attention shifts again when he realizes Kagura's team brought back the 3rd Tsuchikage alive. The thought of prying open rock secrets through Inoki excites Danzo so much that he decides to go out in person and confront Kagura himself. On the way back outside Konoha, Kagura tells Kakashi he wants to hand Inoki over to Danzo as proof of loyalty before Danzo turns on him. Inoki is outraged at being talked about like a gift for Danzo, and Kakashi quickly tries to calm the old man down. Kakashi warns that handing over Inoki will not erase the fact that Kagura already rescued Kabuto and Nono against Danzo's will. Kagura still refuses to back off, saying only Root lets him live by his way of protecting the light from inside the dark. He pushes the point further and says he wants to change Root itself, so tragedies like Nono and Kabuto's do not happen again. And when Kagura asks whether Itachi would ever reduce that kind of darkness, Kakashi cannot honestly say yes. By the end of the argument, Kakashi reaches a new idea. If the Hokage allowed Root to exist, then the Hokage can decide who leads it too. Outside Konoha, Kakashi heads to report to the 3rd Hokage while Kagura and Karen keep a very unhappy Inoki under tight guard. Realizing suicide is no longer easy, Inoki changes tactics and starts probing Kagura's real goal. Inoki warns that Danzo never lets pawns like Kabuto and Nono live freely, so Kagura is naive if he thinks Konoha will reward him cleanly. He pushes harder, saying power alone is not enough because authority controls the strong and crushes the disobedient. Inoki says even if Hiruzen steps in, Kagura and his allies could still end up as sacrifices in a fight between Konoha's own top men. Kagura suddenly cuts through the lecture and asks the real question: does Inoki want to be released? Inoki first answers with pride, saying he would rather die than beg for help from his kidnapper. But Kagura refuses to play martyr games and quietly asks what price Inoki is willing to pay for real help. The moment Inoki sees profit in the conversation, he drops the death talk and asks what Kagura wants. Kagura says he can even guarantee Inoki gets safely out of Konoha later, but only if the deposit is valuable enough. He makes the threat even clearer. If Inoki betrays the deal, Kagura will spread the deposit across the ninja world and throw Rock Village into chaos. Then Kagura finally names his price: Inoki's dust release. Inoki is stunned that the kid would dare ask for Rock Village's greatest secret, but he quickly decides to play along. Confident that dust release is too hard to truly steal, Inoki starts teaching while secretly planning to feed Kagura bad details. Kagura cuts in with a practical request and has Inoki start from the basics of wind, fire, and earth chakra changes first. Inoki patiently explains the basics and even mentions that fire and earth can combine into lava release before returning to his fake dust release theory. Instead of getting fooled, Kagura's talent and system turn the lesson into a breakthrough, and he instantly gains stronger control over wind, earth, and fire. That fake lesson accidentally gives Kagura something else too, and he successfully awakens lava release. And against all reason, Kagura also completes the impossible and masters true dust release from Inoki's fake instructions. Kagura is genuinely impressed and almost amused that Inoki turned out to be such an absurdly effective teacher. Kagura seals the bargain and promises to help Inoki return home, leaving the old Tsuchikage clinging to that hope. Inoki urgently asks to die before Konoha can humiliate him any longer, but Kagura brushes him off and says he will inspect the goods first. When Inoki tries to argue that Kagura could not possibly learn dust release so fast, Kagura simply proves him wrong. A white dust release light blooms in Kagura's palm, and Inoki is left staring at the impossible in pure shock. Kagura calmly confirms the merchandise is real and warns that if Inoki breaks his word, he will teach dust release to anyone he meets. For the first time, Inoki truly panics, because his fake lesson somehow created a real dust release user outside Rock Village. Back at the Hokage's office, Hiruzen learns the crisis even earlier because Rock Village secretly sends an envoy to ransom Inoki before the scandal explodes. Katsuchi locks down the news, fearing that if Inoki chooses death over humiliation, Konoha and Rock will be pushed straight back into war. The Rock envoy bluntly tells Hiruzen that kidnapping Inoki in peacetime is disgraceful, and warns that Rock will negotiate almost anything except public humiliation. Hiruzen responds by classifying everything as top secret, and sends Danzo northeast under the excuse of blocking cloud infiltration, keeping him away from Inoki. Danzo instantly realizes Hiruzen already knows about Inoki's kidnapping, and his chance to intercept Kagura has just been ruined. At the same time, Kakashi reaches the Hokage, and Hiruzen immediately decides to go out in person before this disaster gets worse. Hiruzen can only sigh that Kakashi's team never stops finding trouble, and asks if they can please limit themselves to tracking Obito from now on. Soon Hiruzen, Anbu, and the Rock envoy arrive outside Konoha, where Inoki still looks badly shaken by what Kagura just did. The envoy rushes toward his leader, but Kagura instantly binds him with a vine before anyone can make a sudden move. Inoki is startled to see Manga there at all, and immediately tells Kagura not to hurt his subordinate. Hiruzen steps in as the adult in the room, orders the restraints removed, and makes it clear the next part will be a real negotiation. Kagura obeys but still warns that if they loosen up too much, recapturing Inoki later will not be easy. Hiruzen waves that off and greets Inoki as an old rival from the same fading generation of village founders. Inoki answers the nostalgia with anger, furious that Konoha's younger generation humiliated him right before retirement. Inside, Inoki is in even deeper despair because the dust release secret he tried to fake is now sitting in Konoha and Kagura's hands. Crushed by the shame, Inoki blurts out that he will not return to Rock alive. Manga and Hiruzen both rush to stop that idea, and Hiruzen quickly reframes the whole incident as a secret diplomatic visit instead of a kidnapping. Hiruzen makes his principle clear: Konoha will not keep Inoki as a hostage, because that kind of forced alliance only breeds future hatred and war. He orders everyone present to bury the truth and treat Inoki publicly as nothing more than a visiting Tsuchikage. Then Hiruzen lowers his stance even further and invites Rock and Leaf to use this mess as a first real channel for future cooperation. Inoki understands Hiruzen's meaning and feels a little less provoked, but his biggest fear is still the dust release secret Kagura now holds over him. Kagura deliberately brings that fear to the surface by asking if Hiruzen really plans to send Inoki back, since the old man might hold a grudge. Hiruzen smooths it over as harmless guest etiquette, but Inoki instantly understands that Kagura is pressing the same private threat in public. So Inoki grits his teeth and publicly promises he will not resent Kagura, while privately begging him not to spread the dust release secret and take the last scraps of his face with it. With no loophole left to argue, Inoki and Hiruzen finalize a deal that benefits both Hidden Rock and Konoha. Hiruzen politely offers to treat the meeting as only friendly talks if Inoki is unhappy, making his sincerity hard to challenge. Inoki can only admit defeat and praises Hiruzen as the third-generation leader he respects most. Hiruzen modestly laughs off the comparison to Hashirama, but the exchange underlines how firmly he still clings to the first Hokage's softer diplomacy. Since either side wants extra rumors, Hiruzen keeps the farewell brief, and Inoki is just as eager to leave. Inoki heads home focused on one thing now: teaching dust release to Deidara so Hidden Rock is never left this exposed again. As Rock finally leaves, Hiruzen exhales in relief, while Kagura stays perfectly calm because he already got the real prize from this mess. Kagura has no reason to object to Inoki's release, because he already copied both dust release and lava release without breaking his word. Looking at Kakashi and Kagura, Hiruzen can only think this Obito tracking team has a terrible habit of dragging Kage-level disasters back to Konoha. So Hiruzen shuts the Obito pursuit down for now and orders the team to stay in the village and rest. Kakashi wants to object, but Hiruzen cuts him off and insists they have already done enough for peace this time. Hiruzen then notices Karen and asks if the red-haired girl is from the Uzumaki clan. Kakashi explains Karen's background and what happened in Grass Village, and the report is bad enough to make Hiruzen's blood pressure spike. Hiruzen reveals the land of grass is now under Kagaya control, and Konoha barely contained the fallout by forcing a temporary agreement through Hyuga ties. To stop even worse rumors, Hiruzen immediately orders the Grass Village matter sealed as a secret. Remembering Kagura's advice, Kakashi pushes for Karen to stay near Naruto, arguing her sensory talent could help detect danger before Obito reaches the Nine Tails. Hiruzen agrees, deciding Karen will enter the academy and be raised by Konoha as an Uzumaki child with real value. Kakashi then brings up a much uglier problem. Itachi tried to kill 2 intelligence members and claimed Danzo ordered it. When Kakashi names the targets as Yakushi Nono and Yakushi Kabuto, Hiruzen finally sees Danzo is dragging Itachi down a path he never approved. Hiruzen immediately decides they are going back to the village, and he wants the full mission report on the way. But when Hiruzen asks where Itachi is, a shinobi messenger informs him Danzo already took the boy away on a mission. Back in the Hokage office, Kakashi gives Hiruzen the full report, with Kabuto and Nono's fate treated as the most urgent issue. Because Hiruzen has already chosen Kagura as a future pillar of Konoha, he refuses to leave the boys' personal ties in other hands. Hiruzen orders Kabuto and Nono brought back, promises Danzo will stop targeting villagers, and says both of them can choose their own path. Kagura instantly accepts on their behalf, even though the hidden truth is that Kabuto and Nono have already turned into Orochimaru's spies. Hiruzen uses the moment to warn Kagura not to become like Danzo and says Danzo will lose control of the intelligence department over this. Instead of arguing, Kagura admits he understands Danzo's logic because he once tried to kill Kabuto and Nono himself just to cut off his own ties. Hiruzen firmly rejects that thinking and tells Kagura that bonds are not weakness at all, but what keeps people from being alone. Once Kagura bows and accepts the lesson, Hiruzen gives him a new task: settle Karen next to Naruto and help the two children get along. Kagura leaves to handle Karen's placement, and Hiruzen immediately slumps into the familiar headache of dealing with children who think like extremists. Kakashi can only agree, because ever since Kagura became his subordinate, his headaches have multiplied, and Itachi joining made it worse. Then Kakashi raises another danger sign. After the Kabuto and Nono incident, the rivalry between Itachi and Kagura is close to becoming irreconcilable. Kakashi makes it worse by adding that both boys have been secretly competing for the future leadership of Root. Hiruzen abruptly stops him, stunned that Root is apparently changing leaders when no one ever told the Hokage Danzo was retiring. As Hiruzen thinks it through, he realizes that even if Danzo wants a successor, Root is not the kind of private army he can just pass on to someone else. Kakashi, now sensing the misunderstanding, asks if Danzo pushed Itachi into Umbu because he was grooming him as Root's future chief. Hiruzen cannot explain the real Itachi plan, so he awkwardly goes along with the rumor and says maybe Danzo really is thinking about cultivating a successor. That answer explains the whole feud to Kakashi. Kagura believed Danzo had picked him, then Itachi appeared, and the rivalry between them never really stopped. Hiruzen ends the discussion with a tired promise to speak with Danzo once he returns, because this mess around Root can no longer be ignored. Back in Konoha, Hiruzen is rattled when he hears Umbu rumors that Danzo is already grooming Uchiha Itachi as Root's future leader. That rumor makes Hiruzen feel his own age, and he admits that if Danzo is planning ahead, the Hokage should be doing the same. Hiruzen decides he needs Jiraiya back soon, because Kagura will need a worthy teacher if Konoha is serious about its future. At the Ninja Academy, Kagura personally brings Karen in to enroll her after settling her into a house near Naruto. As they cross the campus, Kagura spots several future familiar faces among the kids, including the bun-haired girl Tenten. Tenten only feels that Kagura looks strangely familiar, while a pale-eyed classmate quietly identifies him as an Umbu ninja barely older than they are. Inside the teacher's office, Kagura meets first-grade homeroom teacher Yumino Irika and tells him Karen already has the third Hokage's approval to enroll. Irika gently warns that joining Midya will be hard on Karen, but Kagura puts the choice on her and waits for her answer. Karen, scared but stubborn, says she can handle it, and Kagura backs her without hesitation. When Irika still worries, Kagura shuts it down by saying he will hire a Chunin tutor if Karen falls behind. While Irika fills out the papers, Kagura suddenly asks about Naruto's grades. Irika goes stiff and asks what Kagura is to Naruto, because Naruto is the worst student in class and still stirs up painful feelings in him. Kagura shrugs that they once ate ramen together, then decides Naruto can suffer supplementary lessons alongside Karen so she will not be alone. Then Kagura gives Karen a chilling rule: if anyone bullies her, he will deal with their parents like an Umbu handles extermination jobs. Irika hurriedly promises he will not let Karen be bullied, because he knows the families in this class are powerful and Kagura is scary enough to start trouble anyway. With the paperwork done, Kagura pats Karen's head, tells her not to be afraid, and leaves her at school for the first time. Outside, the students buzz over Kagura's forehead protector and ANBU clothes, trying to figure out why someone barely older than them already looks elite. Sasuke scoffs that his brother has the same outfit, but Kagura stops and turns that pride into a message for Itachi. Kagura crouches down, claims he and Itachi are now good friends and teammates, and leaves Sasuke even more confused. Then Kagura pets Sasuke's head and tells him to pass on a weirdly ominous line to Itachi: live well, because there are still long days ahead. Once he leaves the academy, Kagura starts planning the next problem already: finding a Chunin tutor for both Karen and Naruto, and maybe making Kakashi help pay for it. Inside first grade, Naruto suddenly sneezes in the middle of playing with Choji, and the boys treat it like just another silly moment. Naruto laughs off being sick because nobody would take him to a doctor anyway, and Choji loyally says he would stay sick with him if he could. Shikamaru cuts in with lazy deadpan, and the usual banter between the three boys fills the room until class starts. When the bell rings, Irika walks in with Karen, and the whole classroom instantly focuses on the nervous red-haired transfer student. Irika asks Karen for a normal introduction, but she can barely even understand how to start talking about herself. What comes out instead is pure Karen. She likes Kagura most, hates whoever Kagura hates, and dreams of becoming someone like him. Irika tries to steer her back toward normal answers, but Karen doubles down and even says she likes the fish Kagura catches and hates the ones that ignore his hook. The class bursts into laughter, and Karen's first impression becomes awkward before she has even sat down. Naruto and Sasuke both blurt out Kagura's name at once, and the instant they realize it, they glare away from each other. Shikamaru is the only one who takes the name seriously, because he has heard from his father that Kagura matters to the village's future. In classic Shikamaru fashion, he decides that just means they can slack off and leave the future to stronger people. Naruto refuses that defeatism on the spot and loudly insists he will study hard, become Hokage, and finally earn everyone's recognition. The next day, the excitement around the new student has already faded, and Naruto only notices Karen again when she follows him all the way home after school. When Naruto realizes Karen is actually his new neighbor, the lonely little warmth of that discovery lands on him immediately. That nice surprise gets even better when Kagura and Kakashi show up with Anko and invite both kids out for dango. Kakashi awkwardly thanks Anko for helping, because he and Kagura wanted a tutor for the two kids and quickly learned private lessons are expensive. Anko grumbles that it is not hard work but a hard life, making it clear she has been dragged into this by bad luck more than kindness. Kagura coolly tells her that if Karen and Naruto pass their finals, he will stop holding a grudge over the time she tricked him. Anko answers with swagger, saying first grade is nothing and she could cram 6 years of lessons into those two brats and make them graduate early. Naruto finally realizes this free dango came with forced tutoring, and the happy mood dies on his face instantly. Kagura makes it worse by warning Naruto that Anko is strict, he is leaving on a mission, and Naruto should try to stay alive until he gets back. Anko cheerfully piles on and implies that if Naruto fails to meet her standards, she really might kill him. As the joke lands, Kakashi offers to accompany Kagura on his next mission, knowing it involves bringing Kabuto and Nono back. Kagura refuses, saying it is a small matter, and he can bring them back faster alone with Flying Thunder God. Before leaving, Kagura gives Anko a strange look, because this mission will almost certainly put him face to face with the teacher she still cannot let go of, Orochimaru. In the land of grass, Kagura arrives at Orochimaru's base and immediately feels that the place has changed. White Setsuaway rises from the ground to greet him, happy to finally catch Kagura alone. Away reports that Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Nono have been buried in lab work every day, and even he is bored watching it. When Kagura asks what they are doing, Away reveals they are researching the Kagaya clan's bone release using blood and bodies taken after the clan seized Grass Village. Kagura calmly points out why the research is stalled. Blood alone is not enough, because what they really need are bone-released DNA fragments. Away changes topics and adds that Orochimaru has also started digging into the Akatsuki, which makes Kagura immediately see opportunity. Kagura says that is fine with him, because the sooner Orochimaru and the Akatsuki test each other, the easier it will be to decide where to stand later. Before heading in, Kagura reassigns Away to start watching Itachi instead. Away gets excited and asks for another human tragedy, and Kagura answers that Itachi's life is already won. Inside the base, a little white snake slips ahead to warn Orochimaru that Kagura has arrived. Orochimaru greets the news with a smile and tells Kabuto and Nono that the person coming to receive them is the one they most want to see. A moment later, Kagura steps into the lab and politely thanks Orochimaru for taking care of Kabuto and Nono. Orochimaru answers with fake generosity and reminds Kagura that he upheld their deal, so now he expects Kagura to uphold his side too. Nono looks openly worried for Kagura, but Kabuto quietly accepts that Kagura is sacrificing himself for them and promises to help. Orochimaru says he will tell Danzo to stop pursuing them for now, but warns that Danzo will not really let go forever. Kagura accepts the warning, asks to take Kabuto and Nono home, and sets up Kabuto as Orochimaru's future contact inside Konoha. Orochimaru lets them go, but not before pointedly asking whether Kagura has anything else he wants to say. Kagura first sends Kabuto and Nono outside, making it clear he wants the next part kept between himself and Orochimaru. Once they are alone, Orochimaru cuts straight to the real question and asks whether Kagura is actually one of the orphanage children or not. Kagura does not panic at the flaw in his cover and instead asks the sharper question back. For Nono and Kabuto's sake, is it not more convenient if he is one of them? Then Kagura pushes the performance further and tells Orochimaru he should not lie to the man who raised him, and that Kabuto and Nono are just strangers. Orochimaru pretends to accept that answer, but he is clearly enjoying the game and the weakness he thinks he has found. Kagura uses the opening to reveal something else instead. Uchiha Obito has also approached him and wants him as a spy in Konoha. Orochimaru tells him to accept, because he also wants intelligence on Obito and the Akatsuki fed back through Kagura. Kagura adds that Akatsuki and Obito may already be hunting Orochimaru, but Orochimaru only grows more interested in seeing what that hidden organization really is. Satisfied, Orochimaru sends Kagura away and notes that he has already taught Kabuto and Nono how their information channel will work. After Kagura leaves, Orochimaru privately concludes that Kagura really is from the orphanage, and that his denial was just another way to protect Kabuto and Nono. That certainty only makes Orochimaru more pleased, because to him, living bonds are exactly the leash that keeps Kagura usable. Outside the lab door, Kagura has already read the situation the same way and silently decides to let Orochimaru keep clinging to a weakness that is not real. He reflects that in this world bonds are useful, because once people believe you have something to protect, they trust you more easily. Kagura even imagines Orochimaru's future shock, because one day the man will learn that Kagura was never his orphan or his vessel to begin with. When Kagura reaches the outside, Kabuto and Nono are waiting for him with worried faces and something carefully hidden in their hands. Kagura brushes off their worry and tells them they should stop standing around and head back to Konoha first. Kabuto stops him and opens the package to reveal a homemade birthday cake Nono made for Kagura, because they thought they might not get another chance to see him. For a brief second, Kagura is caught off guard, because he had not even realized it was already April. Even then, Kagura refuses to sit in that feeling and tells them to save the cake for the orphanage children once they get back. Nono's guilt only deepens, and Kagura quietly tells her not to force it, because just as she once forgot him, he has long forgotten the orphanage too. Still, Kagura softens just enough to wipe a little cream on one finger and taste it, and that tiny gesture finally brings a small smile back to Nono. Kagura turns away again, and behind him the base stays closed, with nobody coming out to see them off. But in the grass, a little white snake slips back into the lab carrying one last message for Orochimaru. After hearing what happened outside, Orochimaru is completely satisfied and pulls out a birthday gift he had already prepared for Kagura. He lifts out a scroll marked with the red character for longevity and stuffs it into the white snake's mouth as Kagura's present. Orochimaru sends the snake after him with a quiet laugh, pleased that even if Kagura's deepest bond has shifted, the boy still seems to leave a place for him in his heart. The chapter opens like a cold audit of Akihara Kagura's rise, starting with the first job that tied him to Orochimaru through a human experiment. The next log lays Kagura bare, a 10-year-old boy packed with Hashirama cell power, 6 chakra natures, would release, self-healing, and a body already pushed to a terrifying level. Orochimaru's first real order sends Kagura into Konoha to find Danzo, learn more would release, and quietly watch the alliance between those two monsters. Then Orochimaru adds a second thread to the trap. Kagura also has to find a chance to deliver Uchiha Itachi to him. Kagura's web of superiors grows fast, and with Danzo and Hiruzen both added above him, the system hands him sharper tools for survival, hidden intelligence and absurd learning talent. With those boosts in place, Kagura tears through one of Hashirama's top techniques and instantly learns would release, advent of a world of flowering trees. Danzo soon points that same talent at the Chunin exam, ordering Kagura to enter and beat Itachi in front of everyone. Before that exam even settles, Kagura adds another secret weapon and masters the Wood Dragon Jutsu too. The logs jump ahead to the exam payoff, where Kagura satisfies both bosses at once by entering the Chunin exam and defeating Itachi, earning rewards from Hiruzen and Danzo separately. Kagura's chain of command twists again when Tenzo and Kakashi both become his superiors, and the real prize is far bigger than rank, a left eye bond that starts turning into Mangekyo Sharingan power. That left eye quickly matures into a true Mangekyo, and the system reveals Kagura's first broken ocular technique, limited Tsukuyumi, a trap that can drag victims into a fabricated world. But the same log makes the cost clear right away. Tsukuyumi needs huge chakra, and using it too hard can still burn Kagura blind. The story then veers into Obito's shadow, as Kagura is assigned to help Kakashi investigate the missing Uchiha while another superior link forms in the worst possible direction. Once Obito is added as a superior too, Kagura's missing right eye bond awakens, and the second Mangekyo finally snaps into place. With both eyes united, Kagura's dojutsu becomes a full Mangekyo Sharingan, unlocking Kamui, an upgraded illusion package, self-targeted Yomi, and the first stage of Susanoo. The recap lingers on one brutal advantage. Hashirama cells inside Kagura cut the Mangekyo's cost, making powers that should ruin him much more usable. Danzo keeps trying to use Kagura from another angle, ordering him to report Obito intel upward and even rope Kakashi into route. At the same time, Kakashi sends him into the mist investigation, proving Kagura is now walking between rival agendas without really belonging to any of them. The system logs one more technique during that phase, and Kagura quietly picks up the demanding water mirror technique as another dangerous copy tool. Then one tie quietly breaks, with the system noting that Tenzo is no longer Kagura's superior. Kagura does not slow down for long, because the next breakthrough is huge even by his standards. He masters the Wood Human technique. After that comes a far more secret leap, as Kagura stealthily learns the Flying Thunder God and gains true space-time movement. The system keeps compounding that momentum, handing Kagura summoning jutsu, and then evolving multi-shadow clone straight into a wood-release version that suits him better. Kakashi's missed assignment also pays off, giving Kagura Earth-style wall and confirming that at just 11, his toolkit has become absurdly broad. That updated status also shows the bigger problem. Kagura is still carrying unfinished orders from Orochimaru, Hiruzen, and Danzo all at once, with every side expecting a different betrayal. One new mission makes that balancing act even nastier, because Kagura is ordered to steer Kakashi's investigation away from the truth about Akatsuki. Later, one long-running Orochimaru mission finally closes when Kagura completes his move into Konoha and earns Orochimaru-style sword technique as the reward. But Orochimaru never leaves it at that, and Kagura immediately gets pushed deeper undercover with a fresh order to infiltrate Konoha's ANBU for him. Another mission turns psychological instead of tactical, ordering Kagura to hit Obito where it hurts by telling him Kakashi and Rin are still watching from the Pure Land. Kagura succeeds in redirecting Kakashi away from Akatsuki, and the system pays him with the earthy escape trick hiding like a mole. He also completes the Obito assignment, and the reward is nastier than before, because now Kagura gets Lightning Blade too. The next order sends the whole story toward a rescue operation, with Kagura told to head for the hidden rock and pull Kakashi back out alive. And right at the end of the log, before that mission even begins, Kagura quietly steals one more technique from the system by learning lightweight rock. Orochimaru treated kindness like another tool, and even a small birthday gift for Kagura was really one more way to keep the boy tied to him. After planting another pawn in Konoha, Orochimaru turned his attention to Akatsuki, intrigued by an organization strong enough to wipe out a country. Before Orochimaru could lure them out, Akatsuki reached him first and left a meeting invitation inside his base without triggering a single alarm. That silent intrusion proved Akatsuki could have killed him in his sleep, but their choice to invite him instead only made the challenge more interesting. At the meeting, an orange-haired Rinnegan wielder in an Akatsuki cloak crushed Orochimaru with terrifying ease and calmly asked him to join Akatsuki. Orochimaru recognized that orange-haired face from the war years and was shaken, because the man in front of him had not been the original owner of those legendary eyes. He remembered the true Rinnegan owner should have been a red-haired boy, which made the whole mystery even more dangerous and tempting. Unable to resist the lure of the Rinnegan, Orochimaru agreed to join Akatsuki and stepped into a choice that would shake the whole ninja world. Back in Konoha, Yakushi Nono returned to the orphanage with compensation money, while Kabuto officially became a Konoha genin and blended in beside Orochimaru's planted spies. Kagura had only just unpacked Orochimaru's gift shuriken when his system suddenly announced two brand new superiors. The first alert tied him to Tendo Pain and unlocked a provisional Rinnegan with 6 paths abilities far beyond any normal shinobi power. The second alert named Nagato and revealed an even stranger gift. The Tentail's empty husk had been sealed inside Kagura's body. Kagura stood there stunned, feeling the dead monster inside him, the extra eyes he could switch to, and would release becoming almost effortless. When he used his shadow-gathering ability to investigate, Kagura saw the answer at once. Orochimaru had defected to Akatsuki, and his own chain of bosses had just expanded with it. He quickly realized the system counted the orange-haired Rinnegan body and its hidden master separately, which was odd but extremely profitable for him. For Kagura, even a limited Rinnegan and basic 6 paths tools already meant a huge jump toward the level where ordinary ninjas no longer mattered. He started thinking bigger too, because in Kagura's eyes the world really had only 2 tiers, the Sage of 6 paths, and everyone else. His worry about the sealed husk eased when he checked on his new superior and saw another Outer Path statue already standing behind him. Instead of panicking, Kagura turned practical and decided the next step was feeding the sealed husk by draining chakra with wood release. To measure how much chakra the thing needed, Kagura chose the most convenient test subject he had, Kakashi. The test began badly for Kagura, because Kakashi simply beat him up in taijutsu first. Annoyed, Kagura lashed back with wood release and quietly siphoned Kakashi's chakra through hidden vines. Even after draining Kakashi dry enough to leave him slumped against a tree, the husk inside Kagura did not react at all. Kakashi, still recovering, bluntly told him his taijutsu was weak even if his wood release had become scary enough to catch people unnoticed. Kakashi also warned that bloodline users with huge chakra pools often neglect taijutsu, but Kagura knew that weakness would matter once he faced truly stronger enemies. Kagura immediately treated that flaw like a work problem and decided he had to keep upgrading himself if he wanted to survive under better bosses later. Then Kagura changed the subject and asked Kakashi how his Flying Thunder God training was going. Kakashi admitted the technique was brutally difficult, and standing beside people like Kagura and the rogue Obito only made him feel he had to push harder. He showed Kagura his latest clue, an unstable black spatial mark condensed from his work on summoning techniques. Kagura took one look at the giant mark and dryly asked if Kakashi planned to slap a 30cm seal straight onto an enemy. Kakashi could only complain that this tiny first step had already taken absurd effort, and nearly drove his ninja dogs mad during all the summoning experiments. Once the training talk ended, Kakashi turned serious and warned Kagura they could not leave the village for a while. Kagura kidnapping the third Setsukage had convinced Hiruzen that chasing Obito too aggressively could tip the whole world into another war. Kakashi added that Konoha itself was tightening up again, and with summer coming he could already feel another storm gathering. That storm centered on the Uchiha, because even after Obito was exposed as the Nine-Tails culprit, the village still could not stop fearing what another Mangekyo user might do. Fugaku wanted the clan to stay disciplined at any cost, hoping submission now could prevent open war with Konoha. But the clan's mood had already shifted, because Shurisue's Susanoo once crushed Kagura's wood dragon and convinced many Uchiha they finally had overwhelming power. Shurisue himself was the one person not intoxicated by that strength, and the strain of trying to save the clan from itself had worn him down to the edge. Right then Itachi returned from a mission under Danzo and immediately noticed how bad Shurisue looked. Shursui tried to smile and joke that he envied Itachi for still being allowed out on missions, which only made his exhaustion feel sadder. Itachi tried to reassure him, saying that joining the Umbu and even Danzo's route would help them change this situation from inside. Shursui's answer was grim. It was almost too late already. As if to prove him right, the whole clan meeting erupted with voices demanding they stop enduring humiliation and seize the power they finally had. Fugaku tried to cool them down by reminding everyone that Konoha still had a would-release monster in Kagura, but almost nobody wanted to hear caution anymore. One clan member shot back that Kagura had already lost to Shursui's Susanoo, turning Shursui's strength into the last excuse the clan needed to believe rebellion would work. The Uchiha clan hall erupts as more and more voices insist they are already strong enough with Shursui and no longer need to bow to Konoha. The Hawks push even further, demanding Fugaku lead them to surround the Hokage's mansion, seize Naruto, and take control of Konoha in one stroke. Fugaku looks to Shursui to cool the room, but Shursui can only look back at him, because no one in the clan can stop this fire anymore. Afterward, Shursui admits to Itachi that a storm is coming, and the strain is already written all over his face. Itachi says they at least need time, because Danzo wants him to influence the clan slowly, but that plan will fail if everything explodes now. Shursui desperately proposes a bad idea of his own: challenge Akihara Kagura, lose on purpose, and prove the Uchiha are not above Konoha's suppression. Itachi instantly grabs Shursui and warns that Kagura would not spare him once he saw an opening. Then Itachi finally tells him the truth. During Danzo's assessment, he nearly killed Yakushi Nono and Yakushi Kabuto, the two people Kagura values most, so Kagura now hates him. Shursui understands at once, but instead of blaming Itachi, he forces a gentle smile and promises to find some other way to hold the clan back. He even pats Itachi's head and reminds him that their duty is still the same: protect both the village and the Uchiha, no matter how hard that path gets. Late that night, after the tense meeting finally ends, Itachi returns home with Fugaku still carrying the weight of the clan's anger. Little Sasuke runs over half awake and happily clings to his brother, asking if they can finally practice shuriken together. Itachi agrees to do it after tomorrow's mission, trying to answer Sasuke like a normal older brother for one more night. Then Sasuke casually mentions that Kagura came to the academy and told him to tell Itachi to live well, and Itachi's face instantly drains of color. Fugaku misreads the situation and says friendship with Kagura would only help Itachi, because that would release boy could rise very high in the village. Itachi quietly admits the opposite, saying Kagura should hate him now because he nearly killed the people Kagura treasures most. Mikoto is stunned, but Fugaku swallows the shock, tells his son the mission was hard on him, and sends him to rest. Instead of easing, the standoff grows worse, and Fugaku starts speaking less at clan meetings while allowing the Hawks to push harder. Trying one more official route, Itachi reports the clan's movements to Danzo and hopes the village might still soften its policy toward the Uchiha. Danzo shuts that hope down immediately, arguing that if the village bends first, the Uchiha will only grow more arrogant and dangerous. Even while pretending there may still be room to maneuver, Danzo keeps taking Itachi's reports and quietly uses them to push Hiruzen toward crushing the Uchiha outright. The breaking point comes fast when the Uchiha finally approve a real coup plan and prepare to gather all their forces at Naka Shrine by tomorrow night. When White Setsuaway brings Kagura the news, Kagura reacts with eerie calm, like Konoha's coming disaster does not touch him at all. Away cheerfully calls it a good show, and Kagura just keeps training until he smashes another wooden post apart. After Away leaves, Kagura shapes a broken piece of wood into a spotted mask and quietly decides it may be time to eliminate a hidden danger. That evening at the cliff above the Naka River, Itachi lays out the deadlock plainly. The village will not trust the Uchiha, and the Uchiha will not trust the village. Shursui says he has finally found a way to break that loop and quietly change both sides before the coup begins. Itachi answers that he also opposes the coup, but by now he is already thinking about harsher, unconventional solutions. Shursui warns him not to move rashly, because the police force has already noticed Itachi's frequent contact with Danzo and started asking Shursui to watch him. Back home, Itachi says he will skip tomorrow's Uchiha gathering because he still has a mission, clearly setting up another report to Danzo. This time Fugaku stops him and admits he gave up restraining the Hawks because Itachi's clash with Kagura has made the clan's future with Konoha look even darker. Fugaku says he always saw Itachi as his pride, but now realizes his son has his own convictions and may no longer be standing with the clan. Pressed by his father, Itachi lies for the first time and hints that he may have offended Kagura because he thought he was competing for Root's future leadership. That hint gives Fugaku a sliver of hope, and he tells Itachi to ask about Danzo's attitude tomorrow before deciding whether any path is still open. The next morning, Itachi reports the coup meeting to Danzo, but he leaves out the part about becoming Root's successor because he knows Danzo never truly chose him. At the same time in the Hokage building, Shursui reports the planned coup to Hiruzen and says he will stop it by using Kodo Amatsukami on Fugaku if necessary. Hiruzen accepts that plan at once and promises that if the Uchiha change course, the village will also change how it treats them. Then Danzo arrives to demand force, only for Hiruzen to reveal Shursui's quieter solution right in front of him. Danzo keeps his greed hidden, but the moment he hears Shursui can rewrite a person's will, he wants that eye for himself. Hiruzen even mentions the rumor that Danzo is choosing between Itachi and Kagura as Root's future leader, which catches Danzo off guard for a split second. Hiruzen orders Shursui to proceed and says Itachi can assist him, but once Shursui leaves, Danzo immediately hurries after him with other plans. In Danzo's mind, Shursui's eye is already the key to controlling Kagura, mastering the Nine Tails, and eventually ruling Konoha itself. Before a giant Buddha statue, Danzo corners Shursui with a poisonous question and asks whether he plans to use Kodo Amatsukami on suspicious men like him too. Shursui hesitates, because he cannot openly deny that possibility, and that tiny pause is all Danzo needs. Danzo suddenly lunges for Shursui's eyes, but Shursui reacts instantly, catches his wrist, and traps him in a basic genjutsu instead. Thinking the danger has passed, Shursui calmly tells Danzo he will wake soon and turns to leave. Instead, Danzo suddenly reappears in front of him, lands a brutal blow, and rips one of Shursui's eyes out on the spot. Danzo reveals the Sharingan hidden under his bandages and shows that he survived by using Izanagi, sacrificing that eye to rewrite the fight. With Root Shinobi dropping in around him, Danzo coldly demands Shursui's remaining eye as well. Still half-blinded and in agony, Shursui spits out a great fireball to break through the trap. The Root squad answers with a wall of water, filling the area with steam and smoke while Danzo orders them to pursue. After the others leave, Danzo stays behind with Shursui's stolen eye in hand, ready to take it back to Root and replace his own. Then a masked figure drops in front of him, and Danzo realizes too late that he was not the only one hunting Shursui's eyes. Recognizing Obito, Danzo tightens his grip on the stolen eye and prepares to crush it if the fight turns against him. But Obito says he did not come to steal the eye at all, only to destroy it, and his own Sharingan twists into a far more sinister shape. Danzo is dragged into Obito's eye technique, and Obito awkwardly starts shaping a dream world around Danzo's ambition to become Hokage. At Scarlet Dusk, Danzo suddenly finds himself in a younger body inside a strange Konoha, clutching a bloody eye and realizing the village looks like it has gone back to its founding era. He studies the Hokage rock and goes cold when he sees that the only face carved there is Uchiha Madara, which tells him this world is a twisted illusion. Danzo recognizes the eye in his hand as Shursui's Kodo Amatsukami, and concludes that Obito must have trapped him with a new Mangekyo illusion. A child Hiruzen runs up calling for him, and Danzo instantly hides the eye out of habit even though he knows this should only be a fake world. The moment he remembers none of this should be real, Danzo decides the fastest way to break the illusion might be murder and launches a wind release attack at young Hiruzen. Before the attack can land, Senju Hashirama steps in and throws up a wooden wall, effortlessly blocking Danzo's strike. Hashirama angrily condemns Danzo as a dangerous child, and Danzo is shaken to hear that Madara had actually praised him as future Hokage material. Then Madara himself steps in, lightly dismisses the attack as kids fighting, and confirms the awful truth of this world where he became the first Hokage instead of Hashirama. Once the adults leave, Danzo greedily decides this fake world might still be worth using, because Madara favors him and Hiruzen now stands as his rival for the Hokage seat. But the illusion does not stay kind to him, because Hashirama soon breaks with Madara, leaves the village, and drags the world toward the same kind of founder war Danzo cannot stop. At the Valley of the End, Madara crushes Hashirama with the Nine Tails and Izanagi, wiping out the two founder figures Danzo hoped to rely on. With Madara dead as well, Danzo is left cursing history, because even this fake world still tears apart the men he wanted to rely on. As time rushes forward, young Hiruzen keeps beating Danzo with a warm smile and underhanded tricks, leaving Danzo isolated and furious. The next shock comes when Uchiha Izuna becomes second Hokage and even flips the old order by forcing the Senju clan into the police role Danzo swears should belong to the Uchiha. Danzo claws back some ground by entering Izuna's personal guard, standing in the same inner circle as young Hiruzen. To survive in an Uchiha-run Konoha, Danzo even murders Uchiha Kagami and uses the excuse of inheriting his will to transplant Shursui's eye into this illusioned body. When the first Great Ninja War breaks out, Danzo spots a familiar turning point and realizes the coming peace talks with the Cloud could decide the next Hokage. So Danzo keeps quiet on purpose, letting the Cloud trap spring because he thinks this time he can seize the moment Hiruzen once stole from him. The Gold and Silver brothers attack exactly as expected, and during the escape Danzo boldly volunteers to stay behind, certain this is where the third Hokage should be chosen. Instead of rewarding him, Izuna bluntly agrees that Danzo is perfect for the sacrifice, turning Danzo's big gamble into a brutal joke. Danzo survives by using Kodo Amatsukami to escape the pursuers, but when he drags himself back to Konoha, Hiruzen has already taken the third Hokage seat. Hiruzen rubs salt in the wound by making Danzo his assistant and giving him root, which leaves Danzo doing the dirty work while Hiruzen keeps the title. Danzo adjusts by using his knowledge of real history to quietly gather future monsters into root, from the Sannin to Tsukumo and Minato. Years later Hiruzen still keeps favoring the Uchiha, and Danzo is furious when he names Fugaku the fourth Hokage in this upside-down world too. Fugaku makes it worse by politely asking Danzo to train Itachi as the next root leader, and Danzo snaps that he would rather hand root to Akihara Kagura. When Fugaku asks if Root abducted Kagura from the orphanage, Danzo suddenly realizes even this illusion still follows the broad tracks of reality, just with key details warped. History surges on anyway when a masked would-release user unleashes the Nine Tails, killing Fugaku and plunging Konoha into another disaster. With Itachi still too young, Hiruzen appoints Shursui as root leader instead, and Danzo is forced to watch the system settle into another bitter reflection of reality. Then the final reversal arrives when the Senju clan becomes the one preparing a coup, and Hiruzen orders Danzo to use their old ties to handle it. Hiruzen even cheerfully tells him to use Kodo Amatsukami on Tsunade if needed, and for the first time Danzo feels truly afraid because history has moved past everything he knows. On the way to the Senju clan, Shursui intercepts him and quietly asks whether Danzo would also rewrite his will if he stayed hostile to the Senju. Danzo instantly understands this is the trap he feared, because in this warped world Shursui is about to do to him what Danzo once did to Shursui. Shursui attacks, and even when Danzo briefly subdues him, Shursui fires back with Izanagi and rewrites the fight in his own favor. The reversal is brutal, with Shursui driving punches into Danzo and ripping out Danzo's eye while mocking him as he claims the Mangekyo for himself. Danzo panics, because losing that eye means losing both his power in this fake world and his hope of returning to the real one intact. Before Danzo can do anything, Master Bito appears in front of the wounded old man, calmly taunts him about the illusion, and starts opening the way out. With one last whirl of Kamui, Abito drags Danzo out of limited Tsukuyami and confirms the real goal of the whole nightmare. Kodo Amatsukami has been destroyed. Back in the real world, Danzo staggers in front of Konoha's giant Buddha statue with blood all over him, still reeling from the illusion that somehow left his eye socket truly empty. Danzo realizes the masked man in front of him was the one who used that illusion to steal Shursui's eye for real. The masked man kicks Danzo away and mocks him, saying Shursui's eye was never Danzo's to begin with. He casually reveals the stolen eye is Shursui's Kodo Amatsukami, and tells Danzo he no longer needs to fear Shursui using it on him. That lands hard on Danzo, because if Abito now holds Kodo Amatsukami, Konoha itself could be turned into his puppet. Danzo forces himself back up and runs for root headquarters, determined to survive long enough to warn the village. The masked man doesn't stop him at all and instead quietly lets Danzo carry the story that Uchiha Abito stole the will-bending eye. Then his attention shifts to the forest, where Shursui is still fighting off root pursuers with a green Susanoo. As Shursui's Susanoo fades, the masked man drops the disguise and reveals he was Kagura all along. Kagura is pleased with himself, because framing everything under Abito's name will make the whole ninja world fear his superior even more. He also knows Shursui still has another eye, but what he really wants from Shursui is something even more valuable. On a cliff above the Naka River, Shursui summons Itachi to meet him after barely escaping with one eye left. On the cliff, the wounded Shursui tells Itachi their plan to stop the coup with Kodo Amatsukami is finished, because Danzo stole his right eye and will likely come for the other one too. Before Danzo can take the last eye, Shursui rips out his remaining left eye and entrusts it to Itachi to protect Konoha and the Uchiha. Itachi immediately sends the last eye away with his ninja crows so Danzo can never get his hands on it. After sending the eye away, Itachi asks the blinded Shursui what he plans to do next. Shursui backs toward the cliff and says his death may be the only way to cool down a clan that started believing his Mangekyo and Susanoo could suppress everything. Itachi lunges to stop him, but Shursui keeps going and insists he already left his will behind and started this fire himself. Shursui drops from the cliff, and Itachi misses him by a heartbeat. With his last words, Shursui says this is the only way to put out the flames he started, then he falls into the darkness toward the river below. Shursui's death shatters Itachi on the spot, and that shock forces his Sharingan to evolve into the Mangekyo. At just 11, Itachi gains the power everyone expected of him, but only by paying for it with his closest friend's life. He searches the river one last time, finds nothing, and leaves the cliff carrying only sorrow. But Shursui is not dead yet, because his limp body keeps drifting down the river through the night. Just before the river kills him, an unseen pull drags Shursui's body out of the water with Bansho Tenin. The near-drowned Shursui crashes onto the rocks and spits up river water, but he is already too far gone to answer Kagura. Kagura coldly talks over the unconscious Shursui, deciding for him that his soul will stay and watch what happens next. Kagura activates the human path and pulls Shursui's soul straight out of his body. Only after being ripped free does Shursui's soul realize the person over his body is Kagura, openly using the legendary Rinnegan. Kagura forges black chakra receivers with yin-yang release and drives them into Shursui's body. The body responds at once, opening its eyes again with Kagura's own Rinnegan staring out from Shursui's face. Then Kagura shoves Shursui's soul back into the rebuilt body, completing the puppet. Shursui wakes inside that cold body and demands to know who Kagura really is. Kagura answers with a chill, saying he is someone who wants revenge on Shursui himself. Instead of explaining more, Kagura starts testing the puppet to see whether Shursui kept the techniques he had in life. The answer is yes, because Shursui's body instantly reproduces his speed tricks, clone feints, and great fireball on command. Even Shursui's Susanoo still comes out, which surprises Kagura because the body no longer has its original Mangekyo eyes. Shirosui finally understands the horror of it. He has become a puppet, and his own body moves whether he wants it to or not. Kagura sums up the result with satisfaction. Everything survived except Koto Amatsukami, and using the real body before death seems to preserve the rest. One last test remains, so Kagura forces Shirisui's body to use Shinra Tensei. The repulsion smashes the shoreline but cannot budge Kagura, proving the puppet can use Rinnegan powers while still depending completely on Kagura's chakra. With the experiment finished, Kagura calmly lays out the rules he just proved for making 6 paths puppets. He also confirms the puppet's eyes are only a reflection of his own, not independent eyes at all. To prove that too, Kagura drops his Rinnegan and switches into Mangekyo Sharingan, and Shirisui's puppet eyes change with him. That shocks Shirisui even more than the Rinnegan, because now he realizes Kagura is also an Uchiha with terrifying eye power of his own. Given a sliver of control, Shirisui immediately begs Kagura to help Itachi stop the coup before tonight goes any further. Kagura refuses the premise outright, telling him the situation was already decided the moment Shirisui chose to die. He twists the knife further by reminding Shirisui that the chain of disaster began when Shirisui revealed Susanoo last year to save Itachi. That leaves Shirisui with nothing to say, and Kagura formally names his first completed 6 paths puppet Tendo Shirisui. Kagura says he will seal the body for preservation so it does not rot without constant chakra running through it. And right at the end, the terrifying genius undercuts the whole scene with one absurdly practical question. Can Shirisui teach him how to seal things into scrolls first? Kagura has a ridiculous gap in his skills, so when Shirisui's soul teaches him a basic sealing technique, the first problem is embarrassingly simple. He does not even have a sealing scroll. Luckily, Shirisui's own ninja pouch still has one, and Kagura uses that lesson on the spot to seal Shirisui's body into the scroll. At Naka Shrine, Shirisui's disappearance is enough to halt the Uchiha coup meeting, and one man's death abruptly cools a crisis that could have exploded that night. But the deeper feud is still there, because losing Shirisui removes the one person who might have changed the clash between Konoha and the Uchiha. The fallout cuts in every direction. The Uchiha lose one of their strongest men, Konoha loses a gifted jonin, Danzo loses an eye and root agents, and Kagura loses a body he wanted for a 6 paths puppet. The only people who truly come out ahead are Obito and Itachi, because Obito earns Danzo's fear, and Itachi awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan while keeping Shirisui's last Koto Amatsukami eye. Back en route, Danzo is forced to refill his losses with trainees, but what really sticks with him is how dangerous Obito now feels. Danzo also keeps the whole disaster buried, because admitting he tried to steal Shirisui's eyes would expose both his own scheme and the fact that Obito took the eye from him. Obito's limited Tsukuyami leaves Danzo mentally rattled, and the old man starts slipping between reality and the nightmare life he lived inside the illusion. That damage shows itself when Hiruzen calls him in for work and Danzo suddenly blurts out that he was the one who covered the rear so Hiruzen could become Hokage. Hiruzen is thrown, because in the real past it was Tobirama who chose to stay behind, not Danzo. Danzo catches himself fast and covers the slip, but the moment shows how badly the illusion is still poisoning his mind. Meanwhile, Itachi hides his hatred, because he knows Danzo stole one of Shirisui's eyes and he cannot risk revealing that he saw Shirisui or kept the other one hidden. So even after Shirisui's death, Itachi keeps acting as Danzo's spy instead of exposing what really happened. Then Danzo suddenly asks whether Fugaka still wants Itachi to become the next head of Root, and the question hits Itachi like a shock. Itachi is rattled because Danzo should not know about that private talk with his father at all. Still trapped in his own warped thinking, Danzo scoffs that Itachi should not dream of that future, and says he would rather hand Root to Kagura instead. Itachi does not even bother reacting, because he never wanted Danzo's position and never believed Danzo would truly trust him with it. A moment later Danzo seems to wake up, changes tone, and awkwardly claims Hiruzen mentioned Itachi as a possible successor but that more time is needed. Compared to that mess, Kagura is having a much easier time when Obito drops by and casually mentions that Orochimaru has joined the Akatsuki. Obito also fishes for information about Shirisui's suicide, but Kagura naturally plays dumb, and gives him nothing. Then Obito confirms Kagura's mission to rescue Kakashi was approved, even if he is still unhappy about how Kagura handled it. Obito grumbles that Kagura nearly sparked a war by kidnapping Inoki just to get Kakashi back. Kagura just shrugs it off, arguing that the rescue worked and the third Hokage now has even less room to chase Obito's trail. The mission pays Kagura with the Uchiha Flame Formation, a powerful fire barrier that can even hold off a tailed beast. Kagura is not exactly thrilled, because to him the barrier mostly looks like one more flashy way to build Obito's reputation. Obito moves on and asks about Away, only for Kagura to immediately defend the White Setsu instead of insulting him. Kagura explains that he sent Away to keep an eye on Itachi. That catches Obito's interest, because he says he noticed Itachi's talent long ago and expected him to reach the same kind of eye power Obito has. Kagura then drops the key detail Away found. On the night Shirisui died, Itachi's eyes changed into a windmill pattern. Obito instantly realizes what that means and turns deadly serious. Itachi has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. To Obito, that makes Itachi a perfect recruit, because an Uchiha who awakened that power so young must be carrying severe pain and a dangerous mindset. Kagura does not object to the plan itself, but he coolly warns Obito not to expose him during the recruitment, or Kagura will have to kill Itachi to protect his cover. Obito brushes that off and instead tells Kagura something even more insulting. After awakening Mangekyo, Itachi may already be stronger than him. Obito keeps going, saying the Mangekyo gave Itachi a qualitative leap and that an 11-year-old who awakened it is a genius beyond Kagura. He even predicts that once Itachi develops Susanoo like Shursui did, he could crush Kagura's would release outright. Behind that confidence, Obito is also thinking of an Uchiha secret. With a brother like Sasuke, Itachi might one day push his Mangekyo into an even stronger eternal form. Kagura says nothing, but he quietly files away a different lesson. If you want to recruit new talent, do not belittle the subordinate already standing in front of you. Obito soon acts on his plan at Naka Shrine, meeting Itachi directly and asking him to join in changing a world full of tragedy. Itachi shuts that down immediately, blaming Obito for the Ninetales disaster that drove Konoha and the Uchiha to this breaking point and helped push Shursui to his death. Obito does not deny making things worse, but he argues that the real poison was planted much earlier, when Konoha started isolating the Uchiha from the time of Tobirama. Itachi knows that part is true, but it changes nothing for him, because Obito still chose the convenient push that made the disaster worse. So Itachi gives a flat refusal and starts walking down the shrine steps without looking back. Obito lets him go, convinced that one day Itachi will fail to stop the tragedy ahead and come back on his own. Hidden nearby, White Setsuue watches the whole failure and dryly asks whether Obito has always been this naive. Zetsu can only admit that yes, this is exactly what Obito is like. Black Zetsu adds that Obito gets away with it because his Mangekyo ability is so troublesome that very few people can threaten him. Obito immediately turns the failed recruitment into a new scheme, ordering Away to tell Kagura to stir conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha until Itachi is cornered enough to join them. Away accepts the order at once and slips into the ground to deliver the message. Zetsu then warns Obito that Naka Shrine is not safe to linger in, because Danzo has watched the Uchiha for years and may already have noticed them. Black Zetsu partly backs Obito's obsession anyway, pointing out that Itachi now has Mangekyo and a younger brother, which means his eyes could still evolve even further. Even with that reminder, White Zetsu presses again that they should leave before Itachi reports Obito's location to Konoha. Obito rejects that too, convinced Itachi will stay silent because reporting him now would only make Konoha suspect the Uchiha even more. He even sees an upside to it. If Danzo knows Obito is here but Itachi does not report it, that silence itself helps widen the split between Konoha and the Uchiha. Obito ends the discussion by insisting they need operatives, and in his eyes there is still no better target to recruit than Itachi. Black Zetsu still points out the mistake Obito made today, reminding him that Kagura is also extremely valuable and could even serve as a future vessel for the Rinnegan if Nagato fails. Obito's final answer is blunt and petty. He simply does not like Kagura, because his own subordinate keeps making him feel overshadowed. White Setsuue hurries back to Kagura and immediately reports the obvious problem. Obito really does not like him. Kagura brushes it off and says Obito's only real use was bringing Away to him, which turned the two of them into partners. Away explains that Obito met Itachi in person and complains that Obito acts as if everyone should naturally obey him. Kagura says that is just Obito's nature now, because he still thinks his eye powers and giant plan should make everyone believe in him. Away reveals Obito's new order: stir up the Uchiha conflict until Itachi is forced to defect and join the Akatsuki. Away even pitches a dirty shortcut. He could disguise himself as Itachi and kill Konoha Ninja to spark the feud by force. Kagura immediately rejects that idea and decides the safest move is doing nothing at all. He argues that Konoha and the Uchiha already cannot live peacefully, so outside interference would only risk a needless mistake. Then Kagura asks about Itachi's condition, and Away confirms that Shursui's disappearance has left many Uchiha suspecting Itachi. Away adds that only Shursui and Itachi missed the coup meeting, so the clan's suspicion naturally keeps circling back to Itachi. Hearing that Itachi is miserable makes Kagura openly satisfied, and his resentment toward the Uchiha shows through again. Kagura bitterly blames the Uchiha for forcing their own will onto everyone else, even when it means cutting down what matters most to their teammates. He broods over old grudges too, convinced things at Tsuchi River Gorge and during Danzo's test could have changed if Itachi had chosen restraint over killing. When Away presses him again, Kagura finally comes up with a cleaner excuse to satisfy Obito without actually doing damage. His loophole is simple. He will loudly talk about avenging Nono by wiping out the Uchiha, knowing the third Hokage will block it immediately. Away quickly sees the beauty of it. Kagura can say he tried, and their side cannot be blamed when nothing happens. Before they part, Away warns Kagura that Itachi's new Mangekyo can sway a target's will, so he needs to stay careful. Kagura thanks him calmly, already keeping his own countermeasure hidden until Obito is gone from Konoha. Just as Kagura is ready to move, an Umbu summons him to the Hokage's office by order of the third Hokage. At the Hokage office, Kagura arrives just as Itachi is leaving, turning their first official reunion in months into an instant standoff. Itachi is here because Hiruzen pulled him into direct reporting after Shirsue's death, replacing the eyes and ears Konoha lost inside the Uchiha. That change went over Danzo's head, and all he could do was stand there resentful while Hiruzen made it stick. Itachi's reports have mostly said the same thing. After Shirsue's suicide, the Uchiha lost momentum and confidence for an immediate coup. Back in the doorway, Kagura coldly stops Itachi and asks who can still protect him now that Shirsue is dead. Itachi answers in a low controlled voice that he does not want more conflict, and says their old clash was a mission he had no choice but to carry out. Kagura twists that excuse into a fresh threat, and says he hopes to get his own mission someday to kill the person Itachi cares about most, Sasuke. That finally makes Itachi turn back with a killing glare, and Kagura only seems more interested by it. Kagura says a look cannot kill him, and coldly mocks the killer for being afraid the victim might come back for revenge. Itachi reins himself back in and says the two of them simply cannot understand each other's way of thinking. Then Itachi draws a line and asks Kagura to take any revenge only on him, not on the people either of them values most. Kagura answers with a sinister grin that Itachi does not get to wash away Tsuchi River Gorge by asking for a cleaner kind of revenge now. Itachi gives up on true fairness, says this is the closest he can offer, and finally walks away. Kagura watches him go with a small smile, pretending to accept the offer while clearly leaving the grudge untouched. Kakashi steps in right after, and immediately asks whether this ugly exchange was still about the Tsuchi River Gorge incident. Instead of answering directly, Kagura complains that he may have gotten weaker, because Itachi no longer seems afraid of him. Kakashi can only stare and ask why Kagura always insists on making people fear him in the first place. Changing subjects, Kakashi mentions the academy results. Karen did well, but Naruto struggled badly enough that Anko is close to snapping. Kagura casually assumes Anko is panicking because she thinks he will blame her, and Kakashi's awkward smile says the real problem is somehow worse. Then Kakashi sends Kagura up to the rooftop, saying a respected senior has returned and may be the right person to guide him next. On the Hokage building rooftop, the white-haired man waiting there studies Kagura below with serious attention. Hiruzen joins Jiraiya on the roof, welcomes him back, and points out that Kagura has already arrived below. Jiraiya's first impression is not flattering at all. One look at Kagura and he already expects a lot of headaches. Hiruzen admits Kagura already gives him headaches too, and says Danzo's influence has pushed the boy's personality to a dangerous extreme. Then Hiruzen reveals why he called Jiraiya back at all. He wants him to teach Kagura the way he once taught Minato. Jiraiya hears the deeper implication immediately and asks whether Hiruzen has already chosen Kagura as a successor. Hiruzen avoids answering directly and instead lists Kagura's gifts: Hashirama's wood release and the flying thunder god of both the second and Minato. Jiraiya notes that Hiruzen is not usually moved by raw power alone, but even he can see why Kagura is such a tempting successor. When Hiruzen brings up Sage Mode, Jiraiya instantly realizes the old man is steering toward the fifth Hokage question again. Jiraiya immediately swats away the Hokage implication, but he still agrees to teach Kagura seriously. Once he agrees, Jiraiya cannot resist teasing Hiruzen over one thing. With all of Kagura's talents, did the third really fail to pass on any signature jutsu of his own? Hiruzen can only look away, because Kagura's level and dislike of hand signs make the third's usual ninjutsu a poor match for him. When Jiraiya jokingly calls him the strongest Hokage, Hiruzen snaps and bonks him with the pipe like an annoyed old teacher. After the joke passes, Hiruzen turns grave again and says Kagura could truly approach Hashirama's level if Jiraiya can lead him into senjutsu. He says that kind of power could become hope for real peace, but only if they can first clear the darkness out of Kagura's heart. Hiruzen's warning lands hard. If that darkness remains, Kagura could become another Orochimaru with even more dangerous power behind him. At the mention of his old friend, Jiraiya falls quiet for a long moment, and then vows into the wind that he will bring Orochimaru back. On the windy Hokage rooftop, Kagura arrives to find Hiruzen and a white-haired man both looking weighed down by village trouble. Hiruzen finally gets to the point and tells Kagura that Jiraiya will be the Jonin who guides his training from now on. Jiraiya jumps in with full confidence, striking a ridiculous pose and grandly introducing himself as the Toad Sage of Mount Maiboka. Kagura stays stone-faced, but inside he instantly gets a huge reward from his new superior, Sage Mode. Since the reward is that good, Kagura immediately flatters Jiraiya's posing and says a man like him must be popular with women. Jiraiya soaks up the compliment and starts bragging shamelessly, which makes Hiruzen break into a rough, embarrassed coughing fit. Then Kagura abruptly asks if Jiraiya's return means Konoha is finally using Shirsue's death as an excuse to wipe out the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya immediately backs away from that kind of politics, and Hiruzen firmly denies that Konoha would ever do such a thing to its own comrades. Hiruzen tries to calm Kagura by blaming Danzo for the earlier disaster and telling him not to direct that hatred at Itachi. Kagura answers with a darker suspicion. Maybe Hiruzen is hesitating because Itachi has awakened an even stronger Sharingan. That hits Hiruzen hard, because he realizes Itachi may have unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan without ever reporting it to him. When Hiruzen asks how he knows, Kagura coldly says Itachi's fear was gone this time, and if that power makes him think he can win, Kagura can still kill him with ease. Jiraiya quietly pulls Hiruzen aside and points out the obvious. Kagura's personality is dangerously extreme. Hiruzen blames Danzo again and orders Kagura to stop chasing village grudges and focus on training under Jiraiya instead. Jiraiya grumbles that fixing this kid will be a pain, but Hiruzen presses him seriously and says only he can do it in Konoha. Jiraiya finally accepts, and behind his smile he starts wondering if Kagura could be the prophesied student who might change the ninja world. He reaches out to make it official, and Kagura answers the handshake by plainly introducing himself as a wood-release survivor from Orochimaru's dark laboratory. That blunt answer reminds Jiraiya how badly Kagura was damaged by Orochimaru and Root, and he decides the first lesson is getting him away from Konoha's mess. So Jiraiya tells Hiruzen he is taking Kagura out of the village tomorrow to train, and Hiruzen agrees without hesitation. Both men want the same thing: keep Kagura away from the Uchiha crisis before his hatred collides with Itachi again. As they leave the rooftop, Jiraiya tells Kagura to pack and say goodbye, while he goes off to enjoy the village scenery his own way. Kagura does not have much to pack, but he does have several people he wants to see before he goes. His first stop is Konoha Hospital, where Kabuto is now working as a medical ninja instead of in intelligence. Kagura tells Kabuto he is leaving on a long training journey tomorrow as Jiraiya's disciple, and says Nono should be informed without hiding it. Kabuto immediately understands how important that news is, but all he can offer Kagura is a quiet warning to take care of himself. Kagura's next farewell is with Kakashi, who completely skips the emotional part and asks for one thing only: a signed copy of the Intimate Paradise sequel. Kakashi even dresses the request up like ninja doctrine, so Kagura reluctantly agrees to try and push Jiraiya for the draft. After that, Kagura quietly buys 2 farewell gifts: Jiraiya's serious novel for Naruto and a glasses case for Karen. Meanwhile, Jiraiya is sitting high on Hokage Rock with a telescope, casually watching both Konoha and his unusual new student. When Jiraiya spots Kagura buying his serious book instead of one of the dirty ones, he is absurdly pleased. From his perch on Hokage Rock, Jiraiya even finds himself thinking that Minato's junior disciple might turn out pretty well. Kagura's last stop is Karen's shabby home, where Naruto and Karen are being drilled so hard by Enko that both kids are trembling. Enko is yelling about hand seals and school grades when Kagura opens the door right into the middle of the chaos. Kagura keeps the goodbye simple, saying he is leaving the village tomorrow and setting down the glasses case for Karen and the book for Naruto. Before the kids can even process it, Kagura turns to leave, making the farewell feel even more sudden. Naruto and Karen rush after him with the gifts in their hands, too upset to hide that they really do not want him to go. Watching through his telescope from Hokage Rock, Jiraiya suddenly freezes when he sees Naruto and realizes exactly whose child that boy is. With one hand on the stone, Jiraiya quietly addresses Minato and says this meeting may really have been fate after all. After dusk in the Hokage Tower, Danzo went straight to Hiruzen and bluntly asked if Kagura was being groomed as a future Hokage. Danzo argued hard against it, bitterly exposing how Kagura had fooled him en route by pretending not to know Kabuto and Nono. Hiruzen snapped back that the real mistake was Danzo dragging that orphan into Root instead of letting him live like a normal academy child. That accusation landed hard because Danzo knew Kagura might have become far less twisted if Root had never touched him. Even so, Danzo swallowed the truth that without him, Kagura would have stayed as Orochimaru's experiment and never returned to Konoha at all. Danzo still couldn't break from Orochimaru either, because he was obsessed with gaining wood release and replacing the Sharingan power he had just lost. So he made his final pitch and insisted Kagura was not Hokage material at all, only a weapon shaped by darkness and better suited to serve Root. Hiruzen refused that logic and said darkness was exactly why he hoped Jiraiya could lead Kagura back toward the light. He went even further and told Danzo that Kagura's urge to protect Konoha from the shadows was Root's poison still lingering in the boy. Danzo immediately tried to pull Kagura back, offering to make him the next Root leader and even calling him a better fit than Itachi. To Hiruzen, that only proved Danzo still wanted to bury a rare genius in the dark so no one else could threaten his own Hokage ambitions. Hiruzen finally shut the discussion down, and Danzo rose with a warning that Hiruzen would regret protecting Kagura's path. Hiruzen answered with a cold reminder that he was still the Hokage, leaving Danzo no room to push further. Danzo stormed out of the office and, behind the slammed door, muttered that he would never let Kagura become Hokage. At the orphanage, Kabuto casually told Nono that Kagura would be leaving the village for training, but he hid the part about Jiraiya to spare her more worry. Nono immediately decided to go pray for a safety charm, still trying in her own way to make up for what Kagura had gone through. The moment Nono stepped out, Kabuto secretly summoned a tiny white snake and passed Orochimaru the news that Kagura had become Jiraiya's disciple. Elsewhere, Karen curled up alone at home and understood faster than most that Kagura's goodbye probably meant he would be gone for a long time. Naruto, on the other hand, was already asleep hugging his copy of Tale of Gutsy Ninja like treasure because Kagura's gift meant that much to him. At Kakashi's home, the usual Ica paradise sat ignored while he obsessed over improving the flying thunder god so Kagura would not leave him even further behind. He slapped the technique onto the floor as a large seal formation and grimaced, frustrated that even this was still not enough. Hidden at Naka Shrine, Obito heard the same news through White Setsu, and coldly decided their spy inside Konoha would be useless for now if Kagura was leaving with Jiraiya. That night in the Umbu dormitory, Away rose from the floor and asked Kagura one more time to take him along. Kagura refused at first because Jiraiya might wander into dangerous places, and a strange ability could expose Away and get him killed. Away quickly came up with the cover story of being Obito's watcher, and Kagura admitted that excuse might actually work. Then Kagura shifted topics and decided Orochimaru should receive a gift that would force him to cherish his bonds. Using Hiruzen's idea of a Hokage's heart as his excuse, Kagura claimed he ought to make more people value the ties between them. Since Orochimaru had joined the Akatsuki and left labs unattended, Kagura ordered Away to raid one for easy bloodline materials and hinted he already had a transformation-based plan in mind. When Away asked if he would stay with Jiraiya the whole time, Kagura calmly predicted that Jiraiya would get distracted by fun soon enough and leave him to train alone anyway. The next day at Konoha's gate, Jiraiya met Kagura with a much better impression of him and started their journey. Instead of rushing into combat training, Jiraiya's first move was to drag Kagura to a nearby town and show him food, comfort, and the idea that a ninja's life should include ordinary pleasures too. In the hot spring, Jiraiya sank into the water and tried to teach Kagura that life was more than fighting and killing. Kagura repeated Danzo's old teaching that shinobi should avoid indulgence, but he still tried to follow Jiraiya's example and relax. Then voices from the women's bath drifted over, and Jiraiya instantly dropped the wise teacher act and signaled Kagura to stay quiet. A moment later Jiraiya climbed out in a towel and crept toward the wall to peek, revealing exactly what kind of teacher Kagura was dealing with. Kagura did not argue with him at all. He quietly got dressed, informed the staff about the peeper, and sat across the street to wait. Half a minute later, Jiraiya came sprinting out in a towel while a pack of furious elderly women chased him down with brooms. After he barely escaped into an alley, Kagura innocently asked why a ninja as strong as Jiraiya had not used even basic techniques to get away. Jiraiya took the opening to teach his second lesson, saying real talent was about perseverance, and that strength should never be used to bully innocent people. Kagura accepted the principle at once, but he also pointed out that the first wrong move today had been Jiraiya's. Then Kagura turned the lesson back on him and revealed he had already reported the peeper to the mayor, so now Jiraiya could prove his ideals by escaping the whole town without ninjutsu or taijutsu. Kagura said he would wait on the mountain outside town, then his seated body turned into a wooden clone and left Jiraiya facing the mob alone. By nightfall on the mountain, Kagura had already fallen asleep against a tree, waiting quietly through the long test he forced on his teacher. Jiraiya finally staggered up the slope bruised and swollen, having refused to use chakra even after being chased and beaten by the villagers. He reached out to wake Kagura, and before his hand touched him, the untouched pear juice was silently pushed into his palm. Kagura explained that he had saved his own drink for Jiraiya's return because a teacher's lesson only mattered if the teacher could truly live by it. He promised to remember this lesson for the rest of his life and said that no matter how strong he became, he would not use his power to bully the innocent. That hit Jiraiya harder than any beating, because for the first time he felt that this difficult child might really be someone extraordinary. So Jiraiya ended the night by promising that after he healed up, tomorrow he would begin Kagura's real training and show him the power of the Toad Sage. The next morning, Jiraiya finally gets serious and decides Kagura's first real lesson will be summoning jutsu. Jiraiya explains that this is not just about calling helpers, he wants Kagura tied to Mount Myaboku so he can one day learn Sage Mode. Because Hiruzen wants Kagura to reach Hashirama's level, Jiraiya has already decided this gifted disciple is worth trusting with the Toad's contract. To start the contract, Jiraiya slams down a summoning and calls up a large messenger toad carrying Mount Myaboku's scroll. The messenger toad lays out the scroll, and Jiraiya tells Kagura he only needs blood and a signature to join Mount Myaboku's contract. Kagura notices ancient names already written there, including Jiraiya's and even Otsutsuki Hagoromo at the top, then calmly adds his own. Jiraiya talks up the toads Kagura might call, from battle monster Gamabunta to the two sage elders who can guide Sage Mode. Kagura immediately tries his first summoning, reaches out through the contract, and feels an entire hidden world of callable creatures answer back. At Mount Myaboku, the great toad sage sleeps on his massive chair deep inside the temple, dreaming as he always does. Half asleep, the great toad sage murmurs that someone seems to be calling him. Beside him, Fukasaku and Shima first brush it off as another strange prophecy dream. Then both sages feel a real summoning tug at once and assume Jiraiya must be in serious trouble if he is calling them together. Before they can answer, the call vanishes, as if some other toad has already been dragged out instead. Fukasaku turns to ask the great toad sage to check on Jiraiya, only to find the giant chair suddenly empty. The two elder toads panic on the spot when they realize the great toad sage himself has been summoned away. Back on the hill, Kagura is casually sitting on top of the great toad sage's hat when the ancient toad wakes up in the wrong world. Jiraiya completely loses it when he sees Kagura has somehow summoned the great toad sage instead of an ordinary toad. His panic gets even worse when he notices Kagura is literally perched on the great toad sage's head and orders him down immediately. Once Kagura jumps down, Jiraiya hurriedly explains that this is Mount Myaboku's highest elder and summoning him here is a disaster. Kagura, trying to solve the problem his own way, calmly suggests killing the Great Toad Sage and the Messenger Toad before anyone can report it. Jiraiya is so horrified he can barely speak, and the unnamed Messenger Toad instantly dispels the summon and flees back to Mount Mayaboku to report everything. With the witness gone, Jiraiya drops into full despair and blames every choice that led to taking Kagura as his student. But Jiraiya rallies fast, bows deeply to the Great Toad Sage, and desperately begs him to forget the whole thing and not ruin him with the other toads. The Great Toad Sage blinks at him and asks the most dangerous possible question: who exactly are you again? For one blessed second, Jiraiya thinks this memory problem might save him, and eagerly tells the old sage to forget today too. That hope dies instantly when the Great Toad Sage remembers him after all and calls him Little Jiraiya. Resigned, Jiraiya decides the only move left is to summon Gamabunta and explain before the fallout gets worse. Back at Mount Mayaboku, Gamabunta arrives to report the chaos. Jiraiya's new kid summoned the Great Toad Sage and even talked about killing him. Gamabunta immediately answers Jiraiya's next summon, ready to meet the reckless disciple causing all this trouble. Gamabunta arrives on the hill ready to curse someone out, but stops cold when he sees the Great Toad Sage already sitting there. Instead of focusing on Jiraiya, the Great Toad Sage stares at Kagura and says he cannot see this boy's story anywhere in his dreams. Jiraiya jumps on that line at once and asks if this means Kagura is not the child of prophecy he has been searching for. The Great Toad Sage gives no clear answer on fate, but says something stranger instead: nature itself is crowding close to Kagura. When Kagura reaches out and accepts that natural energy, he slips into sage mode on the spot without any training at all. The surge is so violent it knocks Jiraiya and Gamabunta back, leaving only the Great Toad Sage unmoved in front of Kagura. Jiraiya stares from atop the fallen giant toad in utter disbelief, because Kagura has just done in one instant what took him years. As the power settles, the Great Toad Sage gently asks Kagura how sage mode feels in his body. Kagura answers by making a water mirror and inspecting the new markings on his own face. Then he casually reshapes the sage mode markings until the black and white shadow condenses into a leaf mark on his forehead. Even Gamabunta is stunned, grumbling that Jiraiya somehow keeps finding disciples with more talent than he has. The Great Toad Sage goes further and tells Jiraiya that Nagato had the sage eyes, but Kagura appears to possess something even rarer: a sage body. He explains that a sage body carries huge life force, heals naturally, senses nature instinctively, and can absorb natural energy with absurd ease. Jiraiya immediately tries to connect the dots, wondering if someone this strong could still be the prophesied child after all. The Great Toad Sage only tells him that fate will make him understand in time, and admits Kagura's existence is hidden from his sight just like the boy with the sage eyes. Calling Kagura a boy loved by nature, the Great Toad Sage drifts back to sleep and vanishes in summoning smoke. Gamabunta decides he should get back to Mount Mayaboku and warns Jiraiya to train this kid well and never let him summon the Great Toad Sage again. With that warning delivered, Gamabunta disappears too, leaving only teacher and student alone on the mountain. Jiraiya stares at Kagura's forehead mark and admits this lesson got out of hand so fast he never even had time to explain sage mode properly. He is also stuck with a bitter new fact: if the Great Toad Sage cannot see Kagura in the prophecy, Jiraiya still has to keep searching for the child of prophecy somewhere else. Kagura asks directly what this child of prophecy even is, and whether not being that person disappoints Jiraiya. Jiraiya explains that long ago the Great Toad Sage foretold he would train a disciple who would change the ninja world for peace or ruin, so he has been searching ever since. Still, Jiraiya quickly steadies himself and tells Kagura that prophecy or not, he is still his disciple. Jiraiya even finds a little comfort in that answer, because if Kagura is not the chosen child, maybe he also will not be the one to destroy the world. Then Jiraiya sighs over Nagato, the former disciple with the sage eyes, and says it is a shame Kagura can never meet him now. Kagura catches the unfamiliar name at once and asks why no one in Konoha has ever mentioned Nagato. Jiraiya explains that Nagato was never from Konoha at all, but one of 3 war orphans he trained in the Land of Rain during the Second Great Ninja War. He says a messenger toad later told him those Rain children died in the war, and he has carried that loss ever since. Kagura earnestly suggests going to the Land of Rain to pay respects, but Jiraiya refuses because the country is still in civil war. What Jiraiya does not say out loud is that he especially does not want Kagura stepping into a battlefield where his urge to kill could spiral out of control. So Jiraiya chooses the safer route and says they will rest in the next town instead. On the way, Jiraiya realizes Kagura is still holding sage mode with no strain at all and asks if he wants to test that power properly. He proposes Konoha's classic bell test, and Kagura immediately asks the one question that makes Jiraiya hesitate: are there any restrictions? Jiraiya decides there are no special limits, and tells Kagura to come at him with full force, even with killing intent if needed. Kagura warns him one more time that he has picked up some dangerous techniques lately, but Jiraiya only gets more curious and accepts the risk. Before they begin, Jiraiya teaches him the proper confrontation seal used to mark the start of a fight. He also explains the reconciliation seal that ends a clash, then abruptly launches the first kick himself. Kagura blocks the kick with ease, because sage mode is feeding him the natural flow of the whole battlefield. Then Kagura grabs Jiraiya's ankle and yanks hard enough to show his Sage Mode strength is monstrous in close quarters. Jiraiya tries to escape with a substitution, but instantly realizes Sage Mode is locking down the area's natural flow and making that trick impossible. Kagura slams his teacher into the ground and says his taijutsu is only village basics backed by months of training and Sage Mode's boost. Even while being thrown, Jiraiya gets a jutsu off and turns the battlefield into a swamp to drag Kagura down with him. Jiraiya uses that brief opening to kick free and force Kagura deeper, finally putting a little distance between them. The swamp still does not hold Kagura for long, because a vine shoots up and lifts him right back out. Jiraiya retreats behind a tree and admits to himself that fighting Sage Mode head-on was a bad call from the start. But when the woods suddenly go quiet, Jiraiya starts to wonder if Kagura understands the game at all or is about to do something much worse. His answer comes in an instant when a white beam punches straight through the tree and starts erasing everything in its path. The attack keeps boring through multiple trees before ending in a violent explosion, and Jiraiya realizes in horror that this is dust release. Then Kagura descends from above and calmly reveals he copied this technique during Anoki's kidnapping, proving his warning about dangerous new jutsu was not empty at all. Jiraiya suddenly realizes this spell test has turned dangerous, because Kagura can even use dust release now. Too proud to admit he wants dust release banned, Jiraiya attacks first with a blazing flame bullet instead. Kagura answers with Sage Art Earth style wall, raising a tall barrier that blocks the fire head-on. Jiraiya praises the defense, then notices the wall has a carved face that looks suspiciously like Danzo, which only makes the moment weirder. Jiraiya drops a swamp of the underworld under the wall, but Kagura simply rises above the sinking ground instead of getting trapped. Seeing Kagura fly, Jiraiya gets a headache, because that one ability alone makes scouting, dodging, and aerial attacks far too easy. Jiraiya fires another massive flame attack, still trying to pressure Kagura before his disciple starts using wood release too. Kagura vanishes, and Jiraiya instantly remembers the real nightmare here. His disciple also knows Flying Thunder God. Knowing ordinary tricks will not work, Jiraiya throws up the heavenly dome barrier so he can at least sense where Flying Thunder God jumps happen inside it. When a marked shuriken suddenly comes flying in, Jiraiya confidently expects Kagura to teleport in behind it the way Minato would. Instead, the shuriken misses badly and sticks in a tree, leaving Jiraiya staring at a setup that makes no sense. Kagura awkwardly admits he just threw it off target, and Jiraiya remembers this prodigy never properly learned basic shuriken skills. Jiraiya actually perks up at that weakness, because bad shuriken control means Kagura is wasting one of Flying Thunder God's best attack angles. A wooden vine erupts from underground next, and Jiraiya slips aside after sensing the chakra shift through his barrier. Then Jiraiya spots a Flying Thunder God mark on the vine and realizes Kagura is using wood release to make up for his weak aim. Kagura teleports to the marked vine and lunges straight for the bell on Jiraiya's waist. Jiraiya thinks he has him and clamps down on Kagura's wrist before the grab can finish. That confidence dies instantly when orange-red lava chakra flares over Kagura's wrist and burns Jiraiya's hand. Kagura takes the bell and calmly explains that learning dust release also taught him how to combine chakra into lava release. Jiraiya can only feel more defeated, because even after losing he still never forced Kagura to use his true wood release strength. Trying to help, Kagura suggests summoning the giant toad Bunta so he can finally test a stronger wood release technique. Jiraiya says he could summon another toad around Bunta's size, but he suddenly suspects he would just be serving one up for Kagura to beat. The moment Bunta is off the table, Kagura immediately loses interest, and says they can save that technique for another day because he has spent plenty of chakra already. Kagura drops out of Sage Mode, and the little leaf-like eye mark on his forehead fades away with it. Jiraiya bluntly asks if Kagura was trying to get back at Bunta, and Kagura answers with an innocent face that he is never petty. To prove his point, Kagura even brings up Enko and says he still let her teach Karen and Naruto despite their bad history. Jiraiya lets the matter drop and decides they should head somewhere to rest before continuing their trip. From there, Jiraiya keeps training Kagura while roaming the ninja world after Orochimaru and the Child of Prophecy, but all he finds are ruined labs and survivors to rescue. While they travel, Kagura also drills the basics Jiraiya assigned him, from rough shuriken practice to ninja fundamentals and deeper chakra control. Jiraiya proves to be an excellent teacher, and Kagura's progress in ninjutsu and taijutsu becomes absurdly fast. To show that growth, Kagura fires a fire dragon flame bullet with just one tiger seal and turns a tiny spark into a blazing eruption on impact. That speed leaves Jiraiya amazed, because Kagura only needs the seals and chakra flow explained once before he can use a jutsu almost perfectly. Since Kagura likes techniques with fewer seals, Jiraiya decides to teach him the fourth Hokage's unfinished masterpiece, Rasengan. Jiraiya forms a spinning Rasengan in his palm and explains that it needs no hand seals and could one day be combined with nature transformation. Kagura copies it on the spot, casually producing his own Rasengan the instant Jiraiya finishes explaining. Jiraiya just tells him to keep practicing and heads into town again to chase any new lead on Orochimaru. Far away in the land of rain, the story finally reveals why Jiraiya keeps missing Orochimaru. He is hiding inside Akatsuki's secret cave base. Inside that lab, Orochimaru works beside his assigned partner Sasori, whose grotesque Hiroko puppet shell crawls around the room in an Akatsuki cloak. Conan walks in with a cold reminder that Akatsuki's money is not there to fund endless experiments, and she orders both of them onto a mission in the land of rivers. Sasori obeys immediately, but Orochimaru lingers just long enough for Conan to ask about the laboratories of his that keep getting destroyed. Orochimaru shrugs off the losses and slyly blames Akatsuki's own surveillance, since every time he heads for an old base he comes back to ashes left by Jiraiya. Conan's answer is brutally clear: if Orochimaru lets anyone trace Akatsuki through him, she will kill him herself. Orochimaru pushes back by naming the hunter on his trail and telling her the real problem is Jiraiya. The name hits Conan hard enough to make her fall silent, and she finally says she will ask Pain whether he wants to deal with Jiraiya. As he leaves, Orochimaru turns gloomy, disturbed that Jiraiya's old students seem cold enough to discuss killing their former teacher. That thought pushes Orochimaru toward a new idea. If he cannot get to Jiraiya cleanly, he needs a way to reach Kagura instead. Back in the small-town forest, Kagura experiments alone by forcing wind-released chakra into a Rasengan. The unstable Rasengan bursts in his hand and slices open his palm, proving how hard true jutsu development really is. Kagura calmly watches the wound heal almost at once, his body repairing itself through rapid cell regeneration. Away rises out of the ground beside him and says what the failure already proved: developing a new jutsu is not easy. Away did not come just to joke around, because he has stolen a Kagaya clan corpse and says their bloodline experiment can finally begin. Kagura gets dressed at once and asks the real follow-up question, whether Away has located the nearest Orochimaru laboratory too. When Away confirms he found one, Kagura decides they will start by modifying Away's body so he can be useful in even bigger ways later. Soon after, they reach Orochimaru's hidden base in the Land of Rivers, a well-equipped lab guarded by a few managing ninja. To get in cleanly, Away's shape shifts into Orochimaru so perfectly that even his chakra becomes a match. The fake Orochimaru walks into the lab with the corpse, and Kagura teleports in beside him through Flying Thunder God. Even Away gets nervous once they are inside, because he trusts Kagura but still is not sure Kagura actually knows enough science to remake his body. Kagura assures him the experiment will work, because white sets of bodies are naturally compatible with almost any bloodline limit. The experiment succeeds fast, and a sharp-boned spike suddenly tears out of Away's body as the Kagaya clan's Shikatsumiyaka takes hold. Away is stunned that Kagura really pulled it off, and Kagura keeps going by adding Hashirama cells while the body is already open. That reckless follow-up works too, giving Away both Shikatsumiyaku and a wood release strong enough to surpass Tenzo's even if it still falls short of Kagura's. With the power-up complete, Away asks if they should wipe the evidence they left all over the lab. Kagura says no, because this is exactly the kind of mess Jiraiya will rush in to destroy once the right rumor reaches him. The trick is one they have used repeatedly already, because many of Jiraiya's big discoveries were secretly arranged by Kagura and Away from the start. After leaving the base under Orochimaru's face, Away slips back into the look of an ordinary townsman so the guards notice nothing strange. Away heads off to spread another disappearance rumor, and Kagura reminds him this time the news has to move fast. Kagura times the whole setup around fresh intelligence that Orochimaru and Sasori are heading into the Land of Rivers right now. Watching Away leave, Kagura quietly admits the real reason behind all this trouble. After all this time, he has finally made himself a chance to see Orochimaru again. White Setsu Away lured Jiraiya onto Orochimaru's trail by disguising himself as a tavern woman grieving for her missing husband. Jiraiya instantly guessed Orochimaru was abducting people for experiments again, paid his tab, and went hunting for the hidden base. Once Jiraiya was gone, the hostess dropped the act, turned back into White Setsu Away, and sank into the ground with a sly smile. In the Land of Rivers, Jiraiya stormed Orochimaru's experimental base, crushed the guards, and demanded to know where their master had gone. The guards swore Orochimaru had already left, and Jiraiya could only grit through the familiar frustration of arriving too late again. Even without Orochimaru there, Jiraiya freed the captives and prepared to burn the whole lab down. That plan was cut off when Orochimaru returned to the base and found Jiraiya wrecking his hideout. Jiraiya immediately demanded that Orochimaru return to Konoha with him, dragging their old bond straight into the confrontation. Orochimaru mocked Jiraiya's idealism, but Jiraiya shot back that even rotten fallen leaves can still feed new growth. Before they could settle it alone, Sasori's Hiroko shell crawled up beside Orochimaru and coolly announced that he wanted to turn a legendary Sannin into a puppet. Jiraiya didn't know the puppet's identity yet, but the matching Akatsuki cloak told him this new enemy was dangerous. Orochimaru stepped back and let Sasori test his luck alone, clearly expecting his teammate to underestimate Jiraiya badly. Sasori opened with Hiroko's poisoned tail, stabbing hard enough to shatter the stone when Jiraiya dodged. A second later Hiroko's mouth split open and fired a spray of hidden needles, forcing Jiraiya to throw up an earth wall. Then Sasori escalated and summoned his pride and joy, the human puppet made from the third Kazekage. Jiraiya overheard enough to realize this puppet really was the missing third Kazekage, which meant the puppet master might be the man who killed him. The Kazekage puppet slammed a massive magnetized cylinder down at Jiraiya, showing off magnet release right away. Sasori followed with an iron sand needle storm, and Jiraiya had to keep dodging while looking for a real opening. Jiraiya tried to burn the Kazekage puppet down with a great fireball, but Sasori blocked it behind a dense iron sand wall. Knowing puppet masters hate close pressure, Jiraiya sent his hair snaking towards Sasori's real position to catch the controller instead of the puppet. Hiriko's spinning tail shredded the hair attack, so Jiraiya switched to a heavier answer and called Gamabunta. Gamabunta arrived, spotted Orochimaru, and bluntly pointed out that Kagura would make this fight much easier. Sasori refused to back off and gathered iron sand again, but Jiraiya and Gamabunta answered together with Toad Oil Flame Bomb. Sasori's iron sand wall could block the flames, but not the brutal heat, and for the first time he looked cornered. Orochimaru coolly told Sasori this was exactly why puppetry was a bad matchup against Jiraiya's style. When Sasori warned he would report this to Konan, Orochimaru answered with a chilling reminder that he could kill Sasori as easily as Jiraiya could. Orochimaru also hinted that an even more troublesome enemy was about to arrive, and the next instant Kagura flashed onto Gamabunta's head. Before Sasori could even process the newcomer, Kagura fired a dust-release beam that punched through the iron sand barrier like paper. That same shot blasted through Hiriko's head too, instantly collapsing Sasori's outer shell. Forced out of hiding, the real Sasori emerged at last, and even Orochimaru admitted with greedy interest that Kagura had just used dust release. Jiraiya was baffled that Kagura had teleported into this mess just to ask about fixing wind chakra inside his Rasengan. Orochimaru then addressed Kagura directly, and Kagura reacted like he was staring at the nightmare from his childhood lab. Orochimaru openly claimed Kagura as the perfect creation born in his laboratory, and coldly admitted he regretted ever letting him go. Jiraiya instinctively moved to shield Kagura, but Kagura pushed past him and said this was a fear he needed to beat himself. Kagura charged Orochimaru head-on, trying to prove he was no longer the helpless child from that laboratory. Orochimaru immediately split the field, taking Kagura for himself and sending Sasori to keep Jiraiya busy. Jiraiya and Gamabunta turned back towards Sasori, both eager to finish him fast before Orochimaru could spring something on Kagura. Meanwhile, Kagura and Orochimaru met in close quarters, trading bare-handed blows instead of flashy jutsu. When Kagura grabbed Orochimaru's shoulder and pulled in close, Orochimaru used the opening to secretly tell him to steer Jiraiya toward investigating Akatsuki instead of burning another lab. Kagura sold the act by blasting Orochimaru away with a furious punch, as if finally hitting back at his old tormentor. Orochimaru answered with hidden shadow snake hands and deliberately weaponized Kagura's old fear by reminding him how terrified he used to be of snakes. Hearing that, Jiraiya got genuinely rattled and called out that he would switch opponents with Kagura. Gamabunta dropped in behind Jiraiya and pushed the swap further by demanding that Orochimaru summon Manda. Orochimaru accepted at once and summoned Manda, adding the giant serpent to the chaos. Gamabunta lunged straight at Manda, and Jiraiya finally told Kagura to take Sasori instead while he turned back to Orochimaru. Sasori opened on Kagura with iron sand spears and another needle storm, trying to bury him in magnet release before he got close. Kagura answered with wood release, raising a living tree barrier that stopped the attack cold and stunned Sasori on the spot. Before Sasori could adjust, thick vines burst from the ground and wrapped around the third Kazekage puppet. The puppet's blades couldn't cut through the wood at all, and the vines crushed Sasori's prized Kazekage puppet into scattered parts. While Sasori frantically reclaimed the debris, he missed that Kagura had slipped a flying thunder god mark onto the broken pieces. Kagura teleported off that mark in the next instant, and slammed a Rasengan into Sasori's chest before he could blink. Desperate to create distance, Sasori unleashed his red secret technique and flooded the field with 100 puppets in red cloaks. From across the fight, Orochimaru shouted the real danger. Once Kagura marks you with Flying Thunder God, a wall of puppets won't save you. Sasori's answer was horrifyingly practical. He ripped out his own cylindrical heart core and abandoned the marked body entirely. The core jumped into a fresh puppet body, but Kagura's vines were already crushing through the puppet army around him. At that point Orochimaru had to step in, not out of loyalty, but because Akatsuki would blame him if Sasori died here. Orochimaru unleashed formation of 10,000 snakes, flooding the battlefield with a dense snake swarm that even Kagura reflexively backed away from. Using that cover, Orochimaru grabbed a puppet body he thought was Sasori and vanished into the belly of the snakes. Jiraiya rushed in with fire and burned through the snake flood, but Orochimaru and Sasori were already gone without a trace. With Orochimaru gone, Manda dismissed himself too, ending the giant summon clash as abruptly as it started. Kagura stood frozen for a moment after the snake's swarm, and Jiraiya crouched in front of him to gently make sure he was alright. Kagura said he was fine and asked to head back, so Jiraiya tried to lighten the mood by offering him pear juice. But as they walked away, Kagura quietly formed a hand sign, leaving one final move behind on the empty battlefield. Once the field went silent, Sasori's real cylindrical heart core started crawling out in search of a body, proving Orochimaru had rescued the wrong shell. Then White Setsuway rose from underground and grabbed the core, neatly collecting the real Sasori after Orochimaru's failed rescue. After the fight, Orochimaru stared at the empty puppet shell and finally understood the trick too late, Sasori had turned his real body into a human puppet. That discovery immediately gives Orochimaru a new ambition, because if he can find Sasori's hidden core first, he might be able to take control of the puppet master himself. But when Orochimaru doubles back, the whole area has already been cleaned out, and he can only assume Sasori escaped after faking his death. Meanwhile, in a small town in the land of rivers, Jiraiya is supposed to be traveling with Kagura, but the second he spots a curvy girl, he abandons his disciple and goes flirting. For most students that would be useless mentorship, but for Kagura, Jiraiya's sloppy freedom is actually perfect cover. Kagura had already found Sasori's heart core on the battlefield first, and now a way leads him to a hidden cave where all the collected puppet parts are stacked up. A way even pulls out the strange cylindrical heart that keeps twitching on its own, and Kagura instantly recognizes it as the real essence of a puppeteer. Holding Sasori's living heart core, Kagura decides this is the perfect chance to turn the puppet master into his own spy inside Akatsuki. Away is baffled because he thinks they already are Akatsuki members, just undercover in Konoha for now. Kagura shuts that down cold, saying if Akatsuki is not led by them, then there is no reason to think of themselves as loyal members at all. Even Obito is not really in control there, Kagura says, so the only answer is to make Sasori into their own man on the inside. When Away calls it control, Kagura reframes it with a smile as finding a like-minded companion, which somehow sounds even more unsettling. Away hurriedly goes off to find a strong corpse, not realizing Kagura only sent him away because Sasori's own parts are already enough. Left alone, Kagura starts rebuilding Sasori with the Rinnegan Six Paths method, not as a traditional puppet but as his own Asura Path body. As he works, Kagura dismisses Sasori's old craftsmanship as outdated art and starts ripping out the old weapons to replace them with black chakra receivers. He condenses a black rod and drives it into the rebuilt limb, turning Sasori's body into a chakra-linked weapon platform under his control. On the floor beside him, Sasori's heart core shakes harder and harder, desperately trying to jump into any puppet it can find. Kagura finishes the lifelike red-haired puppet body, plants the remaining receivers, and presses Sasori's heart core into the open chest compartment. Sasori wakes up inside the new body and feels a flash of relief, but the relief dies instantly when he realizes he cannot move it himself. Kagura calmly raises another black rod and pierces Sasori's heart core with it, invading his will the same way a master puppeteer seizes a puppet. Black yin-yang release spreads through Sasori's core and body, and Kagura explains that this trick works especially well on someone who reduced his own life to a single heart container. Then Kagura reveals his Rinnegan, and the eyes in Sasori's new body change with his, turning the puppet into a true Six Paths vessel. Sasori is stunned because only Pain should have those legendary eyes, so seeing them on a Konoha kid instantly shatters everything he thought he knew. Instead of answering, Kagura makes Sasori test the body by transforming one hand into a gun barrel and unloading a storm of chakra bullets into the cave wall. The same arm shifts again into a chakra cannon, and one clean beam blasts straight through solid rock, showing Sasori just how absurd this rebuild really is. For the first time, Sasori admits someone has surpassed his own puppet art, and he can only ask if Kagura is some kind of god and what his link to Pain really is. Kagura drops his eyes back to normal and answers with just enough truth to hook him, saying his relationship with Pain is a competitive one. Then Kagura lays out the real deal. Sasori will keep his name, return to Akatsuki, and secretly act as Kagura's undercover agent from inside the group. That lands hard, because Sasori suddenly understands the irony in full. The man who loved turning people into puppets has now become one himself. Kagura shuts down Sasori's outrage with one blunt line, reminding him that this is exactly what he has always done to other people. Still, Kagura offers a leash with slack on it, promising Sasori freedom and even his own will as long as he does not act against Kagura's interests. To make the point, Kagura raises Sasori's arm again and reminds him that this body carries power he could never have built on his own. That temptation wins, because no puppeteer alive could walk away from a body like this, and Sasori finally accepts the arrangement. Once Sasori agrees, Kagura immediately switches to practical spy rules and orders him to hide the chakra receiver so Pain never discovers it. Kagura also tells him the Rinnegan power is not for normal use, but if Sasori is ever in danger, Kagura can send chakra to him, or even summon him away. That clue makes Sasori wonder if Pain is also somebody else's puppet, and Kagura casually confirms it while saying the hidden puppeteer is basically his senior brother. Now truly rattled, Sasori realizes there may be two separate Rinnegan users in the world, both tied to Akatsuki from different angles. Kagura stops him from spiraling too far and reframes the issue as simple hierarchy. Someone with his ability should not be stuck forever as a minor Konoha mole. He even describes himself as barely a Hokage candidate, and to Sasori, that kind of lofty cover identity sounds completely believable. With the deal settled, Kagura welcomes his new pawn and future weapon by name, declaring that one day Akatsuki will know him not just as Sasori of the Red Sand, but as Asura Path Sasori. In the hidden cave, Sasori immediately takes to his new Asura Path body and can tell this puppet is far beyond ordinary craftsmanship. The reason it works so well is grimly simple. Kagura built the Asura Path around Sasori's living heart core, so the puppet's chakra and survival still depend on Sasori while its life and death stay in Kagura's hands. Sasori wastes no time testing the body, sending chakra threads into the pile of scraps and rebuilding an ugly Hiriko shell to hide inside again. After gathering the third Kazekage puppet and the remaining spare parts, Sasori seals himself back inside Hiriko and gets ready to leave. Right before crawling out, Sasori drops a warning that Orochimaru asked Pain to deal with Jiraiya. Kagura just smiles at the news, clearly interested in whether Jiraiya can make it through whatever Pain has planned. Sasori presses him about Orochimaru, trying to figure out whether Kagura is some experiment, some subordinate, or something stranger. Kagura answers with a straight face that he has always stayed in contact with Lord Orochimaru, owes him a favor, and even wants Sasori to look after him in Akatsuki. Then Kagura makes the relationship even more unsettling, insisting that he is Orochimaru's subordinate, while openly treating Orochimaru as a useful tool both of them should exploit. Sasori sees through the fake respect at once and realizes Kagura's courtesy toward Orochimaru is only a thin layer over cold calculation. Kagura smooths things over by claiming Orochimaru really did try to save Sasori before his body was destroyed, so Sasori should at least count that as a favor. For a second Sasori accepts that debt, until Kagura casually adds that Orochimaru was also the one who quietly revealed Sasori's hardcore weakness during the battle. That flips Sasori's mood instantly, and he storms out furious at Orochimaru all over again. Back in a dark cave in the Land of Rain, Konan relays Orochimaru's proposal to eliminate Jiraiya, but Pain refuses to move that openly yet. Pain's real concern is not beating Jiraiya but stopping any information from reaching Konoha, because one leak could bring the whole village down on Akatsuki. Konan worries that Orochimaru himself might leak secrets, but Pain says the answer is simple: keep him on a short leash at the base. That decision creates another problem, because if Orochimaru stays in base, Sasori also has to stay and watch him, which leaves Akatsuki even shorter on active teams. Konan says Kakuzu's side is no easier, because he keeps killing his own partners for bounty money before replacements can even be found. When Konan mentions this is the fourth time this year, even Pain is left speechless at how absurd Kakuzu is. Still, Kakuzu brings in serious money, so Pain can only order Konan to keep searching for another teammate for him. Soon after, Sasori and Orochimaru return to the Akatsuki base one after the other, and Sasori arrives first, and immediately demands his puppets back from Orochimaru. Orochimaru hands over the scroll with a smooth excuse about arriving too late, while Sasori swallows his anger and quietly marks the debt for later. Orochimaru also comes back satisfied, because this mission let him pass orders to Kagura and confirm the real weakness hidden in Sasori's puppet body. Konan steps in and first praises the mission's result, saying the employer was satisfied. Then she delivers Pain's answer: Akatsuki still will not move on Jiraiya yet because exposing the organization now is too risky. Orochimaru immediately protects himself by saying Jiraiya may already know Akatsuki exists, and he tries to pin that exposure on Sasori's clash with him. Sasori fires right back, arguing that Orochimaru caused the whole encounter by chasing his own business first, and then refusing to help finish Jiraiya off. Before their blame game gets worse, Konan shuts it down and orders both of them to stay at base and focus on experiments until Akatsuki has enough manpower. Orochimaru accepts with a smile because time in the lab still works for him. Sasori also agrees, but for his own reasons, since he wants time to digest what he gained, repair his puppets, and alter his body further. Konan ends the discussion with one practical hope: if no trace of Akatsuki can be found outside, Jiraiya will eventually hit a dead end. But Jiraiya is luckier than they think, because while drinking in a tavern and brooding over the cloud pattern robes, he overhears a rumor that sounds exactly like Akatsuki work. The moment he hears about 2 killers in cloud pattern robes and a 5 million tael job, Jiraiya snaps to attention and pays to hear every detail. The waitress repeats the hearsay for him: 2 cloud-robed killers wiped out a noble's rivals, 1 palanquin bearer barely escaped, and even that witness was later found dead in a puddle. Jiraiya acts casual and even starts flirting out of habit, but the second he learns she has a husband, he loses interest and leaves with his mind fixed on the rumor. After Jiraiya walks out, the helpful waitress reveals the truth by melting into white Setsu Away, who cheerfully pockets the huge tip. A little later at the inn, Away resurfaces in Kagura's room and reports that everything went exactly as planned. When Away hands over the money Jiraiya spent, Kagura can only stare at the pile and complain that his teacher pinches pennies on pear juice but becomes wildly generous in taverns. Jiraiya gives up on normal investigation and decides to lure the Akatsuki out by pretending to hire them. When the meeting begins in the noble's courtyard, sheets of paper sweep in under the moon and gather into Konan herself. Konan gets straight to business and coldly asks who this client wants the Akatsuki to kill. The client names Jiraiya, and Konan's expression tightens at once because the target is both famous and personal. Konan starts weighing the price of killing Jiraiya, but because the mission touches both Akatsuki business and her past, she decides Pain has to approve it. Before she can finish speaking, Konan senses someone hiding inside the nearby room and instantly calls him out. Paper peels off Konan's body and turns into a storm of shuriken that rips through the window toward the hidden intruder. Jiraiya rolls out of the room in a clumsy dodge, and Conan immediately realizes the whole hiring request was his trap. Jiraiya stares at Conan in shock, because the disciple he was told had died is standing in front of him as an Akatsuki member. Still trying to process the reunion, Jiraiya blurts out that Conan's paper technique is much sharper now and that she has grown up. Then Jiraiya turns stern and demands the truth about Conan, Nagato, and Yahiko, because everything he heard from Mount Myaboka said they were dead. Conan gives him nothing, because without Pain's orders she does not know whether she should answer her old teacher at all. Instead of talking, Conan starts turning into paper and unfurls giant wings to escape into the night. Jiraiya instantly counters with the lion's mane technique, sending his hair lashing after her before she can get away cleanly. Conan dodges in midair, scatters into paper, and vanishes so completely that even Jiraiya cannot tell which way she fled. From an in-window nearby, Kagura watches the paper drifting across the sky, already knowing exactly who Jiraiya just found. White Setsuawe rises from the floor and quietly confirms that the woman outside is Conan, the Akatsuki member who fights with paper. Kagura says Jiraiya has one more person to bring back, because his teacher has a habit of getting tangled up in trouble. When Away points out that Jiraiya would never have found Conan without their push, Kagura smoothly reframes it as fate arriving a little earlier. Kagura argues that letting teacher and student meet now is kinder, because later they might have met only as enemies with no time left to talk. He even concludes, with perfect self-approval, that this was a good deed for both sides even if no one will thank him for it. Away buys it completely, and then asks the practical question of whether they should step in for Jiraiya or for Conan. Kagura refuses to interfere yet, because catching Conan is not the point when Jiraiya causing endless trouble for the Akatsuki is far more useful. He explains the scheme plainly. Later, any Akatsuki member who refuses to listen can be fed to Jiraiya's investigation instead of being handled by Kagura himself. For Kagura, that makes this a four-way win. It pressures the Akatsuki, helps finish Orochimaru's mission, can force Obito to show himself, and may even open more profitable missions later. He also tells himself he was helping Jiraiya emotionally by leaking Conan and Orochimaru now instead of letting the shock hit all at once later. Watching Jiraiya standing alone at the highest point in town, Kagura privately congratulates himself for doing his teacher a big favor. Away agrees again, and Kagura finally closes the window and says their next destination is definitely the Land of Rain. Away warns that the Land of Rain is still a mess, because the Great War ended but the country's civil war never did. He lays out the bloody history. Hanzo and Danzo crushed the old Akatsuki, Yahiko died, and most of the group was wiped out in that betrayal. Away adds that Obito dirted his hands there too, using the chaos to kill weak Akatsuki members and shove the blame onto Hanzo and Danzo. After that, Obito guided Nagato into creating pain with Yahiko's body, while Conan helped rebuild the Akatsuki in secret. The new group also built support inside the Rain Village, drawing disillusioned shinobi into a rising rebellion against Hanzo's rotten rule. Even with the war growing hotter, Hanzo has hidden himself so carefully that not even Pain can find where the old demigod is hiding. That catches Kagura's attention at once, and he asks if there is a chance to meet the famous Hanzo of the Salamander in person. Away confirms Hanzo is still alive and says almost nobody can track him, except White Setsu through its underground movement. Kagura immediately starts thinking bigger, deciding that Hanzo's huge reputation might be something he can use. Then he says it outright. Stepping on Hanzo might be the fastest way to climb higher himself. Away hesitates, but Kagura keeps going and hints that by using Danzo's old connection to Hanzo, he can even dress the move up as Konoha business. At night, Conan slips away from town, and Jiraiya returns to the inn empty-handed and visibly weighed down by what he just learned. Jiraiya abruptly tells Kagura to go back to Konoha, trying to keep his student out of the dangerous mess ahead. Kagura presses him at once and guesses this has to do with Orochimaru and a bigger threat Jiraiya found tonight. Jiraiya finally admits the problem is worse than expected and that the enemy group tied to Orochimaru is far stranger than just strong. Then Jiraiya reveals the real shock. He met Conan, which means Nagato and the others may still be alive and working in the same organization as Orochimaru. Because of that, Jiraiya decides he has to infiltrate the Land of Rain and the Rain Village himself, even if it is too dangerous for Kagura. Kagura pushes back and reminds Jiraiya that his own power has already proven useful against dangerous members of that organization. Jiraiya warns that this time they may run into Hanzo of the Salamander, the old war legend whose poison and strength still scare him. Kagura immediately twists that warning into an argument to stay, saying he could support Jiraiya and pull them both out with Flying Thunder God if things go bad. For one brief moment Jiraiya almost sees Kagura as dependable, until Kagura casually suggests killing rain ninjas on the battlefield to create a distraction. Jiraiya gives up on leaving him behind and tells Kagura to come along, prepare Flying Thunder God Kanai, and mark the area before they move. Kagura keeps nudging Jiraiya's suspicion toward Hanzo, while Jiraiya admits he still deeply fears that demigod's poison and battlefield power. Back in the Land of Rain, Conan reports to Pain that Jiraiya set a trap, escaped with her identity exposed, and may trace them home soon. Pain answers with cold regret that if Jiraiya truly finds their base, they will have no choice but to kill their former teacher. Even so, Pain knows killing Jiraiya is harder than beating him, so for now he tells Konan to stay safe and let others handle missions while Akatsuki keeps building strength. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Kagura enter the land of rain, where endless downpour, flooded rivers, and drifting corpses make the civil war impossible to ignore. Jiraiya uses the grim sight to teach that every corpse leaves broken families behind, trying to make Kagura feel the human cost of war. Kagura agrees in his own alarming way, saying the answer is to eliminate anyone who might start a war in the future. Jiraiya tries to soften that view by saying some people are pushed into war just to survive, but Kagura instantly catches the bias in that excuse. Kagura follows that logic to a chilling conclusion, claiming that killing those people solves both the threat of war and their struggle to survive, leaving Jiraiya baffled again. Unable to win that debate, Jiraiya cuts it off and leads Kagura toward the Rain Village. The Rain Village rises ahead as a fortress of concrete, sewers, and giant drainage pipes built to endure endless rain. Jiraiya studies the village's heavy security and tests Kagura by asking how he would sneak inside. Kagura answers smoothly that he could tag a rain ninja with Flying Thunder God and teleport into them, which earns Jiraiya's approval. Then Jiraiya shows a different trick by summoning a small green toad and explaining that a shinobi can hide inside its stomach space while it swims in unseen. Before Kagura can answer, the little toad opens its huge mouth and swallows Jiraiya whole. From inside the toad's hidden space, Jiraiya orders Kagura to use his own summon and sneak in without alerting anyone. Jiraiya's toad slips through the water and sewer pipes, and the infiltration works exactly as promised. Inside the Rain Village, Jiraiya climbs back out of the toad and crouches on the water, pleased with the clean entry and wondering where Kagura is. Outside the village, Kagura decides he absolutely is not using that method and summons the Great Toad Sage instead. Kagura politely dumps the problem on Jiraiya, calling this infiltration test the Great Toad Sage's job now. After a long, baffled pause, the Great Toad Sage pulls out his crystal ball and starts searching for a safe route into the Rain Village. Guided by the crystal ball, the old sage slowly leads Kagura past guards, pipes, and blind spots while Kagura keeps stressing that they must not alert anyone. As they sneak along, the Great Toad Sage admits the crystal ball cannot see people whose fate lies outside its sight. After an exhausting guided detour, the Great Toad Sage actually delivers Kagura right to Jiraiya inside the village. Kagura praises Mount Mayaboka's stealth support with a straight face, making it sound like they simply walked in. Completely winded, the Great Toad Sage cancels the summon and pointedly asks Jiraiya to choose easier jobs next time they work together. As soon as the Great Toad Sage leaves in a puff of smoke, Jiraiya spins around and furiously bans Kagura from summoning him again before the toads scold him to death. Kagura answers with pure results logic, calmly insisting the Great Toad Sage was the best choice because their relationship is good and the summon helped him pass Jiraiya's test. Jiraiya has no comeback, so he swallows the argument and tells Kagura to move out with him. While following, Kagura checks his reward and quietly gains a stealth support jutsu that lets a toad hide in someone's shadow and control them without being noticed. Jiraiya decides to start with the villagers, buying 2 raincoats, and carefully helping Kagura into his like an attentive teacher despite all the grumbling. Kagura stays quiet but returns the gesture, reaching up on tiptoe to fix Jiraiya's hood too, and the mood briefly turns warm. Jiraiya starts talking about grabbing food and listening for rumors, but a sudden explosion tears through the street before he can finish. Rain ninja rush in and kill the rebel on the spot, leaving a rain forehead protector half submerged in muddy blood. The patrol's search turns uglier fast, and they even throw shuriken at slow-running civilians, as if anyone nearby might be an accomplice. An old shopkeeper, too numb to even hide, tells Jiraiya that this is everyday life now: rebellions, crackdowns, mistaken killings, and a war that never ends. When a search team comes closer, Jiraiya immediately pulls Kagura into a narrow alley because 2 unfamiliar faces could get killed just as easily. The suffering around him clearly hits Jiraiya, but he forces himself to stay focused because his power and position still do not let him fix the whole country by impulse. So Jiraiya switches back into ninja mode and decides they need captives, explaining to Kagura that enemy information has to be checked against multiple prisoners to trust it. Jiraiya keeps teaching even in the middle of infiltration, showing Kagura that basic fieldcraft matters just as much as flashy power. Soon they spot a 2-man patrol, and teacher and student strike together in a clean ambush. They pin both prisoners by the throat, and Jiraiya immediately separates the questioning so the stories can be cross-checked. Under pressure, the captive admits the Akatsuki are Hanzo's enemies, and Rain Village has been hunting them as rebels trying to overthrow his rule. When both prisoners tell the same story, Jiraiya realizes the picture is stranger than expected because Akatsuki are not serving Hanzo at all. Kagura coolly points out that a legend like Hanzo of the Salamander would be an obvious target for ambitious, powerful people to challenge. Kagura even proposes the blunt solution of killing Hanzo first and ruining Akatsuki's plan before it starts. Jiraiya shuts that down and chooses a more careful next step: leave the city and interrogate Battlefield Rain Ninja with scratched forehead protectors instead. Kagura agrees, and with one hand on Jiraiya's shoulder he uses Flying Thunder God to pull them straight out to the outskirts in an instant. Even Jiraiya can't help admiring how convenient Flying Thunder God is, especially when he gets carried around by it himself. Kagura asks if they are heading to the battlefield, and the eagerness in his eyes makes Jiraiya decide to go alone before his student gets too excited about killing. Jiraiya leaves Kagura waiting in a cave, trying to keep him away from the battlefield's worst temptations. The moment Jiraiya is gone, White Setsuaway rises from the ground to ask what Kagura plans to do next. Kagura reveals his real move at once. He is going to meet Hanzo himself and push events so Hanzo, Jiraiya, and Akatsuki crash into each other. Away warns that Hanzo has grown old and timid, more interested in hiding and surviving than facing enemies head-on. Kagura just smiles and says Hanzo will find his courage if Kagura is the one standing in front of him. The story shifts to Hanzo's secret refuge, a heavily guarded breeding base full of giant salamander ponds hidden away from the war-torn Rain Village. Hanzo lives there in fear because he still cannot forget the day he and Danzo ambushed Yahiko's Akatsuki and Nagato's Rinnegan nearly killed them all with the ghetto statue. That fear is exactly why the so-called demigod no longer dares to stay in Rain Village and instead hides on the top floor, letting only his closest aides come near. Then a knock comes at his door, and Hanzo assumes breakfast has arrived until the server suddenly opens the door without permission. Hanzo instantly grabs for his sickle, only to find a strange boy standing there with the tray and treating his hidden sanctuary like a joke. Kagura immediately presses the weak point, warning Hanzo not to move unless he wants everyone to learn where he has been hiding. Hanzo demands to know who Kagura is and who leaked the location, but Kagura only circles closer to the point by bringing up Hanzo's old ally against Akatsuki. The mention of that alliance makes Hanzo realize this intruder is connected to Danzo, the same partner who dragged him into the Akatsuki disaster years ago. Even while blaming Danzo, Hanzo still keeps his hand on the sickle and asks what Danzo wants now, because his first instinct is still survival. Kagura answers by helping himself to Hanzo's breakfast, casually eating in front of him as if the hidden ruler's room belongs to him now. That finally snaps Hanzo, and he swings the sickle up to Kagura's neck, threatening to kill the boy on the spot. Kagura doesn't even pause chewing, mocking the famous demigod's courage and criticizing the food while steel rests on his throat. Only after completely seizing the room's power balance does Kagura finally give his name and hint that every identity he carries could decide Hanzo's fate. Then Kagura ends the exchange with a chilling offer, telling Hanzo to choose which identity he wants to hear before learning which future is coming for him. In Hanzo's rooftop room, the old warlord studies Kagura in silence, and realizes one thing first. This fearless boy does not feel like Danzo's obedient pawn at all. Hanzo tests the biggest suspicion out loud and asks if Kagura is with the Akatsuki. Kagura calmly grabs the sickle at his own neck and warns Hanzo to worry about his own fate before obsessing over who he serves. The second Kagura confirms the Akatsuki link, Hanzo tries to behead him on the spot with the poisoned sickle. Kagura stops the strike with his bare hand, lets the blade cut into his palm, and does not even flinch under Hanzo's poison. That impossible resistance shakes Hanzo, because his deadly salamander poison should have dropped any normal target already. Then Kagura opens his Crimson Sharingan at point-blank range and drags Hanzo into a genjutsu before he can get away. Hanzo's fear spikes even higher when Kagura's Sharingan twists into a Mangekyo pattern right in front of him. A space-time vortex swallows them both as Kagura quietly frames this trap as a lesson about belief, not just survival. Inside the limited Tsukuyumi, Hanzo lands in a vivid Rain Village from his glory days and hears old subordinates praising him like a living legend again. Kagura twists the knife by reminding Hanzo that these people once trusted him completely when his title still carried real weight. Hanzo quickly realizes this is no ordinary illusion, because the village and its people feel disturbingly real and alive. To prove how complete his control is, Kagura offers Hanzo a taste of the god of shinobi's power. In an instant, vines explode from the ground, the whole village becomes a forest, and Hanzo's own men are snared and drained by wood release. Hanzo finally understands the real danger. In this illusion, Kagura's power hits as hard as the real thing. Refusing to fold, Hanzo forms a summoning seal anyway and calls up his giant salamander inside the illusion. Kagura answers with an enormous wood human that slams the giant salamander down before Hanzo can seize momentum. Hanzo still charges personally, leaping at Kagura with his sickle while ordering the giant salamander to crush the wooden giant. Kagura ends that rush cold by releasing a wood dragon that smashes Hanzo aside and coils around the giant salamander's neck. When Kagura asks why he is not using poison, Hanzo falls silent, unable to bring himself to kill the followers who feel real in this dream. Then the illusionary rain ninja shout back at him, begging Hanzo to use poison and keep fighting even if it means their deaths. Those words hit the dead center of Hanzo's old creed, and his fighting spirit finally comes roaring back. Hanzo flashes onto the giant salamander's head, orders it to unleash poison, and drowns the battlefield in toxic water. Watching Hanzo's counterattack, Kagura notices the poison is still clinging to the cut on his real palm, so his healing is strong but not instant. Then Kagura raises the scale again by wrapping the wood human in Susanoo armor and turning it into a silver war giant. The armored giant drives its spear straight through the giant salamander, and pins the summon to a wall in one brutal strike. Seeing wood release and Susanoo combined in one enemy leaves Hanzo staring at Kagura like he is facing something beyond reason. Kagura speaks almost gently, telling Hanzo not to despair because this defeat is meant to become the start of his rebirth. The next reveal is worse. Kagura's eyes shift into the Rinnegan, and black receivers lance into Hanzo's body. Hanzo can barely process it, and demands to know who Kagura is, and how he connects to the other Rinnegan bearer. Kagura ignores the question, rips Hanzo's soul out by hand, and starts explaining that Hanzo will serve a much larger plot. Kagura calmly lays out the plan. Hanzo's eventual exposure will help reveal that hidden players beyond the Akatsuki are moving in the dark. After driving in his own receiver, Kagura shoves Hanzo's soul back into the body and turns him into the first animal path Hanzo. Hanzo immediately feels the violation and tries to resist, but the receivers leave him unable to take his own body back. Kagura's Mangekyo returns, a red tint enters Hanzo's eyes, and the two vanish back out of the illusion together. Back in the Rio rooftop room, Hanzo sits there dazed while Kagura casually tidies the dishes as if this were routine. When Hanzo bitterly says he has been turned into a puppet, Kagura answers that it was a fair trade because he gave Hanzo the dream he wanted most. Hanzo cannot deny how deeply that illusion shook him, because for a moment he truly had his loyal followers and his lost beliefs back. At the door, Kagura gives his new pawn a first mission: return to the battlefield, meet Jiraiya, renew the alliance with Danzo, and pull Konoha into war against the Akatsuki. In the downpour of the Land of Rain, Jiraiya watches ninjas keep killing each other without pause and feels the bleak weight of a war that never stops on its own. Using the rain as cover, Jiraiya starts preparing to capture two scratched headband rebels so he can pry Akatsuki intel out of them. Before he can move, heavy footsteps cut through the storm, and Jiraiya ducks back into hiding to see who just entered the battlefield. A squad of rain ninja in gas masks appears around a single central figure, and the moment someone shouts that Hanzo has arrived, the whole field jolts. Jiraiya instantly recognizes Hanzo of the Salamander. An old fear hits him because this is the same monster of a shinobi he remembers from the war. Hanzo does not even need to attack. His mere presence breaks the rebels' nerve, and the rain side surges forward to crush them. When the rain ninjas start executing prisoners on the spot, Hanzo coldly stops them and takes control of the aftermath himself. Hanzo demands to know why they turned rogue, but one defiant prisoner spits back at him instead of begging. Even when his own men want the prisoner dead for that insult, Hanzo stops them again and orders every captive taken alive. Hanzo says he will wipe out Akatsuki first and only then deal with the prisoners, because they are still Rain Country shinobi and he intends to end the civil war fast. That command thrills the Rain Ninja, because Hanzo's return from hiding makes them believe their broken village can finally be dragged back under control. Once the others leave, Hanzo dismisses his guards too and deliberately stays behind, staring straight at Jiraiya's hiding place. Hanzo calmly calls Jiraiya out by name, and even reminisces that the three Konoha youngsters he once judged promising really did become famous. With no point hiding anymore, Jiraiya steps out and greets Hanzo with the wary respect of a junior facing an old legend. Hanzo remembers Jiraiya clearly, then gets straight to the point by asking whether Konoha sent him to chase Orochimaru, or to clean up old business in the Rain Country. That phrase about cleaning up old business makes Jiraiya probe carefully, because Hanzo clearly knows more about Akatsuki and Orochimaru than he expected. Hanzo drops the real bombshell. Yahiko was killed and Akatsuki was nearly wiped out because Shimura Danzo asked him to do it. Jiraiya is jolted by the news that Yahiko really died, and even worse, Danzo's hand was behind it again. Trying not to show too much, Jiraiya asks about Nagato and Konan, and Hanzo confirms the Rinnegan boy survived, though his legs were ruined. Hanzo says he had wanted to recruit the orphans, but Danzo forced the ambush to seize Nagato for Konoha, and that choice is what poisoned everything between Rain Village and Akatsuki. Hanzo goes further and bluntly accuses Konoha of helping create the disaster now swallowing the Land of Rain, warning that Nagato's Rinnegan will eventually turn that hatred back on Konoha. Jiraiya pieces the story together at once. Danzo pushed Hanzo into attacking Akatsuki, Yahiko died, Nagato and Konan escaped, and all the hatred he once helped calm has been dragged back to life. He finally understands why Konan wanted nothing to do with him in town, because to her he still belongs to the village tied to Yahiko's death. Pushing past the shock, Jiraiya asks Hanzo for everything he knows about Akatsuki, since he now has to understand the enemy before he can do anything else. Hanzo accepts at once and invites Jiraiya into Rain Village, saying they should settle the old mess and restore peace together. Jiraiya agrees, trusting that a man like Hanzo had no reason to spare him now if this were a trap. But when Hanzo asks where Konoha's backup is, Jiraiya is forced into an awkward silence because he came here unofficially, and really only has himself. To keep the plan alive, Jiraiya takes the burden onto himself and says that if peace is still possible, he alone will handle it. Hanzo immediately pushes back, saying this war passed the point of easy peace the moment Yahiko died and nearly all of Akatsuki was butchered. Hanzo reminds him that only Nagato and Konan escaped that massacre, so the hatred now runs too deep to wash away with words alone. Jiraiya still steadies himself and asks to hear the current state of Akatsuki before deciding his next move. Soon after, Jiraiya enters Rain Village openly beside Hanzo, and the grand welcome Hanzo orders only gives him a bigger headache because he was never here as Konoha's official envoy. Even so, Jiraiya knows he cannot walk away now, because Akatsuki was built by his former students and Danzo's crimes have tied Konoha directly to their hatred. Inside the village, Hanzo fully treats Jiraiya like an ally and starts laying out the intelligence he has gathered on Akatsuki. Hanzo says the current Akatsuki leader goes by Pain, but even he has not uncovered what this man actually looks like. Then he lists the main members he knows: Orochimaru, Sasori of the Red Sand, Kakuzu, Nagato, and Konan. Hanzo adds that Akatsuki keeps recruiting more rogue shinobi, and any ninja who scratches a line across their forehead protector can join them. The group is also feeding wars across smaller nations while launching a civil war inside Rain Village, so Hanzo warns that Akatsuki is only getting stronger. Hanzo finally admits his age is catching up to him, and the one thing still holding him together is the hope of erasing Akatsuki before he dies and restoring peace to his country. Jiraiya immediately realizes just how dangerous this is, because sneaking into a base full of S-rank criminals could get him killed before he learns anything useful. Even so, he clings to the idea of talking first, hoping he might still pull Nagato, Konan, and even Orochimaru away before the whole thing ends in blood. So Jiraiya says he wants to try speaking with Akatsuki first instead of jumping straight to slaughter. Hanzo seems to go along with that idea, saying peace talks could become a chance to end the war at last. Then Hanzo reveals the ugly version of peace Danzo once proposed: lure Akatsuki's leader out with negotiations, kill the leader first, and mop up the rest afterward. Jiraiya inwardly curses Danzo all over again, because even here the old man has already laid down another trail of poison. He pushes the discussion back to what he can actually do now and proposes finding Akatsuki's hidden base so he can infiltrate it himself for better intel. Hanzo agrees but makes it clear Rain Village cannot offer much beyond helping track the base, because it simply lacks Konoha's depth of talent. With the meeting over and a grim new picture in his head, Jiraiya leaves Rain Village carrying both fresh intelligence and the burden of what really happened to his students. The moment Jiraiya is gone, Hanzo orders his men to spread the news of Jiraiya's visit across the entire land of Rain. Once the room is empty, the truth slips out. Hanzo's soul regains control long enough to ask Kagura why he exposed all of that, admitting he really had been tempted when Danzo first targeted Akatsuki. From a distance, Kagura brushes off the smaller sins and tells Hanzo to focus on the real assignment now, which is collecting and strengthening summoning beasts. Hanzo cannot resist, and for the first time the old demigod truly feels he has been dragged into a much higher level game than he ever understood. Kagura says Jiraiya probably cannot solve any of this, but if his teacher is willing to try, he still wants to give him that chance before the pain deepens again. Elsewhere in a cave base, Konan finds Pain and quietly reports that all across the land of Rain people are talking about Jiraiya being invited into Rain Village by Hanzo. Pain tells her it does not matter, because even if teacher Jiraiya opposes them, this war's outcome will not change. He already guesses Jiraiya may come to persuade them, but Pain refuses the very idea of verbal peace now, because this time he will not forget the pain the world gave him. Back in the cave, Jiraiya finds Kagura exactly where he left him, and the boy calmly asks what went wrong with the mission to catch Akatsuki members. Jiraiya admits they learned almost everything already, but his heavy expression makes it clear the truth is far more complicated than he wants to say. Kagura immediately catches the contradiction and asks why Jiraiya is suddenly saying they already know so much when he only just went out to gather it. Put on the spot, Jiraiya dodges the real issue and says the Akatsuki situation is bigger than expected, so they may have to remain in the land of Rain longer. Kagura suggests the obvious next step, sending the intelligence back to Danzo and the third Hokage, and Jiraiya cuts him off so sharply that the room goes tense. Inwardly, Jiraiya blames Danzo for creating this entire Akatsuki disaster, and becomes even more determined to keep Konoha's hardliners out of it. Jiraiya steels himself around one desperate hope: Nagato is still alive, and he wants to pull Nagato and Konan out of Akatsuki before anyone else gets involved. So Jiraiya lies smoothly, telling Kagura that spreading Akatsuki intel too widely might scare them off before he can track them down properly. Kagura presses again, pointing out that Akatsuki already includes dangerous monsters like Orochimaru and the Puppet Master, so 2 people may not be enough. Jiraiya answers with confidence that the 2 of them are enough, not noticing how much Kagura has already led the conversation where he wanted it to go. Jiraiya had planned to send Kagura back to Konoha, but now he decides keeping the boy close is safer than risking a report to Danzo before this is over. That choice hardens when Jiraiya remembers how strong Pain and the rest of Akatsuki must be, because even a peaceful rescue could still end in a brutal fight. Before they can say more, Hanzo's messenger reaches the cave and brings the newly found location of Akatsuki's base. Jiraiya is genuinely impressed by Hanzo's speed when he hears the base was found this quickly. Hanzo's messenger lays out the terms. Jiraiya may still try for peace, but if that fails he must meet Hanzo at once and move with the alliance to crush Akatsuki. The messenger makes the stakes personal, reminding Jiraiya that for Rain Village this is the long-awaited chance to finally end the civil war. The messenger goes further, saying Hanzo is ready to risk his rule and even his life if that is what it takes to end Rain's suffering. Hearing how desperate Rain Village truly is, Jiraiya finally understands that Hanzo was sincerely trusting him with peace and that he cannot take this lightly anymore. He makes the call on the spot and tells Kagura they are leaving immediately. But while Jiraiya is still hoping to mediate, the story cuts back to Rain Village, where Hanzo is already preparing the country for open war. Hanzo begins by telling the soaked ranks below him that the war must end, even admitting that maybe it should never have started at all. He rewrites the entire history of the conflict in public, blaming Konoha and Danzo for turning Rain Village and Akatsuki against each other in the first place. Hanzo even says that if anyone is to blame, it should be him alone for failing to protect the land, a humble confession his people never expected to hear. Then he reveals his supposed peace effort with Jiraiya, claiming he lowered himself before a former loser just to save Rain Village without more bloodshed. Hanzo pushes the lie further by saying Akatsuki rejected peace, demanded full surrender, and even wanted every Rain ninja loyal to him dead. With the crowd fully hooked, Hanzo declares that the civil war ends now and that Rain Village will decide its own fate by force if it must. Hanzo shocks the crowd by preparing for his own death, telling them to forget him and choose a new leader if he falls. And if they win, he promises to pardon the resentful and restore every Rain ninja under one village again, turning guilt into hope in a single stroke. The effect is immediate, because Rain's old anger starts melting into fierce loyalty as the crowd shouts that none of this was Hanzo's fault. The cheers escalate into a frenzy, with the entire village rallying behind Hanzo and demanding Akatsuki's destruction. Satisfied that he has won them back, Hanzo gives the final order to move and leads the charge himself into the storm. A flood of Rain ninja follows Hanzo out of the village, turning his speech into a full military march toward Akatsuki's base. As he runs, Hanzo privately marvels that simply admitting fault and talking about peace somehow won back the same loyalty he had lost. Kagura answers through their mental link, coolly telling Hanzo that the blame was Danzo's and that people follow a leader who throws away his pride for them. Hanzo is genuinely shaken by the lesson, because for once he feels like he lost no dignity at all even after saying those words in public. Impressed, Hanzo half-jokes that Kagura would be better suited to lead Rain Village than he is. Kagura instantly refuses and boasts that he is aiming much higher anyway, claiming he is a future Hokage candidate in Konoha. That claim only makes Hanzo more suspicious, so he asks outright whether Kagura is truly a Konoha ninja or just someone with a grudge against Danzo. Kagura replies through the link that he used to be Danzo's favorite subordinate, and absurdly insists Danzo could solve every trouble in the ninja world. Hanzo is left speechless by how Kagura can praise Danzo and dump everything on him at the same time. He drops the subject and turns back to Jiraiya instead, dismissing the Sannin as the kind of old-school fool who still thinks wars can be ended with words. Kagura agrees and bluntly says Jiraiya's words were never going to save anyone, because this negotiation was doomed from the start. As the enemy base comes into reach, Kagura feeds Hanzo enough chakra to keep him moving and quietly shifts from politics to battle command. Through the mental link, Kagura gives Hanzo the final battlefield order. If negotiations fail, the Rain Ninja are to storm Akatsuki's base immediately. And in Kagura's cold final conclusion, Akatsuki is heading for destruction anyway, because without him, the organization was never going to survive. Jiraiya and Akahara Kagura finally slipped into the Akatsuki base. But even at the entrance Jiraiya stayed tense because Orochimaru was inside and could sniff out Toad-based stealth. Kagura casually decided to solve that problem by summoning the Great Toad Sage to scout the layout, and Jiraiya immediately panicked and tried to stop him. Jiraiya was too late, and the Great Toad Sage appeared in a burst of summoning smoke right in the enemy base. The half-awake Great Toad Sage recognized Jiraiya, and Jiraiya awkwardly bowed and blamed the reckless summoning on his disciple. Once Jiraiya explained that Nagato might be hiding here with Akatsuki, the Great Toad Sage pulled out his crystal ball and agreed to guide them. The scouting showed the base was strangely open, so Jiraiya and Kagura moved deeper inside without meeting any guards at all. As they passed the lab, Jiraiya heard Orochimaru and Sasori calmly trading research results and pieces of the third Kazekage's body like it was routine business. Jiraiya nearly went after Orochimaru on instinct, but he forced himself to stay focused on finding Nagato and Konan first. After they slipped away, Orochimaru caught Jiraiya's scent anyway and chose to say nothing, already amused by the trouble brewing inside Akatsuki. Deeper in the cave, Jiraiya overheard Konan paying out mission money to a new Akatsuki member named Kakuzu. Kakuzu casually explained that his teammate had died on the job and he had already sold the corpse, asking Konan for a more valuable partner next time. The sheer greed of that request left both Konan and the eavesdropping Jiraiya in a stunned, awkward silence. Just as Jiraiya tried to move on, Kagura yanked him back and a paper shuriken from Konan stabbed into the wall where his head had been. Their cover was blown, and Kagura warned Jiraiya that Konan was not the only one who had found them. From the darkness ahead, a young man with Rinnegan eyes stepped out and greeted Jiraiya like an old student. Konan moved to Pain's side, and one by one the rest of Akatsuki came out until Jiraiya and Kagura were boxed in from every direction. Orochimaru openly enjoyed the mess he had helped create, while Sasori readied himself for a real fight. Kakuzu sized up the intruders by price alone, first putting a bounty on Jiraiya's corpse and then reacting sharply when he recognized Kagura as the expensive would-release kid. Instead of getting scared, Kagura asked how much he was worth, and Kakuzu seriously answered that his bounty had already climbed into the tens of millions. Jiraiya cut that nonsense short, because he was too shaken by Pain's face looking exactly like Yahiko while Nagato himself was nowhere to be seen. Kakuzu made the first move and lunged straight at Kagura, seeing a huge payday more than a child. Jiraiya grabbed Kagura and ordered a retreat, because he wanted distance to survive and time to figure out where the real Nagato was hiding. To cover their escape, Jiraiya blasted the tunnel with fire, and Kakuzu answered by unleashing a water mask from his body to block it. The clash filled the cave with steam and smoke, giving Jiraiya and Kagura just enough cover to break out. Akatsuki did not let them go, and Pain, Orochimaru, Sasori, and Kakuzu chased them out while Konan stayed inside the base. Kagura quietly counted 4 enemies, already measuring the messier truth that Jiraiya was the one in real danger if the wrong fights started. Pain settled it himself by claiming Jiraiya as his target and ordering the others to kill Kagura. Orochimaru immediately hung back with a smug excuse, and Sasori mocked him for dumping a dangerous fight onto Kakuzu. But Orochimaru only smiled, confident that Kakuzu's greed would at least keep him from underestimating Kagura. Before fighting, Kakuzu bragged that he had once battled the first Hokage himself, and saw Hashirama's shadow and Kagura's would release. Kagura instantly asked who won, forcing Kakuzu into the deeply unglamorous truth that Hashirama had crushed him. Kakuzu recovered his pride by saying he was far stronger now, and black thread-like tendrils started writhing out from his body. He charged with a blackened earth-release punch aimed at Kagura's head, planning to test his new power on another would-release user. Kagura answered with a water mirror that created a perfect duplicate of Kakuzu, and the copy smashed into the real one hard enough to fling him back. Before Kakuzu could recover, a huge tree root burst from the ground to grab him, and he only escaped by firing his body threads into the earth to yank himself away. Then Kagura escalated brutally and raised a colossal wood human that blotted out the sky above Kakuzu. Kagura coolly told Kakuzu to use his old Hashirama experience, and judge how far this wood release still was from the first Hokages. Even Kakuzu was rattled, because this level of wood release looked bigger than anything Hashirama had used on him back then. The wood human slammed a fist down and blasted Kakuzu into the ground, leaving him sprawled there looking badly broken. Watching from the side, Orochimaru breezily suggested they should worry about saving their laboratory materials before the whole base got flattened. Sasori pointed out that Kakuzu funded most of their research, which was the first argument all day that made Orochimaru go quiet. Before either of them stepped in, Kakuzu hauled himself back up and tore off his outer robe as black threads exploded out across the field. 4 masked creatures formed from those threads around him, revealing the full earth grudge fear that had kept him alive since the age of Hashirama. Kakuzu's masks opened fire together, stacking wind into flame and lightning into water as they hammered the wood human from every angle. It looked like the kind of barrage that should have destroyed anything, but the giant wood human barely cared. Kagura simply bent the wood human down and crushed one of Kakuzu's masks with a finger like it was nothing. As Kakuzu fled in ugly panic, Kagura kept crushing the masks one after another and mockingly asked how he had ever broken this jutsu when he fought Hashirama. Kakuzu is already fighting for his life, because Kagura's wooden human has crushed his stolen hearts, and none of his ninjutsu can break through it. While Kakuzu runs in humiliation, Kagura even taunts him by asking how he ever managed to break the first Hokage's wood release. Watching that one-sided beating, Sasori coldly sneers that Kakuzu is disgracing the Akatsuki. Orochimaru teasingly asks if Sasori plans to save him, and Sasori decides they have to step in before Kakuzu dies and causes trouble with Pain. Sasori does not bother negotiating for long and suddenly binds Orochimaru with chakra threads to throw him straight into the wooden human's path. The wooden human instantly grabs Orochimaru, and Kagura coolly asks if he can survive being crushed in its fist. Orochimaru answers yes and even smiles at Kagura like he is daring his own creation to go through with it. Kagura squeezes without mercy, crushing Orochimaru into gore, but a snake slips out of the pulp and spits his body back out alive. Kagura narrows his eyes at that survival trick, while Sasori rushes in and shouts for all 3 of them to fight Kagura together. Orochimaru is furious that Sasori nearly got him killed, but he still cannot deny that pain matters more than his grudge right now. Even with Orochimaru, Sasori, and Kakuzu attacking at once, the fight still looks lopsided because Kagura keeps dominating them. Off to the side, Pain watches the disaster unfold and asks Jiraiya if Kagura is his new disciple. Jiraiya ignores the compliment and directly demands the truth, because Pain has Yahiko's face but Nagato's Rinnegan. Pain answers with chilling detachment that Yahiko really is dead, and what stands here now is only a being called Pain. Jiraiya still tries to reach his former student, and says Danzo's crime should not decide the rest of their lives. Pain rejects that outright, and says Pain transformed him from a mere man into a god. Konan suddenly crashes down beside them from the ongoing battle, and Pain barely even looks at her. That indifference rattles Jiraiya, because Pain talks about divine thinking while his own people are getting smashed in front of him. Pain insists no one can stand against the Rinnegan, not even the first Hokages would release. Jiraiya is left in a miserable spot, worrying less about Akatsuki as enemies and more about whether Orochimaru can survive Kagura's beating. When Hiriko tumbles in and Sasori demands that Pain finally handle Kagura, the leader's lofty god speech abruptly loses its shine. Before Pain can respond, Kagura appears beside Jiraiya with Flying Thunder God after finishing off the others and starts mocking the Akatsuki as flashy frauds. Kagura keeps talking, saying he has not even used Sage Mode yet and could wipe out everyone here, including the 2 people still hiding inside the cave. That one line makes Jiraiya realize the cave must still contain the real Nagato and Conan's true role in all of this. Jiraiya presses Pain for confirmation, and Pain does not deny that the truth waits inside. Pain raises his hand and warns that if they want the truth, they will have to survive him first. Kagura casually reveals that he already left a flying thunder god mark inside the cave, so he can teleport in and kill the hidden people whenever he wants. Jiraiya is horrified by that escalation, but Pain stays strangely confident that Kagura still cannot touch the one inside. With both disciples going to extremes, Jiraiya can only stand there with a headache and realize he is losing control of this reunion. Pain decides Kagura is the perfect target to test his awakened divine power against, especially as the so-called god of ninjas would release. Kagura accepts the challenge at once and frames it as a clash between the sage's eye and the sage's body. That idea hits Pain like fate, because he sees Kagura as the one person destined to oppose him sooner or later. Pain formally raises a hand in a confrontation seal, treating this fight with old ninja etiquette instead of pure murder. Kagura answers with the same kind of ritual respect, amused that Pain still cares about the formality. When both of them turn toward him, Jiraiya realizes with awkward disbelief that he has somehow become the referee for their duel. Knowing he cannot stop either of them, Jiraiya steps between his 2 disciples and formally starts the fight. The instant Jiraiya gives the signal, Kagura and Pain rush each other and trade punches and kicks with the exact same fundamentals. Their taijutsu looks almost identical, because both are fighting with the same style Jiraiya taught them. Even while locked hand to hand, they keep sniping at each other, each mocking the other's legendary title for not doing better than this. Jiraiya can feel the real danger building under that calm exchange and braces for the moment the warm-up ends. Pain is the first to escalate and fires Almighty Push at point-blank range to blow Kagura away. The blast tears trenches through the battlefield, but when the dust clears, Kagura has not moved a single step. Worse for Pain, the reflected force kicks back and sends him flying instead. Kagura coldly praises the ability itself, then points out that Pain's body looks weak and sickly. Pain says nothing, but he understands for the first time that Almighty Push has failed against an enemy fated to stop him. He immediately changes tactics, forming a black rod and using universal pull to drag Kagura straight toward him. Just as Pain prepares to skewer him, Kagura vanishes with Flying Thunder God instead of letting the setup work. Pain instantly realizes what happened, because that earlier hand-to-hand exchange was really Kagura setting a Flying Thunder God mark on him. Kagura reappears behind Pain and drives a brutal kick into his waist, blasting him forward across the ground. As Pain crashes away, Kagura finally spells it out. He did not trade taijutsu for fun, he was marking Pain for this exact hit. Pain suddenly notices a Konoha Flying Thunder God mark on the back of his hand, and he realizes Kagura secretly tagged him during their close combat. He tries to purge the mark with chakra, but the seal will not come off, which means Kagura can keep locking onto him and ruin any big setup. Pain admits this fight is ugly for him, because weak Almighty Push cannot move Kagura cleanly, and any long charge up can be interrupted by Flying Thunder God. To escape the bad ground exchange, Pain lifts into the air and plans to punish Kagura if he teleports up after him. Watching from the side, Jiraiya is immediately troubled that Pain can even fly. Orochimaru slips up beside Jiraiya and dryly asks whether Kagura can fly too, turning the duel into a tense reunion between old teammates. Jiraiya presses Orochimaru for the truth, blaming him for Nagato and Conan's fall and demanding to know who Pain really is. Orochimaru calmly refuses the blame, claiming he joined Akatsuki late and was beaten into taking shelter under Pain himself. Then Orochimaru pivots to Kagura, smugly revealing that Kagura perfectly accepted Hashirama's cells like he was made for them. Jiraiya cuts him off and warns him not to target Kagura, because the third Hokage is raising that boy as Konoha's future. That warning only excites Orochimaru, because the thought of stealing a future Hokage's body opens up a vicious new fantasy in his head. Jiraiya can tell Orochimaru is enjoying himself for the wrong reason, and the mood between them turns quietly grim. Orochimaru hides his real thoughts behind a cruel joke that if the old man is choosing a successor, Sarutobi Hiruzen must be close to death. Jiraiya quietly answers that when their teacher truly dies, Orochimaru probably will not be able to laugh like this. Back in the fight, Pain keeps gathering chakra in the sky, trying to bait Kagura into teleporting up where he would have no footing. When Kagura still does not move, Pain admits the trap failed and decides he has to gamble on an even bigger technique. He forms a black gravitational core in his hand and plans to drag the whole area into the sky, burying Kagura's teleport marks with the earth itself. Kagura sees what is coming and warns Jiraiya to get back, because Pain is about to unleash something dangerous. Orochimaru instantly senses the threat and yanks Jiraiya away, while Sasori retreats on his own and drags the badly injured Kakuzu out with chakra threads. Pain is genuinely surprised Kagura still chooses not to run, but Kagura refuses to keep living by retreating from the same move forever. Pain releases planetary devastation, hurling the black core forward and triggering a gravity pull far beyond his normal universal pull. The pull catches Kagura and the entire battlefield at once, ripping up earth and stone as he is dragged toward the core. Everyone watches in shock as the rising debris seals Kagura inside a huge stone mass, creating a meteor-like sphere in the sky. Jiraiya blurts out Kagura's name, because for a moment it really looks like Pain's arrogance trap worked in reverse. Pain coldly starts to write Kagura off, believing the sage body finally lost because it chose to stand and take the Rinnegan head-on. Then the stone sphere shudders, and a giant wooden humanoid tears its way out from inside. Kagura breaks free through wood release and descends back to the wrecked ground, shattering Pain's confidence in one move. Pain's hands tremble, because even planetary devastation failed to hold Kagura down. Inside the cave, the story finally cuts to Nagato's true body, a gaunt red-haired man in a wheelchair, sweating in front of the ghetto statue as he controls Pain remotely. Nagato grimly explains that Tendo Pain's signature powers are all failing, because Kagura can tank or dodge what should have ended any normal enemy. He considers using the ghetto statue itself, but that would risk collapsing the base and cost him even more life, so Conan immediately urges him not to do it. Nagato settles on a desperate answer instead: force Pain into close combat and support him there, betting Kagura's taijutsu is still the weaker part of his game. Outside again, Pain acts on that choice at once, forging black receiver rods and diving straight down at Kagura. Kagura dodges the incoming rods, and the sharpened chakra receivers stab into the ground around him like deadly stakes. Pain lands in Kagura's face, chains together a kick and a follow-up thrust, and finally drags the fight into raw hand-to-hand range. Kagura answers by growing a wooden spike in his palm and driving forward instead of backing off. The two cross past each other and both come out bleeding, with Kagura pierced by a black rod and Pain skewered by wood. Pain thinks he finally has the edge, because the black rod should disrupt Kagura's chakra and cripple his jutsu. That confidence collapses when Pain feels the chakra feeding his body vanish, because Kagura's would release is draining it away. Kagura picks up the deeper truth right there: Pain's chakra is being supplied from elsewhere, which means this body is only a puppet. Before Pain can recover, Kagura uses spear thrust technique and makes the spike erupt through his body, blasting out even the chakra receivers. Staring into Pain's Rinnegan, Kagura calmly calls the hidden controller out and says his real body is inside the cave. Outside the cave, Jiraiya and Orochimaru stare at Pain's fallen body and realize this was only a puppet, which means the real Nagato is still hiding deeper inside with Conan. Orochimaru quietly warns that the cave is far more dangerous than it looks, and Jiraiya knows they were lucky just to get this far. Deep under the ghetto statue, the real Nagato finally admits Tendo Pain has lost. Conan immediately decides they need to retreat, and her paper technique starts peeling across the stone walls to open a hidden escape route. She reveals her last trap too. The whole base is disguised with paper and packed with explosive tags, ready to bury any pursuers who walk inside. Nagato stops her cold because he refuses to abandon Yahiko's body, the one he still considers the true leader of Akatsuki. Conan pushes back for once, arguing that Nagato's life matters more and Yahiko's body could be recovered later after the 6 paths are completed. Nagato still insists, saying he cannot bear losing Yahiko again and that the ghetto statue gives him one more way to deal with Kagura if he has to. Before they can act, Sasori arrives in Hiriko with Kakuzu and bluntly warns that killing Kagura may already be impossible because of his Flying Thunder God technique. Sasori explains he guessed something was wrong the moment Conan stayed inside the base, because she never leaves Pain's side unless there is a bigger secret to protect. Then Sasori drops the real threat. His underground spy saw Hanzo leading a large rain force straight toward the base, so if they do not flee now, they will be trapped. That warning changes everything, because Jiraiya and Kagura were already dangerous enough without Hanzo closing in too. Sasori proposes a ruthless solution: leave together right now and let Orochimaru, who is still dressed like Akatsuki, distract everyone as the cover for their retreat. Conan agrees at once, more than willing to leave Orochimaru behind, and she brushes aside any worry about the ghetto statue by saying Nagato can summon it later with the Rinnegan. Sasori keeps pressing the point until even Nagato gives in, because staying means facing Hanzo, Jiraiya, and Kagura all at once. Conan's opinion of Sasori rises fast, since from her view he could have fled alone but instead came back to warn and help the real leader escape. She even thanks him directly, and Sasori answers that if they really want to repay him, they should kill Kagura and let him turn that body into a puppet. Nagato agrees on the spot, seeing Kagura as valuable but still usable material once he is dead, since the true power of the 6 paths comes from the Rinnegan anyway. Kakuzu cuts in with his own priority, grumbling that Kagura's corpse is worth 35 million ryo and could be worth even more later. After slipping out and hiding behind rocks, the escaping Akatsuki members spot a dark moving line in the distance. Hanzo's Rain Ninja army is already here. Kakuzu casually notes that Jiraiya and Hanzo have joined forces, and the words hit Nagato and Conan hard because it echoes the old disaster that once destroyed their first Akatsuki. Conan does not hesitate after that and pushes Nagato away from the battlefield, with Sasori and Kakuzu following behind. Back at the cave, Hanzo arrives with his troops, surrounds Jiraiya's side, and immediately sees Pain's body on the ground. Hanzo assumes the biggest problem is already solved, but Jiraiya quickly tries to stop him, insisting the Akatsuki situation is not over and he wanted to settle it peacefully. Hanzo talks right over him, declares Pain dead, and announces to his men that the Rain Civil War is finished. He goes even further and orders Pain's body buried on the spot, leaving Jiraiya stunned but unable to deny that Yahiko deserves a real resting place. Then Hanzo's eyes land on Orochimaru still wearing Akatsuki black, and he treats him as the one surviving enemy left. Orochimaru wants no part of that fight, so he instantly melts into a mass of snakes and slips away in the chaos. While everyone reacts to the snakes outside, one thin snake slips back into the cave because Orochimaru still hopes to find Nagato, Konan, and the Rinnegan before anyone else does. Inside the base, Orochimaru reforms in an empty chamber, and realizes the others cleaned out even the lab before abandoning him. Seeing the open escape route, Orochimaru curses the whole group for using him as bait, and decides he has no choice but to flee through the same back passage. Back outside, Rain Ninja search the base and report to Hanzo and Jiraiya that no enemies remain inside, only a strange origami-style escape door. Jiraiya is secretly relieved they got away, because Hanzo's presence could have turned this into a deadly clash with Nagato and Konan right here. When Kagura starts to remind Hanzo that Pain was only a puppet, Jiraiya quickly cuts him off before the truth spills out. Hanzo does not chase the details and instead issues a sweeping pardon, declaring that only Akatsuki's core members are wanted while everyone else connected to the group can return to Rain safely. Right after that generous speech, Konan's trap finally goes off and the entire Akatsuki base explodes behind them in a chain of blasts. Hanzo instantly understands what happened and coolly points out that the escapees meant to kill everyone by luring them into the booby-trapped base. Even after the betrayal, Hanzo keeps the pardon in place and allows former Akatsuki associates to return and even pay respects to Pain's grave. The Rain Ninja break into open relief, kneeling and celebrating because they believe the long civil war is finally over. Kagura quietly challenges Jiraiya anyway, pointing out that the real leader escaped and the war should not be considered finished yet. Jiraiya answers that Nagato and Konan will never abandon Yahiko's body, so burying it here should draw them back in secret later. Before leaving, Hanzo quietly pulls Jiraiya aside and proves he understood far more than he showed, asking about Yahiko and the red-haired Rinnegan boy behind this corpse. Hanzo admits he declared victory early to steady the village, then says that if Nagato wants atonement for the old betrayal with Danzo, he is willing to die for it as long as Rain is spared another civil war. As Hanzo walks away with his troops, Jiraiya is left shaken by the offer, and even Kagura has to admit the so-called demigod showed startling breadth in the end. In Konoha's Naka Shrine, Obito lives in hiding and calmly waits for the Uchiha clan and the village to destroy each other. He has already decided Itachi cannot stop the rebellion, and he plans to wait for the collapse so he can recruit Itachi and harvest Sharingan for backup eyes. That patience breaks when White Setsuaway rises from the ground with bad news from the Land of Rain. Away reports that Jiraiya and Hanzo attacked Akatsuki with Kagura, and Tendo Pain was killed by Kagura's wood release while the others barely escaped. Obito instantly presses for the details that matter to him most, demanding to know whether Nagato, the Geto statue, and Kagura are still in play. Away reassures him that Nagato survived, moved everyone to a new base, and resummoned the Geto statue there. With the core assets safe, Obito settles down and grumbles that his own organization is tearing itself apart. Away pushes him to return at once, warning that if he waits any longer, Kagura and Nagato may start trying to kill each other for real. Obito snaps back that he almost would not mind if Nagato killed Kagura, which makes Away visibly unhappy. Away pushes back with an even colder idea, suggesting that if Kagura kills Nagato, Madara's Rinnegan could be transplanted into the younger boy instead. Another White Setsu surfaces and questions whether Kagura really qualifies as a sage body just because his wood release and chakra are monstrous. Away says the Great Toad Sage mentioned Kagura entering sage mode at terrifying speed, which is why he raised the possibility at all. Even if the sage body theory is shaky, the Zetsu still argue that Kagura's youth and vitality could make him a better long-term vessel for the Rinnegan than Nagato. Obito bristles at that too, because whatever Kagura's value is, the boy keeps causing him non-stop trouble. Away answers practically that Kagura has also been useful, including keeping Konoha from sending Kakashi after Obito again. That is what finally lands. Away suggests using Kagura to pressure Nagato and Nagato to pressure Kagura, so both of Obito's dangerous subordinates stay manageable. Satisfied at last, Obito opens his space-time vortex and heads back to the Land of Rain to put that balance in place himself. Back in the rain, Jiraiya and Kagura guard Yahiko's grave as bait, hoping Nagato or Konan will eventually come back for him. While they wait, Kagura keeps training under Jiraiya and upgrades his Rasengan into a scorching sage art lava-style Rasen Shuriken. Kagura hurls the new jutsu at the ruined base, and the blast tears through the area with fire and molten lava. Jiraiya praises the progress but also worries Kagura is making so much noise that Nagato and Konan will never dare approach. When Jiraiya suggests helping Rain's civilians instead, Kagura bluntly admits he only knows how to kill, which makes Jiraiya instantly back off that idea. Kagura then asks the question Jiraiya does not want to face. Does Nagato actually intend to kill his old teacher now? Jiraiya cannot deny it anymore, so he dodges the ache by blaming Danzo for pushing Kagura into such extremes and telling him to stay away from that old man. Kagura abruptly says he is going to buy pear juice and vanishes in a flash, leaving behind one more absurdly normal teacher-student moment. Unseen by Jiraiya, Nagato and Conan have been spying from nearby the whole time through a Rinnegan-eyed hawk carrying one of Conan's folded paper dolls. After rebuilding at a new base, they came back for Yahiko at once, only to realize the grave was an irresistible trap set by Jiraiya and Kagura. They still choose to wait because Yahiko's body can be repaired later through the King of Hell, so they bet Jiraiya and Kagura will leave first. As they watch Jiraiya and Kagura together, the two of them cannot help remembering when they were Jiraiya's students too. Nagato admits the scene feels painfully nostalgic, but he also knows they can never go back to that time. They decide to wait just one more day, and if Jiraiya still does not leave, they will force the issue themselves. Before that day passes, Obito reaches them first and reveals he already had Zetsu steal Yahiko's body away from the grave. Obito produces a coffin from his vortex and says they no longer need to sit here waiting for a body he has already recovered. Nagato immediately summons the King of Hell and feeds Yahiko's damaged body into it to restore Tendo Pain. A moment later, the restored Tendo Pain emerges from the King of Hell's mouth, putting one of Akatsuki's biggest losses right back on the board. With that fixed, Obito says he wants to introduce them to a new companion and takes them to a small drink shop in town. Inside the shop, the so-called new companion turns out to be Kagura, casually sitting there after buying pear juice. Nagato panics and has the newly restored Tendo Pain shield him, because he knows better than anyone how dangerous Kagura really is. Kagura instantly appears beside them, hands Nagato a drink, and reminds him that the Flying Thunder God mark is still on Tendo Pain, so killing this puppet again would be easy. Nagato swallows the shock, takes the pear juice anyway, and accepts Kagura's strange little courtesy. Kagura casually proves he knows even more than they expected by linking Obito, Conan, and Tendo Pain to the figures Yagura once saw while under Obito's control. Obito cuts in and drops the act. Kagura is not just Jiraiya's disciple, he is Obito's own operative planted in Konoha. Kagura makes the reveal even more absurd by first calling himself a Konoha undercover agent in Akatsuki, then correcting it to an Akatsuki undercover agent in Konoha. Nagato can barely process it, because the disciple they thought Jiraiya had newly raised is now claiming to be part of the organization they themselves founded. Kagura presses the advantage and says he already noticed Nagato and Conan hiding near the grave for days, and he deliberately kept that from Jiraiya. Then he ruins the menace by asking them to pay for the 2 pear juices he forgot to settle before teleporting over. Conan goes to pay for him anyway, because at this point arguing over the drinks is somehow less important than everything else wrong with this meeting. Back with the others, Nagato asks why Kagura joined Akatsuki, and Kagura answers bluntly that Obito murdered Konoha ninja, framed him, and pushed him into the organization. Nagato looks at Obito strangely after hearing that, because even by Akatsuki standards, recruiting someone by framing him feels especially low. Obito snaps back that Kagura is not innocent either, and brings up the insane moment Kagura considered killing the Ninetales Jinchuriki just to turn the framing back on him. Kagura waves off the ugly history, and Obito forces the meeting back on track by formally telling Nagato and Conan that Kagura will remain their undercover asset in Konoha. Nagato accepts the arrangement quickly, seeing how valuable Kagura could be as Akatsuki's man inside Konoha, especially once they move on the Ninetales. Kagura reaches out like this is now a friendly alliance, asking Nagato to take care of him from here on out. Conan cuts that sweetness short by reminding him they were the ones who paid for the drinks in the first place. Kagura snatches the extra pear juice before Obito can get it, and says he needs to bring it back to Jiraiya so his excuse for leaving still looks natural. That leaves Obito standing there like the odd man out while all 3 of the others are, in their own broken way, still Jiraiya's disciples. Obito pushes past that and gets to the real problem. Jiraiya knows too much about Akatsuki now, so he says they need to kill him. Nagato and Conan do not object, but Kagura does, immediately asking Obito if he even understands Konoha politics at all. Kagura lays out his argument bluntly. Jiraiya is a legendary Sannin, Hiruzen's disciple, Minato's teacher, and the strongest candidate for the next Hokage. Then Kagura says the part that really matters to him. If Jiraiya lives, he can support Kagura for Hokage, and a Hokage loyal to Akatsuki would be worth far more than one dead teacher. Obito is rattled by the thought that this kid might actually become Hokage, because Kagura has would release, Flying Thunder God, and Jiraiya's backing to make it plausible. Nagato unexpectedly backs Kagura's idea, saying a Hokage inside Konoha would make seizing the Ninetales much easier. Kagura pushes it even further and says a Hokage in Akatsuki's pocket could someday help trigger an entire 4th Great Ninja War. Obito finally says what the whole conversation now sounds like. Is Kagura using Akatsuki to become Hokage, or becoming Hokage to help Akatsuki? Kagura answers without blinking that he does not need Akatsuki's help at all, and if anything, he has been the one helping them while they keep causing him trouble. When Obito starts to pull rank, Kagura cuts him off and pointedly asks Nagato whether Akatsuki's management is always this reckless and arrogant. Conan immediately pushes back, refusing to let Akatsuki be painted as an organization that treats its own members that way. Kagura finally states his demand clearly. Until he becomes Hokage, Akatsuki is not allowed to touch Jiraiya. Obito gives in, but only on the condition that Kagura keeps Jiraiya from digging into Akatsuki before their main plan begins. Kagura says that is easy, because Jiraiya only fixates on Akatsuki for 2 reasons: concern for Nagato and Konan, and his unfinished history with Orochimaru. His first solution is vicious and convenient: send Orochimaru on some world-shaking mission so dangerous that Jiraiya will have to chase that instead. Nagato sees through the personal angle and says that if Kagura wants Orochimaru dead that badly, he can just take the location and do it himself. Obito and Konan both reject the idea of tossing Orochimaru into a suicide mission, especially because Sasori is still paired with him and still useful. Nagato offers a safer version instead: send Orochimaru and Sasori to assassinate the 4th Kazekage, since Sasori knows the sand well enough to keep the mission under control. Obito hesitates because the sand village is too small a stage, but Kagura argues the point is not the victim, it is the fact that Jiraiya will pay attention if Orochimaru is the one doing it. Before any of that works, Kagura adds one last condition: Nagato and Konan should meet Jiraiya themselves and reassure him, so his concern over them finally loosens. Nagato and Konan hate the idea, but Kagura insists he can help them fool Jiraiya without exposing himself. Kagura sharpens the trap by telling them to send Orochimaru toward the sand village first, then reveal that news during the reunion so Jiraiya rushes away from Rain. The plan shocks Nagato and Konan, because they instantly realize it would work on their soft-hearted teacher. Kagura leaves, and Obito immediately warns that someone this extreme could start a whole war if he ever becomes Hokage. Obito disappears too, and Konan quietly decides his space-time ability is too dangerous to ignore. Back at the new Akatsuki base, the group has settled into a rough routine. Sasori watches the place, Kakuzu works for money and replacement hearts, and Orochimaru keeps his head down after being abandoned as bait. Orochimaru swallows his anger and stays with the group anyway, because he still wants a chance to take Nagato's Rinnegan. When Nagato and Konan return with Pain still acting as the public leader, the Akatsuki members gather, and the bait plan starts moving. The Akatsuki meeting turns practical as Sasori accepts the order to kill the 4th Kazekage, Raza, without the slightest hesitation. With Sasori and Orochimaru playing their parts, Konan knows the bait is set and the real test will be the meeting with Jiraiya. At Yahiko's grave, Jiraiya still believes the body rests below and keeps watch with Kagura, even banning him from training so Nagato and Konan will not be scared off. Late that night, Konan rolls Nagato's wheelchair up to the grave, and their stiff faces make it obvious to Kagura that neither of them can act. Jiraiya instantly wakes and jumps in front of the gravestone, stunned to finally see Nagato and Konan alive. The moment Jiraiya sees Nagato's wheelchair, his relief turns into guilt and worry over how badly his student was broken. Konan explains that Hanzo's explosive tags crippled Nagato's legs when he tried to save her, and Jiraiya quietly apologizes for believing they had died. Nagato says Yahiko died for them, so he turned Yahiko's body into Pain and made him keep leading the Akatsuki. When Jiraiya asks what the Akatsuki wants, Nagato answers without flinching that he means to end war and create lasting peace. Hearing that dream from the child of prophecy, Jiraiya feels the weight of his old duty return and wonders whether Nagato will save the world or ruin it. Before Jiraiya can press deeper, Kagura teleports in and bluntly asks to join the Akatsuki if their goal is real peace. Jiraiya tries to shut him up, but Kagura calmly explains his own answer for peace: kill everyone and wipe the world clean. Nagato and Konan are chilled by how far Kagura goes, and Jiraiya snaps that the world is not something to erase just because it is ugly. Kagura keeps going and proposes a second plan of regularly killing half the population, which somehow sounds even worse once he starts reasoning it out. Konan quietly dismantles that idea too, pointing out that a world forced to live by repeated lottery massacres would only drown in fear and despair. With Jiraiya already rattled, Konan uses the opening and says Orochimaru has defected and is on his way to murder the 4th Kazekage. Jiraiya immediately takes the bait, saying he and Kagura will handle Orochimaru, but he still demands to know why the Akatsuki keeps gathering such dangerous criminals. Konan answers honestly that they still want revenge on Hanzo for Yahiko's death, and she asks whether Jiraiya would stop them. Kagura instantly volunteers to help kill Hanzo too, which only makes Jiraiya clamp down on him even harder. Before Jiraiya can explain anything, Hanzo himself appears in the dark and asks to speak for his own sins. Kagura attacks on reflex with wood vines, but Hanzo cuts them apart and lands in front of the grave anyway. Hanzo lowers his weapon and says he is not here to repeat the past, only to explain himself and talk. Nagato admits he has lived with Yahiko's death every night since that day, making it clear Hanzo is still the wound he never escaped. Hanzo shocks them by bowing his head and saying the greatest mistake of his life was what he did to Yahiko and the Akatsuki. Jiraiya steps in and confirms the ugly truth. Danzo pushed Hanzo into breaking the negotiations and turning the meeting into the ambush that killed Yahiko. Hanzo does not hide behind Danzo and admits he chose cowardice after Rain was shattered by war, betraying the duty he once claimed to uphold. The confession cracks Nagato's anger, because for the first time Hanzo's story sounds less like an enemy's excuse and more like a failed leader's truth. Hanzo says he does not expect forgiveness, only one favor before he dies: no civil war in the land of Rain. He goes even further and offers rain itself, saying Nagato should take over the village and spread Yahiko's ideals there instead of drowning it in revenge. That offer hits Nagato hard, because Hanzo now sounds like a man ready to give up his life and name for rain, while Nagato himself had come ready to burn rain apart. Hanzo explains why he chose Nagato. Rain sits between great powers, and only someone with the Rinnegan might hold that fragile peace after the old demigod is gone. To prove he means it, Hanzo says he is ready to kill himself right here and even asks to be buried beside Yahiko as atonement. Nagato harshly tells him to do it, but the order comes from a place so raw that even Jiraiya is stunned. Then, at the last instant, Nagato fires a repulsive blast and knocks Hanzo away instead of letting him die. Nagato says he will not kill Hanzo, because Yahiko would never have chosen revenge over mercy either. Nagato also promises that the Akatsuki will not drag the land of rain into a civil war, because Hanzo's pardon order has already cleared a path away from that bloodshed. Hanzo tells him to go straight to rain and take power now, but Nagato refuses because protecting one village is too small for what he wants. Nagato says he wants to change the whole ninja world and create peace everywhere, not just sit on the rain village's throne. Nagato starts to explain too much, but Kagura nearly blows the cover by blurting out his kill everyone logic again, and Jiraiya clamps him down at once. Conan quickly smooths it over by reframing the dream as mutual understanding, and Nagato follows her lead instead of revealing the Akatsuki's real plan. Hanzo does not believe lofty peace will hold rain together, and he warns that once he dies, the village and Akatsuki factions could turn on each other. To make the danger clear, Hanzo points to Konoha's old mistake with Hashirama and Madara, arguing that power shared badly leaves poison that lasts for generations. Nagato still hesitates to become Rain's leader, because even after everything Hanzo said, he cannot yet picture himself taking that place. Hanzo tries one final push by pulling out a kunai and saying he can die right now so Nagato can step into the chaos and seize control. Nagato uses Universal Pull to rip the kunai away and stop the suicide attempt before Hanzo can force the issue. In the end, Nagato promises only this: after he finishes the important work ahead, he will return and settle Rain's future properly. After Nagato promises to lead the Rain village in the future, Hanzo leaves like a man who already accepted his own death. Jiraiya watches Hanzo go with a somber look, because the old war hero now reminds him of people who burned themselves up for their village. With Hanzo gone and the old tragedy left untouched, Nagato and Conan head back to Akatsuki's new base instead of talking further with Jiraiya. Back at the new base, Nagato apologizes to Conan for sparing Hanzo on his own. Conan accepts it, admitting Hanzo had been trying to atone for Yahiko's death and that Yahiko himself would have stopped them from killing him. Once that choice is settled, Conan presses the bigger question and asks if they should abandon the war weapon plan entirely. Conan argues that Hanzo just proved people can still reach peace through understanding, which is the path Yahiko always wanted. Nagato falls quiet because the idea tempts him, but he still cannot believe understanding alone will end the wars that swallow the Rain country. He tells Conan that even if they can guide a few people like Hanzo, their lives are short, and no one else in the ninja world will carry that burden after them. That is why Nagato clings to Akatsuki's harsher answer: collect the tailed beasts, revive the ghetto statue, and build a weapon strong enough to force peace. Nagato even points to Kagura as a warning sign, saying their plan is already mild compared to the junior who talks like he could destroy the whole world. Conan remembers Kagura's attitude in front of Jiraiya and quietly agrees that his confidence makes unsettling sense. Then Nagato has a worse thought: if Kagura joins Akatsuki and stays that extreme, he might one day seize their war weapon for himself. Conan goes silent, because once that future is on the table, even collecting the tailed beast starts to look dangerous in a new way. Nagato can only hope Jiraiya will shape Kagura properly, because even he is uneasy about how strong that junior already is. Conan's thoughts turn practical. If Nagato insists on the tailed beast plan, maybe Kagura's threat is the only argument that could ever make him hesitate. Nagato drops that topic and asks the next immediate problem: has Orochimaru finally defected yet? Conan says not yet, but she still wants him expelled before his greed and ambition become a bigger problem. Nagato refuses, arguing that Akatsuki is still too short on manpower to throw members away that easily. Before the debate can go further, Kagura suddenly teleports into the cave beside Nagato and immediately backs his argument about Akatsuki needing manpower. Conan bristles at the interruption, and Nagato immediately wonders how Kagura slipped away from Jiraiya without raising suspicion. Kagura answers with a deadpan jab, acting like the real issue is whether Jiraiya's own former students somehow forgot his very active nightlife. That one line leaves Nagato awkward and Conan visibly dark-faced, because neither of them can deny it. Kagura explains that Jiraiya stayed by the grave too long, and is now off looking for a drink, so nobody is watching him closely. With that settled, Kagura steers the talk back to Orochimaru, and says bluntly that secretly firing people is bad for Akatsuki's reputation. Then Kagura immediately offers his first solution anyway: just kill Orochimaru quietly so no bad news can ever spread. Nagato's face drops at once, while Conan's eyes light up because this wildly harsh answer suits her much better. Nagato questions whether this is really revenge for Orochimaru treating him like an experiment, but Kagura insists he let that grudge go long ago. To prove how broad-minded he is, Kagura casually says he even helped Enko after she wronged him, which somehow convinces both Nagato and Conan that he really means it. Kagura drops the assassination idea and offers a second plan that sounds milder on paper. Tell Orochimaru directly that Akatsuki is using him as bait. He argues that Akatsuki is hardly a saintly group anyway, so Orochimaru should be able to take that kind of treatment in stride. Nagato and Conan both know Orochimaru hated being used as bait before, but compared to murder or outright expulsion, this still sounds like the least terrible option. In the end, Nagato agrees to Kagura's plan and decides Orochimaru will be told the ugly truth directly. The story shifts to the blazing land of wind, where Orochimaru and Sasori rest in the desert under a scrap of shade. Orochimaru brings up Pain's battle and says he clearly saw that body being controlled from somewhere else like a puppet. He tries to tempt Sasori with the idea of a living-looking human puppet, hoping that kind of craft will spark his interest. Sasori is not impressed at all and points out the obvious problem. Even if they wanted it, Pain is far too dangerous to touch. Before Orochimaru can push further, both of their Akatsuki rings react with Pain's summons. They sit down and use the projection technique, sending their consciousness back to Akatsuki as ghostly shadows. Their ghostly projections gather inside the Akatsuki base, where Pain's body and Conan are already waiting for the remote meeting. The meeting starts with Sasori instantly selling Orochimaru out, bluntly telling Pain that Orochimaru tried to rope him into stealing the Rinnegan. Orochimaru does not even deny it, sneering that anyone would crave the Sage of Six Paths' eyes. Pain ignores that provocation and gets to the real order. Orochimaru will serve as bait to draw Jiraiya's attention away from Akatsuki. Orochimaru's expression turns ugly on the spot, because this is the second time Akatsuki has tried to throw him in front of danger. Pain presses harder and says this is Orochimaru's own mess anyway, because his lab trouble is what led Jiraiya to Akatsuki in the first place. Orochimaru fires back by mocking Pain, guessing this really means Akatsuki cannot deal with Jiraiya and Kagura themselves. That jab lands harder than Orochimaru knows, leaving the others quiet because the truth behind Kagura is far too complicated to explain to him. Pain finally cuts the exchange short and tells Orochimaru some things are beyond him, so he should just obey the order. Then Pain makes the insult official. Orochimaru can temporarily act outside Akatsuki's name, keep the ring, and report mission progress once he has handled Jiraiya. Orochimaru can only stare back in cold disbelief, thinking that with a leader and an organization this shameless, it is amazing Akatsuki has not collapsed already. Orochimaru bitterly reflects that Akatsuki treats its members like disposable tools, and Pain only tolerates rogue ninjas as long as they do not touch his power. He knows the real reason Pain is targeting him. Orochimaru has been aiming for the Rinnegan itself, and he has a long habit of betraying even his own subordinates. As the Shadow Clone meeting ends, Sasori casually tells Orochimaru not to worry about killing the fourth Kazekage and even reminds him to ditch the Akatsuki cloak to avoid exposing the group. That smug reminder only makes Orochimaru angrier, and he silently wishes Kagura were here to tear Sasori apart. Meanwhile, Kagura leaves the Akatsuki base with Jiraiya, and Jiraiya decides their next stop is the Land of Wind before Orochimaru turns his assassination plot into a bigger disaster. On the road, Jiraiya explains that Sand Village is Konoha's ally now, but its history is full of war, losses, and the unresolved mystery of the third Kazekage's disappearance. When the missing third Kazekage comes up, Kagura recalls seeing a puppet that used a bloodline ability, and Jiraiya grimly confirms the legend of human puppets made from real people. Kagura immediately treats that horror like a useful research idea and says he should have captured Sasori to learn it for himself. He even pushes the idea further, talking about turning powerful leaders like the Tsuchikage and the Zukage into puppets, which makes the whole thought instantly worse. Jiraiya grabs Kagura by the head and sharply warns him not to chase forbidden techniques until he turns into another Orochimaru. The warning hits Jiraiya himself, because Orochimaru was once close to becoming Hokage before forbidden power dragged him away. He doubles down anyway and tells Kagura this kind of supervision is necessary, because the boy can go off the rails frighteningly fast. Once they enter the true Land of Wind, even hardened ninja have to endure brutal heat and endless sand. Jiraiya turns the march into training, dragging Kagura through the desert while merchants, sand escorts, and fugitive ninja pass through the same harsh land. By the time Jiraiya and Kagura near Sand Village, Orochimaru and Sasori have already slipped inside to begin their assassination setup. Inside the village, the target is clear, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, a magnet release user who literally pulls gold sand from the earth to keep Sand Village afloat. That desperate gold sand income is only one of Raza's problems, because Sand Village is strapped for money and still struggling to stay strong. Worse, the village's one-tailed Jinchuriki is unstable, and the child carrying that burden is Raza's own son, Gaara. Raza watches the lonely boy from afar, and Gaara's forehead mark, hollow eyes, and total isolation make it obvious this is not a normal child anymore. After being betrayed by the uncle he loved most, Gaara carved the word love into his own forehead and decided to live only for himself. The dark circles under his eyes come from fear of sleep, because if Gaara loses consciousness, Shikaka may rampage through the village. Then another assassination attempt begins when a shuriken suddenly cuts through the wind straight at Gaara's back. Gaara does not even flinch, and his sand rises on its own to block the attack before it can touch him. The assassin, a sand ninja who hates the dangerous Jinchuriki, reveals himself and charges in with a kunai anyway. The moment the killer gets close, Gaara's sand explodes upward and slams the man away like a trap that never needed Gaara's permission. Only after the assassin is beaten back does Gaara finally lift a hand and calmly take control of the kill himself. With a flat little voice, Gaara uses sand binding coffin and crushes the man inside a choking mass of sand. When the body drops, Gaara does not show horror or relief, only annoyance that the death was too easy and too slow. From the terrace above, Raza watches the whole thing and responds with open disgust before turning back inside. Orochimaru sees the same scene from hiding and instantly decides the red-haired child is a perfect weapon. Sasori is less impressed by the child than by the mission, and he says they should gather information through the old pawns he left behind in the village. Orochimaru still tells Sasori to dig up everything on that boy, because he is already imagining ways to use him later. The answer changes everything. The boy is Gaara, Raza's son, and also Sand Village's one-tailed Jinchuriki. Now both assassins see the same opening. Gaara can be used to drag Raza out of the village and into a cleaner kill zone. Sasori bluntly says they should kidnap Gaara. Orochimaru refines that into a lure, smiling that they should trick the boy out first and let Raza chase after him. Sasori accepts that plan and leaves execution to Orochimaru, which instantly sours Orochimaru's mood because the burden of the mission lands right back on him. Grinding his teeth, Orochimaru lays out the final version: kidnap Gaara, let Raza realize it, and force the Kazekage to leave the village to get his son back. Sasori adds that his hidden pawns can make sure the kidnapping reaches Raza at the right time, and the plan moves from talk to action. As Orochimaru studies the village, he notices that plenty of people openly hate Gaara, and repeated attempts on the boy's life barely cause a ripple anymore. He also confirms that Gaara's sand automatically protects him, which means a forceful abduction would be noisy and messy. With village ninja already monitoring Gaara because he could rampage at any time, Orochimaru decides stealth and manipulation are the only safe route. So Orochimaru kills one of the sand ninja assigned to watch Gaara and steals his face with a disguise technique. Wearing that stolen identity, he approaches Gaara alone on the rock where the boy spends his empty days. Gaara still lives sealed inside Yashimara's betrayal, convinced that everyone in the village, even his family, hates his existence. When the disguised Orochimaru calls his name, Gaara whips around with instant killing intent and asks if the man wants to die. Orochimaru does not flinch and calmly answers that life may feel empty, but staying alive means eventually finding something interesting. Gaara answers in a cold little voice that his own reason for living is simple. From the day he was born, he was meant to kill people. Instead of recoiling, Orochimaru praises him as a gentle child and twists the conversation toward numbers, asking how many people he could really kill in a lifetime. Gaara actually stops to think, then stubbornly declares that by old age he could still kill tens of thousands. Orochimaru snaps the trap shut by saying he knows someone who can kill tens of thousands in a single day, making Gaara's whole life sound small. That lands hard on Gaara, because for the first time he hears about a killer more terrifying than himself. His pride flares up immediately, and Gaara blurts out that he will kill tens of thousands every single day too. Then his momentum wobbles, because even Gaara knows that right now killing one person still takes him time. Suspicious again, Gaara declares he does not believe it and demands proof that anyone can kill faster than he can. Orochimaru offers exactly the bait he needs, saying there is a mass grave outside the village filled with thousands killed by that person. Gaara takes the bait at once and says he will go see it, warning that he will kill the man if this turns out to be a lie. But the next second Gaara remembers the real obstacle. He cannot leave the village on his own because his father would never allow it. Orochimaru pretends indifference and starts to leave, saying Gaara can come find him after seeing the grave if he ever manages it. That little bluff works perfectly, and Gaara hurriedly stops him because this is the only person who has talked to him at all. Gaara quietly admits he cannot go alone and asks to be taken out and brought back without his father noticing. Orochimaru seals the deception by claiming this trip is already ordered by the Kazekage himself, and even says Raza thinks Gaara is too gentle when he kills. The words hit Gaara hard, but he still follows, swallowing the pain because he wants the answer more than he wants to resist. The nearby sand shinobi who should be watching Gaara do nothing at all, because Orochimaru has already arranged the opening he needed. At the same time, Jiraiya and Kagura finally reach Sand Village and prepare to slip in with the merchant group. Before they can make their move, Kagura spots a red-haired little boy walking out of the village beside a sand ninja and immediately locks onto him. Gaara notices Kagura staring at him, and his first response is chillingly simple. He asks to go over and kill that man first. At the Sand Village gate, a sinister sand ninja goads young Gaara into using the monster inside him, and the red-haired boy immediately decides to kill Kagura. Gaara flicks up his palm, and a dense wave of sand shoots straight at Kagura to crush and suffocate him in front of the whole line. Jiraiya notices the attack in the middle of flirting with a caravan woman, but Kagura punches the sand apart before it can trap him. Jiraiya hurries back, and Kagura immediately frames the whole mess as self-defense, asking how far he is allowed to go now that Sand Village tried to kill him. Kagura pushes even harder, saying that if Jiraiya stands with him, sparing the child could still leave the Kazekage as a fair target. Before Jiraiya can calm him down, Gaara sends an even larger curtain of sand crashing over both of them. Jiraiya blows the sand apart and demands answers, only for the sand ninja to reveal that the attacker is Gaara, the fourth Kazekage's youngest son. That revelation lights Kagura up, and he instantly tries to turn Gaara's attack into a treaty violation that could justify war with sand. Jiraiya keeps trying to pull the situation back to common sense, but Kagura keeps insisting that a child using battlefield-level jutsu should be treated like a real ninja. Gaara, oblivious to all of it, roars that he will kill them and sends another crushing surge of sand straight in. Jiraiya knocks the sand away again and finally realizes something is wrong, because the sand shinobi guarding the area still are not stepping in. Kagura coldly blames Raza's indulgence, and Jiraiya, now half convinced something is deeply off, decides to deal with Gaara himself. Jiraiya flashes to Gaara's side, but the disguised sand ninja only feeds the child's ego by saying the Kazekage's son can kill whoever he wants. Gaara turns his sand on Jiraiya too, proving the boy really will attack anyone in reach. When Jiraiya tries to smack some sense into him, Gaara's sand moves on its own to block the blow, exposing his automatic defense. Jiraiya smashes through the guard anyway and drops Gaara with a brutal elbow to the neck before the sand can catch up. The instant Gaara falls, the fake sand ninja slips away into the crowd with a creepy smile, and Jiraiya realizes he has just stepped into a trap. Sand shinobi finally react by clearing the area, but before the crowd can understand what is happening, monstrous chakra starts pouring out of Gaara's body. Jiraiya recognizes the one-tail just as Shikaku bursts fully out of the surging sand, towering over the sand village gate area. Shikaku swings a massive claw down at everyone, forcing Jiraiya to stop worrying about politics and summon Gamabunta on the spot. Gamabunta crashes into the battle in a burst of smoke and kicks Shikaku away, saving the people below in one heavy blow. Jiraiya awkwardly explains that he only meant to stop a child from hurting Kagura and somehow ended up releasing Sand Village's tailed beast instead. Gamabunta mocks the idea that anyone dared bully Jiraiya's disciple, and Jiraiya tells him to help hold Shikaku down so he can reseal it. Kagura cuts in before Jiraiya can move, erupting a giant wooden dragon from the ground to coil around Shikaku and drain its chakra. As the wooden dragon keeps feeding on the tailed beast's power, Gamabunta admits Kagura is stronger than Jiraiya and leaves with a very satisfied parting shot. Jiraiya rushes in to help anyway, while Shikaku thrashes inside the wooden coils and screams threats as its chakra keeps draining away. Then a wave of gold sand crashes in and pins the wooden dragon's tail, announcing the fourth Kazekage's arrival at the scene. Raza instantly treats the scene as a possible invasion, accusing Konoha of using wood released to seize Sand's tailed beast and tear up the alliance. Jiraiya tries to smooth it over and explain they came with important information, but Kagura immediately cuts in and throws the same more accusation back at Raza over Gaara's attack. Jiraiya hisses at Kagura not to copy that kind of hypocrisy, and Kagura bluntly answers that it works. Raza realizes Gaara's roaming and bloodlust have finally created a disaster, so he drops the argument and demands to know why these Konoha visitors entered Sand without notice. Kagura answers with open disrespect, saying they came to deliver a message and asking if the Kazekage left his ears back in the office. The surrounding Sand shinobi explode in outrage, but Kagura answers by bursting vines from the earth and hanging them from newly grown trees in one move. Jiraiya finally gets the actual message out, saying someone is trying to assassinate the Kazekage. Kagura immediately undercuts the warning by saying that after this mess, he now feels like he should be the one to kill Raza instead. Ignoring Jiraiya's protest, Kagura presses the public accusation even harder and points out that everyone just heard Gaara was allowed to kill whoever he wanted inside Sand Village. Standing on his wood dragon above the ruined sand gate, Kagura keeps talking on purpose because the dragon is secretly draining huge amounts of Shikaku's chakra into him. Kagura presses Jiraiya with a bitter question, asking why Gaara gets forgiven for wanting to kill while he gets condemned for wanting the same thing. Jiraiya snaps back that the problem is simple. Kagura does not want to kill one person, he wants to kill far too many. Kagura changes the angle and turns it into an identity issue, saying a Kazekage's son can kill freely while an orphan is not even allowed to strike back. Jiraiya denies that ugly logic, but Kagura corners him with one brutal follow-up. Would he really pursue Sand Village for the sake of an orphan? That question hits hard, and Jiraiya goes quiet as he wrestles with the unfair rules of the ninja world. He never wanted Kagura to learn this early. Jiraiya steadies himself and insists that even in an unfair world, some fairness must still exist. He turns to Raza and says Gaara being the Kazekage's son changes nothing. Attacking a Konoha ninja cannot just be brushed aside. Jiraiya awkwardly adds that Gaara did not even manage to hurt Kagura, and Kagura instantly whispers that psychological harm still counts. Raza feels the complaint has become ridiculous, but since Gaara started it, and Sand is in the weaker position, he forces out a diplomatic apology anyway. Raza coldly explains that Gaara is Shikaku's Jinchuriki and says a child with such a dark nature should be punished for his mistakes. Jiraiya falls silent again, because hearing Raza talk about a dangerous child while standing next to Kagura is almost surreal. Kagura rejects the idea of punishing only Gaara and says that if they cannot deal with the child directly, then they should hold the parents responsible instead. When Raza dryly asks if that means Kagura wants to kill him, Kagura treats it like a real suggestion and makes the wood dragon split into a second dragon aimed at the Kazekage. Jiraiya lunges in and stops him, warning that killing the fourth Kazekage here would trigger a war between Konoha and Sand. Kagura, still thinking like Root, says they came all the way to the Land of Wind and should bring back some result because he is competing with Itachi for Danzo's future favor. Jiraiya is exasperated that Kagura still cares about Danzo at a time like this, and tells him again to stay away from that man. Kagura lowers his eyes and says the reason he wants Root is not blind loyalty, but to fix Danzo's mistakes and change how Root protects Konoha. That answer softens Jiraiya, and he tells Kagura there is no need for violence anyway because a summons from Konoha's elders would be enough to make Raza come answer for it. Kagura runs out of ways to stall just as the drained Shikaku weakly begs to be let go and suddenly collapses back into Gaara's sleeping body. Raza rushes down to Gaara and confirms Shikaku has returned inside him, while Kagura quietly notes that the Tentail's shell in his body has gained a lot of chakra. Kagura immediately starts planning ahead, deciding it is better to keep harvesting Shikaku's chakra through future rampages than absorb a tailed beast outright and lose a useful subordinate. Once the danger settles, Kagura calmly asks Raza whether Shikaku often goes berserk when Gaara falls asleep. Raza admits it does, and Jiraiya reflexively asks why Sand does not simply seal Shikaku's chakra more tightly. Jiraiya realizes right away that Sand does not have Konoha's sealing resources, and Raza confirms they can only hope their Jinchuriki learns to control the beast. Kagura offers a blunt answer anyway, saying a Jinchuriki should just release the tailed beast and beat it into obedience like taming an animal. Raza rejects that as unrealistic, saying even he struggles to suppress Shikaku and every rampage risks major damage to the village. Kagura instantly seizes on that weakness and suggests he and Jiraiya stay in the Land of Wind longer, supposedly to help and to guard against any assassin targeting the Kazekage. Jiraiya agrees because Orochimaru's assassination attempt is still unresolved, which gives Kagura the opening he wanted. Kagura turns straight back to Raza and says that if Jiraiya will not let him kill the Kazekage, then Gaara should at least be used in an experiment to settle the attack on him. He goes even further and says that if Raza fears revenge, he could just release Shikaku for the experiment and kill Gaara afterward to spare the boy future suffering. Jiraiya immediately smacks that idea down, calling it something no sane person or village would ever do. Kagura still insists he is only seeking justice and tailed beast experience, then pointedly asks if Raza is afraid Konoha might gain the upper hand by learning how to handle Sand's beast. Raza hides his real thoughts about war and fires back that maybe Konoha is the one looking to attack Sand and annex the Land of Wind. Kagura mocks that idea on the spot, asking what Konoha would even gain from conquering a desert other than more sand to sell. He keeps pushing and even proposes a token Konoha attack on Sand as cover to seize Gaara for experiments, which makes Jiraiya grab him again while Raza desperately clings to the alliance. In the end, Raza compromises, saying Gaara can sleep for now and that tomorrow Kagura may begin his experiment, but only in absolute secrecy and only with Raza present the whole time. That night, Kagura and Jiraiya settle into an inn inside Sand Village while an unnamed Sand shinobi comes to ask again about the missing ninja who supposedly took Gaara away. No one knows the missing man never fled at all, because he slips into a private house, peels off his borrowed face, and reveals himself as Orochimaru. Sasori is waiting there in Hiriko form, hidden in a safe house controlled by one of his puppets, and asks whether the plan failed. Orochimaru says the plan actually succeeded, because Pain only sent him as bait to draw Jiraiya and Kagura into Sand Village. Sasori accepts that answer but warns they still need to ask Pain how long Orochimaru is supposed to keep Jiraiya distracted there. Orochimaru immediately complains that he has too many experiments to waste time in the desert, and no intention of staying trapped there indefinitely. Sasori even suggests killing Raza and replacing him with Orochimaru's face-copying disguise, but Orochimaru refuses because being Kazekage of pure sand is more burden than reward. The chapter underlines the irony that Raza is genuinely sacrificing everything to keep Sand afloat, even though he turned his own son into a Jinchuriki. The next morning, Gaara wakes from the first decent sleep he has had in years after becoming Shikaku's host. In that rare sleep, Gaara even dreams that after growing older he meets Kagura again and keeps losing, while Shikaku stubbornly refuses to come out and help him. Reality is much harsher, because the Shikaku inside him is already restless again and eager to fight Kagura for its pride. Raza enters and coldly orders Gaara to cooperate with Kagura's experiment from now on, saying it may help him tame the tailed beast. Gaara answers with a flat yes, but he clearly does not believe Kagura can really help him control Shikaku outside of a dream. Raza leads him out, and warns him not to offend Kagura again, or cause any more trouble for the Sand Village. Outside the village, Kagura and Jiraiya are already waiting, and Jiraiya realizes Kagura also wants to test this idea on Gaara for Naruto's sake. Even seeing Kagura's intent, Jiraiya warns that this experiment may not carry over at all, because tailed beasts are intelligent and the gap between Shikaku and the Ninetales is overwhelming. While waiting outside Sand Village, Jiraiya jokes about the huge gap between the one tail and the 9 tails, and Kagura coldly says the difference might be even bigger than dogs and humans. Raza and Gaara arrive just in time to hear that insult, and the mood instantly turns awkward because Kagura has basically mocked Sand Village's tailed beast to its owner's face. Inside the seal, Shikaka hears the comparison, explodes in fury, and starts screaming at Gaara to let it out so it can rip Kagura apart. Gaara struggles to hold the one tail down, but Kagura just rises, cracks his fingers, and tells him to release it. Gaara snaps back that this is Kagura's fault, and Shikaka bursts out of him in a violent surge of chakra. Shikaka lands in the desert bragging that this time it will show its real strength, fully confident on its own sandy home ground. Kagura does not even let Shikaka start properly before a giant wooden figure erupts up, slams the beast down, and clamps its neck to drain its chakra. Drained dry again, Shikaka cannot even hold its body together, and collapses back into Gaara in front of the giant wooden figure. Raza stares at the result in silence because the monster Sand Village always feared has just been handled like a helpless pet. Kagura calmly calls it the first day of the experiment, and says Shikaka already seems more obedient after today's beating. Raza cannot really argue, because Shikaka has gone back into Gaara without its usual tantrum, and Kagura tells him to bring Gaara again tomorrow. So the daily routine begins, with Kagura using the one tail's huge chakra and fast natural recovery to keep beating it down day after day. On the second day, Shikaka is still full of energy, and its fate changes absolutely nothing because the wooden figure drains it all over again. By the 7th day, Shikaka is less lively but still violent by nature, and Kagura still leaves it helpless with the vines cinched around its neck. By the 29th day, Shikaka finally admits one ugly truth to itself: it may just not be able to beat Kagura. That night inside the seal, Shikaka drags Gaara into a talk and asks whether he wants revenge on the bastard who keeps beating them. Gaara answers yes, but he bluntly points out that if even Shikaka cannot win, he has no idea what he is supposed to do. Shikaka immediately shifts the blame, claiming it cannot use its full power inside Gaara and that some of its strength can only be brought out through the boy's body. Shikaka lays out its new plan for tomorrow. Gaara will let it use his body to fight, whether the boy understands or not. On the 30th day, Shikaka stays inside for once and lets Gaara open the fight himself with a giant sand claw powered by tailed beast chakra. Kagura's wooden figure smashes the sand claw apart with one punch, but Raza still lights up because Gaara is finally using Shikaku's power like a real Jinchuriki. Jiraiya is genuinely surprised too, because Kagura's brutal training might actually be forcing the beast and its host into cooperation. But the moment Gaara starts losing, Shikaka bursts out for real and is immediately grabbed by the head and beaten even worse than before. That night in the seal, Shikaka and Gaara sit there together like two frustrated tacticians after another humiliating loss. Shikaka complains that Gaara is too weak to bring out its greatness, and the boy can only absorb the blame because he barely understands any of this. When Gaara asks what they can do, Shikaka finally decides it has to start thinking instead of just charging in, and plans traps for tomorrow's fight. As time keeps passing, the people of Sand Village get used to one bizarre fact: Shikaka no longer rampages inside the village, it just gets beaten outside of it. Gaara really does improve fast, using Shikaka's chakra to flood the battlefield with quicksand and finally trap Kagura's wooden figure in place. Gaara follows up by turning the desert sand into a giant sandman and crashing it into the trapped wooden figure. Even after months of smarter teamwork and terrain traps, Kagura still flips the Sandman over and crushes it apart with raw power. As usual, Kagura tells Gaara to let Shikaka come out, and this time the boy answers without a word by raising his finger. Shikaka emerges in a tighter combined form with Gaara protected inside its sand-covered head, letting the two finally fight together at once. They spring their best trap yet, flooding the ground with sand and shaping it into a black-marked pyramid seal around Kagura's wooden figure. For one glorious second, Shikaka bursts into laughter and declares itself invincible because the whole battle plan seems to have worked perfectly. Then a giant wooden fist explodes out of the pyramid and wipes that smug look off both of their faces at once. Kagura's wooden figure grows even bigger than Shikaku, plants a hand on its head like a scolded child, and starts draining it again while Gaara stays lodged inside. Shikaku panics because even its sealing technique failed, and for the first time the beast sounds less angry than shaken. Gaara, still lodged inside Shikaku's body, looks up at the mountain-sized wooden figure and quietly says Shikaku will just have to think of another plan. Shikaku hates hearing that, because this was already the best plan it had, and the idea of losing to Kagura forever starts to sink in. Watching from a sandstone ridge, Raza finally admits Jiraiya's disciple is terrifyingly strong. Jiraiya answers that Gaara is doing well too, because after months of this madness, the boy and Shikaku really have started working together. Raza is pleased with that result, but he also brings up a darker problem. Several villagers were found dead with their faces missing, so someone is moving around sand in stolen identities and may be hunting him. Jiraiya hesitates instead of answering, which quietly shows he already has someone in mind. Late that night at the inn, Jiraiya suddenly gets sentimental and asks Kagura how long they have been traveling together. Kagura figures it has been more than a year, after everything from sage training to wrecking Orochimaru's bases, Rain, Akatsuki, And now this long stop in sand. Jiraiya admits he is still worried about Nagato, and says that once this tailed beast experiment is done, he plans to return Kagura to Konoha and leave him with Hiruzen. Then Jiraiya says he is about to pass on his most precious knowledge, making it sound for 1 second like a solemn final lesson. The great lesson turns out to be an adult magazine and Jiraiya's theory of how to recognize a real beauty, which makes Kagura immediately roll over and hide under his blanket. That same night in Gaara's room, the boy finally sleeps peacefully because the daily drained-out Shikaku no longer has the strength to go berserk in his body. But inside the ceiling space, Shikaku is still awake and miserable, out of tricks and forced to admit it needs outside help. Shikaku finally reaches out through the tailed beast's long-distance connection and calls the Nine Tails a stinky fox, asking how they used to deal with would-release users back in Hashirama's day. Inside the tailed beast's shared consciousness, Shikaku's smug questions hit a nerve and the others immediately turned on him in fury. Kurama does not bother answering at all, just glares at Shikaku like he would tear him apart next time they meet. Shikaku leaves in a huff, and the other tailed beasts lose interest too, but Kurama quietly realizes exactly who defeated him, the would-release kid protecting Naruto. Back in the sand village, Sasori keeps building puppets in a hidden house while Orochimaru, stuck under watch, can only study forbidden jutsu and wait. Days later, Gaara tries to call Shikaku out again, but for the first time the one-tail flatly refuses to appear. Shikaku sulks inside the seal, bitterly ranting that no matter when he comes out, Kagura only drags him out to get beaten again. He has finally learned caution. If coming out only means losing to Kagura, he would rather stay hidden and wait for a better chance. Raza awkwardly tells Kagura the training has stalled and suggests he rest for a day, but Kagura has no interest in slowing down. Kagura warns that Shikaku is only behaving because he is scared of another beating, and the moment that fear disappears, the village may have another rampage. Then Kagura casually proposes a trap, lie that he has left, wait for Shikaku to come out, and ambush him again. Jiraiya immediately bonks his disciple and rejects the idea, saying that kind of trick would destroy the fragile trust forming between Gaara and Shikaku. Kagura pushes back with cold honesty, pointing out that from Konoha's side, a broken bond between the Sand Village's Jinchuriki and Tailed Beast would actually be useful. That is the last straw for Raza, who cuts the meeting short and leaves, more determined than ever to send the two Konoha troublemakers away. Kagura watches Raza go and says, with total sincerity, that ninjas still hate you even when you tell the truth. Jiraiya tries to steer the lesson back to something healthier, saying Kagura's experiment still worked because Gaara and Shikaku now share a common enemy, and that can become the start of a bond. That idea sends Jiraiya into a larger, uneasy thought. If all 5 great villages ever faced one enemy together, maybe they could understand each other too. But Raza has already made his choice, cutting Gaara off from Kagura and using Shikaku's refusal as an excuse to keep them apart. With Shikaku refusing to come out and the Sand Village wanting them gone, Kagura loses interest in staying there at all. Jiraiya still wants to keep hunting Orochimaru, but Raza makes it plain he does not care about that warning and only wants them out of his village. Then a message from Konoha arrives. The third Hokage is ordering Kagura back, and that finally ends the nearly 2-year training journey. Before they can leave, Orochimaru intercepts Kagura and brings up the one subject hanging over both of them. His next living corpse reincarnation is almost ready. Kagura does not refuse outright, and quietly says he wants to return to Konoha first to make arrangements and see his people one more time. That answer delights Orochimaru, who promises to take care of Kabuto and Nono after the transfer, making the threat behind his kindness impossible to miss. Orochimaru suddenly notices Sasori's shadow nearby and cuts the conversation short before he reveals too much. Once Orochimaru disappears, Sasori comes forward and dryly asks if clever men can still be blinded by greed. Kagura agrees and quietly orders Sasori to keep Orochimaru busy, because the snake has started dreaming too hard about stealing his body. When Sasori warns that Orochimaru is researching a forbidden jutsu that may threaten him, Kagura stays calm and says to dig deeper and pile more trouble on him before he can leave Akatsuki on his own terms. Soon after, Jiraiya and Kagura finally leave the Sand Village, and Raza personally comes out to make sure the departure really happens. On the road, Jiraiya settles a windproof hat on Kagura's head and realizes how much the kid has changed after 2 years away. Kagura is 13 now. Back in Konoha, another 13-year-old genius is already moving in dangerous circles, because Itachi has begun secretly reporting on the Uchiha clan to the village leadership. Itachi kneels before Hiruzen and Danzo and reports that the Uchiha are gathering weapons and assembling their ninja force. Danzo bluntly labels it rebellion, but Hiruzen refuses to close the door yet and says Kagura's return may be enough to make the clan back down. Itachi lowers his eyes and says nothing, because he knows Kagura's rise is one of the very things pushing his father and the clan further toward the edge. When Jiraiya and Kagura finally reach Konoha, the gate guards are startled to see them back and casually mention that a lot of jonin have recently returned too. That answer makes Jiraiya uneasy, but Kagura just says they should get ramen first and that if Konoha called him home early, it might be because someone needs killing. Elsewhere in the village, Itachi walks with Izumi, but even on a simple date he cannot stop thinking about the Uchiha and Konoha drifting towards civil war. Izumi suddenly notices Kagura returning with Jiraiya, and that sight snaps Itachi fully back to the danger at hand. Jiraiya greets Itachi without hostility and immediately turns it into teasing, telling Kagura he has lost because Itachi already has a girlfriend while he is still single. Kagura calmly fires back that some people are almost 50 and still single, which instantly leaves Jiraiya furious and embarrassed. Jiraiya drags Kagura away toward ramen, but the joke leaves behind a very real message for Itachi. Konoha's side just got stronger. Itachi immediately decides Fugaku must hear about Kagura's return, because this changes how the clan will read Konoha's resolve. At Ichiraku, Kagura finds Anko eating ramen with Naruto and Karen after 2 years of drilling them through school and exam prep. Karen lights up the second she sees Kagura, while Naruto can only wave because he has ramen stuffed in his mouth. Anko grumbles that tutoring these two was exhausting, and Kagura dryly tells her she may as well keep going now that she has already sunk 2 years into it. Then Kagura casually drops Orochimaru's name, and Anko freezes the instant she hears her old teacher is still out there. Anko quietly vows that if she sees Orochimaru again, she will kill him. Kagura instantly turns that into a lesson, warning Anko that teachers who do a bad job can end up raising students who want to kill them too. Naruto panics and swears he would never kill Sister Anko, while Karen softly says she would protect her instead. Anko melts for exactly 1 second over Karen's answer, then grabs Naruto and reminds him with a smile full of danger that failing again might get him killed first. Outside the shop, Jiraiya watches the scene and decides not to interrupt, because even he thinks that teaching style is a little too extreme. After the meal, Kagura and Jiraiya are stopped in the street by Kakashi and an unnamed masked purple-haired Umbu carrying an immediate summons from the third Hokage. Kagura jokes about the masked purple-haired Umbu beside Kakashi and asks if his Umbu seat was taken, but Kakashi cuts him off and says his position is still waiting for him. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen takes one look at the older Kagura and immediately moves to have him prepared for promotion from Chunin to Jonin. Kakashi leads Kagura out to handle the formalities, leaving Jiraiya alone with Hiruzen to ask why they were really called back. Once Kagura is gone, Hiruzen says the truth plainly. Promoting him now is meant to show the Uchiha that the village still holds overwhelming force over any rebellion. Jiraiya hates hearing his disciple framed as a political weapon and says he should never have brought Kagura back for this. Hiruzen answers that this is exactly why he tried to summon both Jiraiya and Tsunade, because if the Uchiha crisis turns into open revolt, Konoha needs enough power to end it quickly and keep the peace. Jiraiya says Tsunade would never agree to treat fellow Konoha ninja as enemies, and he clearly wants no part in becoming another hammer aimed at the clan. Even so, Hiruzen insists military strength is what makes peaceful negotiation possible, and begs Jiraiya not to leave Konoha while the village stands on this edge. Jiraiya still refuses to stay for politics, but he gives Hiruzen one major piece of news: Kagura has already learned Sage Mode. That changes everything for Hiruzen, who realizes Kagura may now be able to learn the first Hokage's even stronger Sage arts, and become Konoha's answer to the worst possible Uchiha threat. Kakashi brings Akihara Kagura into Konoha's hidden Jonin room, where Naro Shikaku is waiting to handle the final step of his promotion. Kagura immediately dislikes the setup, because there is only one chair and it makes the whole thing feel like an interrogation. Shikaku reads the danger fast and politely offers Kagura his own seat instead of pushing him. Kagura still refuses, saying that sitting there makes it look like he did something wrong. Shikaku gently explains that this is just the required Jonin interview, but Kagura hears the word questions and decides he'd rather skip the promotion entirely. Rather than let Kagura walk out, Shikaku instantly drops the whole test and promotes him on the spot. Kagura thanks him, and the new superior subordinate link gives Kagura a fresh shadow-based ability that he instantly recognizes as extremely practical. Kagura even offers Shikaku future help, and Shikaku accepts with the same careful respect he used from the start. After Kagura and Kakashi leave, Hamura steps out from a hidden door and questions whether Shikaku approved a Jonin far too casually. Shikaku shrugs it off, saying the interview was only a formality anyway. When Hamura argues that a Jonin needs responsibility as well as power, Shikaku answers with the one thing he thinks matters most right now: Kagura is already too strong to ignore. To Shikaku, Konoha runs on a simple truth: the strongest person in the village is the one most likely to become Hokage. With that settled, Shikaku casually invites Hamura out for drinks, already treating the whole issue as finished. Elsewhere, Kakashi walks Kagura through Jonin registration and explains that this rank is a real leap, with freedom, authority, and access to Konoha's top techniques. Kakashi praises him for making Jonin so young, but Kagura bluntly says he should have reached this level even earlier if not for peaceful times. Kakashi can only agree, quietly reflecting that peace makes promotions slower even for someone with Kagura's record. When they return to the Hokage office, they walk straight into an argument between Hiruzen and Jiraiya over Orochimaru. Hiruzen says Jiraiya should have killed Orochimaru, because his forbidden research will eventually become a direct threat to Konoha. Jiraiya fires back that Danzo is an even bigger problem, and that Orochimaru did not become this dangerous on his own. Hiruzen falls back on the burden of leadership, but Jiraiya has no interest in learning that kind of compromise. Jiraiya then pushes Kagura's case onto Hiruzen too, warning that Danzo's influence still runs deep because Kagura wants to return to root and reshape it himself. Before that problem can breathe, Hiruzen hears how absurdly fast Shikaka finished the promotion and immediately moves on to Kagura's next assignment. Hiruzen appoints Kagura as his new assistant and personal guard, pulling him out of the Anbu and straight into the Hokage's inner circle. Kagura briefly hates losing his fresh superiors again, but the annoyance vanishes when he realizes what this post really means. Serving as the Hokage's guard means direct teaching from Hiruzen and a place beside a leader who is clearly treating Kagura like future Hokage material. Jiraiya decides he has done all he can, and leaves the rest of Kagura's future in Hiruzen's hands. On his first day in the new job, Kagura meets the Hokage guard unit, and finds that most of them are already familiar faces from Konoha. Kagura expects to be under Genma's command, but Genma awkwardly tells him the opposite is true now. Once the others step out, Hiruzen quietly tests Kagura with a real political question about whether Yagura should be allowed to return to the mist. Kagura answers without hesitation that killing Yagura and sending the body back would be the kinder outcome, because the Mizukage would likely kill himself anyway. Hiruzen grips his pipe, takes a long drag, and judges the reply as thoughtful in intent but far too brutal in practice. In the Hokage office, Hiruzen was already tired because Kagura treated every foreign problem like it could be solved by killing someone. When Hiruzen mentioned Takumi village raising weapon prices, Kagura answered without hesitation, "Kill whoever wants the increase." Hiruzen tried another case about two small countries in conflict, and Kagura immediately proposed wiping both villages out and annexing the land. The ideas were brutally practical and all aimed at helping Konoha, which only convinced Hiruzen that Kagura was perfect for Anbu but dangerously wrong for a future Hokage. Even so, Hiruzen refused to waste talent like this and decided he had to personally teach Kagura how a Hokage was supposed to think. Hiruzen started with Yagura, saying Konoha should escort the 4th Mizukage home and politely request a future Hokage visit so he would not feel like a hostage. Kagura bluntly pointed out that Yagura already was a hostage, and even offered to bring him in to confirm it. Hiruzen tried to explain the difference with a gentler example, asking how Kagura would feel if he had to live in the mist for 2 years. Kagura calmly said that would be fine too, and if the mist made his stay unpleasant, he would just destroy the mist village. That answer ended the lesson fast, and Hiruzen immediately called in Anbu to send Yagura away before Konoha's growing Uchiha crisis created more danger. With Yagura's stay already improving trade between fire and water, Hiruzen decided Konoha had no reason to keep the Three Tails Jinchuriki any longer. He also chose real diplomacy over Kagura's shortcuts, sending envoys to negotiate with Takumi village instead of threatening them. For the conflict between the Land of Waterfalls and the Land of Frost, Hiruzen sent investigators and invited both sides to Konoha for mediation. Hiruzen even spelled it out for him. Kagura's plans were effective, but adopting them would throw Konoha into war after war. Then Hiruzen gave Kagura a rule for leadership: when your own ideas are too simple, ask other people before deciding. Right in the middle of that lesson, Danzo arrived with Koharu and Hamura to help handle major village business. Hiruzen openly introduced Kagura as his new guard and assistant, making the boy's promotion impossible to ignore. Koharu and Hamura admitted the choice made sense, but both immediately focused on the same problem: Kagura was only 13. Danzo did not bother being polite at all, and the moment he saw Kagura beside Hiruzen, his face turned openly hostile. Before the fight could spill out in front of him, Hiruzen dismissed Kagura for the morning and sent him away. As he left, Kagura gave Danzo a curious look, as if wondering why this man was suddenly so hostile to him. The second Kagura shut the door, Hiruzen and Danzo exploded into a shouting match over making him a Hokage candidate. Danzo insisted Kagura was too extreme and too deceptive, still furious over how the Yakushi Nono affair had made him look like a fool. Hiruzen shot back that Kagura had simply been an orphan willing to save Nono, and that was something worth praising, not condemning. That left Danzo cornered because admitting the truth would expose his own ties to Orochimaru and the fact that he had once pushed Kagura forward himself. Danzo could only retreat into his usual line, warning that everything he had done was for Konoha's sake. Hiruzen answered just as sharply, telling Danzo to prove that by properly helping Konoha's future Hokage. Koharu cut the argument short by dragging the room back to the urgent problem of the Uchiha clan and Itachi's missing report. Hiruzen said Itachi's information would arrive that night, and he sounded more confident now because Kagura's would release gave Konoha a way to suppress the Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo heard that and immediately pushed for the harsh answer he had always wanted: eliminate the rebels before they move. Hiruzen refused, arguing that once Konoha had enough strength to stop a coup, it should use that strength to force the clan toward peace instead of slaughter. He even blamed Danzo for part of Kagura's extremism, saying selfishly keeping wood release under root had twisted the boy's growth from the start. Danzo snapped back that Kagura had never been meant to become Hokage at all, but Koharu shut that fight down too. In the end, they postponed the Hokage succession question and agreed the real priority was waiting for Itachi's report before facing the Uchiha meeting that night. Elsewhere in Konoha Hospital, Kabuto was resting in his office when he noticed the shadow on the floor move on its own. A black figure rose out of that darkness and slowly took Kagura's shape right in front of him. Kabuto was genuinely shaken by the entrance, and Kagura only brushed it off as a minor shadow trick. After quietly congratulating him on becoming a jonin, Kabuto admitted he had planned to visit Kagura first, not the other way around. Kagura cut straight to the real reason he came. He had fallen out with Orochimaru. That one sentence made Kabuto jump straight to the worst possibility, asking if he and Nono needed to prepare to defect before Orochimaru came after them. Kagura told him Nono did not need to move, but from now on Kabuto had to act as if Kagura was never truly one of the orphanage children at all. He pushed the lie even further, saying Kabuto should treat him like a schemer who had only been using the orphanage to climb toward the Hokage seat. Kabuto immediately understood the ugly logic and guessed Orochimaru must be using him and Nono as leverage because he wanted Kagura's body. Kabuto was not surprised by that part at all, because Orochimaru had already told him he was collecting talented backup bodies. Kagura tested him with a brutal question, asking if he should just hand his body over so Orochimaru would leave Kabuto and Nono alone. Kabuto rejected that instantly, saying Nono would never allow it, and promising instead to hide her as soon as possible. Kagura left the method to Kabuto, but the goal was clear: make Orochimaru believe Kagura did not care if Kabuto and Nono lived or died. Kabuto hated the idea because Orochimaru already knew Kagura had risked everything for them once, so a fake break would never be easy to sell. Then Kabuto said the only proof Orochimaru might believe was blood. One of them, either he or Nono, would have to die by Kagura's hand. Kabuto was already bracing himself for that sacrifice, because in his mind Kagura was the one person who absolutely could not be lost. Kagura immediately rejected the whole premise, grumbling that this was annoying and nobody needed to die at all. Between bites of Kabuto's pear, Kagura said the real answer was simple: if necessary, he would just kill Orochimaru himself. That stunned Kabuto, who realized Kagura was speaking as if killing Orochimaru was not even the hard part. Kagura explained that Orochimaru was weaker than him already, but he was still worth keeping alive a little longer for all the forbidden jutsu he carried. Kabuto relaxed a little after hearing that, even if he still could not fully trust Kagura not to secretly sacrifice himself again. So Kabuto offered his own plan instead: get close to Orochimaru as a spy, steal what knowledge he could, and keep watch on his movements. Kagura approved, but he also hinted that something huge was about to happen in Konoha, and once it did, Orochimaru might find a new target anyway. Even with that hope, Kabuto ended the talk on the same stubborn promise the three of them shared now: after surviving this much, none of them were allowed to die. At dusk in Naka Shrine, the Uchiha clan gathers with grim resolve and finally agrees to move forward with a coup. Fugaku has already read Hiruzen's move clearly, and Kagura's promotion convinces him Konoha will never stop squeezing the Uchiha out. When the meeting ends, Fugaku stops Itachi and leads him deeper into the shrine for a private talk. At the clan's ancient stone monument, Fugaku explains that only Sharingan users can read it, and Mangekyo users can read even more. When Itachi offers to read the hidden text for him, Fugaku quietly stops him and reveals his own Mangekyo Sharingan for the first time. The reveal hits hard, because even Itachi never knew his father had been hiding power great enough to shake the whole clan. Fugaku says he gained those eyes in the war after a friend died saving him, and even the monument suggests the Uchiha bloodline can still go further. From Fugaku's view, the message is already clear enough: Konoha fears the Uchiha, and that fear keeps turning into pressure and hostility. Fugaku bluntly says Kagura's promotion proved the village's future will stay hostile to the Uchiha instead of reconciling with them. Itachi tries to push back by admitting the break with Kagura started from his own mission under Danzo, when he nearly killed Kabuto and Nono. Fugaku cuts him off and says that blame no longer matters, because the clan has already been pushed to the point where they must carve out their own future. He finally tells the truth: he hid his Mangekyo for years because he was afraid the clan would force an earlier revolt, and he kept waiting for Konoha to change. Now, Fugaku says that hope is dead, and the coup has become the only road he can still see. He tells Itachi this outcome was set in motion long ago, when the second Hokage cut the Uchiha off from the rest of Konoha. Desperate for another path, Itachi asks if killing Kagura could leave room to ease tensions between the clan and Konoha. Fugaku is stunned, then points out the ugly truth: killing Konoha's next Hokage candidate would already count as a coup. Itachi still insists one assassination could leave a chance for peace, but Fugaku warns him Kagura's would release is already strong enough to rival the Mangekyo. Even so, Itachi drops to one knee and offers to kill Kagura himself if his father will stop the clan from launching the coup. Fugaku finally answers honestly and admits the fire has already spread too far for one act to put it out. He makes the final position brutally clear: whether Kagura lives or dies, the coup will still happen, and killing him would only make the Uchiha more confident when it begins. As the sky darkens, Fugaku asks one last time for his son to stand with the clan, and Itachi can only bow his head in pain. Father and son leave the shrine separately, already moving down different roads. Outside, Itachi's Umbu squad notices he is late, and he immediately says he is going to report urgent intelligence to the higher-ups. He closes those crimson eyes and buries his pain before stepping back into the role Konoha needs from him. Inside the Hokage building, Hiruzen and the elders wait for Itachi's report, with Kagura standing behind Hiruzen as the force they may need if the Uchiha move. Before Itachi arrives, Kagura openly sides with Danzo and says it makes more sense to wipe out the Uchiha than keep waiting for peace that will never come. Danzo is oddly pleased by that answer and immediately tries to pull Kagura back into route, but Hiruzen snaps and shuts him down. Then Itachi enters, kneels, and confirms the one thing everyone feared: the Uchiha clan intends to launch a coup. Danzo instantly pushes for a preemptive strike, seeing Itachi's report as his chance to crush the clan before it moves. Hiruzen refuses to give up that quickly and says he still wants to try solving the Uchiha crisis through communication instead of force. Even without a real solution yet, Hiruzen stays calm because he believes Kagura is enough to break the coup if it comes to war. After the briefing, Hiruzen keeps Kagura with him and hands over a scroll of the first Hokage's sage techniques to prepare for the worst. Hiruzen tells him to master 1 or 2 techniques quickly, because would release is Konoha's best answer if the Uchiha really fight with Sharingan eyes. Kagura immediately asks the sharper question underneath it all: is Hiruzen preparing him to kill Itachi? Hiruzen pushes back and says Itachi is a peace-minded victim of Danzo's mistakes, not someone Kagura should judge only by the past. Kagura only answers with a chilly hopefully and drops his eyes back to the scroll. The scroll gives Kagura exactly what he wanted, including the sage art gate of the great god for ceiling-tailed beasts. He also instantly grasps the monstrous sage art true several thousand hands, a would-release technique so huge it was only briefly noted as enough to suppress the 9 tails. Kagura is almost amused by how modestly the scroll describes a technique that looks strong enough to beat down the 9 tails. When Hiruzen asks whether the techniques are difficult, Kagura calmly says he can manage. Hiruzen leaves with a headache, still trying to imagine some compromise that will not set off either the Uchiha or the rest of the village. Once Hiruzen is gone, Kagura keeps reading until White Setsuaway rises from the floor with a far uglier secret. Away reports that after the meeting, Danzo pushed Itachi to slaughter the entire Uchiha clan himself, with only Sasuke's life offered as bait. Kagura barely reacts, because this is exactly the kind of trap he expected Danzo to set for an Uchiha like Itachi. He says he warned Itachi long ago, openly and indirectly, not to keep sinking deeper into Danzo's darkness. Kagura's bitterness surfaces as he remembers that Itachi was willing to trade Kabuto and Nono's lives for Danzo's trust, no matter what that meant to him. To Kagura, that settled it long ago. Whatever respect remained, he and Itachi were already enemies. So when Itachi chooses the abyss on his own, Kagura decides he has no right to crawl back out of it later. Then Kagura shifts from anger to planning and asks the next practical question: is Obito still in Konoha? Oe says yes, and that Obito has already gone back to Naka Shrine because he seems unusually interested in Itachi. Kagura just laughs and says that is obvious, because Itachi is still an Uchiha and Obito was never going to favor them over his own clan. He tells Oe to pass Obito a message. The move to force Itachi into defection is about to bear fruit. But Kagura wants more than Itachi's defection, because with the 9 tails unavailable for now, he starts eyeing the 3 tails as the next way to create a crisis. He points out that Hiruzen lifted Yagura's seal before sending him away tomorrow, opening a perfect chance to stir chaos through the 3 tails instead. Kagura suggests the cleanest version of the scheme too. Once Obito recruits Itachi into Akatsuki, Itachi's Mangekyo could help control Yagura. He also warns that Obito must keep Kagura's identity hidden, since Itachi would never be truly loyal and would only become another spy inside Akatsuki. Away is baffled that a man willing to butcher his own clan would also dare attack Konoha with the 3 tails, but Kagura says the reason does not matter. For Kagura, the only thing that matters is the result, because he intends to be the one who crushes the 3 tails disaster in public. He spells out the ambition under the whole scheme: if he stops the 3 tails crisis, Konoha will hail him as a hero and his path to Hokage will tighten. And with that, Kagura quietly frames the night ahead as a new round in the old clash between Wood Release and the Mangekyo, where one man becomes a rogue and another becomes a hero. At Naka Shrine, Obito waits calmly because the Uchiha coup is close, and he already sees the coming massacre as a chance to harvest Sharingan and pull Itachi to his side. White Setsuaway rises to report that Kagura finished Obito's mission, but now wants to prove his Wood Release to Konoha's higher-ups before forcing Itachi to defect. Obito clicks his tongue at Kagura's extra trouble, and Away explains the bigger plan. After Itachi defects, Kagura wants controlled Yagura and the 3 tails to create a crisis so he can defeat both the Beast and Itachi with Wood Release. Obito agrees, but he warns that Kagura may be biting off too much, because Mangekyo Sharingan plus a tailed beast is a level of force only Hashirama ever handled cleanly. Even so, Obito judges Kagura and Itachi as a nearly even match, and that makes him smile inside, because whichever one crushes the other, he still profits. Obito decides to capture Yagura himself so Itachi can use the Mizukage later, and before leaving he adds one strict order for Kagura: Sasuke must be spared. Away dives back underground, carrying Obito's message away. Kagura receives the new mission to spare Sasuke, and to him it feels almost laughably easy because he may not need to lift a finger to complete it. Then Kagura summons Tendo Shursui from a scroll and revives the puppet with chakra under the cover of darkness. Kagura tells Shursui the Uchiha are about to move, and Shursui stiffens the moment he hears the clan is on the edge of a coup. Shursui quickly asks to monitor Itachi instead, desperate to stay near him without being forced to face him directly. When Shursui nervously asks if Kagura wants him to kill Itachi, Kagura laughs it off and says he will not make him do that, at least not yet. Kagura twists the knife with a teasing warning, telling Shursui never to come begging for permission to kill Itachi. That strange promise eases Shursui for a moment, because whatever else happens, he will not have to personally turn on Itachi. Kagura sends Shursui into the shadows to spy on Itachi unnoticed, and the puppet body melts completely out of sight. Shursui disappears carrying a heavy question with him. When the coup starts, what kind of ending is waiting for the Uchiha and Konoha? Back at home, Itachi returns with Danzo's ultimatum still grinding in his mind: choose the clan and die with it, or choose Konoha and help wipe the Uchiha out before the rebellion begins. Danzo's harshest point keeps cutting deeper, because he warned that if Itachi hesitates, Hiruzen may unleash Kagura instead, and then even Sasuke might not survive. Unable to sleep, Itachi looks over at little Sasuke dozing peacefully on the tatami beside him. Itachi reaches out and gently strokes Sasuke's hair, clinging to one quiet moment before everything breaks. Sasuke makes a happy sleepy sound and settles back down, which only makes Itachi's choice hurt more. By morning, Konoha still looks perfectly normal, and that peaceful ordinary life is exactly what Itachi is deciding whether to protect with blood. Itachi closes his eyes in the wind, still weighing Danzo's demand against everything he cares about. Elsewhere at Konoha's gate, Hiruzen sends Yugura home quickly, hoping to keep the Mizukage clear of the crisis that Itachi warned him about. Kagura notices the tall shark-faced swordsman escorting Yugura, and Kisame answers that look with a smile that feels more cruel than friendly. Hiruzen and Yugura exchange polite words about peace, not knowing the farewell will barely last half a day. By noon at a riverside stop, Obito appears right in front of Yugura's party, and Yugura instantly realizes the nightmare is starting again. Obito gives a single cold command, and the betrayal comes from Yugura's own side. Kisame rips the bandages from Samahada and drives the living blade into Yugura's shoulder, draining his chakra before he can fight back. The Mist Anbu are stunned that Kisame has turned on his own village, and Yugura can barely believe it either. Kisame answers with a grin, saying he is sick of the fake world and wants to see the new one Obito promised. When the Anbu rush in, Obito wipes them out in one brutal fire and wind attack. With Yugura already weakened, Obito uses his Mangekyo to drag the Mizukage into his space and secure the Jinchuriki for the next stage of the plan. Obito expected Kisame to turn on him once he learned the truth, but Kisame shrugs that the lie about being Madara never mattered to him anyway. Satisfied, Obito tells Kisame to stay ready until the day he is formally brought into the organization and shown the truth of the world. Before leaving, Kisame mentions Kagura and asks if he can kill him someday, but Obito flatly tells him he is not strong enough yet. Kisame departs first, and Obito vanishes as well, carrying Yugura off to set up the trap for Konoha. By evening in the forest beside Naka Shrine, Obito returns to wait again, and this time Itachi is already there under a tree. Before Obito can speak, Itachi makes his choice clear by asking for help with the one act he can no longer avoid. Itachi asks Obito to help eliminate the Uchiha clan, because he needs Sasuke to survive and knows the clan cannot beat Konoha anyway. Obito mocks him for ending up alienated from his own clan just like Madara once was, and Itachi refuses any grand excuse, saying only that the coup will destroy them all. Obito accepts the deal and immediately adds his own condition: Itachi must use the captured Yugura and the Three Tails in Konoha to test Kagura's true strength. Obito even frames it as an Uchiha tradition, comparing Itachi's coming battle against Kagura to Madara once controlling the Nine Tails against Hashirama. Itachi quietly agrees, accepting that his path now leads through clan slaughter, defection, and a final clash with Kagura that feels almost fated. Hidden inside the darkness, Shursui hears everything and finally understands why Kagura was so sure he would one day beg to kill Itachi himself. On a bright moonlit night, Itachi crouched on a utility pole with his Sharingan glowing, already poised to begin the Uchiha massacre. Then Itachi moved, and the first screams rang out as he turned his blade on his own clan without sparing anyone. From the shadows, Shursui's soul watched in horror and begged Kagura to stop Itachi before more children died. Kagura stayed eerily calm in his room, drinking tea as he told Shursui that Itachi was doing all of this to keep Sasuke alive. When Shursui begged again to at least save some Uchiha children, Kagura warned that even one survivor could threaten Sasuke's protection afterward. Kagura bluntly said Itachi had chosen his own brother's life over every other innocent child in the clan. After laying the blame on generations of bad choices, Kagura calmly concluded that Danzo would be the one forced out once this night was over. He even started planning ahead, deciding that the surviving Uchiha Shursui saved could be stripped of their name and remade into the core of his future root. Shursui felt chilled by Kagura's answer, but he still accepted it because even that grim fate was better than letting everyone be slaughtered. Back in the clan district, the screams spread from house to house as panicked Uchiha families either barricaded themselves in or ran toward Fugaku's home for safety. Inside his home, Fugaku sat in grim silence with his Mangekyo Sharingan active, already expecting the disaster outside. Mikoto worried about Sasuke, but Fugaku quietly assured her that whatever happened tonight, their younger son would survive. Fugaku then apologized in advance, because he already understood that nearly every family in the district was doomed tonight. Once Kagura gave permission, Shursui slipped through the darkness and began pulling elders, women, and children out of selected homes while leaving the coup-supporting men behind. Shursui could only tell himself he was preserving a bloodline, even as he chose who would be left to die. As the night went on, Itachi started noticing empty houses where entire families should have been. That gap terrified him, because if Konoha learned he had failed to wipe out the clan, Sasuke's promised safety might vanish with it. So Itachi turned to Obito's backup plan and decided to finish the job by unleashing the Three Tails to erase anyone still hiding in the district. On the district's longest street, Itachi killed the last fleeing man and finally saw Fugaku waiting for him at the far end. Fugaku met his son's gaze with the Mangekyo Sharingan and asked if this was really the future Itachi wanted him to see. When Fugaku's body vanished as only a shadow clone, Itachi instantly realized his father had been probing him and rushed home on guard. But when Itachi entered the house expecting a trap, he found Fugaku and Mikoto kneeling quietly in ordinary clothes, waiting for him to end it. Fugaku refused to fight his own son, and Mikoto only asked Itachi to take care of Sasuke after they were gone. Fugaku even told him not to hesitate, saying he was still proud of the son who had chosen this path. In agony, Itachi finally swung the sword and killed both of his parents. Even after that, Itachi forced himself forward, deciding he still had to finish the cleanup with the Three Tails. A little later, Sasuke came home from school, saw the blood and his murdered parents, and found Itachi standing there as the killer. Itachi grabbed Sasuke by the neck and cast Tsukuyumi, forcing him to relive the entire massacre inside the Genjutsu. Then Itachi coldly ordered his little brother to hate him, live on, and come back for revenge once he had eyes like his. The pain shattered Sasuke on the spot, and he collapsed unconscious. Carrying the unconscious Sasuke, Itachi met Obito on a high platform after Obito finished wiping out the police force side of the operation. When Obito wondered if Itachi planned to flee Konoha with Sasuke, Itachi said no and explained he only brought him there to avoid the collateral damage to come. Obito opened a space-time vortex and produced Yugura so they could use the Three Tails to erase the remaining survivors. The giant Three Tails appeared in the Uchiha district and immediately began charging a tailed beast ball. Its blast tore through the district and turned the Uchiha clan area into shattered ruins. The detonation jolted all of Konoha awake, and Kagura stepped outside just in time to catch a panicked report that the Three Tails had appeared near the Uchiha compound. Anbu immediately delivered Hiruzen's order for Kagura to head there at once and deal with the beast. Kagura tied on his forehead protector and raced toward the ruined district without hesitation. In the wreckage, Itachi stood atop the Three Tails and drove it to prepare another tailed beast ball to finish the cleanup. Then a huge wooden vine burst up from the ground and seized the Three Tails by the neck before it could fire again. Itachi instantly knew Kagura had arrived, so he bled from one eye and burned the vine away with Amaterasu's black flames. But the burning wood swelled into a giant wood human, and Kagura rose on top of it to face Itachi in the middle of the ruined clan grounds. Looking over the corpses and rubble, Kagura coldly asked Itachi what had happened here tonight. Standing on the Three Tails over the ruined Uchiha district, Itachi coldly claims he slaughtered the clan just to test his new power. Kagura answers with a chilling grin, saying Itachi only finished what he himself had wanted to do to the Uchiha. Then Kagura twists the knife and asks if Itachi forgot the one survivor who really slipped through the net. Before Itachi can sort out what he means, Kagura reveals the target is Itachi himself and sends the wood human crashing forward. The Three Tails tries to meet the charge, but Kagura's wood human slams it down and pins the beast to the ground with brute force. Watching his tailed beast get manhandled, Itachi realizes even a controlled beast would never have been enough to beat Kagura's wood release. From a distant platform, Obito watches the fight while White Setsu calmly says the Three Tails alone was never enough and only Susanoo armor might let Itachi hang on. Forced onto defense, Itachi coats the Three Tails in red Susanoo armor and suddenly turns the beast into a shielded fortress. Kagura's next punches land, but the armored shell reflects the impact back hard enough to shake his wood human. Kagura mocks Itachi and the turtle-like beast for hiding behind the same stubborn defense. Itachi fires first, merging Yasukani no Magatama with the Three Tails chakra into an attack even nastier than a tailed beast bomb. The wood human catches the blast head-on and drives it back into the Three Tails in a blinding explosion. Even Kagura pauses when the counterforce leaves the wood human's hand damaged, impressed that Itachi's defense actually held. Itachi instantly lunges, making the armored Three Tails bite into the damaged wooden arm to rip it apart. Kagura stops playing around, draws in natural energy, and enters Sage mode right in the middle of the clash. With Sage Art activated, roots burst upward and the colossal tree several thousand hands rises under the wood human, making the Three Tails look tiny. Hiruzen arrives with Umbu, takes one look at the giant cannon statue, and is stunned that the first Hokage's recorded anti-Nine Tails jutsu is this monstrous. Terrified that the technique itself could wreck the village, Hiruzen shouts for Kagura to finish the fight outside Konoha. Kagura coolly calls back that he only needs a few seconds, which is somehow even more unnerving. One giant arm from the cannon statue reaches down and lifts the armored Three Tails like a doll, instantly crushing Itachi's hope of winning by force. The sight drags Itachi back to his old defeat by Kagura, and now the gap feels wider than ever even with Manhwa power. From the platform, White Setsu is rattled enough to wonder if Kagura really has the body of a sage and might be a better vessel than Nagato, Obito, or even Madara. Even Obito, who survived Madara, is left wondering how anyone without his space-time trick could possibly survive fighting Kagura. Obito jumps in, lands above the trapped beast, and tells Itachi flatly that this fight is over because he is not beating Kagura tonight. Itachi still studies the giant construct for a weakness, but Obito cuts him off and insists they leave before Konoha fully surrounds them. As Obito warps Itachi away, the Susanoo armor vanishes, the wooden hand drains the Three Tails chakra, and Yagura drops unconscious into its palm. With the enemy gone, Kagura dismisses the giant technique and Konoha's forces rush in around the wreckage. Relieved that Konoha survived the worst of it, Hiruzen orders the entire Uchiha district sealed and every body recovered so not one Sharingan goes missing. Kagura quietly frames the massacre as Itachi's deliberate extermination of the whole clan, tightening the official story around him. Danzo steps in to justify himself, saying Itachi sided with Konoha and that route has already gone to recover the police force bodies. Hiruzen finally snaps and strips Danzo of his advisor post while ordering Root itself disbanded. Kagura steps in before Danzo can collapse politically, saying Danzo's brutal method still protected Konoha from even bigger losses. Then Kagura shows his real hand and asks to inherit Root himself so he can protect Konoha from the shadows. Danzo is furious, but after seeing Kagura's power he instantly starts thinking he can still control Root through him from behind the scenes. Trying to salvage his influence, Danzo argues Root must survive and even offers to let Kagura take the title while he steps back into a consultant role. Kagura presses harder, saying he wants Root specifically to fix the kind of cruelty that destroyed Yakushi no and twisted Kabuto. That appeal to bonds finally wins Hiruzen over, and he gives Kagura temporary command of Root while keeping him close as his own assistant. Danzo can only clutch his cane and realize the boy he brought to Konoha has just taken both his shadow army and his seat beside the Hokage. Even after being dismissed, Danzo keeps lecturing Kagura and insists the spirit of Root must never change. Kagura answers with a straight-faced insult, saying the current Root is useless because none of them could even last 10 seconds against him. He makes it worse by using Kakashi as the baseline, casually saying Root cannot even produce someone who can beat him. Right then, Kakashi arrives carrying unconscious child Sasuke and dryly objects after overhearing Kagura use him as the standard Root still cannot clear. Seeing Sasuke alive, Kagura immediately notes that one Uchiha really did survive the purge. Hiruzen shuts that down at once, identifies severe genjutsu damage, and orders Sasuke rushed to the hospital as the sole survivor. Kakashi departs with Sasuke, and Kagura lets it pass even though the choice clearly was not his. Hiruzen publicly corrects Kagura next, insisting Kakashi is one of Konoha's best and not the weakling Kagura makes him sound like. Kagura says he wants to train Root the way Kakashi trained him, but Danzo instantly tries to block any reform before it starts. Kagura cuts Danzo off with icy politeness and reminds him that Root is no longer his to command. Hiruzen backs him completely and orders Danzo to go home, making it unmistakable that all of Danzo's official power is gone. Danzo storms off in humiliation, and even the Root men behind him hesitate because their new boss might be far scarier than the old one. Kagura casually tells those Root operatives to escort Danzo home first and report back afterward, and they obey him on the spot. On the way home, Danzo runs straight into Itachi, who appears to collect on the promise that Sasuke must never be harmed. Itachi warns that if Sasuke is touched, he will sell Konoha's secrets to enemy nations without hesitation. Danzo reveals the ugly new reality. Kagura has taken over Root, and even he cannot honestly guarantee what that means for Sasuke. That answer is no comfort at all, so Itachi gives up on Danzo, breaks into crows, and vanishes to find someone else he can still trust. Left fuming, Danzo immediately orders every Sharingan stored in the Root base sent to his house instead. Meanwhile, after finishing the patrol and confirming only Sasuke survived, Hiruzen and Kagura return to the Hokage office and sense someone already hiding inside. Kagura raises a finger to act, but Hiruzen stops him and orders him to leave because he already knows the visitor is Itachi. Once Kagura disappears, Itachi reveals himself and kneels behind Hiruzen like a loyal shinobi returning after a nightmare. Hiruzen thanks him for preventing civil war, but he also confesses bitter regret that children like Itachi and Kagura were forced to carry the elder's failure. Hiruzen tells Itachi the village will officially brand him a clan-killing rogue ninja from tomorrow onward, and Itachi accepts the sentence without resistance. Itachi says he will follow Obito into Akatsuki and spy from within, turning his exile into a mission for Konoha. Outside that same conversation, the irony gets sharper when Kagura appears beside Obito and openly calls Itachi exactly what he is now, a spy inside Akatsuki. Obito barely cares, saying Akatsuki just needs manpower and Itachi is still only a tool for the tailed beast hunt. Even so, Obito cannot hide his awe and admits Kagura may already be stronger than Madara himself. Kagura does not take the bait and stays wary, because he knows there are still deeper threats moving in the dark. Obito leaves to wait at the meeting point for Itachi, and Zetsu sinks away too as the watchers disperse. Back in the office, Itachi's last worry is Sasuke, and Hiruzen promises both to protect the boy and to reign in any revenge Kagura might still carry. That finally eases Itachi, and he leaves the office with Hiruzen to head for his life as a wanted man. But on the stairway below, the person they least wanted to meet is already waiting there in silence. Kagura reveals he never really left, and says he had almost hoped Itachi would try killing the Hokage, just so he could finally kill him with a clean excuse. On the ruined night after the massacre, Itachi's first plea to Kagura is painfully simple: do not hurt Sasuke. Kagura answers by bringing up the old Chunin exams, reminding Itachi that Sasuke once adored him and that everything between them has curdled since then. Itachi swallows his pride and offers himself as Kagura's knife, even suggesting he can secretly remove Danzo if that is what Kagura wants. Instead of taking the offer, Kagura smiles and asks whether Danzo promised Itachi anything, making it clear he stopped trusting Danzo long ago. Kagura reminds him that he warned him more than once to stay away from Danzo, and Itachi suddenly realizes those old clashes were hidden attempts to pull him back. Itachi follows that thought back to the land of Earth and finally understands that Kagura already knew Danzo had sent him after Kabuto and Nono. Kagura confirms it outright: Kabuto and Nono mattered to him, so he warned them before Itachi could kill them. Itachi bitterly wonders if everything would have changed if he had chosen to save Kakashi with Kagura instead of obeying Danzo's mission. Kagura shuts that fantasy down with Kakashi's old lesson about comrades, then says Itachi never would have trusted anyone else with the Uchiha's fate anyway. He presses harder, saying the Uchiha always tried to carry everything alone until their pride leaves them powerless and ruined. Unable to deny any of it, Itachi cuts the past short and asks what Kagura actually wants from him now. Kagura does not ask for Danzo's death at all. He tells Itachi to join the Akatsuki and give Orochimaru trouble instead. Itachi accepts at once, guessing Kagura wants Orochimaru alive for a more personal reckoning later. Then Kagura circles back to Sasuke and says he will not target the boy for now, but he openly enjoys the idea that Sasuke might come to him one day seeking power to kill Itachi. That lands because Itachi knows Kagura is the one man in Konoha who has beaten him, making him a real destination for Sasuke's hatred. Sensing Hiruzen's approach, Kagura tells Itachi to leave before he has to start hunting Konoha's newest S-rank rogue ninja himself. Itachi dashes out of the village, choosing retreat now that Sasuke is temporarily safe and a direct clash with Kagura would cost him too much. Once Itachi is gone, Kagura sinks into the ground through shadow and slips into the hidden world he controls. Inside the shadow world, Kagura finds the Uchiha survivors Shursui saved, packed together in grief with freshly awakened Sharingan burning red in their eyes. Shursui confirms the massacre, and their hatred for Itachi triggered the awakening, but he has no idea what to do with these survivors next. Kagura already has an answer. He will keep them inside his Genjutsu world and forge them into a hidden force that serves him. He takes the plan further by deciding to implant Hashirama cells into them, betting that awakened Uchiha can balance that power and grow even stronger. When one elderly survivor starts questioning Kagura, Shursui cuts him off hard and warns everyone that surviving now means obeying without digging any deeper. Leaving Shursui to hold that fragile group together, Kagura exits the shadow world and heads for Root because tonight's cleanup is only starting. At Root headquarters, nobody dares oppose Kagura's takeover. As far as the base is concerned, Itachi defected and Kagura won the struggle for power. He catches 2 Root operatives carrying bottles of harvested Sharingan that Danzo ordered delivered away from the base. Vines lash out, pin the couriers in place, and Kagura orders the eyes destroyed on the spot. When one operative nervously invokes Danzo's order, Kagura twists the chain of command and says obeying him is obeying Danzo's inherited will. He immediately summons all of Root, preparing to remake the organization before anyone else can react. In front of the assembled base, Kagura declares himself Root's new leader and says his will now speaks for Danzo's will. His first rule is bizarre and threatening at the same time. Nobody but him is even allowed to say Danzo's name. Then he shocks them by removing the tongue seals Danzo used to keep them silent, while still making it clear that fear will do the job just fine. He finishes with a blunt warning that everyone en route understands perfectly. Anyone who sneaks off to report him will die. Even after the physical seals are gone, the old conditioning is still there, so Kagura chooses Yamanaka Fu to rebrainwash the unit and erase Danzo from their habits. Kagura also starts sorting out Root's child trainees, and one case stands out immediately. 11-year-old Abirame Torian has nowhere safe to return to. Because Torian's nanopoison bugs make ordinary team life almost impossible, Kagura keeps him and Fu close as his own personal guards. For the rest of the children, Kagura orders Fu to take them to Nono's orphanage, fund their care, and let them have normal futures if they want them. That same night, the Root training system Danzo built over years is effectively smashed apart in a few orders. Among the children leaving, a pale little trainee named Sai pauses just long enough to memorize Kagura's face. At the Konoha orphanage, Nono and Kabuto are still calming frightened children shaken by the night's giant wooden deity and village-wide chaos. A late knock puts Kabuto on edge at once, because seeing Root at the door usually means Danzo is reaching for them again. Fu quickly explains that they came on Kagura's orders and brought former Root orphans to be placed under Nono's care. When Fu reveals Kagura is now the leader of Root, Nono is stunned and Kabuto's first instinct is to ask if Danzo died tonight. Fu awkwardly says he is not even allowed to speak Danzo's name anymore, only that the old master has supposedly retired. Fu passes on Kagura's full order. The children should go to school when they can, and Root money will now support the orphanage instead of feeding Danzo's grinder. Once Root leaves, Nono welcomes the abandoned children with gentle warmth, and Kabuto quietly feels how close they all came to a much darker fate. But Kabuto cannot settle down. He wants to check on Kagura, especially after hearing how many people died and seeing signs that Kagura may have been tied to tonight's overwhelming power. He tells Nono he is going to the Root base to talk to Kagura, and she lets him go without stopping him. Elsewhere, Danzo waits at home for the Sharingan shipment he expected, and when it never comes, the unease turns into panic. The reason cuts deep. Danzo needs those eyes as fuel for his Anaji, so every missing Sharingan weakens the power he meant to build for himself. Unable to wait any longer, he storms to Root himself to find out what happened to his stolen prize. Danzo can still walk into the base on old authority, but the entire place now treats him like a ghost nobody dares acknowledge properly. Kagura intercepts him personally and opens with a trap. Tomorrow's Hokage meeting has a Sharingan count problem, and Danzo needs to explain it. Kagura says Root only has 11 eyes on record, a number that does not remotely match the dead at the police force, and Danzo instantly hears the threat behind the calm tone. Danzo insists he is not the one hiding the missing eyes. He says Obito looted a batch from the police corpses before Root got there. Kagura feigns surprise and asks why a man with Mangekyo's Sharingan would need more eyes at all, cornering Danzo with a question he cannot safely answer. Danzo cannot reveal the truth about his Anaji, and that silence lets Kagura tighten the noose even further. Kagura points out that Root can only testify about what Root handled, not what Danzo privately intercepted, which means Hiruzen will naturally blame Danzo for the missing batch. Backed into a corner, Danzo finally chooses the least bad answer and tells Kagura to report that Root destroyed 154 Sharingan in total. Kagura still acts dissatisfied and presses for an even safer arrangement, pretending he needs Danzo to personally back that huge discrepancy in writing. Danzo snaps and tries to regain control by dragging up Kagura's origin with Orochimaru, warning that Hiruzen would never trust him if that history came out. Kagura does not flinch. He calmly asks for mutual silence instead, saying he wants protection for himself, Nono, and Kabuto from that buried past. He sweetens it by claiming he never plans to become Hokage anyway and only chose Root because he knows his own tainted background would always be a problem. With Danzo softened, Kagura proposes the real deal. Write an order transferring 140 Sharingan, and Kagura will keep that paper away from Hiruzen as a mutual leash. Danzo realizes the theft, the deficit, and the lie have all been stacked onto his back, and there is no clean way out anymore. At last Danzo gives in and asks for a pen, still trying to preserve a shred of old authority even as he signs away another layer of blame. At the Root base, Danzo leaves seething after being forced to accept a crushing debt of 143 Sharingan instead of getting what he wanted. Danzo gets even angrier when Yakushi Kabuto arrives right then, and he sneers that even the orphanage dogs have ended up under Root control. Kagura instantly twists the insult into an order, telling Kabuto to send the orphanage dogs over so Root can raise them as ninja dogs. When Danzo flares up, Kagura coolly reminds him they now hold leverage on each other, and hints that Hiruzen must never hear the truth. Danzo can only curse and storm off, forced to swallow the humiliation for now. Once Danzo is gone, Kagura puts a hand on Kabuto's shoulder and tells him he no longer has to live under Danzo's threat. Kabuto still warns that Danzo is vicious by nature and says that if any leverage remains, he wants to eliminate Danzo before the old man causes trouble. Kabuto immediately shifts to what matters most to him and Nono, anxiously asking whether Kagura was hurt and what happened during the night. Kagura explains it plainly. Itachi wiped out the Uchiha clan, tried to trigger a Three Tails disaster, failed against him, and was pulled out by Obito. Kabuto is stunned that a noble clan as powerful as the Uchiha could vanish in a single night. Kagura tells Kabuto to get word to Orochimaru because he wants Orochimaru involved in a fight over Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Kabuto quickly sees the real question and asks whether Kagura wants Orochimaru to kill Itachi, or simply wants the Mangekyo's power for himself. Kagura admits he wants both sides to tear each other apart, but he also wants Orochimaru to believe Kagura has started thinking about betrayal. He even jokes that he could never truly hand his body over to Orochimaru anyway, because Orochimaru should be too afraid to try. Kabuto immediately builds the next layer of the scheme, offering to pose as a defector who betrays Kagura in exchange for Nono's safety so he can infiltrate Orochimaru. He insists Orochimaru will believe it, because after 5 years as a Root spy, Kabuto knows exactly how to fool someone like him. Kagura makes the mission even easier by revealing that Sasori inside the Akatsuki is also his man, so Kabuto can use him if he needs support. That casual reveal leaves Kabuto briefly struck by how Kagura always makes impossible jobs sound simple. Kagura pushes for speed and warns that Orochimaru will soon be in trouble, so Kabuto needs to appear at exactly the right moment. Kabuto agrees and says he will leave Konoha tomorrow on a mission, taking 2 accomplices with him as cover before heading to report back to Nono. By the time dawn reaches Konoha, the news has spread everywhere. Itachi slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan, and only badly injured Sasuke survived. The massacre especially rattles the Hyuga and the rest of the village, because if the Uchiha can be erased in one night, no bloodline family feels safe. At the academy, Sasuke's empty seat hits his classmates hard because the admired boy who bragged about his loving brother is now just another orphan. Sakura stares at the empty desk and quietly worries about whether Sasuke is even okay. Naruto, who normally can't stand Sasuke's popularity, goes unusually silent when faced with what happened. Ino says Itachi always felt frightening, and after hearing old stories about him abandoning Kakashi to chase another mission, she is not shocked he crossed this line too. Shikamaru adds that Itachi even tried to use the Three Tails against Konoha, and says his father now compares the monsters in this mess to Madara and the first Hokage. Before the class can dwell on it any longer, Iruka walks in with a pale new transfer student named Sai. Sai tries to introduce himself, but in front of a normal classroom full of kids, all he can manage is a stiff fake smile and his name. The girls at least think the new boy is handsome, even if he still doesn't match Sasuke in their minds. When Iruka prompts him to say what he likes, Sai reaches for the safest answer he has learned from the orphanage and says he likes Lord Kagura. Ino instantly reads the smile as false, and Naruto blurts out the same thing without any tact at all. Sai keeps the fake smile in place and repeats the lie anyway, making Iruka realize he may have just inherited another difficult student. Iruka seats Sai and firmly tells the class never to mention the massacre in front of Sasuke, because their classmate will have to face enough already. But in the hospital, Sasuke is nowhere near forgetting, because the same night that took his family also awakened the Sharingan he once admired. Lying there in pain, Sasuke stops calling Itachi his brother, and swears instead that he will kill him no matter the cost. Kabuto checks on Sasuke, sees that the boy is waking fast, and quietly tells the nurse to stop using sedatives because he will soon be discharged. Later at the Hokage building, Kagura attends his first true high-level meeting as Konoha's leaders deal with the fallout from the massacre. The first decision is simple and brutal. Itachi will be branded an S-class missing nin, and nobody in the room argues against it. Kagura coldly adds that he will kill Itachi himself once he has the time, showing just how little sympathy he has left for the man. Hiruzen quickly moves the meeting on to the next problem, the captured 4th Mizuki Yugura and what Konoha should do with him. Even Danzo sounds almost grimly amused by Yugura's fate, noting that the Mizuki has now been manipulated by the Mangekyo Sharingan again and again. Hamura suggests sending Yugura back to the mist, especially now that Yugura has named Kisame as the subordinate who betrayed him to Obito. Hiruzen agrees because keeping the Mizuki inside Konoha any longer feels like inviting another disaster. Kagura casually proposes the harsher option of killing Yugura and blaming Itachi and Obito for that too, pushing the mist into even deeper hatred of them. That suggestion makes Hiruzen fall quiet, and instead of answering it directly, he turns to another issue he has already heard rumors about from the night before. Hiruzen calls out Kagura for visiting Root with Danzo's influence still hanging over him, and warns the new Root leader not to become another Danzo. In the Hokage office, Hamura quietly admits that Kagura's hardline plan for Yugura fits Konoha's interests all too well. Hiruzen refuses to turn Kagura into another Danzo and orders Yugura sent back alive for the sake of the hidden mist. Kagura accepts the escort mission, but he warns them Yugura already showed signs of wanting to die. Koharu cuts him off and makes the rule simple. Even if Yugura wants suicide, Konoha cannot let him die on the road. The meeting shifts to Uchiha Sasuke, and Hiruzen insists the last surviving child of the clan should be allowed to live as an ordinary ninja. Hamura points out the obvious danger anyway. After that night, Sasuke is almost certainly drowning in hatred for Itachi. Both elders stare at Kagura, clearly fishing for him to suggest Root, and he slowly realizes what they want. Kagura takes their hint too literally and flatly suggests sending Sasuke to Root, then arranging a fatal mission to remove the threat for good. The elders instantly realize this is not the answer they meant, even if part of them knows it sounds disturbingly practical. Hiruzen shuts it down at once and orders that Sasuke stay in the academy, exactly as promised. Kagura lets the matter drop without much interest, since Root already has more than enough Uchiha-related business waiting. He then probes a different angle and asks if Danzo can be brought back to advise Root because his experience is too useful to waste. Hiruzen narrows his eyes and asks the key question, did Danzo put those words in Kagura's mouth? Kagura gives a slippery answer, and Hiruzen replies with a flat warning that Danzo will never hold power again while he is still alive. Kagura stays silent, treating the exchange as what it really was, a test to see how far Hiruzen would let Danzo back into the game. Koharu and Hamura try one last time to soften things for their old comrade, but Hiruzen turns harsher than usual and says Danzo is lucky to be alive at all. Hiruzen makes the political cost clear. If Danzo escapes punishment after pushing Itachi into the massacre, every clan in Konoha will start fearing the village leadership. Hiruzen calls Kakashi in and moves straight to damage control, ordering the clan leaders gathered so the former Uchiha district can be divided up. The next meeting turns the dead clan's district into bargaining chips, and Hiruzen uses the land allocation to steady the village and introduce Kagura as the new force behind Root. After that political cleanup, Kagura leaves on the new mission to escort the weakened 4th Mizukage back to the Hidden Mist. Hiruzen also stuffs the route with extra protection and assigns Kakashi to watch Kagura as much as Yagura, just in case Kagura gets impulsive. As the escort moves out, Kakashi can't help feeling the reversal. 3 years ago they dragged Yagura into Konoha, and now they are sending him home under Kagura's command. Kakashi feels the missing piece in the formation even more sharply now, because Itachi is gone and Kagura is the one leading route in his place. The trip itself stays quiet, because the rest of the ninja world is still reeling from Itachi wiping out the Uchiha clan. Across the shinobi world, people brand Itachi the clan killer, but the rumor hitting even harder is that Kagura beat him and may rival Hashirama. Far away in the Land of Rain, Obito and Itachi arrive at the Akatsuki base and run straight into Orochimaru. Orochimaru jokes that the 3 Konoha missing nin have reunited, while privately planning to slip away and meet Kabuto after this encounter. Itachi was ready for this meeting, because Kagura had already warned him Orochimaru would appear and pushed him to deal with the snake as part of the bargain over Sasuke. Before anything else can happen, Sasori's Hiriko puppet arrives and curtly drags Orochimaru away for the material collecting job he already claimed. Orochimaru plays along and leaves with Hiriko, planning to use the errand as cover to slip away and meet Kabuto in secret. Deeper inside the base, Pain formally accepts Itachi into Akatsuki and hands him the ring that marks him as one of them. Pain's welcome is almost absurdly blunt, telling Itachi that simply escaping from Kagura is already proof of real strength. Itachi can't even tell if that is mockery, but Pain calmly explains that Kagura nearly destroyed Akatsuki before, so losing to him is no disgrace. Pain then gives the official line, saying Akatsuki seeks peace by gathering exceptional shinobi from anywhere, and from now on Itachi belongs to the group. Itachi seals that choice by scratching a line through his Konoha forehead protector and putting it back on. Even after joining, Itachi immediately asks about Kagura, fishing for what Akatsuki has already learned from fighting him. Pain admits the truth without flinching. Akatsuki once got nearly crushed by Kagura, but says the organization now has a way to stop worrying about him. When Itachi presses for more, Pain cuts him off and says that answer is above his level for now. Instead, Pain assigns Itachi a partner, the Miss Rogue Ninja Juzo Biwa, and officially puts the new duo to work for Akatsuki. Itachi agrees, but the name he really follows up on is Orochimaru, because he still needs to settle that promise tied to Sasuke's safety. Pain explains that Orochimaru only got back from the Land of Wind last month after a long mission around the Sand Village. Even so, Pain ends on a warning, because Sasori's reports say Orochimaru cannot be trusted and is still sniffing around the Rinnegan and Nagato himself. In a mountain cave in the Land of Rain, Kabuto quietly waits for Orochimaru, ready to sell him a dangerous story about Kagura. When Orochimaru arrives without Sasori, Kabuto immediately asks for help killing Kagura, claiming the new root chief has become a threat. Kabuto drops the first shock. Kagura has replaced Danzo as the head of Root, and Orochimaru instantly realizes Konoha's power balance has flipped. Kabuto explains that Danzo has lost his power, and Kagura is now pressuring him and Nono to return as Root spies through the orphanage funding issue. The claim gets uglier when Kabuto says Kagura also wants orphan children sent into Root, making Orochimaru mutter that the Dragon Slayer has become the dragon. For a moment Orochimaru is genuinely shaken, because the Kagura he knew had acted like someone willing to sacrifice himself for others, not exploit them this fast. Kabuto pushes harder and says Kagura was never trying to save them at all, only using him and Nono to build a clean orphan identity for himself. That version of Kagura is even worse than Orochimaru expected, and he starts thinking less about trust and more about what tricks could still work on him. When Orochimaru asks whether Kagura now resembles Danzo, Kabuto answers that he has already gone even further, and says Nono is being crushed by guilt and pressure. Kabuto finally makes his plea plain. If Kagura keeps pushing like this, Nono may not survive it, so he wants Orochimaru to kill him first. Orochimaru refuses on the spot, because Kagura is still the vessel he wants most, and he has no intention of giving that body up. Kabuto counters that Kagura no longer wants to become Orochimaru's vessel and is instead trying to use Orochimaru to seize Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Kabuto paints the worst-case future for him. If Kagura gains both his current power and Itachi's eyes, nobody in Konoha or the wider world may be able to stop him. He goes one step further and warns that Kagura could even trade Orochimaru's life for political gain, using Kabuto and Nono as tools to lock down his position en route. Orochimaru is furious, but not because he doubts the danger. He already knows Kagura has grown so strong that even an ambush would probably fail. That bitter thought hits harder because Kabuto and Nono were supposed to be his leverage over Kagura, and now the hostages are begging the kidnapper for rescue. Even so, Orochimaru decides he wants to judge Kagura himself, so he orders Kabuto to stay hidden at Kagura's side until he can meet the boy in person. Kabuto reminds him again that Kagura specifically wants Itachi's Mangekyo, and that greedy request suddenly gives Orochimaru an opening he likes. Orochimaru decides to steal Itachi's Mangekyo himself, curse the eyes, and turn Kagura's transplant into the trap that will let him seize both the body and the Sharingan. With his confidence back, Orochimaru tells Kabuto to wait for his news because he will personally take Itachi's eyes and send them back for Kagura's transplant. Once Orochimaru leaves, Kabuto finally wipes away his sweat, because lying to that man and smearing Kagura so hard was not easy at all. Then a hoarse voice from behind makes Kabuto freeze, and Hiroko's creepy shell crawls out of hiding in the same Akatsuki robe. Sasori reveals that Kagura placed him here as backup, ready to interrupt the meeting the moment Orochimaru sensed Kabuto's deception. Sasori even offers to pass Akatsuki intelligence along, and says helping deal with Orochimaru is possible, though killing him would be troublesome. Kabuto answers with Kagura's real instruction. He only needs to appear when Orochimaru reaches his lowest point. Sasori calmly predicts the whole chain ahead. Orochimaru will challenge Itachi, lose, get reported to pain, and be thrown out of Akatsuki with hunters after him. Kabuto can only sit with that eerie simplicity, because Sasori makes Orochimaru's collapse sound almost effortless. And in fact it moves that fast. Orochimaru drags Sasori back to the Akatsuki base and immediately goes looking for Itachi. He arrives just before Itachi leaves on a mission, which gives him the perfect chance to ask for a private talk. Juzo warns the rookie not to trust Orochimaru, but Itachi accepts anyway because he has his own lesson planned. At the bleak lakeshore beside the base, Orochimaru finally drops the act and attacks first with a snake from his sleeve. As the snake binds Itachi, Orochimaru smugly talks about eternal life and says Itachi's Mangekyo is the key to the body he truly wants. Itachi barely reacts, his eyes turning red, and Orochimaru suddenly realizes something is wrong when his own body stops obeying him. The trap was backwards all along, because Orochimaru never caught the real Itachi and had already fallen into his Mangekyo Genjutsu. Itachi quietly tells him that life's shortness is not a curse, and if Orochimaru really wants to test eternity, he can experience it here. In the next instant Orochimaru is dragged into Tsukuyumi, a black and white nightmare world under a blood-red moon. He looks down and finds himself crucified, then looks around and sees countless other Orochimarus pinned to crosses too, and real fear finally hits him. Itachi appears beside him inside the illusion and calmly explains that in Tsukuyumi, time, place, and even matter all belong to him. Then Itachi drives a blade into him and tells Orochimaru to remember this pain, so he stops chasing a fantasy of eternity and learns what endless suffering really feels like. Inside Tsukuyumi's dead black and white world, Orochimaru is still smiling coldly and mocking Itachi's genjutsu like a veteran who refuses to be scared. Itachi answers without emotion and drives a blade into him again, explaining that in Tsukuyumi even time is his to control. When Itachi says they will spend 72 hours here, Orochimaru's confidence finally cracks because this torture is not ending anytime soon. Then the real nightmare starts, as duplicate Itachis appear around the cross and stab Orochimaru over and over like machines. Orochimaru finally screams, but Itachi coldly reveals that all that agony has only taken 1 second. Back in the real world outside the Akatsuki base, Orochimaru drops to the ground shaking and drenched in sweat, still wrecked by Itachi's Tsukuyumi after only an instant has passed. Itachi flicks out 2 kunai, not to kill Orochimaru, but to make sure the older snake never covets him again. Before Itachi can press further, Sasori arrives in Hiriko form and interrupts with a cutting remark about bullying a senior right after joining Akatsuki. Sasori sees Orochimaru cannot even stand, so Hiriko's tail wraps around him and drags him away like dead weight. At the mountain stairs outside the base, Orochimaru realizes too late that Sasori is not rescuing him out of kindness. Sasori rips off Orochimaru's Akatsuki ring and throws him down the steps, saying this is the only way to leave him a shred of face before reporting his betrayal. Sasori coldly promises that from tomorrow on he will hunt Orochimaru down, turning this humiliation into a death sentence. Still reeling from Tsukuyumi and unable to fight back, Orochimaru realizes he has no chance against Sasori in this state, and needs help immediately. Desperate to survive, Orochimaru sends out a small white snake clone to fetch Kabuto as his emergency rescue. Sasori turns back toward the base to report Orochimaru's defection, while Itachi quietly watches and learns exactly how ruthless Akatsuki is with its own members. Sasori even warns the newcomer that if Itachi ever loses to another recruit, today's disgrace could easily become his future too. Inside the base, Pain immediately sides with Sasori, takes back Orochimaru's ring, and treats the missing member as a pawn not worth keeping. Pain formally gives Sasori permission to eliminate Orochimaru before he can leak Akatsuki's secrets. Pain also says Konan will find Sasori a new partner, and Sasori's only answer is that strength matters more than anything else. Elsewhere in a hidden cave, Kabuto waits obediently for Orochimaru, only for the little white snake to arrive first with a rescue call. Kabuto follows the snake to the foot of the Akatsuki base and finds Orochimaru looking like a discarded wreck, bloodied, torn up, and barely able to move. Kabuto is stunned because the man who promised to take Itachi's eyes has come back looking like a beggar thrown out after one disastrous move. Even so, Kabuto smoothly kneels to heal him with medical ninjutsu, hiding his real thoughts behind perfect concern. Orochimaru, oddly relieved that his rescuer is the useful but controllable Kabuto, orders him to get them away before Sasori comes tomorrow. When Kabuto gently asks what happened, Orochimaru shuts down the topic because admitting Itachi shattered him with genjutsu is too humiliating. Back in a hidden cave, Orochimaru is still too damaged by Tsukuyomi to move properly, and Kabuto quietly confirms the injury is severe enough to keep him down for at least a month. Instead of hiding his trump card, Orochimaru throws Kabuto a scroll and says it contains something precious tied to a new jutsu. Kabuto opens the scroll and sees the words third Kazekage, instantly realizing Orochimaru is showing him a terrifying forbidden secret. Orochimaru explains he completed Edo Tensei, a jutsu that revives the dead, and he already used Sasori's material to summon the third Kazekage. Because his spirit is too damaged to control that resurrection well, Orochimaru orders Kabuto to release the third Kazekage if Sasori attacks. Then Orochimaru's ambition flares back up, as he says a perfected Edo Tensei could one day bring back even the first Hokage with endless chakra. He openly declares that once this jutsu is finished, even Kagura will stop being a threat, and his plans can return to force instead of schemes. Orochimaru keeps selling the dream, promising Kabuto that helping perfect this jutsu will remove all the trouble Kagura brings him. Kabuto lowers his head and agrees, but inside he is thrilled because this is exactly the forbidden technique Kagura wanted him to steal. Late that night, Kabuto goes to the river for water and deliberately meets the pursuing Sasori instead of avoiding him. Kabuto calmly gives Sasori a medical update, saying Orochimaru's mental damage can be dragged out for as long as 3 months under his treatment. Then Kabuto gets to the point and asks how hard he should go when helping Sasori kill Orochimaru. Kabuto suggests the best plan is to strip Orochimaru of every fallback first, and he warns Sasori about the corpse puppet Orochimaru can still use. Sasori dismisses the warning with confidence, saying he knows Orochimaru's tricks well enough that the corpse puppet is no real threat. Kabuto makes his real request next, asking Sasori to crush that last support so Orochimaru will be forced to teach him the forbidden jutsu just to survive. Sasori agrees, accepts the scheme, and hands Kabuto an antidote so his own poison will not kill their inside man by accident during the hunt. At dawn in the Rain Country cave, Sasori opens the chase by unleashing the third Kazekage puppet's magnet release and nearly brings the whole hideout down with giant iron sand prisms. Orochimaru snaps at Kabuto to open the sealing scroll and gamble on Edo Tensei as their emergency escape route. But the coffin opens wrong, and the reanimated third Kazekage immediately breaks free of control and turns his attack on Orochimaru and Kabuto instead. Kabuto realizes the summoning is uncontrollable, grabs Orochimaru, and bolts before the revived Kazekage can kill them both. The revived third Kazekage doesn't chase them, because he sees what Sasori did to his corpse and decides this is his chance to erase that disgrace himself. Even while fleeing on Kabuto's back, Orochimaru smugly admits this was the plan all along, release the Kazekage and let his hatred pin Sasori down. Kabuto quietly goes along with it, but inside he is done trusting Orochimaru's grand promises after one disaster after another. Back at the cave, Sasori ends the revived Kazekage fast by hiding inside an iron sandstorm and driving black rods through his body to shut his chakra down. Unable to resist, the third Kazekage can only dismiss Edo Tensei himself and return to the dead, exposing the nameless sacrifice hidden inside the technique. Sasori picks up the black rod and calmly resumes shadowing Orochimaru and Kabuto, exactly the way Kabuto had arranged it. As the chase drags on, Kabuto keeps treating Orochimaru and discovers the real problem. Orochimaru's soul is weakened from body switching, so his recovery is unusually slow. Orochimaru thanks him, but what really eats at him is not the pain, it's the humiliation of still being trapped under Sasori's pressure. So Orochimaru changes tactics and orders Kabuto to catch a sacrifice, because now he plans to teach Kabuto Edo Tensei and create a new weapon. Kabuto deliberately plays slow, acting clumsy with the forbidden technique so Orochimaru will keep explaining every detail and trust him even more. That fake weakness works, and Orochimaru starts trusting Kabuto more because a bad student feels less threatening than a gifted one. Kabuto proves his loyalty in the field too, even taking one of Sasori's poison needles while trying to keep Orochimaru alive. With Orochimaru's guidance and his own medical skill, Kabuto barely saves himself by mixing an antidote before the poison can finish him. Orochimaru tells him not to risk his life like that again, but Kabuto answers with his real fear: if Orochimaru falls, Kagura will eventually crush both him and Nono too. That answer pleases Orochimaru, and he swears that once they survive this, he will perfect Edo Tensei and stop Kagura from running wild. Time skips ahead 3 months, and while Orochimaru's body finally nears full recovery, Kabuto still pretends he cannot grasp Edo Tensei. At noon under the scorching sun, Kabuto slips away to fetch water and secretly meets Sasori beside the river. Kabuto warns that Orochimaru is healing too fast, and Sasori admits genjutsu is not his strong suit and ordinary injuries no longer keep Orochimaru down. Kabuto finally reveals the mission is already done, because he has learned Edo Tensei in full and can pass it on to Kagura later. Since Kagura's goal has been met, Kabuto asks Sasori to back off and let Orochimaru live so he can keep refining the technique for them. Sasori agrees with no fuss, saying he can simply keep putting on a believable pursuit because Akatsuki trusts him and blames Orochimaru anyway. Then Sasori adds a blunt warning that now Orochimaru is healthy again, He can stop holding back and fight for real, which leaves Kabuto quietly stunned. 2 days later, Orochimaru gives up on teaching him any further and concludes Kabuto just is not suited for this forbidden jutsu. Kabuto keeps acting regretful, and Orochimaru reassures him that his real talent lies in medicine and research, not in Edo Tensei. With his strength restored, Orochimaru's pride flares back up and he decides it is finally time to repay Sasori for every bit of that humiliation. Kabuto worries again, not for Sasori, but because Orochimaru's confident vows almost never survive contact with reality. The rematch starts hard, and this time a fully recovered Orochimaru really does push Sasori back with the power expected of a Sannin. Feeling the advantage, Orochimaru mocks him and demands Sasori stop hiding inside Hiriko and show his real body. Sasori refuses, and instead reveals a new Azure-style weapon by opening Hiriko's mouth and firing rockets that blast Orochimaru's snakes apart in an instant. Orochimaru is forced into another messy retreat, and Kabuto can only watch that familiar failure happen one more time. After escaping, Orochimaru glumly admits Sasori's puppetry has improved again, which explains why he was so arrogant before. Since Sasori has finally stopped pressing, Orochimaru orders Kabuto back to Konoha to resume spying on Kagura and report anything important. Kabuto agrees, partly because he is genuinely worried about Nono after being gone from Konoha this long. When Kabuto questions whether Akatsuki will keep hunting him, Orochimaru says he is heading to the land of rice fields to buy himself a country and build a hidden village of his own. He also boasts that Akatsuki still cannot kill him, and once Edo Tensei is perfected he will return to Konoha and remove Kagura as a threat. Before they part, Orochimaru tells Kabuto to contact Danzo if possible, convinced the old schemer is still planning something in the dark. Back in Konoha at Root Base, Kagura settles into village business after escorting Yagura away and wrapping up the operation that pushed Itachi into Akatsuki. New rewards from the system land in Kagura's hands, including fire and water dragon techniques that suit him especially well because his seals are already streamlined. At the same time, Kagura has been using his limited Tsukuyomi world to train surviving Uchiha, and has already selected 12 who awaken both 3 Tomo Sharingan and weak would release. Those 12 are useful but awkward to place, so Kagura starts thinking about how to settle them while making Danzo carry the blame. Kabuto returns to Konoha and meets Kagura at once, bringing him the Edo Tensei method he secretly copied from Orochimaru. Kagura does not rush to learn it, because an incomplete Edo Tensei is too unstable, and he would rather let Kabuto refine the dangerous parts first. Kabuto also passes on Orochimaru's warning that Danzo may still have tricks left and wanted contact re-established. Kagura is more interested in Orochimaru's future, and Kabuto reports that he has gone to the land of rice fields to build a village and is still fixated on stealing Kagura's body. Kabuto wants to return later and quietly eliminate Orochimaru for good, but Kagura calls that too extreme and says despair will hit harder if Orochimaru gets to try first. Kabuto takes comfort in one thing at least: since Orochimaru now knows they have broken ties, Nono should be safe from him for the moment. Then Kabuto pushes the next target, and bluntly says they need to find a way to kill Danzo. Kagura rejects that too, arguing murder would point straight back at them, while a better punishment is forcing Danzo to be abandoned by Konoha itself. Kagura's answer is colder than it sounds. He wants Danzo turned into a rogue ninja, and if that drives Danzo to suicide, that works just as well. Kabuto is left frowning at the logic, because somehow Kagura's supposedly merciful option feels even harsher than simple assassination. Their plotting is interrupted when an Anbu messenger arrives at Root Base with an urgent order from Hiruzen for Kagura to report to the Hokage's office immediately. Kagura heads out, but not before handing Kabuto rude bookkeeping and the orphanage budget, casually pulling him right back into village work. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen, Koharu, and Hamura greet Kagura with grim faces and break the news that Yagura has committed suicide. The full report is worse. Itachi and Zabuza infiltrated the Land of Water. Zabuza died fighting Yagura, and Itachi used Mangekyo Sharingan on the Mizukage again before Yagura chose death. Now the Mist Village wants a joint pursuit team with Konoha to hunt Itachi, Obito, and Kisame before they can wreck more of the ninja world. Kagura immediately calls the mission dangerous, warning that Mangekyo users like Itachi and Obito are too unpredictable for ordinary pursuers to handle. Hiruzen says he wants Kakashi on the team because Kakashi has chased Obito before and understands Itachi better than most. Kagura offers to go too, but Hiruzen shuts that down at once and refuses to let him leave Konoha. When the discussion turns to manpower, Kagura casually nudges the conversation toward Danzo by noting that Root members still respond best to their old founder. Hamura picks that idea up right away and suggests sending Danzo on the pursuit mission instead of restoring his power inside the village. Hiruzen does not commit, but the silence says the idea is very much alive now. Kagura pushes again by proposing Root should supply manpower to Anbu, while pretending his own people are so unmanageable he has half a mind to kill the useless ones. Hiruzen stops that extreme talk immediately and orders Kagura to choose a batch of Root operatives for transfer instead. Kagura follows that opening straight into his real point, explaining that Danzo left a batch of children in Root under brutal training and that he has already started moving some of them to the orphanage for gentler handling. Kagura quietly lays out a ruthless plan, use Danzo's return to stir the whole ninja world instead of letting Konoha settle down. First, Kagura expects Danzo and Mist to form a pursuit force for Obito and Itachi, forcing Akatsuki to react carefully instead of provoking two great villages head-on. Second, once Danzo leaves Konoha, Kagura plans to expose Danzo's human experiments and stolen Sharingan, cut him off from the village, and force him into defection. Third, he can use the chaos to purge disloyal root members and quietly turn the surviving Uchiha into a force he controls himself. To Kagura, the cost is almost funny. Danzo always preached sacrifice, so now he can sacrifice his own name for Konoha. In Kagura's eyes, the setup even helps Danzo at first, because the disgraced elder will see it as a clean chance to crawl back toward power. Back at Root headquarters, Kagura catches Kabuto buried in budget work and casually tells him to add one more zero. Kabuto breaks into a cold sweat when Kagura literally writes the extra zero himself and blows up a whole morning of accounting in one stroke. Once the paperwork is done, Kagura tells Kabuto the real point: Mist and Konoha are forming a joint pursuit force for Itachi and Obito, and Danzo will probably take the mission. Kabuto immediately worries that Danzo's comeback could threaten Kagura again. Kagura stays completely relaxed and says Danzo will hear the news soon anyway through his old friends among the Hokage advisors. He also knows Hiruzen is still weighing Danzo against Kakashi, because each of them has a different connection to Itachi and Obito. Meanwhile at home, the sidelined Danzo spends his forced retirement tending his garden and waiting for a path back into power. Hamura arrives with exactly the news Danzo wanted to hear. The Mist wants a joint pursuit force after Yagura's death, and Hamura has already recommended Danzo to Hiruzen. Danzo tries to act indifferent, but he immediately assumes Hiruzen is still punishing him over the Uchiha massacre. Hamura adds another surprise by saying Kagura also supports Danzo's return and is even willing to hand over Root members still loyal to him. Danzo instantly dismisses Kagura's goodwill as fake, convinced the boy still wants to use this chance to purge Root and rebuild it his own way. Even so, Danzo knows the offer is good for him, and the thought of dying in battle instead of fading away at home makes the old schemer openly tempted. Hamura presses harder and tells him bluntly that if he goes, no one from Mist can realistically steal the captain's seat from Konoha. For Hamura and Koharu, the real issue is simple. They would rather revive Danzo than let Mist lead a joint force that could put Konoha second. With the elders lined up and Kagura offering no resistance, Hiruzen finally agrees to send Danzo as Konoha's representative. Hiruzen orders Kagura to draw Root Shinobi into the pursuit force, and Kagura obediently accepts. Kagura even offers to join the pursuit himself, but Hiruzen shuts that idea down immediately. Back at Root, Kagura calls in Fu and Torian, who have been struggling to break Danzo's hold over the old Root members. He asks them the real question: if Danzo betrays Root and Konoha to regain power, will they still stay loyal to him? Torian answers with slippery Root logic, insisting that loyalty to Kagura is the same as loyalty to Root, the village, and even Danzo. Kagura sees through the answer, but instead of punishing them, he praises their brains and reveals his actual order. He tells Fu and Torian to follow Danzo by choice, become his close guards, and monitor every move he makes from the inside. Since they already know how to undo Danzo's curse mark, Kagura even tells them to fake a different curse if they need to keep Danzo unsuspecting. After they leave, Kagura sends White Setsu away after them too, ordering him to watch for betrayal and quietly protect them if they stay useful. Away asks whether Obito should be warned about the coming joint pursuit force, and Kagura says yes, with a dry bit of false respect for their superior. Once Hiruzen gives the order, Danzo storms back into Root full of energy and demands all Root ninja be transferred to his command. Kagura pushes back and says that was not the deal, but he coldly offers Danzo a different test: take whoever still chooses to follow him. Danzo takes the offer with a smug jab, certain the younger leader lacks the charisma to keep Root loyal. When Root is assembled and forced to choose, most of the masked operatives drift back to Danzo exactly as he expected. Kagura turns the moment into a performance and pointedly asks Fu why he failed to free Root from Danzo's control. Fu can only sweat, so Torian calmly steps in and asks whether he and Fu can also join Danzo under the same agreement. Kagura makes the scene convincing by bristling with real killing intent, even growing a wooden spike from his hand as if Torian's request crossed the line. Danzo immediately shields them, claims them as Root ninja under his agreement, and appoints Fu and Torian as his new personal guards on the spot. He twists the knife by telling Kagura that Root was built on Danzo's will, not on some reformer child's authority. Kagura finally lets the anger show and dismisses everyone who still wants to become Danzo's ghosts. Danzo marches out in triumph with most of Root behind him, exactly the result Kagura wanted. As soon as Danzo is gone, Tendo Shursui steps out of the shadows, ready to move whenever Kagura gives the word. Kagura tells him to wait a little longer, because the real move starts only after Danzo is safely outside Konoha. Mist moves fast too, sending Hozuki Mangetsu as its representative, and pushing the young prodigy onto the stage as a future Mizuki candidate. But the moment Mangetsu sees Danzo as Konoha's pick, he openly questions why the village did not send someone truly dangerous like Kagura. Danzo keeps his face under control, but inside he is furious that a teenage misgenius dares to mock him in public. His answer is pure Danzo. If the mission gives him a chance, he already plans to eliminate Mangetsu later and weaken Mist for Konoha's sake. Hiruzen smooths the situation over by saying Kagura is needed in the village, and that Danzo's age and experience make him the better political leader for a joint force. Mangetsu is not happy, but he has to accept it, and the two villages finish assembling a 40-man pursuit force of elite shinobi. Danzo wastes no time and leaves Konoha with the joint force to hunt Obito, Itachi, and Kisame across the ninja world. Watching him leave, Hiruzen actually feels relieved, because he thinks sending Danzo away means fewer problems inside the village. The piece is fake, because back en route, Kagura immediately unveils 12 surviving Uchiha altered with Hashirama cells and still keeping their Sharingan active under animal masks. He orders them to hide inside Danzo's home without ever turning off their eyes and without revealing themselves to anyone. He adds that Shursui will help from the shadows, and no one is allowed to appear until Kagura himself gives the signal. To keep them steady, Kagura reminds them that their dead clansmen still await revenge and the surviving Uchiha still need a real future in the world outside his illusion. The squad departs, and with most old root forces gone, Kagura empties the base and turns it into a hidden refuge for the rest of the surviving Uchiha families. Time passes, Danzo keeps chasing shadows outside the village, and Konoha settles into a fragile stretch of uneasy peace. Kagura's own days become strangely dull, split between meetings, training, and checking in on Karen and Naruto. One bright spot is Karen, who earns teacher approval for early graduation under Anko's push and gets her application sent forward. Kagura spends the rest of the calm building up his body, because in the middle of all this hidden danger, raw combat power still matters most. His best sparring partner turns out to be Tendo Shursui, whose polished taijutsu helps Kagura sharpen fast in close combat. One spar ends with Kagura punching Shursui's body away, proof that his taijutsu is climbing fast. When Kagura asks how long Danzo has been gone, Shursui answers that nearly 2 months have already passed. That is enough for Kagura, because the person he has been waiting on is already back in Konoha, and now he wants that person to discover Danzo's hidden secrets inside the old house. He figures that once that person finds Danzo's secret stash, they will stop digging any deeper, which is exactly the kind of controlled discovery Kagura wants. Kagura also warns Shursui not to underestimate the intruder and says at least a full squad should move, because one person alone cannot handle him. Then Kagura sets the timing with perfect normalcy. Tomorrow morning he will review Karen's early graduation with Hiruzen, and that night he, Naruto, Kakashi, and Anko will celebrate at a barbecue place. He decides the covert operation should begin while he is out at that barbecue, so nobody will have any reason to suspect him when Danzo's house starts drawing attention. The next morning in the Hokage Tower, Iruka brings Hiruzen, Kagura, Koharu, and Hamura a special request. Karen wants to graduate from the academy early. Iruka explains that Karen taught herself the academy's basic ninja techniques and already outgrew what the school can teach her. Hiruzen quietly agrees Karen is too talented to keep in class, even though he had originally planned to place her near Naruto later for the village's sake. Koharu is ready to let Karen graduate with the others next year, but Kagura cuts in and asks to take her straight into Root instead. Kagura says Karen's sensing talent fits Root and that he can teach her Uzumaki sealing techniques himself, so Hiruzen and the elders quickly approve handing her over. Iruka then brings up Sai, another student asking to graduate early because he has already mastered jutsu and secret techniques the academy cannot teach. Hiruzen wonders if Sai wants Root too, but Kagura surprisingly says to send him to Umbu, or let him graduate normally if he is not that exceptional. Then Iruka carefully brings up one more name, and the whole mood changes. Uchiha Sasuke also wants to graduate early. Kagura immediately asks for Sasuke, talking about taking him into Root and sending him to reunite with his clan, which shocks Iruka on the spot. Hiruzen shuts that down instantly and orders that Sasuke stay in school and live like any other innocent child. As Iruka leaves, Kagura still pushes one last idea, saying he could train Sasuke for revenge against Itachi, and Hiruzen rejects that just as firmly. That evening, Kakashi and Kagura pick up Karen and Naruto from school and bring them to a barbecue restaurant, where Anko is already waiting. Anko proudly congratulates Karen for passing and reminds Kagura that she kept her promise to tutor her. Naruto sulks about not passing, and Anko bluntly reminds him he still cannot even use the transformation technique right. When Anko says Karen's graduation means she does not have to tutor him anymore, Naruto goes still in surprise. Anko casually explains she only accepted the tutoring in the first place because she meant to teach Karen, and the comment hits Naruto harder than she expects. Naruto falls into a lonely silence, because this little group had started to feel like the family he never had. He quickly forces his smile back and stuffs himself with grilled meat, trying to act like the hurt never happened. Kagura catches it at once, and one quiet look from him is enough for Anko to realize Naruto is wearing the same abandoned loneliness she knows too well. So Anko changes course and tells Naruto she will keep tutoring him, but one day he has to repay every lesson with mission money. Naruto lights right back up and agrees immediately, too simple and sincere to worry about how big that debt could become. Kakashi mutters that Naruto is naive, and right then Kagura politely places meat on his plate, which makes Kakashi instantly suspicious. Kakashi knows from experience that Kagura only gets discourteous when trouble is coming. Kagura casually asks Kakashi to help him practice taijutsu, and Kakashi immediately tries to dodge that burden. Instead of sparring with Kagura himself, Kakashi offers another idea. He knows one man in Konoha who is obsessed with taijutsu training. That night on Konoha's streets, the answer appears in person as Might Guy keeps training by walking on his hands through the village like a complete maniac. Even with the whole street mocking him, Guy just keeps shouting his training goal and pushes himself harder. Late at night, Guy finally stops to rest near the village edge and spots 4 shadowy figures sneaking into Konoha. Despite being exhausted, Guy chases after them because he thinks enemy infiltrators have entered the village. The moment he catches up, the 4 masked men surround him, and their glowing Sharingan eyes make his blood run cold. Guy starts to apologize, thinking they might be surviving Uchiha, but then he remembers the whole clan is dead and realizes something is terribly wrong. The masked men confirm he saw too much and try to kill him on the spot with sharpened wooden spikes. Guy explodes into action, chaining leaf whirlwind kicks together, and blasting all 4 attackers away in one fierce taijutsu counter. The hits tell him these are no ghosts at all, just living enemies who somehow still carry both Sharingan and would release. The intruders switch tactics and try to trap him with Genjutsu, but Guy drops his gaze and fights by reading their feet instead of their eyes. That trick works long enough for Guy to kick them back again, proudly using the anti-Sharingan lesson he learned from fighting Kakashi. But the fight turns ugly when all 4 unleash roots and vines from their bodies, forcing even Guy into a brutal uphill battle. Back at the barbecue shop, the sudden fight at the village edge breaks the mood, and Kagura and Kakashi react first. Kagura tells Anko to get Naruto and Karen home, then he and Kakashi sprint toward the battle. When they arrive at the village edge, Kakashi is startled to find Guy in the middle of the fight against masked enemies with Sharingan eyes. Kakashi is even more shaken when he notices those same attackers also using wood release, which makes the secret behind them painfully obvious. Before the fight can drag on, Kagura raises his hand and overwhelms the intruders with thicker wood release vines of his own. Then Kagura turns toward the witnesses with a far too calm look, and Kakashi suddenly realizes he may be thinking about silencing everyone there. Kakashi blurts out the fear directly, and Kagura almost says his old captain understands him too well. Kagura argues that root exists to protect Konoha from the shadows, and this secret is too explosive to let leak into the village. Kakashi stops him and orders every witness to keep quiet for now, insisting the 3rd Hokage must be the one to decide what happens next. Kagura still insists Root has to take custody first, because there may be more of these test subjects hidden somewhere else in Konoha. That is when Kakashi finally asks the ugly question outright. Does Kagura already know all this because he was involved with Danzo's scheme? Kagura still takes the masked men for Root detention, leaving Kakashi to gather the witnesses for Umbu's secrecy registration. Guy, still worried he caused trouble, explains that he only confronted them because he thought he had caught infiltrators entering the village. Later that night, Kagura finds Kakashi again and tosses him a scroll that turns suspicion into evidence. Kakashi reads the transfer order and realizes Kagura really does have proof that Danzo removed the Uchiha clan's eyes from Root custody. Kagura explains that on the night of the massacre, Danzo came to Root and took charge of more than 100 collected Sharingan instead of letting them be destroyed. He says he had casually ordered the eyes destroyed, but Danzo prepared a transfer order and personally rushed back to Root to take them away. Kagura admits he treated it like a small matter at the time and believed Danzo's line that it was all for Konoha and would be reported later. Kakashi immediately sees the real picture. Danzo used those stolen Sharingan in illegal human experiments to create shinobi with both Sharingan and wood release. The thought chills Kakashi even more when he realizes Danzo may have been raising these monsters as a future force against Kagura himself. Kagura cuts off the reflection and pushes the next move. If Danzo transferred 143 Sharingan, tonight's 4 captives cannot be the only surviving experiments in Konoha. So the chapter ends with Kagura and Kakashi moving to search the village, hunting the rest of Danzo's hidden test subjects before they vanish again. That night, Kagura and Kakashi led an Umbu raid on Danzo's home and locked the whole place down before anyone could cover the trail. Inside the house, the raid uncovered 4 more mass test subjects, bringing the total there to 12 men implanted with Sharingan and Hashirama cell would release. Kagura pressed the captive for answers and coolly laid out the math. 4 teams found, 24 stolen eyes counted, and still too many missing pieces. When the prisoner tried to hold out, Kagura reminded him that Root's own interrogation methods would break his comrades first. The prisoner finally broke and revealed the real scale: 71 total subjects, with only 3 teams left around Konoha and the other 59 taken away by Danzo. Kakashi went pale when he realized Danzo had turned stolen Sharingan and Hashirama cells into a private force almost as large as the Umbu, and likely even deadlier. One more answer made it worse. These teams existed to relay Konoha's news to Danzo as fast as possible, meaning he could already be warned. Kakashi immediately pushed to wake the Hokage, because this was no longer a hidden crime but a possible coup waiting to happen. Kagura agreed to move fast and had the captives taken into Root custody, adding with unsettling calm that he could kill them later if it came to that. At home, Hiruzen was dragged out of peaceful sleep by urgent knocks and a stack of evidence he never wanted to see. When Hiruzen read Danzo's order for 143 Sharingan, even he lost his calm and crushed the paper in his hand. Hiruzen's first question was where the 12 captured Duokekei men were, and Kagura told him they were already locked inside Root. Kagura bluntly proposed killing the 12 captives, but Hiruzen immediately refused because men with 3 Tomo Sharingan and would release were too valuable to waste. Instead, Hiruzen decided the whole scandal had to stay buried, because if Konoha's clans learned Danzo had used Uchiha eyes in human experiments, the village could erupt. Kagura pushed to silence everyone who knew, and Hiruzen had to rebuke him in front of Kakashi that Konoha's own ninjas were not disposable. Then Kakashi confirmed the most dangerous part. Danzo still had 59 of these men with him outside the village. Hiruzen still chose the soft approach first and ordered Danzo summoned back to Konoha, hoping this could still be settled without forcing a break. After sending them out, Hiruzen started calculating the long game, draw Danzo's new force back into Konoha piece by piece, and somehow keep Kagura from becoming the sacrifice. By the end of the night, Hiruzen decided to bring Hamura into the mess and send his old friend out to negotiate with Danzo. Hamura arrived that same night, heard how dangerous Danzo's hidden force was, and agreed to go talk him down before he did something rash. Hamura's first instinct was to appease Danzo by stripping Kagura of Root and the Hokage succession, and Hiruzen rejected that idea on the spot. After that, Hiruzen sent Hamura out immediately, worried that every delay gave Danzo more time to act first. Deep under Root, Kagura waited in the dark above a shaft, while 12 masked Uchiha stood around him as the knights carefully planted actors. He told the masked Uchiha to switch masks and head back to their dorms, keeping the act clean until the next cue. Then White Setsuaway rose from the floor with bad news from the shadows. Danzo had discovered Akatsuki and tried to pull Hanzo into chasing them. Away added that Nagato wanted Danzo killed and Obito stopped it. So now both of them wanted Kagura to shut down Danzo's Akatsuki investigation. Kagura accepted the mess with tired familiarity, since he had already spent too many times cleaning up after people who got too close to Akatsuki. Away cheerfully admitted he was the one who led Danzo toward Akatsuki in the first place, then proudly said he had pinned it all on Orochimaru. Away also revealed Danzo's next move. He was looking for a chance to kill Hozuki Mangetsu of the Mist. That news pleased Kagura, because Danzo wanting Mangetsu dead gave him the perfect opening to pin even more blood on his former boss. Kagura called the 12 Uchiha back over and said he would help his former superior, which really meant piling new crimes onto Danzo. Away was startled to see the masked men all carried Sharingan, and Kagura calmly introduced them as Danzo's abandoned experiments with both would release and Uchiha eyes. Before sending the group out, Kagura checked whether Fu and Torian were still loyal, and Away said Torian was sharp while Fu was slower but still usable. Then Kagura laid out the script. Let Danzo hear that the Hokage's hidden force had exposed the experiments, force him to wear the blame, and push him back toward Konoha. He made the trap even uglier, ordering them to stir up a Konoha Mist clash and make sure both Mist Ninja and Hiruzen's envoy Hamura died with Danzo left holding the blame. Away happily took charge of the troop, and the masked Uchiha followed him out while Kagura stayed behind like the director of the whole play. Far away in the land of rain, Danzo pushed through the downpour to renew his old alliance with Hanzo, only to be refused even a meeting. Danzo still refused to believe Akatsuki was gone, because everything he had uncovered around Obito, Itachi, and Kisame pointed back to the group. To prove Hanzo was lying, Danzo even had Akatsuki's old leader's grave dug up and found the pit empty. Back at the joint pursuit camp, Mangetsu finally confronted Danzo after more than 2 months of chasing Akatsuki without a real result. Danzo argued they had learned plenty already, but Mangetsu cut straight through it and demanded the only answer that mattered: where was Akatsuki? Mangetsu warned that the Mist Ninja were hungry for blood, and Danzo slammed his cane down in fury at being pressed by him. Mangetsu left with one of Danzo's apples, and Danzo watched him go, already planning to throw the Mist and Akatsuki at each other and kill Mangetsu in the chaos. Once Mangetsu was gone, Danzo turned to Fu and Torian for word from Konoha and had them arrange a check on the village. The moment Fu and Torian stepped outside, they ran into a masked Root squad with Sharingan glowing through every eye hole. The squad demanded to see Danzo and invoked Kagura's order, which was enough for Torian to understand exactly whose script this was. When the red-eyed squad entered his tent, Danzo froze in shock at a group of Sharingan and would release subjects he had never seen before. Then the squad sprang Kagura's trap, claiming to be a secret force under the Hokage and ordering Danzo back to Konoha to answer for illegal Sharingan and Hashirama cell experiments. Danzo could barely make sense of it, because from where he stood Hiruzen had somehow built a hidden force and was now trying to dump the entire crime on him. Danzo is already furious, convinced Hiruzen dragged him back just to pin a false crime on him and crush any chance of a comeback. He orders Fu to pull everyone out and head back to Konoha at once. A masked Duokekeigenkai shinobi cuts Fu off and delivers Hiruzen's order. Only Danzo is being taken back, while the rest stay with the pursuit unit to keep hunting Obito and Itachi. That order hits Danzo hard, because it means Hiruzen is stripping him of his men and his influence in one move. He also burns with jealousy when he realizes Hiruzen secretly made a whole force with Sharingan, and would release without ever letting him touch that power. The squad leader coldly tells him he probably will not live long after reaching Konoha, making the humiliation even worse. Danzo swallows the insult, agrees to go, and quietly signals Torian and Fu to stay behind with the pursuit unit. After Danzo is escorted away, one masked shinobi stays behind and bluntly relays Kagura's plan to Torian and Fu, sees Danzo later, let him attack the mist, then hide him until Konoha brands him a fugitive. Torian immediately understands that both Danzo's hint and Kagura's order are lining up exactly as planned. Fu does not fully grasp the scheme, but he trusts Torian and heads off to gather men for the rescue. On the road back, Danzo tries to stall and fish for information, but the escort treats him like a criminal instead of a former advisor. When he drags his feet too much, the guards even bind his arms, turning the whole trip into a public disgrace. The escorts talk right in front of him, saying Hiruzen picked Danzo as their scapegoat, and that once he reaches Konoha he will be interrogated and executed before he can talk. Danzo keeps his anger down, studies the 12 powerful escorts around him, and starts betting everything on Torian and Fu coming to save him. He starts planning ahead. If Torian and Fu free him, he wants to sneak back to Konoha and shift Hiruzen's blame onto the Uchiha instead of dying for it. At noon by a river in the Land of Rain, the rescue finally starts with a combined wind release blast that tears the resting squad apart. Torian and Fu lead former root ninjas straight into the opening and cut Danzo free in the middle of the confusion. The moment his hands are free, Danzo coldly orders every one of the escorts killed. But the rescue force slams into a wall, because the masked duo Kekkeigenkai shinobi are far stronger than Danzo expected. Their leader instantly flips the story, declaring Danzo a traitor trying to flee and ordering him killed on sight. The escorts fight with brutal coordination, using wood release and genjutsu together to butcher Danzo's men almost immediately. Their calm efficiency makes sense because Kagura already drilled them through repeated battles inside Tsukuyumi illusions. Once Danzo sees his side collapsing, he gives up on winning and orders Fu and Torian to retreat with him. As they flee, Torian proposes the next move: hit the mist in Konoha's name and let the two sides tear into each other. Danzo agrees without hesitation, because he is perfectly happy to sacrifice both the mist and his pursuers if it buys him time. A bitter thought hits him on the run. Once again his power base has been chewed away, and now only Fu and Torian are still beside him. Danzo sends Fu away to draw the mist into the chaos, while he plans to slip back toward Konoha with Torian. After Fu leaves, Torian quietly warns that going back now is still suicidal, because Hiruzen is the one trying to sacrifice Danzo in the first place. Torian pushes the point further, saying if this sparks war with the mist, Hiruzen might suddenly decide Danzo is useful again. Danzo falls silent, because he knows Torian is right and that if Hiruzen still wants him dead, Kagura can simply kill him outright. Then Danzo remembers his uneasy leverage with Kagura and suddenly sees one last political gamble. He orders Torian to sneak back to Konoha and tell Kagura that Danzo is ready to help him fully seize the Hokage seat. Danzo adds a sharper warning for Kagura. Hiruzen is secretly running human experiments, and may not even let Kagura become Hokage anymore. He goes all in and promises the one thing Kagura would care about most: real power, not a title controlled by Hiruzen from behind the curtain. Torian accepts the message, even if the whole exchange feels like a cornered Danzo begging the schemer who trapped him for help. After Torian leaves, Danzo clings to that final hope and mutters that if Hiruzen forces him this far, he will drag him down too. Elsewhere, Fu reaches the masked squad and simply tells them to hit the mist camp as planned. The squad agrees at once, showing Danzo's supposed escape route is still being stage managed from the other side. Then White Setsuaway rises from underground disguised as Danzo, cane and all, ready to keep the deception moving. Still wearing Danzo's face, Away tells the 12 Uchihas to stop acting like Hiruzen's men and start acting like Danzo's instead. At the mist camp in the Land of Rain, Hozuki Mangetsu and the others are already irritated that Konoha slipped away from the joint pursuit without even leaving intelligence behind. The Mist decide they can keep probing Akatsuki on their own in this rain-soaked country, right up until an alarm from outside blows that plan apart. Mangetsu rushes outside and finds Danzo at the camp gate, backed by masked Konoha attackers who somehow have both Sharingan and would release. Mangetsu swings Hiramakarite to save one of his men and demands to know why Danzo is attacking an ally. Fake Danzo coolly claims he is forcing a war because a bigger external threat will wipe out Konoha's internal conflict. Then he twists the knife by saying Konoha would not even need a full army, because Akihara Kagura alone could crush the Land of Water. That argument lands hard, and Mangetsu's strategist pushes for retreat before the Mist get trapped in a war they cannot win. Mangetsu finally orders a full withdrawal, choosing to keep his force together instead of risking encirclement in the rain. The false Danzo calmly sends his monsters after them, pushing the chase exactly where Kagura's side wants it to go. Elsewhere in the Land of Rain, Hamura Mitokado races in with the Hokage guard after Hiruzen warns him the Danzo's situation is spiraling. Hamura arrives just in time to see fleeing Mist Shinobi chased by Konoha uniforms, and the whole scene makes no sense at first glance. Mangetsu immediately demands an answer. Is Danzo trying to drag Konoha and the Mist into war, and do the village elders really approve? Hamura is genuinely shocked and flatly denies it, which tells the mist this chaos was Danzo acting on his own. When the pursuers halt, Hamura realizes these are Danzo's hidden troops and orders them to stop the madness and bring Danzo out. A moment later, the fake Danzo steps out in person, and Hamura briefly relaxes because he still thinks this is a real negotiation. Hamura tries to shut the whole thing down, but fake Danzo doubles down and says war is still the only way to protect Konoha from tearing itself apart. Hamura reassures him that Hiruzen sent him to negotiate and is not trying to destroy him over the secret experiments. Instead of taking the offer, fake Danzo unveils a colder plan. Hamura himself will be the sacrifice that forces Konoha and the Mist into war. He even lays out the script in plain words. The Mist will be blamed for killing a Hokage advisor, and the war will erase both political trouble and old debts. Hamura is not afraid to die for Konoha, but hearing an old friend calmly volunteer him for this scheme leaves him sick with disbelief. He tries one last appeal to 60 years of friendship, and fake Danzo answers with pure ruthlessness, saying it is simpler to cut off one of Hiruzen's arms. Then the order comes down without hesitation: kill everyone here and leave no witness alive. With no other choice, Hamura and the Mist fall back together, turning enemies into temporary allies just to survive Danzo's chase. While they run, Mangetsu throws out a bitter jab that Konoha's darkness might be worse than the blood mist ever was, and Hamura can only swallow the shame. Hamura says they need to reach the Land of Fire border, but Mangetsu warns these pursuers are relentless and will eventually run them down. Hamura explains why the enemy can keep this up. Their stolen Sharingan drains them constantly, but they are rotating at least 3 separate squads through the pursuit. That is when the Hokage guard spots a narrow opening. If they can buy a little time, they can use the Flying Thunder God formation to send a warning back. One of the Hokage guard adds that if their message reaches the border, reinforcements can come back fast, and maybe even bring Kagura, Konoha's strongest card right now. Another Hokage guard member keeps it practical. Even if no one makes it in time, sending the truth back is still enough to stop a war between the two villages. Mangetsu takes the frontline job without complaint and asks only one thing: how long do they need him to hold the enemy back? Ginma says it will be quick, so Mangetsu turns back toward the rain and stakes everything on a few stolen moments. Because this battlefield is the land of rain, Mangetsu uses the falling water itself to raise a giant humanoid torrent and block the pursuers head-on. The enemy answers with would release vines that lash around the water giant's limbs and start draining its chakra away. But that brief delay is enough, and the Hokage guard completes the Flying Thunder God formation to send their fastest messenger out. Back in Konoha, Kagura is still waiting at route when Torian arrives carrying the real Danzo's request for a meeting. Kagura first asks whether Fu has gone back to Danzo, then dryly notes how far Danzo has fallen if he only has Torian and Fu left beside him. Once Torian confirms it, Kagura agrees to meet Danzo but immediately decides the old man has to be moved out of Konoha first. He orders Torian to take Danzo to the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rice Fields, where Kagura will jump over with Flying Thunder God. Kagura also reveals why he wants Danzo alive and mobile. He plans to hide him and use him in negotiations with Orochimaru. Torian admits Danzo does not want to leave Konoha, and Kagura answers with rare open regret that he does not want Danzo branded a rogue ninja either. Still, Kagura says there is no other path, because by tonight news of Danzo's latest deeds may already be racing back to Konoha. He promises that at tomorrow's Hokage Tower meeting he will do everything he can to stop Danzo from landing on Konoha's wanted list. Then Kagura lays out the real strategy. Hiruzen's authority is too strong right now, so if they want to strike back, they need a huge public stage that makes the Hokage hesitate. In Kagura's final thought, the game becomes clear. If someone has been stained by darkness, someone else can also drag the truth into the light and clear their name. At home late at night, Hiruzen still cannot rest, because Hamura's mission to the Land of Rain has left him tense for days. That tension snaps into crisis when a border report arrives saying Danzo attacked Miss Ninja, tried to kill Hamura, and meant to pin the crime on the Mist to start a war. Hiruzen immediately orders Kakashi to summon Kagura, rescue Hamura and the Mist allies, and gather every ANBU for a march toward the Rain border. Kakashi races to the ANBU base, and Kagura answers without hesitation that he will leave at once. Using Flying Thunder God, Kagura crosses the distance overnight and heads straight for the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Meanwhile in the rain, Hamura and Mangetsu are still retreating hard, with the chase so bad that Mangetsu wants to turn and fight. Hamura shuts that idea down by revealing Danzo has 59 men with both Sharingan and would release, a force so absurd even Mangetsu is shaken. To make the danger clear, Hamura points out that even the Mist only has one famous dual Kekkei fighter like Toremi Mei, and Danzo somehow commands dozens. Even while fleeing, Hamura keeps trying to talk Danzo down and tells him his crimes are already in Hiruzen's hands, so surrender is his only sensible move. Danzo coldly answers that if Hamura lives, Hiruzen may have to break with him, but if Hamura dies, Hiruzen might choose to swallow the sacrifice for Konoha again. Danzo doubles down and says Konoha has always been built on sacrifices, making it clear he means to erase Hamura and everyone with him. Then the chase breaks in an instant when a kunai flashes in and someone appears right in front of Danzo. It is Kagura, and the moment Hamura sees Konoha's strongest fighter standing there, the whole escape finally feels survivable. Danzo instantly tries to seize control of the moment by telling Kagura that Hamura betrayed Konoha with the mist and should be killed on the spot. Hamura panics and shouts over him, desperate to make sure Kagura does not get pulled in by Danzo's lies. Kagura cuts through the mess by stating Hiruzen's order plainly. He came to rescue Hamura and the mist pursuit force. Kagura twists the knife further by calmly revealing that Konoha already knows about Danzo's Sharingan and Hashirama cell experiments, including the modified men behind him. Danzo insists everything was for Konoha, but the excuse sounds thin now that even Kagura is not standing with him. Realizing he cannot push through Kagura, Danzo abruptly calls an end to the clash and withdraws with his wary elite troops. After Danzo leaves, Mangetsu stares in disbelief that a man who just tried to kill Konoha's advisor still plans to go back to the village instead of running for good. Hamura firmly says Danzo would never betray Konoha, though that conviction quietly curdles into fear of an internal power struggle. Soon after, Hiruzen personally comes out with ANBU to meet them, comfort the survivors, and prepare to confront Danzo directly. But when Konoha starts looking for Danzo, he is already gone, and rumors begin spreading across the ninja world that he has defected. Back in the Hokage office, Hiruzen can barely believe the report that Danzo has become a rogue ninja and may even be contacting enemy villages. Hiruzen, Hamura, and Koharu all struggle to accept it, because they could imagine Danzo committing crimes, but not abandoning Konoha after 60 years of shared history. As the rumors grow wilder, Hiruzen finally tastes the same pain he once watched in Jiraiya and Kakashi, the bitterness of having to chase down a fallen comrade himself. He even moves to put on armor and go after Danzo himself, leaving village affairs to Hamura, Koharu, and Kagura while he retrieves his old friend. Hamura and Koharu stop him hard, because no matter how dangerous Danzo is, a Hokage cannot just abandon the village to run after one rogue. Hiruzen answers with the real nightmare. Danzo knows Konoha's intelligence network, ANBU structure, clan information, and too many secrets to be left loose. Koharu pushes him to think like Hokage, not just an old teammate, and reminds him his age and duties make a personal pursuit reckless. Hamura adds that for all Danzo's filth, he still cannot picture him bowing to another village, which gives Hiruzen just enough reason to pause. Koharu seizes that hesitation and proposes a safer path. Investigate first, track Danzo down, and only then surround him with a large force. Kagura calmly offers Root's help too, saying Karen's sensory ability can make the hunt much sharper even with Root now reduced to only a few squads. That leads to the ugly question everyone was avoiding. If Danzo is really gone, should Konoha issue a wanted order against one of its own elders? Hiruzen finally hardens his face and rules that Danzo will be treated as a rogue ninja either way, because the ninja world already sees him that way and Konoha cannot look weak. With that, Danzo is placed at the top of Konoha's S-class list, and both ANBU and Root are ordered to hunt him down and kill him on sight. Kagura puts on a troubled face and says he never imagined the man who dragged him out of Orochimaru's lab and raised him in Root would end up branded this way. Hiruzen answers with a harsh warning. The next time Kagura sees Danzo, he must not hesitate for even a moment. Afterward, Hiruzen spends more and more time on Hokage Rock, quietly carrying the fear that he may one day have to kill Danzo with his own hands. Kakashi reports there that the warrant has gone public, and Hiruzen can only give a grim nod because there is no taking it back now. Konoha backs the warrant by openly publishing Danzo's crimes, the Uchiha massacre plot, illegal Sharingan experiments, and his attack on mist allies to provoke war. In a sweets shop, Konoha ninja react in mixed ways, with Guy awkwardly admitting he once applied to Danzo's side while Genma dryly says none of that matters now. The rest of the ninja quickly swing from shock to fury, because even people who barely knew Danzo cannot accept someone who slaughtered comrades and tried to drag Konoha into war. Down in the now empty Root base, Kagura sits over the dark abyss in silence, looking almost mournful while he reviews the rewards this staged victory brought him. One reward is 5 elements unseal, a clean counter to the sealing methods he already knows, so Kagura quietly files it away as useful if not flashy. Nagato's mission reward boosts Kagura's chakra again, and the surge of life force makes him realize that when a superior has no new tricks left to copy, the payoff turns into raw power instead. Obito's reward is great fire annihilation knowledge, and Kagura immediately masters the huge fire technique while noting that Obito still hides plenty of Madara's inheritance. Kagura's thoughts stop when Karen arrives in her gray Root uniform and tells him everyone has gathered. The assembled group makes the truth obvious. Karen at Kagura's side, Kabuto smiling behind her, Oe lounging proudly above them, and 12 silent masked Uchihas standing as the tools of Danzo's ruin. Kagura formally introduces the group as his own side now, naming Oe as his outside agent, Karen as his assistant, and Kabuto as someone who needs no explanation. He thanks the masked Uchihas and Oe for giving Danzo a convenient break from Konoha, and Oe laughs because he enjoyed every minute of the chaos. The Silent 12 are a grim proof of Kagura's method. Uchiha survivors hardened through Tsukuyami training, then altered with Hashirama cells until they awakened would release too. With his people gathered, Kagura lays out the whole trap in hindsight, revealing that Danzo's fall was not one accident but a carefully built frame from start to finish. Step by step, the frame comes into focus. Kagura planted spies under Danzo, staged the discovery of dual Kekiigenkai operatives in Konoha, used Danzo's own evidence against him, inflated the threat, forced bloodshed around him, had Away commit crimes in Danzo's face, and finally drowned the ninja world in defection rumors until Konoha made the warrant official. Once the recap ends, Kagura gives Away his next errand and tells him to ask Obito whether there is anything else worth handling. Away accepts immediately and vanishes, as eager for the next twist as he was for the last one. Kagura then turns to Kabuto and says it is time to head for the border between the land of fire and the land of rice fields and meet Danzo in person. Kabuto catches the angle right away and asks if Kagura plans to spare the homeless Danzo so he can reconnect with Orochimaru. Kagura answers with fake sympathy and real calculation, saying an old man driven out by his old friend should at least be shown somewhere to live. Then Kagura reveals the real play. Once Danzo is forced into Orochimaru's orbit, anyone who wants Konoha's secrets will have to go through Kagura, making him the one person both exiles cannot do without. At the border between the land of fire and the land of rice fields, Danzo hid in a small town with Fu and Torian after Konoha branded him an S-rank rogue ninja. Danzo could not even eat for a full day, crushed by the humiliation of becoming the kind of Konoha exile he never imagined he would be. He wanted to rush back and expose Hiruzen's scheme, but Kagura's warning had already told him that Konoha was fully under the third Hokage's control and he would only return as a scapegoat. When someone knocked on the door, Danzo snapped that he wanted to be left alone. The answer changed everything. Kagura had arrived, and Danzo immediately let him in while ordering everyone else to stay outside. Kagura stepped inside and found Danzo looking so worn down that he seemed to have aged years overnight. Danzo demanded answers, furious that he had somehow ended up on Konoha's rogue list. Kagura coolly told him the order came straight from Hiruzen, even though he had wanted the whole matter handled in secret until Danzo returned. That was enough to make Danzo erupt, cursing Hiruzen for dumping every dirty charge onto him. Danzo insisted he did not even have Sharingan anymore, because Kagura had already destroyed the ones en route, leaving only Obito and Hiruzen as possible holders. Kagura pressed the real problem. Konoha had found shinobi with both Sharingan and would release, and everyone believed Danzo led them in an attack on Hamura and the Mist side. Danzo was stunned by the accusation and swore he had stayed hidden here the whole time without leading any attack. When Kagura reminded him they had supposedly met in the Land of Rain just days ago, Danzo flatly denied it, and said those Kekii Genkai troops had really been under Hiruzen's control. Now that suspicion had a target, Danzo decided Hiruzen had deliberately used the whole incident to frame him. Kagura added that Hamura believed it too, which meant both advisors had accepted Danzo's guilt before the arrest order was ever issued. For the first time, Danzo was the one being wronged, and the humiliation of it hit the old man hard. Kagura softened his tone, poured him tea, and said he still had a plan because Kakashi had already captured 12 of the dual Kekiigenkai shinobi inside Konoha. Danzo grabbed at that hope immediately and demanded the captured shinobi be interrogated. Kagura warned that any interrogation would still trace the experiments back to Danzo's old operations, whether he was the latest attacker or not. Danzo still refused to confess, insisting again that he had no Sharingan left and that only Hiruzen could have gathered more from the Uchiha massacre aftermath. Kagura reminded him that ANBU publicly claimed all those Sharingan had been destroyed long ago, which meant Hiruzen had sealed off even that route of defense. Kagura gave him one opening by asking what use hidden Sharingan would even have, and Danzo instantly connected them to would-release experiments inspired by Kagura's own success. Danzo built the whole theory out loud. Hiruzen must have secretly used Hashirama Cell research and the massacre's Sharingan stock to create those new fighters, then shoved the blame onto him when it was exposed. Then Danzo's suspicion jumped even further, and he wondered if Hiruzen might already be under Obito's control through Shirsui's stolen Mangekyo. He pointed to Obito's past control over the Mizukage and treated that as proof the same thing could have happened to the third Hokage. Kagura accepted that Danzo's theories sounded plausible, but he dragged the conversation back to the only fact that mattered. Konoha would still believe the Hokage over him. Kagura said Danzo had only one path left: confront Hiruzen in front of everyone, expose the Hokage's crimes publicly, and overturn the arrest order through open proof. Danzo bit down on that idea at once, because if Hiruzen had ruined his future anyway, there was no reason left not to strike back. Kagura immediately cooled him down again, warning that Konoha's first priority right now was simply capturing Danzo before he could do anything. That reminder only deepened Danzo's hatred, but it also forced him to admit he still did not want to abandon Konoha and had nowhere obvious to run. He guessed Kagura had brought him to the land of rice fields to seek shelter with Orochimaru. Kagura corrected him at once: not refuge, just a temporary stay, and he wanted Danzo to smooth things over with Orochimaru after their own recent friction. Kagura even spelled out the issue bluntly: Orochimaru still wanted to use living corpse reincarnation on him, so Danzo needed to help force that relationship into a true alliance of equals. By comparing that future alliance to the one he now had with Danzo, Kagura quietly made the new power balance impossible to ignore. Danzo could only remember that he had once been the man who brought Kagura back to Konoha, which made this reversal sting even more. Kagura answered that old memory with a warm promise, reaching out and saying he would definitely help Danzo return to the village. That was enough to calm Danzo's heart, and he agreed to speak with Orochimaru on Kagura's behalf. Kagura then gave Danzo his new role outright: stay in the land of rice fields, watch the alliance with Orochimaru, and stop him from causing trouble. As the scheme settled, Danzo was no longer just a hunted exile but a useful piece placed where Kagura wanted him. Far away in the land of rain, Nagato and Konan heard Danzo had defected and immediately saw a perfect chance for revenge. Itachi also wanted in, because killing Danzo would avenge Shursui and remove a dangerous rogue ninja threatening Konoha. More than that, Itachi still believed Danzo held Shursui's Mangekyo and had been experimenting with Sharingan taken after the Uchiha massacre. Then Kakuzu added the practical lure: Danzo's corpse was already worth 190 million ryo, and a living capture might be worth twice that. Kakuzu even asked if Danzo could become his next teammate, treating the fugitive like a walking payday instead of a person. Pain shut that down at once, saying Kakuzu had a better immortal partner coming and that Danzo was more useful as a corpse traded for cash. With that settled, Kakuzu was satisfied, and Pain said Konan and he would go along because the hunt mattered too much to leave lightly guarded. Itachi offered to join too, and his new partner Kisame immediately noticed that this Danzo hunt sounded personal. Before Itachi could explain, Sasori volunteered as well, pushing even more killers toward the same target. Deidara immediately complained that he did not care about Danzo at all and only wanted permission to go kill Akihara Kagura. Pain felt a fresh headache coming on, because their newest member was loudly fixated on murdering one of Akatsuki's own hidden allies. Sasori shut Deidara down with one dry warning, telling him that if he wanted to die, he should not drag Akatsuki down with him. Deidara had joined Akatsuki with a grudge already burning, because Inoki kept comparing him to Akihara Kagura and nagging him to learn Dust Release. At 12, Deidara just wanted to play with his clay art, but that only made the pressure worse and left him feeling trapped in Kagura's shadow. So when Akatsuki showed up and beat him into joining, Deidara treated them like rescuers instead of kidnappers. Itachi sealed the deal by telling him that Kagura was also Akatsuki's enemy, and Deidara's attitude flipped on the spot. Now settled into Akatsuki, Deidara bragged that his art had evolved enough to kill Kagura in one move. Itachi answered that boast with a flat, openly doubtful look, because Deidara had already folded to his genjutsu once. Konan cut off the bickering and pulled the room back to the real topic, hunting Danzo first and saving any fight with Kagura for later. Pain agreed, and Kakuzu immediately pushed to move because Danzo's body was worth serious money. Meanwhile in the land of rice fields, Danzo had no idea that Akatsuki was already mobilizing, and Kagura calmly got him to eat first. Kagura even tried to cheer him up with a story about meeting an almost 90-year-old S-rank rogue ninja during his training with Jiraiya. Danzo shut that down with a glare and insisted their next stop was the Sound Village. Kagura had chosen the Sound Village on purpose, planning to speak with Orochimaru and maybe use him to keep Danzo alive longer. At the village gate, a bizarre group of Sound kids blocked them, including a six-armed boy, other mutated children, and a red-haired girl who was somehow the normal one. Danzo still barked at them like a Konoha elder and demanded to know where Orochimaru was. One of the Sound boys snapped back in contempt, making it clear the village had no intention of honoring Danzo's old status. A pale white-haired Sound youth stepped in, shut the children down, and formally welcomed Kagura and Danzo inside. As the pale guide led them through the village, Kagura immediately realized Orochimaru had already told him exactly who he was. While escorting them, the pale Sound youth repeated Orochimaru's view that Kagura was his greatest creation and should have felt honored to become his vessel. Kagura answered with a straight face that he would happily let Orochimaru try, because he could just crush him to death inside his own body. Kagura casually offered to turn the sickly escort into a preserved puppet when he died, which finally shut the conversation down. Done talking, the pale guide silently led Kagura and Danzo the rest of the way to Orochimaru's laboratory. Inside, Orochimaru had already prepared for trouble by spreading little white snakes around the village as watchers. Because Kagura had brought Danzo with him, Orochimaru guessed this visit was business, not an attack. The moment Kagura entered Orochimaru's lab and felt the dense natural energy, a feral orange-haired figure suddenly charged him. Kagura kicked the attacker away and pinned him with a vine before anyone else could react. As the restraint held, the orange-haired attacker slowly settled down from a monster-like state into a tall young man. Orochimaru appeared with curse mark patterns fading from his face, exposing that this whole experiment was tied to natural energy. On the floor, the weakened orange-haired young man urgently warned the pale escort to run because Kagura was far more dangerous than he looked. Yugo could even sense the natural energy around the room streaming toward Kagura on its own. Orochimaru admitted without embarrassment that he had never been Kagura's match anyway and sent Kimimaro away with Yugo so the adults could talk. Once they were alone, Orochimaru brought up Kabuto's report and bluntly asked Kagura to confirm that he had really refused to become his vessel. Kagura dodged with fake noble reasons about saving Konoha and the ninja world, which only made Orochimaru more irritated. Then Kagura coldly redirected him by offering Uchiha Itachi's body as a future vessel instead. Orochimaru remembered Itachi's monstrous strength, and, despite the humiliation of the past, admitted that body would still do nicely. With that settled, Kagura finally laid out the real business. Danzo would hide in the Sound Village for now and later return to Konoha to topple Hiruzen and back Kagura's rise. Danzo pressed Orochimaru on whether their old alliance still held, and Orochimaru welcomed him without hesitation. For Orochimaru, taking in a former Hokage advisor and his 2 root aides looked like a major gain for his newborn village. Kagura said he needed to return to Konoha before anyone at Root started asking questions. Before leaving, he casually warned them that Akatsuki might be coming after Danzo, so they should be careful. Orochimaru brushed the warning off, convinced his old understanding with Akatsuki would keep them from touching the Sound Village. Kagura left them with a dry farewell, basically wishing them luck if they managed to survive. Orochimaru kept smiling after Kagura left, still unable to fully let go of the idea of taking Kagura's body for himself. That thought died fast when a white snake rushed in with news that a full Akatsuki strike force was charging straight at the Sound Village. Pain and Konan led the raid, with Sasori, Deidara, Kakuzu, Itachi, and the towering shark-faced swordsman Kisame behind them, enough force to threaten a major village. Realizing his newborn village could be crushed immediately, Orochimaru urgently ordered the orange-haired natural energy test subject to evacuate everyone. But Kagura had not gone back to Konoha at all, and was still leisurely eating in a border town diner with Kabuto and White Setsu beside him. His first order was to let Danzo and Orochimaru run from Akatsuki for a while and simply watch what happened. Then Kagura sent Kabuto to Orochimaru with a cover story, claiming he had only wanted to warn him and that Kagura had deliberately locked him up to teach Orochimaru obedience. He also told White Setsu to go ask Nagato whether Akatsuki wanted help killing Danzo, making sure the mission stayed properly framed. Kagura said that at this stage Danzo's death would just be a routine ending, and he wanted something crueler than that. Instead, he wanted Danzo and Orochimaru to stay alive under constant fear, so the world itself would keep hurting them. Kabuto neatly praised this as Kagura becoming gentler, and White Setsu could only stare, unsure whether that was a joke. At the top of the Sound Village, Orochimaru stays behind alone and prepares one reckless gamble to survive the Akatsuki assault. He has already sent Danzo, Kimimaro, and the villagers away, because his real plan is to use the dying prisoner as an Edo Tensei sacrifice for the first Hokage. Orochimaru knows the revival will be unstable and probably uncontrollable, but against a squad of S-rank criminals, this is the only card he has left. Then the Akatsuki finally arrive, filling the ruined skyline with enough pressure to crush a small village by presence alone. Deidara opens with an eager bombing run, sending white-clad birds straight at Orochimaru before anyone bothers with talk. Orochimaru answers with snakes that bite the clad birds out of the air, but the explosions still burst across the roof. Pain cuts off the posturing and gives the simple order, kill Orochimaru and find Danzo. As Itachi and Kisame surge in, Orochimaru drops the last pretense and jams Hashirama's cells into his living sacrifice. The prisoner's body instantly starts failing under the cells, flesh swelling into white growths even as his life force spikes for the ritual. Orochimaru slams his hand down, burns the second bottle as a catalyst, and completes the Edo Tensei the instant the sacrifice dies. Out of the ash and cracking chakra, the first Hokage appears in red armor, and even the Akatsuki hesitate at the sight of Hashirama. Orochimaru quickly realizes the vessel is too weak, because the reanimated body starts cracking just from releasing a little of the first Hokage's chakra. He tries to control the revived first Hokage and fails, learning the hard way that a soul this strong will not obey him. Instead of acting like a legend, the revived first Hokage starts talking cheerfully, asking what jutsu this is, what year it is, and whether Orochimaru is from Konoha. Thinking fast, Orochimaru claims he is Tsunade's comrade and asks the first Hokage to protect him from the rogue ninjas closing in. The revived first Hokage turns to face the attackers with more curiosity than alarm and starts sizing up the Akatsuki below. The moment the revived first Hokage recognizes Kakuzu from the old Waterfall Village days, Kakuzu is shaken in a way the others have never seen. Kakuzu finally says the impossible out loud. The man on the roof is the first Hokage Hashirama, and that name alone makes the whole group hesitate. The others instantly treat Kakuzu like a walking history book, but he snaps at them because all his old bragging is useless against the real man. Hashirama even praises Kakuzu as a strong ninja from a small village, which only leaves Kakuzu looking more conflicted than proud. Sasori immediately suspects Orochimaru used a forbidden resurrection technique, while Deidara charges anyway because hearing God of Ninja only excites him more. Pain warns everyone that the first Hokage is even more dangerous than Kagura, but Deidara ignores him and sends another flock of clay birds at point-blank range. Hashirama just stares at the incoming bombs in confusion, and Orochimaru instantly decides this summon is too foolish to trust. Orochimaru abandons the field in a swarm of snakes, hoping the revived first Hokage can stall the Akatsuki before that fragile Edo body falls apart. Deidara's explosion tears the platform apart, blasts off Hashirama's arms, and sends the first Hokage tumbling to the ground in an undignified heap. Deidara laughs at the so-called god, and for one brief moment the Akatsuki start to relax. Not far away, Kagura and Kabuto watch the fight together, and Kabuto can hardly believe the first Hokage just got blown apart like that. Kagura quietly defends Hashirama, because he knows the Edo body is the real problem and this weak vessel still lets the first Hokage warm up a little. At the same time, Hashirama's revival triggers a huge jump for Kagura, and he feels his chakra, vitality, recovery, and would release all fuse into something stronger. Kagura is openly pleased with the result, since Orochimaru has just handed him a new superior and a massive upgrade for free. Back on the battlefield, Hashirama's arm starts regenerating, and he casually complains that this Edo body feels far too fragile. Itachi studies Hashirama's chakra with his Sharingan, and Hashirama notices both the Uchiha eyes and the Konoha forehead protector on an enemy's cloak. Kisame gets tired of the chatter and charges, but Hashirama dodges Samahata and kicks him away with brutal ease. Pain immediately answers with Shinra Tensei, blasting Hashirama back and finally forcing him to pay attention. Before the Akatsuki can pile on again, Hashirama claps his hands and turns the battlefield into a forest with deep forest emergence. Inside the newborn forest, Itachi warns the others not to stop moving, because Hashirama's roots are actively hunting them. Pain decides enough is enough and unleashes a larger Shinra Tensei that tears up the forest and flattens the Sound Village into ruins. Far away from the blast, Orochimaru looks back in fury as the village he paid to build is wiped out in seconds. Even so, he admits the gamble bought him time, and he starts dreaming again about stealing Kagura's body and improving Edo Tensei with even stronger summons. When Orochimaru reaches one of his bases, Kabuto is already waiting with the ugly truth. Kagura knew the Akatsuki were coming and deliberately let this happen. Orochimaru is furious at being used by his so-called ally, but he swallows it and tells Kabuto the warning still mattered. The battle ends with Hashirama's flawed Edo body finally dissipating, leaving the Akatsuki standing in ruins with no sign of Orochimaru or Danzo. With nowhere safe left to run, Orochimaru asks Kagura for help through Kabuto and begs for Konoha pressure on the Akatsuki so he and Danzo can breathe. For Kagura, this is easy work, so he sends away to Nagato and smoothly pushes the chase into a slower, more manageable mission instead of an all-out manhunt. Nagato accepts the adjustment in his own grim way and turns the whole pursuit into a mission to make Danzo feel the pain of this world. Kagura quietly rigs both sides of the game, because he can let Sasori chase hard enough to look real while still making sure Orochimaru and Danzo escape. That first rescue pays off immediately when Kagura gets Orochimaru's latest research result, the curse mark technique built from controlled natural energy. Kagura instantly sees the value, because his paths and other followers always need chakra from him, and this seal can turn natural energy into a cleaner supply line. He tests the upgraded curse mark on Karen first, placing a dark leaf-shaped seal beside her flying thunder god mark. The effect is immediate, and Karen suddenly throws out 4 adamantine sealing chains instead of her usual one. Kagura praises her progress, tells her to train towards sage mode, and sets a bigger goal for the future before letting her take the Chunin exams. When Karen asks if she will have to enter alone like Kagura once did, he gently shifts the topic toward whether she wants friends and teammates instead. He even starts planning her future team, including a genin who can cook and the possibility of pulling one of Orochimaru's spies into her squad. Later en route, Kagura sends Karen out to train and calls in the masked Uchiha operatives waiting outside his office. Karen is especially annoyed by the Uchiha Kalde, because that used to be Kagura's codename, and she clearly sees herself as his closest assistant. She bluntly declares that only she can save Kagura with her blood if he is ever badly hurt, and the masked Uchiha can only stand there and take it. Life en route settles into a calmer routine under Kagura, far more humane than Danzo's era, while the third Hokage rarely lets them go on missions. As the ninja world stays quiet, Kagura and Karen keep growing older and peace starts to feel normal again. Then on April 4th, Kagura's 17th birthday begins with Root catching a sneaky little white snake carrying a scroll from Orochimaru. The scroll looks like one of Orochimaru's usual eerie gifts at first, but this time the birthday present is a full invasion blueprint. Orochimaru's gift is the Konoha village collapse plan, timed for the Grand Chunin exams that will bring the Sand and Mist villages into Konoha later that year. En route, Kagura reads Orochimaru's new Konoha collapse plan and immediately sees how dangerously ambitious it is. The scroll lays out a brutal chain of disguises and assassinations. Lure Raza in, kill him, trick Mist Elder Genji next, kill him too, then use fake Raza and fake Genji to ignite a 3-sided attack during the Chunin exam. Kagura has to admit Orochimaru's scheme is even cleaner than the version he remembered, which makes it more useful and more dangerous. But he still rejects it, warning that betting everything on one huge strike could backfire and destroy their own side first. He tells Orochimaru to think smaller and slower, because the Chunin exam is still half a year away and the board is not ready yet. Kagura puts on his Konoha forehead protector and switches from hidden conspirator to the Hokage's overworked young assistant. 12-year-old Karen meets him with the day's schedule, stacking him with a Hokage office meeting, mission site duties, and Yakushi Nono's birthday party at the orphanage. Before he leaves, Kagura makes one very Kagura request: write down who forgets his birthday gift, but don't bother listing the ones who remembered. The Uchiha under him can only trade awkward looks, because their boss is strong enough to terrify people but still gets petty about birthday presents. Those Uchiha have grown fast through endless training inside a limited Tsukuyumi world, but the method has made them detached and less able to gain anything new from it. Because that fake world no longer stirs real emotion in them, Kagura knows it will not awaken their Mangekyo Sharingan no matter how much they keep grinding. Kagura does not push them into murdering each other for power, partly because he refuses to repeat Danzo's cruelty, and partly because he no longer needs that kind of shortcut. What he wants now is raw chakra, because the Ten-Tails vessel inside him is still waking up and he needs a huge source of power to force that evolution forward. Later in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen, Hamura, Koharu, and Kagura gather to settle the next graduating class and their future Jonin instructors. Hiruzen carefully floats one extra idea: put Karen on the same team as Naruto and Sasuke, so she can lock Naruto down if the Nine-Tails ever surges out of control. Kagura agrees a little too quickly, then immediately twists the idea by saying Naruto and Sasuke should just be handed over to Root so he can train them himself. He even says he can handle Sasuke's Uchiha issue and have Karen remove that threat at the right moment, which makes his answer sound less like mentoring and more like containment. Hiruzen shuts that down at once and reminds Kagura that growing up should have made him less extreme, not more. Kagura pushes back anyway, pointing out that both boys would actually choose Root if anyone let them decide for themselves. That claim is not empty. Sasuke has long wanted Root because Karen's progress impressed him, and Naruto likes the people around Kagura more than most of the village. Naruto's circle is tiny, mostly Kagura, Karen, Kakashi, and Anko, so joining Root feels safer and simpler to him than trusting the wider village. Even Kakashi is drifting the wrong way from Hiruzen's perspective, because after leaving Umbu he still wants back into the shadows and keeps chasing any lead that might point to Obito. Hiruzen refuses to hand Naruto to Root, because turning the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki into another extremist is exactly what he fears most. Their meeting is interrupted when an Umbu announces that the academy teachers have arrived with this year's graduation exam proposal. Iruka enters with another instructor named Mizuki, and Kagura notices right away that Mizuki is not paying attention like an honest teacher should. Iruka presents the clone technique as the graduation test, following the academy's old rule of using simple basics that ordinary kids can realistically pass. The point is not brilliance but access, because easier exams let more civilian children become genin instead of locking the system around clan heirs with bigger chakra reserves. Hiruzen approves the exam on the spot, and Iruka leaves with Mizuki after a formal bow. As soon as Mizuki is out the door, Kagura brings him up, because that distracted little performance looked exactly like a man already thinking about betrayal. Hiruzen admits he has been watching Mizuki for a while and already knows the man craves power, lurks near his house, and has been sniffing around the scroll of seals. Kagura's first answer is brutally simple: if Mizuki is that dangerous, just kill him now. Hiruzen rejects that outright, because he wants to use Mizuki instead of wasting him. His real goal is Naruto. Before the boy becomes a shinobi, he needs to hear the truth about why the village hates him and face it before the Nine-Tails chakra turns that pain into disaster. Because Naruto struggles with ordinary clones thanks to his oversized chakra, Hiruzen sees the scroll of seals as a way to steer him toward the one forbidden technique that actually fits him: multiple shadow clone. Kagura offers the most direct version again, saying he can just teach Naruto the jutsu himself like Kakashi once taught him. Hiruzen has to restate the point: Mizuki is supposed to steal the scroll, expose his malice, and become the ugly example Naruto learns from. Kagura still pushes back, arguing that Mizuki barely understands anything and that if Naruto needs the truth, he could hear it from someone who actually knows what happened. Hiruzen says that is exactly what he does not want, because hatred is not the foundation he wants under Naruto, or under Kagura's way of thinking. Instead, Hiruzen wants Naruto to learn two things in one blow: some people will use him, but other people still care enough to help him. Kagura finally accepts the assignment, and under that calm answer he immediately recognizes something else. This scheme could also give him his long-awaited opening to the Scroll of Seals. Because Hiruzen has never trusted him with that scroll directly, Kagura treats Mizuki's planned theft as a perfect backdoor. Then Kagura proposes his own polished version of the plot: rough Mizuki up, push him into stealing the scroll, and have him tell Naruto that everyone hated him for being the Nine-Tails except one teacher who secretly tried to help him graduate. For one absurd second, Hiruzen is stunned because Kagura's version accidentally makes Mizuki sound like a tragic benefactor. Kagura patches the hole immediately by adding the final beat: once Naruto learns multiple shadow clone, Root arrests Mizuki and Naruto gets to believe a teacher went to prison for helping him become a ninja. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen feels uneasy because Kagura's cold logic sounds a little too much like Root. Kagura argues that the plan still works if Mizuki steals the Scroll of Seals, Naruto learns the multi-shadow clone technique, and the truth about the Nine-Tails finally reaches him. Hiruzen pushes back and says Iruka should be the one guiding Naruto, because a future Hokage cannot solve everything by force alone. When Kagura bluntly suggests killing Mizuki to bury the truth forever, Hiruzen shuts that down and warns him not to walk Danzo's path. Kagura smoothly adjusts the script and agrees to give Iruka a bigger role as Naruto's real mentor. Hiruzen reveals that Irika lost his parents in the Ninetales attack, and Kagura coolly points out that the whole village should have cared for Naruto instead of shunning him. Unable to argue with that, Hiruzen ends the talk and formally orders Kagura to make sure Naruto learns the truth, masters the technique, and keeps the scroll out of Mizuki's hands. Kagura immediately takes advantage of the new mission and cheerfully cancels his boring afternoon assignment meeting. At the ninja school, Mizuki watches Naruto being isolated by the other kids and quietly decides this lonely child is still the perfect tool for stealing the scroll of seals. That plan dies fast when Karen walks in with root agents, and Mizuki panics so hard he tries to jump out the window. Karen snaps a golden chakra chain around him, yanks him back inside, and drops him to the floor before ordering Root to drag him away. Mizuki is hauled into Root's underground base and finally realizes just how dark Kagura's department really is. Karen casually hands over a vial of her own blood as a torture insurance policy, and tells the team to get a confession by any means as long as Mizuki stays alive. The Root team is more worried about Karen hurting herself than about Mizuki, and she impatiently tells them to finish quickly so they do not miss Kagura's birthday dinner at the orphanage. Mizuki folds almost instantly, confessing to killing a teammate, plotting to steal the scroll, and nursing ugly jealousy toward Irika. When Kagura reads the confession, he decides Mizuki has earned more than a death sentence, and says he will arrange a very special future for him. Mizuki is dumped at Kagura's feet, begging for mercy the second he recognizes the young assistant from the Hokage Tower. Kagura offers him pear juice with eerie kindness and starts rewriting the motive, claiming Mizuki was really after the Ninetales seal inside Naruto. He piles on the story piece by piece, saying Mizuki wanted to free the Ninetales, trigger another disaster, and make Irika regret ever caring for Naruto. When Mizuki tries to deny it, Kagura shuts him down with shadow possession and forces his body upright like a puppet. Shursui emerges from the shadow, uneasy about the plan, and Kagura calmly explains the whole script. Mizuki becomes the villain, Irika steps in, and Naruto beats him after learning multi-shadow clone. Kagura even asks for applause, and the Root office actually erupts in clapping while Mizuki stares in dead white disbelief. Kagura forces Mizuki to join the applause too, turning even his fear and refusal into part of the performance. Then Kagura adds one last detail. When Mizuki is caught, he will also confess that Orochimaru ordered the whole thing. Before wrapping up, Kagura tells Karen to invite Irika to the orphanage dinner because Irika once took good care of her too. That night, Kagura's birthday turns the orphanage into a rare warm gathering, with Nono's huge cake and old friends crowding the room. After everyone else starts leaving, Kagura quietly stops Irika and steers the talk toward Naruto's coming graduation. Irika admits Naruto still struggles badly with the basic clone technique, and Kagura reminds him that Naruto is not just another student but the village's Ninetales Jinchuriki. Kagura tells him the higher-ups chose the exam this way on purpose, because Naruto's huge chakra makes normal clones nearly impossible for him at this age. Then Kagura drops the real point. Naruto is supposed to learn the forbidden multi-shadow clone technique instead. Irika protests that the technique can kill a child, but Kagura coldly says the village wants to see whether Naruto is ready to risk his life to become a ninja. Kagura pushes even harder and says that if Naruto dies, the village might consider that safer than keeping a failed Ninetales host alive. Irika finally pushes back for Naruto's sake, saying none of this was the boy's fault, but Kagura reminds him the village will still see Naruto as the fox that ruined their lives. To end the argument, Kagura hides behind Hiruzen's authority and orders Irika to keep watching Naruto's resolve and judge whether he can become a true Konoha ninja. Irika leaves frustrated, carrying the weight of an order he hates and a student he now wants to protect even more. Kakashi wanders over right after and jokes that Kagura seems to be bullying honest people again. Kagura shrugs it off as Hiruzen's order, then turns the conversation on Kakashi and asks why he still has not found a team worth keeping. When Kakashi asks about transferring into Root, Kagura flatly says he is not suited for the job at all. Kagura proves his point in the pettiest way possible when a Root subordinate instantly refills his pear juice, and he calls that proper Root behavior. Kakashi calls Root murky, and Kagura insists he has actually cleaned it up compared to Danzo's brutal old version. The banter turns darker when Kagura says Kakashi should be grateful he is the assistant now, because Danzo would have had him digging his own grave. Before leaving, Kagura warns that he may assign Kakashi some especially troublesome graduates this year, and Kakashi still assumes he is joking. Kakashi only has one real request. As long as the problem student is not Naruto, he thinks he can manage. Time passes into graduation season, and Irika keeps a close watch on Naruto, worried both about his safety and about the dangerous plan hanging over him. On exam day, Irika and Mizuki stand together as the graduation test begins with the basic clone technique. When Naruto's turn comes, he pours out a huge burst of chakra but only produces one pitiful failed clone sprawled on the floor. Irika struggles but still fails him, while Mizuki pretends to argue for a special pass by praising Naruto's stamina and determination. By the time the other kids are showing off their new headbands, Naruto is left alone on the playground swing with his head hanging low. Mizuki walks over like a caring teacher, apologizes for not getting him through, and makes sure Naruto sees him as the one adult on his side. Then Mizuki offers the bait at last, whispering that the Scroll of Seals holds a technique powerful enough to make Naruto a ninja and maybe even Hokage. To complete Kagura's setup, Mizuki tells Naruto to come with him and says they should bring Irika too, because Irika is also one of the graduation examiners. At the ninja school, Hiruzen and Kagura watch the graduation group from high ground and quietly note that Naruto, Irika, and Mizuki are already missing. Hiruzen asks if everything is ready, and Kagura calmly says yes, insisting he followed the Hokage's instructions so the Scroll of Seals plan should unfold without mistakes. That answer only makes Hiruzen more uneasy, because Kagura's version of the plan already looks different from the simple trap he had in mind. Elsewhere that night, Mizuki brings Naruto and a conflicted Irika straight to Hiruzen's home, not to steal the Scroll of Seals by force, but to take it under official cover. Mizuki corners Irika with a fake official explanation, claiming the higher-ups ordered them to let Naruto learn the multiple shadow clone technique and judge his graduation by the result. Irika knows a forbidden technique could put Naruto in danger, but because the order sounds real, he cannot bring himself to refuse. At the residence, a masked root guard sees Irika and Mizuki together and hands over the Scroll of Seals, saying Kagura already ordered that it be released to them if they came for it. With the scroll now in hand, Mizuki quickly leads Irika and Naruto away to a remote training ground so Naruto can supposedly begin learning. At the training ground, Irika still wants to slow things down, worried that letting a child handle forbidden jutsu is too dangerous. Naruto, desperate to graduate and trade his goggles for a real forehead protector, eagerly says he can do it. Mizuki snatches the scroll from Irika, spreads it open himself, and starts talking in a way that makes Irika realize something is badly off. Naruto stares at the multiple shadow clone technique and immediately loses confidence, admitting clone jutsu is exactly what he is worst at. Instead of pushing Naruto to learn, Mizuki gently tells him it does not matter if he fails, which is exactly what makes Naruto stop and question him. Mizuki drops the act and tells Naruto that after tonight he will be a village criminal, so graduation should be the last thing on his mind. Irika finally moves to pull Naruto away, but Mizuki catches his wrist and crushes that rescue attempt in an instant. Mizuki brutally overpowers Irika and kicks him away, showing he is far stronger than the harmless teacher Irika thought he knew. With Irika down, Mizuki turns on Naruto and starts revealing the truth he has always been denied about the Nine-Tails attack 12 years ago. Irika tries to shut him up, but Mizuki cuts deeper and tells Naruto the fox inside him caused the disaster and killed Irika's parents. Naruto is stunned to realize this is why the village always hated him, and Mizuki cruelly savors that moment of fear. Then Mizuki lays out the real goal. He wants to use a technique from the scroll to break Naruto's seal and make Konoha suffer another Nine-Tails calamity. When Irika demands to know how Mizuki got this far, Mizuki reveals he learned about the scroll plan from information leaked by Orochimaru's spy at Kagura's birthday party. Mizuki explains that once he knew Naruto might be taught the multiple shadow clone technique, he only had to trick Irika into retrieving the scroll for him. That confession freezes Irika, because he realizes Mizuki manipulated both him and Kagura's arrangement to get the Scroll of Seals legally handed over. Mizuki boasts that with the scroll in hand, he can master its jutsu, release the Nine-Tails, and bring Konoha back to the terror of that night. Irika drags himself forward and demands why Mizuki would do something this monstrous when he knows better than anyone how terrible the Nine-Tails was. Mizuki fires back by accusing Irika of hypocrisy, asking why a man whose parents died in the attack would protect Naruto instead of killing him. Irika answers with painful honesty, saying Naruto is not the fox, the disaster was never Naruto's fault, and he truly sees Naruto as one of his best students. Irika keeps going, calling Naruto sincere and hardworking, and for the first time Naruto hears that someone has genuinely recognized him. Mizuki snaps at that bond and finally reveals his own grudge. He always hated Irika's good teacher act and never forgave the village for choosing Irika over him. When Irika tries to appeal to their friendship, Mizuki brutally says that friendship was fake too, and he only ever stayed close because Irika was useful. Mizuki says he wants Irika and all of Konoha to regret humiliating him, and he brags that he will prove his talent by helping Orochimaru destroy the village. That is the point where Naruto finally explodes, leaping at Mizuki because he cannot stand watching Irika be betrayed like this. Mizuki casually crushes Naruto's attack, grabs him by the throat, and shows he could kill the boy whenever he wants. He throws Naruto away, sits beside the open scroll, and calmly starts searching its contents while warning Naruto that this isolated place leaves him nowhere to run. Lying there full of shuriken wounds, Irika realizes just how dangerous Mizuki really is and that if they fail now, another Nine-Tails disaster could begin. Even so, Naruto still rushes back to Irika first, checking on his teacher instead of himself. Seeing that, Irika decides to bet everything on Naruto and asks if he still remembers his dream of becoming Hokage. Naruto answers immediately that he wants to become the greatest Hokage of all and finally be acknowledged by everyone. Irika pushes harder, asking whether Naruto has the resolve to risk his life for that dream, just like the fourth Hokage did when he saved the village. Naruto says yes, and that answer lets Irika finally give the only plan they have left. Irika tells Naruto they must stop Mizuki from learning how to break the seal, and the only chance is the multiple shadow clone technique they just saw in the scroll. Naruto hesitates because clone jutsu has always been his weakest area, but Iruka tells him that protecting Konoha now means believing in himself and staking everything on it. That finally hardens Naruto's resolve, and he forms the seal with the simple, stubborn determination to protect the village no matter what. Naruto shouts out multiple shadow clone jutsu, and this time the forbidden technique answers him perfectly. In a sudden explosion of bodies, countless Naruto clones filled the training ground and proved that he really succeeded. Iruka lights up in relief, because in one move Naruto just smashed straight through Mizuki's plan. Mizuki turns around at last and visibly falters when he sees himself completely surrounded by Naruto clones. Naruto rides that surge of confidence and sends the whole clone swarm crashing into Mizuki. Mizuki is overwhelmed under the pile of clones, and the threat of another Nine-Tails disaster ends before it can even begin. Just outside the training ground, Hiruzen watches the outcome from hiding and finally gives Kagura rare, open praise for how well this setup worked. When Hiruzen asks how he convinced Mizuki to play his part, Kagura sidesteps the truth and simply says he offered Mizuki the chance to leave a whole corpse behind if he cooperated. Instead of telling Hiruzen about the shadow manipulation behind it, Kagura hands over a written confession listing Mizuki's crimes. Reading it, Hiruzen learns Mizuki had even killed his own teammate before, which confirms just how rotten he was long before tonight. The last section ties Mizuki to Orochimaru, and Hiruzen can only sigh that Orochimaru has become one of Konoha's greatest dangers. Kagura quietly adds that Jiraiya considers Danzo the more dangerous man, and that reminder leaves Hiruzen with nothing to say. With the crisis settled, Hiruzen decides to head back and says tomorrow they still need to discuss team assignments and Jonin instructors for the new graduates. But Kagura's attention lingers on the scroll of seals, and he casually asks what other techniques are written inside and whether any of them are stronger. Hiruzen shuts that down immediately, saying the scroll only contains dangerous forbidden jutsu from the second Hokage and none of it is worth Kagura's time compared to would release. Under that warning is a real fear. Hiruzen knows those techniques use human sacrifices, and he does not want someone as unconcerned with life as Kagura anywhere near them. So Hiruzen resolves to have Anbu retrieve the scroll as soon as he returns, while Kagura quietly remains unconcerned because his people have already seen enough of its contents for him. Back at the training ground, Anbu and Root moved in together to clean up the Mizuki incident, with Tenzo taking charge of the scroll of seals and Karen taking custody of Mizuki. Naruto lit up when he saw Karen and proudly told her he beat the bad guy himself. Karen brushed off the bragging, then used a small vial of blood to heal Iruka and casually praised Naruto for getting through the night. As Iruka's wounds closed up, he gave Naruto a thumbs up and invited him out for ramen to celebrate his graduation. When Naruto asked if that meant he could really graduate, Iruka joyfully confirmed it and praised him as a village hero like the fourth Hokage. Iruka and Naruto headed back toward the village together, leaving Mizuki behind as nothing more than a used-up pawn. With Naruto gone, Root coldly decided Mizuki knew too much, and Karen ordered him killed while also telling them to spread the story that Naruto had stopped the crisis. Once the story hit Konoha, the village erupted over Mizuki's plan to trigger a Nine-Tails disaster. Naruto's victory split public opinion, because some people finally saw him as the one who saved them while others still treated him as the danger itself. Even so, the incident clearly improved Naruto's place in the village, because for the first time some people stopped looking at him with pure coldness. The biggest winner was Naruto, while Kagura stayed the invisible fixer in the background and quietly collected his mission reward instead. Kagura received combined nature transformations, and the reward immediately caught his attention because it seemed even cleaner than the third Hokage's method of chaining separate elements together. To test it, Kagura formed a seal and created a tiny lightning-wrapped water dragon spiraling around his arm. Then he tried a nastier version, hiding dust release inside an ordinary flame so the fire burned on his desk while the wood beneath it quietly decomposed away. That result sold him completely, because now he could build far more dangerous techniques and even imagine unleashing dust release through a giant thousand hands construct someday. And the mission reward was only the start, because Kagura had already used Karen to secretly copy the far more terrifying forbidden techniques inside the scroll of seals. One of the first techniques that grabbed him was the spirit transformation technique, because it let a soul leave the body and directly invade another person. But right after that, he found the soul imprisonment technique and realized Tobirama had already designed a direct answer to spiritual attacks too. The mutually multiplying explosive tags impressed him less, because infinite exploding paper was brutal but wasteful for someone with his power. What truly hooked him was the 8 gates, because he immediately saw how his right eye Yomi could cancel the usual death sentence at the end. He also reviewed high-level genjutsu and barrier arts, judging Bringer of Darkness merely useful but marking the 4 red yang formation as essential for a Hokage-level crisis. Then he turned to the Uzumaki sealing arts, including the 4 symbols seal and the Reaper Death Seal, and decided the deadly one was worth learning only because his 10-minute death immunity made it survivable. Even so, what mattered more to him was learning how to undo the Reaper Death Seal later, and he already had Orochimaru in mind as the kind of monster who might help with that. He also kept Edo Tensei in mind, but he was in no rush because Kabuto would return for the Chunin exams and Kagura was already planning to place Karen near him then. When Kagura finally asked Karen what she had learned, he warned her not to touch certain techniques, especially the Reaper Death Seal. Karen agreed, but she admitted the Scroll of Seals had been hard to resist and that she had at least already taken the multi-shadow clone jutsu for herself. Their talk shifted when Karen passed along an Umbu message summoning Kagura to the Hokage Tower to discuss the new graduates. Kagura was not impressed by the summons, because as far as he was concerned the graduate teams could just be assigned the usual way. At the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen had already lined up most of the rookie teams, starting with Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji under Asuma for the next Ino Shikacho generation. Team 7 was also settled as Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura under Kakashi, mostly because their relationships made that lineup the cleanest fit. Hiruzen noted that Karen would have been a stronger pick than Sakura, but Kagura had no intention of releasing a capable root subordinate into an ordinary genin team. The real problem was Team 8, because Hiruzen wanted Hinata grouped with Kiba and Shino under the newly promoted Kurenai but worried the Hyuga clan might block it. Hiruzen explained that as the Hyuga main family's daughter, Hinata might be kept under stricter clan control, so he wanted Kagura to quietly sound out Hayashi's stance. Kagura cut straight to the point and asked whether Hiruzen actually wanted the Hyuga clan to agree or refuse. Hiruzen tried to keep it diplomatic, but he admitted he believed a change of environment would probably help Hinata grow stronger than her current family atmosphere did. Once he got that answer, Kagura calmly said the problem was easy if the clan refused, because he could just persuade them. Hiruzen, briefly relieved, hurried to warn him not to use violence or threats against the Hyuga clan. Kagura answered that he did not even need to act personally, because he had heard Hyuga Niji hated the main family enough to be useful. Then Kagura delivered his deadliest version of problem-solving, suggesting they could let Niji wipe out the entire Hyuga clan and leave Hinata as the sole survivor so she would be free to join Team 8. Kurenai was outright horrified, and Hiruzen felt a chill because Kagura's logic sounded disturbingly close to the kind of thing Danzo would do. Realizing this was getting dangerous fast, Hiruzen decided he would handle the Hyuga talks himself instead. To redirect Kagura somewhere safer, Hiruzen assigned him to accompany Kakashi on home visits for Team 7 and understand the family situations of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Kagura accepted easily, although to him the assignment was almost absurd since 2 of those 3 children were orphans. He started proving exactly why Hiruzen was nervous by saying Sakura would be easy because her parents were alive, and that for Sasuke he could simply take Kakashi to track down Itachi, and for Naruto, Kagura casually jumped all the way to digging up a dead parent by proposing to capture Orochimaru over a resurrection lead. That was the last straw, and Hiruzen cut him off in frustration, ordering him to meet normal people inside the village and only the ones who were still alive. Back in the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen is still troubled by Orochimaru mastering Edo Tensei, but he has no time to dwell on it and sends Kagura back to work. Outside the building, Kakashi is waiting and immediately grumbles that the higher-ups stuck him with a pair of troublemakers in Naruto and Sasuke. Kagura answers with a straight face that this assignment is a sign of trust, then admits he had wanted to drag Kakashi to find Itachi and ask about Sasuke's guidance plan. Kakashi recoils at the idea, and Kagura regretfully lays out Hiruzen's much safer order instead, visits Sakura's parents, checks Sasuke's home, and leave Naruto's familiar mess to Kakashi. Their home visit starts gently at Sakura's house, where her parents are warm and welcoming, making this stop the easy part. At Sasuke's house, they find the Uchiha orphan living in a place so neat that even Kagura notes it is cleaner than Naruto's apartment. Kagura flips through old Uchiha scrolls and quietly recognizes that Sasuke's top rank is not just bloodline talent but hard work too. Even here, Kagura admits he once wanted to take Sasuke and train him for revenge against Itachi, and Kakashi can only sigh at how deep that grudge still runs. Later at the academy, Naruto is thrilled to have Sakura on his team and annoyed about Sasuke, right up until Kakashi walks in as the Jonin instructor. Naruto openly sours on the pick, and Kakashi instantly decides this overfamiliar brat needs a sharp reminder that graduating the academy still does not make him a real ninja yet. Kakashi moves the 3 rookies up to the rooftop and starts the first real step of testing what kind of team they will be. The 3 kids pass, and Kakashi accepts them because, despite all the chaos, each one still moved to protect a teammate. For Kakashi, that result matters because he still clings to Obito's old belief that abandoning comrades is worse than trash. Meanwhile, Kagura reports back and gets a new reward technique, but he is deeply unimpressed because it feels like a Jonin teacher's favorite bullying move. Life does not slow down for him, and Kagura soon ends up on duty in the Mission Assembly Hall, handing freshly graduated brats the nastiest garbage collection jobs he can justify. Hiruzen visits the hall, approves Kagura's handling, and brings a more serious problem. The Mist wants Konoha to investigate a major smuggling route between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire. The job is S-rank because it reaches into national politics. Smuggling is wrecking the Land of Water's tax income, and the Mist wants Konoha to handle the nobles and ninja tied to it without making more enemies at home. Hiruzen intends to hand the smuggler job to Umbu, but Kagura quickly volunteers for it himself, bored with desk duty and already planning to use the trip to meet Orochimaru and Danzo before the Chunin exams. Hiruzen agrees and starts lecturing him about the duty of the mission hall, But that sermon is interrupted when an elderly client in glasses walks in to post a protection job. As Kagura steps out, he overhears the old man introduce himself as Tazuna and ask for a C-rank escort to the Land of Waves, and that destination suddenly jolts his memory. Back at Route, Kagura uses his shadow network and confirms the smuggler's stronghold is also in the Land of Waves, so he orders Karen to gather people and summon Orochimaru there. At the same time in the mission hall, Hiruzen watches Naruto make a scene and assigns Team 7 to escort Tazuna to the very same Land of Waves. Kakashi already suspects Tazuna is hiding something, but he keeps quiet because he trusts himself to protect the three rookies if trouble appears. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Danzo both receive Kagura's message and head for the Land of Waves, expecting to discuss the Chunin exams planned there. Outside Konoha, Team 7 and Kagura's route unit happen to leave at the same time, and Naruto loudly brags that his team finally got a real C-rank mission. Kagura casually answers that he is heading out on an S-rank mission and might kill enough people to fill a river, which instantly chills the whole Team 7 side. Naruto still mouths off that he will fire Kagura when he becomes Hokage, and Kakashi has to smack him just to keep the trip moving. As Kagura's squad walks past, every root ninja gives Naruto a pitying look, like he just picked a fight with someone far more dangerous than he understands. Once Root is gone, Sakura scolds Naruto for offending Kagura again, but Naruto insists Kagura is their friend and not petty at all. Kakashi dryly tells Naruto he has somehow lived all these years without learning how petty Kagura can be, which only sparks another pointless argument with Sasuke. Kakashi finally cuts them off and quietly wonders if Kagura and Root are heading toward the Land of Waves too. Sometime later in a forest camp, Kagura is relaxed enough to go fishing by the river while his Root subordinates prepare dinner nearby. Karen quietly reports that two hidden ninjas are waiting a few kilometers away and offers to erase them before they disturb Kagura's mood. Kagura says no, reels in a fish, and decides they should stay put and watch who those two ninjas are really hunting for entertainment. Karen's bad feeling is right, because the hidden attackers are waiting for Team 7 on the road to the Land of Waves. The ambush hits hard enough to freeze Naruto and Sakura, but Sasuke shows real nerve for a first fight. Kakashi ends the attack cleanly and captures both mist ninjas, ready to question why allied shinobi just tried to kill his client. Before Kakashi can start, Kagura strolls out of the forest with grilled fish in hand and coldly remarks that attacking allied mist ninja would normally be a serious offense for Team 7. Naruto blurts out that Kagura just watched the fight instead of helping, but Kagura says he would never casually strike an ally and turns to the prisoners instead. With no warning, Kagura drives the fish skewer into one mist ninja's shoulder and starts interrogating him about violating the Konoha Mist Alliance. The mist ninja recognizes Kagura as the terrifying would-release user from Konoha, but he still refuses to explain his mission. Kagura decides the prisoner is useless and kills him on the spot as wood branches burst through his body, leaving Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke horrified. Kagura calls Karen over, and she coldly wakes the second prisoner by slashing him across the chest with her sword. Kagura gives the second man one chance, threatening that if nobody talks he will just wipe out the Mist Village and stop asking questions. That threat breaks the survivor, and he points at Tazuna as the real target of the attack. With nowhere left to hide, Tazuna admits he lied because the Land of Waves is under Gato's grip, the people are trapped in poverty, and his bridge is their only hope of reopening the country. He even tries to shame them into helping by talking about his daughter and granddaughter suffering forever if Konoha abandons him now. Kagura coolly answers that he can solve that by killing the grieving family too, instantly proving moral pressure does not work on him. Kakashi has to pull the conversation back to reality, explaining that Tazuna's lie turns this into at least a B-rank mission and could drag Konoha into conflict with the Mist. Tazuna clings to a lifeline and asks if they can just return to Konoha for higher approval, and Kakashi pointedly introduces Kagura as one of the village's top officials. Kagura immediately tries to dodge responsibility, but Kakashi grabs his shoulder and reminds him these kids need a real first mission without it ending in disaster. Kagura finally agrees in his own way, saying there will be no problem if Kakashi handles the smugglers in the Land of Waves while Root treats the place like a vacation stop. That is enough for Kakashi, because with Kagura and Root nearby he feels safe taking Team 7 deeper into the mission even if the target area is far more dangerous than advertised. The two groups do not travel together though, because Kakashi is training Genin while Kagura is very obviously doing something else entirely. When Team 7 reaches the Land of Waves, a bandaged swordsman appears on a tree and blocks the road, Momochi Zabuza, now a rogue from the mist. Kakashi recognizes him at once and needles him about the fourth Mizukage saving his life, only for Zabuza to snap that he never intended to obey Yagura again. Zabuza has his own ambitions now, because smuggling nobles are funding his rebellion in exchange for protection and a future break with Konoha if he seizes the mist. Kakashi warns the kids that Zabuza is lethal and even escaped alive from a clash with Kagura, but inside he stays calm because he assumes Kagura must be watching nearby. But Kakashi is dead wrong about that, because while Team 7 is fighting for its life, Kagura is nowhere near the battlefield. Instead, Kagura is sitting comfortably inside Gato's house, where the smuggler himself is already dead with Orochimaru's snake coiled over the corpse. Danzo is there too with Torian and Fu, quietly standing by as the three Konoha monsters treat Gato's home like a private meeting room. Kagura opens the talk by saying they should split Gato's money 70-30, sounding generous for exactly 1 second. Orochimaru immediately asks if Kagura really plans to keep only 30%, and Kagura dryly reveals the real joke: the 70% is his. After the meeting ends, Kagura walks out of Orochimaru's house with a lingering look, like he already sees the place as part of a future prize. From the roof, Orochimaru and Danzo watch him leave in silence, both clearly disturbed by how dangerous their young ally has become. Danzo quietly warns Orochimaru that Kagura may kill them both after the Konoha collapse plan succeeds and use them as nothing more than stepping stones. Orochimaru agrees without surprise and coldly says weak allies are just tools, because only real power can force an alliance to hold. Once he is away from them, Kagura tells Karen he still respects Orochimaru and Danzo, but Karen instantly understands that respect really means using them as paving stones. Kagura casually asks how Kakashi's fight went, already sounding ready to laugh at him if Team 7 couldn't even handle Zabuza. Karen says Kakashi and Team 7 did win, but it was a rough, desperate victory against a genuinely dangerous Zabuza. When Karen praises Zabuza as someone who once escaped even after facing Kagura, Kagura looks baffled and says he remembers catching Zabuza in a single move. Kagura even praises Zabuza's flashy 40+ hand seals, then dryly admits he only wins so cleanly because his own jutsu need almost no seals at all. He finally explains the old story. Zabuza only got away because the 4th Mizuki Jigura traded Kagura a special jutsu in exchange for letting him go. That leaves Karen awkwardly realizing Kakashi had turned a negotiated release into a terrifying legend about Zabuza escaping Kagura unharmed. Meanwhile, at the Land of Waves battlefield, Kakashi's hard fight with Zabuza is abruptly cut off when a masked Mist Hunter Nin appears and seems to kill Zabuza with Saban. The Hunter Nin claims Zabuza is a traitor from Mist and carries the body away, making Kakashi's side think the matter is over. But in a nearby clearing, the masked rescuer is just about to remove the disguise when Kagura arrives with Karen and a line of root shinobi behind him. Kagura cheerfully asks if the Hunter Nin needs help cutting up Zabuza's corpse, and the fake pursuer is too terrified to do anything but answer politely. After getting directions to Kakashi, Kagura thanks him and walks off as if he believes the act, leaving the fake Hunter Nin barely holding together. The second Kagura is gone, Zabuza suddenly sits up, yanks the saman from his neck, and exposes the whole thing as a fake death rescue. The rescuer removes the mask and reveals himself as Haku, a gentle-looking boy who has been helping Zabuza all along. Zabuza urgently tells Haku they have to flee at once, because the one person he did not want to find here is Kagura. Even while denying he is scared, Zabuza admits he once lost to Kagura and tries to save face by calling it a narrow defeat in bad conditions. Haku quietly notes that Kagura's followers all had Sharingan too, confirming that fighting here would be suicidal. As Haku helps him up, he smiles at how rare it is to hear Zabuza admit defeat, which only makes Zabuza blush harder and rush them to leave. Then Kagura's voice cuts in from behind them, politely correcting Zabuza's brag by saying he only remembers using one technique that day. Cornered and humiliated, Zabuza grudgingly corrects him back and says Kagura actually used 2 techniques, one to shield Yagura and one to beat him. Kagura shrugs off the memory and casually says beating Zabuza was never important enough to remember clearly, which hits even harder than a threat. Kagura ends the reunion by offering Zabuza a choice between surrendering now or getting beaten first, and adds that even suicide would just make cleanup annoying. Zabuza is furious but too weak to do anything, and Haku realizes the only chance left is to strike directly at Kagura himself. Haku suddenly launches water release needles at Kagura, trying to break the trap before the root squad can close in. Karen jumps in front of Kagura and raises an earth flow wall, blocking every water spear with a stone barrier carved in Kagura's own face. Without hesitating, Haku drops the temperature and traps Kagura and Karen inside his mirror-like ice release prison. Karen recognizes the ice mirrors as a true Kekkai Genkai, while Kagura calmly praises how interesting Haku's ice release is. Haku vanishes into the mirror prison and moves so fast through the reflections that his real position becomes impossible to track. He declares that he will not let anyone obstruct his resolve to protect Zabuza, turning the whole assault into a desperate act of loyalty. Karen answers him in kind as golden chains explode from behind her, stabbing through the mirror paths and locking onto Haku's real body in an instant. The ice mirrors crack apart, and Karen slams Haku to the ground by the throat before his Kekkai Genkai can recover. Kagura dryly points out that Karen also won in 2 moves, first shielding him and then defeating Zabuza's partner exactly the way he once handled Zabuza. Zabuza can only glare back, because with Haku captured and his own body still weak, he has nothing left to say. Kagura finally orders both prisoners taken away to be interrogated, because now that the Land of Waves job is over, he wants every smuggling link back to Mist dragged into the light. On a rocky shore, Kagura sat there fishing like this was a lazy afternoon, while Root Ninja held the captured Zabuza and Haku under guard. Zabuza spat that he would rather die than tell Kagura anything, and Kagura answered with a gentle smile that death would be letting him off too easily. When Haku begged to trade information for Zabuza's freedom, Zabuza snapped at him to stay silent even if it meant dying here. Haku quietly admitted the nobles only treated them as pawns, But Zabuza refused the humiliation and insisted he was the one using them. Kagura pointed out that Zabuza already hated those nobles anyway, but Zabuza still chose pure spite and said he would never help Kagura. So Kagura had Root drag Zabuza away first, leaving Haku behind under the threat that Zabuza would never forgive him if he talked. Instead of pressing him, Kagura let the silence sit and gently told Haku he understood why he could not speak. Kagura made a bizarre offer. If he caught a fish today, he would let both Haku and Zabuza go, because neither of them was much of a threat to him. Haku clung to that tiny hope and stared at the fishing line like his whole future depended on it. Half an hour later Kagura reeled up a huge fish, and Haku's face lit up with instant relief. Kagura immediately called Zabuza back and ordered both prisoners untied, honoring his absurd promise without hesitation. But the second he was free, Zabuza rounded on Haku and demanded to know if he had given Kagura the smuggling list. Haku swore he had said nothing, and Kagura calmly backed him up in front of everyone, saying the release happened only because he caught a fish. Zabuza refused to believe it and smashed his fist into Haku's face, calling him useless for disobeying orders. Kagura kept insisting the promise was real, but that only made Zabuza more certain Haku had sold him out to save his life. Convinced Haku had already betrayed him, Zabuza finally turned away and started leaving on his own. Kagura stopped him for one more deal and offered back Kubikuribocho if Zabuza killed the water country smugglers on the list for him. Zabuza realized the nobles would kill him now anyway, so he accepted the job and promised to return with every head. Kagura coldly added a deadline and warned that if even one head was missing, Zabuza should not bother coming back. Even then Zabuza only glanced once at the bruised Haku before walking away, leaving him behind like a discarded tool. When Haku tried to run after him, a vine shot from the ground dragged Kubikuribocho over, and dropped it in front of Haku to block his path. Kagura told Haku to guard the sword until Zabuza returned, promising that both Haku and the blade would be handed back together. Haku crumpled beside the blade and asked the real question hurting him most: why Zabuza did not trust him, and why he was abandoned at all. Kagura offered him a path back to Zabuza's side, but only if Haku later stopped Zabuza from getting tangled in Mist Village affairs again. Haku tried to defend Zabuza's strength, but Kagura compared him to a fish stupid enough to bite the hook before even seeing the bait. Satisfied that Zabuza was now chasing Kagura's enemies for him, Kagura casually called Karen over and decided they were done here for today. He announced they were going to visit the injured Kakashi, and Karen could not tell if that meant concern or another round of mocking. At Tazuna's house, bedridden Kakashi was already telling Team 7 that Zabuza's supposed death had looked fake because the Senbon strikes were too precise and too gentle. Before he could finish, Kagura arrived with Karen, Root, Haku, and Kubikuribocho, instantly proving Kakashi had been right about Zabuza's fake death. Naruto blurted out that Zabuza must be dead if Haku had the blade, and Haku immediately snapped back that Zabuza was still alive. Kakashi recognized Haku at once, and Haku's downcast face made it obvious something had gone badly wrong on Zabuza's side. Kagura brushed the whole matter aside and proudly had his men present 2 giant fish instead, acting like that was the real reason for the visit. Then Kagura casually announced that he had already resolved Zabuza's crisis for them, and Kakashi could only stare because the test he had planned for Team 7 was effectively gone. After Kagura left and even refused Karen's healing help, Kakashi gave up on the deeper test and decided to treat the rest as a normal escort mission instead. While he recovered, Kakashi drilled Team 7 on tree climbing, water walking, and chakra control so the mission would still include real combat growth. A week later, with Zabuza gone and the bridge work continuing, the whole mission finally felt calmer while Tazuna and Team 7 kept the construction moving. Back on bridge duty after his recovery, Kakashi found the heavy fog suspicious and started wondering if Kagura had somehow wiped out Gato's side too. Sakura suddenly spotted a lone figure moving through the fog at the far end of the bridge. Kakashi was still trying to judge whether the stranger was hostile when the figure in the fog suddenly unleashed a monstrous water release straight down the bridge. Realizing this water release was beyond Zabuza's level, Kakashi jumped in front of the others and threw up multiple earth flow walls to stop it. The enemy answered with an even stranger jutsu, a razor-thin water-severing wave that sliced clean through Kakashi's walls in one shot. Kakashi ordered everyone onto the water and onto Tazuna's defense, but even he was shaken by a water release technique he had never seen before. Then Naruto felt someone grab him from under the water, and when Sasuke tried to haul him back, both boys were nearly dragged under together. Kakashi ripped both boys back out and finally exposed the attacker, a silver-haired man in old Konoha armor with the village symbol on his forehead. Kakashi instantly realized the face from Konoha's monument, and asked the impossible question, what was this man to the second Hokage? The man answered bluntly that he was Senju Tobarama himself, reanimated by Orochimaru with Edo Tensei and forced to attack Konoha Ninja. That name alone hit like a second attack, because Team 7 had just gone from a bridge escort to facing a legendary Hokage. Tobarama tried to help them by saying Edo Tensei was limiting his full power, and that they had to defeat and seal him by following his instructions. But when Tobarama noticed Kakashi's Sharingan, he paused to ask if Kakashi was an Uchiha. Kakashi explained it was a transplanted eye from a friend, and Tobirama unexpectedly began by saying the Uchiha could be passionate and loyal to their friends. Naruto blurted out that Kakashi's Uchiha friend had defected, and Tobirama's mood instantly swung back into open suspicion of the clan. Sasuke exploded at that insult to the Uchiha name, his Sharingan flaring red as he challenged even the second Hokage. Kakashi hurriedly revealed that the Uchiha clan had already been wiped out and Sasuke was the only one left in the village, which softened Tobirama on the spot. Before Tobirama could ask more, Orochimaru's control shoved back into his mind and his body lurched forward to kill again. Kakashi intercepted the charge, and even while fighting Tobirama forced out the key rule for stopping Edo Tensei: break the body first, then seal it before it recovers. Kakashi could only think that beating a Hokage with 3 fresh graduates was absurd, unless he somehow stalled long enough for Kagura to show up and maybe seal Tobirama. Tobirama coldly proposed the most efficient tactic himself: use Sasuke as bait, let him rush in to kill the boy, and break his body at that opening. Kakashi refused on instinct because he would not sacrifice a comrade, but Tobirama moved anyway and rushed straight for Sasuke with a kunai. Before Kakashi could fully cover him, Naruto burst forward in a cloak of red chakra and planted himself in front of Sasuke. That flash of the 9 tails made Tobirama recoil, because even while controlled he recognized Konoha's Jinchuriki as too important to ignore. Kakashi seized that opening, pulled the children together, and laid down a black ground seal so he could jump to them instantly if Tobirama tried to break through. Tobirama recognized the mark as something like a flying thunder god seal and instantly sharpened the plan, telling Kakashi to ring it with traps and teleport him into the blast zone. Far back at the bridgehead, Orochimaru calmly watched the whole exchange and realized clever Edo Tensei's subjects would keep helping the enemy unless their minds were erased completely. And with another coffin waiting beside him, Orochimaru smiled and hinted that Tobirama was only the opening move in what he planned to force onto the field next. On the bridge, Kakashi and the reanimated Tobirama keep trading blows while Team 7 turns Tobirama's flying thunder god mark into a brutal trap zone. Sasuke goes especially hard on the trap layout, stringing up barbed wire and blades with obvious anger because Tobirama's talk about the Uchiha has already gotten under his skin. Even while fighting, Tobirama dryly points out that Sasuke's trap looks dangerous enough to kill Kakashi too, which only makes the mood more strained. Sasuke snaps back that anyone too weak to escape should blame themselves for not having the Sharingan, and that answer hits Tobirama like hearing Izuna all over again. For a moment Tobirama's old hatred resurfaces, and he coldly wonders if killing this too familiar Uchiha could be made to look like Orochimaru's doing. Kakashi finally catches Tobirama's wrist, warps both of them to the trap edge, and shoves the second Hokage straight into the wired kill zone. Blades punch through Tobirama's Edo body, and instead of panicking he orders them to seal him fast before Orochimaru can force an escape. Tobirama still flicks out a spread of shuriken as a last move, with the attack aimed mostly at Naruto and a nastier angle hidden in Sasuke's direction. Sasuke jumps in front of Naruto without hesitating and takes the shuriken in his back, dropping blood across the bridge. Naruto grabs the wounded Sasuke in alarm, and Sasuke, still stubborn through the pain, growls that he just refused to let an idiot die to someone he hates. Watching Naruto hold an injured Sasuke, Tobirama briefly sees an echo of Hashirama and Madara, then forces himself back to business and tells them to seal him before his body recovers. The whole plan stalls because Kakashi suddenly realizes he does not actually have the right sealing jutsu ready to finish Tobirama off. Before Kakashi can fix that mistake, thick vines suddenly whip across the bridge, smash the trap apart, and pull Tobirama free. Kakashi looks up at the spreading forest and instantly understands the real disaster has arrived with wood release. A man in red armor walks out through the mist, and Kakashi recognizes the nightmare at once, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Now fully recovered, Tobirama grimly tells Team 7 to run because if he and Hashirama fight together, these kids have no chance at all. Tobirama even says the Nine Tails would not be enough against Hashirama, making it brutally clear just how hopeless this matchup is. Then Orochimaru steps out behind Hashirama and coolly reveals that neither Hokage is really here for Team 7 at all. Badly hurt and running on fumes, Kakashi still forces himself upright because he realizes Orochimaru came here to target Kagura. Orochimaru admits it plainly. The whole ninja world knows that if anyone wants to break Konoha, they first have to get past Akihara Kagura. When Tobirama asks who Kagura is, Orochimaru answers with poisonous pride that Kagura is the Hashirama cell experiment he personally created and now intends to reclaim. That claim makes Tobirama furious, but Orochimaru immediately throws the blame back at him for leaving both Edo Tensei and Hashirama's cells behind in the first place. To keep the Hokage from interfering, Orochimaru says he already erased Hashirama's mind and then forcefully jams a control seal into Tobirama too. Kakashi warns that mindless puppets will only make the two Hokage weaker against Kagura, but Orochimaru still bets everything on trying anyway. Right then, a new voice comes through the fog agreeing that results matter more than process, and Kakashi immediately knows Kagura has arrived. Akihara Kagura walks onto the bridge with Root behind him and calmly orders Kakashi to take everyone away because this battlefield is no place for Team 7 anymore. Kakashi hesitates, But Kagura cuts him off and says this ambush is bigger than Orochimaru alone because someone inside Konoha may have leaked his mission. Kagura rules out route, suggests Konoha higher-ups may have set him up, and even points a suspicious finger at the Mist Village for helping Orochimaru choose the Land of Waves. He even bluntly says major villages work with rogue ninjas all the time, using his own recent deal with Zabuza as proof, and Kakashi can only stare at the sheer audacity of that argument. Kagura then reminds them to finish protecting Tazuna and his bridge, casually adding that once he handles both enemies and the construction problem, they still owe him mission pay. Naruto instantly offers his share to Kagura and even tries to stay behind, only for Kagura to bonk him and say he cannot even beat Karen yet, so he would just be in the way. Sasuke and Sakura also surrender their pay without complaint, and Kagura sends Kakashi away with the team while keeping only Karen and the Root Ninja behind. Once Team 7 withdraws, Karen tries to offer support, but Kagura simply tells her to stay back and set up his fishing spot because this fight will be over soon. At last the bridge clears into a clean showdown, Kagura alone on one side, Orochimaru and the two puppet Hokage on the other, with fog rolling low over the planks. Before the fight starts, Kagura asks Orochimaru a pointed question: how would he feel if a ninja school kid with two fancy kunai challenged him while he held the Kusanagi sword? Orochimaru answers with amused contempt, saying he would only pity that kind of fearless ignorance, then realizes Kagura is comparing him to the child. Kagura confirms it without blinking and says that is exactly how he sees Orochimaru standing behind these two Hokage. Orochimaru darkens and argues that Kagura only carries transplanted cells, while he controls the real first Hokage and two immortal Edo bodies that can keep recovering forever. Kagura quietly suggests that Orochimaru should release the seals and let the Hokage tell him the truth themselves, but Orochimaru refuses to risk that. Instead, Orochimaru backs off and orders both Hokage to capture or kill Kagura so he can finally measure their worth against him. The moment they charge, Kagura grabs Hashirama's wrist, caves in his chest with a brutal elbow, and kicks the first Hokage away like this is nothing. That single exchange leaves Orochimaru staring, because Kagura casually reveals that taijutsu was the one area he actually had to work at. Tobirama fires a water shockwave, but Kagura answers with an even bigger one that floods the bridge and buries Tobirama under his own battlefield. Tobirama rises from the flood with a huge water dragon, and Kagura instantly answers with a lightning-wrapped water dragon that tears it apart and seizes Tobirama too. Orochimaru immediately realizes this is not the old two-step fusion method at all, but Kagura's cleaner combined nature transformation released in one motion. Kagura answers that surpassing the Hokage is only natural for Konoha's next Hokage candidate, then flicks out two pale white flames toward the recovering brothers. Those white flames are not normal fire at all, and in seconds they erase both Edo bodies so thoroughly that even Orochimaru's control seals are destroyed with them. When the two Hokage regenerate, they come back with their senses restored, and Hashirama's first reaction is to blame Tobirama for ever inventing a technique that desecrates the dead. Hashirama then looks around in honest confusion, because he sees Orochimaru calling himself Tsunade's friend and a Konoha ninja standing in front of him, but no obvious enemy anywhere. Tobirama has to sharply explain that Orochimaru is a Konoha rogue ninja, and Hashirama finally realizes he was tricked from the start. Orochimaru drops the pretense and tries to force them back into attack mode, but Tobirama is already warning Kagura that ordinary anti-Edo advice will not matter if Hashirama is still stronger than him. Kagura answers with raw chakra instead of words, blasting both Hokage backwards so hard that even the seawater coating the bridge erupts around them. Feeling that pressure, Hashirama bluntly tells Orochimaru that Kagura may already be stronger than he himself was in life, making this whole resurrection plan pointless. Orochimaru grits out that Kagura is still only a lab-made counterfeit, but even Tobirama can no longer deny that this Konoha shinobi stands close to Hashirama's level. Then Kagura suddenly uses Flying Thunder God to appear beside Hashirama, and Tobirama is stunned that his own signature technique has been copied too. Kagura plants a hand on Hashirama and binds him with wood release that starts draining his chakra, turning Hashirama's endless regeneration into a source Kagura can exploit. Tobirama can only acknowledge what he is seeing now. A Konoha ninja who uses both Flying Thunder God and Hashirama's wood release at this level should already be the village's next Hokage. Kagura binds Tobirama too, then introduces himself as the third Hokage's assistant, and quietly reveals the trap within the trap. Someone may be forcing him out of Konoha just like Danzo before him. The mention of Danzo defecting catches Tobirama off guard, and Hashirama, far less politically cautious, blurts out the obvious question of why they do not just remove the people behind it. Tobirama cuts his brother off immediately, because he understands that only someone above the Hokage's assistant could arrange a mission like this and turn it into exile. Kagura presses the point harder by asking Orochimaru who kept funding his research, and even gave him access to forbidden techniques after he supposedly defected from Konoha. Orochimaru falls silent for a beat, understands exactly what Kagura is doing to the third Hokage's image, and then decides he does not care enough to protect that reputation. With a nasty little sneer, Orochimaru finally says Kagura already knows the answer and only refuses to believe it because the backer standing behind him was someone too powerful to doubt. On the unfinished bridge, Orochimaru instantly realizes Kagura is feeding the revived Hokage a story meant to pin Konoha's darkest crimes on Hiruzen, and he smoothly joins in. Orochimaru darkly lectures that every village has shadows, then twists the knife by implying Hiruzen embraced that darkness at the top for Konoha's sake. Hashirama is still confused, but Tobirama already understands the accusation. His old disciple Hiruzen may have ruled too long and crossed lines no Hokage should cross. Tobirama cuts through the confusion and demands that Kagura explain exactly what Hiruzen has done and what Konoha has become. Kagura lowers his voice and drops the first bomb. He claims Hiruzen wiped out the Uchiha, used Hashirama cells and Sharingan to make dual bloodline test subjects, then dumped the blame onto Danzo. Hashirama goes pale at the thought of the Uchiha being slaughtered, while Tobirama grimly admits Hiruzen may have gone too far. When Hashirama protests that Konoha should never turn on its own comrades, Orochimaru coolly blames Tobirama's old isolation of the Uchiha for setting the stage. Tobirama snaps back that he only kept dangerous power in check, but Kagura immediately pushes the lie even further. Kagura claims the Uchiha really fell because they helped Hiruzen get rid of the fourth Hokage, and Hiruzen later erased them to bury the evidence. Even Orochimaru is impressed by how filthy the story just got, but he recovers fast and confirms it as if Kagura has uncovered a buried truth. Pressed by Tobirama, Orochimaru says he was one of Hiruzen's disciples and the one left to handle the dirty work Hiruzen could not show in public. Orochimaru paints Hiruzen as a ruler who pushed Tsunade out, used Jiraiya to find obedient successors, and kept himself in power by controlling anyone who might replace him. Then he invents the ugliest part yet. Hiruzen secretly tempted a Mangekyo Uchiha with the Hokage seat, used him to unleash the Nine Tails, and let the fourth die in the chaos. Orochimaru ties the whole lie together by saying Kagura's successful would release experiments gave Hiruzen the weapon he needed to destroy the Uchiha, until survivors told Danzo what really happened. Kagura acts shaken and asks if that story is really true, selling the lie even harder by sounding like a loyal subordinate whose trust is breaking. Hashirama is furious that Konoha could rot this badly, and even Tobirama, thinking like a politician, concludes Hiruzen has crossed from ruthless leadership into a danger to the village itself. Orochimaru presses the point by telling Kagura that even knowing the truth changes nothing, because the village would still side with Hiruzen. He even invites Kagura to defect quietly, promising Hiruzen would stop hunting him if he kept the secrets buried and served Konoha from the shadows instead. That finally breaks Hashirama's patience, and he declares that anyone threatening Konoha, even the Hokage, must be removed. Tobirama follows with the same verdict in colder words, calling Hiruzen a cancer in Konoha and telling Kagura to eliminate him. Kagura quietly realizes the dead can still issue useful orders, and his system immediately rewards him with new assignments from both revived Hokage to kill Hiruzen. Tobirama quickly explains the next move: kill Orochimaru, keep Edo Tensei active, and bring the two brothers to Konoha so they can deal with Hiruzen themselves. Before Kagura can act, Orochimaru calmly reminds him that Danzo is in his hands and only he knows where to find him. Kagura flares with anger when Orochimaru admits he lured Danzo in by posing as another exile and captured him cleanly. For Danzo's sake, Kagura reluctantly backs down in front of the two Hokage and says he has no choice but to accept Orochimaru's terms. Tobirama understands Kagura's loyalty to Danzo, but he still warns that letting Orochimaru go is dangerous. Orochimaru plays the helpful ally now, saying he set the trap only for Hiruzen's sake and can stand with Kagura against the corruption he helped build. He makes one final demand for his safety: Kagura must release the two Hokage first, and then wait for Orochimaru's message if he wants Danzo back. Kagura gives in and releases the bindings, letting Orochimaru leave the bridge with Hashirama and Tobirama while he stays behind. As soon as they are gone, Karen rushes over and anxiously asks if Hiruzen really committed all those crimes. Kagura casually admits it was bait, saying Orochimaru will carry the fake story back to Danzo and the two of them will use it to mislead the revived Hokage. He adds that when Hiruzen and Danzo finally confront each other, the real sins and the fake slander should both come out. With one trap already set, Kagura strolls back to the fishing rods and tells Karen to bring Tazuna so the bridge can be finished and Team 7 can leave soon. Team 7 is relieved to see Kagura unharmed, especially Kakashi, and the next few days in the Land of Waves settle into bridge work, training, and waiting. Just before the bridge is completed, Zabuza returns from the water country and dumps a pile of nobles' heads in front of Kagura as proof he killed every smuggler on the list. When Zabuza demands his sword back, Kagura blandly says he cannot verify the list because he never knew the smugglers' names, and Zabuza suddenly realizes Haku may really never have told him. But Zabuza is past arguing about that now, and instead orders Haku to bring the Kubikura Bocho and come back to his side. Haku rushes toward him, but Kagura cuts in and calmly reminds Zabuza that he only agreed to return the sword, not the boy. Kagura twists the knife by saying Zabuza already left both tools behind once, and now he can only choose one, Haku or the Kubikura Bocho. For a beat Zabuza falls silent, because the sword means strength, but Haku is the life he would rather keep now that his dream in the mist is effectively over. In the end, Zabuza chooses Haku without hesitation, ordering him to throw the Kubikura Bocho to Kagura. Haku bursts into tears, tosses the giant blade aside toward Kagura, and throws himself at Zabuza as the older man gruffly accepts him back. Zabuza still cannot help one last glance at the sword, then bitterly asks Kagura to return it to the mist as a favor between allied villages. Kagura flatly refuses, calling the Kubikuribocho his trophy now, and Zabuza nearly explodes before Haku drags him away. After they leave, Karen quietly says Zabuza actually seems like a good person, and Kagura agrees without looking up from the water. Kagura immediately tells Karen to take the Kubikuribocho to Orochimaru so he can present it to the mist as a gift. Elsewhere in Gato's house, Orochimaru and Danzo keep plotting, thrilled that 2 revived Hokage now seem ready to help bring Konoha down from inside. Once the bridge is finished, Team 7 heads back to Konoha, and Kagura is recalled too under an urgent ANBU order because the joint Chunin exams are about to begin. Back in Konoha's mission hall, Team 7 proudly reports their first C-rank mission, only for Kagura to casually pocket the reward money they promised him. Naruto brightens for 1 second, thinking Kagura might hand the reward back, then sags when Kagura says he plans to spend it on barbecue. Kagura sends the team off to rest, reminds them to pick up new work tomorrow, and bluntly notes they still owe Anko plenty of tutoring money. When Naruto begs for higher-rank missions to earn money faster, Kagura shoots him down by reminding him Team 7 nearly died on a mere C-rank job. Kakashi asks about Orochimaru in the Land of Waves, and Kagura says Hiruzen has been warned but is too busy with the coming joint Chunin exams to focus on it. As Kagura files the anti-smuggler mission, the system rewards him with the giant shuriken technique. After Team 7 leaves, Kagura stays on duty and notices an elderly genin named Kosuke Mariboshi submitting his own mission. Kagura calls him out by reputation, saying everyone praises his wilderness survival and cooking skills. Kosuke answers with humble embarrassment, but Kagura gets to the point and says his assistant needs an experienced genin for the Chunin exam team. Kosuke hesitates because he has no desire to be promoted, so Kagura reassures him that he only needs to help Karen through the forest of death and can withdraw later. When Kosuke warns that poor survival skills make shinobi unsafe in the field, Kagura bluntly admits Karen will not be going on dangerous outside missions anymore. Kagura seals the deal by asking Kosuke to watch over the village's younger examinees during the Chunin exams, and the old genin is left seriously considering it. Kosuke agrees to join Karen's team for the Chunin exam, accepting the duty even though the eternal genin never wanted promotion in the first place. When Karen asks why she has to team up with an old man, Kagura answers with total sincerity that Kosuke is there because he cooks well and he does not want her starving during the exam. An ANBU suddenly appears with an urgent summons from the third Hokage, and Kagura leaves the team building talk on the spot. After Kagura disappears, Karen carefully picks up the headband he forgot, and quietly admires how seriously he looks after his own people. At the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen gathers Konoha's guiding jonin and formally announces that the village is preparing to host the joint Chunin exam. Hiruzen explains that he wanted to begin sooner, but the Mist Village asked for a delay, so the joint exam is set for July 3rd. Koharu warns that with so many foreign ninja entering Konoha, even bad security or sloppy hospitality could turn into dangerous disputes. Kagura casually answers that anyone who starts trouble in Konoha will be much more careful when they come back for the exam 13 years later. When Koharu assumes he means a long ban, Kagura coolly explains that 13 years is how long it takes a dead child to reincarnate and grow up again, leaving the whole room staring at him. Hiruzen cuts off the argument, says ANBU will keep order, and shifts the meeting to the real question of which genin the jonin want to recommend. Kagura volunteers first and recommends his own team of Kabuto, Karen, and Kosuke, bluntly pointing out that Karen alone has already handled more than enough high-level missions. The room is rattled that Karen has root S-rank experience, and Kakashi admits he has not seen her fight but is sure she is strong. When Hiruzen hears Kosuke's name, he points out that the old veteran could be promoted directly to jonin, but Kagura says Kosuke is only there as a cook so his team will not suffer through the second exam hungry. Hiruzen ends up smiling at the logic and praises Kagura for taking such practical care of his subordinates. With Kagura going first, Kakashi and Kurenai formally recommend their rookie teams, and the room opens up to the flood of nominations. Irika jumps into protest because all 9 rookies are his former students, but Kagura cuts him off and Kakashi reminds him that they belong to their jonin leaders now. Hiruzen gives Irika a compromise by ordering a special preparatory test for the rookies before the real exam begins. The meeting takes another turn when an ANBU rushes in to report that Konoha children are fighting with Sand Genin out on the street. Kagura instantly suggests killing the Sand Genin and sending Raza a letter asking whether Sunagekure is trying to start a war. Hiruzen brushes it off as children fooling around, but Kagura gets interested enough to stand up and go see the clash for himself. As Kagura leaves, Hiruzen warns him not to kill any children, and Kagura answers that he would never bully a child, only the Kazekage. Once the room clears out, Koharu and Hamura openly admit Kagura's killing instinct makes him dangerous, and Hiruzen decides to call Jiraiya back to the village fast. Out on Konoha's shopping street, the Sand Genin clash starts because Kankuro tries to bully local kids after getting bumped, and Sasuke steps in to stop him. Gaara escalates the standoff by using his sand to pin Sasuke down, and Naruto immediately jumps in instead of backing off. Karen happens to arrive in the middle of it, and as both a Konoha ninja and their former classmate, she refuses to let Gaara keep pushing them around. Gaara forms a giant sandclaw and says killing Karen would feel satisfying, making it clear he sees her as a real opponent instead of just another child. Karen answers by bringing out her golden adamantine sealing chains and letting the curse mark spread up her arm, showing she can actually meet Gaara head-on. Just before they collide, Kagura steps beside Karen and mockingly asks Gaara whether killing him would be an even bigger thrill. The moment Gaara sees Kagura, the mood changes completely because one of the worst shadows in his childhood is suddenly standing right in front of him again. Kankuro and Temari recognize Kagura too, and both know this is the man who even used to beat up Shikaku. Kagura casually identifies all three as the Kazekage's children and says their father is so useless he really should kill him someday. Kankuro almost snaps back to defend Raza's honor, but Gaara shuts him down first and warns that one more word will get him killed. Gaara chooses retreat over provocation and leads his siblings away, even taking a longer route just to avoid walking past Kagura. Once the sand team is gone, Kagura checks Karen for injuries, and she reports she is fine but senses something unusual inside Gaara. Kagura pats Karen's head, confirms her guess without spelling it out, and tells her this Chunin exam is going to be interesting. Not long after, the Mist delegation finally arrives in Konoha under Hozuki Mangetsu, who already looks pale and sick despite still carrying the future of the village on his back. Among the Mist genin, Suigetsu stands out immediately, swaggering in with the Kubikuribocho on his shoulder and acting like Konoha is beneath him. Suigetsu loudly says he wants the exam to start so he can cut people down, and then challenge Kagura, dragging old Mist humiliation right into Konoha's welcome line. Kakashi dryly comments that Mangetsu's little brother is energetic, and Mangetsu answers with tired honesty that Suigetsu is just not very smart. Kakashi quietly warns Mangetsu that Suigetsu's reckless mouth could spark real trouble here, and the sickly Mist leader can only cough and listen. Elsewhere, Kagura personally tells Kabuto that he is pairing him with Karen for the Chunin exam because it is her first time, and she needs someone experienced beside her. Kabuto accepts easily because he and Dean Nono genuinely care about Karen, and he has also grown tired of the two Orochimaru spies hanging around him. When Orochimaru's two planted genin protest the change, Kabuto coolly asks that they be dealt with, and Root informs them Kagura has already filed the report declaring them dead on mission. Kabuto leaves that cleanup behind and returns deeper into Root with real progress to report on his Edo Tensei research. He explains that Hashirama cells inside the sacrifice can improve Edo Tensei control, but stronger-willed dead still fight the binding, and the sacrifice issue is not fully solved yet. Kabuto also reveals he got materials from Orochimaru's collection for the first, second, and even fourth Hokage, though Minato still has never been revived successfully. Kagura is not in a hurry, because reviving Tobirama already deepened his grasp of forbidden jutsu so much that even ordinary techniques are becoming more dangerous in his hands. Instead of obsessing over Edo Tensei now, Kagura tells Kabuto to visit Dean Nono first and then go submit the Chunin exam forms with Karen before the deadline sneaks up on them. At the registration site, Kosuka is already waiting under a wave of ridicule from other genin who see only a limping old man carrying too much baggage. Kosuka ignores every insult because a veteran who survived multiple Hokage eras has no reason to care what children say about him. Karen arrives, hears them mocking Kosuka, and shuts the whole crowd up by stomping hard enough to crack the ground beneath everyone's feet. With the crowd suddenly respectful, Karen apologizes for the wait and joins Kosuka, making it clear that old man or not, he is her teammate. Kabuto introduces himself as a medical ninja, only for Karen to awkwardly cut in and remind everyone that her own medical ninjutsu came straight from him and Dean Nono. Kosuka immediately understands why Kagura built this team. Two valuable medical ninja need a veteran to carry them safely through the dangerous parts of the exam. He introduces himself in return by saying he knows a little bit of everything except medical ninjutsu, which is a humble way of underselling just how seasoned he really is. Kabuto returns the greeting and says he has taken the Chunin exam many times, so he is mainly here to help, which makes this odd team suddenly look dependable. As they look over the candidates, Kabuto's eyes settle first on Sasuke, because Itachi's little brother walking into this exam is the kind of detail he never ignores. Karen picks out Gaara and Temari from the sand group. Kosuka notices Mist Suigetsu carrying the Kubikuribocho, and the team realizes this exam is full of dangerous children. Back in the Hokage building, Hiruzen assigns the exam staff, putting Ibiki on the first test, Enko on the second, and Hate on the third. Then Hiruzen gives Kagura the biggest role of all and appoints him chief examiner over the entire joint Chunin exam. As chief examiner, Kagura sits in the Forest of Death control room looking bored while Ibiki explains that the first test is really about whether each team stays committed to the exam. Kagura dryly points out that a team could technically pass even with a blank paper, and Ibiki can only admit that nobody has ever managed something that shameless before. Once Ibiki leaves to start the test, the Jonin keep watching the screens and Kurenai suddenly notices a fight breaking out among the candidates. Asuma recognizes a sound ninja attacking Kabuto on the monitor, and Kagura casually says the victim is someone he recommended. Kagura treats the fight like nothing and coolly says they can just wipe out the sound village afterward, leaving the whole room staring at him in silence. Kakashi hurriedly drags the discussion back to the exam, and Guy earnestly blurts out that the first written test is brutally hard. Kagura agrees the test can be cruel, and Kakashi immediately reminds everyone that Kagura once made an old exam worse despite not even having to sit for it himself. Once the test starts, Kagura gets interested in how the genin are cheating and immediately calls out Sasuke for using the Sharingan right in front of the examiners. Kakashi quickly explains that this exam is designed around cheating, so if the proctors allow it, Sasuke is still playing by the real rules. Kagura instantly compares that to Naruto, who is stuck doing nothing but panicking because he can neither solve the questions nor cheat. But when the last question comes, Naruto stubbornly refuses to quit, and that reckless resolve carries him through even with a blank paper. After the first stage finally ends, Kagura stands up relieved and complains that future exams should test something more practical than abstract teamwork psychology. Then he turns to Anko and bluntly says the second stage needs real bloodshed, which only makes Kakashi look even more exhausted. Anko crashes into the classroom to announce the next phase, and Naruto lights up the second he recognizes her. Naruto happily calls her big sister Anko, and she immediately kills the mood by warning that if he fails, she might personally finish him off. Anko marches the passing teams toward the Forest of Death and warns that this stage is built to cut the field in half. From the control room, Kagura keeps watching the second stage and fixes his attention on one tall candidate who should not be there at all. At the forest entrance, Anko has everyone sign the death waiver and opens the gates so the second exam can begin for real. The exam barely starts before staff discover a murdered missed participant with the face peeled off, proving someone stole an identity to infiltrate the test. Anko instantly knows who did it, touches the curse mark on her neck, and says Orochimaru has come back to Konoha. She orders the others to report to Kagura and sprints off alone to hunt her former master before he disappears again. Inside the forest, Karen's team has the easiest run imaginable because Kosuke cooks, Kabuto handles support, and Karen's senses keep every ambush from landing. When Karen senses attackers closing in, she gets ready to deal with them, but Kosuke stops her and goes out with his sword instead. A few minutes later, Kosuke strolls back with a stolen scroll, and Karen realizes this old genin is hiding far more skill than he looks. Elsewhere in the forest, Orochimaru finds Team 7, toys with them, and leaves Sasuke marked by the curse seal before letting them survive. Orochimaru is not satisfied with just Sasuke either, because he starts eyeing other gifted kids in the exam as future vessels. One of the children he wants most is Suigetsu, because Orochimaru already decided the sick Mengetsu is a lost cause and the younger Hozuki still has value. Before Orochimaru can move freely again, Anko finally catches up and cuts off his path in the middle of the woods. She grabs his arm, drives a kunai through both their palms, and tries to die with him on the spot. Orochimaru calmly reveals she only caught a clone, while his real body appears behind her and mocks her for coming without Kagura. Anko refuses to break and says she already sent word, betting that if she can stall him, Kagura's flying thunder god will bring help instantly. Orochimaru tells her Konoha is heading for disaster anyway, then drives a kunai into her shoulder and crushes the bone with his hand. Even while torturing her, Orochimaru speaks almost gently and tells Anko she has to survive whatever massacre is coming. After Anko collapses, Orochimaru slips away through the trees like a snake before anyone can pin him down. Kagura arrives just after the attack, finds Anko wrecked on the forest floor, and orders the others to rush her to the hospital. The shocked exam staff think they barely made it in time, but Kagura cuts them off and orders them to report everything to the third Hokage at once. When someone asks what happens to the exam now, Kagura smiles and says he can take over and make this stage much harder. That plan gets interrupted when an Umbu arrives with Hiruzen's order that if Anko goes down, Irika is supposed to take over as examiner instead. Meanwhile, the strongest teams keep racing through the Forest of Death, starting with Gaara's squad casually butchering Rain Ninja for the scroll they need. Suigetsu is just as savage, swinging the Kubikura Bocho through a waterfall team and taking his own scroll by force. Karen's team, on the other hand, almost cruises to the endpoint because Kosuke keeps protecting them and Kabuto quietly patches up whatever trouble slips through. Near the rebuilt tower, that easy run finally ends when Karen's group arrives at the same time as Suigetsu's team and Gaara's team. Suigetsu lunges first, treating Karen's team like easy prey, but Kosuke blocks the Kubikura Bocho without even flinching. When brute force fails, Suigetsu snaps off a water cannon from his finger and shoots straight through Kosuke's body. Kabuto drops into medic mode at once, heals Kosuke, and quietly tells him this is the point where Karen has to prove herself alone. So Karen steps out herself, adjusts her glasses, and faces Suigetsu while he still talks big like she is the weak one here. In the next instant, golden adamantine ceiling chains explode from Karen and yank Suigetsu in close for a brutal punch. Suigetsu is horrified that his hydration technique did not save him, and his swagger instantly turns into panic. He immediately yells for Chojuro to save him, proving he is a lot bolder when he thinks he is winning. Chojuro answers with a mist jutsu to cover the rescue, but Karen's sensing makes the fog almost useless against her. The second Chojuro tries to close him through the mist, Karen tracks him anyway and punches him flying, leaving Suigetsu stunned. Karen keeps walking Suigetsu down, and his fierce act collapses into a pathetic plea not to hit his face. Just before Karen can finish him, Chojuro unleashes a huge explosive water wave that blasts her into the air and frees Suigetsu. Using that water, Suigetsu merges into a giant water beast and pounces back with his confidence fully restored. That comeback lasts one moment, because Karen fires more sealing chains and locks the whole water beast in place. The water beast instantly collapses, and Suigetsu has no choice but to melt away and run straight into the tower for safety. From inside the tower, Suigetsu starts taunting again, forgetting that his teammates are still standing outside with Karen. Karen answers by chaining up Chojuro and Suigetsu's other teammate outside the tower and lifting a kunai, which makes Suigetsu apologize almost immediately. Before Karen can decide what to do with them, Gaara steps in because he recognized Kagura's chakra on her from their last encounter. Gaara demands to know her connection to Kagura, and Karen lowers the arm marked by Kagura's curse seal as she decides she wants to test that power here. Shikaka eggs Gaara on from inside, and after a brief pause, Gaara finally lashes out with a sand claw. Karen smashes the sand aside with one punch and flatly tells him to use the monster inside him if he wants a real fight. Gaara snaps and floods the battlefield with sand, but Karen answers by activating Kagura's curse mark and raising a towering earth wall. That pressure lets Shikaka seize control through Gaara, and the tailed beast immediately blows a huge hole through Karen's earth wall with an air bullet. Shikaka barely has time to gloat before Karen's golden chains burst through the breach and bind the tailed beast outright. Karen dives in, slams Shikaka to the ground, and shocks everyone by following up with a 5 elements seal. The tailed beast is forced straight back into Gaara, and Karen leaves him chained and newly sealed, so calling Shikaku again will not be easy. Gaara is still furious, and starts drawing sand from his gourd again, but Konoha quickly moves to stop the fight after Shikaku surfaced in the middle of the exam. Back in the control room, the Konoha Jonin stare at the monitors in disbelief because both Gaara and Karen look far too strong to be genin. Kagura brushes it off with pear juice in hand, mocking the sand for having nothing left to show except a Jinchuriki trying to save face. Kakashi ignores the jab and asks the only question that matters now, whether there is any sign of Orochimaru. Kagura says Orochimaru slipped away, but he still sounds completely certain that the snake will not dare show himself again while he is here. On Hokage Rock, Orochimaru quietly admires Konoha's view even as he admits they are about to destroy the village. Kagura answers in his usual unsettling way, saying he can just rebuild Konoha with big houses for everyone, and Orochimaru's smile immediately dies. Kagura drags the talk back to business and complains that Orochimaru's trouble in the Forest of Death is making a mess of the Chunin exams he is supposed to run. Orochimaru says the disturbance was worth it because Sasuke has real talent, and Konoha is too soft to force that talent out of him. Kagura is genuinely impressed that Orochimaru sees something special in Sasuke when most people only compare him to Itachi and dismiss him. Orochimaru presses harder, saying Sasuke has the rare courage to challenge someone stronger, and that matters more than ordinary talent. Kagura accepts that point and warns Orochimaru that Jiraiya is about to return to Konoha, so the timing is getting dangerous. Orochimaru brushes off the political threat and says Jiraiya never cared enough about power or Konoha to fight for the Hokage seat. Kagura says he has no intention of attacking Jiraiya, and instead warns Orochimaru not to make Anko's mistake and lose to his own former student. Orochimaru changes the subject and asks why 2 of his spies in Konoha were suddenly killed. Kagura answers without hesitation that he had those spies killed himself because they were steering Kabuto away from him. Once he hears it was done to pull Kabuto back under control, Orochimaru calms down and lets the matter go. Kagura warns Orochimaru to keep his sound genin under control during the exams, because if they force his hand he will not protect them. Orochimaru laughs that those sound kids are expendable anyway, and Kagura dryly answers that after the exam he will wipe out the whole sound village. Kagura says Orochimaru's warmth was always poison hidden inside candy, and that unlike the other abandoned children, he bit through the sweetness early and saw what was underneath. Orochimaru finally asks the question hiding underneath all of this. Kagura wanted to escape being his vessel from the very beginning, didn't he? Kagura admits it and reveals the real twist. He pushed for the Hashirama cell experiment himself because Orochimaru had just switched bodies and would need years before he could take Kagura's. He goes even further and says that when the experiment succeeded, he never lost his mind at all and tried to kill Orochimaru right there, only pretending to go mad after Orochimaru escaped. Orochimaru is rattled enough to admit he underestimated Kagura, realizing the child at his side had been planning his escape all along. Kagura explains the rest of the scheme. Once the transplant worked, he needed time to grow, and Konoha was the only place where he could learn real wood release. He says the one thing he never expected was Orochimaru handing him straight to Danzo, which accidentally gave him exactly the chance he needed. Orochimaru praises that hidden ruthlessness, but Kagura cuts through him again and says abandoned children need real warmth, not the slow-boiling comfort Orochimaru gives them. Orochimaru defends himself by saying the children around him would have died without him, so even poisonous comfort was still a kind of salvation. Kagura answers with unnerving honesty that he is grateful, which is exactly why he kept helping Orochimaru, even while never being fully confident he could kill him. He bluntly adds that Orochimaru is still useful, so killing him now would just be a waste. Then Kagura lays down his real condition for this alliance. Orochimaru must not become weak, because only a strong Orochimaru is worth keeping beside him. Orochimaru accepts the challenge with a smile, and the two finally agree to cooperate more honestly even while openly admitting they still watch for each other's weaknesses. That private deal is interrupted when a root shinobi appears and reports that Irika wants Sasuke withdrawn because Orochimaru's tampering left him unable to move. Orochimaru calmly says Sasuke is fine and calls the curse mark a gift, and Kagura backs him by refusing to let Irika pull Team 7 from the exam. Before leaving, Kagura asks Orochimaru to lend him Manda, casually treating the giant snake as something he wants to borrow for another dangerous test. After the Forest of Death ends, too many teams have passed, so the survivors are pushed straight into preliminary matches for the third exam. Looking down at the crowd, Kagura openly complains there are still too many people and suggests killing half of them at random to save time. He follows that up by ordering Irika to write a self-criticism for letting too many teams survive the second exam. Kagura also takes one look at the coughing Hate and decides the official proctor looks too sick to represent Konoha properly. He orders Hate sent to the hospital for 2 months, and Yugao, furious but powerless, has to escort her boyfriend away herself. With Hate gone, Kagura casually promotes Ginma into the role and tells him to start the preliminaries. Ginma starts the usual warning about how dangerous the matches are, but Kagura cuts him off and reminds everyone that he nearly killed Itachi in his own Chunin exam. When Ginma asks for withdrawals, the first surprise is old Kosuke stepping out because he was only here to escort Karen and Kabuto. Kabuto drops out right after him, leaving Karen alone and making everyone wonder if the violent girl with glasses will fight by herself. The draw gives Karen her first match against Suigetsu, and she looks pleased because he knows exactly how badly she beat him in the Forest of Death. Suigetsu takes one look at her and wisely forfeits on the spot, to the complete confusion of everyone who does not know what Karen already did to him. Watching from above, Kagura complains that Mist and Sand should have been paired against each other so their dead genin could have helped sour village relations. Maki and Mangetsu awkwardly object, pointing out that fairness and basic discretion should still exist. But Konoha's chief examiner clearly does not care. The next fights move quickly, and even with Orochimaru's curse mark flaring inside him, Sasuke grits through his match and wins. The preliminaries keep moving fast. Ino beats Sakan, Chojuro overpowers Kankuro with stronger water release, and Sakura and Ino push each other into a double collapse. Temari then crushes Tenten's weapon game with wind release and sends her falling badly injured through the air. Temari is ready to let Tenten crash and humiliate her, but a vine suddenly shoots up from the ground and catches Tenten before she breaks herself on the floor. For the first time all day, Kagura personally intervenes and adds a new rule on the spot. Inside Konoha, no one is allowed to trample a defeated opponent except him. Guy thanks him in obvious relief, Karen offers to heal Tenten, and even the injured girl can only stare in shock at being saved by someone with Kagura's reputation. When Kakashi quietly asks why he helped, Kagura reveals that 7 years ago a little girl with hair buns once found him homeless in a park and brought him a blanket. The preliminaries keep rolling, with Shikamaru taking down a sound ninja while Naruto beats Kiba in a messy brawl between the academy's 2 worst students. Then the room turns tense when Niji faces Hinata, branch family against main family, with years of buried Hyuga hatred hanging over the match. Niji proves far stronger, crushes Hinata, and nearly kills her before the Jonin finally step in to stop him. Niji bitterly asks if all the Jonin are only intervening because Hinata is main family, and Kakashi starts explaining that he is also breaking Kagura's new rule. Kagura cuts in and instead of calming Niji down, bluntly tells him to take revenge on the people actually responsible, whether that means Hyuga elders, Hayashi, Konoha's higher-ups, or even the Cloud. He twists the knife further by saying Hinata herself did nothing wrong and probably is not valued much anyway, or she would never have been placed under a newly promoted Jonin like Kurenai. Kagura finishes by calling Niji weak for lashing out at someone weaker instead of defying the fate he hates, and the insult hits hard enough to make Niji lower his fists. Rock Lee cannot stay quiet and jumps up to defend Niji as a true genius, but speaking out against Kagura turns out to be a terrible idea. Kagura instantly disqualifies Lee, and when Guy tries to plead for the kid, Kagura threatens to ban Lee from the Chunin exams for life if Guy says one more word. With the entire room forced to swallow it, Kagura ends the argument by reminding everyone who really controls this exam, what he says goes. In the prelim arena, nobody dares challenge Kagura after he starts talking, and Rock Lee is left holding back tears under that pressure. Might Guy can only hug Lee and cry with him, because even he is afraid one wrong word will get his student banned for good. Kakashi steps in to plead for Lee, arguing that the boy is strong and worked hard for this chance. Kagura shuts that down at once, saying Lee questioned his judgment, and recklessly kept calling Niji a genius in front of rival villages. His twisted logic even drags the Sand and Mist into it, as if Lee is advertising Konoha talent for foreign assassins, and Kakashi is too stunned to argue back. Niji gives in and tries to take the blame himself, hoping Lee will not be punished for speaking up for him. Kagura refuses the heartfelt act and says this is exactly the kind of mistake ninjas are supposed to pay for. Even while injured, Hinata tries to defend Niji, and that pushes Kagura to turn the whole fight into a warning aimed at the Hyuga clan. Kagura openly threatens to wipe out anyone in the Hyuga clan with Byakugan if their main and branch family conflict embarrasses Konoha again. Kakashi hurriedly tries to cool him down, but Kagura only doubles down and orders ANBU to tell Hyuga Hayashi to stay quiet until the exams end. Some ANBU immediately rush to warn Hiruzen, because this no longer looks like a classroom dispute but a political disaster waiting to happen. Like none of that mattered, Kagura calmly announces that the prelims will continue. The last matches move on, Choji loses to Dosu, and the final by lands on Gaara, who barely seems to need luck at all. After counting the survivors, Kagura gives the finalists 1 month to train and warns that if they disgrace their villages or annoy him, he can still strip their spots or kill someone. He dismisses everyone and leaves with Karen, still carrying himself like the entire arena belongs to him. Once the pressure lifts, Tenten has to be the practical one and reminds Lee that the exam happens twice a year, so he can come back next time with her. Around the arena, the teams break apart in uneasy ways. Kurenai tends Hinata, Kiba keeps bickering with Naruto, and Asuma wisely takes Shikamaru away for special training. Just before Kagura can leave for good, Hyuga Hayashi arrives in person, already having heard enough to know this crisis reached his doorstep. Kagura skips the politeness and asks Hayashi the real question: when will the Hyuga main and branch family drama finally end? Hayashi tries to explain the clan system instead, saying the caged bird seal is an old protective measure that keeps stolen Byakugan from being used by outsiders. Kagura cuts straight through that defense and says if the seal is really for protection, then the main family should put it on themselves too. Hayashi cannot accept that, because to him the main family's authority and status are the whole structure holding the clan together. The moment Hayashi talks about preserving main family authority, Kagura reframes it as a bid to control the branch family forever and hoard power inside the clan. Then Kagura pushes it even further and openly compares the Hyuga to the Uchiha, asking if they are concentrating power for a future rebellion. Hayashi quickly denies any thought of defying Konoha and insists the Hyuga are protectors of the village, not another Uchiha clan waiting to explode. Kagura answers with a naive but deadly line of thought: if the village protects you anyway, why does the clan need to gather power at all? Hayashi tries one last pivot and says this really started with Niji, because he came wanting to speak to the boy alone and show him Hisashi's letter. Kagura refuses to let him retreat into family sentiment, and says the real issue now is that the Hyuga main family still wants control over every Hyuga life. Hayashi finally gives up on convincing Kagura and says the Hyuga will speak to the Hokage instead, calling Kagura's reform ideas too radical for now. Kagura lets him go with a chilling parting shot, hoping that next time it will not be Hayashi asking to meet him. After Hayashi leaves, Karen bluntly wonders how someone with Byakugan can still fail to see where the world is heading. Kagura says the future is beautiful but far away, and that in 1 month Hayashi will understand which direction he should have taken. When Karen worries Hiruzen might blame him, Kagura just reminds her that their whole foundation rests on one thing: the third Hokage is a good person. To Kagura, that goodness is exactly why any promises Hiruzen gives now can be swept away later, and why Karen should focus on training for the final exam instead. With 1 month left before the public finals, every candidate throws themselves into training under intense pressure. Team Guy keeps drilling Niji, and even Lee and Tenten stay beside him, turning disappointment into more practice. Kakashi personally trains Sasuke hard, while Naruto gets handed off to Ebisu to fix his shaky chakra control. Elsewhere, Team 8 and Team 10 also grind away in their own ways, with Hinata recovering at home and Shikamaru getting direct clan instruction. Karen also trains seriously with root support as she chases Sage Mode, even if the surviving Uchihas think she is more likely to need human experiments than a breakthrough. Even Konoha's foreign rivals keep training, because Gaara and Chojuro already know the Konoha finalists are not opponents they can take lightly. At the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen quietly reassures Hayashi over afternoon tea that Konoha's higher-ups are not forcing Hyuga reform and are not doubting the clan's loyalty. Once Hayashi leaves, Hiruzen immediately sends a warning to Kagura to stop threatening comrades and stirring internal conflict during such a dangerous time. Hiruzen also asks about Jiraiya, because Orochimaru's appearance in the exam has made Konoha desperate to get him back. The reason matters: Jiraiya has spent years chasing Nagato and Akatsuki, only to realize too late that the group was never as harmless as he once let himself believe. Akatsuki has already adapted enough to avoid him, and with Kagura tied to Konoha's future, even they hesitate to touch Jiraiya and risk setting Kagura off. So when Konoha reports Orochimaru appearing in the exam, Jiraiya finally returns, hoping he can use his old teammate to trace Akatsuki again. On the way back, the Great Toad Sage gives Jiraiya an even bigger shakeup by suggesting the Child of Destiny may not be Nagato after all. But before Jiraiya can even start stalking Orochimaru, Naruto crashes into his day with the sexy technique and grabs his attention the dumbest way possible. While helping Naruto train, Jiraiya notices Orochimaru's 5 elements seal on him and casually removes it. That time with Naruto also lets Jiraiya see the boy's stubborn worth, so he tries teaching him the summoning jutsu next. Naruto's first result is a total flop, because instead of a proper toad he summons a tiny tadpole. Jiraiya grumbles that a real genius once used the same contract to summon the Great Toad Sage right away, and Naruto instantly guesses he means Kagura. Jiraiya cannot even deny it, but he still smacks Naruto back into training and tells him not to embarrass his teacher. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, Kagura sits in a far grimmer meeting, because Orochimaru's appearance means Danzo might not be far behind. Kakashi lays out the threat plainly. Orochimaru can raise the first and second Hokage with Edo Tensei, and Danzo still commands more than 50 dual bloodline subordinates. Hiruzen agrees the danger is enormous, and the room starts debating whether Konoha's allied villages in the exam might be secretly working with Orochimaru too. Kakashi's war experience makes him suspicious of every treaty, because he knows allies can betray Konoha the moment the timing is right. Kagura immediately takes that suspicion to its logical extreme and proposes halting the exams, treating every allied village as already guilty, and crushing them first. The room goes dead quiet, because even the people who distrust Konoha's allies think Kagura just jumped straight to starting another great ninja war. Kagura still does not see the problem, arguing that this would remove the danger before it can ever reach Konoha. Hiruzen pushes back, saying Konoha cannot cancel the exams, cannot look weak in front of the ninja world, and cannot answer every threat by starting a war. Kagura counters in the bluntest possible way, saying there is no need to care whether their souls submit as long as their bodies stop resisting. Hiruzen finally ends the argument by invoking his authority, ordering the standard investigation to continue and telling Kagura that Root will help carry it out. Kagura answers with Root's own conclusion that sand, mist, sound, and grass are all colluding with Orochimaru and should be eliminated, which only earns him an even sharper rebuke. Still dissatisfied, Kagura leaves by flying Thunder God after warning that Hiruzen will regret this decision. Hiruzen answers the disappearing brat with a final reminder to the room and to himself. For now, he is still the Hokage. After Kagura leaves the meeting, Koharu and Hamura bluntly say his ideas are too extreme and would drag Konoha into bigger wars. They warn that if Konoha follows Kagura's logic, Orochimaru and Danzo will only get more chances to exploit the chaos. Hiruzen cuts the debate short and orders every Jonin to focus on protecting the Chunin exams and hunting down suspicious outsiders entering Konoha. Kohara pushes the threat closer to home and says they also need a quiet search for ninja inside the village who might be colluding with Orochimaru. Then Hamura brings up Kagura's root base and questions whether Danzo's old men there should be watched by Anbu instead. Kohara agrees at once, because the root members around Kagura were only kept alive out of necessity, and no one is sure where their loyalty really lies. Hiruzen gets a headache just thinking about it, because if they ask Kagura directly, he would probably suggest killing the whole problem again. In the end, Hiruzen orders all root ninja with dual Kekkai Genkai to stay inside the root base and not move during the Chunin exams. Kakashi quietly reminds them those are Kagura's subordinates now, but Kohara shoots back that Kagura does not look like someone who cares about his own men. The meeting breaks with orders to stay alert, even though no one in the room realizes Kagura's warning was actually true. Far from Konoha's meeting room, the real conspiracy is already in motion. Orochimaru met Raza, killed him, and took the Kazakage's place. He also met Mist Elder Genji and had him cleanly assassinated, while Danzo stepped in to wear Genji's face instead. Because Sand and Mist had already seen Orochimaru's Edo Tensei first Hokage, they believed Kagura could be checked and approved the plan to crush Konoha. The only man who might have exposed the lie was Ao with his Byakugan, but Genji never brought him, so the trap stays invisible. So while Konoha searches for traitors in the wrong places, the real collaborators calmly hold their final planning session together. Kagura looks at their stolen identities and dryly asks how it feels to control a whole village. Orochimaru dismisses Sand as a weak village full of hidden problems, barely worth ruling at all. Danzo sneers at Mist too, then says once Hiruzen is gone he will support Kagura as 5th Hokage, as long as Root is returned to him. Kagura agrees almost too easily and says if Danzo cannot beat the 3rd Hokage, he will even have someone carry him back to Root to settle his succession in comfort. Still wary, Danzo orders Toriun and Fu to return to Root and report everything there back to him. Kagura allows it, but warns that Root's current dual Kekkai Genkai members used to answer to Hiruzen, so not all of them are guaranteed to obey Danzo's people. Danzo scoffs that Kagura still cannot fully control Root, but privately starts thinking that weakness may let him seize even more power later. Orochimaru moves the meeting to battle plans and says once Kagura leaves, the Sound 4 will raise the 4 Violet Flames formation and trap Hiruzen inside. Danzo asks if Kagura has anything to add, but Kagura only brings up one complication: Jiraiya is back in the village. Orochimaru says Jiraiya should be lured away rather than killed, because a noisy death would warn Konoha too early. Kagura agrees, ends the meeting, and heads back into Konoha to keep acting like everything is normal. Back in the village, Kagura receives Hiruzen's restrictions and does not argue, which only makes his compliance more unsettling. He simply tells Kabuto to keep accompanying Karin's training, as if that is all he cares about for now. Kabuto immediately passes on Orochimaru's message that he is supposed to watch Kagura's movements for him. Kagura barely reacts and says Kabuto can tell Orochimaru the truth, because he does not plan to make extra moves before the destruction plan begins. Then Kagura abruptly changes the subject and asks whether Orochimaru knows Kabuto has already mastered Edo Tensei. Kabuto confirms it, even joking that Orochimaru would be disappointed if he still had not learned it by now. That is exactly what Kagura wanted to hear, because he has a revival job ready for Kabuto right away. Kagura tells Kabuto he will provide sacrifice material and wants Dan Kato brought back with Edo Tensei. Before explaining further, Kagura summons White Setsu away and orders him to keep watch on Orochimaru and Danzo in case they scheme behind his back. Once Away leaves underground, Kagura produces something stranger from his own chakra, a white fleshy mass that drops from his palm. The lump transforms into a white humanoid creature on the floor, and even Kabuto is visibly shocked by what he is seeing. Kagura says he cultivated it with his own chakra and calmly teaches Kabuto how to prepare it as a sacrifice by adding Hashirama cells first. Kabuto agrees, but he cannot help asking what is so special about Dan Kato that Kagura wants him revived now. Kagura says the elders no longer trust him as the next Hokage, so he is already looking toward another possible candidate, Tsunade. He does not mind Tsunade taking the title, as long as she learns the hard way that without him, even a Hokage cannot get anything done. Then Kagura reveals the point of Dan Kato. He was Tsunade's former lover, so his return could push her straight into trouble with Orochimaru. Kagura even hints Dan Kato may become useful later in a way that could save both Kabuto and Orochimaru one day. Kabuto accepts the order, then asks where Kagura is heading if he is not staying with Karen. Kagura says he is going to Konoha's Namikaze Hall tied to the Uzumaki clan to retrieve something, but he leaves the answer hanging there. Kabuto chooses not to press him, because after everything Kagura once did to save him and Nono, he only cares that Kagura is not planning to sacrifice himself. A month passes, and Konoha stays tense, but the Chunin exam finalists keep training as if only their matches matter. Under Jiraiya's guidance, Naruto finally taps the Ninetales chakra enough to summon Gamabunta. But as soon as Jiraiya hears fresh news about Orochimaru, he stops Naruto's lessons and shifts his attention back to that threat. Elsewhere, Neji pushes through dangerous training and succeeds in mastering the Hyuga clan's ultimate technique. The practice is rough enough that Lee nearly kicks him in the middle of it, with Tenten right there to see the chaos. Karen still cannot enter Sage mode, but she does master the second stage of Kagura's curse seal instead. Kabuto praises her progress, because with Hiruzen's lockdown on Roots elite members, he has been the one supervising her all this time. Then the day arrives. Nobles, daimyo, and major village leaders pour into Konoha as the third round of the Chunin exams is about to begin. Among the guests are the visiting Kazekage and Mist Elder, both actually the imposters already steering the plot from inside the village. Hiruzen warmly welcomes them both, pleased to host such a rare gathering of powerful villages in Konoha. But the fake Genji answers with a hollow laugh and a chilling line, hinting that this reunion may be the last time they ever meet. At the Chunin exam ceremony, Hiruzen warmly greets the visiting leaders from Sand and Mist and ushers them to the top platform. The three leaders take their seats above a packed arena while Genma watches the contestants and the crowd, already bracing for trouble. Because Gaara might unleash Shikaku in the exam arena, Rado quietly brings the safety risk to Kagura before the matches begin. Kagura dismisses the idea of a weaker safeguard and uses wood release to create 4 clones on the spot. The 4 wood clones leap to the arena corners, and Kagura calmly says they will handle the barrier before anything goes wrong. Rado worries about a fighter going too far inside the barrier, and Kagura calmly says Flying Thunder God lets him enter and stop it. Rado still looks uneasy, but Kagura repeats that he will intervene at the critical moment. Genma calls the first match, and Naruto and Neji face each other in the arena. Before the fight can even get going, Kagura's clones clap their hands together and raise a 4 red yang formation around the entire arena. The Jonin are stunned because the legendary barrier normally needs 4 Kage-level shinobi, yet Kagura just cast it through wood clones. From the top platform, the fake Kazekage watches Kagura with open interest while Hiruzen jokes that the barrier is so strong it blocks the audience's view. The fake Genji adds a dry remark that the barrier is already impressive enough, and now the kids inside need to prove they deserve it. Once the barrier shock settles, Rado brings Kagura another problem. Sasuke and Dosa still have not shown up. Kagura does not hesitate and orders the 2 late arrivals disqualified, even when Aoba points out the crowd came expecting Sasuke's performance. Before that argument can go any further, Naruto unexpectedly beats Neji and wins the first match. Kagura glances down at the result, and his wood clones drop the barrier so the next fight can begin. The second match turns more technical, but even Chojuro's polished water release is not enough to stop Aburame Shikaku from winning. Then Temari faces Shikamaru, who walks out looking bored before suddenly turning the whole match in his favor. Shikamaru traps Temari with shadow possession to prove he can win, then casually raises his hand and surrenders anyway. He casually explains that the exam is about performance, not just victory, and even tells Temari he left her room to keep showing off. Temari gets the official win, but the arena buzzes with praise for Shikamaru as the most impressive Chunin candidate so far. Genma formally disqualifies the missing Sasuke and Dosu, which sends Gaara and Karen straight into the next round. The second round opens with Gaara versus Karen, and the 2 redheads drop into the arena staring each other down. Gaara snarls that she only won before because of luck, but Karen coolly answers that the one piece of good luck in her life is still protecting her now. Gaara attacks first with a rush of sand, and Karen answers by punching straight through it and charging him head-on. She smashes through Gaara's sand wall too, forcing him to seal himself inside a dense sand ball before her next punch lands. Inside the sand shell, Shikaka urges Gaara to let him out, but Gaara refuses because the tailed beast already lost to Karen once. Gaara decides he can kill Karen himself and lashes out with a giant sand claw from the safety of the sphere. Karen answers with adamantine sealing chains, golden links bursting from her back to pin the claw in place. That was the trap, and Karen realizes it too late when a second sand claw lunges in from another angle, while she is occupied with the first one. Up in the stands, Kakashi arrives late with Sasuke and learns they missed everything, because Kagura already enforced the disqualification. Kakashi asks for another chance, but Kagura refuses and instead turns his attention back to the match below. Watching Gaara press the advantage, Kakashi admits Karen is in trouble unless she has some hidden move left. Kagura keeps watching with interest, curious whether Gaara's absolute defense can handle Karen's curse mark power. The answer comes fast when black curse mark patterns spread over Karen's arm, and she smashes the incoming sand claw apart. Kakashi spots the difference immediately and asks why Karen's curse mark feels so unlike the unstable one on Sasuke. Kagura explains that Karen's mark carries tamed natural energy from his own sage mode, while Sasuke's mark still holds wild power he cannot control. Kakashi asks if Kagura can remove Sasuke's curse mark, but Kagura bluntly points out that the same dangerous power might be exactly what Sasuke wants for revenge. That hits Sasuke directly, and he cuts in to ask the only thing that matters to him now: can that power help him kill Itachi? Kagura says it probably can, but tells Sasuke to watch the arena first and see what that kind of power really looks like. Back in the arena, Gaara floods the field with sand until the whole stage becomes his territory and the fight turns savage. Karen answers by fully releasing the second stage of her curse mark, black translucent butterfly wings spreading from her back as she rises above the sand. Even the fake Kazekage is impressed by Karen's transformed power, and Hiruzen answers by praising Gaara's talent in return. The fake Genji sits there looking detached from the exam itself, quietly tapping his fingers like he is waiting for a separate signal. Thinking the Mist Elder is just unhappy, Hiruzen tries to smooth things over by complimenting Chojuro's water release and saying it was Chunin-worthy. Genji finally lifts his eyes and asks one cold, pointed question that changes the mood. How does Chojuro's water release compare to our teacher? Hiruzen is still trying to read the old Mist Elder in front of him when the man suddenly forms a hand seal, and hidden mist attackers rush the high platform in a planned ambush. Hiruzen demands an explanation, but his attention keeps drifting to the fourth Kazekage, who sits there in fake calm while sand forces still refuse to move. Down with the sand delegation, nervous shinobi beg to start the attack, but Maki shuts them down and orders everyone to wait for the Kazekage's command. Seeing that sand still is not moving, Hiruzen eases up slightly and tries one last time to settle the mist break with words instead of a wider fight. The old man answers that Mist has no complaint with Hiruzen, and then coolly says the grudge is personal as he reaches up to remove his mask. The fake Genji is exposed as Danzo, and Hiruzen goes rigid when his old friend and runaway former aide openly mocks him to his face. Hiruzen steadies himself and tries to keep some dignity, but Danzo immediately accuses him of pinning secret human experiments on him to save his own reputation. Hiruzen fires back that Danzo really did run illegal experiments, tried to kill Hamura, and even meant to frame the Mist to start a war. Beside them, the disguised Kazekage just watches the old allies tear each other apart, smiling like this public collapse is exactly what he wanted to see. Hiruzen still tries to put the lid back on everything, ordering Kagura to suppress the rioting Mist Ninja quickly and avoid killing them. Kagura steps in and floods the arena with wood release, turning the exam grounds into a sea of roots and trees that snare Mist Shinobi all at once. Mangetsu cuts free and coughs blood, furious that Orochimaru still has not moved to stop Kagura like the plan required. When a Mist Ninja points out that Genji is gone and Danzo is up there instead, Mangetsu realizes the whole operation is going off script. Mangetsu gambles on brute force and unleashes a huge water release wave, trying to drown the arena before Kagura can crush the rebellion completely. Mangetsu shapes the flood into a giant water figure to strike Kagura, but Kagura answers with a wooden giant that grabs the water construct by the head and crushes it. In barely a couple of minutes, Kagura crushes the whole Mist Uprising, and the speed of it scares everyone else out of trying anything reckless. Standing on the wooden construct, Kagura looks toward the sealed exam ring and calmly orders the Chunin exam to continue anyway. Everyone else is too stunned to care about Genin matches now, but Karen obeys at once and lunges at Gaara with her black wings spread. Gaara refuses to fold, turning his whole gourd into sand and throwing up frantic defenses as Karen keeps pressing him. Back on the platform, Danzo refuses to keep this private and starts dragging Konoha's buried crimes into the open where every village can hear them. Danzo bluntly accuses Hiruzen of approving Hashirama Cell experiments to create would-release users who could control the Ninetales if the village's Jinchuriki ever lost control. Hiruzen admits he ordered the project stopped and counters that Danzo secretly kept it going with Orochimaru, kidnapping orphans and even Konoha shinobi for it. Danzo tries to hide behind protecting Konoha, but Hiruzen tears into him again for secretly hoarding unregistered subordinates outside the village system. Desperate to hit back, Danzo claims Hiruzen passed over Orochimaru for Hokage and picked Minato instead because Minato was easier to control. Hiruzen shuts that down too, saying Orochimaru was already swallowed by darkness, while Minato proved the choice right by dying to protect the village. The disguised Kazekage quietly feeds the fire by asking if Hiruzen really passed over Orochimaru because he was afraid of losing power. Danzo piles on by attacking Hiruzen for taking the Hokage seat back after Minato's death, and this time Hiruzen clearly has no clean answer. Hiruzen can only blame the daimyo's orders, and nobody there buys it, especially the Kazekage sitting beside him. The Kazekage twists the knife further, saying any leader would want a successor who respects them, shares their views, and might even keep them in control behind the scenes. He even drags Kagura into it by pointing out that many in the ninja world already see him as Konoha's future 5th Hokage. Kagura cuts in fast, saying Hokage succession is Konoha's business and insisting he has never wanted the position. Hiruzen follows up by saying Kagura is still too young and that Konoha has a more suitable candidate for now, making the jonin around them visibly uneasy. Danzo jumps on that too, sneering that Hiruzen only rejects Kagura because he cannot control him like a puppet. Hiruzen snaps at him to shut up, but Danzo digs even deeper and brings up the Uchiha clan, the surveillance Hiruzen ordered, and the fear of their coup. The crowd's mood turns ugly, and Danzo finally blurts out the truth beneath all of it. Hiruzen stood in the sunlight as Hokage while Danzo carried Konoha's filth underground for him. Danzo warns that if Hiruzen thinks he can just cut off the roots, Konoha itself will rot with them, and then he finally attacks. His vacuum wave slices through the platform wall and blasts the surrounding shinobi back, turning the argument into a real assassination duel. Danzo draws the blade hidden in his sleeve and points it straight at Hiruzen, demanding they settle everything here. Hiruzen takes off his hat and refuses help, saying Danzo was once his friend and he will personally walk him to his end. Kagura accepts that choice, orders the jonin not to interfere, and starts arranging the field so Hiruzen and Danzo can fight without outside casualties. The disguised Kazekage quietly settles into a better seat in the stands, openly enjoying the idea of watching Hiruzen and Danzo tear each other apart. Inside the exam arena, the match is already over. Gaara could not beat Karen, and when Shikaku tried to take over, Karen's adamantine ceiling chains shut him down too. In Gaara's inner world, Gaara blames Shikaku for barging in and making him lose even faster, while Shikaku is still hung up on Karen's ceiling chains. Shikaku considers asking the other tailed beasts about it, but after past embarrassment he backs off and decides he needs to think harder before facing Karen again. Naruto also witnesses the whole thing, and inside his own seal the Ninetales coldly laughs at Shikaku for being dumb enough to challenge in Uzumaki head-on. Kurama is openly pleased because this gives him perfect material to mock Shikaku with forever. Genma announces Karen's win and looks to Kagura for direction, and Kagura calmly orders the exam to keep moving. To make that possible, Kagura dispels his old wood clones and creates 8 new ones in a fresh burst of wood release. 4 of Kagura's wood clones lock down the exam venue for the audience, and 4 more leap to the platform to seal Hiruzen and Danzo inside another 4 red yang formation. Now the whole stadium is trapped between 2 crisis-level red barriers, and nobody knows whether to watch the duel on the platform or the exam venue below. Kakashi finally voices what everyone is thinking, asking Kagura why the exam is still going when Danzo, the Mist, and even Sand still look unresolved. Kagura tells him not to worry and pointedly says some allies had already promised they would not betray Konoha, which only makes the situation feel more suspicious. Kakashi still cannot shake the feeling that Danzo and the Mist were too reckless for this to be the whole plan, which means a bigger move may still be coming. Inside the platform barrier, Hiruzen and Danzo finally trade real attacks, 2 old veterans already breathing hard after only a short exchange. Danzo throws wind-release-coated shuriken, turning each one into a razor-edged projectile aimed straight at Hiruzen. Hiruzen answers with the shuriken shadow clone technique, flooding the space with copies that smash Danzo's wind blades off course before they can land. With the first exchange settled, Hiruzen fixes Danzo with a killing stare and vows that this time, for Konoha's sake, he will finish him himself. Inside the 4 red yang formation, Danzo spits out wind-release bullets and snaps that he alone is willing to protect Konoha at any cost. Hiruzen dodges cleanly and fires back with the accusation he has carried for years, saying Danzo only hides personal ambition behind talk of protecting the village. Their argument turns vicious when Hiruzen calls out Danzo's secret power grabs and murders, and Danzo answers by exposing Hiruzen's own compromises in the name of peace. Danzo drags up the Hyuga affair and argues that Hiruzen has always sacrificed his own people to beg enemies for peace. Pointing outside the barrier, Danzo says the Mist crisis is the price of Hiruzen's softness, because Hiruzen refused to hand Hyugura over and crush the Mist completely when he had the chance. Hiruzen tries to pin the disaster on Danzo's collusion with the Mist, but Danzo cuts him off and bluntly guesses Hiruzen is really thinking about Kagura's kidnapping of Hyugura. Danzo presses harder, saying Hiruzen hides behind Hashirama's dream of peace even though their real teacher was Tobirama, who would never trade Konoha's interests away. Outside the barrier, Kagura watches the old rivals tear each other apart, and stays completely calm about it. Kakashi murmurs that the two elders are really going at it, and Kagura dryly says they can argue all they want because they are both old men running out of time. Kakashi quietly asks the real question, whether Kagura still wants to become Hokage. Kagura gives a self-mocking answer, saying Hiruzen already declared in public that he is unfit to be Hokage, so there is barely any path left for him. Kakashi pushes back and says Kagura is exactly the person who should become Hokage, because he knows Kagura protects the weak and his own people. Kagura says the village would never accept him, and Kakashi is left hoping that if Jiraiya becomes Hokage someday, he might open that door. Kakashi glances from the deadly argument above to the exam arena below and jokes that while the old ones fight upstairs, the young ones are fighting downstairs too. Kagura says nothing, because he already knows the day's real chaos has only just begun. In the stands, the 4th Kazekage Raza enjoys the spectacle, and the stand shinobi are entertained enough that even Temari losing barely bothers them. Temari had a way to fight Shino with wind release, but she stays distracted and leaves a gap that his insects immediately exploit. Genma announces Abirame Shino as the winner and immediately calls the next match, Naruto vs. Karen. Naruto is fired up at first, but the moment he realizes he has to fight Karen, the battle feels awkward instead of exciting. Naruto tries leaning on the Nine-Tails' power, but he can only force out one Tails chakra and that still is not enough against Karen's natural advantage. He falls back on a mass of shadow clones, but Karen tears through the crowd of Narutos without much trouble. Back on the upper battlefield, Hiruzen finally calls in his old partner Enma to finish Danzo properly. Enma grumbles that two men pushing 70 are fighting like children again, but he still instantly joins Hiruzen's side. The Ape King transforms into Hiruzen's golden staff and blocks Danzo's sword, smashing the blade apart on contact. Danzo covers the broken weapon with wind release and rushes again, but once Enma is in play he loses control of the close fight. Hiruzen batters Danzo away, leaps up for a crushing follow-up, and forces Danzo to retreat with another sharp wind release burst. With ordinary tricks failing, Danzo summons his Dream Eater Baku to drag Hiruzen in with a violent vacuum. Hiruzen plants Enma into the ground to resist the pull, then counters with Fire Dragon Flame bullets straight into the Baku's own suction. The trick works exactly because Hiruzen knows Danzo so well, and the Baku goes up in flames before vanishing in smoke. Both old men are breathing hard now, but Hiruzen still steps forward and tells Danzo the result plainly: he lost. Danzo thinks about using his hidden last resort to die together with Hiruzen, but he rejects it because he refuses to hand Orochimaru and Kagura an easy win. Desperate, Danzo looks through the barrier at Kagura for help, and Kagura answers with a small hand sign telling him to save himself. When Hiruzen raises Enma for the killing blow, Danzo suddenly clasps his hands into the childhood seal of reconciliation. That tiny academy gesture hits Hiruzen harder than any jutsu, and the old man finally stops his hand. Hiruzen gives in to that old bond, lowers Enma, and reaches down to pull Danzo back to his feet like they did after sparring as boys. Hiruzen warns him that they are too old for this and orders him to answer for everything after the exam, including Orochimaru, while Danzo hides his real satisfaction behind a grunt. The 4 red yang formation finally drops, ending the public showdown between the two village elders. Kagura and Kakashi step in, and Hiruzen directly orders Kagura to take Danzo away and keep him under watch. Danzo says nothing, because from his point of view the plan is still working exactly as intended. At the same time, Karen chooses to forfeit the final exam match, and the 3rd round quietly comes to an end. Kagura dismisses his wood clone, takes Karen and Danzo, and leaves the venue as Hiruzen turns back toward the official closing with Raza. Watching the exam end without a full disaster, Hiruzen tells himself the village still showed enough strength today, even if his own reputation took a hit. He quietly settles on retirement again, planning to hand the Hokage seat to Jiraiya after the exams are over. Back at the root base, Fu and Torian are already waiting at the entrance, which reassures Danzo that everything inside should be under control. Danzo declares their mission finished and says all that remains is for Orochimaru to kill Hiruzen and complete the plan. Kagura smoothly adds a new twist, saying he will avenge Hiruzen by killing Orochimaru afterward and use that moment to rise as the next Hokage. He keeps selling the lie, claiming he changed the invasion order to separate Danzo from Orochimaru and even saved Danzo out of loyalty. Danzo accepts the betrayal without any real hesitation and agrees that once Hiruzen is dead, Orochimaru will no longer be useful. For a moment Danzo even sounds almost wistful, saying he spent a lifetime chasing the Hokage seat only for Kagura to be the one who finally takes it. Kagura answers as if this was always their agreement, then sends Karen ahead to call everyone out and welcome Lord Danzo home. Danzo grows smug again as he walks in, criticizing how little Root has developed and insisting his old system never should have been changed. Kagura quietly disagrees and says Root is far stronger now, because in his hands its numbers and power both grew. Danzo asks whether all these people are really reliable, already talking about purging anyone unsuitable once power is back in his hands. Kagura replies with a light laugh that after today everyone in Root will be reliable, because the whole organization has become a refuge for people with nowhere else to go. More and more masked Root members file out of the darkness, and Danzo only gets more irritated at the sight of so many people, some already old enough for him to call trash. Kagura tells him to look closely, saying these are all names Danzo once saw on his own desk, and now it is time for a proper reunion. Then the first pair of red eyes opens in the dark, and Danzo instantly recognizes the impossible sight of a real Sharingan. A moment later, more and more crimson eyes light up across the entire hall until the whole root base looks packed with Uchihas. Danzo's mind reels, because these are not transplanted eyes but living Sharingan awakening in living bodies, which means the Uchiha are still here. He whips around to Kagura in disbelief, demanding to know how so many Uchihas could possibly still exist after the massacre night. Kagura answers with chilling cheer, saying Danzo liked the Uchiha so much that he replaced every old root member with surviving Uchihas instead. He calmly adds that even logistics, training, combat, and cleaning inside the base are all handled by Uchihas now. Danzo can barely stay upright as the truth hits him. The root he built to suppress the Uchiha has become their shelter instead. Kagura says he took root over the night Danzo lost power, gave the surviving Uchihas a home there, and turned the whole organization into a surprise Danzo would never forget. Then Kagura lands the final knife, saying that to keep Danzo from checking root and discovering the surprise too early, he had to drive him out of Konoha in the first place. In the root corridor, Danzo finally hears Kagura admit it outright. Kagura was the one who framed him and pushed him out of Konoha. Kagura almost sounds polite as he says forcing Danzo into exile took careful work, because he had to fool both Danzo and the third Hokage without exposing himself. When Danzo snarls that this was called caring for him, Kagura points to the surviving Uchiha and says Danzo at least got the chance to live outside the village. Danzo falls back on his usual line that the Uchiha were a threat, but one old survivor finally snaps back that Konoha's elders were the ones who kept driving the clan toward destruction. Kagura undercuts Danzo's whole argument by dryly noting that these same Uchiha have spent years obeying root orders, even when he had them help frame Danzo. Danzo warns that another Madara will rise from the Uchiha one day, and Kagura answers with a smile that maybe Danzo is already looking at someone even worse. Then Kagura fully reveals his Sharingan, and Danzo is hit with the sickening realization that the child he raised had Uchiha blood all along. Kagura presses the knife deeper by saying he already used the Sharingan on Danzo before, and Danzo instantly suspects the genjutsu he somehow failed to notice. Kagura's eyes twist into Mangekyo Sharingan, and he reminds Danzo of the most terrifying illusion of his life. Danzo finally realizes that the nightmare illusion after he stole Shursui's eye was not Obito's work at all. It was Kagura's. Kagura casually says he built that illusion world for Danzo himself, which only makes Danzo hate him more. From there, Kagura tears away the rest of the mask and says Danzo lost him the moment he brought him into Konoha as a nameless tool. Kagura reveals that even his would-release training accident was staged so Hiruzen would notice a power Danzo could not be trusted to keep. Once Hiruzen pulled him into the Umbu, Kagura kept feeding both old men exactly enough suspicion to make them fight over him and never fully trust each other. He even explains that his famous missions and perfectly timed reports were arranged to strengthen Hiruzen's dependence on him while keeping Root shut out. Kagura says he made himself look dangerous but useful, the one weapon Konoha would never dare throw away while the Uchiha crisis kept getting worse. Danzo bitterly admits Hiruzen never understood he was sheltering the biggest threat of all, then demands to know how Kagura saved Uchiha survivors during the massacre. Kagura drops another ugly truth. Itachi's control of Yagura only worked because Kagura fed him the path to the Three Tails in the first place. He explains that Itachi's tailed beast bomb was meant to erase the Uchiha district so completely that Kagura's rescue of survivors would vanish under the destruction. And if that plan failed, Kagura says he was ready to wipe out the clan land himself with a far bigger would-release attack. Kagura then ties it back to Danzo's fall, saying Danzo's power broke at exactly the right time for him to plant the final trap and clean Danzo's loyalists out of Root. Danzo realizes even the men he took with him were part of Kagura's design, and that move only helped the Uchiha tighten their grip on Root. Then Kagura lands the cruelest reveal yet. Toryun and Fu were never Danzo's men. They were Kagura's guards planted beside him. With Toryun and Fu now openly behind him, Kagura says they helped push Danzo into becoming a rogue ninja, exactly as intended. Danzo finally sounds hollow as he says Kagura has been controlling his life from the shadows for years. Kagura answers with one last insult, saying he was only 17 and had already been planning Danzo's old age care since the day they met. Danzo tries to steady himself and fires back that Kagura always pretended to be obedient, while plotting his downfall from the very first day. Kagura says any loyalty died when he saw what Danzo did to Kabuto and Nono, because that crossed a line even Root could not dress up as duty. Danzo still insists cruelty is necessary to protect Konoha, but Kagura cuts him off and says there is no point lying to fellow Root members about that anymore. Kagura presses the real contradiction and asks why a man who claimed to protect Konoha chose to work with Orochimaru in the plan to destroy it. Danzo scrambles for an excuse, claiming he thought he was exposing Hiruzen's illegal experiments instead of walking into Kagura's trap. Kagura coldly asks what gives Danzo the right to demand justice for himself when the Uchiha dead never got any. He goes further and says Danzo's whole creed about sacrifice only works because Danzo always expects someone else to pay the price. That hits a nerve, and Danzo furiously tears open his collar to reveal the black curse mark of his own emergency sealing technique. Danzo decides this is the critical moment at last and resolves to erase Kagura, the Uchiha survivors, and even the root base with his own life. The curse mark activates and black blood-like fluid starts spraying from Danzo's chest onto the corridor floor as the reverse 4-symbol seal begins. Kagura reacts with visible shock, wooden spike in hand, while Danzo exults that this suicide seal cannot be stopped once it starts. For a brief, warped moment, Danzo feels noble again and tells himself this death will finally remove every hidden threat to Konoha. As he waits for the seal to consume everything, Danzo even wonders whether he and Hiruzen are dying for Konoha at the same time. Then Kagura's voice cuts straight through the fantasy and tells him to wake up, because he was just trapped in a Sharingan genjutsu. Danzo snaps out of it, and realizes his clothes are still intact, which means his heroic sacrifice existed only inside a basic hypnotic illusion. Kagura almost innocently explains that Danzo kept staring into his Sharingan while ranting, so he simply pushed him into a genjutsu he clearly wanted to believe. Humiliated and desperate, Danzo tears his collar open again and decides to trigger the real seal for real this time. This time the black blood really bursts out and the seal starts to spread across Danzo's chest. But Kagura is already beside him, striking key points on Danzo's chest with hand seals fast enough to interrupt the release. Danzo cannot believe it when the blood suddenly stops, because he was certain this forbidden technique was irreversible. Kagura calmly asks for a sword, and one of his men instantly obeys. Without hesitation, Kagura slashes across into Danzo's chest, cutting open the flesh while the broken seal still suppresses any normal bleeding. Then Kagura plants a 4-symbols 8 trigram seal onto Danzo's chest and completely erases the reverse 4-symbols seal from his body. Only after the dangerous seal is gone does ordinary red blood finally pour from Danzo's chest, leaving him stumbling and clawing at a weapon he no longer has. Kagura brushes off the whole thing and says every forbidden technique has a counter if you know enough. Just to make it worse, Kagura admits the sword cuts were not even part of the counter. He only wanted to check whether Danzo's blood would come out black or red. Danzo finally begs for the simplest mercy left and demands that Kagura kill him now. Kagura refuses, saying Danzo should learn from Orochimaru and stay useful a little longer. Instead, Kagura orders Kabuto to be called in and has Danzo's bleeding treated so he will not die too early. Then Kagura gives the real reason. He wants Hashirama cells prepared, because Danzo is being kept alive as the sacrifice for reviving the third Hokage. With Danzo already beaten, Kagura coldly says the old man can still serve Konoha one last time as the sacrifice to revive Hiruzen with Edo Tensei. Danzo instantly sees through the cruelty of it, realizing Kagura wants to kill him and squeeze even more value out of his corpse. Kagura twists Danzo's own root logic back on him, saying if root always demanded sacrifice from others, then its former leader can die for Konoha too. Even while raging, Danzo's mind jumps to the real question. If Kagura is already preparing Edo Tensei, then Hiruzen must still be alive somewhere right now. Back at the Chunin exam arena, Hiruzen finishes the formal speech and politely invites the 4th Kazekage to address the young fighters. The fake Kazekage drops the mask and words first, coldly announcing that Konoha's destruction starts now. The arena erupts at once as Sand Shinobi move on their targets, and Sound Shinobi drop Genjutsu into the crowded stands. At the same time, disguised Kagaya attackers tear off their coverings and charge Konoha's strongest Jonin in a prepared ambush. Kakashi barely blocks a bone spike and realizes this riot is bigger than the one they just handled. Guy lands beside him mid-fight, and the two immediately switch into crowd protection and emergency response. Kakashi says they have to hold the line first, but he also wants someone to warn Kagura that the attack has exploded out of control. Before anyone can reach the platform, 4 of Orochimaru's followers leap up and seal Hiruzen and the Kazekage inside a purple barrier. Hiruzen stares at the trapped battlefield in disbelief, still trying to understand why the Kazekage would lock himself inside with him. The answer comes fast when the Kazekage says this is just a plan and pulls a kunai, ready to fight Hiruzen alone. Then the disguise comes off for real, and Hiruzen finally sees Orochimaru standing in the Kazekage's place. Orochimaru calmly explains that Danzo caused the first chaos. The mist pulled away the guards, and Hiruzen's own habits ensured Kagura would be sent off with Danzo. That explanation hits Hiruzen hard, because it means he may have personally handed Konoha's strongest fighter back into Danzo's reach. Even so, Hiruzen decides this trap cuts both ways and declares he will kill Orochimaru here to correct one of his oldest mistakes. Orochimaru answers with a hidden snake strike from his mouth, trying to tear into Hiruzen's neck before the old man can react. The bite lands on a decoy, and Hiruzen escapes with Earth Release before flooding the small arena in moving mud. Hiruzen chains the attack into Earth Dragon Bullet and Fire Dragon Bullet, blasting Orochimaru with a fast combined Earth and Fire barrage. Orochimaru survives by sinking through the ground, then mocks Hiruzen by saying Kagura's combined techniques would have been the truly terrifying version. The taunt lands, and Hiruzen strips off his ceremonial Hokage robe, accepting that this is the battle he prepared himself to die in. Orochimaru raises the stakes again with a summoning, and 2 coffins slam up between them inside the barrier. When the lids fall, the 1st and 2nd Hokage step out, and Hiruzen is forced to face his own predecessors as enemy weapons. Tobirama doesn't hesitate for even a second, rushing Hiruzen and saying he already knows what Hiruzen has done. Hashirama joins the assault too, and the two founders batter Hiruzen while accusing him of clinging to power for too long. Hashirama reveals the part that really rattles Hiruzen. They think he is pushing Kagura toward becoming a rogue ninja, and they want to stop that disaster here. Hiruzen turns on Orochimaru in shock, because someone has clearly fed the two Hokages a twisted version of Kagura and Konoha's crisis. Orochimaru piles on by turning Hiruzen's own words against him, framing his refusal to pass on the Hokage seat as plain hunger for power. That accusation stings even more because Konoha's gathered shinobi outside the barrier can hear it too, and Hiruzen has no easy answer. Hashirama and Tobirama press the point, and Hiruzen is left fighting not just for his life but against the image of a ruler corrupted by authority. Hiruzen finally snaps back, shouting that his real mistake was showing mercy to Orochimaru and Danzo after they harmed their own comrades with illegal experiments. That new claim halts the two resurrected Hokage, because now the story Danzo gave them no longer fits so neatly. Hashirama admits Danzo told them Hiruzen was behind the Uchiha massacre and the forbidden experiments, exposing how badly Danzo twisted the story before this fight. Tobirama immediately tries to stop that line from going any further, but Hiruzen lays out the truth anyway and pins the secret crimes on Danzo and Orochimaru. For a brief moment, Tobirama calls for Danzo to be brought back, showing the argument has slipped out of Orochimaru's hands inside the barrier. Orochimaru decides he has heard enough and jams controlled talismans into the backs of both Hokages to erase their wills completely. Hiruzen can only watch in fury as their expressions go blank and the two founders become obedient puppets. Orochimaru rubs salt into the wound, reminding Hiruzen that the old man already burned huge chakra fighting Danzo before this battle even started. Hiruzen understands how bad his condition is, but he also decides this has to end with him, before Kagura or the village are dragged any deeper into the trap. Hiruzen burns what little chakra he has left to make two shadow clones, setting up one last sealing gamble. As the two resurrected Hokage charge again, Hiruzen raises his hands and declares he will bury every threat to Konoha here with him. Then the Reaper Death Seal appears behind Hiruzen, and the battle turns from a duel into a suicide pact. His shadow clones grab Hashirama and Tobirama, and the Shinigami devours their souls before Orochimaru can stop it. Orochimaru tries to retreat from the Reaper Death Seal, but Hiruzen lunges in and grabs him before he can get free. With death already accepted, Hiruzen says his own soul will pay the price if it means sealing away Konoha's enemies. Right as his soul starts slipping, Orochimaru throws out a final poison line, claiming he and Danzo were only pawns in someone else's plan to destroy Konoha. That split-second distraction gives Orochimaru an opening to send a hidden snake and sword around behind Hiruzen, driving the blade through his body. Mortally wounded and losing consciousness, Hiruzen knows he can no longer finish the full seal. So with his last breath, he changes the target and tears away only Orochimaru's arms, swearing the snake can never use ninjutsu again. Orochimaru feels the seal bite instantly as his arms blacken with spiritual damage and lose all strength. Then Orochimaru leans down to the dying Hiruzen and whispers the cruelest part. His last warning was true, and the person they all meant to use has turned all of them into tools instead. Hiruzen's final gamble ends in death as the Reaper Death Seal takes his soul and his body collapses on the platform. Orochimaru realizes his mission is done and, now weakened by the seal on his arms, orders an immediate escape before Kagura can kill him. The Sound Four drop the barrier, throw smoke, and carry Orochimaru away while he is too crippled to move on his own. From a distance, Kagura takes off his forehead protector and calmly sends Karen and Root after Orochimaru at his weakest moment. Kagura has a message delivered with the pursuit. Tell Orochimaru he can solve the Reaper Death Seal, even if they have to drag him back. Back in the village, Hiruzen's corpse lies on the high platform while the exam invasion is still raging across Konoha. Gaara tries to keep the invasion alive by unleashing Shikaku again and snatching Genin with huge sand claws. Naruto answers by forcing out the Nine-Tails chakra and summoning Gamabunta right on top of Shikaku. Gaara lashes out from Shikaku's head, but Gamabunta bats the sand aside and the fight is about to turn again. Before the battle can continue, wood-release vines burst up and everyone instantly knows Kagura has returned. The sand shinobi break first, shouting for retreat because Kagura's name alone terrifies them more than the battle in front of them. Even Gaara gives up, and Shikaku, who has already suffered enough at Kagura's hands, quickly shrinks back into him. Gamabunta sees the vines and casually declares the fight basically over now that Kagura is on the field. Kakashi watches the enemy panic and realizes Kagura now scares whole villages the way Minato once did, only even more brutally. Kagura proves that fear justified by raising a giant vine wall and trapping every escaping sand ninja in chakra-draining roots. Kagura walks into the wreckage and immediately starts giving hospital and cleanup orders like the person in charge. An ANB reports Hiruzen's death, but Kagura says he already knows and coldly frames the tragedy as the result of Danzo and Orochimaru's conspiracy. Kagura orders Hiruzen's body gathered and even tells them to prepare the tomb, speaking as if Konoha has already passed into his hands for the night. Kagura's arrival steadies Konoha's morale because everyone knows his power alone can keep other villages from pressing the attack. Then word spreads that Jiraiya has also returned, giving the battered village another pillar to cling to. Standing near Hiruzen's body, Jiraiya asks for Orochimaru, and Kagura says he has already sent hunters after him. Jiraiya mourns Hiruzen as a ninja who died for the village, but this time he finally lets go of the fantasy of bringing Orochimaru home. He makes the hard call at last. For Konoha's sake, Orochimaru now has to die. Outside the village, Karen and Root catch up to Orochimaru, and the Sound 4 before they can get far. Orochimaru instantly assumes Kagura means to betray him and take his head as a shortcut to the Hokage's seat. Karen stays respectful and repeats Kagura's bait. He can solve the Reaper Death Seal, and he wants to meet in person. She even lies that Danzo is waiting at Root, trying to make the invitation sound like alliance business instead of a trap. Orochimaru tries to delay, so Karen drops the courtesy and Root attacks immediately. The Sound 4 trigger their curse seals to fight back, but Root answers with something worse. Kagura's elite Root unveil their own curse seals, black winged forms, Sharingan, and would release, crushing the Sound 4 with ease. Orochimaru watches his subordinates get taken down one by one, and starts eyeing Karen like he might kill her himself. Karen talks him down by warning that a loud fight near Konoha would expose him and ruin any chance Kagura has to shield him. She shows Kagura's Flying Thunder God mark as proof of trust, and Orochimaru finally agrees to go with them. The Root know Karen just sold a huge lie about Danzo's condition, but the bluff works and they march Orochimaru back anyway. By late night, Konoha is quieter on the surface, but everyone knows this invasion has opened the door to a much bigger war. At Root Base, Kagura skips the Hokage Tower politics and instead waits in his office with a grim mask taken from the Uzumaki clan's masked temple. Karen arrives first to announce Orochimaru, and Root brings the irritated Sannin into Kagura's office. Orochimaru expects Kagura to be chasing the Hokage seat, so he is caught off guard when Kagura says this meeting is about fixing the Reaper Death Seal. Kagura explains the seal's logic and reveals he specifically found a way to release souls from the Shinigami's stomach. Then Kagura drops the real motive. He wants Hiruzen's soul back so the dead Hokage can secretly watch his own funeral. Orochimaru is stunned for a beat, then starts to find the idea weirdly entertaining and vindictive. He agrees in principle, but first demands that the damage to his sealed hands be fixed. Kagura casually undercuts him again by saying he can handle Edo Tensei himself, so Orochimaru is not as indispensable as he thought. Kagura throws Orochimaru the Reaper mask and tells him exactly how to survive the release ritual by escaping before the Shinigami claims his soul. Orochimaru immediately suggests sacrificing some expendable subordinate instead, but Kagura refuses and says innocent people should not die for this. That only makes Orochimaru more irritated, because Kagura's version of mercy somehow still ends with him taking all the risk. When Orochimaru tries to stall because his arms still burn, Kagura shuts that down and says this is the only fix, so they are doing it now. Kagura even orders Root to help put the mask on Orochimaru, making it clear resistance is no longer optional. Orochimaru protests, but Kagura warns that a barrier can go up at any time, so there is nowhere to run. Forced into it, Orochimaru wears the mask and summons the Shinigami into the Root office. Because Orochimaru's hands still barely work, Kagura orders a Root operative to slash open his belly like a ritual disembowelment. The same wound opens on the Shinigami, and trapped souls burst out of its stomach in a stream of light. Among the souls spilling free are Hiruzen, Hashirama, Tobirama, and even Minato, all released from the Shinigami at once. The most immediate payoff hits Orochimaru first when the soul of his hands returns and the burning finally stops. Kagura reminds him the ritual is still deadly, because the Shinigami will take the caster's soul unless Orochimaru escapes this body now. Orochimaru escapes the price by using his Orochimaru-style substitution, spitting out a tiny white snake and leaving an empty shell behind. The trick works, and the angry, confused Shinigami fades away after finding only Orochimaru's empty shell. The tiny snake touches the floor and swells into Orochimaru's true white phosphorus serpent form, a giant body made from countless smaller snakes. Kagura immediately warns that if Orochimaru tries poison gas or body theft inside Root, he will burn him down on the spot. Orochimaru drops the pretense and demands a new human body immediately. Kagura answers by growing a pale white Setsu body from his palm and quietly planting a curse mark into it first. Orochimaru instantly dives into the white Setsu vessel, taking it over and beginning to reform a new human body with almost perfect compatibility. For one moment Orochimaru is genuinely impressed, because this new body accepts his soul with no rejection at all. Then he feels Kagura's curse mark inside the vessel and realizes the gift came with a leash. Kagura openly admits he tampered with the body and shrugs it off as a small safeguard against betrayal. Orochimaru calls that a breach of their alliance, but Kagura insists this is exactly how he protects the alliance. Without dwelling on the argument, Kagura moves straight to the next step and orders the prepared sacrifice for Hiruzen's revival to be brought in. Kagura reveals the rest of the setup is already moving too, because Hiruzen's body is being delivered separately behind the scenes. Away quietly steals Hiruzen's freshly buried body from the memorial site and brings it to Kagura before the funeral can even begin properly. When Hiruzen's corpse is laid out in front of them, even Orochimaru goes quiet and feels a brief, unwanted sadness for his old teacher. That grim mood shatters when Root finally brings in Kagura's chosen sacrifice on a stretcher. The sacrifice is Danzo himself, scarred and helpless on the stretcher, and Orochimaru can only stare at Kagura's idea of respecting an alliance. Kagura looks over Danzo on a stretcher, and coldly says the old man's unhealed chest wound makes him perfect for a fresh Hashirama cell transplant. Danzo instantly explodes in rage at Kagura, cursing him as the evil that ruined Konoha. When Danzo spots Orochimaru standing there too, he realizes this nightmare is even worse than he thought. Kagura has Danzo placed in front of Hiruzen's corpse so the two old rivals can face each other one last time before the ritual. Seeing Hiruzen dead in front of him, Danzo's fury cracks for a moment, and he bitterly admits this disaster began when he brought Kagura into Konoha. Kagura answers with fake kindness, telling Danzo not to say depressing things because Hiruzen should have a happy arrival. Then Kagura pats Danzo's shoulder, and calmly reminds him that he is the sacrifice who will die in Hiruzen's place. Kagura twists the knife further by saying nobody in Konoha or the wider ninja world would mourn Danzo anyway, and the whole room goes dead silent because he is right. With Danzo laid out before Hiruzen's body, even Orochimaru is struck by how grimly fitting this exchange of death and rebirth feels. Kagura starts the process by injecting Hashirama cells directly into Danzo's chest wound to strengthen the sacrifice. Orochimaru immediately understands Kagura is boosting the sacrifice to restore a stronger Edo Tensei body, and that idea unsettles him. The Hashirama cells run wild through Danzo's body, swelling him with spreading white growths as he helplessly stares at Hiruzen and feels death closing in. Kagura slams his hand down and casts Edo Tensei, spreading a dark ritual seal beneath both Danzo and Hiruzen. Hiruzen's corpse turns into ash-like paper that wraps Danzo's body, and Danzo spends his final seconds accepting that his death is buying his old friend's return. Danzo dies, and from his sacrificed body the third Hokage rises again as an Edo Tensei with visible cracks across his restored face. The revived Hiruzen instantly understands he was resurrected and fixes Kagura with a sharp look, asking if he was the true mastermind behind Konoha's collapse. Kagura calmly says he never intends to harm Konoha itself, and claims the village will only grow stronger under his hand. When Hiruzen asks why, Kagura pretends Danzo pushed him into it, and Hiruzen quickly sees through the lie and realizes Kagura framed both of them himself. Kagura openly admits he framed Danzo, drove him out, and even manipulated Hiruzen's misunderstanding for his own plan. When Hiruzen asks for Danzo, Kagura reminds him that Edo Tensei needs a living sacrifice, making the answer painfully obvious. Kagura bluntly confirms he used Danzo's life to revive Hiruzen, just in time for Hiruzen to attend his own funeral tomorrow. Kagura even calls the Chunin exam disaster a success because it gave Hiruzen a grand death, empowered Orochimaru and Danzo's entry, and handed Konoha a reason to pressure sand and mist. Hiruzen falls silent as the political truth sinks in. Kagura has removed everyone who could restrain him and may already have Konoha in his hands. A system reward pops for smoothly completing the joint Chunin exam, but Kagura barely cares because his real concern is gaining power without drawing Black Zetsu's attention. Kagura tells Orochimaru to let Hiruzen calm down for now because their next step is still waiting. Orochimaru and Hiruzen both tense up when Kagura reminds Orochimaru of his promise to lend him Manda. Hiruzen fears Manda could cause tail beast-level chaos in the village, while Orochimaru jokes that Kagura might be planning to unleash the snake and save Konoha himself for political gain. Instead of explaining, Kagura orders them to find open ground and quietly sends White Zetsu away to ask Nagato whether Danzo's suffering was satisfying enough. Orochimaru immediately suspects Akatsuki ties, and Kagura casually admits he has a little contact with fellow Jiraiya disciple Nagato before urging everyone outside. Outside Konoha in a wide clearing, Root Ninja spread out on guard while Kagura, Hiruzen, and Orochimaru prepare for the next experiment. Hiruzen asks why Kagura even needs Manda if he already has Sage Mode, and Orochimaru warns that the snake always demands 100 human sacrifices. Kagura says he understands, so Orochimaru bites his finger and performs the summoning to bring out Manda. Manda appears in a cloud of smoke and immediately demands his usual 100 human sacrifices before doing anything. Orochimaru points the giant serpent toward Kagura instead, leaving the summon to bargain directly with the real schemer here. Kagura walks toward the giant snake with Hashirama cells in hand and says he only needs one favor. That favor is becoming the sacrifice, and Kagura instantly casts Edo Tensei on the giant serpent before it fully understands what he means. Orochimaru is stunned for a beat, then realizes Kagura is testing whether a powerful summon can produce a far stronger Edo Tensei body for Hashirama. As the ash crawls over his scales and drains his life, Manda finally understands he has been tricked and lunges at Kagura in fury. Kagura stops the strike with thick wood-style vines around the giant serpent's head and coldly says an evil summon is perfect for a wicked experiment. Desperate to survive, Manda dismisses himself and flees back to Ryuchi Cave, but the ritual keeps consuming him anyway. Inside Ryuchi Cave, The ritual keeps swallowing Manda until the giant snake's body is converted into the vessel for a reanimated Hashirama. Hashirama revives in red armor inside the cave, immediately sensing the huge natural energy around him and the alarming strength of his own restored body. Before Hashirama can make sense of anything, the summoning link drags him away from Ryuchi Cave and back to Kagura. Back in the clearing, Orochimaru starts to assume the experiment failed, but Kagura cuts him off and says it worked. Kagura performs a summoning and calls the reanimated first Hokage straight into the clearing. Hashirama arrives packed with terrifying chakra, proving Kagura's experiment restored him at nearly his old level. Hashirama demands an explanation, but Kagura shuts down the surge of chakra with a raised finger and casually tells him he is the one who revived him. Without giving Hashirama time to process it, Kagura turns to Orochimaru and asks for the materials to revive the second and fourth Hokage too. Orochimaru instantly realizes how dangerous this is, because a nearly prime Hashirama under Kagura's control would crush any balance between them. Kagura pitches the next deal by saying Orochimaru can keep every other village's Kage, but Konoha's 4 Hokage have to stay in his hands. He even insists this is for Konoha's sake, because as Hokage's advisor he cannot let a rogue ninja use Konoha's dead leaders against the village. Then Kagura lays out the real value. If he controls the 4 previous Hokage, he can still dominate Konoha's politics even without the title of Hokage. Orochimaru doubts Konoha's elders would ever accept such blasphemy, but Kagura answers that he can simply claim it is necessary to stop Orochimaru from using those same Hokage first. Kagura pushes it even further, saying that even if Konoha refuses, he can secretly do what Danzo used to do and hide the truth until it is too late. Orochimaru points out the biggest danger at once. If the revived Hokage tell Konoha what Kagura really wants, the entire plan could collapse. Kagura answers with chilling calm that if the Hokage refuse to cooperate, he will simply control them and have the 4 Hokage destroy Konoha themselves. Hiruzen grimly understands the trap. For Konoha's sake, the past Hokage may really have no choice but to endure being used by Kagura. Hashirama finally snaps and realizes this young man is seriously threatening the village he built, but even with near-prime power he still cannot break Kagura's control. Hiruzen tries to steady Hashirama by quietly asking him to endure for Konoha for now, hoping the old Hokage might still influence Kagura over time. With Hiruzen effectively conceding, Kagura reaches his hand out again and asks Orochimaru for the second and fourth Hokage materials first. Orochimaru makes sure their deal still stands, already thinking ahead to other forbidden revivals he can pursue if Kagura leaves the remaining Kage to him. Kagura agrees, and Orochimaru finally produces a sealing scroll and tosses it over, sealing their uneasy cooperation for now. On a barren stretch of land, Kagura lays out 2 white sets of sacrifices and keeps away on purpose so his loyal watcher never has to see this ugly setup. Kagura performs Edo Tensei with Orochimaru's materials, and ash and paper suddenly swallow the sacrifices. When the smoke clears, the second Hokage Tobirama and the 4th Hokage Minato rise back into the world in reanimated bodies. Kagura gets a bizarre system reward from Minato's revival and is left wondering why the golden flash comes packaged like a game feature. Tobirama wakes up suspicious at once, spots Hiruzen among the group, and immediately assumes Orochimaru may have dragged them back again after the Reaper Death Seal. Hiruzen grimly explains that only a few hours have passed since the afternoon battle, but the Reaper Death Seal has already been undone by evening. Minato is stunned because the Uzumaki clan's deadliest sealing art should have been impossible to break in the first place. Orochimaru jumps in at once, flattering Kagura while fishing for one answer. When did he learn how to release the Reaper Death Seal? Minato, who has never even met Kagura, asks who this young man is and realizes the same person who broke the seal also revived the Hokages. Orochimaru tries to poison the room by pointing out that Kagura revived the Hokages first so Orochimaru could never control them himself. Hiruzen tries to step in before Orochimaru can stir up a bigger rift, but Kagura decides to say the worst part himself. Kagura openly admits he engineered the Chunin exam chaos from the shadows and used Orochimaru and Danzo because he wanted the former Hokages as tools to seize control of Konoha's power. Even Orochimaru is caught off guard, because his own provocation suddenly sounds tame next to Kagura's blunt confession. Hashirama condemns the idea of treating the Hokage title as raw power, but he is still trying to process that Kagura planned all of this himself. Tobirama calls Kagura a dangerous brat, but he also instantly sees the political truth underneath it. Kagura wants dead Hokage prestige because the living village will not obey him. Hiruzen seizes on that opening and tells Kagura this is proof that fear and power alone can never make someone a real Hokage. Minato finally blurts out what he has been feeling the whole time. Everyone else somehow understands the situation, and he has no idea how he got dropped into the middle of it. Tobirama cuts straight to Danzo and coldly asks whether his old subordinate conspired with Kagura and Orochimaru before losing the nerve to appear. Hiruzen hesitates, then reveals the ugly truth. Danzo was already dead because Hiruzen used him as the sacrifice to bring Tobirama back. That answer leaves even Tobirama quiet for a beat, because he can imagine exactly how grim Danzo's end must have been. Hashirama immediately turns on Tobirama instead, blaming Edo Tensei itself and scolding his brother for creating this mess in the first place. Tobarama snaps back that forbidden techniques are not evil on their own, and that human hearts are the real problem. Trying to steady the meeting, Hiruzen tells the older Hokages that Kagura's ruthlessness grew out of Danzo's influence. But Hashirama swerves to another old wound and demands to know what happened to the Uchiha, because Konoha failed its own villagers. Tobarama immediately falls back on his old line that the Uchiha are inherently dangerous, and Minato realizes with horror that the clan may be gone entirely. Orochimaru twists the knife by telling Minato that the people behind the Uchiha massacre are names he knows very well. Minato, already embarrassed by how he died sealing the Nine Tails, awkwardly guesses at innocent people like Kakashi and Jiraiya instead of imagining something even worse. Hiruzen finally says it outright. One of the men behind the Uchiha massacre was Minato's own student, Uchiha Obito. Minato's face drops at once, because the student he thought had died is suddenly tied to Konoha's darkest crimes. Hiruzen presses on and reveals that Obito also caused the Nine Tails disaster, killing Kushina and Biwako and nearly murdering baby Naruto too. Hiruzen also gives Kagura his due here, because Kagura and Kakashi arrived in time that night and saved Naruto from Obito. Minato thanks Kagura sincerely, hearing that his son survived because Kagura stepped in when it mattered most. Kagura answers coldly that Obito also murdered Aburaim Tatsuma to frame him, and that chain of damage is what pushed Kagura into his life-or-death war with Danzo. Hashirama tries to simplify the whole disaster into Obito being the root of it all, but everyone else can tell the blame runs much wider than that. Tobarama shuts that down and reminds Hashirama that Obito started the fire, but the adults standing here still made their own unforgivable choices. Orochimaru gleefully piles even more blame onto Tobarama, accusing him of isolating the Uchiha and leaving behind the forbidden tools that enabled today's catastrophe. That finally makes Tobarama explode, because the whole meeting has turned into a brutal contest over whose mistakes ruined Konoha the most. Kagura gets a headache from the shouting and takes over the blame game himself by declaring that Hashirama's first mistake was stopping at village peace instead of unifying the whole world. Kagura argues that Hashirama's peace only spread tailed beast power to rival villages, which guaranteed future wars instead of ending them. Without even arguing with Hashirama's good intentions, Kagura keeps tracing the fallout forward until it lands right on Danzo's obsession with the Hokage seat. Then Kagura turns that same ruthless logic on Tobarama, saying his biggest mistake was choosing Hiruzen as Hokage and leaving Danzo consumed by jealousy. Hiruzen quietly accepts his own part next, admitting that his indecision and indulgence toward Danzo helped destroy the Uchiha and bring Konoha here. When all eyes swing to Minato, he can only admit that his mistake was dying too early to stop Danzo's darkness from growing unchecked. Tobarama abruptly ends the useless soul-searching and gets practical. If Kagura wants to wield the Hokages to protect Konoha, they should start by removing real threats first. With a smug edge, Tobarama proposes the first target should be Orochimaru, hoping to use common interest to split Kagura away from him. Orochimaru instantly realizes Tobarama is trying a divide-and-conquer move, but Kagura shuts it down in one sentence and refuses to kill him. Kagura even explains why. Despite everything, Orochimaru raised him and used to send him birthday gifts every year. Kagura says he still respects Orochimaru even after the body-snatching schemes and all the times he was treated like an expendable experiment, which somehow makes Orochimaru even less comfortable. Trying to secure his position, Orochimaru quickly suggests that their old grudges should be settled now that he helped Kagura undo the Reaper Death Seal. Kagura agrees at once, then casually lists the disasters he secretly arranged against Orochimaru, from guiding Jiraiya to smash his labs to using Nagato and Akatsuki to hunt him down. Orochimaru immediately regrets opening that subject, because the years of pain he blamed on everyone else suddenly trace right back to Kagura. That mention of Akatsuki makes Hiruzen recall Itachi's warning and recognize the group as Obito's nest of S-rank criminals. Kagura confirms it, and reveals his next move. Obito has already recommended him for Akatsuki, so with the Hokage's help he can kill the top leadership and turn the whole organization into Konoha's hidden weapon. The scale of Kagura's ambition leaves the group staring, and even Tobarama has to admit this boy understands power politics frighteningly well. Tobarama finally asks the practical question beneath all of this. How does Kagura plan to use dead Hokages inside Konoha without setting the whole village off? Hiruzen raises the first obstacle at once, warning that Jiraiya will never accept corpses vanishing from funerals and Hokages walking around under Edo Tensei. He explains that he already called Jiraiya back and expected Koharu and Hamura to back him as the next Hokage if Hiruzen died in the exams. Kagura calmly counters that if Jiraiya refuses the hat, Konoha still has another Sannin with enough weight to become Hokage instead. Hiruzen says Tsunade would never support tampering with the dead, because as a medical ninja she should be the first to reject this kind of violation. Hashirama has a completely different objection and blurts out that Tsunade absolutely cannot be Hokage because she would bankrupt the village. Kagura cuts through that too with one ruthless line. A Hokage without real power and trapped under surveillance would not even have the freedom to bankrupt Konoha. Then Kagura reveals the pressure point in his plan. If Edo Tensei brought back the person Tsunade longs to see most, he is sure she would stop opposing it. Kagura closes the matter with quiet confidence, convinced Tsunade is too human and too wounded to cling to principle once Edo Tensei offers her a real reunion. In the middle of the secret meeting, Orochimaru suddenly catches Kagura's angle and asks who he had resurrected to shake Tsunade. Kagura calmly says he did not revive the man himself, but had Kabuto bring back Dan Kato from Konoha's dead. That name lands hard, because Orochimaru and Hiruzen both know Dan was the man Tsunade loved and the loss that broke her spirit. Hiruzen insists Tsunade would never accept Edo Tensei, but Kagura cuts straight to the real pressure point. A Hokage under threat does not think like an ordinary medic. That argument shocks Hiruzen, because even the old Hokage have to admit Kagura is right. If Konoha's survival is on the line, a Hokage may accept forbidden means. Kagura immediately pushes the next move and tells Hiruzen to leave a will that officially lets him use Edo Tensei before Orochimaru can steal dead Hokage souls first. He even assigns Orochimaru a part in the script: dig up Hiruzen's corpse, scare the elders, and help put future Hokage candidates under pressure. When Orochimaru brings up the risk of Jiraiya becoming Hokage instead, Kagura flatly says that will not happen. Kagura then turns to Minato and warns him to keep the Ninetales inside him quiet so nothing leaks that could endanger Naruto. Minato cannot help asking to see Naruto, and Kagura gives him a cold kind of reassurance that the boy will at least be near Kakashi and probably Jiraiya too. That only leaves Minato more uneasy, but he swallows it because this twisted plan still offers a future chance to meet his son. Orochimaru starts to see that Konoha actually benefits from this ugly scheme. Because Hiruzen is back, the dead Hokage can defend the village, and Minato gets another chance with Naruto. Then the real irritation hits him. Everyone else gains something from this plan, and he may have just been played from start to finish. So Orochimaru pointedly asks whether their old deal still counts, because he does not want to walk away empty-handed. Kagura remembers the promised research funding and agrees to support everything except giving Orochimaru an official Konoha post. But Kagura adds one hard condition: if Orochimaru's experiments produce results, Konoha will share the harvest. Orochimaru accepts that price with a grin, because even now he cannot resist a bigger laboratory and better backing. After Orochimaru leaves, Kagura quietly sends Tendo Shursui to hide in his shadow so any betrayal can be crushed instantly. Late that night at the root base, Kagura arrives with the resurrected Hokage and his root force, and Tobirama immediately notices something very wrong about some of these men. When Tobirama presses him, Kagura matter-of-factly reveals that these are Uchiha survivors he pulled out of the massacre and buried inside Danzo's root. Tobirama is stunned, because Konoha had believed only Sasuke remained alive from the clan. Kagura makes it even harsher by saying they are not Uchiha anymore, because Danzo stripped away their names and pasts and turned them into root tools. Then he twists the knife by saying Danzo loved Sharingan so much that Kagura simply replaced Danzo's trash with the very clan Danzo wanted erased. Tobirama is furious at the absurdity, and Hiruzen can barely process how completely Danzo's legacy has been turned inside out. When Hiruzen asks how this happened, Kagura admits he fed Obito the information that let Yagura and the Three Tails become bait during the massacre night. He explains that Itachi could not find the hidden survivors, so the tailed beast bomb that cleansed the Uchiha district also erased the evidence of who was still alive. That revelation shakes Hiruzen again, but buried inside the horror is one small relief: the Uchiha bloodline did not vanish with Sasuke alone. Hiruzen finally understands why Kagura once wanted Sasuke brought into root so he could face what remained of his clan. Kagura shuts that idea down just as bluntly, saying Sasuke is still trapped inside the fate his brother wrote for him, unlike these survivors who can become true avengers. Hiruzen tries to defend Itachi as a tragic man cornered by desperation, but Kagura makes it clear he has no intention of giving Itachi an easy life. He even says sparing Itachi's life already counts as mercy, because Itachi once refused to save Kakashi. After sitting with all of it, Hiruzen gives Kagura the strangest praise of the night, and says his extreme methods still solved what the Hokage never could. With Danzo still useful as a dead scapegoat, Kagura tells Karen to expand root again by selecting more survivors for Hashirama cell transplants. Karen carefully points out the numbers do not quite match the stolen Sharingan count, which could expose that more Uchiha survived than anyone knows. Tobirama growls that details hardly matter now, but Kagura refuses to leave a loose end and orders a cleaner selection process. Kagura decides that any awakened Sharingan user under 40 can join, and if the numbers still look suspicious, Danzo will take the blame one more time through forged records. That finally makes Tobirama snap, because even dead, Danzo is still being squeezed for every last ounce of utility. Later in the root laboratory, Tobirama decides to watch the transplants himself and expects a complex procedure, not Kagura's absurdly direct method. Kagura proves him wrong in seconds by injecting Hashirama cells into an Uchiha survivor and triggering would release almost immediately. Seeing no rejection at all, Tobirama is forced into a shocking conclusion that the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines must be far more closely tied than he wanted to admit. By the end of the night, root has swollen to 84 dual Kekkeigenkai operatives, enough to rival the entire ANBU in raw numbers. Kagura orders Karen to equip the new force fast, because Orochimaru is about to stage the grave robbery that will drag him into the next political meeting. He also confirms that Hiruzen and Minato have already planted the will at Hiruzen's home, where the cleanup A and B should soon find it. Meanwhile, in the Hokage Tower, Koharu and Hamura spend the whole night trying to force Jiraiya into becoming the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya refuses and first throws Kagura's name forward, but the elders reject that instantly as too young and too dangerous. So Jiraiya brings up Tsunade instead, and the elders agree she works, but only if he brings her back quickly. Jiraiya still half defends Kagura by saying his strength alone keeps other villages cautious, but Koharu says fear is not the same thing as trust. Before that argument can settle, bad news arrives from the memorial stone. Orochimaru appeared, dug up Hiruzen's grave, and escaped with the body. The room goes cold, because they all understand exactly what Orochimaru would do with Hiruzen's corpse and how terrifying that would look inside Konoha. Then another ANBU brings in Hiruzen's will, and the dead Hokage begins steering events one last time. The will names Jiraiya as successor first, and if he still refuses, it orders him to bring back Tsunade while keeping Kagura as root chief and Hokage aide. The second order is even more explosive, because Hiruzen explicitly authorizes Kagura to use Edo Tensei to secure powerful dead shinobi before Orochimaru can seize them. Jiraiya hates that choice and says Kagura is already too strong to be pushed deeper into forbidden techniques. Koharu fires back with the hard question Jiraiya cannot brush off: if Kagura does not answer Edo Tensei with Edo Tensei, who is going to pay with the Reaper Death Seal instead? Jiraiya tries to laugh it off by offering to learn the Reaper Death Seal himself, but the elders refuse to pretend that is the better option. Hamura goes even colder and reminds Jiraiya that Kagura is root to the core, which means his darkness cannot be ignored just because he is a disciple. By dawn, they decide Kagura has to be informed, whether Jiraiya likes it or not. When Kagura arrives at the Hokage Tower, Jiraiya immediately asks the question he was dreading: has Kagura really learned Edo Tensei? Kagura says yes without blinking and claims Hiruzen already taught him the jutsu, and even left materials from past Hokage in case Orochimaru moved first. Then the elders ask about Danzo, and Kagura smoothly lies that Danzo is still under house arrest and has quietly surrendered all his dual Kekkeigenkai men. Hamura can only sigh over Danzo's miserable end, still thinking the old rival simply collapsed after helping destroy Hiruzen. Jiraiya finally cuts the whole conversation short, because whatever comes next, they still have to give Hiruzen a proper funeral. At Konoha's back mountain, the funeral is rebuilt around a portrait instead of a body, because the truth about the stolen corpse must stay hidden. Hidden under a large tree away from the mourners, the 4 resurrected Hokage watch Hiruzen's own funeral in uneasy silence. Minato quietly consoles Hiruzen, and Hashirama tells him being loved by so many villagers is proof he carried the Hokage name well. Even Tobirama adds a rare note of comfort, telling Hiruzen there will still be time to face everyone again after Tsunade returns. Hiruzen says death itself is not his regret so much as failing to pass the will of fire to enough people, especially the one person standing at the center of this mess. Then Minato spots Naruto in the crowd and is hit all at once by the joy and ache of seeing his son grown up from afar. Hiruzen suddenly laughs at the weirdness of it all, because watching your own funeral is such a bizarre experience that even grief cannot fully hide the irony. Hashirama notices Kagura standing near the front with a white flower and mistakes his solemn face for genuine grief, while Tobirama bluntly calls it acting. Down at the memorial stone, Kagura stands in black before Hiruzen's portrait with that white flower, perfectly playing the part expected of him. Kakashi steps over and quietly says they need to talk after the funeral, hinting that Hiruzen's death has left more behind than simple mourning. Kagura answers in a way only he fully understands, saying death is not the end of life for the 3rd Hokage. Iruka hears that line and warmly agrees, thinking Kagura means the will of fire lives on through everyone still standing there. Kagura just looks at Iruka in silence, because he meant the line literally. Hiruzen is not just remembered, he is still here watching who mourns him well enough. After the 3rd Hokage's funeral, Konoha is still reeling, and the village is suddenly stuck with 2 urgent problems at once: choosing a new Hokage and deciding how to answer the Sand and Mist villages for the chaos during the exams. Peace requests arrive fast, because the Sand finds 4th Kazekage Raza's corpse and realizes Orochimaru murdered him, while the Mist claims Danzo and Orochimaru fooled them after Genji's body is discovered too. Hamura and Koharu lean toward negotiations, but Kagura flatly rejects peace and argues that letting this pass would make the 3rd Hokage's death cheap. Kagura pushes even harder by claiming that until a new Hokage is chosen, he should be the one deciding Konoha's response. When Hamura warns that war could drag other great villages into the conflict, Kagura mocks the fear of sacrifice and says root alone could crush Sand and Mist into surrender. Koharu still argues for harsh negotiations over open war, but Kagura insists that a brutal response would scare every other village away from testing Konoha. Right in the middle of the argument, a patrol Jonin reports that a small squad from the rock has already slipped into Konoha and been driven back, which only strengthens Kagura's hardline point. A second emergency report hits immediately after that. Unknown enemies have entered the village and several guards have already been put under genjutsu. Kagura immediately orders tighter patrols and a wider search, then turns to one practical question first: where is Jiraiya right now? On the Hokage building rooftop, Jiraiya is already speaking with Kakashi, annoyed that the elders are still blocking Kagura from formally taking the Hokage seat while the village is in crisis. Kakashi quietly points out that during the exam disaster, only the third Hokage died, and Jiraiya admits that Kagura's arrival is the reason the losses were not much worse. Kakashi still cannot let one detail go, because Orochimaru claimed Danzo's capture had been planned to influence Kagura, but Jiraiya chooses to trust Kagura's judgment, and says the boy still listens to advice. Jiraiya then changes the subject and asks Kakashi to hand Naruto over, because the situation is getting too dangerous for Naruto to stay under ordinary supervision. He explains that Orochimaru once belonged to a dangerous S-rank rogue ninja group, and sooner or later Naruto is likely to collide with that organization. Jiraiya is especially alarmed because Naruto has already signed Mount Miyaboku's contract, and in his eyes the boy may be fated to clash with Nagato's Akatsuki someday. When Kakashi argues that Kagura makes the village safer, Jiraiya answers with rare sympathy and says Kagura cannot be expected to carry every danger in Konoha alone. Jiraiya decides to take Naruto out of Konoha himself, and use the trip to search for Tsunade, hoping Naruto can help convince her to return as the fifth Hokage. Kakashi is left thinking less about Naruto and more about another looming danger, because if Itachi and Obito are truly in that same group, Sasuke will need to grow up fast. He quietly resolves to train Sasuke harder and finally have a serious talk with him about the Sharingan. At the same time inside Konoha, two Akatsuki members are already sitting in a shop under conical hats, casually eating lunch in the middle of enemy territory. Kisame teases Itachi about whether Konoha's food still tastes like home, but Itachi ignores the nostalgia and warns that this village is dangerous enough to kill them if they are exposed. Kisame gets more interested when Itachi mentions danger, because the one he really wants to test himself against is Kagura. Itachi suddenly spots Kakashi and Sasuke entering the shop area, and that one glance is enough for him to decide they need to leave immediately. As the two Akatsuki men get up to leave, Kakashi quietly signals Asuma and Kurenai to intercept them while keeping Sasuke out of it. Sasuke only catches a glimpse of natto and sweets on the table and complains that he hates both, never realizing his brother was just there. Kakashi sends Sasuke away to train first, then immediately rushes after Asuma and Kurenai with his expression turning deadly serious. On a path by the Naka River, Kisame casually suggests they might as well capture Naruto while they are in Konoha, because Akatsuki still needs tailed beasts. Itachi refuses, because his real reason for entering Konoha is to confirm Sasuke is safe and, if possible, speak to Kagura before the third Hokage's death voids their old agreement. Even for Itachi, that plan feels risky, because he thinks Kagura might now kill him on sight instead of hearing him out. Before Itachi can act on that worry, Asuma and Kurenai catch up and cut the pair off, demanding that the disguised intruders remove their hats. Itachi calmly takes off his hat and shows his face, instantly turning the tense stop into a full-blown nightmare for Konoha. Kisame reveals himself too with a grin, and his introduction only makes the scene worse, because Konoha is now facing two S-rank missing nin at once. Itachi gives Asuma and Kurenai one cold warning to move aside, saying he does not want to kill them here. Asuma refuses and comes at them with killing intent, but Kisame explodes into motion first and slashes his shoulder open with Samehada's barbs. Kurenai fires back with genjutsu that makes vines and a tree erupt around both enemies, trying to pin them before the fight gets worse. Itachi instantly sees through it, breaks the illusion, and turns the technique back on Kurenai so cleanly that her own genjutsu snaps against her. Itachi follows that opening in a blur, slices through Kurenai's defense, and kicks her straight into the river. Asuma tries to respond, but Kisame keeps pressing him with Samehada until he is forced backward and loses control of the fight. Kakashi arrives just in time, throwing a shadow clone to save Asuma and jumping into the river himself to stand between Itachi and Kurenai. Kakashi demands Itachi's reason for returning, and Itachi answers with chilling honesty that he came looking for something and also wants to test his power against Kagura again. Kisame backs that up immediately, openly calling Kagura the strongest fighter in Konoha and the right target for a challenge. That answer rattles Kakashi, because Itachi sounds far too confident for someone Kagura defeated 3 times before. Then a voice drops in from above, and everyone looks up to see Kagura descending from the sky like he has been watching the whole time. Kisame reacts first and launches a water shark bullet straight upward, trying to knock Kagura out of the air before he lands. Kagura answers with a simple great fire technique, and even that low-rank jutsu evaporates Kisame's giant water attack into steam. Kagura lands beside Kakashi, brushes off the threat, and orders Kakashi to take the injured Jonin away so he can handle the intruders himself. Kakashi wants to warn him that Itachi may have changed, but Kagura cuts through the concern, and Kakashi finally pulls Asuma and Kurenai back while still uneasy. Once the others pull back, the fight narrows to 3 men standing on the river, and Kisame charges first because Samehada is already hungry for Kagura's chakra. Kagura answers with a new composite jutsu, coating a kunai in lava-release chakra to form a molten vacuum flame blade. One swing splashes magma across Samehada, and the living sword shrieks and recoils because even chakra-eating flesh cannot handle that heat. Kisame tries to steady Samehada and shift to ninjutsu instead, but Itachi suddenly stops him with a blunt judgment. He is not Kagura's match. Itachi steps in himself and activates Tsukuyumi, throwing Kagura into the Blood Moon illusion world in a single stare. Inside Tsukuyumi, Itachi's confidence collapses at once, because Kagura's spiritual presence appears as a giant towering over the entire illusion world. Itachi realizes the illusion is hurting him more than Kagura, because controlling a spirit this huge would cost so much visual power that his Mangekyo might go blind on the spot. Since fighting through Tsukuyumi is pointless, Itachi uses the private space for what he really came for and admits he only returned to make sure Sasuke is safe. Kagura answers with a cold assurance. Until the two brothers finally turn on each other, he has no interest in killing Sasuke. Relieved enough to bargain, Itachi adds that he already crippled Orochimaru's ambitions before, and Kagura confirms that is one reason Sasuke has been left alone this long. Itachi starts trading Akatsuki intelligence for more security, naming Sasori, Deidara, and Kakuzu as members who openly want Kagura dead. He even points to Pain as another enemy with old hostility toward Kagura, but Kagura barely cares, which makes Itachi realize just how far beyond normal threats he may already be. So Kagura names the one thing he actually wants. If Itachi helps him kill Obito, he will guarantee Sasuke's safety even after Itachi dies. Itachi accepts immediately, because betraying Obito costs him nothing compared to protecting Sasuke, and he promises to investigate Obito's Mangekyo ability as soon as he can. Kagura notices how badly Tsukuyumi is chewing through Itachi's mind and bluntly tells him to cancel it before his spirit collapses. Back in the real world, the whole clash has lasted only an instant, but Itachi is the one who comes out staggering and clutching his eyes while Kagura stands there untouched. Kisame catches him in disbelief, because from the outside it looks like Itachi fired one illusion and somehow wrecked himself instead. Watching secretly from a distance, Kakashi can only stare at the absurd result and wonder if this is really what Itachi's revenge after years away was supposed to look like. Hidden nearby, Kakashi quietly realizes Itachi has already lost to Kagura 4 times, and the thought hits him that maybe Sasuke should be trained by the one man Itachi keeps failing against. With Itachi unable to move, Kisame throws up a water formation wall to cover their retreat, but Kagura burns straight through it almost instantly with magma. Kisame immediately follows with his shark swarm technique, but Kagura answers with Phoenix Sage Fire and burns the rushing mass of tiny sharks out of the air. Watching Kagura's fire erase the attack, Itachi bluntly warns Kisame that he is outmatched. Kisame grins anyway, bets on Kagura's massive chakra becoming a weakness, and launches a giant water shark bullet before grabbing Itachi and fleeing. Kagura does not chase them, because Kakashi is still watching and this is not the moment to do anything truly brutal to Kisame. Instead, Kagura summons a wood dragon that wraps around the giant water shark and drains its chakra dry. Once the danger is over, Kagura calls Kakashi out, and Kakashi admits he thought Kagura would have captured them. Kagura says Kisame is tricky, and then coldly admits he does not want Itachi dead yet because watching the brothers destroy each other will be far more satisfying. Kakashi awkwardly starts to ask for a favor, and Kagura cuts through the tension by inviting him to eat first. Kakashi chooses ramen instead, then finally asks Kagura to help train Sasuke because Jiraiya told him to guide the boy, but he knows Kagura can offer more. Kagura agrees to help when he has time, but first says he needs to return to Root because Away has come back with important news. Back at the Root base, White Setsu Away rises from the floor and reports that Nagato is very pleased with how thoroughly Kagura toyed with Danzo. Away then brings a more dangerous question from Setsu's side: if Edo Tensei can revive an old dead man at his strongest, because the one they really want is Madara. Kagura refuses to promise anything, saying there is no rush, but he cleverly leaves the door open for more Edo Tensei research if they provide materials. After Away leaves, Kagura checks his reward and gains the Uzumaki bloodline, folding its powerful chakra, sensory talent, and sealing potential into himself. Later at a Konoha training ground, Sasuke drives Chidori through a tree and immediately asks whether this power is enough to kill Itachi. Kakashi tells him one technique is nowhere near enough, because Sasuke still cannot match Itachi's true level. When Kakashi reveals that Itachi actually sneaked into the village at noon, Sasuke explodes and demands to know where he is. Kakashi says Itachi already escaped after crossing paths with Kagura, and that one detail is enough to flip Sasuke from rage into bitter laughter. Sasuke laughs until he cries, mocking Itachi as someone who has never beaten Kagura since they were kids, and clings to that humiliation like proof his brother is not invincible. Even after that release, Sasuke goes straight back to revenge and demands stronger ninjutsu so he can kill Itachi for real. Kakashi says he found another teacher for him, and Sasuke instantly guesses the name he wanted to hear most: Kagura. Kagura appears beside Kakashi in person, and the two students are stunned to learn that both Kagura and Itachi once served under their seemingly lazy teacher. Sasuke ignores Kakashi's old history and bluntly tells Kagura he wants the power to kill Itachi by any means necessary. Kagura immediately offers the Reaper Death Seal, a technique that would definitely kill Itachi but also kill Sasuke in the process, and Sasuke is ready to accept that price on the spot. Kakashi cuts in at once and refuses to let Sasuke learn a suicidal forbidden technique, even while Sasuke insists he is not afraid to die. So Kagura smoothly switches to an even darker temptation, saying he could teach Edo Tensei and let Sasuke revive his dead clan to help him hunt Itachi. When Kakashi still objects, Kagura offers another forbidden answer instead, Izanagi, an Uchiha technique that can erase death at the cost of one Sharingan eye. Kakashi insists Sasuke needs steady growth instead of cursed shortcuts, but Sasuke can only answer that any cost is acceptable if it kills Itachi. Respecting Kakashi's line, Kagura finally shifts to practical training and starts with the technique Itachi once knew, the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Kagura demonstrates it in one terrifying throw, multiplying a single shuriken into a sky-filling storm that shreds the trees and leaves Sasuke and Sakura speechless. Then Kagura shows an extra edge Itachi never had, enlarging a shuriken in his hand and telling Sasuke he can combine that with the clone technique to surpass his brother in at least one field. That promise lands exactly where Kagura wants it to, and Sasuke eagerly starts learning the hand seals, already seeing a path to outdo Itachi. Feeling encouraged, Sasuke asks to join Root, and Kakashi cuts off Kagura before he can agree. As the two adults walk off to argue, Kagura says Kakashi's method is too soft for a boy already consumed by revenge, while Kakashi still wants to save Sasuke from ruining his life. Left behind with Sakura, Sasuke stares after them and decides for himself that only Root can give him the kind of power Itachi once gained there. Sasuke makes Sakura promise not to tell Kakashi, because he is convinced Kakashi only blocks his revenge while Kagura would truly let him grow stronger. That night, after ramen with Kakashi, Kagura walks alone toward Root until Sasuke suddenly appears ahead of him and drops to one knee. Sasuke privately begs to join Root and gain the power to avenge Itachi, convinced Kagura only held back earlier out of respect for Kakashi. Kagura admits Kakashi still opposes it, then warns Sasuke what Root really means: hidden identity, deadly punishment for mistakes, and missions brutal enough to break people. To test him further, Kagura says a Root recruit might even be sent to assassinate someone like Orochimaru, and the name alone makes Sasuke break into a cold sweat. But when Kagura adds that Orochimaru himself once lost to Itachi, Sasuke's fear turns into fresh resolve because he knows he cannot even speak of killing Itachi if that challenge breaks him. Satisfied, Kagura tells Sasuke to go back and practice, then quietly names him a secret member of Root from this night on. In the dark, Kagura quietly accepts Sasuke into Root, and Sasuke finally feels like he has found the path that leads to revenge. Kagura warns that Root missions may force Sasuke to separate from Naruto and the others, and Sasuke accepts it without hesitation. Even though Team 7 gave him real warmth, Sasuke decides that none of it matters more than killing Itachi. Kagura disappears into the darkness, leaving Sasuke alone with the choice he just made. Once Kagura is gone, Sasuke clenches his fist in excitement, and vows to surpass the old Itachi step by step before killing him. Then he remembers Team 7, slams his fist into the ground, and coldly tells himself that he and Naruto no longer belong to the same world. Elsewhere in the Land of Fire, Naruto is still clueless about Sasuke's choice and keeps training with Jiraiya while they search for Tsunade. Jiraiya sees how hard Naruto is working on the Rasengan and hands him an ice pop so he does not burn himself out. Jiraiya privately admires Naruto because he may be slow, but he never stops grinding forward. While they eat, Naruto asks if Kagura trained the same way, and Jiraiya rolls his eyes because Kagura learned almost everything after seeing it once. Jiraiya adds that Kagura also trained even harder than Naruto, and that challenge instantly fires Naruto back up. As Naruto rushes back into practice, Jiraiya keeps one eye on the town casino, sure that Tsunade will show up there sooner or later. At noon, Tsunade finally walks into town with Shizen at her side, still as striking and intimidating as ever. Shizen immediately begs Tsunade not to pile up more gambling debt, because too many places already want them gone. Tsunade brushes it off by reminding her that she did win once in the last town, even if Shizen knows that money vanished just as fast. But that rare win came right before a message from Konoha. The Chunin exam conspiracy killed the third Hokage. Even with that shadow hanging over her, Tsunade heads straight for the casino anyway. Inside the casino, Tsunade casually calls big on her first dice roll and immediately wins. The gamblers around her are horrified, because the legendary sucker is suddenly cleaning up the table instead of feeding it money. Tsunade keeps winning again and again, and Shizen lights up because this impossible streak feels like a miracle. But the more she wins, the worse Tsunade feels, because luck this good only means disaster is getting close. When even a near impossible bet pays out, Tsunade stops pretending this is normal and orders Shizen to leave with her immediately. In the same town, Orochimaru and Kabuto have already been lying low at an inn, waiting for Tsunade to arrive. Kabuto quickly tracks Tsunade down, but instead of relaxing, he admits in private that Orochimaru has started distrusting him. Shursui emerges from the shadows as Kagura's hidden contact, revealing that Kagura had sent him to watch Orochimaru and protect Kabuto. Through Shursui, Kagura bluntly tells Kabuto to confess everything to Orochimaru, including that Kagura arranged the old rescue, Sasori's hunt, and Orochimaru's lingering genjutsu injury. Kabuto worries Orochimaru will not take that well, but Kagura calmly insists Orochimaru is mentally strong enough to swallow it. Kagura also promises that Shursui will keep watching Orochimaru and that another spy will soon be planted beside him, making it obvious the mistrust is not going away. After Shursui disappears, Kabuto is left uneasy, because Kagura says old grudges are over while still tightening surveillance on Orochimaru. Even so, Kabuto decides to use Tsunade's arrival as the moment to have the conversation Kagura wants. Kabuto enters Orochimaru's room and reports that Tsunade has been found at the town casino. Orochimaru answers lightly at first, amused that Tsunade still cannot stay away from gambling. Then Orochimaru suddenly shifts the topic and asks Kabuto whether he still wants Kagura dead. Orochimaru lays out the contradiction. Kagura worked with Akatsuki to kill him. Kabuto once tried to use him against Kagura, and yet Kagura never punished Kabuto. Kabuto finally answers by admitting the truth. Kagura planted him beside Orochimaru from the start to monitor him and keep Kagura's secrets sealed. When Orochimaru presses further, Kabuto confesses that Sasori's pursuit was part of his plan too. Kabuto goes even farther and admits he tampered with Orochimaru's recovery, stretching Itachi's genjutsu damage into months instead of letting it heal normally. Orochimaru smiles in a way that feels worse than shouting, calling Kabuto and Kagura a true orphanage family before his anger finally snaps loose. In the next instant, Orochimaru sweeps everything off the table in rage, and Kabuto keeps talking as if this was always going to happen. Kabuto calmly tells Orochimaru that he once advised Kagura to kill him, but Kagura chose to keep him alive because he was still useful. After Kabuto claims Kagura has finally settled things with Orochimaru and told him to reveal the whole past, Orochimaru just sits there seething because none of this feels forgiven to him. Orochimaru remembers how Kagura first exposed part of the truth, forced him to swallow his rage, and even paid for his experiments after manipulating his life so thoroughly. What really twists the knife is Kabuto, because Orochimaru had already started wondering why Kagura spared this traitor so easily and why Kabuto had been acting far too relaxed. Then Kabuto says it plainly. Back then he even suggested Kagura should just kill Orochimaru. Kabuto also admits Orochimaru's injuries should have healed in a month, but he deliberately stretched the treatment into 3 months and left him half paralyzed the whole time. Kabuto bows and apologizes, but he also says Kagura was right about one thing: Orochimaru's value as a scientist is too rare to throw away. That twisted honesty only makes Orochimaru more conflicted, because he hates both Kagura and Kabuto, yet he still can't deny their usefulness or their strange respect for his work. So Orochimaru orders Kabuto to stop hiding things and confess everything Kagura ever did to him, just to avoid more nasty surprises later. Kabuto carefully leaves out Kagura's deeper plans, but he does admit he pushed Orochimaru into desperate situations on purpose so Orochimaru would trust him more. Orochimaru waves that part off, because now that Kabuto's betrayal is out in the open, he's past pretending trust still matters. Kabuto adds one more ugly detail. When Sasori's poison came at Orochimaru, Kagura had already given Kabuto an antidote in advance, which is why he dared to throw himself in front of the poison needles. Even there, Kabuto praises Orochimaru for guiding him to make the antidote anyway, but Orochimaru can't enjoy the compliment when every answer exposes one more layer of manipulation. When Kabuto claims that is probably everything, it is really just enough truth to make Orochimaru stop pressing too hard. Orochimaru tests him one more time by asking whether the Konoha intelligence Kabuto fed him was even real. Kabuto says yes, every piece of information was true, and Kagura never cared if Orochimaru learned those details in the first place. Then Kabuto gets to the real point. Kagura wants him to stay at Orochimaru's side as an assistant, keep their alliance intact, and make sure Orochimaru does not share his achievements elsewhere. Kabuto calmly makes it clear he can escape if Orochimaru turns on him, and Dan Kato can still report back to Kagura if anything goes wrong. Orochimaru swallows that insult too and shifts to business, deciding it is time to go find Tsunade. He wonders if Tsunade will suspect Kagura once she learns Kabuto became a missing nin, but Kabuto says no, because he will manipulate Dan Kato from the shadows and keep himself hidden. Kabuto gives one last warning that Orochimaru may have to fight Jiraiya and Tsunade together, but Orochimaru smirks and says he knows Tsunade well enough to handle it without even needing Dan Kato. Elsewhere, Tsunade and Shizen leave a gambling den when a familiar hoarse voice calls out, and Tsunade immediately brags that this time she actually won big. Shizen steps in front of Tsunade at once and reminds Orochimaru that he just attacked Konoha and killed the third Hokage. Orochimaru says he did not come to kill Tsunade at all, he came to negotiate and borrow her slug. He sweetens it by saying he has mastered a special jutsu, one that could let Tsunade meet the dead people she most wants to see again. Orochimaru explains that if he uses the slug's overwhelming vitality as a sacrifice, he can revive the dead in a form much closer to their full living strength. That hits Tsunade hard, because she knows Orochimaru already revived past Hokage before, and the chance to see her loved ones again shakes her more than she wants to admit. When Tsunade asks what he really wants the slug for, Orochimaru stops pretending and says he needs that power to defeat Kagura. Tsunade wants to refuse, because the slug has saved her life for years, but Orochimaru cuts in first and coldly says summoning beasts are expendable, just like Manda already was. Orochimaru leaves her with that temptation hanging in the air, and Tsunade falls silent instead of giving him an answer. As soon as he is gone, Shizen urgently tells Tsunade not to trust him and absolutely not to hand over Lady Slug. Before Tsunade can sort out her thoughts, Jiraiya appears above them and says Orochimaru may be planning to use the slug to revive the first Hokage much closer to his true peak. He drops down, greets Tsunade like an old friend she has not seen in years, and immediately tries to soften the mood by angling for dinner. That evening at a restaurant, Jiraiya introduces the little guy he has been training hard, Naruto. Jiraiya gets to the real topic and tells Tsunade the two Hokage advisors want him to bring her back to Konoha to become the fifth Hokage. Tsunade laughs that Konoha already has a man some people call the new ninja god anyway, so why not make Kagura the Hokage instead? Jiraiya says the third Hokage and the two advisors all rejected that idea because Kagura is too extreme and too influenced by Danzo. Tsunade shrugs all of that off, says she does not care about becoming Hokage, and admits she is more interested in Orochimaru's dead revival technique. Jiraiya immediately warns her that if Orochimaru revives the first Hokage much closer to full strength, he will turn that power against Konoha and stain Hashirama's sacrifice. Tsunade snaps back that she will not hand over the slug, but she still refuses the Hokage title and starts bitterly tearing apart the whole idea of Hokage as a job that only gets people killed. She mocks the first, the second, the fourth, and even the third for dying for that village, then calls anyone who still wants to be Hokage an idiot. That is the one thing Naruto cannot let slide, and he explodes, jumps onto the table, and challenges Tsunade for insulting the Hokage. Tsunade just laughs at the loud little brat, and tells him to come outside if he wants to back up those words. Outside, Naruto rushes in full of stubborn fire, and Tsunade drops him with a single finger. Naruto still refuses to give up and tries to form his unfinished Rasengan, but Tsunade swats him away again before it can matter. Seeing the Rasengan, Tsunade immediately recognizes Jiraiya and Minato's technique and asks if this kid is learning it too. Jiraiya says yes, and adds that another of his disciples learned it too and even mastered nature transformation beyond what Minato achieved. When Tsunade realizes he means Kagura, she bluntly says that if Kagura already surpassed the fourth, then Konoha should just make him Hokage. Jiraiya says he almost agrees on strength alone, but Kagura is too dangerous, and Tsunade will understand once she sees what Konoha is trying to hold back. Then Jiraiya lays it out clearly: if Konoha stays without a fifth Hokage, Kagura will move against the mist and sand, and he might drag the world into another great ninja war. That lands hard on Tsunade, because she knows exactly what a great ninja war costs, and already lost both her brother and her lover to wars like that. Jiraiya adds that Kagura does want peace in his own way, but his version of peace is terrifyingly simple: clean out everyone in the ninja world. Tsunade finally says out loud what Jiraiya's warning sounds like to her: this disciple of his somehow seems even more dangerous than Orochimaru. Jiraiya uses that moment to make his final push. Only a new Hokage can stop the advisor's war plans, and only Tsunade can take that seat now. Jiraiya tells Tsunade Konoha has become twisted enough that the next Hokage's first job is not facing enemies outside, but stopping Akihara Kagura from dragging the village into war. Tsunade scoffs at first, but Jiraiya insists Kagura inherited Danzo's ruthless root mindset and still treats outsiders with a frighteningly hard edge. Jiraiya adds that Kagura has never really lost, so he believes he can kill any enemy, and that dangerous confidence makes war feel like a test he is curious to try. Even though Sand and Mist are already asking for peace, Jiraiya says Kagura still refuses to let the crisis end because he wants to use it as a chance to wage a great ninja war. That is what finally lands on Tsunade. If she accepts the Hokage seat, she inherits a fight with Kagura inside Konoha itself, but if she refuses, war may still break out anyway. Naruto cuts in to defend Kagura, insisting Kagura would never want war, but Jiraiya snaps that a genin does not understand how ugly decisions at that level can get. Naruto still shouts that he will protect Konoha himself, and Jiraiya suddenly hears the Great Toad Sage's prophecy echo in his head, though he buries that thought for now. Jiraiya bonks Naruto and points the real fear at Tsunade: boys who dream of becoming Hokage die young in war, and she knows that better than anyone. Trying to hide the wound Jiraiya hit, Tsunade bitterly says dreamers like that always die, and maybe the only way to live is to stop charging to the front. Naruto fires back that he will not die, will not hide behind anyone, and will keep charging ahead until he becomes Hokage. That stubborn answer makes Tsunade set a harsh bet: if Naruto can learn Rasengan in 1 week, she will believe he can really become Hokage and survive. Tsunade rips off the treasured necklace at her throat and throws it to Naruto as the stake, stunning Shizen on the spot. Naruto almost treats it like junk until Jiraiya reveals the necklace is the first Hokage's priceless heirloom, valuable enough to buy 3 mountains. Tsunade turns away in tears, because handing Naruto that necklace makes her see Nawaki all over again, and imagine one more boy running straight into a war he might not survive. Shizen quietly explains the necklace's curse. Tsunade gave it to the 2 men dearest to her, Nawaki and Dan, and both of them died chasing the dream of becoming Hokage. Naruto is not scared off at all, and instead runs out to train with a bright grin, promising he will master Rasengan, survive, and become Hokage anyway. Jiraiya says Naruto's stubbornness is the least of his worries, because the bigger problem is still Konoha and the danger Kagura poses if they return too late. When Shizen asks if the village situation is really that bad, Jiraiya gives an even darker answer. Orochimaru wants Tsunade for Edo Tensei, but Kagura already knows that forbidden jutsu too. Jiraiya reveals Hiruzen allowed Kagura to learn Edo Tensei as a counter to Orochimaru, and now even the 2 village elders support using it to revive Konoha's dead. He admits he might be able to talk to Kagura himself, but not the elders, which is why he needs Tsunade as Hokage to forbid that path before Kagura gets pulled even deeper into darkness. Shizen hurries to tell Tsunade about Kagura's Edo Tensei, and Jiraiya nervously chases after her because he does not want Tsunade to think Kagura can simply bring Dan and Nawaki back. But when they tell her, Tsunade only drinks in silence, because she had already decided she would never side with Orochimaru in the first place. Jiraiya still warns her that Edo Tensei only makes the dead into puppets and stains their souls, but Tsunade dismisses them and asks to be left alone. Once they are gone, Tsunade admits the truth to herself. She has chosen to become Hokage, and before she returns, she plans to kill Orochimaru so Konoha has no excuse to lean on Edo Tensei at all. A week later, Tsunade's conflict is still there, but duty wins out, and she goes outside town to meet Orochimaru with the resolve to kill the enemy threatening Konoha. Orochimaru greets her with a smug smile and immediately demands the Shikatsu Forest summoning contract, acting as if their deal is already settled. Tsunade probes whether Orochimaru still needs her to summon the slugs herself, and his smug answer exposes the secret she wanted buried. He knows her hemophobia makes fresh blood summoning almost impossible. Furious that he knows, Tsunade lunges with a punch, but Orochimaru has already planned around that weakness. Orochimaru snaps a snake from his sleeve at her, and Tsunade stalls for one fatal instant because smashing it would spray her with blood. Orochimaru detonates the snake himself, spraying blood into Tsunade's face and dropping her straight back into paralyzing terror. Collapsed and trembling, Tsunade can only stare at the blood while Orochimaru walks in and reaches for her collar to take the contract by force. A kunai suddenly drives Orochimaru back, and Jiraiya arrives in front of Tsunade like a shield. Orochimaru teases him as the same old hero, but Jiraiya answers with absolute seriousness that he is killing Orochimaru here for Konoha's sake. The 2 old rivals slip into bitter banter over who used to beat whom, but under it both of them are already preparing to fight for real. They fire jutsu at the same time, but Orochimaru's wind turns Jiraiya's own fire back on him and forces Jiraiya to throw up an earth wall in a rush. In the middle of the exchange, Jiraiya's arm gets slashed, but he still grabs the blood-frozen Tsunade and throws her out of the battlefield before dealing with his own wound. Shizen and Naruto rush in just in time to pull the helpless Tsunade farther back from the Sanin's clash. Now free to cut loose, Jiraiya lashes out with his wild hair technique, but Orochimaru escapes by shedding his own body like a skin. Jiraiya answers with a fire dragon blast. Orochimaru blocks it with a water wall, and the clearing fills with mist as their fight turns fully lethal. Watching from the rear, Shizen is rattled by how overwhelming the Sannin are, while Naruto can only stare in awe. Then a familiar male voice speaks from behind them and casually asks if Tsunade has developed hemophobia, making Tsunade and Shizen go rigid before the speaker is revealed. The newcomer is Dan Kato, revived by Edo Tensei, smiling warmly in his Konoha vest even though the deathly marks and dead eyes make the sight deeply wrong. Shizen instantly realizes this is Edo Tensei in front of her eyes, and the cruel temptation of seeing the dead return hits both women at once. Tsunade reaches for Dan in tears, and when he says Orochimaru brought him back, the shock hits so hard that even her panic around blood starts loosening its grip. Naruto blurts out that Dan is supposed to be dead, but Tsunade barely hears him because she is locked completely onto the man she lost. Then Dan asks for the Shikatsu Forest summoning contract, and Tsunade shockingly agrees, years of grief and longing all yanked in the same direction at once. Shizen grabs her and begs her to wake up, but Tsunade throws Shizen aside, kicks Naruto away when he joins in, and keeps driving through the summoning seals. For the first time in years, Tsunade bites her own finger despite the blood and completes the summoning technique without freezing. A giant slug appears in smoke and immediately recognizes Dan, which makes the moment feel even more real and even crueler. But Tsunade's next order flips everything. Through tears, she tells the slug to kill Dan because he is being controlled, and she will not let him be used against Konoha. Shizen and Naruto are stunned, but Tsunade explains she knows this is not truly Dan, and she refuses to trample his will just to satisfy her own longing. That choice hardens her completely, and Tsunade realizes the shock of facing Dan as a puppet has burned her fear away and finally broken her hemophobia. She even thanks the trap for burning away her weakness, then turns cold and demands to know who is really speaking through Dan's Edo Tensei body. Speaking through Dan's body, the controller admits he is just someone Orochimaru taught to use Edo Tensei, and that the whole setup was meant to trick Tsunade into handing over the slug contract. The trap failed in the worst way for Orochimaru, because instead of breaking Tsunade, it gave her back the nerve to stand against him. In a hotel room, Kabuto calmly remote controls Dan Kato's Edo Tensei body and decides Kagura's plan has already worked on Tsunade. Outside, Tsunade explodes in rage after seeing Orochimaru use the dead as tools, and her full strength turns the fight brutally one-sided. Tsunade smashes Dan Kato's body apart, and immediately turns on Orochimaru before he can regroup. She lands a vicious kick and follow-up punch on Orochimaru, breaking his body faster than he can answer. Orochimaru looks for help, only to realize Dan Kato has already slipped away and left him alone. Tsunade tries to crush Orochimaru outright, and her murderous punch tears a trench through the ground when he barely rolls away. Katsuyu joins in and spits acid at Orochimaru, forcing him to burn through another desperate body replacement escape. Even while retreating, Orochimaru snarls that once Edo Tensei is perfected, he will destroy Konoha completely. Jiraiya admits Orochimaru is easy to beat but maddeningly hard to kill, and Tsunade decides they must return to Konoha at once. Her urgency settles Jiraiya's mission too, because Tsunade has finally agreed to become the 5th Hokage. Back in the Hokage Tower, Kagura keeps village affairs in his hands and pushes to treat not just mist and sand, but even rock, as looming enemies. The two advisors stall for Tsunade's return, and Kagura casually probes whether her gambling debts could stain Konoha's image. He immediately reveals his solution. Root will erase the problem by killing every creditor tied to Tsunade's debts. At Root headquarters, Kagura turns that idea into a nationwide order to wipe out casinos and every lender on Tsunade's list. Karen hesitates for a beat, and Kagura bluntly calls the slaughter a welcome gift for their new boss. Kagura sends Karen with 3 teams to a town near Konoha and tells her to make sure Tsunade knows exactly who arranged the gift. On the road back to Konoha, Tsunade enters a small town planning to settle one of her debts and instead finds Root already turning it into a massacre. The casino owner throws himself at Tsunade's feet and begs her to stop her own people before they kill everyone. Tsunade cuts in front of the Root squad and demands to know who ordered this. Jiraiya recognizes the masks immediately and grimly tells her these are Kagura's Root subordinates. Karen steps forward in a dog mask and coldly states the mission. Root is killing every creditor of the 5th Hokage. The casino owner instantly tries to deny the debt ever existed, but Karen still moves to finish him. Tsunade blocks Karen's attack herself and orders Root to stand down because her debts are hers to repay. Karen refuses, insisting that once Tsunade becomes Hokage, protecting Konoha's reputation matters more than those people's lives. Before Tsunade can stop her again, Karen erupts with chakra and unleashes adamantine sealing chains. The chains snap through the casino staff in one ruthless move, killing them all while Naruto stands frozen. Tsunade is shaken twice over, first by the slaughter and then by realizing this masked girl is an Uzumaki with enormous chakra. Karen still insists it was all for Konoha, then withdraws with her team and leaves Tsunade staring after her uneasily. Jiraiya warns that Kagura has always leaned toward deadly extremes, and Tsunade quietly decides Karen needs to be pulled out of Root. Kagura's sweep across the land of fire backfires fast, because nobles tied to those gambling houses flood Konoha and demand an explanation. Their anger hardens into one demand: Tsunade must not become Hokage, because she looks like the one who profited from the killings. In the Hokage Tower, Koharu reports that many nobles and ministers reject Tsunade's succession, while Hamura notes the fire daimyo has not joined them. Kagura treats the backlash like a chance to solve everything by clearing out everyone who opposes the 5th Hokage. He pushes the idea all the way to madness, saying they should kill even the daimyo if that is what it takes to secure Tsunade's rule. The advisors panic and try to hold him back, knowing his idea is meant as help but would ignite disaster inside the land of fire. When Tsunade finally reaches the Hokage Tower, she storms into the office with Shizen and heads straight for Kagura. She grabs Kagura by the collar and accuses him of ruining her reputation by sending people to murder her creditors. Kagura admits it without hesitation and calmly hands her files on the crimes of the people she tried to protect. As Tsunade reads, her anger turns complicated because every file confirms her creditors were brutal predators who ruined and killed civilians. Kagura presses harder, arguing that a Hokage should protect villagers, not be seen shielding the kind of scum who profit from their suffering. Shizen tries to defend Tsunade, but even Tsunade realizes Kagura had prepared this whole counterattack before she walked in. Tsunade steadies herself and fires back that she was protecting her own honor, not the creditors, and that Konoha's image suffers more when ninja kill people she owes money to. Kagura instantly pivots and offers an even colder fix: write down every creditor, let Root repay them first, and kill them after. That offer finally makes Tsunade see what Jiraiya meant. Kagura is persuadable, but only in ways that become even more extreme. She refuses to drag anyone else into her personal mess, but Kagura insists a Hokage's private affairs stop being private the moment they can damage Konoha. Fed up, Tsunade flips the table and snaps that if Kagura is this responsible, maybe he should be Hokage instead. Hamura and Koharu jump in at once, because whatever Tsunade's temper, they absolutely do not want Kagura becoming Hokage. Kagura refuses the idea too, but only because he sees Tsunade's appointment as Konoha's decision and frames backing out now as abandoning the village. For one uneasy moment, Tsunade almost softens, because Kagura really does seem to be doing all of this in the name of Konoha. Then Kagura destroys that fragile goodwill by solemnly announcing that Root is even discussing killing the nobles, and possibly the daimyo, to guarantee her succession. That finally shocks Tsunade into giving in, and she says she will become the 5th Hokage and personally deal with the nobles herself. Kagura still argues that killing her opposition would solve future political resistance too, but Tsunade sees through the self-made mess underneath his logic. When Tsunade admits the root problem was really her own gambling habit, Kagura immediately turns that into a lecture about a Hokage not walking the wrong path again. Tsunade bristles and asks if becoming Hokage means she cannot gamble anymore. Kagura says she can have hobbies, but if anyone learns the Hokage is still a gambler, Anbu and Root will just remove the witnesses. The advisors actually agree with him about protecting the Hokage's image, leaving Tsunade to mutter that all of this is a ridiculous hassle. Tsunade finally sits behind the Hokage desk and gives her first command on returning. Nobody is to touch the opposing nobles because she will handle them herself. Kagura meets her order head-on and warns that she will regret it, bringing a familiar, ugly tension right back into the Hokage office. The advisors realize the office has fallen into the same old pattern as before, except this time the man opposing the Hokage is Kagura, not Danzo. Then Kagura makes his next move and formally asks permission to use Edo Tensei inside Konoha to resurrect the previous Hokages. He argues the dead Hokages would both deny Orochimaru that weapon and help govern Konoha so the new 5th Hokage cannot make mistakes alone. Inside the Hokage office, Kagura's proposal to revive the previous Hokages first lands like a bomb, and the whole room turns deadly serious. Kohara backs the idea at once, saying Hiruzen's last will was to keep Orochimaru from exploiting the dead before he could summon them himself. Hamura agrees too, warning that if Orochimaru gets the previous Hokages first, Konoha will take a brutal hit. Tsunade doesn't object, but she immediately cuts to the ugly part of Edo Tensei and asks who will be used as the sacrifice. Hamura pushes that burden onto Root, and Kagura accepts without hesitation. Tsunade presses further, asking if stronger life force in the sacrifice means stronger resurrected Hokages. But Kagura admits he only knows Hiruzen's version is more complete than Tobirama's old one. Hamura cuts off the hesitation and insists they revive the Hokages now, before Orochimaru can turn dead heroes into weapons against Konoha. Tsunade stays quiet because she knows the real danger. If Orochimaru revives the dead on a large scale, Konoha's own shinobi might freeze when forced to fight people they loved and respected. Hamura even hints that the dead Hokages should stay out of village politics for now, and Tsunade still says nothing because this arrangement would only strengthen her side. With the decision settled, Kagura says he'll go prepare the revival himself. Tsunade immediately stands to go with him, determined that if the village is reviving the dead, no innocent person will be quietly sacrificed for it. Kagura refuses and quietly says Tsunade cannot be seen taking part, because if villagers later call it desecration, he will carry that stain alone. That answer hits Tsunade hard, because she suddenly sees exactly what Root has always been in Konoha, the place where the Hokage's sins get buried. Koharu and Hamura fully support Kagura taking the fall out, bluntly telling Tsunade that a Hokage must sometimes let subordinates bear the dirty consequences. Tsunade explodes, slamming the desk and shouting that she is not the kind of Hokage who dumps her own mistakes on her people. The advisors brush off her anger and remind her she has not even completed the succession ceremony yet, so officially this can still be treated as business from before her reign. Kagura stops her one last time at the door and says if she really wants to change Konoha, she needs to become the 5th Hokage first instead of making promises with no power behind them. He closes the door behind him, leaving Tsunade furious, cornered, and painfully aware of how deep the old system still runs. A moment later, Tsunade forces herself back under control and demands the succession move immediately, because the only way to change any of this is to become Hokage for real. Down in the Root base, the truth is already ahead of the meeting. Kagura has revived all 4 former Hokages before Tsunade could ever follow him there. Kagura tells the 4 Hokages he wants a spar, not for sport, but to make them understand the reality of their position before anyone tries to break free of Edo Tensei. Tobirama doesn't even pretend innocence, and coldly admits he has already been studying how to undo Kagura's version of the technique. Minato is honestly surprised Kagura wants to face all 4 of them alone, while Hashirama reacts with open curiosity and Tobirama calls it pure arrogance. For Tobirama, though, the offer is also a chance. If the 4 Hokages can beat Kagura without wrecking Konoha, they might still find a way to turn the situation around. When Hiruzen worries a Hokage-level battle could devastate Konoha, the group starts searching for a battlefield far away from the village. Hiruzen suggests the ocean, but Tobirama rejects it because too much water would limit Hashirama and even interfere with Flying Thunder God movement. Without saying it outright, they all land on the same answer, the empty desert of the Land of Wind. Tobirama grabs Hashirama and jumps first with Flying Thunder God, eager to get started and still needling Kagura not to lag behind. Minato takes Hiruzen after him, while Kagura barely rushes at all and just finishes his pear juice first. Later that night in the Land of Wind, Kagura is already standing alone in the desert center, even though he left last. Minato and Hiruzen arrive first, then Tobirama and Hashirama appear a beat later, which instantly puts Tobirama in a bad mood. Minato openly praises Kagura for arriving before both him and Tobirama, and Hashirama cheerfully piles on by reminding everyone Tobirama used to be the fastest man alive. Tobirama swallows his pride just enough to admit Kagura is fast, then pushes everyone to stop talking and start fighting. Kagura raises his hands into a combat seal, and the 4 Hokages answer in the same old style, creating one sharp moment of mutual recognition before the clash. The instant the formal pose breaks, all 4 Hokages rush Kagura together. Kagura's fingers flash through signs, and Hiruzen recognizes the tiger seal too late to stop what is coming. Kagura opens with fire release, great fire annihilation, blasting a monstrous wall of flame across the desert hard enough to melt the sand itself. Hashirama immediately recognizes Madara's technique, and even he looks serious when he realizes Kagura's version may be even stronger. Knowing the desert gives them no easy answer, Hiruzen and Tobarama react together and unleash a combined water wall to survive the blast. Their water rises into a towering circular barrier, and when it smashes into Kagura's fire, the whole battlefield vanishes into a choking sea of steam. Inside the fog, the 4 Hokages all drop their hands to the ground and start tracking Kagura by sensing his chakra through the earth. Kagura moves even faster than that and turns the steam itself into his weapon, clapping his hands to cast Rain Tiger at will over the desert. For a desert that almost never sees rain, the sudden downpour is bizarre enough, but the real danger is that every drop now carries Kagura's awareness. The moment he locates them through the rain, Kagura launches Heavenly Weeping, hiding countless water needles inside the falling drops. Tobarama is the first to realize what Kagura has done when a hidden water needle pierces his shoulder, and his face turns ugly because the attack is his own jutsu turned back on him. Under the unnatural rain, Kagura's hidden water needles keep falling, and Hashirama casually bats them away while bluntly admitting Kagura's water release already outclasses Tobarama's. Minato is the first to spot Kagura through the rain, giving the Hokages a target at last. Hiruzen opens with his old signature combo, launching an earth dragon and layering fire over its mud bullets to blast Kagura head-on. Kagura answers with lava release, spawning a giant mud dragon behind himself and firing magma boulders so violently that Hiruzen's attack is smashed apart. Watching the lava counter tear through Hiruzen's attack, Minato and Hiruzen realize Kagura is fusing chakra natures inside his own body, and Hiruzen quietly admits that mastery has already surpassed his. Hashirama steps in with advent of a world of trees, flooding the desert with roots and towering trunks to smother the magma and swallow Kagura. Kagura instantly mirrors him with the same wood release, and the battlefield turns into a raging forest war of roots, vines, and collapsing trees. Tobarama slashes into the living forest with water-severing wave, but even his cutting stream barely matters against 2 wood-release monsters this large. Realizing the forest clash will drag on forever, Tobarama orders Minato and Hiruzen to weave through the trees and hit Kagura directly. Kagura gets tired of the stalemate, and floods the whole forest with thick, heat-soaked smoke instead. Hiruzen recognizes the smoke as ash pile burning at first and urgently warns everyone to get out before the forest explodes. Minato flashes beside Hiruzen and yanks him out instantly, while Tobarama escapes on his own with a grim feeling that Kagura has hidden something nastier in the smoke. Their suspicion proves right when every tree touched by the smoke quietly starts disintegrating, and Hiruzen realizes Kagura hid dust release inside the fire ash. Even while cursing Kagura's ruthlessness, the Hokages can only watch him erase the entire wood-release battlefield clean. Hashirama stays oddly cheerful, and the others piece together that Kagura likely learned dust release after capturing Inoki, just like he previously captured a Mizukage too. Tobarama cuts off the chatter and insists they have to beat Kagura first, while Minato, now fully fired up, wants to test just how far Konoha's younger generation has really come. Before they can settle into formation, Kagura turns into a golden blur and blitzes straight through them. Minato tries to evade, but Kagura is still faster, and kicks him away before he can properly react. Kagura instantly shifts to Tobarama next, grabs his wrist, smashes him into the ground, and quietly leaves a flying thunder god mark on him in the same motion. When Hiruzen rushes in to save Tobarama, Kagura turns and blasts him back with a great fireball so huge it swallows Hiruzen's own fire jutsu whole. Hashirama finally meets Kagura at close range, but even this exchange becomes a setup when Kagura uses the contact to tag Hashirama too. That tiny pause lets Minato flash in with a Rasengan and slam Kagura's shoulder, leaving his own mark behind as well. Kagura retreats clutching his shoulder, but he comes back holding a white dust release Rasengan that even makes Minato stare because Kagura solved the Rasengan's nature change in a way Minato never did. Tobarama grimly realizes the real problem now. Kagura has learned all of their techniques and keeps pushing them further than their original creators ever did. Then Tobarama notices the seal on his own wrist and understands Kagura has already planted flying thunder god marks on every Hokage during the melee. Minato calmly explains the trade-off. When his Rasengan hit Kagura, he marked Kagura too, and Tobarama reveals he did the same during Kagura's grab. Kagura does not let them breathe on that revelation and instantly appears beside Minato with the dust release Rasengan already pressed in. Minato teleports away at the last instant, and from there the fight turns into a dizzying war of disappearing bodies and flashing seals across the whole battlefield. Watching the speed duel, Hashirama openly says Kagura and Minato both look cleaner with Flying Thunder God than Tobarama ever did, which is exactly the sort of comment Tobarama hates hearing. Tobarama jumps in anyway, And now 3 Flying Thunder God users are flickering through the night so fast the others can barely follow anything. Kagura wins that speed war with a blinding dust release Grand Rasengan that blows Minato and Tobirama apart badly enough to pin them down for a moment even with Edo regeneration. With the teleport specialists down, Kagura turns back to Hashirama and silently asks for the next stage of the duel. Both of them summon wooden men at the same time, and 2 giant wood titans charge into each other hard enough to shake the desert. From below, Hiruzen can only watch in awe because this wood release clash is already far beyond anything the others can meaningfully join. Hashirama praises Kagura's wood release even while attacking harder, clearly enjoying a fight he has never had before. Kagura answers with another ugly surprise by teleporting his entire wooden man behind Hashirama's and smashing it from the rear before anyone can process what happened. Hashirama barely saves his wooden man from falling by anchoring it with 3 wood dragons driven into the ground like giant braces. Kagura turns the advantage into a finishing move, forming a giant vacuum blade in his wooden man's hands and cutting off Hashirama's construct's head in one brutal swing. Hashirama drops to the ground and throws his wood dragons back into the fight, but Kagura's wooden man cuts all 3 apart too and towers over him like a final boss. Even after getting completely outplayed in wood release, Hashirama just smiles and tells Kagura there is still one more move they both know. The answer is Sage Mode, and both of them draw in natural energy at the same time until their chakra spikes again. Then both summon Sage Art True several thousand hands, raising 2 colossal cannon statues so huge the other Hokages become tiny dots below. From the ground, Tobirama notices Kagura's cannon is actually larger, and Hiruzen grimly adds that Kagura learned this impossible technique from him in less than a single night. Hashirama strikes first with head-topping Buddha, sending a storm of giant wooden fists crashing toward Kagura's statue like the old battle at the Valley of the End all over again. Kagura answers with Sage Art Dust release Buddha's universal illumination, turning every hand on his own cannon into a firing point for piercing white light. The light barrage punches straight through Hashirama's strongest technique and even his body, shredding the giant cannon apart in an instant. Even the shattered leftovers are monstrous, with huge wooden hands crashing down like meteors and cracking the other Hokage's Edo bodies from the shockwaves alone. Tobirama can barely believe Hashirama lost, but Hashirama recovers and calmly explains why. Kagura's wood release is more alive than his, and every other technique Kagura adds on top only widens the gap. Hashirama ends the night with the one judgment none of the others can argue with anymore. In each Hokage's own specialty, Kagura has already surpassed them. After Konoha's group leaves the daimyo's palace, some Fire Country ministers finally relax and think Kagura's threats were just intimidation. That relief dies immediately when Karen stays behind with Root and blocks the room instead of leaving. Karen coolly lays out their crimes and makes it clear this is an execution, not random slaughter. Root moves instantly, drawing swords behind the marked ministers and beheading them in front of everyone. The Fire Daimyo trembles at the sight, because this is the first time anyone has killed so brazenly right in front of him. When Root leaves, the room is so terrified that some nobles can barely stand, and they start blaming Tsunade for the massacre anyway. Even the daimyo swallows his anger and only orders the meeting dispersed, too scared to challenge Konoha out loud. Outside, Tsunade notices the missing Root squad and asks Kagura where they went. Kagura casually admits Root stayed behind to kill any ministers who might block Tsunade or interfere with war plans against the mist and sand. Instead of stopping him, Koharu only warns Kagura not to harm the daimyo, and Hamura pushes the war discussion off until after Hiruzen is revived. Tsunade agrees to hear the former Hokages first, trusting they will probably choose negotiation over another war. The next day, the Hokage Tower conference room is sealed off by Root and Umbu so Kagura can bring the dead Hokages out in secret. Before the ceremony even starts, Koharu nervously asks if Kagura really needs to revive the former Hokages right now just to witness Tsunade taking office. Kagura says the request came from the former Hokages themselves, and then he starts the summoning. 4 black seals spread across the floor, and 4 coffins rise together in the middle of the room. Hamura is stunned that Kagura really brought back all 4 previous Hokages at once. The coffins open, and the first, second, third, and fourth Hokage all open their eyes together. Tsunade still gets hit hard by the sight of her dead family standing in front of her, and Hashirama greets her warmly as little Tsuna. Tobirama coolly reminds Hashirama how many years they have been dead, then turns to greet Koharu and Hamura as his old subordinates. Koharu and Hamura also face Hiruzen again after nearly 70 years of shared history, and Minato quietly greets them too. Kagura takes control of the practical side next and announces that the revived Hokages will secretly live en route and only teleport to the tower when needed. The room reluctantly accepts Kagura's arrangement, and even the revived Hokages stay quiet because the plan is practical despite how much control he is taking. Hashirama tries to lighten the mood by asking about Tsunade's inauguration, but Tobirama immediately drags the meeting back to the real problem. Hamura explains the issue directly. Konoha is debating whether to go to war with the mist and sand for helping Orochimaru kill Hiruzen, even though both villages are asking for peace talks. Hashirama's first instinct is that there is no need for war if the enemy is already negotiating, and Hiruzen starts to agree. Then all 4 revived Hokages tense at once as Kagura pushes a private command into their shared will and pressures them to support the war instead. Tobarama immediately changes course and argues that this is the perfect chance to crush both villages while Konoha is strongest. Kagura backs Tobarama at once and piles on the military logic, pointing out that Konoha still holds many prisoners and both enemy villages are leaderless. Tobarama sees the opening and pushes even harder, saying Konoha should hit now and force the mist and sand into a humiliating treaty. Tsunade flatly rejects the idea and tells her second grandfather that old wartime instincts do not automatically fit the present. Tobarama warns that she will regret it, but Tsunade cuts him off with the one point that matters most: she is the 5th Hokage now. Just when it looks like Kagura and Tobarama are pushing in the same direction, Kagura suddenly says Tsunade might be right after all. Tobarama is caught off guard, because Kagura's sudden reversal makes no sense if he really wants war. Then Kagura reveals the real twist: if Konoha wants war, it should first purge the daimyo and fire country nobles so the rear stays secure. That one sentence scares the entire room so badly that Koharu instantly cuts him off and backs Tobarama's war plan instead. Hamura follows immediately, arguing that an external war would settle internal unrest without needing Kagura's horrifying purge. Hiruzen and Minato reluctantly side with Tobarama too, because even war now sounds less extreme than Kagura's plan. Even Hashirama backs Tobarama in the end, deciding his brother's war is the lesser disaster. Kagura, meanwhile, keeps openly supporting Tsunade's original caution, making his reverse play even more unsettling. With every vote cast, the room turns to Tsunade, and she stares at Kagura with a complicated expression as she realizes just how dangerous an ally he is. Before the inauguration even begins, Tsunade is already reeling because Konoha's politics turned upside down on her the moment she came back. The strangest part is that Kagura, who looked like her likely rival, is now the only one standing beside her against war. What really crushes her is that the 4 resurrected Hokages she expected to support her all back the war instead. Kagura quietly tells Tsunade to act on her own judgment now that she is Hokage, trying to steady her under all that pressure. Tobarama instantly sees through Kagura's posture and burns with irritation, convinced the boy is making everyone else look like villains while he plays the reasonable ally. Even so, Tobarama still pushes war, because to him Kagura's idea of purging the fire daimyo and nobles is even more dangerous than attacking enemy villages. Tobarama lectures Tsunade that a Hokage cannot rule on impulse and must accept what he calls the correct opinion. Tsunade falters because the people pressuring her are not just elders but former Hokages who all lived and died for Konoha. Tobarama tells her peace is naive and insists every village is an enemy state that must be crushed before it can threaten Konoha again. He raises his voice and reminds her that a Hokage has only one duty: protect Konoha at any cost. Tsunade finally pushes back, asking how she can become Hokage and immediately send her village into another war after living through 2 of them already. Tobarama argues that with people like Kagura and Hashirama on Konoha's side, this war might end in a single day with almost no losses at all. When Tsunade still cannot believe that, Tobarama corners her with a blunt choice: accept the group's decision or keep siding with Kagura against everyone else. Outnumbered and losing confidence, Tsunade gives in and says they will do it his way. Kagura sighs that reviving the old Hokages may have been a mistake, and Tobarama snaps at the remark with another glare. Tobarama immediately orders Tsunade to announce the war at her inauguration ceremony so the whole ninja world hears it as fast as possible. By afternoon, a big crowd gathers in front of the Hokage building, expecting a proud ceremony for the new 5th Hokage instead of a disaster. Naruto grumbles that Granny Tsunade got the Hokage seat before he did, even if he knows he is nowhere near ready. Sasuke barely cares about the celebration at all, because he is only scanning the rooftop for Kagura and thinking about how to get stronger than Itachi. Female ninjas cheer especially loudly for Tsunade, and Tenten watches with shining admiration because Tsunade is exactly the kind of ninja she wishes she could become. Niji notices his father in the crowd looking worried, because Hayashi has heard unsettling rumors about Tsunade moving harshly against nobles. Hayashi is especially uneasy because the Hyuga main house counts as nobility too, and he no longer knows where the new Hokage's authority might stop. Elsewhere below the building, Shikaku realizes something is off when even he is blocked from getting closer by ANBU and root guards. Seeing hidden figures on the rooftop, Shikaku starts to suspect the inauguration will carry far more than a simple change of office. On the rooftop itself, Jiraiya is the only outsider allowed up there, and he is stunned to find the 4 previous Hokage standing in front of him. Hiruzen greets his old student warmly, softening the moment for an instant. Minato also lights up when he sees Jiraiya, and their reunion turns unexpectedly personal when Jiraiya says he wants to take Naruto as his disciple. Minato is genuinely happy about that, but the joy fades when he admits he has never had the chance to be a father to his own son. Jiraiya comforts him, but the moment ends when Tsunade steps out in full Hokage robes looking grim instead of proud. When Jiraiya asks what happened, Kagura only says the resurrected Hokages created a serious problem that he did not expect. Tsunade steps to the railing and formally announces that she is now the 5th Hokage of Konoha. The crowd erupts with cheers, still believing this is a happy beginning. Then Tsunade's expression darkens, because she has to deliver the order she never wanted to give. She declares that her first command as Hokage is revenge for Hiruzen and war against the Mist and Sand villages. The square below falls quiet almost at once, because one word drags old memories of real war back into Konoha. People start whispering that revenge makes sense, but war against villages already sending peace envoys feels terrifyingly abrupt. Even older shinobi who understand the cost of battle look troubled, because strength is one thing and the reality of war is another. Shikamaru quietly asks his father if war is really that bad, and Shikaku answers that on a battlefield anyone can die, including the friends right beside you. That answer lands hard enough that the younger kids start imagining themselves and their teammates on that battlefield. Choji immediately panics, sweating and clutching his chips as the word war suddenly becomes real to him. Kakashi worries for his students too, while Sasuke stays cold to the news because war still matters less to him than chasing Itachi. Back on the rooftop, Tsunade starts sending the village into war preparation, and Jiraiya immediately demands to know why she would do this now. Kagura cuts in and bluntly tells Jiraiya that neither he nor Tsunade wanted this, but the war was forced through by the advisors and the previous Hokages. Hiruzen explains the ugly logic behind it. If Tsunade and Kagura go after the fire daimyo and nobles instead, Konoha could end up overturning the whole order of the ninja world. He adds that sand and mist are weak enough for Konoha to crush quickly, so an external war looks safer to them than internal upheaval. Jiraiya is left grimly speechless, because by their logic this ugly decision may actually be the least dangerous one. Tsunade moves to head for the Jonin meeting, but Tobirama turns the conversation sharply by looking at Kagura and asking why Konoha even needs an army for this at all. Tobirama says outright that Kagura alone should be enough, because with Wood Release and Flying Thunder God he can end the war by himself. Kagura half jokes about giving the ninja world time to react first, but Tobirama rejects that instantly and demands speed over spectacle. Tobirama wants this era to witness the real terror of the power that ended the Sengoku Age and learn that surrendering to Konoha is the only sane choice. Tsunade finally catches up to what they are planning and blurts out in shock that they mean to send Kagura alone. Tobirama answers with total certainty that one Kagura is more than enough, treating the idea of support like an insult. Kagura accepts the order, and becoming Tsunade's subordinate gives him even finer chakra control. Before Tsunade can stop him, Kagura vanishes from the rooftop on the spot. Hiruzen calmly reassures Tsunade that Kagura once nearly broke Mist Village as an 11-year-old, so now he should be even more overwhelming. He expects Mist Village to surrender within 3 days, and with Sand already crippled, the rest should collapse right after. Tsunade is left more shaken than anyone in the village, but she still has to walk into the meeting room and act like the Hokage. Meanwhile, Kagura crosses the world with absurd speed and reaches the land of water before the sun even sets. Outside Mist Village, Ao spots Kagura with his Byakugan and immediately understands that this sudden visit can only mean trouble. Ao rushes out to meet him, hoping Konoha is finally here to discuss terms instead of bloodshed. Kagura stops Ao before he gets close and coldly delivers Tsunade's message. The 5th Hokage has officially declared war on Mist Village. Ao panics and tries to bargain at once, saying Mist still wants peace and will discuss compensation if Konoha names a price. Kagura says the only condition he remembers is not negotiation at all but Mist Village's unconditional surrender to Konoha. Ao rejects that on instinct, because surrendering blindly would put Mist Village's entire future in Konoha's hands. Terumi Mei arrives with Mist Shinobi behind her and takes over the exchange with a cooler head, asking what Konoha would actually do if Mist submitted. Kagura makes it worse by correcting her. This is not a negotiation, just surrender, and Tsunade intends to make Mist pay for Hiruzen's death. Ao tries to argue that Mist was deceived too, but Kagura cuts that off because deception does not erase their role in the attack. Then Kagura spells out why he came alone. He is here to carry back Mist Village's surrender, and if they do not give it, he will take it by force. Ao suddenly realizes the insane truth and stares at Kagura in horror. Konoha really sent one man to attack a whole village. That memory is especially brutal for Ao and Mei, because years ago Kagura nearly broke Mist Village by himself already. Ao roars the alarm to the entire village, because he does not believe the two of them can stop Kagura on their own. Terumi Mei lunges first to stop his ninjutsu at close range, but Kagura meets her with a single punch that sends her crashing back and coughing blood. Ao moves to help her, and Kagura answers by stomping the ground so hard that the shock blasts Ao away too. With both defenders down, Kagura clasps his hands and unleashes Wood Release, advent of a world of flowering trees straight toward Mist Village. As the forest technique swallows the approach to the village, Kagura coldly leaves Mist one last chance to give him a surrender worth accepting. In the Mist Village, Kagura's Wood Release kept spreading until roots and vines swallowed the streets like a living forest. Mist Ninja tried to warn each other to cut the vines, but the trap closed too fast and one shinobi was yanked into a tree and drained dry. The survivors recognized the nightmare immediately and panicked that Kagura had come back. It did not matter how many vines they cut, because the roots just kept regrowing and wrapping around them again. Very quickly, the whole village fell silent, with every hidden or fleeing ninja pinned to the trees inside an eerie new forest. Outside the village, Kagura calmly enjoyed controlling every root like an extra limb. As the captured Mist Ninja lost chakra, Kagura felt that power feeding the 10 tails vessel inside him, though he was still missing the 3 tails and the 6 tails Jinchuriki. Even after all that, the bloody Terumi still tried to stand and refused to give in. Kagura almost mockingly praised her resolve and started to speak, but Ao cut in with a trembling warning after seeing the entire village had already been captured. Kagura acted like a curious bystander and asked if no one had escaped, which only made Ao and Mei more furious because he was the one who did it. With the village finished, Terumi finally gave in and offered the mist's unconditional surrender to Konoha to stop more civilians and ninja from being harmed. Kagura made her prove she had that authority, and Ao rushed to confirm that Terumi was now the acting chief of the village. Once he accepted that, Kagura ordered the mist to publicly announce its surrender and demanded that Terumi personally go to Konoha as their representative. Ao tried to trade himself for her, because he knew the mist could survive losing him but not losing the woman most likely to become the next Mizukage. Kagura flatly refused and reminded them that unconditional surrender meant unconditional obedience. Terumi quietly prepared for death and told Ao that if Konoha killed her, he had to organize the village and choose a fifth Mizukage. Kagura somehow made it worse by calmly suggesting Tsunade might just order every mist ninja executed, leaving Mei and Ao staring at him in dread. Back in Konoha, Tsunade assumed the worst and pushed a full war footing, ordering troop recalls, weapon procurement, and scouting toward the rock and cloud. She then told Shikaku to prepare strategy fast, because a two-front war against the sand and mist would be brutal even if Konoha expected to win. The room kept circling back to one question, because Konoha's biggest battlefield advantage was missing from the meeting entirely. Where was Kagura? Before Tsunade could answer, Kagura suddenly returned to the room holding a battered Terumi and casually ended the war with the mist on the spot. Kakashi recognized Mei, and Kagura announced that she was the mist chief and had come to sign an unconditional surrender. The whole room went silent, because the war had been declared that afternoon, and somehow one front was already over before the meeting even ended. One Jonin could barely believe the mist had even received the declaration yet, and Kagura dryly answered that he had delivered it himself and brought back their surrender on the return trip. Shikaku and Kakashi slowly accepted it, because Mei was real, injured, and important enough that the claim made terrifying sense. Tsunade still wanted confirmation, but Terumi cut in herself and formally declared that the mist had already announced unconditional surrender and was waiting to hear whether Konoha would spare them. Tsunade saw how badly Mei was hurt and ordered treatment first, while also sending Umbu to verify the news in the Land of Water. Shikaku asked the obvious question about whether there was still any point planning a mist campaign, and Tsunade could only tell them to keep going for now. But Mei refused to leave quietly and begged Tsunade right there to spare the mist's innocent people, offering her own life instead. Tsunade looked genuinely confused, because from her side this war was supposed to punish the mist's collusion with Orochimaru, not massacre a whole village. Kakashi immediately guessed what kind of threat had caused this panic and nervously asked Kagura if he had already wiped out the mist. Kagura answered that he had not killed them yet, and was perfectly willing to go back and do it if Tsunade ordered him to. That finally jolted Tsunade into stopping him outright, and the terrified misunderstanding on Mei's side eased a little. The second she calmed that crisis, Kagura volunteered to head for the sand village next and casually asked if those people also needed killing. Tsunade refused that line of thinking too, then decided to go with him herself so she could see exactly what he was doing out there. By the time Kagura and Tsunade reached the Land of Wind, evening had set in and the sand village was already on alert after hearing Konoha's declaration. Inside the village, Chio called the Jonin together and bitterly judged Tsunade reckless for declaring war on both the sand and the mist on her first day. Inside the sand war meeting, the elderly village leader admitted they were weaker than Konoha and pinned their hopes on coordinating with the mist. That plan fell apart when a panicked sand ninja burst in and reported that 2 Konoha shinobi, including a wood-release user, were already inside the village. Before the sand leaders could respond, the entire meeting room shook under a sudden impact outside. Outside, Kagura's giant wooden man had already smashed through the sand village's defensive line with brute force. Kagura and Tsunade stood on top of that towering construct as it strode straight into the village, and even Tsunade was still stunned by the scale of his power. An elderly sand leader stepped outside, saw Tsunade beside the wood-release user atop the giant wooden figure, and understood why Konoha had attacked so boldly. The elderly sand leader ordered the village defenses to attack at once, but the giant wooden figure was already too deep inside the village. A wooden dragon tore through the sand village and raised trees everywhere, binding sand defenders one after another, and draining their chakra. From the top of the wooden man, Kagura spotted the sand elder below, and calmly steered the construct toward her as the whole village shook under each step. The sand elder still reached for a puppet scroll, and Kagura coldly warned that one order from Tsunade could bury the whole village. The elderly sand leader tried to appeal directly to Tsunade for negotiation, but Kagura cut her off and said the sand only had one option: unconditional surrender. When the sand elder still resisted out of pride, Kagura pressed harder and bluntly asked if she wanted to drag the whole village into the grave with her. Seeing the entire village full of captured sand ninja, the elderly sand leader finally broke and accepted surrender. She even offered her own suicide as an apology if Konoha would spare the younger sand ninja behind her. Kagura refused to let the Sand Elder bargain with her life and ordered the village to announce its surrender before taking its representative back to Konoha to sign in person. Tsunade softened the scene by telling the Sand Elder she only needed to return to Konoha as the village's representative for post-surrender talks. Then Tsunade revealed the real shock. The Mist had already surrendered first, and its female representative was already waiting in Konoha. That wiped out the Sand Elder's last bit of leverage, and she could only lower her gaze in tired defeat. Back in Konoha, the war meeting was still awkwardly waiting for Tsunade to return and still had not even finished basic mobilization. Then Kagura used Flying Thunder God to reappear in the room with Tsunade and the Sand's elderly representative, blindsiding everyone a second time. Shikaku stared at the elderly Sand representative in shock, and Tsunade checked the hour before delivering the strangest war report Konoha had ever heard. Tsunade announced that she had declared war at 4 in the afternoon, and by 3 in the morning both the Sand and the Mist had already surrendered completely. The room could only sit there stunned, and Kakashi was left feeling like the entire war had happened so fast it barely seemed real. In Konoha's strategy meeting, the Jonin are left strangely hollow because a war started and ended so fast that most of them never even got involved. The Jonin vent that they just warned their students how brutal war would be, and now they have to explain that it was over in barely 12 hours. Kakashi asks the question everyone is thinking, and Tsunade confirms that Kagura alone crushed the Sand and Mist and ended the war before Konoha had to pay a real price. Tsunade dismisses the meeting, but the quick victory leaves even her in an awkward spot because a feat this huge should make Kagura impossible to ignore. The next morning, Konoha's civilians wake up still worried about war, only to hear that the enemy villages surrendered overnight. Because the war ended before it brought real suffering to the village, the victory feels unreal instead of glorious. Far away in the cloud, the fourth Reikage studies his intelligence, and realizes he somehow missed the entire war while the surrender reports reached him first. The Reikage remembers he had even tried to stir the conflict from the shadows, hoping the other villages would weaken each other and open a chance for the cloud to rise. When his secretary rushes in with the late war notice, the furious Reikage tears it up, and orders his intelligence division to learn how Konoha forced such a total surrender. In the rock, Inoki is quicker to understand what happened, but that only makes him angrier because he already paid Akatsuki to fuel a war that ended immediately. Inoki can only grit his teeth, cancel the job, and accept that Akatsuki gets to keep the deposit. At Akatsuki's rain hideout, Setsu brings the newest news, and the core members hear that Kagura crushed 2 great villages almost like a second Hashirama. Black Setsu's thoughts turn straight to Madara and the Moon's Eye plan, because Kagura's would release and Edo Tensei make him an unexpectedly useful backup route. Obito sneers that Kagura gained Hashirama's kind of power but still failed to become Hokage, clearly enjoying that one point of humiliation. Nagato and Zetsu care less about that and more about the value of keeping Kagura as an insider who already helped Akatsuki before. When Pain asks about starting the tailed beast hunt, Zetsu says they still need to wait for the 3 tails to return, but Konoha's grip over Sand and Mist may make future captures easier. Back in the Hokage office, Konoha's top leaders and the revived Hokages argue over what to do with the defeated Sand and Mist. Hashirama shrugs the whole problem off as minor, and Tobarama immediately swings the other way by recommending bloodier, permanent control. Hiruzen and Minato push for a more strategic answer, arguing that keeping Sand and Mist alive but obedient would help restrain the rock and the cloud. Kagura sits there quietly drinking tea, looking detached, even though he is already nudging the meeting toward terms that squeeze the defeated villages hard. Through Minato, Kagura pushes the most profitable first demand of all. The Sand and Mist must hand over every ninjutsu and forbidden technique scroll they have. Once that idea lands, the room quickly settles on a brutal treaty that strips the 2 villages of secrets, autonomy, alliances, missions, and money. Tsunade reads the draft, and immediately feels that the clause giving Konoha control over future Kazekage and Mizukage choices is almost too much to swallow. Kagura coolly raises the stakes even further by suggesting Tsunade should just become the 5th Mizukage and 5th Kazekage too. The idea is so outrageous that every Hokage rejects it at once, partly because they refuse to let the title of Hokage become just another political office. But Tsunade quickly spots the political value in Kagura's extremism, because once that nightmare is on the table, the existing treaty suddenly looks moderate. When Chio and Terumi may come to sign, they are visibly furious, but Tsunade uses Kagura's more extreme proposal to make the current terms feel like mercy. The moment Tsunade says Kagura wanted her to become both Kazekage and Mizukage, Chio and Mei go rigid with alarm. Tsunade frames herself as the one who protected their village's future dreams by rejecting that idea, and the 2 women are forced into grateful relief. Kagura immediately ruins the soft landing by declaring that he still believes future Hokages should also hold those other Kage titles. Tsunade has to cut him off in front of everyone and remind him that she is the Hokage, not him. Kagura leaves in open anger, warning Tsunade she will regret it, and the slammed door makes the whole room uneasy. Tsunade stays behind to reassure the 2 village leaders and urges them to submit candidates for the next Kazekage and Mizukage soon. Away from the meeting, Kagura heads to Konoha's prison and pulls the Hozuki brothers out of the mist captives for his own purpose. In the root base, Suigetsu tries to shield his older brother, but Mangetsu already knows Kagura did not bring them here for anything gentle. Once Suigetsu is taken away, Kagura tells Mangetsu bluntly that he is dying and offers a cruel bargain tied to Suigetsu's survival. Kagura reveals what he really wants. After Mangetsu dies, he plans to imprison his soul and later turn him into a puppet under his control. Mangetsu trembles at the thought of being denied peace after death, but in the end he still accepts because saving Suigetsu is worth more to him. After Root takes Mangetsu away, Kagura brings Suigetsu in and tells him there is still a way to see his brother again, but only if he works for him. The mission is dangerous enough to make Suigetsu sweat on the spot, because Kagura wants him to infiltrate Orochimaru. Kagura promises he will not be sent alone, and says someone on the inside will keep him alive, which is just enough to drag a reluctant yes out of Suigetsu. Then Kagura cuts off any hope of a farewell and tells Suigetsu that Mangetsu is already dead. Suigetsu sees the truth immediately and bitterly calls it what it is. Kagura just turned his brother into a hostage from beyond the grave. As the ceasefire is carried out, Sand and Mist deliver reparations and secret scrolls to Konoha before their captives are finally released to their own people. Just before leaving, Terumi Mei asks Tsunade to treat the missing Mangetsu, only to discover no one can produce him anymore. Kagura answers flatly that Mangetsu is dead, and when Mei asks for the body and his sword back, Suigetsu throws in a bitter line that makes the whole exchange uglier. Mei chooses not to press the issue there and leaves with the others, but Tsunade is left staring at Kagura with a new suspicion. The word dead makes Tsunade think of Edo Tensei at once, and she realizes Kagura may already be using Forbidden Resurrection more freely than she feared. When Kagura tries to leave, Tsunade stops him and finally asks the question directly: has he been abusing Edo Tensei? Kagura does not deny the logic at all and calmly argues that if a forbidden jutsu protects Konoha, then breaking rules with it is acceptable. Tsunade pushes back that sacrifice for Konoha is one thing, but Kagura cannot keep using that slogan to justify whatever he wants. Then Tsunade brings up Karen and says she plans to pull the girl out of Root and place her under her own command. That one move lands hard on Kagura, because for a moment he feels exactly why Danzo always clashed with the Hokage when his own people were taken away. Kagura answers with a cold warning that once the war ended, Konoha's internal conflict returned, and Tsunade is shaken when she suddenly sees Danzo's shadow in him. Tsunade had expected disagreements with Akihara Kagura, but until now he had always been someone she could talk down with a few words. This time was different, because when Tsunade said she wanted to move Karen out of Root and make her a disciple, Kagura looked ready to treat it like open hostility. Tsunade tried to frame it as a normal transfer, and reminded him she was the Hokage, but that only made Kagura more suspicious. Kagura answered that Root exists to serve the Hokage, so taking away his assistant after everything he had done for Tsunade felt less like routine and more like betrayal. He pushed even harder, saying he had secured her position on her first day, and now she was acting like a Hokage ready to cut away a troublesome subordinate once she no longer needed him. Tsunade denied it, but Kagura's accusations hit the exact fear she had not prepared for: a collapse of trust with the strongest person in Konoha. When Kagura warned that she would regret this and declared their battle had begun, he turned and walked out before Tsunade could contain the damage. Tsunade quickly tried to soften it, saying she still wanted to work with him, and only thought staying by her side would be better for Karen's future. Kagura baited out the real issue with one question, asking whether Tsunade could still teach Karen if Karen stayed under his command. Tsunade answered yes on instinct, and only after Kagura was already gone did she realize he had twisted the logic into proof that she should not interfere with his subordinate at all. Back at the Root base, Kagura immediately told Karen that Tsunade wanted to pull her out of Root and likely take her as a disciple. Karen's first reaction was not fear but loyalty, asking if she should start watching Tsunade. Kagura shut that down for now and ordered everyone gathered, declaring that the 5th Hokage had overstepped. Then the rumor campaign started, and all across Konoha people began whispering that Tsunade planned to strip Kagura of his duties. Because Kagura had just ended a war with his own strength, the gossip quickly turned uglier, with people wondering if Tsunade feared his rising prestige. Within 2 days the story had spread through the whole village, and Kakashi moved first to find out whether Tsunade was really trying to remove Kagura. Kagura played it cool, saying he did not know Tsunade's full intent and only knew she wanted to take Karen away after he refused. Kakashi quietly admitted that leaving Root might not be bad for Karen, but even he understood Tsunade would need to handle Kagura far more carefully than this. At the Hokage Tower, Kohara and Hamura questioned Tsunade about the rumors, worried she was being far too harsh with a man who had already become one of Konoha's greatest heroes. Tsunade exploded in frustration and insisted she had only wanted to transfer one girl, not strip Kagura of anything. Still, the advisors warned that the village was already stirred up, because too many people remembered Kagura as the hero who stopped Itachi, ended the wars, and protected Konoha. Tsunade tried to contain the fire with an order banning rumor spreading, but after 2 miserable days without seeing Kagura, she finally demanded he be summoned to her office. The Umbu returned almost immediately with bad news. Kagura refused to see her, and said he did not want to be disturbed. When Tsunade snapped that this was a Hokage order, the messenger hesitated and delivered Kagura's real warning: she should not overstep, and Danzo was already proof of what happened when someone took his people. That threat hit the room like a disaster report, because Koharu and Hamura suddenly saw the unthinkable possibility that Tsunade might actually drive Konoha's strongest force into defection. They spelled out the stakes in brutal terms. If Kagura left Konoha, peace with other villagers could crack, morale could collapse, and almost nobody alive could stop him. Jiraiya rushed in and tried to calm Tsunade, reminding her that Kagura was extreme but still someone who could be talked down if she handled him properly. Tsunade, furious and overwhelmed, smashed her desk and insisted this had all become absurd from a simple transfer she never meant as an attack on Root itself. The elders cut off the policy debate and focused on the only thing that mattered now: stop the misunderstanding before Konoha paid for it. Jiraiya volunteered to go to Root himself, hoping he could still talk Kagura down before the village crossed a line it could not uncross. At the Root base, Kagura acted even more wrong than Tsunade, telling Jiraiya that Karen already knew Konoha's medical ninjutsu, and this was never really about training. Kagura argued that Tsunade had said it plainly herself. She wanted to take his assistant away, and that meant this clash was inevitable sooner or later. Jiraiya tried to defend Tsunade's character, but Kagura cut that apart too, saying the Tsunade Jiraiya knew and the 5th Hokage now making orders were not the same person anymore. With nothing left to say, Jiraiya left Root planning to try persuading Tsunade again instead. As soon as Jiraiya was gone, the revived Hokages appeared before Kagura, and even Hashirama looked baffled that this had escalated so far over Karen. Tobarama saw straight through it, and bluntly called the whole thing what it was: a power struggle meant to force Tsunade to give ground. Hiruzen sighed because he understood exactly how one bad step could turn a subordinate dispute into a village-wide political mess. Tobarama laid out the real trap. Kagura had spent all this time backing Tsunade so faithfully that she forgot he was also building unbeatable prestige of his own. He went further and said that even without speaking to Tsunade, Kagura only had to let people believe she was jealous of his merit for the village to turn noisy on its own. Kagura did not deny any of it, and instead coolly said Root was about to spread the next rumor too, that Tsunade was forcing him to defect. Then he dangled the bait in front of them, asking whether the Hokages wanted to calm the chaos by persuading Tsunade to surrender before the fight fully broke open. Tobarama shot back with the obvious question, demanding to know how Kagura planned to rule Konoha if he grabbed power this way. Kagura answered with the line that defined the whole scheme: he did not know how to rule Konoha, but the Hokages did, so he would accept any method that protected his people from being taken away with a single order. In the tense Hokage office standoff, the 4 Hokages admit they hate Kagura's power grab, but they also know Tsunade is not strong enough to beat him head-on. Tobarama bluntly tells Kagura he does not need dirty tactics against Tsunade, because the revived Hokages already make her position shaky enough. Kagura drops the polite smile and says this started when Tsunade tried to take Karen away, treating Root like a tool she could strip from him whenever she wanted. The room falls quiet, because everyone knows an assistant should normally obey the Hokage, but Kagura's record has made him far more powerful than an ordinary subordinate. Hashirama gently wonders if Kagura should want something beyond power, but Tobarama sees the real issue at once. Kagura cannot stand being suppressed by someone else's authority. Trying to stop the feud from exploding, Tobarama offers to mediate and slowly rein Tsunade in later, while Hiruzen and Minato back him and insist Tsunade is not Kagura's enemy. Kagura agrees on the surface, but inwardly he is delighted when the system suddenly rewards the Hokages for persuading him not to keep fighting Tsunade. Once he has their cooperation, Kagura casually proposes the real fix: let the 2 elderly advisors take the blame and step down. The 4 Hokages are visibly thrown by the idea, because it is absurd and yet strangely convenient to solve a Hokage-assistant clash by sacrificing the advisors. Before leaving the issue there, Tobarama asks the question Tsunade never settled: does Karen herself truly want to stay in Root, or will she end up hating Kagura for deciding for her? Elsewhere in the village, Tsunade walks alone through the rumor-filled streets, still shaken by Jiraiya's criticism and wondering if she pushed too hard. Watching the fearful looks around her, Tsunade finally starts to ask whether her order to transfer Karen made Kagura believe she was trying to strip Root and his power away. Her thoughts are interrupted by nearby ninja groups gathering by generation, with Naruto chatting among the younger kids while Kakashi and Guy stand in a separate older cluster farther off. Naruto blurts out what many villagers feel: Kagura may not seem fit for his post, but he has always been good to the people of Konoha. The kids cannot untangle a village power struggle, so their talk fizzles out, they drift back to their own work, and Tsunade keeps watching in silence. Only Karen heads back toward Root, and Tsunade stops her for one last attempt to bring her over as a medical disciple. Karen refuses immediately and fiercely, saying Kagura saved her at 6, raised and taught her, and that she will never leave him unless she dies. As Karen speaks, the weight of her loyalty is clear. Kagura pulled her out of misery, educated her, protected her through the academy and exams, and became the center of her life. Hearing that, Tsunade finally gives up on the transfer, hands Karen a medical scroll as a gift, and tells her to pass the message to Kagura. When Tsunade returns to the Hokage building, she finds the 4 previous Hokages already waiting, and the sight alone makes her feel like a reckless student called in for judgment. Hiruzen tries to soften the blow by saying Kagura only overreacted after her attempt to move Karen, but Tobarama cuts straight to the settlement. Tobarama declares that Koharu and Hamura will take responsibility, resign, and serve as the public explanation that ends the scandal. Koharu and Hamura are blindsided, but with all 4 Hokage standing there, neither dares openly resist becoming the sacrifice for Konoha's stability. The village is soon told that the 2 advisors abused Tsunade's authority and caused the clash, so their resignation neatly closes the crisis. The settlement quietly benefits both sides, because Tsunade is finally rid of the advisor's leash and Kagura no longer has to wrestle with them either. When the system pays out for ending the political fight, Kagura is genuinely stunned to receive Hashirama's Asura chakra as a reward. He feels that new chakra flood into him, and realizes his reserves have become even more monstrous, even if it still has not triggered a full qualitative leap. Then Tobarama's reward arrives as pure combat experience, and Kagura dryly realizes he has nearly mined the second Hokage completely clean. Hiruzen's side feels the same, leaving Minato as the only Hokage whose value has not been fully squeezed dry yet. Minato's reward hits next with Ninetales chakra, and Kagura senses the Ten-Tails shell inside him jump forward as if another huge piece has snapped into place. With Konoha's 4 Hokages nearly exhausted as resources, Kagura immediately turns his ambition outward and decides Obito is the next path to digging up Madara's legacy. The scene shifts to Root, where Kagura gathers the 4 Hokages in an underground war room to discuss the real threat now, Uchiha Obito. To explain Obito's rise, Kagura brings out White Setsu and casually reveals that both of them once served under Obito. Tobarama has no patience for history and says they should just find Obito and kill him, but Zetsu insists that understanding the past matters here. Zetsu twists the knife by saying Tobarama's real mistake was not his Uchiha policies this time, but failing to destroy Madara's body after the Valley of the End. Zetsu explains that Madara planned the whole aftermath in advance, using Izanagi to turn his death into an illusion because he knew Tobarama would preserve the corpse. Kagura interrupts to explain the rule cleanly. Izanagi burns out 1 Sharingan to erase an unfavorable outcome and rewrite it as illusion. The room turns colder when Kagura adds that Obito looted at least 100 Sharingan during the massacre, meaning he may be able to keep feeding Izanagi again and again. Kagura makes it worse by pointing out that Obito's Hashirama cell body may let him swap dead eyes fast enough that they cannot easily track when he has actually used Izanagi. Hashirama asks why Madara later attacked Konoha with the Ninetales, and Zetsu answers with the blunt truth: he wanted Hashirama's flesh. Tobarama instantly realizes those cells were not just for wood style, and Zetsu confirms they were the final piece Madara needed to evolve his eternal Mangekyo into the Rinnegan. Hashirama is shaken because he suddenly understands that Madara's old talk about combining forces to reach the sage's power was never symbolic at all. Zetsu goes on to say that even after awakening the Rinnegan, dying Madara still needed a future carrier and a revival plan, so Obito became the chosen tool. Minato's expression hardens when Zetsu starts Obito's personal story, because the next part reaches straight into his own failed team. Zetsu reveals that Obito survived Canopy Bridge because Madara saved him and immediately started molding him into a replacement. Then comes the cruelest part: Madara manipulated the mist, sealed the Three Tails into Rin, and even cursed her so she could not kill herself and ruin his setup. Minato realizes with horror that Kakashi killing Rin was exactly the outcome Madara engineered in front of Obito's eyes. Zetsu says the whole point was to break Obito's faith in the world, and Minato is left staring at the wreckage of 3 students whose lives all got twisted by Madara. Kagura coolly admits Obito is not completely wrong that the world is broken, but he immediately adds that neither Obito nor Madara should be the ones trusted to remake it. Tobarama shoots back that Kagura seems happy to put the world in his own hands instead, but he still drags the meeting back to the practical goal of killing Obito and ruining Madara's revival. Kagura refuses to join the hunt directly and says the most he can do is publicly blame Tobarama for deciphering Edo Tensei, so Obito will believe Kagura has been forced along. He explains the real bait right after: if the Hokages push Obito hard enough, Obito may haul Madara's body to Kagura and order him to revive it as a way out. Hashirama is oddly amused at the idea that Madara's revival may be unavoidable, while Tobarama stays focused on killing him again no matter what happens. Kagura then shifts the question from stopping Madara to understanding him, asking whether they are not at least curious what kind of plan demanded so much effort across generations. To keep their own betrayal hidden, Kagura says they need a fake mastermind to oppose Madara from the shadows, and the idea instantly makes the room feel absurd again. Tobarama briefly suggests Hashirama, then instantly dismisses his own brother for lacking the right kind of scheming brain. With Kagura's approval, Zetsu eagerly pitches a fabricated history where Tobarama secretly covered up Madara's missing corpse, built Edo Tensei for a rematch, and pushed Danzo to cultivate a counter to Madara. Kagura cuts him off because the lie is somehow still not nasty enough, and Tobarama looks ready to explode at being rewritten into a villain for convenience. Minato ignores the bickering and narrows the mission down to its core. They are going to hunt Obito until he has no choice but to come to Kagura for Madara's revival. Kagura agrees and adds one last condition: since Obito still treats him like an underling who gives orders, the Hokages may need to ease their pursuit at times so Kagura can keep feeding them information without blowing his cover. The 4 Hokages fall quiet when Kagura matter-of-factly lays out Obito's fate like a subordinate who has already stopped fearing his boss. Minato can't help mourning the student Obito used to be, quietly remembering that Obito once dreamed of becoming Hokage. Tobirama holds his tongue, so Kagura says the harsh part for him and bluntly declares that Obito was never fit to lead anyone. Kagura backs it up with dry resentment, saying he solved problem after problem for Obito and never got so much as a scroll or even a birthday gift in return. He immediately turns that frustration into strategy and proposes feeding Obito a lie that Tobirama broke Edo Tensei control and exposed Kagura's revival scheme. Kagura adds another twist to the bait, telling them to pin the whole mess on Tobirama so Obito believes the second Hokage has been preparing to stop Madara all along. Under everyone's eyes, Tobirama accepts the role without flinching and agrees to corner Obito hard enough to force Madara back onto the board. With that approval in hand, Kagura sharply orders Alway to begin the operation at once. Alway answers instantly and sinks into the ground, carrying the trap straight to Obito. Once Alway is gone, Tobirama presses Kagura about the Zetsu creature, sensing it was never really one of Kagura's creations. Kagura admits the Zetsu came from Madara's use of Hashirama's cells, which only makes Tobirama's disgust flare hotter. Then Hashirama shifts the whole mood by asking to visit Naka Shrine, wanting to face the place where Madara once claimed he found his path. Hashirama remembers that his last peaceful meeting with Madara was in front of that shrine's stone tablet, right before everything between them finally broke. He still hopes that if he can understand what Madara saw there, he might understand where his old friend went wrong. That mention of the tablet makes Kagura's eyes sharpen, because the shrine suddenly looks less like relics and more like an opening. Kagura leads the 4 Hokages to Naka Shrine, but without Sharingan they can only stand before the tablet and see nothing useful at all. Kagura knows the deeper problem is worse than that, because even eyes that can read the tablet would only find a history already twisted by tampering. Hashirama admits defeat in front of the stone, frustrated that Madara's thoughts are locked behind eyes they do not have. Tobirama turns to Kagura and asks whether one of Kagura's Uchiha subordinates could read it instead. Kagura shuts that down too, explaining that the real truth only opens to higher eyes than ordinary Sharingan. Then Kagura deliberately nudges the brothers in a new direction by asking whether the Senju ever had a matching record of their own. Hashirama says no, and Tobirama digs through old clan memory but can only recall the Senju living in forests with no such monument. Kagura casually suggests it might have been hidden on bark instead of stone, and in that moment he finally sees the shape of the lie he wants to build. Privately, Kagura decides he does not need Black Zetsu to tell the truth anymore, because if his future superior will not speak, he can weaponize the truth himself. He resolves that if Black Zetsu still refuses to pull him into Madara's circle, he will force that dependence by making himself too useful to ignore. Back in the root base, Kagura starts forging a Senju counterpart to the Uchiha tablet, planning to answer one fake record with another. He carefully keeps the trick balanced, deciding the new history must contain enough truth to feel solid and enough lies to trap anyone who knows too much. Kagura first frames the bark as a record from the Sage of Six Paths to Asura, making the Senju line look like the rightful keepers of hidden history. He writes that Hagoromo brought chakra to the world, founded Nishu, and fathered Indra, Asura, and a younger daughter named Kagaya. Then he bends the truth harder by claiming Kagaya, enraged at being left out, seized the divine tree's fruit and became the disaster her family had to seal away. Satisfied with that version, Kagura moves on to the part that really matters and starts writing Black Zetsu into the story with a grander origin than the truth ever gave it. In Kagura's forged history, Black Zetsu is not Kagaya's will at all, but the dark will split from Hagoromo himself, born from the sage's fear of death and desire for immortality. Kagura even upgrades the villain's motive, recasting the tailed beast plan as a cold bid for eternal life and world domination instead of a simple rescue mission. He adds one more practical detail too, writing Black Zetsu as weak in direct combat but effectively immortal and still able to merge with the god tree. From there Kagura explains the Uchiha tablet itself, claiming Hagoromo left it to Indra as a warning that only Sharingan eyes could read. He writes that Black Zetsu secretly altered that tablet, deceived Indra, and helped trigger the ancient conflict between Indra and Asura. To seal the trap, Kagura says Hagoromo discovered the tampering too late and left this bark for Asura's line so future generations would beware Black Zetsu. When he reviews the finished text, Kagura is pleased because even if the story has holes, almost nobody alive could challenge it with proof. He realizes the real beauty of the plan is that Black Zetsu cannot fight it cleanly, because denying the bark means admitting it is far older than the Madara persona it hides behind. And if Black Zetsu says nothing, the forged bark wins by default and turns it into the universally hated mastermind behind 1,000 years of bloodshed. Kagura decides the sequence from here is simple. Let the 4 Hokages chase Obito, squeeze every asset out of Madara's legacy, and wait for the enemy to force Madara's revival themselves. Then, at exactly the right moment, he will reveal the bark through Hashirama and use it to sever Madara's trust in Black Zetsu for good. Amused by his own flawless setup, Kagura can only spare a brief thought for how furious Black Zetsu is going to be when this lands. Meanwhile in the rain-soaked Akatsuki base, Obito and Black Zetsu receive Aoi and listen as he reports that Kagura's Edo Tensei experiment went wrong. Aoi explains that Kagura revived the previous Hokages at full strength to test them as puppets, but Tobirama broke free and blew the whole setup apart. Obito instantly cuts in to ask the one question that matters most to him, whether Minato was among the revived Hokages. When Aoi confirms Minato is back too, Obito's mood darkens even further at the thought of facing his former teacher again. Black Zetsu is less surprised, coolly noting that the creator of Edo Tensei naturally would have built a way to escape it. Aoi pushes the danger higher by saying Tobirama found Madara's body long ago and built Edo Tensei as a precaution against whatever Madara might try in the future. Obito bristles at the idea that Tobirama has been opposing their side before even knowing the details, simply because any Uchiha scheme is enough for him to crush. Black Zetsu sees the bigger problem immediately and warns that 4 revived Hokages are not an obstacle they can casually ignore. Obito vents at Kagura for overreaching, complaining that he warned the brat for ages and now that recklessness has dragged Minato and the other Hokages into play. Aoi points out that Kagura had always meant to revive Madara at his peak and was using the Hokages as test subjects on the way there. Obito snaps back that it is still too early to revive Madara, showing that even now he wants control over the timing. Black Zetsu disagrees at once, arguing that with the 4 Hokages loose, reviving Madara may have already become necessary. Aoi ends the report with the real threat. Before he left, the 4 Hokages were already discussing a direct hunt for Obito, and Kagura could only stall them with leaked information and trouble inside Konoha. As the 4 Hokage close in, even Black Zetsu thinks the Akatsuki would struggle against that lineup. Black Zetsu quietly decides that if everything collapses, they may have to seize Nagato's Rinnegan and hand the Eye of the Moon plan to Kagura instead. When White Zetsu asks if the Edo Tensei can just be cancelled, Aoi shuts that down and says Kagura already tried with no effect at all. That answer leaves Obito annoyed that he might have to handle all 4 Hokage himself and clean up Kagura's mess. Aoi offers Kagura's intelligence to help Obito dodge them, but Obito stubbornly insists he does not need the brat's help. Since Obito refuses Kagura's help, Aoi is ready to let Kagura do the opposite and feed the Hokage detailed intelligence on Obito instead. Back in Konoha, the power structure has narrowed to Tsunade, Kagura, and the 4 revived Hokage after the advisors were forced out. Tsunade lays out Konoha's 3 main enemies, Obito, Itachi, and Orochimaru. When Tsunade names Obito and Itachi, all 4 Hokage end up looking straight at Kagura, who keeps pretending to care only about his tea. When Orochimaru comes up too, the room looks at Kagura again, because somehow every disaster seems tied to him. Kagura finally speaks up and says they should chase Orochimaru first. Tobirama cuts him off and pushes the plan they already wanted, sending the 4 Hokage after Obito instead. With 4 Hokage voting together, Tsunade and Kagura are cleanly outnumbered and the decision to hunt Obito is locked in. Tsunade still refuses to ignore Orochimaru, and Kagura answers with a ruthless workaround, send Sasuke in as a spy. Tsunade hates the idea of using a newly graduated kid, but Kagura argues Sasuke can survive if they teach him Flying Thunder God first. Kagura casually adds that he already forced Hozuki Suigetsu to defect and act as another plant beside Orochimaru. That makes Tsunade realize the missed defection report was Kagura's doing too, which only deepens her headache. Tobirama is openly doubtful that an Uchiha like Sasuke can learn his technique at all. Kagura backs Sasuke's talent hard enough that Tsunade finally gives a condition. If Sasuke learns Flying Thunder God, she will approve the infiltration. That night en route, Karen leads Sasuke into the underground base and nervously warns him not to steal her future spot as Kagura's right hand. Sasuke brushes that off, only focused on getting stronger and finding out why Kagura called him here. Karen teases that Kagura prepared a surprise, and Sasuke expects a mission or some new training. Instead, Sasuke walks into a corridor full of surviving Uchihas in old clan clothes, their Sharingan lit, and their faces painfully familiar. One after another, the hidden Uchihas greet Sasuke by name like family welcoming back the last boy they lost. Sasuke can barely process it and stammers at the impossible sight of clansmen he thought had died long ago. Karen explains that Kagura saved many Uchihos during the massacre, but they have to stay hidden because they would never survive Itachi and Obito in the open. She sends the survivors away and makes the point clear: they are root shinobi now, protected in the shadows and helping protect Konoha from there. Only then does Sasuke understand why Kagura wanted him en route, because his clan really still has a future here. Sasuke demands to know why nobody told him, and Karen bluntly asks if he really could have kept such a secret from Itachi and Obito's attention. That answer hits home, and Sasuke suddenly starts thinking past revenge towards something bigger, leading root and rebuilding the Uchiha clan. The surge of emotion pushes Sasuke's Sharingan into a full 3-tomo state right there in front of Karen. Karen is impressed but not surprised, because Kagura always believed Sasuke had the talent to reach Mangekyo and kill Itachi. Sasuke swears he will kill Itachi, become Root's leader, and drag the Uchiha clan back into the light. Karen immediately reminds him that he just promised not to compete with her, leaving Sasuke awkwardly backpedaling. Without letting him linger, Karen takes Sasuke deeper into Root to meet the teacher Kagura found for him. The next shock is even bigger, because Sasuke walks in and finds all 4 past Hokage waiting inside Root. Minato smiles and introduces himself as Naruto's father, thanking Sasuke for looking after Naruto on missions. That revelation rattles Sasuke hard, because the village orphan he knew turns out to be the son of Konoha's great hero. Karen smoothly explains that Kagura resurrected the Hokage first so Orochimaru could never turn them against Konoha. Sasuke assumes Minato will teach him the Flying Thunder God, but Karen points him instead to Tobirama, the technique's creator. Sasuke's face drops instantly, because the one Hokage he did not want as a teacher is the one he gets. Tobirama takes one look at Sasuke's face and dryly calls him an evil little Uchiha with the talent to learn space-time ninjutsu. Hashirama blurts out that Sasuke really does look like Izuna, and the ancient Uchiha Senju grudge suddenly lands right on him. When Sasuke asks who Izuna was, Tobirama flatly says he killed him with the Flying Thunder God. Sasuke immediately asks Karen to swap teachers, but she refuses because Tobirama is still the best one for this job. Minato cheerfully offers to help too, and Sasuke actually feels a little reassured for a moment. But Minato starts teaching the mark like a design lesson, and Tobirama instantly cuts in before he can lead Sasuke off track. Tobirama pulls Sasuke back to the real lesson and drills into him that the mark is only a symbol, while the true key is finding the space-time coordinate. By the end of the night, Sasuke grudgingly admits Tobirama is the real teacher here, while Minato is mostly the one keeping him from giving up. By morning, Sasuke has already started forming a Flying Thunder God mark and, unlike Kakashi, he can actually sense the coordinate behind it. Then Sasuke makes the mark into an Uchiha fan symbol just to suit himself, which irritates Tobirama exactly as much as expected. Sasuke snaps back that the Uchiha are part of Konoha too, catching Tobirama off guard for once. When Karen sends him back above ground, she reminds him that everything inside Root stays buried there. Sasuke agrees, but carrying all those secrets makes his daylight missions with Team 7 suddenly feel heavier, especially around Naruto. Naruto notices Sasuke's strange look and asks about it, but Sasuke shuts the moment down because Root's secrets cannot be shared. Back in Root, even Tobirama has to admit Sasuke's talent for Flying Thunder God is unusually strong. Another summer passes, and 13-year-old Sasuke pushes his Flying Thunder God training far enough to outstrip even Kakashi. Once Sasuke is ready, Karen brings him to Kagura for the mission that will change his life. Kagura calmly orders Sasuke to leave Konoha, become a rogue ninja, and infiltrate Orochimaru's side for Root. Sasuke is visibly shaken as the weight of the order hits him, because going undercover means Konoha will hunt him as if he were a real traitor. Kagura confirms exactly that, but promises Sasuke's true record will be protected inside Root until he comes back. Sasuke hesitates over Team 7, and Kagura instantly sees that leaving his team behind may be harder than the undercover role itself. Pressed by Kagura, Sasuke forces himself to accept the order, and says he will defect and carry out the mission. Kagura then reveals the twist underneath it all. Orochimaru is his ally, and Sasuke is being sent to watch that alliance from the inside while training under him. Sasuke can barely make sense of that, and Kagura answers that this contradiction is exactly what Root's darkness looks like. Kagura tells Sasuke that people need their own path, and asks him one last time if he is willing to use Root's darkness to gain the strength to kill Itachi. Sasuke answers yes, and Kagura sends him on his way, promising Orochimaru will teach him how to kill Itachi. Before leaving, Sasuke asks what excuse he should give for defecting, because Team 7 will need a believable reason. Kagura hands him the perfect cover story, say he left Konoha for power, exactly what Kakashi always feared vengeance would drive him to do. Sasuke accepts it with clenched teeth and says he will go say goodbye, already sounding like a boy about to break his own team's heart. Kagura stops in with one final warning about Root's secrets, then gives Sasuke a rare piece of comfort. He already surpassed Itachi's first Root mission by keeping hold of his humanity. Deep in an underground base in the Land of Grass, Orochimaru hears that Sasuke has learned Flying Thunder God and instantly starts craving his body all over again. Even though his current white setsu body suits him well, Orochimaru admits he still wants Sasuke's Sharingan and the secrets of Flying Thunder God for himself. Kabuto smoothly says they can just tempt Sasuke into defecting, and Orochimaru decides to send the Sound 4 to collect the backup vessel he marked long ago. Then Orochimaru hesitates, realizing Sasuke may already be too strong for the Sound 4 to handle if he refuses to come quietly. So Orochimaru makes the bigger move and decides to go to Konoha himself to bring Sasuke back in person. Kabuto seizes the chance and proposes warning Kagura, so Root can attack the Sound Village while Orochimaru slips into Konoha without drawing suspicion. Orochimaru agrees at once, pleased that keeping Kagura away from Konoha will make his own trip much safer. Kabuto adds one more warning that Jiraiya is still in Konoha, but Orochimaru brushes it off and starts talking about fate turning again through Naruto and Sasuke. Back in Konoha, Kagura fully supports the plan as a high-level meeting sends the 4 Hokage toward the Land of Rain and Root toward Orochimaru. Because the operation is handled through Root, the village outside barely notices anything and keeps moving like normal. But inside Team 7, things are clearly breaking down as Sasuke grows more volatile and every conversation turns strained. By day Sasuke fights with Naruto, and by night he lies alone like a wounded animal, knowing he is about to leave the only warmth he has left. Sasuke steels himself with Kagura's mission in mind, deciding he has to go to Orochimaru, gain strength, and stop wasting time in Team 7. Outside the village, Kagura leaves with Root, and almost immediately Orochimaru arrives near Konoha with the Sound 4 to make his move. Orochimaru orders the Sound 4 to test Sasuke first, and if he is not worth it, just drag him out. The Sound 4 slip into Konoha full of confidence, sure they can crush some village kid with Orochimaru's curse mark. They find Sasuke right after another fight with Naruto, and he assumes they have come to escort him out of Konoha. Instead, the Sound 4 sneer that they are here to test him first, and start treating him like someone who needs to be beaten into obedience. That is the last thing Sasuke needs to hear, and his temper finally snaps. Sasuke hurls a flying thunder god kunai at Sakan, and the Sound Ninja dodges with a smug grin, thinking that was the whole attack. A heartbeat later, Sasuke vanishes and reappears beside Sakan with the kunai at his throat, stunning the whole Sound 4. The Sound 4 finally realize this is no simple trick, because they could not track Sasuke's movement at all. Sakan tries to salvage things by awakening Yukon and calling for a group attack instead of a fair test. It still does not help, because Sasuke tears through the whole Sound 4 with Flying Thunder God, a kunai, and Chidori fast precision. When Sasuke looks down on the defeated Sound 4, Orochimaru finally reveals himself from a snake and admits the problem is not them, but how strong Sasuke has become. Orochimaru openly invites Sasuke to step into a wider world now that he has grown wings of his own. Sasuke answers with contempt and demands proof, reigniting Chidori because he wants to measure himself against Orochimaru right now. At Ichiraka later that evening, Naruto vents to Jiraiya that Sasuke has been acting stranger and meaner by the day. Jiraiya mostly smiles through it, because he recognizes the ugly, noisy phase teammates sometimes go through before those memories turn precious. That calm shatters when Sakura runs in bruised and breathless, begging for help because Orochimaru has taken Sasuke out of the village. Naruto freezes in shock, and Jiraiya's reaction is even sharper as his chopsticks slam into the counter at Orochimaru's name. At the Valley of the End, Orochimaru and Sasuke stop to rest and recover chakra under the giant statues before Konoha's pursuers catch them. Orochimaru needles Sasuke over Sakura, noting that she wanted to go with him, and he answered by knocking her away instead. Sasuke answers that Sakura would only have been useless baggage, and Orochimaru coldly says killing her would have solved the problem too. Sasuke rejects even that, saying killing someone useless means nothing to him, and turns the conversation back to whether Orochimaru can handle Jiraiya at all. Orochimaru looks up at the founder statues and says this place fits perfectly, because it is where Hashirama and Madara once severed their bond. Then Jiraiya and Naruto appear across the water, calling out to them from the waterfall side after catching up fast. Orochimaru and Sasuke both sneer at their pursuers, and the old rivalry and the new one line up almost perfectly. Orochimaru quietly reminds Sasuke that if he is low on chakra, the curse mark on his neck can feed him more. Jiraiya steps forward and denounces Orochimaru for killing the Hokage, defiling the dead, and dragging village kids into darkness. Orochimaru refuses the blame and says Konoha simply could not give Sasuke the power he wanted. Naruto pleads with Sasuke directly, asking why he left and why he would ever choose Orochimaru. Sasuke shuts Naruto out again, insisting Naruto can never understand what he has to do. Behind that cold answer, Sasuke is already thinking farther ahead, revenge first, then a future en route where he can stand beside Naruto again. Naruto tries one last honest warning and tells Sasuke that Orochimaru only wants his body. Sasuke already knows that, but he buries it and declares that if power lets him kill Itachi, even his own life is a fair price. Naruto asks him to come back anyway, and Sasuke repeats that Naruto still cannot understand the kind of power his revenge demands. Orochimaru smugly rubs it in, telling Jiraiya that Sasuke chose this path himself. Jiraiya's answer is colder than before. If Orochimaru is the poison here, then killing him is the only way to break this spell. With one taunt about Tsunade not being here this time, Orochimaru turns the valley completely silent and pushes the standoff into open war. Naruto is the first to break, charging over the river and swearing he will drag Sasuke home no matter what he says. Jiraiya follows Naruto in, and at the same time Orochimaru and Sasuke launch forward to meet their chosen opponents. Jiraiya opens hard with fire release, knowing better than to walk straight into Orochimaru's close-range tricks. Orochimaru answers with a water wall, and uses the river itself to turn Jiraiya's attack into nothing. Meanwhile Naruto and Sasuke crash into a rougher, simpler fight, trading raw fists and kicks across the water. Sasuke wins the exchange, slamming Naruto down and even grabbing his throat, but at the last second he still cannot squeeze. Naruto catches that weakness immediately and tells Sasuke he does not really want to leave them. Sasuke rejects that too and snaps into Shadow Shuriken Jutsu, throwing a storm of blades that even pulls Jiraiya and Orochimaru's attention. Orochimaru uses Jiraiya's distraction to copy the same jutsu and force Jiraiya under the water too. Naruto dives under as well, and beneath the surface he and Jiraiya exchange one quick look and silently agree to strike at the same time. Orochimaru warns Sasuke just in time, and Sasuke blasts a great fireball into the river to boil up steam and force both pursuers back out. Naruto bursts out first and answers with the multi-shadow clone jutsu, flooding the river with copies charging straight at Sasuke. Even Orochimaru has to admire that amount of chakra, comparing Naruto's absurd reserves to Kagura's. Jiraiya uses the opening to get in close and vows that for Naruto's sake, he will not let Orochimaru walk away again. Jiraiya spreads oil across the river and lights it, trying to trap Orochimaru in a floating inferno that water will not easily snuff out. Orochimaru coolly turns the whole trap around by driving the river itself forward, sending the burning oil back at Jiraiya. That effortless counter makes the matchup look ugly for Jiraiya, and Orochimaru twists the knife by saying snakes have always restrained toads. Orochimaru pushes the comparison further and says Sasuke's Sharingan can do to Naruto what Uchiha eyes have always done to tailed beasts. On the other side, Sasuke burns through Naruto's clone swarm until Naruto answers by drawing on the Nine Tails and wrapping himself in a savage red chakra cloak. Seeing that red cloak, Sasuke remembers Minato's faith that Naruto had finally found a precious companion in him. That memory lands hard, and Sasuke quietly realizes this is exactly why Naruto cannot let him go, and why he still plans to return to Naruto's side after revenge and root are settled. At the Valley of the End, Sasuke realizes Naruto still has tailed beast chakra left, while his own chakra is almost gone after everything he burned through before leaving Konoha. Orochimaru calmly points out Sasuke's weakness and nudges him to use the curse mark, pushing him straight into the traps Sasuke already understands. Sasuke weighs the risk fast and decides he has to activate it anyway, because refusing now would expose his undercover role to Orochimaru. The curse mark surges through Sasuke's body in agony, burning across his skin and forcing him into the second state right there in front of everyone. Orochimaru watches Sasuke's second state appear and looks genuinely impressed, calling him the kind of genius he wanted all along. Naruto answers by forming a strange purple Rasengan inside his crimson cloak, while Sasuke raises a changed Chidori and forces his own mind to stay steady through the curse mark's pressure. Even now, Sasuke tells Naruto to go back and train, but Naruto charges anyway and swears he will drag Sasuke home even if it kills him. Sasuke curses him as an idiot, hesitates for a split second, and still commits to the collision because he knows Naruto can survive it. Nearby, Jiraiya raises a Rasengan at Orochimaru like he's starting a proper Sannin clash, but Orochimaru instantly punishes the obvious move with lightning. Orochimaru mocks Jiraiya for fighting like they are still kids, and then the real disaster hits when Naruto and Sasuke's techniques finally collide. The Chidori and Rasengan detonation rips through the entire valley, cracking cliffs, shaking the gorge, and nearly unleashing the upper lake in a deadly flood. Without even needing to discuss it, Jiraiya and Orochimaru both throw up the same earth flow rampart to block the broken gap and stop the torrent from swallowing everyone. After the barrier holds, Jiraiya bristles at the teamwork, and Orochimaru dryly reminds him that unlike Jiraiya, he still cares what happens to his future vessel. Both Sannin leap in to retrieve the boys, finding Naruto unconscious after the clash while Sasuke still barely has the strength to stay aware. Orochimaru calls Sasuke the winner, but Jiraiya ignores the taunt and checks Naruto first, relieved that the damage is not fatal. Jiraiya refuses to let this be the final verdict and snaps back that their own score is not settled either. Sasuke forces himself upright and, in his own harsh way, tells Jiraiya to make Naruto train harder so he does not fall even farther behind next time. With that, Sasuke chooses Orochimaru openly and walks away with him, leaving Jiraiya unable to stop either of them. Naruto wakes up just enough to cling to one thing: Sasuke held back, which means Sasuke still does not truly want him dead. Jiraiya warns that it may not matter, because he has already seen one friend become Orochimaru and expects Sasuke to follow the same road. Naruto refuses that future completely and vows again that no matter what Sasuke becomes, he will still bring him back. Kakashi finally arrives with his ninja dogs, sees only Jiraiya and Naruto, and immediately understands something went very wrong. When Jiraiya says Sasuke left willingly with Orochimaru for revenge, Kakashi falls into uneasy silence, hit by the bitter echo of Obito all over again. Naruto still raises his fist to Kakashi and promises he will bring Sasuke back, setting the same old Konoha cycle of chasing rogue comrades in motion again. Far away in the land of rain, Obito deliberately steps out to face 4 resurrected Hokage by himself so they will not trace him back to the Akatsuki base. Minato recognizes his old student through the changed face and can only answer Obito with a heavy, conflicted silence before speaking his name. Before that moment can turn softer, Tobirama cuts in coldly and declares he will personally seize the Uchiha behind Konoha's Nine Tails disaster. Obito answers with pure Uchiha pride, summoning Madara's Ganbai and boasting that he came here on purpose to bury the Hokage all over again. Hashirama instantly recognizes the Ganbai as Madara's weapon, which confirms to him that Madara really was behind Obito. Obito charges in using the Ganbai like a blunt weapon, and Hashirama almost sounds offended that someone is using Madara's fan so badly. Humiliated but stubborn, Obito doubles down and snaps that he will use the Ganbai however he wants. Minato uses the old Flying Thunder God mark on Obito and flashes beside him with a Rasengan, but Obito turns intangible in time and avoids the hit. Obito tries to counterattack Minato, but Hashirama's wood grabs his arm and forces him intangible again before the swing can land. Tobarama reads the trick immediately, says Obito's space-time defense has a limit, and orders a simple answer: rush him so he can either phase or attack, but not both. The plan works brutally fast, and in less than a minute the four Hokage have Obito trapped in a miserable fight where he mostly just gets hammered around the battlefield. When Obito gets greedy and goes after Hiruzen, Tobarama slashes open his chest and Minato follows with another Rasengan to his back. Bleeding and cornered, Obito finally understands the real problem. With 2 Flying Thunder God users marked onto him, every attack window turns into a trap. He tries to retreat with Kamui, but Minato and Tobarama already know he has to become tangible to warp himself away and nearly kill him at the escape point too. Obito nearly panics, then realizes Izanagi can cover Kamui's vulnerable gap and starts planning to trade 1 spare Sharingan for a true counterattack window. Even that desperate trick goes nowhere, because the Hokage refused to give him a clean opening and keeps stalling out his invincible timing. 5 minutes later, Obito finally flees into Kamui's space for real, sacrificing a spare Sharingan and throwing out one last bitter threat as he escapes. Back at a hidden base, Obito's first move is not revenge but replacing the eye he just burned out to survive. Setsu appears and bluntly says what everyone saw: Obito lost, and badly. White Setsu argues they should leave this mess to Kagura, because even Madara would struggle with 4 Hokage in the field. Black Setsu pushes the deeper fix instead: speed up Kagura's research and bring back a full-power Madara with the Rinnegan. Obito decides on the immediate fix first and orders Kagura to lure the 4 Hokage away from him before they can keep hunting. Back in Konoha's root base, Kagura receives the request and treats it like a simple reusable tool instead of a crisis. Kagura immediately plans to keep repeating the same cycle, calling the Hokage back whenever needed and then letting them chase Obito again to strip away his resources little by little. Konoha itself settles down after Sasuke's defection, because outside Team 7 his departure barely shakes the village. Team 7 still breaks apart completely. Jiraiya takes Naruto to train, Sasuke is gone with Orochimaru, and Sakura is left behind. Tsunade takes Sakura as her disciple, and the old Team 7 ends with each of its 3 kids now tied to one of the legendary Sannin instead. 2 to 3 years pass, and while Konoha stays quiet on the surface, the rest of the ninja world gets rougher because the 4 Hokage keep hunting Obito over and over. To stay alive without exposing Akatsuki, Obito keeps burning through spare Sharingan with Izanagi until the stockpile from the Uchiha massacre starts running dry. He gets desperate enough to ask whether Kagura can smuggle him more Sharingan from Konoha's bloodline ninjas. In the land of snow, the hunted version of Obito finally looks as miserable as his situation, wrapped in a thick new cloak over clothes torn to pieces by years of pursuit. He counts what he has left and realizes the truth has become ugly and simple. Only 11 Sharingan remain, and each one is another chance to survive. Zetsu brings bad news from Konoha. Tobarama has banned bloodline ninjas from leaving because he wants them for experiments, so Kagura cannot send Obito any extra eyes. Obito explodes at Kagura instead, furious that the Hokage had been called back less than a week ago and still showed up hunting him again. White Zetsu defends Kagura a little, explaining that he keeps dragging the Hokage back to Konoha for Obito's sake and gets scolded harder by Tobarama every single time. Obito still throws the blame back where he wants it, insisting this whole nightmare started because Kagura recklessly used the reanimation jutsu in the first place. White Zetsu tries to calm him with the long game, reminding him that once Akatsuki starts collecting tailed beasts and moving toward the 10 tails, this miserable phase should finally end. In the middle of wind and snow, Obito sees the 4 Hokages arrive and instantly knows this is another chase he cannot win. Tobarama and Minato flash right beside him with Flying Thunder God again, and Obito can only turn intangible while cursing the mark he still cannot erase. Obito gives up on fighting, activates his Izanagi for a brief safety window, and escapes into his space-time dimension before the 4 Hokages can pin him down. The Hokages barely react to his escape anymore, because this has turned into a repeated hunt where they wait for White Zetsu away to find Obito again. Back at Root, 3 years have passed, and 21-year-old Kagura has spent that time swallowing up more of Madara's inheritance and mastering even more village techniques. Karen has grown into Kagura's busy right hand in Root, and she rushes in with news that Orochimaru's lab has made another breakthrough. When Kagura reads the report and realizes Orochimaru has been developing self-operating puppets, he immediately decides the research is too dangerous to leave available. He orders Karen to seal the puppet results in Root's Forbidden Techniques room and forbid Orochimaru from using them until more information comes in. Karen then tells him Sasuke wants to challenge Orochimaru, convinced he is finally strong enough to kill his teacher. Kagura allows the challenge, treats it as Sasuke's trial, and says that if Sasuke wins he should come back to have Orochimaru's curse mark removed. But Kagura also has Karen warn Sasuke that Orochimaru will be told, because an ally still deserves at least a little preparation. When Karen adds that Jiraiya seems to be bringing Naruto home, Kagura quietly tells her to make Sasuke move fast so the 2 old teammates might still cross paths. At Orochimaru's base, Sasuke has grown into a sharp, dangerous 16-year-old who now looks every bit like someone ready to kill his master. Suigetsu stomps over with his giant sword and asks for another spar, still too stubborn to accept that Sasuke has outgrown him. Suigetsu swings first, and Sasuke stops the huge blade with a single kunai, barely even looking impressed. When Suigetsu braces for another flying thunder god trick, Sasuke simply appears above him and drops a lightning strike that leaves him twitching on the floor. Kabuto walks out, dryly wonders why Suigetsu keeps doing this to himself, and Sasuke brushes the whole thing off as Suigetsu just not being smart enough. Outside the base, a root message reaches Sasuke from the shadows, confirming Kagura approved the challenge and that Orochimaru will also be warned. Sasuke decides he does not need a sneak attack anyway, because after years of training he honestly believes Orochimaru is weaker than him now. Naruto's return hangs in the back of his mind, but what matters to Sasuke now is killing the Sannin who has been using him. Later that night, Kagura's warning reaches Kabuto first, and he delivers it to Orochimaru along with his own suspicion that Sasuke plans to assassinate him. Instead of panicking, Orochimaru smiles, because the 3-year limit on his current body is up and he has been waiting for the little Uchiha to ripen. Deep into the night, Sasuke finally walks through the lamplit corridors with his hand on his sword, heading straight for Orochimaru's room. On the way, Kabuto quietly flicks him a syringe and says it is only an antidote to make the fight end faster and keep the base quiet. Sasuke reaches the laboratory, and Orochimaru greets him like an expected guest instead of a traitor. Orochimaru calmly asks for a moment to finish his experiment, and Sasuke's confidence is so high he actually agrees and waits at the door. The moment Orochimaru says he is done, he smashes a purple vial and floods the room with poison aimed directly at Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke's vision blurs immediately, and he realizes too late that Orochimaru used the time he was given to set a trap for his Sharingan. Then Kabuto's favor pays off, because Sasuke injects the antidote and clears his sight before Orochimaru can press the advantage. Orochimaru is furious that Kabuto had already solved his poison, and the fight drops its pretense as both men draw Kusanagi blades. Their swords crash together, and Orochimaru mocks Sasuke by reminding him that the sword style he is using was taught by Orochimaru himself. Orochimaru follows with hidden shadow snake hands, and Sasuke cuts through the lunging snakes without hesitation. But Orochimaru hides a real strike inside the chaos, and drives his Kusanagi into Sasuke's arm, drawing first blood. Sasuke answers instantly with Chidori sharp spear, punching lightning through Orochimaru's shoulder and secretly placing a flying thunder god mark on him. Once the mark is in place, Sasuke starts teleporting around Orochimaru, and cuts him cleanly in half before the Sannin can track him. Orochimaru's body reconnects with writhing snakes, but Sasuke does not let up and teleports in again with a Chidori through his heart. Even while dying, Orochimaru slyly praises Sasuke's flying thunder god as faster than Kagura's, hoping to stroke his pride and read his reaction. Then Orochimaru sheds the human shell completely, and lunges out as a huge white serpent, finally showing Sasuke the body hidden underneath. The giant white-scaled snake charges him and tries to sell one last lie, claiming Sasuke can only beat Kagura by surrendering his body to Orochimaru. Sasuke cuts through the smaller snakes, beheads the main serpent, and hacks the rest of the body apart so cleanly that the win almost feels suspiciously easy. His suspicion is correct, because Orochimaru reveals the serpent's exposed body fluids turn into an anesthetic in the air and have already started locking Sasuke's body down. The next second, the revived serpent swallows Sasuke whole and drags him into Orochimaru's real killing ground. Sasuke wakes inside Orochimaru's fleshy reincarnation space, where Orochimaru finally drops all pretense and declares that Sasuke's body, knowledge, and eyes are about to become his. Orochimaru even admits this is only one step in a bigger obsession, because after taking Sasuke he still dreams of one day stealing Kagura's body too. Sasuke answers with a colder truth. If Orochimaru looked into an Uchiha's eyes here, then he already lost. Under Sasuke's genjutsu, the reincarnation space starts collapsing, and Orochimaru's consciousness and chakra are dragged into the curse mark on Sasuke's neck instead of taking him over. When the laboratory door opens again, Kabuto is not surprised at all to find Orochimaru gone and Sasuke standing as the winner. Kabuto bluntly announces that Sasuke's trial is complete, and orders him to return to Root and report to Kagura. Sasuke resists for a moment, and says he wants to go after Itachi now, riding the confidence that comes from just killing one of the Sannin. Kabuto cuts that down with one question, asking whether Sasuke means to leave Root and stop obeying orders. That reminder, and the thought of Naruto returning to Konoha, makes Sasuke swallow his impulse and decide to go see Kagura immediately instead. After years away, Naruto finally walked back into Konoha beside Jiraiya, both of them worn out from the long training journey. Naruto dropped his bag, climbed a utility pole, and looked over the village with a warm grin because almost nothing had changed. Sakura ran over with Konohamaru's squad, and when Naruto jumped down to greet her, she froze at how much calmer and more grown-up he looked. Konohamaru proudly used the sexy jutsu Naruto taught him, and the street reunion turned instantly goofy again. Naruto briefly acted like an older brother and told Konohamaru he had outgrown cheap tricks, which made the little reunion turn oddly sentimental. Then Naruto instantly ruined the mature mood by announcing he had invented a new sexy jutsu during training and was ready to demonstrate it. Sakura answered that idea with one brutal punch and sent Naruto flying before he could embarrass everyone again. In the middle of that noisy reunion, two silent root agents in hooded cloaks passed by without even glancing at them. Naruto turned to call out after them, but Sakura urgently stopped him because those cloaked men were Root and nobody in the village wanted trouble with Root anymore. Sakura grimly explained that Root had become the village's most feared department, able to watch the police, control shinobi, and arrest almost anyone it wanted. The mood shifted completely, and Sakura led Naruto and Jiraiya toward the Hokage Tower because Tsunade needed to see them first. Away from them, the two cloaked Root agents quietly revealed themselves as Kabuto and Sasuke, who had deliberately passed that street just to see Naruto's return. Kabuto brought Sasuke back underground to Root, where Kagura immediately called Sasuke over and ordered him to reveal Orochimaru's curse mark for inspection. With a curse seal dispelling technique, Kagura forced the hidden danger out of Sasuke's body, and a snake burst from the mark before Orochimaru crawled out in front of them. Sasuke was stunned to learn that killing Orochimaru had not truly ended him, because Orochimaru had been hiding inside the curse mark and waiting to steal his body later. When Sasuke tried to draw his sword, Kagura stopped him and coolly revealed that this entire defection and assassination mission had been arranged in advance as a test. Kagura laid it out plainly for Orochimaru too. Sasuke's defection had always been fake, and Sasuke had been planted beside him to feed Root information without exposing Kabuto. Instead of leaving Orochimaru's trap in place, Kagura put his own safer curse mark on Sasuke and told him to master it quickly. Then Kagura dismissed Sasuke with a new trial, a new mission, and the promise that he was now qualified to compete with Karen for Root's future leadership. That offer hooked Sasuke immediately, and he started thinking like a future leader by suggesting Suigetsu and Yugo as people worth bringing under him. Kagura reminded him that Karen had already mastered the curse mark, so Sasuke left with his pride fully lit and the rivalry suddenly personal. After Sasuke left, Orochimaru mocked Kagura's manipulative style, and Kagura answered that he had done just as much for Orochimaru too. Kagura even promised that after Sasuke killed Itachi, he would stop interfering between them, which made the offer sound generous and dangerous at the same time. Then Kagura warned him that bigger chaos was coming, and staying under Root's protection would be safer than facing the next storm alone. When Kagura revealed that the Akatsuki were about to move and that he would meet Nagato that very night, Orochimaru finally understood how many games Kagura was playing at once. At the Hokage Tower, Tsunade greeted Naruto and Jiraiya with rare good news. Root reported that Orochimaru had been killed by Sasuke. The news hit hard because Orochimaru had murdered the third Hokage, and even Jiraiya could only react with a complicated sigh at Sasuke being the one who ended him. Tsunade moved on to business and said she wanted Naruto and Sakura back in Team 7, with Kakashi set to check Naruto's training results later. But the plan immediately soured when Tsunade admitted that Kagura wanted to force a Root ninja into Team 7 as a complete new member. Naruto flatly refused because, to him, Team 7 was still Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke, not a slot for Root to fill. Tsunade said she had rejected Kagura's first demand too, but she could not fully block him because the 5 Hokage rules still let Root assign someone to monitor Naruto. She explained that Naruto's training with Jiraiya had already produced dangerous Nine-Tails incidents, so even she had to accept Root's argument about supervision. Tsunade then admitted Kakashi was late because Kagura had borrowed him first to test the Root ninja meant to monitor Naruto. At Root's training ground, Kakashi met Kagura already annoyed and asked why Team 7 needed a watcher at all. Kagura answered that Naruto's history made caution necessary, and Kakashi could judge the candidate himself if he doubted Root's choice. Kakashi decided he would reject whoever Root sent, with only one private exception in mind, maybe Karen. Then Kagura called the candidate out from behind a tree and told him to let his former superior judge whether he was ready for the next task. The hood came off, and Kakashi froze when the Root ninja standing there turned out to be a grown Sasuke. Kagura calmly told Kakashi that Sasuke's defection had really been a secret Root mission to infiltrate Orochimaru, gather intel, and kill him. For Kakashi, the relief was real, but so was the sting of learning that years of grief over Sasuke had been carried alone for no reason. Kakashi had no room left for anger once Sasuke stepped forward, apologized, and admitted he had chosen Root himself to gain power. Kagura even joked that Kakashi had once wanted Root too, but Kakashi shot back that Root's reputation in Konoha had become poisonous. Kakashi tried to take Sasuke straight back to Team 7, but Kagura cut in that Tsunade had already refused and Root identities were still sealed even from the Hokage. Sasuke backed the choice himself, saying he still had to kill Itachi and would stay in Root so he could protect Team 7 from the shadows instead. Kakashi finally accepted the logic, even knowing Naruto and Sakura would be crushed if they learned only part of the truth. Sasuke asked Kakashi to keep the secret from Naruto for now, since Naruto would only charge in and wreck the revenge plan before Itachi was dead. Looking at him now, Kakashi realized Sasuke still carried his vengeance, but he had not thrown away Team 7 to do it. So instead of dragging Sasuke home, Kakashi raised a hand and asked to see what his old student had become in battle. Sasuke threw off his cloak, raised his own hand, and finally stood ready to fight Kakashi as an equal test of all the years he had spent in the shadows. In the shinobi world, a student who chooses a path against his teacher is expected to prove it by force, and Sasuke opens that challenge by rushing Kakashi with the Kusanagi sword. Sasuke keeps pressing with cold, snake-like swordsmanship, and even Kakashi is driven backward as he admits his student has become much stronger. Kakashi suddenly slips past the blade, grabs Sasuke's wrist, and slices off a lock of hair from his forehead to show he can still turn the fight in one move. Sasuke answers with a kick to Kakashi's chest, and during that close exchange he quietly plants a flying thunder god mark on his teacher's wrist. When Sasuke asks about it, Kakashi casually admits he used to be a swordsman too, and the moment lands with a little old pride and nostalgia. Sasuke shifts from blades to ninjutsu and fires a great fireball, forcing Kakashi to throw up an earth wall carved with dog faces. Kakashi senses a trap, uses a lightning clone, and a chill runs down his neck when Sasuke suddenly appears beside him with Flying Thunder God. Sasuke calmly explains that he marked Kakashi's wrist during the earlier clash and declares the test over. Kakashi snaps the fight back by turning into lightning through the Kusanagi to stun Sasuke, then bursts up from below to seize his ankle for the Headhunter Jutsu. Sasuke blasts Kakashi back with Chidori Stream, and Kakashi realizes his student never stopped sharpening lightning release either. Sasuke keeps the pressure on with Chidori Sharp Spear and then Chidori Senbon, chaining one refined lightning attack after another. Kakashi vanishes and reappears beside Sasuke through Flying Thunder God, proving he had prepared his own crude but usable mark in advance. Sasuke gives up the exchange with a rueful sigh, and Kakashi warmly tells him that in a real battle he would already have died to his student's Flying Thunder God. Kagura steps in, confirms Sasuke passed, and tells him to stay and keep training while he takes Kakashi to the Hokage office. Sasuke agrees, but his focus has already shifted to the new curse mark Kagura gave him and the power he still needs to get used to. Back in the Hokage office, Kakashi unexpectedly recommends the root ninja who was monitoring them as Team 7 material because the kid is genuinely strong. Tsunade shoots the idea down because Naruto and Sakura do not want a new member, and she sends Kakashi to test the rest of Team 7 instead. Kagura leaves just as fast, saying Root found Akatsuki clues and he has to verify them himself. At the third training ground, Naruto arrives grumbling that Kagura wants to shove someone new into Team 7, while Kakashi quietly hopes he will not regret that attitude. Naruto and Sakura fight well enough to cause trouble, but after facing Sasuke first, Kakashi can feel the brutal gap in danger and polish. By evening Kakashi stops going easy, even uses Flying Thunder God, and bluntly tells Naruto he will never catch Sasuke without mastering the Rasengan's nature transformation. Naruto is stunned and Sakura's mood sinks, while Tsunade and Jiraiya watch from the side and note how unusually serious Kakashi has become. As the adults turn back to bigger threats, Jiraiya warns that Akatsuki members are gathering and Obito is somehow risking everything to keep their plan alive. Tsunade adds that Root has also been probing the Akatsuki, and Kagura just left Konoha to check that intelligence himself. In the Land of Rain, Pain and Konan receive Kagura and openly tell him the next stage has started. Sasori and Deidara have already gone to seize the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Out in the Land of Wind, Deidara and Sasori finally reach Sand Village, and Deidara eagerly claims this job is his chance to prove he can do what Kagura once did. Deidara flies off on his clay bird full of swagger, while Sasori watches him with dry disbelief because he knows the boy still has no idea how far beneath Kagura he really is. Sand Village erupts in alarm, and Gaara rises into the sky on a wave of sand to meet the intruder himself. Gaara's sand control nearly pins Deidara in the air, and Sasori can see the match is only even because Gaara has to protect the village below. Gaara finally tears off one of Deidara's arms, but Deidara turns even that loss into part of his trap. Deidara sends out more clay birds, forces Gaara into a sand sphere, and hides tiny clay spiders inside the decoy attack. The explosion detonates inside Gaara's own defense, and the Kazekage drops from the sky badly wounded. Deidara swoops down on the giant clay bird and snatches the fallen Gaara, proudly declaring the one-tail captured. Sand Village refuses to let them go quietly, sending a falcon for Konoha and dispatching pursuers, with Kankuro racing ahead fastest. Kankuro catches Sasori instead, and the gap is brutal because he has run straight into the strongest puppet master in the world. Sasori ends the fight almost instantly by firing a barrage of explosive rockets from Hiriko and blowing Kankuro's puppets apart. With Kankuro crushed and confused in the sand, Sasori casually lifts off to rejoin Deidara and leave the pursuers behind. Back in Konoha, Kagura reports Akatsuki movement in the Land of Wind and pushes Tsunade to call the Hokage together for a full response. Before those plans can settle, Sand Village's plea for help crashes in with worse news. The 5th Kazekage has already been captured. Tsunade has no room to hesitate and dispatches aid at once, sending Team 3 and the newly reformed Team 7 to Sand Village. Down in the root base, Kagura privately summons Sasuke and gives him a shadow mission: follow Team 7, watch over them, and protect them from the Akatsuki encounter ahead. The moment Kagura mentions Akatsuki, Sasuke's thoughts jump straight to Itachi, and he accepts the mission with revenge burning under the surface. As soon as Sasuke leaves, white Zetsu rises from the floor, and Kagura casually orders him to report everything to Pain because a bunch of Konoha kids should be easy for Akatsuki to stop. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki waste no time, starting the extraction of Shikaka from Gaara with the ghetto statue as soon as the capture is secured. Konoha's teams and Sand Village both react fast, and when Kankuro wakes up he gives a shaken report about the enemy puppet master who destroyed him in an instant. Chio hears enough to suspect the truth, and with Sand Village lacking better options, she decides to join Team 7 herself to confirm it on the trail. To stall the pursuers, Akatsuki prepares ritual decoys in the outward likeness of Itachi and Kisame, bodies that look real enough to fight but hold only a third of the original's power. Out in a desert oasis, Team 7 and Chio keep following the enemy's route, unaware that a masked root ninja is also tailing them from the shadows. Naruto feels they are being followed, but Kakashi covers for the hidden escort and tells everyone to stay focused on rescuing Gaara. The team suddenly stops when a lone Akatsuki figure appears ahead in the oasis, waiting in their path. When the figure reveals himself as Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi's heart tightens because aside from Kagura, no one has ever beaten him. Chio quickly reminds the younger ninja that the Sharingan is deadly even with numbers, while Kakashi prepares his own eye and accepts the price that comes with using it. Before the clash starts, the masked root ninja drops into view and coldly tells the others to continue the rescue mission because he will handle Itachi alone. Sakura immediately bristles at Root's interference. Naruto thinks the masked guy sounds weirdly familiar, and Chio turns grim at the thought of what Root represents. Kakashi backs the masked operative anyway, asking if he can really handle Itachi, and the root ninja answers with cool confidence that they should each finish their own job and meet up later. In the desert oasis, Kakashi kept leading Team 7 and Chio after the Akatsuki while leaving Uchiha Itachi to the root operative shadowing them. Chio immediately distrusted the extra help and bluntly guessed Kagura had some scheme behind sending Root to watch them. Kakashi tried to play it off, but keeping the root operative's identity secret was exhausting because the truth about Sasuke was almost impossible to believe. Elsewhere in the oasis forest, the masked root ninja faced Itachi head-on with enough killing intent that Itachi instantly told him to drop the disguise. Sasuke ripped off the cat mask and glared at his brother, almost offended that Itachi needed a moment to recognize him. That reveal made everything click for Itachi, and he realized Sasuke's supposed defection and Orochimaru's death had really been a root mission from the start. Sasuke proudly confirmed it, and even mocked Itachi for failing his own first root mission, turning the old brotherly gap into a direct challenge. Then Sasuke finally said what mattered most. Root had made them both stronger, and now he would use that power to kill the brother who murdered their parents. Itachi accepted the fight in silence, deciding this clone body with only part of his power was still enough to test how far Sasuke had really grown. Itachi opened with Shuriken, but Sasuke answered with enlarged Shadow Clone Shuriken and cleanly overwhelmed him in a skill Itachi once dominated. The hit body burst into crows, but Sasuke was ready for the trick and fired Chidori Saban through the flock to pin the clone apart. As feathers reformed into the real Itachi, Sasuke's Sharingan tracked him instantly and the fight snapped into close-range steel. Sword against kunai, Sasuke kept driving Itachi backward hard enough for Itachi to realize this clone body might not beat him in swordsmanship anymore. In the middle of that pressure, Sasuke quietly slipped a flying thunder god mark onto Itachi's shoulder and decided the battle was already his. Itachi jumped back and threw a great fireball, but Sasuke matched it head-on and his flames pushed the exchange in his favor. Sasuke piled on with Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, and Itachi immediately understood Kagura had armed him with far more than Orochimaru ever did. The real shock came next when Sasuke used the mark and appeared beside Itachi instantly, turning his assault into a flying thunder god hunt. Itachi recognized the technique at once and realized Sasuke now had the kind of power that could threaten even Kage-level fighters. Sasuke teleported again behind him for a kick, but Itachi escaped by breaking apart into crows and reforming in the air. Floating above the clearing, Itachi admitted Sasuke's growth was coming too fast and warned that next time he would have to kill him for real. Sasuke took that as fear, and Itachi pushed back with one last test by saying Mangekyo Sharingan might have been the only thing missing from Sasuke's win. Sasuke answered with full confidence, because he still had more in reserve and believed even now he could finish Itachi without that eye power. While Itachi silently worried about Sasuke staying inside Root's darkness, Sasuke used the marked shoulder one more time and stabbed straight through Itachi's heart. Sasuke twisted the knife with all the old resentment he had carried since childhood, furious that Itachi still dared to talk about it next time. Even dying, Itachi told him this was only a test body and warned that their real battle next time would be different. When the body fell and changed into an unfamiliar sacrifice, Sasuke's clean revenge instantly curdled into irritation because Itachi had learned his Flying Thunder God trick for free. Still, Sasuke steadied himself fast and decided the outcome had not changed at all. Next time, he would kill the real Itachi too. Back at the Akatsuki base, Itachi quietly felt his puppet die while Kisame joked that Konoha's side must be tougher than expected. Itachi refused to mention Sasuke and instead shifted the talk to Deidara and Sasori, keeping his brother hidden even from the Akatsuki. Pain answered that Shikaku had already been extracted from Gaara, so as far as he was concerned, Deidara and Sasori only needed to escape the pursuers now. Itachi was not nearly that confident, because after seeing Sasuke's growth, he doubted Deidara or Sasori would fare well if Sasuke caught them. In the hidden cave, Team 7 and Chio arrived just after the sealing ended and found Gaara already dead from having Shikaku ripped out of him. Sasori immediately ordered Deidara to retreat with Gaara's body while he stayed behind to handle the pursuers himself. Deidara tried to posture, but Kakashi instantly punctured his mood by reminding everyone how badly Kagura had humiliated him before. That hit a nerve hard enough for Deidara to explode about Kagura and swear his art was better than the dust release everyone kept comparing him to. Naruto was surprised anyone could hate Kagura that much, and Chio answered with the bitter truth that Kagura's overwhelming power had stolen other villages' freedom to choose their own fate. Sasori cut off the chatter, pointed out Deidara's missing arm would only slow him down, and forced the retreat to happen now. Deidara released a giant clay bird, loaded Gaara's corpse onto it, and made for the cave exit despite his anger. Kakashi instantly split the team, sending Naruto after Deidara with him, while ordering Sakura and Chio to hold Sasori in the cave. Once Kakashi and Naruto peeled off, Chio stunned Sakura by calling Sasori her grandson and making this fight deeply personal. Chio tested him first with chakra-threaded kunai, but Sasori answered by turning Hiriko's tail into a gun platform and blasting the attack out of the air. That exchange rattled Chio at once, because Sasori's hidden weapons were much faster and harsher than the puppet combat she knew. Then Hiriko's body cracked open further and revealed dense cannon barrels, proving Sasori had rebuilt his puppet for overwhelming offense. Chio tried to find the trade-off and guessed heavy attack power would weaken defense or mobility, but Sasori coldly told her puppet warfare had moved past that old rule. Even so, Chio picked out one possible answer and told Sakura only her monstrous strength could break Hiriko's armor if she got close. The catch was brutal. Sakura had to dodge every hidden shot perfectly, and Chio knew raw strength would mean nothing if her inexperience got her killed first. Because Sakura lacked that battle experience, Chio decided to control her directly with chakra threads and turn Sakura into a guided battering ram. With Chio's threads attached, Sakura rushed Hiriko, and Sasori answered by opening 3 gun barrels and spraying a line of chakra bullets laced with iron sand. Chio jerked Sakura upward just in time, and the old puppet master was genuinely shaken by how close those modernized attacks came to tearing them apart. Sasori did not stop there and launched rockets into the cave ceiling, forcing Chio to dodge falling rock on top of the gunfire. Realizing they needed a distraction before Sakura could land a hit, Chio pulled out her own puppets and prepared a more personal counter. The moment Chio summoned the father and mother puppets Sasori had built as a child, even Sasori's cold voice turned grim. Chio sent the parent puppets forward under a defensive shield, using their emotional sting and sturdy cover to pull Hiriko's fire away from Sakura. Using that opening, Sakura ran along the cave wall and came down with a crushing punch meant to smash Hiriko in one blow. But Sasori mocked them again and transformed Hiriko's tail into thrusters, making the puppet burst away so fast it almost vanished from sight. When Hiriko stopped on the far side of the cave, it unfolded into a hovering form with 4 propeller wings and blue chakra jets, proving Sasori's point that this puppet now had attack, defense, and speed all at once. Outside the cave, Kakashi and Naruto chased Deidara through the forest, but his clay bird keeps him just out of reach. Kakashi warns Naruto not to lose his head to Deidara's taunts, and Naruto insists he is still in control as they keep running. A black-winged root ninja suddenly dives in from nowhere and slices the clay bird's head clean off. Deidara crashes to the ground, and Kakashi is stunned when the masked root ninja says the Itachi he fought was only a weak puppet. Naruto tries to ask who the masked root operative really is, but Kakashi cuts him off and keeps the focus on Deidara. With nowhere left to run, Deidara swells with chakra and tries to take Kakashi, Naruto, and the masked root ninja down with a suicide blast. The masked root ninja moves to yank Naruto out, but Kakashi opens his Mangekyo and warps Deidara into Kamui before the self-destruction can go off. When they tear open the fallen clay bird, they find only Gaara's body, already cold after Shikaku was extracted. Naruto goes pale at the sight of Gaara's corpse, and Kakashi quietly tells him they have to get the Kazekage back to Sakura fast. Kakashi says he left a flying thunder god mark with Sakura, and the masked root ninja calmly tags Kakashi too so he can follow the jump. Inside the cave, Sasori is still crushing Chio and Sakura with only his Hiriko shell, forcing Chio to bring out the Chikamatsu collection. Sasori unveils his real trump card next and drops Chio into shock by revealing the 3rd Kazekage as one of his puppets. Sasori coldly admits he murdered the 3rd Kazekage himself so he could turn magnet release into a puppet master's new weapon. Then the 3rd Kazekage puppet opens a barrel arm and fires black magnetic rounds that instantly shut Chio's puppets down. Once Chio realizes her own style has been hard countered, Sasori lines up a killing shot on both her and Sakura. Right before the shells hit, Kakashi, Naruto carrying Gaara, and the masked root ninja flash into the cave through Flying Thunder God. The rescue lands perfectly. The masked root ninja slices Sakura's shell in half, and Kakashi uses Kamui again to swallow the one aimed at Chio. Sasori immediately decides this fight is no longer worth it, withdraws the 3rd Kazekage puppet, and even steals Chio's father and mother puppets before blasting out of the cave. Naruto bursts after him in a red chakra rage, but Sasori scatters flash bombs and Kakashi stops the pursuit. After the escape, Kakashi apologizes that they arrived too late, and Chio sinks into the bitter realization that her era has already been left behind. Naruto mourns that Gaara died because the beast inside him was ripped away, and Chio admits that she was the one who helped seal Shikaku into him in the first place. Chio decides the only thing left for her to do is atone, and she places her hand on Gaara to begin a forbidden life-for-life revival. As Chio's chakra and life run out, Gaara finally starts breathing again, and everyone around them lowers their heads at the cost of it. With her last strength, Chio warns that the Sasori they fought was only a puppet shell and his real body is likely even worse. Gaara promises he will capture Sasori, and Chio dies at peace after entrusting the future to the younger generation. Once he recovers enough to speak, Gaara says he wants to visit Tsunade and Kagura because the whole ninja world needs to take Akatsuki seriously now. Meanwhile, inside Kamui, Obito is forced to stop Deidara's self-destruction and shove him back out before the idiot learns too much. Obito heads back into Kamui to think about the next move with pain, only for the shell Kakashi dumped there to suddenly explode in his face. Battered and furious, Obito finally understands that Kakashi keeps using his private space like a trash bin. Even so, Obito decides not to take Kakashi's eye back yet, because what he really wants next is Nagato's Rinnegan. Back in Konoha after the rescue mission, Kakashi reports in and pushes Tsunade to let Minato train Naruto before Akatsuki comes for him too. Tsunade says the 4 Hokage have just returned and are en route now, so she can raise it at the next Hokage meeting. Kakashi goes straight to Kagura after that, and Kagura casually jokes that Naruto would get stronger fast if he just joined Root. Kakashi flatly rejects that idea, but he does ask Kagura for a favor anyway, Minato for Naruto, and maybe even help with Rasengan training too. Sasuke even volunteers to help train Naruto, and Kakashi starts wondering if it is finally time to tell Naruto who his father really is. Kakashi brings Naruto to the 3rd training ground without explaining much, leaving him confused but curious. Then Kagura, Minato, and a cat-masked Root operative arrive by Flying Thunder God, and Naruto immediately fixates on the masked ninja who helped him before. Kakashi introduces Minato as the 4th Hokage first, and Naruto is already stunned just hearing that a dead legend is standing in front of him. Kakashi explains the village secretly revived the previous Hokage in advance as a defense against Orochimaru, but that still is not the real shock waiting for Naruto. Minato gently steps in and tells Naruto the truth himself. He is not just the 4th Hokage, he is Naruto's father. Naruto can barely force out a smile, because after growing up alone, he has no idea how to accept a father appearing out of nowhere now. The moment Minato says he was the one who sealed the 9 tails into him, Naruto's shock flips straight into fury. Naruto bolts into the forest in rage. Minato tries to chase him, and Kagura stops him and sends Sasuke after Naruto instead. Alone on a park bench, Naruto breaks down, hating Minato for making him carry the 9 tails and all the loneliness that came with it. The cat-masked Root ninja finds Naruto on the bench and quietly offers him sweet pear juice, saying he came to explain Minato's side. Naruto rejects even that, and when he tries to smack the drink away, the masked ninja grabs his wrist and knocks him off the bench in one sharp move. The masked ninja coldly tells Naruto to stop dumping his anger on someone else, and Naruto fires back that nobody gets to judge pain they never lived through. That line lands hard, and the masked ninja finally takes his mask off and reveals the face Naruto knows all too well. It is Sasuke. A Root ninja removes his mask, and Naruto freezes when he sees Sasuke's face staring back at him. Sasuke gives Naruto a hand up, but Naruto is too stunned to process why his old friend is standing here as a Root operative. As Naruto blurts out questions about Root and Team 7, he suddenly realizes Tsunade once tried to assign a Root ninja to their team, and he never even asked who it was. Sasuke tells him the truth was almost that simple. Kagura considered sending him back, but both Naruto and Sakura rejected the idea, and Sasuke stayed en route for more important work. When Naruto demands to know why Sasuke left with Orochimaru, Sasuke says it was a village mission to infiltrate Orochimaru and kill him if possible. Sasuke adds that he had to pose as a real defector to earn Orochimaru's trust, and Naruto's pursuit back then nearly blew the whole operation. That finally clicks for Naruto, and he remembers Sasuke never had real killing intent at the Valley of the End. Sasuke bluntly reminds him that a confidential mission could not be explained, and even this reveal only happened because Kagura allowed it. Naruto quickly jumps to the next piece and realizes Sasuke had also been secretly protecting Team 7 during the Gaara rescue mission. Sasuke says yes and immediately twists the knife by calling Naruto so weak he still needed protection, which sets Naruto off on the spot. Before the bickering can turn into a fight, Sasuke suddenly apologizes in a much quieter tone. Naruto smugly accepts the apology at first, until Sasuke says he is not apologizing for the insult at all. Sasuke confesses that the 4th Hokage was resurrected years ago, taught him Flying Thunder God, and that he knew all along Minato was Naruto's father while Naruto knew nothing. Naruto's expression hardens, but Sasuke keeps going and tells him Minato has always wanted to see him and has only stayed hidden because of village secrets. Sasuke presses one last point, Naruto should face both his father and the Nine Tails directly instead of dodging the pain. Naruto snaps back that he has not forgotten his ninja way, and the story shifts to the third training ground where Minato, Kakashi, and Kagura are already waiting. Kagura casually says Naruto's resentment was only natural after growing up as a Jinchuriki, and even suggests Root would have been the better place to shape that darkness. Kakashi instantly cuts that idea off, while Minato answers as a shinobi first and insists he believed Naruto could survive the burden and grow stronger. Kagura coldly points out that this belief still forced the child to suffer through it, and he hints he could even delay their reunion until Naruto grows past that pain. Sasuke brings Naruto back to the training ground at last, and Naruto arrives carrying the weight of everything he just learned. Minato meets his son's eyes and apologizes plainly for failing as a father and for making Naruto the Nine Tails vessel. Kagura unexpectedly steps in to soften the blow by reminding Naruto that Minato died stopping the masked man, Obito, from killing him as a newborn. Obito's name leaves Kakashi shaken, and Minato can only sigh over what became of his former student. Naruto finally asks if this long-awaited meeting was really just to apologize for sealing the Nine Tails into him. Minato says no and pivots immediately to why they are really here. He wants to help Naruto train a more advanced Rasengan. That works on Naruto instantly, and his attention swings from family pain to the problem Jiraiya never solved for him, nature transformation in the Rasengan. Minato and Kakashi both look to Kagura, because among them he is the one who has truly mastered elemental Rasengan transformation. Kagura forms a normal Rasengan in his palm and starts from the basics, showing Naruto that the first step is shaping the sphere before layering another chakra nature into it. Then Kagura pushes wind chakra into it, and the blue sphere sprouts four shuriken-like blades to show Naruto exactly how form and nature change together. The explanation lands, and Naruto finally has a real path forward instead of just a vague idea. With Minato nearby and Sasuke back at his side, Naruto throws himself into training with a lighter heart than he has had in years. Off to the side, Kagura casually asks Kakashi if this does not prove he is already a better root leader than Danzo ever was. Kakashi brushes that aside and brings up the real problem. After hearing Obito's goals, he is convinced the Akatsuki are hunting more than one-tailed beast. Kagura says Root has already tracked signs of Akatsuki activity in the Land of Lightning, and he plans to go to Cloud Village himself to investigate. Kakashi immediately worries Kagura will do something extreme in Cloud, but Kagura insists he only means to investigate whether the village has ties to Akatsuki. At Root Base, Kagura's trip to the Land of Lightning is treated as something that only needs to be reported to Tsunade, not a mission anyone expects her to block. By the time Kagura reaches the Land of Lightning, he is already late. Kakuzu and Haiden have taken Yujito and are already on their way out. The trail leads instead to a filthy bounty station hidden in a garbage dump, where Kakuzu cashes in a corpse and picks up the latest bounty book. Kakuzu opens the book and sees Kagura's bounty sitting at 7 billion ryo, a number so absurd it still drags his thoughts back to his old defeat. The station worker dryly says even that price is too low, while Haiden scoffs that a so-called new god of ninjas should just be killed already. Kakuzu shuts that down at once, warning that Kagura is far beyond anything Haiden has faced and could flatten him in a single strike. Even after getting paid, Kakuzu still recounts the money himself, and Haiden mocks him for worshipping something as useless as cash. Their usual argument keeps rolling outside the station, showing exactly why the so-called immortal duo are stuck together without ever really getting along. As Kakuzu flips through bounties and talks about heading for the Land of Fire, sudden applause drifts down from above. Kagura drops into view praising Kakuzu's life philosophy, and the older Akatsuki veteran breaks into a cold sweat the second he recognizes him. Kagura cheerfully calls Kakuzu his favorite Akatsuki member, but Kakuzu only hears the danger underneath and orders Haiden to run if he gets the chance. Haiden does the exact opposite and charges straight at Kagura, thrilled that both Kakuzu's bounty and his own blasphemy target are suddenly in front of him. Kagura answers by summoning a towering wood human that slams Haiden into the ground so hard he ends up buried in one hit. The second Kakuzu sees that gap in power again, he does what he always does and tries to abandon his partner without a shred of guilt. Kagura flashes in front of Kakuzu in a streak of light and punches him up into the air before he can get away. A vine rises from the ground to bind Kakuzu to a tree and drain his chakra, leaving him trapped while Kagura chats with him, almost politely. Haiden tears himself back out of the ground and rushes in cursing, only for Kagura to pin him through the chest with a black rod. Because Haiden still will not stay down, Kagura drives 4 more black rods through his limbs and leaves the immortal fanatic spread helpless on the ground. Watching Haiden fail to matter at all, Kakuzu realizes their only chance was Haiden's blood curse, and Kagura immediately shows he already knows that trick too. Kagura reveals that Haiden was his real target all along, because Root already uncovered the details of Haiden's immortality and curse ritual. He explains the real reason. Haiden's immortal body is perfect material for the Hell Path puppet that can restore the other 6 paths' bodies. Kagura teleports beside Haiden and uses a soul-binding method so Haiden's spirit cannot leave even if the body dies during the transformation. Haiden finally sounds scared as black rods are driven deeper into him one after another, and his own body starts slipping out of his control. After stamping a curse mark onto him, Kagura names the result Hell Path Haiden and forces the newly altered body to stand. To test whether Haiden's old killing ability still works inside the new puppet body, Kagura turns Hell Path Haiden toward the only target handy enough for the experiment, bound Kakuzu. Haiden's body starts sprouting strange black spots, and even he panics because he can feel himself losing control. Before Kakuzu can stop him, Haiden swings his scythe and slashes Kakuzu open, spraying blood across the ground and his own face. The sight of blood sends Haiden fully into his ritual frenzy, and he immediately crouches to draw his curse circle with Kakuzu's blood. Kakuzu curses him as an idiot and spits out a writhing Jiangu at the last second, desperately trying to save himself before the ritual locks in. Haiden finishes the curse array and, because his body is already skewered with black rods, that damage instantly transfers to Kakuzu too. Kakuzu collapses like a corpse, leaving only one black Jiangu wriggling beside him as the dust settles. Akihara Kagura walks in, lifts Haiden's body like dead weight, and calmly notes that even after death Haiden kept his old ability. Haiden refuses to move because he insists lying in the ritual is part of worship, and Kagura cannot be bothered to argue with him. Then Kagura turns to Kakuzu's body and offers a much more practical miracle: come back to life, and earn extra money for him. That offer works instantly, and Kakuzu's Jiangu dives back into his body so he can sit up and start negotiating. Kagura starts by asking about Akatsuki pay, and Kakuzu bluntly explains that hunting a Jinchuriki can earn a 5 million real bonus. Since Kagura cannot match that kind of bonus, he asks about ordinary mission money instead. Kakuzu says regular jobs are split 30 for him and 70 for the Akatsuki, which makes Kagura immediately scoff at how bad that deal sounds. Kakuzu gives him a strange look, because in Akatsuki only Konan controls the money, and no one but him is greedy enough to care this much. So Kakuzu names his real price: give him 30% for side work, or 40 if Kagura wants help even against Akatsuki's interests. Kagura accepts on the spot and orders Haiden to keep Kakuzu's blood as insurance in case money ever stops buying loyalty. To make the deal even clearer, Kagura openly reveals that he is an Akatsuki member too. Then Kagura says exactly what he wants from this alliance. One day he plans to take over the Akatsuki and become its leader. Kakuzu barely cares who rules as long as the money improves, so he agrees to support Kagura if the profits are good. The two seal it with a handshake, turning a near-death encounter into a secret business alliance. Kagura immediately asks if any nobles or daimyos in the Land of Fire have bounties, and Kakuzu confirms that Akatsuki has killed plenty of them before. With that, Kagura gives Kakuzu permission to kill those targets freely and plants his own curse mark on him as a sign of protection and control. Kagura promises that if Konoha shinobi corner them, Root will handle the problem, which tells Kakuzu just how much cover this deal really gives him. In return, Kakuzu warns Kagura that the Land of Lightning is dangerous right now because they already captured the Two Tails there. Kagura asks if Kakuzu has proof of any tie between Cloud Village and Akatsuki, but Kakuzu can only stare because the question makes no sense to him. Kagura lets them leave for the Land of Fire, but the moment they are gone he secretly contacts the 4 Hokages and reports their route to Tsunade. He never meant to trust Kakuzu on words alone, so his real plan is to have them captured first and let Akatsuki retrieve them later while he still profits. Elsewhere, Akatsuki wastes no time after sealing Shikaku and Matatabi and immediately moves on to the newly revived Three Tails in the Land of Water. Sasori and Deidara rush to the Land of Water, and Sasori's Hiriko body blasts Isabu apart with hidden cannons in less than 5 minutes. At the same time, the rest of Akatsuki fans out across the world, with Itachi and Kisame moving on the 4 Tails, Pain taking the 5 Tails and 6 Tails, and Obito heading after the 7 Tails. In just 10 days, Akatsuki's Jinchuriki hunt throws the entire ninja world into chaos. Back in Konoha, bad news from the Land of Fire keeps piling up because 2 Akatsuki members are murdering nobles one after another. Since Kagura warned her in advance, Tsunade has already sent out 20 teams to hunt those Akatsuki members before the damage grows worse. The strongest search team, led by Asuma with Shikamaru and 2 teammates, finally corners Kakuzu and Haiden at a bounty station. Instead of retreating, Kakuzu coolly checks that they bear no root marks and decides killing them will not violate his deal, especially with Asuma's bounty on the table. Shikamaru tries to lock them down with shadow control, but Kakuzu's Earth Grudge fear bursts out and shatters the team's plan. After restocking his hearts, Kakuzu can fight at full power again, and his 4 masked beasts crush Asuma's squad with ease. Then Kakuzu unleashes 5 elemental attacks at once, and for a second Asuma and Shikamaru can only stare at certain death rushing toward them. At the last instant, a short old man with cracks across his face jumps in front of them and answers with 5 elemental techniques of his own. Hiruzen and his shadow clones collide with Kakuzu's barrage in a violent 5-element clash that saves Asuma's team. Shikamaru shouts in relief when he recognizes the 3rd Hokage, while Asuma freezes in shock because the man who just saved him is his dead father. Hiruzen only glances back long enough to ask if Asuma is alright, then immediately orders the root ninja behind him to capture Kakuzu and Haiden. Asuma finally lets himself breathe, realizing how close he came to dying with Shikamaru beside him and Kurenai's unborn child still waiting back home. Kakuzu tries to flee at once, now fully aware that Root's reach is even more terrifying than Kagura warned. That hope dies when Hashirama steps in front of him with cheerful familiarity, and Kakuzu realizes he is facing another nightmare from the old era. Hashirama casually uses wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees, and vines explode from the ground to bind Kakuzu, his masks, and even Haiden in one move. With the Akatsuki pair secured, Hashirama takes them back to Root and leaves Hiruzen behind to deal with Asuma and the other Konoha ninja. Once the danger passes, Asuma asks the obvious question, who in Konoha revived his father with Edo Tensei? Hiruzen confirms it happened, then gently points out that Asuma protected the next generation first, which is exactly what Konoha is supposed to mean. Asuma grumbles that Hiruzen is nagging again, and reminds him the former Hokages being revived should stay a village secret. Before Hiruzen leaves, Asuma blurts out that Kurenai is pregnant, and they plan to name the child Mirai. Hiruzen says he already knows, and he quietly tells Asuma to become the kind of father his own child will never be disappointed in. Asuma answers with a line that hits Hiruzen hard, children only understand their fathers later, when they grow up themselves. Hiruzen leaves with a wry smile, and Asuma watches him go knowing this strange reunion may not happen again. Shikamaru, meanwhile, instantly starts thinking like a strategist and realizes that if the first and third are back, then the second and fourth may be revived too. He also connects the bigger political danger. The revived Hokages are inside Root, which explains why Root's authority has been swelling inside Konoha. Asuma breaks his train of thought with praise for surviving the mission and a promise that Shikamaru's special training will continue. Inside Root, Karen receives the newly captured Kakuzu and Haiden and calmly tells them they are safe as long as they stay hidden until Kagura comes back. When Kakuzu asks how she knows about their deal, Karen casually points out Kagura's curse mark and even sees through the secret of his 5 hearts at a glance. Karen warns them not to leave Root, then mentions that someone here is obsessed with finding Uchiha Itachi and may come question them. Haiden shrugs that they can just tell that person what they know about Itachi. Sure enough, Sasuke hears the Akatsuki prisoners are here, drops his training, and heads straight to Root to interrogate them about Itachi. Karen gives permission but makes the rule crystal clear. Those two are Kagura's guests, so Sasuke cannot use violence on them. Sasuke snaps back that he knows the rules and even throws in their usual rivalry over who will someday inherit Root from Kagura. That rivalry is real across Root, because many Uchiha back Sasuke, while Karen has her own support and Tendo Shursui standing at her side. Far away in the land of lightning, the 4th Reikage gets the first report that Yujito vanished after fighting Akatsuki, and he instantly orders the whole village to search for her. Then another report lands. Konoha's Hokage aide Akihara Kagura has entered the land of lightning alone and is heading straight for Cloud Village. The Reikage is tempted to detain Kagura and pry the secret of wood release from his body, but he also knows Kagura's unbeaten record makes that idea dangerously ambitious. He gathers his advisors and starts walking into his office to discuss what to do with Kagura. But the decision is made for him when he opens the door and hears someone casually crunching fruit inside his own office. There sits Kagura on the Reikage's favorite sofa like he owns the place, calmly biting into an apple in front of the stunned Cloud leadership. Kagura looks up without the slightest fear and asks if they have pears instead, because the land of lightning's apples are not crisp enough. In the Reikage's office, the Cloud elders are stunned to find a stranger casually eating their fruit right under their noses. Kagura calmly introduces himself as the wood-release ninja they were hunting and makes it clear he heard their whole plot. Then Kagura tears into Cloud Village's history, calling out its old kidnappings and stolen bloodlines as plain robbery. When Kagura sneers that Cloud's founders must have been robbers too, the 4th Reikage finally explodes. The Reikage's first lightning-fast chop crashes in, and Kagura blocks it one-handed while mocking him for getting angry over the truth. Kagura keeps insulting Cloud's thieving habits until the Reikage loses his temper completely and charges again. This time Kagura simply kicks the Reikage in the chest and sends the Kage flying back into his own jonin. The Reikage gets back up and orders everyone to kill Kagura, turning the office into a full battle zone. The Reikage's top-speed rush meets Kagura head-on, and their collision blows out the office windows and cracks the floor. Dari can hardly believe it as Kagura not only keeps up with the Reikage's spotty combat, but looks even faster. Then Kagura vanishes from the Reikage's sight, and the Reikage realizes this movement feels like Flying Thunder God, only worse. Kagura flashes to the Reikage's side and smashes him down so hard they blow a huge hole through the office floor. As the Cloud Jonin rush in to help, Kagura answers with wood release and floods the building with roots and vines. In moments, Kagura's world of flowering trees spreads far beyond the office and swallows the whole Cloud Village. Far away in the Valley of Clouds and Lightning, Killer Bee is training and casually writing lyrics when the Eight Tails suddenly senses terrifying chakra. Bee jokes right past the warning, but the Eight Tails bluntly tells him this chakra feels even worse than Hashirama's old terror. Samui arrives in a panic and tells Bee the village is in disaster, after her teammates were already caught by the spreading forest. Bee first assumes his brother is just angry again, but Samui's face makes it obvious this is far worse. When Bee and Samui return, they find Cloud Village buried under a forest, and the Eight Tails immediately recognizes Hashirama like wood release. That sight drags up the Eight Tails' old fear of Hashirama, but Bee still draws his blades and charges in to save his people. He cuts down the incoming vines with flashy swordsmanship, but he refuses the Eight Tails' idea of blasting the forest because Cloud Ninja are still trapped inside. When the forest keeps closing in, B transforms into the Eight Tails and starts smashing through the trees by brute force. Kagura's counter is a huge wooden dragon that coils around the Eight Tails' form and starts draining its chakra on contact. Back in the ruined Reikage office, Kagura stands under the giant tree and calmly questions the captured Reikage about Akatsuki ties and stolen secrets. The Reikage refuses to bend, but from this height Dari can already see the truth: Cloud Village has completely fallen. Mabui steps in with the hard question and asks Kagura directly whether he means to destroy Cloud Village. When the Reikage cuts in, Kagura shuts him up with a vine gag and tells Mabui to hand over proof of Cloud's collusion with Akatsuki. Mabui reads Kagura perfectly and points out that if he really believed Cloud was guilty, he would not need evidence at all. Kagura admits she is smart, but says he still cannot leave a conquered village empty-handed. So Mabui changes course and offers real intelligence instead, revealing that Akatsuki already attacked Cloud's Two-Tails Jinchuriki. When another Jonin objects, Dari backs Mabui and says intelligence that cannot save the village is pointless now. Dari even proposes that Konoha and Cloud should cooperate against Akatsuki, but Kagura reminds him he came for revenge too. To make that point sting, Kagura grows an apple tree from the core he tossed aside and reminds them he overheard them plotting to steal his wood release too. Dari tries to justify that discussion as fear of an enemy entering their land, and Kagura unexpectedly accepts the logic for the moment. Kagura releases Dari and Mabui, tosses them apples, and asks how Cloud plans to settle things now that he really did invade. While they sweat over an answer, Kagura suggests they treat him as a guest and the apple tree as his present. Then he names the real price. Cloud must hand over all its secret techniques as atonement for what it did to Konoha. Kagura pushes even harder by saying he also needs a local gift for Tsunade, and that gift will be the captured fourth Reikage. And if Cloud refuses, Kagura says he can just take all their corpses and let Konoha pull the answers out of the dead. Kagura even frames it as a choice between the Reikage dying with his village or surviving as Konoha's captured prize, and that finally corners him. To save Cloud Village, the Reikage orders Mabui to hand over the forbidden techniques and keep Dari propped up as acting support while he is gone. The Cloud Jonin look at him in painful admiration, because their famously unbending Reikage just shows humiliation over letting the village die. With Cloud broken, Kagura collects the village's secret scrolls and quietly plans to feed the best lightning techniques to Sasuke later. His thoughts move straight to the Akatsuki too, because he means to control that group from the shadows and quietly remove people like Itachi and Kisame if they will not obey. Elsewhere in the land of Earth, Kisame is already in the middle of that hunt, fighting the Four-Tails Jinchuriki Rashi in a rain-soaked wilderness. Kisame keeps cutting into Rashi and letting Samehada drain his chakra, wearing down the wandering Jinchuriki step by step. When Rashi tries to bring out lava release again, Kisame cuts him off with a water shark bullet and finishes the fight. Afterward, Kisame slings Rashi's limp body over Samehada so the sword can keep draining him while they move. Itachi has been waiting in the rain, and Kisame casually tells him standing there will only make his illness worse. Kisame then brings up Sasuke killing Orochimaru, and Itachi admits his younger brother may already have even greater talent than his own. Inside, Itachi is no longer wondering how to lose to Sasuke, but how to survive long enough to pass on what he wants without exposing the Uchiha truth. What worries Itachi even more is the Nine Tails, because anyone trying to capture Naruto will have to get through Akihara Kagura first. Kisame shrugs it off as someone else's problem, but Itachi clearly does not trust Pain to handle Kagura anymore. Back in Konoha, Jiraiya is thinking about the same crisis from the other side and decides he has to go to the Rain Village to stop Nagato and Konan himself. Tsunade is already exhausted by hearing that yet another Akatsuki leader is Jiraiya's student. Then Tsunade hands him fresh intelligence and says before he stops those two students, he may want to stop his other one too. Jiraiya reads that Kagura has already attacked Cloud Village alone, captured the fourth Reikage, and is now bringing him back to Konoha. With Akatsuki hunting tailed beasts and Kagura dragging Konoha toward open conflict, Jiraiya can only hold his aching head and try to calm Tsunade down. Jiraiya tells Tsunade not to panic, because Kakashi and the third already know how to handle the mess Kagura keeps creating. Sure enough, Kakashi and the reanimated Hiruzen barely react to the news that Kagura has captured the fourth Reikage, and they immediately start planning how to smooth it over. Hiruzen even starts warning Tsunade not to let Danzo find out, then catches himself when he remembers Danzo is already dead, and his own Edo body came from Danzo's corpse. Tsunade still assumes Danzo is just hidden away en route, because most of Konoha has no idea he died years ago. Following their advice, Tsunade heads out with Umbu to receive the returning party, but this time the secret cannot be contained because the man bringing the Reikage is his root's own leader. When Tsunade meets the fourth Reikage again, the old battlefield memory feels surreal, because now she stands as Hokage and he stands in front of her as a prisoner. The Reikage glares back in raw anger, still refusing to bow in his heart even after surrendering for the sake of the Cloud Village. Kagura does not stay for the diplomacy at all, and the moment the greeting is done, he goes straight back to Root to handle bigger things. As soon as Kagura closes his office door, White Setsu away rises from the floor to pass along Obito's praise for the last escape. A system reward confirms that Kagura's recall of the 4 Hokage helped Obito slip away again, but Kagura only frowns because Obito has no value left for him now. When Away relays Obito's next order to send Haiden and Kakuzu back, Kagura's mood darkens even more. Kagura realizes even the system is done nudging him toward Obito's side, because no task appears for these new orders at all. Away moves on to Obito's real demand, pushing Kagura to arrange Sasuke and Itachi's duel as soon as possible. Kagura agrees, then calmly sends back a more dangerous message. He can now revive Uchiha Madara at his peak. He adds that he still needs a powerful sacrifice, baiting Akatsuki into helping supply one. The next person through the door is Sasuke, who asks for permission to kill both Itachi and Obito and finish the Uchiha clan's revenge. Kagura grants it immediately and tosses Sasuke a stolen cloud technique to sharpen him first. When Sasuke opens the scroll and sees lightning release chakra mode, Kagura tells him to master it with Kakashi before he goes to settle the score. Sasuke accepts without hesitation, convinced that since joining Root, his revenge has finally been moving in the right direction. Elsewhere, Akatsuki celebrates how smoothly the Eye of the Moon plan is advancing, with 7-tailed beasts already captured and only the 8 tails and 9 tails left. Obito bitterly admits he should have squeezed more out of Kagura and made him hand over Killer Bee when he had the chance. Black Zetsu brushes that off and says Akatsuki will gather its forces to seize Killer Bee themselves so Kagura can focus on Konoha and the 9 tails. Obito still looks uneasy, because even with Kagura helping, Konoha's 4 reanimated Hokage could still wreck the plan. Black Zetsu answers that fear with its real insurance policy. Kagura can already revive Madara in his prime, and once Madara returns, no one should be able to stop them. In Black Zetsu's mind, the endgame is perfect. Madara and Kagura crush the Hokage while Obito and Nagato grab Naruto and finish the 10 tails revival. To make that happen, Black Zetsu sends Away back to Root carrying Madara's corpse, and the order that Away himself should become the sacrifice. Away sadly says his farewell, but Kagura rejects the idea on the spot and says the one demanding a sacrifice should be the sacrifice instead. That blunt refusal hits Away strangely hard, and for a moment the White Zetsu almost feels something like tears. Kagura seals Madara's corpse away and quietly claims the real truth of the situation. Whoever controls that body now controls the future of the ninja world. Time passes, and Black Zetsu grows alarmed when Madara still has not been revived and no message ever comes back from Root. So Black Zetsu rushes to Root and demands to know why Kagura still has not quietly brought Madara back. Kagura gives them a terrifying answer. He is studying Madara's body first. Black Zetsu nearly panics, because the Eye of the Moon plan is closer than ever, and it cannot afford to be missing Madara now. Kagura presses harder and says his research uncovered a huge secret. The Rinnegan is the final evolution of the Sharingan, and he wants to know how to reach it. Forced into the open, Black Zetsu reveals that an Uchiha must first gain the Mangekyo, and then transplant a blood relative's Mangekyo to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He uses Sasuke and Itachi as the perfect example, admitting that either brother could take the other's eyes and become the next step toward the Rinnegan. Kagura says he wants proof first, so he will let the Uchiha brothers' death match play out, and see whether the claim is true. Black Zetsu quickly agrees, because if either brother evolves further, they could even become a backup path for the plan. Then Kagura suddenly asks what they would think if he killed Obito and Nagato himself, and took over the Eye of the Moon plan. The two Zetsu are shaken speechless, because Obito was already hard enough to control and now Kagura wants the whole thing too. Kagura lets the idea hang for a moment, then casually shelves it, and tells them to focus on preparing Sasuke and Itachi's fight. After they leave, Kagura smiles to himself, and Away immediately realizes some deeper trap is unfolding. Kagura asks Away how to make a person betrayed by everyone trust someone else, and Away answers with a clever little insight: make that other person betrayed too. Kagura praises the answer just as Karen arrives with documents, and a worse update. Jiraiya has already left for the Land of Rain to confront Nagato and Conan himself. That news gives Kagura a headache, because even after everything he warned him about, Jiraiya still believes he can stop Akatsuki alone. Instead of chasing Jiraiya, Kagura decides to speed everything up and turn the coming Uchiha duel into the center of the world's attention. He orders Karen and Sasuke to lead Root in hunting down Itachi and Obito, while Away spreads the word to Black Zetsu and Obito so everyone fixates on that fight. When Away asks if Kagura will watch the brothers battle too, Kagura says no, because he has something even bigger to do. Kagura warns that once everyone is busy watching a good show, they will discover the ninja world has already changed underneath them. Root moves at once, and for the surviving Uchiha inside the organization, the order feels like long-delayed revenge finally arriving. At the training ground, Sasuke is still practicing lightning release chakra mode with Kakashi when the hunt order reaches him. The moment Sasuke hears Itachi's name, his lightning flares and he smashes a wooden post to pieces with one furious punch. Kakashi decides to go with him, knowing the mission targets not just Itachi but Obito too. The huge Root mobilization quickly reaches Tsunade, and she realizes the chaos might at least make Jiraiya's path into the Land of Rain a little safer. Tsunade responds by sending Team 7 with Kakashi and also deploying Teams 3, 8, and 10, determined not to let Itachi or Obito get away. Deep in Root's most secret room, Kagura enters Orochimaru and Kabuto's lab to ask a very specific favor. Orochimaru jokes that Kagura almost never visits unless something truly important is happening. Kagura asks whether Orochimaru wants to make a trip to the Akatsuki base. Orochimaru shrugs it off at first, saying the Akatsuki themselves are not worth much compared to the secrets Kagura could simply strip from them later. Then Kagura drops the real bait. Jiraiya has gone there alone, hoping to stop Nagato and Konan. Orochimaru pauses, then coldly says Jiraiya is basically marching toward his own death to prove his disciples' path wrong. Even so, Orochimaru still claims he has no reason to care, because he is no longer strong enough to challenge Nagato himself. That changes the moment Kagura says he will go too, and Orochimaru instantly regains his appetite for Akatsuki's secrets. Now fully interested, Orochimaru admits the Rinnegan and the Geto statue are exactly the kind of forbidden mysteries he would love to inspect. Kagura tells him to go ahead first, and quietly frames it as protecting Jiraiya from getting himself killed too early. Before leaving, Orochimaru tests him once more by joking that he could expose every filthy secret in Root the second he walks out. Kagura does not care, because whatever he is about to do next will make those old scandals meaningless. Orochimaru leaves for the Land of Rain, and the lab suddenly feels much quieter with only Kagura and Kabuto left inside. Kabuto asks if he should go too, but Kagura gives him a different mission entirely: protect the director. Then Kagura tosses Kabuto a strange piece of bark and tells him to give it to Tsunade if the day comes when the whole ninja world turns against him. Kabuto is startled and asks why Kagura would ever become a rogue ninja in the first place. Kagura only says something big is about to happen, and that the bark holds the hidden history of the ninja world that only Wood Release can read. To close the loop, Kagura orders Kabuto not to mention him at all and to tell Tsunade the bark was hidden back in the orphanage from his childhood. Outside Konoha, the now-grown teams 3, 7, 8, and 10 gather for a dangerous search mission targeting Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. Because Kurenai is pregnant, Tsunade has temporarily assigned Tenzo to lead Team 8 for this operation. Asuma quietly admits this could turn ugly against Akatsuki, but Kakashi keeps everyone focused on coordination instead of panic. Their briefing changes fast when a huge Root force suddenly appears from Konoha, led by Karen and a masked black-haired youth. Guy is startled that Root came at all, and Asuma is even more shaken when he realizes Root's manpower is almost on Anbu's level. Shikamaru can only look tired, because after everything that's happened, Root having that much hidden power barely surprises him anymore. Naruto instantly recognizes Sasuke under the cat mask, but he bites back the greeting because Root identities are supposed to stay secret. Sasuke tells Kakashi that Root already has leads on Akatsuki and orders the Konoha teams to follow Root's lead until he sends word. Kakashi accepts the plan, and the combined Konoha teams and Root force surge into the forest in a huge fan-shaped search formation. The whole operation is guided by information passed back and forth between Karen and White Setsuaway, turning the search into a carefully staged setup. Sasuke has chosen an old Uchiha site for the showdown, determined to make Itachi face the weight of what he did to their clan. Karen agrees to help spread Sasuke's message across the ninja world so Itachi will be forced to come, and maybe Obito with him. Far away, Obito and Zetsu quickly learn about the operation and realize Konoha is using Sasuke's revenge as bait to draw out Akatsuki. White Zetsu spells out the ugly truth: Sasuke belongs to Kagura's side, and the 5 Konoha Hokage are using this duel to gather intelligence on Akatsuki. Black Zetsu likes the duel for a different reason, because whoever survives Itachi versus Sasuke could hand them the eyes needed for eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito is still uneasy, because with more than 100 Konoha shinobi in motion, stepping in carelessly could become a disaster. White Setsu calms him by saying Kagura already arranged for Root to obey his hidden orders, funneled through a way to Karen. Once he hears the duel will happen at the old Uchiha warehouse, Obito relaxes a little because he knows it is a perfect place to hide and watch. Obito then asks the real question, where Kagura is, and White Setsu says Kagura stayed in Konoha because to him this duel is just another experiment. According to White Setsu, Kagura wants to see how much power the winner can pull from eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which makes the whole trap feel even colder. Obito decides to push the duel forward anyway and plans to approach the winner afterward, especially if Sasuke awakens Mangekyo Sharingan in the fight. His next move is even more practical. After the duel, he wants to use the victor as Akatsuki's weapon for the hard job of capturing the 8 Tails. In the Land of Rain, the Akatsuki base is tense for a different reason, because everyone is waiting for the order to move on the 8 Tails. Inside the Rain base, the Akatsuki members expecting an 8 Tails order instead hear that Sasuke and Konoha are openly hunting Itachi and calling him out to a duel. Itachi hears the challenge and quietly accepts it as the death he has been waiting for since the night of the massacre. He believes Sasuke is finally strong enough, and that the only thing his brother still lacks is the final Uchiha truth tied to the Mangekyo's evolution. Kisame jokes that Sasuke is bringing a crowd, but Itachi barely cares because he knows he can still isolate the duel if he chooses. Itachi puts on his game face, adjusts his Akatsuki robe, and leaves for the meeting place as if walking toward his own grave. Kisame follows right behind him, still acting like a partner but clearly also keeping an eye on him for Obito. Back inside, only Sasori, Deidara, and Conan are left in the base, and that thin lineup makes the coming Eight Tails move feel shaky. Near the looming ghetto statue with 7 eyes open, Conan can feel how close their long plan is to completion. Conan's confidence falters, because Nagato's failing body is still the weakness she cannot ignore. Conan hears the answer that all that matters now is fulfilling Yahiko's dream and changing the ninja world. When Conan speaks about inheritance and responsibility, she hears the same cold answer that even death is acceptable if the plan succeeds. That answer darkens Conan's face, because she can hear how little Nagato now values his own survival. Outside in the rain, Deidara complains that they still have not attacked the Cloud Village even though he has already stocked up plenty of explosive art. Sasori tells him to go rest, but before that argument can die, Deidara spots 2 figures returning through the downpour. The returning pair are Kakuzu and Haiden, 2 men who are supposed to be Konoha's prisoners. Sasori's attention locks onto Haiden at once, because he recognizes the same hidden puppet path connection running through him. Deidara bluntly asks how they got out of Konoha's hands, and Haiden explodes so fast he nearly starts a fight right at the entrance. Kakuzu shuts Haiden down and says they have something more important to ask Conan first. What the others do not know is that Kagura sent them back on purpose, and Kakuzu is carrying that question straight to Conan and Pain. Jiraiya takes advantage of the same opening by hiding inside a frog and slipping into the Akatsuki base right behind them. A small white snake also slips in through the same gap, quietly carrying Orochimaru into the base behind them. Then Kagura himself appears from the shadows outside and merges back into them, infiltrating the base without a sound. Inside the base, Conan is not surprised to see Kakuzu and Haiden back, because she already assumes Kagura sent them. Kakuzu immediately throws out the question that detonates the room, asking Conan whether Akihara Kagura is actually an Akatsuki member too. Deidara explodes first, furious that the man he hates most could belong to the same organization. Hidden nearby, Jiraiya is hit even harder, because the name he just heard turns his own student into Akatsuki's long-term mole inside Konoha. Orochimaru, listening from inside the white snake, reacts with a cold sneer instead of surprise. With every eye on them, Conan gives a quiet confirmation before Pain's side admits the truth that Kagura joined Akatsuki about 10 years ago as a spy planted in Konoha. The room goes cold at once, because nobody can easily process a man like Kagura living inside Konoha as Akatsuki's hidden blade. Conan goes on to explain that Kagura has been feeding Akatsuki crucial intelligence for years, and they kept his identity hidden to protect their future move on the Nine Tails. Jiraiya nearly shakes apart inside the frog, replaying the moment Kagura once joked about joining Akatsuki and realizing it had been true all along. That old joke now feels like a nightmare, and Jiraiya bitterly admits Kagura's extreme nature should have warned him. At the same time, he realizes coming here may have saved Konoha, because if Kagura's cover had lasted until the Nine Tails hunt, the damage would have been catastrophic. Deidara is still melting down for a much dumber reason, screaming that he joined Akatsuki partly to kill Kagura, not work beside him. Sasori almost pities him and dryly points out that now Deidara can challenge Kagura whenever he wants. That only makes Deidara sag in defeat, because he knows perfectly well he is not strong enough to beat Kagura anyway. Conan cuts through the chaos and sends Deidara, Sasori, Haiden, and Kakuzu to the border to watch for Konoha, claiming she and Pain need to discuss urgent matters. Pain immediately catches the real meaning, because if Konoha did trace them here, the revived Hokage could become a direct threat. Sasori leaves first, Deidara rushes after him, and Kakuzu and Haiden follow, clearing the room exactly as Conan intended. Once the others are gone, Conan reveals the real problem. Someone has already infiltrated the base. She points straight at the hidden frog, and the walls split open with embedded paper as Conan's Shikigami technique exposes the trap Jiraiya never noticed. Pain recognizes the intruder at once and grimly reminds Jiraiya that he should have learned his lesson 10 years ago. Jiraiya tries to make the frog act natural with a few small hops, but Conan watches it without blinking and knows exactly what it is. For safety, Conan forms a paper spear and throws it straight at the frog to erase the intruder before he can escape with what he heard. At the last instant, a large hand shoots out from the frog's mouth and catches the spear, and Jiraiya finally steps out to face his former students openly. Jiraiya bitterly tells Conan she used to be kinder, making it clear this reunion will not be warm or nostalgic. As he faces them, Jiraiya remembers that meeting 10 years ago and realizes Kagura had already slipped into Akatsuki's circle back then. Pain stops pretending and says Jiraiya cannot be allowed to leave alive now that he knows Kagura's secret membership. Jiraiya does not argue first. He demands the timeline, because he needs to know when Kagura's betrayal actually began. Pain answers that Kagura joined 10 years ago, or maybe even earlier, introduced by Obito and already standing with Akatsuki at Yahiko's grave. He even says Kagura deliberately held back during earlier clashes so Akatsuki could escape, all while Jiraiya was standing right there. That answer hits Jiraiya hard, because if Kagura and Obito were connected that far back, it explains why Konoha kept failing to catch Akatsuki's ghost. Pain goes further and reveals the deal itself. Akatsuki would help Kagura become Hokage, and Kagura would help Akatsuki capture the tailed beasts. Jiraiya is so stunned by the bargain that he blurts out how familiar it sounds, because it echoes Danzo and Hanzo's old dirty alliance from another generation. The comparison hangs there awkwardly, making it painfully clear that Roots leaders keep finding new ways to rot the system from the inside. Pain adds one more twist and says they once planned to kill Jiraiya too, but Kagura stopped them because he still needed Jiraiya's support to chase the Hokage seat. Jiraiya answers with bitter sarcasm, then exhales in real relief that Hiruzen never let Kagura become Hokage and that Tsunade took the seat instead. Jiraiya forces himself past the shock about Kagura and asks the question he came for: why is Akatsuki collecting the tailed beasts? Pain answers without flinching that they want to create a terrifying superweapon, one capable of wiping out villages and even great nations in a single strike. In his mind, that fear is the point, because if the whole world dreads the pain of war enough, war itself will finally stop. Jiraiya immediately calls the logic twisted, because Pain is talking about preventing war by threatening mass slaughter on an unimaginable scale. Pain answers with chilling calm that compared to Kagura's old idea of slaughtering nearly everyone and repeating the purge, Akatsuki's plan is supposedly the milder one. For one awful second Jiraiya can barely argue, because Pain has framed a global terror weapon as moderation next to Kagura's madness. He snaps back and insists that whether the harm is 100 or 50, it is still evil, and fear-based rule can never be real peace. Pain rejects that outright, saying humanity is too weak and ignorant, and that pain itself is the divine tool that forces people to grow. Then Pain twists the knife by saying Jiraiya cannot understand because he is only a weak mortal, while people as strong as Pain and Kagura can see the truth. He even points to Kagura joining Akatsuki as proof that truly strong people choose this path instead of resisting it. Jiraiya answers with raw sadness, admitting he no longer knows what his students have been doing behind his back, only that they all walked onto the wrong road. He tries one last time to reach Nagato, saying that just because he and Kagura agree on the same path does not make it right. Pain's patience runs out, and he asks the question that turns the whole room into a verdict. If Jiraiya thinks he is right, how does he plan to stop them at all? Pain reminds Jiraiya that he bears the sage's eyes while Kagura has the unique sage's body, casting them as the living inheritance of the Sage of Six Paths. And with that, Pain delivers his final taunt: if the sage's eyes and sage's body stand on their side, how could Jiraiya possibly resist the Sage of Six Paths? Facing Pain in the Akatsuki base, Jiraiya admits the ugly truth to himself. Nagato and Akihara Kagura now hold the most terrifying power in the ninja world. Jiraiya rejects Nagato's claim to the Sage of Six Paths, insisting the old ideal was mutual understanding, not ruling through fear. Pain answers coldly that this era only understands pain, and that Jiraiya is an old man the new age will erase. When Jiraiya bluntly asks if he means to kill him, Pain quietly confirms it, and says Jiraiya's death will prove their path is right. Then the rest of Pain's bodies emerge from the darkness, and Jiraiya finds himself facing all six paths at once. Jiraiya is not shocked by the trick itself, but by the faces, because every body except Yahiko belongs to someone he once met on his travels. That realization twists the Great Toad Sage's prophecy in Jiraiya's mind, and he decides he has to stop Nagato before Nagato and Kagura can ever fight side by side. Before the fight starts, Tendo tells Konan to leave, and she turns into paper and rushes deeper into the base to guard Nagato's real body. As soon as they are alone, Tendo uses Bansho Tenon and yanks Jiraiya straight into a prepared kill zone. Jiraiya tries to turn the trap around with a point-blank Rasengan aimed at Asura Path. Animal Path instantly summons Asura out of danger, exposing how tightly the six paths cover each other. A heartbeat later, Preta Path catches the Rasengan and absorbs it completely, shutting down Jiraiya's counterattack. Back on his feet, Jiraiya quickly reads the battlefield and starts assigning abilities to each body one by one. He especially keeps his eye on Yahiko's body, because Tendo's gravity powers alone already make this fight feel dangerous. Jiraiya realizes two bodies still haven't shown their tricks yet, which makes the calm ones in the back even more unsettling. Before he can finish thinking, Tendo fires a restrained Shinra Tensei and blasts Jiraiya into the rock wall hard enough to make him cough blood. Even while hurt, Jiraiya notices the repulsion is weaker than what he saw before and guesses Tendo is holding back to avoid wrecking the base. Tendo, Asura, and Preta rush him together, turning that small opening into a brutal three-way assault. Jiraiya barely slips past the attacks as Asura's blade tears through the wall behind him. To buy one instant of breathing room, Jiraiya summons an iron-armed toad to block Asura's relentless swings. He immediately makes the ruthless choice to ignore the puppets and goes straight for Nagato's crippled real body deeper in the base. Pain reads that intention at once and cuts off every route, forcing Jiraiya back into a siege. Jiraiya blasts out a fire dragon flame bullet to break the ring, but Preta Path simply steps in and absorbs the jutsu. He switches to Wild Lion's mane to bind them physically, but Asura Path cuts through his extended hair before the move can work. Forced up onto the wall to avoid being carved apart, Jiraiya finally admits this battlefield is terrible for him. He thinks through his options and realizes the allies he really needs are Fukasaku and Shima for Sage Mode, but summoning them safely takes time he does not have. That pressure sparks a new idea, and Jiraiya decides to change the terrain itself instead of waiting for a better one. He slams out a summoning and floods the cave with the red organic walls of Toad Mouth Bind, turning the whole fight into a living maze. The Toad Mouth Bind splits the 6 paths apart and hides Jiraiya from sight for the first time in the battle. Animal Path quickly regroups the bodies with a summon, refusing to let the separation last. Jiraiya uses that short delay to sprint deeper through the living passage, trying to reach Nagato before the trap closes again. Asura Path tries to hack through the Toad Mouth Bind directly, but the living walls soak up the damage instead of giving way. Tendo waits out his cooldown and then hammers the tunnel with Shinra Tensei until the toad intestine finally bursts open. By then Jiraiya has already gained ground, and when he glances back he is relieved to see Tendo is not among the closest pursuers. Far deeper in the base, Nagato senses the situation turning and quietly admits he chose the wrong battlefield. Konan is startled, but Nagato tells her not to worry, because Jiraiya reaching the base's depths only means there is no escape left for him now. Jiraiya reaches the inner sanctum and slips past the Toad Mouth Bind into a chamber dominated by the huge Geto statue. For a moment he almost fools himself into thinking the real Nagato might still listen, but he crushes that hope and decides Nagato has to be stopped. He follows the light to an open room and finds Nagato waiting for him there in a wheelchair. Jiraiya tries one last offer, saying he has trapped the puppets and will spare Nagato if he abandons this plan and releases the tailed beasts. Nagato cuts him off and says the trapped one is actually Jiraiya, because the true wielder of the Rinnegan can use every ability of the 6 paths himself. With the summoning, Nagato instantly brings all 6 pained bodies into the room in front of him. The sight hits Jiraiya like ice water, because he finally understands this was never a breakthrough but a carefully prepared trap. Tendo and Asura launch first, and Jiraiya retreats on instinct as the whole formation closes around him. Asura Path slices Jiraiya's arm open and kicks him back as the 6 paths complete the surround. From the shadows beside an oil lamp, a small white snake quietly watches injured Jiraiya trapped by the 6 paths in the depths of the Akatsuki base. Deep in the Akatsuki base, Jiraiya is being crushed by the full 6 paths formation, with every escape route and counter shut down by their shared vision. Jiraiya tries to kick Asura Path away, but a hidden blade rips open his leg and leaves blood spraying from his thigh. Even in desperation, Jiraiya can see the trap clearly. Ninjutsu gets absorbed, Taijutsu gets blocked, and any breakout gets dragged back by Tendo Path. Asura Path fires a barrage of shells, and one blast catches Jiraiya mid-evade and slams him into a brutal landing. Bleeding and out of options, Jiraiya starts thinking less about survival and more about how to get his final intel back to Konoha. He realizes he cannot send giant toads in here, and any small messenger would probably be killed before it got out. Then Jiraiya's thoughts settle on Naruto, the last student he chose and the one he now believes is the true child of prophecy. That thought calms him down, because if Minato has guided Naruto and the resurrected Hokages are in Konoha, Jiraiya decides he can trust the future to them. He even starts wondering what Orochimaru felt at death, quietly accepting that his own end may be next. Pain gives him no time for final thoughts, as all 6 bodies leap together with black rods raised for the finishing strike. Konan suddenly shouts a warning, and a tiny white snake appears on the cliff just before the blow lands. In a split second, the white snake swells into a giant python, dives down, and swallows Jiraiya before Pain can kill him. The rescue gets even stranger when the giant snake bursts apart into countless small white snakes that scatter through the base. Nagato and Konan are stunned, because Jiraiya uses toads, not snakes, and the only obvious answer is Orochimaru. Nagato immediately shifts from confusion to panic, because if Jiraiya gets out, Kagura's ties to Akatsuki could be exposed. Konan takes over the search by turning the base itself into her weapon, unfolding walls and floor into living paper traps. Some snakes are wrapped and crushed, so the survivors switch forms again and become giant white pythons to force their way toward the exit. Konan answers with paper airplanes hiding explosive tags, blasting the escaping snakes apart even as they keep changing form and pushing forward. Not trusting the hunt alone, Nagato floats to the entrance and spreads Rain Tiger at will across the storm to detect any hidden escape. The search ends the moment one giant python bursts out of the base and spits Jiraiya back into the open air. Nagato starts to surround him again, but Jiraiya stops cold when he recognizes the snake rescue as Orochimaru's work. Orochimaru emerges from the snake's mouth alive and smug, revealing that Sasuke killing him was only a staged death so he could disappear. He presses the point harder by saying he just overheard a very useful secret. Konoha's advisor Kagura is working with Akatsuki. Jiraiya swallows the humiliation and immediately asks Orochimaru to carry that news back to Tsunade if he cannot survive. Tendo Path cuts in with a death sentence for both of them, but Orochimaru ignores him and drops an even uglier truth on Jiraiya. Orochimaru reveals that Kagura was originally his spy in Konoha, only later growing strong enough to slip out of his control. That confession hits Jiraiya hard, because it suddenly rewrites 10 years of trust and makes Kagura's past with Orochimaru look deliberate from the start. Orochimaru tries to reclaim the story by reminding Pain that he once used Kagura to leak Akatsuki intel and bait Jiraiya after him. Pain calmly confirms it, which instantly ruins Orochimaru's attempt to sound like the one pulling strings. Even Jiraiya cannot help coughing out a laugh, because Orochimaru just got outplayed while exposing how many enemies Kagura has manipulated at once. Now rattled, Orochimaru calls for Kagura to come out, because Kagura promised to appear too and suddenly seems to be missing. Nagato answers with absolute confidence that Kagura is not here at all, because the rain field has already checked the whole area. That is the moment Orochimaru realizes he has probably been duped again by Kagura and abandoned in the middle of Pain's kill zone. Tendo Path makes it worse by saying that if Kagura truly wanted Jiraiya spared, he only had to ask, so Orochimaru's excuse changes nothing. Orochimaru's mind races from betrayal to a darker guess. Kagura may be using him and Jiraiya to wear Nagato down and steal the Rinnegan afterward. Jiraiya mistakes that silence for nostalgia and jokes about their old near-death fight against Hanzo in the Land of Rain. Instead, Orochimaru snaps that sparing those rain orphans caused this disaster, and warns Jiraiya that he will run the moment the battle turns hopeless. Jiraiya accepts that condition without arguing and promises he will cover Orochimaru's retreat if it comes to that. For one brief second, Orochimaru is genuinely moved that Jiraiya would still stake his life on him after everything. Then Jiraiya immediately ruins the sentiment by asking Orochimaru to hold the line for 5 minutes while he enters Sage mode. Orochimaru swallows the urge to curse and instead demands a summon to help him survive those 5 minutes. Jiraiya answers with a summoning and brings out Gamaken, the giant fork and shield toad, though he clearly hoped for someone flashier. Jiraiya orders Gamaken to obey Orochimaru for 5 minutes while he gathers natural energy and prepares to call Fukasaku and Shima. Pain attacks before the setup is finished, using universal pull to drag Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Gamaken straight into the kill zone. Gamaken responds with blunt common sense and pins Jiraiya to the ground with his fork so the pull cannot drag him away. When Tendo Path follows with Shinra Tensei, Gamaken plants his shield in front of Jiraiya and Orochimaru and takes the blast head-on. Orochimaru uses the opening instantly, shedding into a snake-bodied rush and flooding the field with attacking serpents. Asura Path and Animal Path answer together, shredding Orochimaru's snake wave with missiles and a summoned Yatagarasa bombing the field from above. When Tendo Path's next Shinra Tensei comes, Orochimaru is ready and slams 3 Rashomon gates up from the earth to blunt it. Having read the cooldown, Orochimaru darts past the 6 paths and goes straight for the real target, Nagato himself. Nagato escapes that rush by summoning a giant invisible chameleon and vanishing from Orochimaru's sight. Animal Path keeps the pressure on with more summons, but Gamaken knocks away the charging bull and stays planted beside Orochimaru. Then Orochimaru escalates hard by summoning Manda 2, a colossal upgraded serpent that dwarfs the battlefield. Manda 2 immediately proves the upgrade is real by swallowing Pain's Hellhound, Bull, and even the Yatagarasa one after another. Even Pain's formation has to respect that monster, because Manda 2 starts tangling the 6 paths and buys Jiraiya the time he needs. From atop the invisible chameleon, Konan urges Nagato not to waste his body on a huge Shinra Tensei and asks to handle the snake herself. Nagato agrees, and Konan enters the battle in her paper angel form, covering Manda 2 in explosive paper and tearing it open with repeated blasts. Manda 2 endures the punishment just long enough, because the 5 minutes finally run out and Jiraiya completes Sage mode. Jiraiya thanks Gamaken and dismisses him, then Fukasaku and Shima appear on his shoulders as his completed Sage mode fully locks in. The 2 Elder Toads arrive confused by the giant snake and even mistake Orochimaru for the enemy until Jiraiya firmly says Orochimaru saved his life. Orochimaru immediately reminds Jiraiya of the deal and demands that if he cannot escape, Jiraiya must cover his retreat with his life. Jiraiya agrees without hesitation, plants his feet, and with Sage mode, Orochimaru, and the Elder Toads at his side, his old confidence comes roaring back. Facing a younger enemy in the rain, Jiraiya declares that losing now would shame the name they still carry together, the legendary Sannin of Konoha. With Tsunade absent, Jiraiya still grins through his injuries and tells Orochimaru he made a bet with her before coming here. Orochimaru instantly hates where this is going, because Tsunade's bets never end well and he suspects Jiraiya is talking about dying here. Jiraiya brushes it off and asks Orochimaru to keep covering him, even as Konan's paper bombs threaten to blow Manda 2 apart. Shima lashes out first, her long tongue snapping toward Konan while Jiraiya orders the group to move. Konan slips free by turning into flying paper, and Jiraiya uses the opening to rush the paths with Orochimaru backing him up. Jiraiya fires a Sage Art Fire Dragon and Orochimaru boosts it with Wind Release, forcing the chakra-absorbing Pain to step up and swallow the attack. Jiraiya was hiding behind the flames, and the moment Preta Path absorbs the jutsu, he slams it down and snaps its neck. Orochimaru throws up a water wall, but Tendo Path answers with Shinra Tensei and blasts both Sannin away anyway. Orochimaru sheds through the impact like a snake, while Jiraiya takes the hit head-on and coughs up blood. Jiraiya quickly explains what they have learned. Preta Path is down, Animal Path lost most of its summons, and Tendo's repulsive force has a cooldown. Orochimaru cuts him off with the real problem. If they cannot get past Tendo Path, the rest of that intel means nothing. So Jiraiya bets on raw power and starts Sage Art Gomen with Fukasaku and Shima, combining oil, fire, and wind into a rolling sea of flame. Behind that firestorm, Jiraiya openly taunts Nagato that the next move will either expose his real body or force him to save the paths. Jiraiya quietly cuts Fukasaku off and signals Orochimaru instead, revealing he has been hiding a side plan under the flames. Using the fire for cover, Orochimaru breaks apart into countless small snakes and slips away toward the real target. Nagato nearly loses the game there, but Animal Path summons a giant hell crab whose bubbles hold the flames back just long enough. Seeing how dangerous Jiraiya is, Tendo Path stops holding back and gathers the other path's chakra into himself while Konan pulls out of the blast zone. Jiraiya does not flinch, because this was exactly the kind of opening he wanted. Just as Tendo Path prepares a finishing Shinra Tensei, he senses trouble and snaps toward the hidden chameleon carrying Nagato's real body. Orochimaru strikes from the blind spot, and a giant Kusanagi blade suddenly splits the invisible chameleon in half. Jiraiya finally spells it out. Sage Mode let Fukasaku sense the hidden chameleon and track Nagato's real body, while Orochimaru slipped off to strike it. Nagato drops out of the dead chameleon exposed and disheveled, and Konan rushes toward him in panic. Nagato proves he is not helpless without the paths by blasting Orochimaru away himself, and summoning Tendo Path directly to his side. For one eerie moment, Jiraiya and even Orochimaru stare at Nagato, Konan, and Tendo Path together and feel like the old student trio is standing there again. Jiraiya sadly admits this reunion is only Nagato clinging to Yahiko's death, and Tendo Path answers that everything from the past ends here. Orochimaru decides he is done, admitting Nagato's Rinnegan is too dangerous and stepping back from the next round. Before Orochimaru leaves, Jiraiya asks for one last favor and turns him into the messenger he never wanted to be. Jiraiya calmly asks Orochimaru to tell Tsunade that this time she finally won the bet. He pushes further and entrusts Orochimaru with every scrap of intel on Pain and Kagura, because someone has to carry the truth back to Konoha. Orochimaru agrees, but his expression says he still cannot tell whether Kagura was ever part of this battlefield at all. Nagato's side attacks first, and the three former students rush Jiraiya together with perfect killing coordination. Jiraiya answers with Needle Jizo, turning his hair into a storm of spikes that nails down Konan's bombs and tears toward Tendo Path. Nagato halts the attack just in time by summoning a giant panda shield under Tendo Path. Jiraiya tries to end it with a supergiant Rasengan, but the front enemy slips aside and Nagato steps in to absorb the Sage Chakra directly. Nagato immediately converts that opening into pressure, revealing another Azure-style weapon and firing a missile barrage at Jiraiya. Jiraiya and Orochimaru dodge the explosions, but Nagato immediately switches targets and yanks Orochimaru in with Universal Pull. Orochimaru tries to turn the pull into a counter by spitting out his Kusanagi sword, but Nagato catches both blade and body with mechanical arms. Then Nagato unveils a new horror in front of Jiraiya, pressing a hand to Orochimaru's chest and starting to rip out his soul with the human path. The sensation terrifies Orochimaru because it feels like the Death Reaper seal all over again, and he finally shouts for Jiraiya to save him. Jiraiya cannot break away himself, so he orders Fukasaku to rescue Orochimaru because only Orochimaru still has a chance to escape with the intel. Fukasaku blows Nagato off balance just enough to free Orochimaru, and Orochimaru wastes no time running for his life. Tendo Path immediately sends Konan after Orochimaru so the messenger never reaches Konoha. Jiraiya still covers the retreat, snaring Konan with Wild Lion's mane while Shima slices through her paper body with a water blade. Nagato answers by reaching for Orochimaru again with gravity, proving he can drag a fleeing enemy back whenever he wants. Jiraiya interrupts that pull with a quick flame attack and realizes brute force will not buy Orochimaru enough time. So Jiraiya gambles on one last setup and asks Fukasaku and Shima to use Frog Call, the auditory genjutsu that could freeze all three attackers at once. Nagato sees the danger and crushes the setup with a far stronger Shinra Tensei, smashing through Jiraiya's Sage-enhanced earth walls. The backlash wrecks all three of them, breaks Jiraiya's Sage mode, and leaves him and the Elder Toads coughing blood in the rubble. Even with his chakra almost gone, Jiraiya forces himself back up because Orochimaru still needs a few more moments to escape. Sensing Jiraiya is finally drained, Tendo Path starts preaching that overwhelming power is the only peace the world will ever accept. Jiraiya still argues for understanding between people, but Tendo Path dismisses it as too hard and raises a black rod to end him. Nagato even closes his eyes as the killing blow comes down, as if he cannot bear to watch his teacher die by his own hand. Far away, Orochimaru stops mid-escape, and even the white snakes split from his body turn back as if they can feel Jiraiya reaching the end. Konan looks back too, and from her wider view she catches a golden blur racing in so fast that her warning comes too late. The golden strike smashes straight through Tendo Path before anyone can react, dropping the strongest pain body in one hit. The intruder does not stop there and instantly grabs Nagato by the throat, flipping the whole battlefield in a heartbeat. Nagato tries to blast the attacker away with Shinra Tensei, but the force rebounds and throws Nagato himself into the mud. When Nagato looks up from the mud, he and Jiraiya both realize the impossible savior is Akihara Kagura. Kagura looks down at Nagato and coldly twists Nagato's own logic back on him. If the sage's eyes and body together are unbeatable, then why not gather both powers in one person? Nagato freezes in shock when Kagura calmly admits he wants to take the Rinnegan for himself. Kagura shrugs it off and says plenty of people want the Rinnegan, including Orochimaru, so wanting it himself is only natural. Then Kagura twists the knife and thanks Jiraiya, saying his teacher and Orochimaru helped him test Nagato and build the confidence to make this move. He openly explains that he had already been planning how to kill Nagato, and Jiraiya finally realizes he was used as a tool from the start. Fukasaku quietly tries to comfort Jiraiya, but Kagura keeps talking and admits he has wanted Nagato's eyes since the day they met. Kagura says he only stayed involved with Akatsuki because of the Rinnegan, and he dismisses the whole group as too small to matter otherwise. He reveals the fight between Itachi and Sasuke was part of his setup too, created to pull Obito and Black Zetsu's attention away before he sees Nagato's eyes. Kagura says a pair of Rinnegan alone is not enough for 10 years of patience, and he plans to take over Nagato's whole Tailed Beast project as well. Then Kagura says the quiet part out loud. With Wood Release, the Tailed Beasts, and the Rinnegan, he wants the power to destroy the entire ninja world. He even argues that if killing is supposed to bring peace, then the simplest answer is to kill everyone. Jiraiya is dragged back to the boy he met 10 years ago, and realizes Kagura never abandoned that genocidal dream at all. Kagura says Danzo raised him to be a killing tool, and now even wars and slaughter are too boring unless he can wipe out something bigger. He casually confesses that he used Orochimaru's threat and the revived Hokage to force Tsunade into war, making Jiraiya realize how much of Konoha's recent chaos was Kagura's design. Kagura says even the wars he ended were disappointing, because Wood Release can wreck villages but only the nine-tailed beast can help him erase the world itself. Shima and Fukasaku are horrified, and Jiraiya can only mutter that even after 10 years Kagura's thinking is still completely twisted. With the talking over, Kagura forms a seal and orders Nagato to hand over the Rinnegan, claiming those eyes were only being kept for him. The ground bursts open with giant vines, but Nagato blasts them apart with Shinra Tensei before they can seize him. Kagura mocks Nagato's immobile body and sends more Wood Release after him, pressing the advantage immediately. Konan throws herself in front of Nagato, firing paper shuriken and shouting for him to escape, while she holds Kagura off. Kagura answers with an enormous fire release blast that burns through Konan's attack and nearly engulfs her in midair. While Konan rains down explosive tags, Nagato refuses to flee and summons the King of Hell to start restoring the fallen paths of pain. Nagato bets everything on getting the 6 paths back, because he knows his real body alone cannot survive Kagura. Kagura releases a huge Chidori stream that floods the area with lightning and wipes out Konan's falling tags in one sweep. Watching Kagura stand untouched in that lightning field, Jiraiya admits his student's talent is overwhelming and even more frightening than he expected. The Elder Toads tell Jiraiya to recover his chakra, and he bitterly wishes Tsunade were here to patch him up. When Jiraiya wonders where Orochimaru went, Orochimaru suddenly emerges from a small white snake right beside him. Orochimaru mocks Jiraiya for raising one dangerous student after another, and Jiraiya cannot even argue with him anymore. Back in the fight, Kagura politely addresses Konan and fires a Chidori sharp spear that punches straight through her paper wings. Konan nearly falls, then hurriedly turns part of her body back into paper to patch the damage and stay in the air. She flies higher and reveals she prepared for an attack on this base long ago, then triggers hidden paper from the surrounding hills. Those hidden sheets instantly become a blizzard of explosive tags, and Konan uses them to stall Kagura while Nagato buys time. Even Jiraiya is stunned by the scale of Konan's stockpile, but Orochimaru says Kagura has too many ways to tear through a trap like this. Kagura glances up at the rain clouds, sends lightning into the sky, and turns the storm itself into his counterattack. The storm answers with a massive lightning strike that erases huge swaths of Konan's tags all at once. Then the remaining lightning bends after Konan and forms a giant dragon that chases her through the sky. Nagato saves her at the last instant by summoning Konan directly back to his side, something that shocks both Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Kagura immediately notices why it worked. Konan's hidden lip piercing lets Nagato treat her like one of his linked bodies. Konan lands beside Nagato with one leg badly hurt, and Nagato tells her the 6 paths are almost restored. The King of Hell opens its mouth, and the restored 6 paths of pain step back out beside Nagato and Konan. Jiraiya quickly points out the Hell Path's revival ability to Orochimaru, but Orochimaru only says they could leave now if they wanted. Jiraiya stays put anyway, because this fight between his students now feels like a battle over the whole world's future. A surviving lightning dragon dives at Nagato's side, but the Preta Path leaps up and absorbs it before it can hit. With the 6 paths restored, Nagato regains his confidence and sends them all at Kagura together. Instead of backing off, Kagura charges straight into Nagato's restored 6 paths himself. The Asura Path attacks first, but Kagura flashes past the blade and smashes its face apart with one punch. Tendo tries to pin him with a black rod, but Kagura catches it barehanded and nearly turns it right back on him. Tendo barely saves himself with Shinra Tensei, but that retreat exposes the Preta Path behind him. Kagura snaps off part of the black rod and pins the Preta Path to the ground before it can absorb his chakra. Nagato suddenly understands the real problem. Kagura's taijutsu is no longer merely skilled, it has become monstrous. 2 remaining pain bodies rush Kagura together, trying to create one opening for a soul rip. Kagura grabs one attacking path, slams it into the other, and drives would release spikes through both of them at once. With most of the revived paths already down, only Tendo and the Hell path are left standing. Tendo lunges again to buy time while the last standing pain body tries to pull the fallen ones back for another revival. Kagura crushes that hope too by slamming a Rasengan into Tendo and dropping him instantly. Then Kagura fires dust release through the last standing pain body and the King of Hell together, erasing the final chance to restore anything. In less than 10 seconds, the entire 6 paths formation is gone. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the Elder Toads are left speechless, because Kagura just did what none of them could even approach. Fukasaku grimly reminds Jiraiya that Kagura still has Sage Mode on top of all this, which only makes the situation feel worse. Kagura walks toward Nagato and Konan through the wreckage and offers them one last mercy if Nagato surrenders the Rinnegan willingly. Konan spits back that it is absurd for a butcher planning to destroy the world to pretend he is being merciful. Nagato cuts her off and orders her to take Jiraiya and the others away, because he wants to face Kagura himself now. Konan is stunned, but Nagato insists he may still have a chance, and says the next clash is too dangerous for her to stay in. He says even Shibaku Tensei is not enough, and his grim tone makes it clear he is reaching for a far more dangerous last resort. Nagato slams his hand to the ground and summons the Gedo statue, making the entire Akatsuki base quake and crack apart as a grotesque giant rises behind him. Nagato unleashes the Gedo statue at Kagura, revealing the ugly giant as his last weapon, now driven by the chakra of 7-tailed beasts. Kagura answers with wood-human technique, raising a giant wooden warrior to catch the statue's crushing strike head-on. Even Jiraiya is rattled, because this is the first time he has ever seen something overpower a wood-human in raw force. Kagura tries to lock the Gedo statue down with vines and wood dragons, but the monster tears through them almost immediately. Kagura quickly realizes the usual wood-release trick is failing here, because the Gedo statue cannot be drained like a normal chakra target. The Gedo statue's back spikes flash with lightning, blasting apart the restraints, and sending it charging straight back into the melee. The two giant bodies trade brutal blows across the battlefield, with Kagura's wood-human and the 7-beast-powered Gedo statue hammering each other like monsters from different ages. Nagato feels a brief surge of relief, because the tailed beast chakra means the statue can fight without burning away what little life he has left. Jiraiya grows uneasy because Kagura still has not used the one overwhelming technique that can end this kind of battle in a single shot. Orochimaru guesses why. Kagura wants the Akatsuki war weapon intact, so he has no interest in destroying Nagato's trump card before he owns it. When raw strength is not enough, Nagato pushes the Gedo statue to reveal its real edge. A black rod bursts from the Gedo statue into the wood-human's chest, and the monster starts sucking away Kagura's chakra instead. Then the statue adds chakra chains and a purple chakra dragon, draining the trapped wood-human even faster and greedier than before. Kagura's mood turns cold and dangerous, because almost nothing irritates him more than someone stealing his chakra. He enters Sage Mode and calls up true several thousand hands, a colossal Buddha far larger than the battlefield itself. For the first time, the Gedo statue looks small, and Nagato instantly realizes they cannot win this head-on anymore. Konan spreads her paper wings and grabs Nagato to flee, but Kagura casually swats them both out of the air with one descending Buddha hand. Battered on the ground, Konan still crawls back to Nagato first, while he ignores his own blood and starts thinking about something even more urgent. Nagato abruptly decides the Rinnegan must be destroyed before Kagura can claim it, and continue gathering tailed beasts and war weapons. Before he can do it, everyone is distracted by the Gedo statue's final defeat, as the Buddha's wooden hands rip all 4 limbs off the monster. Jiraiya accepts that Nagato has lost, but the real horror hits next. Kagura is now moments away from taking the Rinnegan too. Jiraiya hardens his resolve and says they have to stop Kagura, because the union of the sage's body and the sage's eyes cannot be allowed. Orochimaru is not convinced anyone can stop Kagura now, and his blunt question leaves Jiraiya facing the scale of that fear. To push back against despair, Jiraiya clings to the great Toad Sage's prophecy and insists Naruto is still the hope of the ninja world. Orochimaru cuts that hope down at once, reminding him that even the Nine Tails would be little more than a toy against Kagura's wood release. Then Orochimaru offers an even darker possibility. If Nagato keeps the Rinnegan and gets the last 2-tailed beasts, maybe he is the one who could stop Kagura. The idea horrifies Jiraiya, because if Nagato is the chosen answer, then Naruto starts looking like a sacrifice instead of the future he wanted to protect. Fukasaku and Shima drag him back to the immediate crisis and insist on the one point that matters now: Kagura must not get the Rinnegan. Orochimaru cannot believe they still think they can fight Kagura after seeing what he did to Pain alone. Jiraiya stops Orochimaru from leaving and asks for one last favor: help him save Nagato, the way they once fought together before. Orochimaru finally agrees, calling it the last time, though he still cannot resist joking that he could take the Rinnegan for safekeeping himself. By the time they move, the giant Buddha has already faded into a forest, and the dismembered Gedo statue is nothing but a ruined shell on the ground. Nagato tries to stab out his own Rinnegan, but a lightning strike hits his arm first and knocks the black rod away. Kagura drifts down beside him almost gently and tells Nagato not to be so extreme, because he only wants the eyes. Nagato fires Shinra Tensei in panic, but the force only rebounds on him again and throws his own broken body backward. Conan throws up a screen of paper to cover Nagato's next move, fully committed to helping him destroy the eyes if that is his choice. Kagura blows Conan away with wind release and turns into a golden flash to snatch the Rinnegan before Nagato can recover. Shima saves Nagato at the last second by lashing out with her long tongue and yanking Kagura away. Orochimaru spots the real danger immediately, because Kagura could have marked Shima for Flying Thunder God the instant she touched him. Jiraiya finally understands and rushes to tell Shima to dismiss the summoning before she can lead Kagura straight to them. Shima vanishes in smoke, but Jiraiya then remembers the worst part: Kagura may already have a Flying Thunder God mark on him too. Orochimaru snaps that Jiraiya can stay and die alone, but the rescue still cannot wait any longer. Fukasaku fires Sage Art water-severing wave to cover Nagato's escape, but Kagura casually answers with an even stronger version of the same attack. Jiraiya throws up an earth flow wall, and Kagura's water blade still slices straight through it and carves a trench into the ground behind them. Seeing that power up close, Orochimaru flatly reminds Jiraiya that Kagura can kill all of them almost casually now. Jiraiya still charges in, using Wild Lion's mane to bind Kagura for a heartbeat and shouting at Nagato to run. Nagato is stunned that the teacher he nearly killed is now risking his life to save him anyway. Conan pulls Nagato toward the lake, trusting the paper traps she prepared there to slow Kagura down or maybe kill him. Orochimaru intercepts them just long enough to say the Rinnegan is no longer just a threat, it is now the ninja world's last hope against Kagura. He tells them to stop wasting Jiraiya's sacrifice and run, because Jiraiya cannot hold Kagura off for long. Kagura breaks Jiraiya's restraint with a touch of lightning that races through the white hair and drops his teacher in one brutal shock. Jiraiya drags himself back up with a bitter joke about almost being killed by one student, and now facing death at another student's hands. Kagura does not even accept that framing, pointing out that he just saved Jiraiya a short while ago. Jiraiya steadies himself and says the real issue is simple. He cannot stand by and watch Kagura use the Rinnegan to destroy the ninja world. He admits Kagura is the most gifted student he has ever seen, a genius with too much power and almost no weakness left. Jiraiya tries to blame Danzo's influence and says Kagura's talent should not be used for killing, but Kagura has no patience for that sermon. Kagura says Danzo taught him the one lesson he still follows absolutely. Once you decide what is right, never waver just because others oppose you. Then Kagura states his first answer to the world's suffering without hesitation: total destruction, wiping out everyone who can still create war and conflict. Jiraiya immediately rejects that dead silence as meaningless, so Kagura pushes him toward a deeper question instead. Kagura asks where humans came from and how ninjas came to exist, forcing Jiraiya to fall back on the old story of the Sage of Six Paths creating the first piece through chakra. That answer is exactly what Kagura wanted, because it leads to his second solution. If the sage created ninjas once, then Kagura can destroy this old world and create new ones again. Kagura lays out his full vision at last: erase the corrupt ninja world, use the truth behind the tailed beasts and Geto's statue to rebuild it, and create innocent new ninjas who understand each other from the start. Kagura calmly declares that destroying the current ninja world and remaking ninjas is just the extreme conclusion of Jiraiya's own lessons about peace and the Sage of Six Paths. Jiraiya tries to argue that mutual understanding is still the hope of this era, but Kagura fires back that even his own teacher cannot understand him. Kagura tears into the whole shinobi system, saying ninjas live by profit, slaughter, and selfishness, so this world has no right to ask for peace. Jiraiya grimly admits Kagura may be right about the world's ugliness, but he still refuses to stand aside and watch his student destroy it. Kagura answers that Jiraiya is proving his point, because even the man preaching peace still clings to his own selfish line in the sand. With Jiraiya left speechless, Kagura says goodbye to his teacher and announces the beginning of the end for the ninja era. Kagura launches Sage Art, Wood Dragon Technique, and a giant living wooden dragon erupts from the ground to kill Jiraiya. Jiraiya turns and runs, throwing out a great flame bullet, but the huge wooden dragon shrugs off the fire like it barely mattered. Kagura rides the dragon with eerie control, herding Jiraiya toward a dead end instead of rushing to kill. At the lake near the base, Nagato's group escapes for the moment, and Fukasaku bitterly realizes Jiraiya meant to die buying them time. Orochimaru warns that even Jiraiya's death will not save them, because Kagura's sensory ability is too sharp and his pursuit will continue. Conan reveals she already prepared a brutal fallback, hiding billions of explosive tags around the lake to kill Kagura if he steps into the trap. Orochimaru immediately pokes a hole in the plan, reminding them that Flying Thunder God could let Kagura escape any trap the instant he notices it. Nagato asks for another answer, and still leans toward destroying his own Rinnegan so Kagura cannot complete his war weapon. Orochimaru rejects that as pointless and smoothly suggests a different answer instead: hand the Rinnegan over to him. Conan shuts that down instantly, making it clear she trusts Orochimaru even less than the disaster chasing them. Nagato turns to Fukasaku as another option, but the old toad points out that taking the Rinnegan means nothing if no one can safely wield it later. Orochimaru pushes again by warning that Kagura has a Mount Myaboku contract, so even the Toad Sage's home might not be safe from him. That warning rattles Fukasaku, but he quickly pivots to a safer idea. Take the eyes to the great Toad Sage and let prophecy judge the future. Orochimaru needles him one more time, asking if he would hand the eyes over if Mount Myaboku were threatened, and Fukasaku snaps back in outrage. With the argument going nowhere, Orochimaru finally offers a darker answer, the forbidden mutually multiplying explosive tags technique. He explains the trick with chilling calm: stick one tag on Kagura, let it keep multiplying and following him, and combine that with the lake's hidden stockpile for a massive chain blast. Orochimaru proposes the bait too, saying they should hide the Rinnegan under the lake while he stays behind alone to cover their retreat. Conan twists the plan further and says the real goal should be deception, making Kagura think the Rinnegan was destroyed so they can preserve their last hope in secret. Orochimaru smiles on the outside, but inside he is furious that Conan keeps blocking his chance to seize the Rinnegan for himself. Fukasaku immediately backs Conan's version and pins the dangerous part on Orochimaru, since only he can use the tag technique and already offered to stay behind. That bitterly reminds Orochimaru of the old Akatsuki days, when everyone else escaped and he was the one left behind to face Kagura alone. Even so, Orochimaru accepts, because the trap could still cripple Kagura and finally let him steal the body he has coveted since Kagura's would release experiment succeeded. His greed goes even further, as he imagines killing Kagura, reviving him with Edo Tensei, and using the strongest ninja in the world as his puppet to seize the Rinnegan later. For one absurd moment he even catches himself sounding like Hiruzen, imagining a noble sacrifice to protect the next generation, and immediately hates the thought. Then the chase reaches the lake, with Kagura arriving overhead on the wooden dragon just as Orochimaru waits below by the trap. Orochimaru looks up and tests Kagura with a nasty question, asking if he has already killed Jiraiya too. Kagura answers with cool indifference, brushing off Jiraiya's fate like it barely matters. But Jiraiya is not confirmed dead at all, because farther downstream his battered body is still drifting through the river after Kagura's attack. Hanzo of the Salamander suddenly emerges from hiding nearby, revealing he had been watching and now pulling Jiraiya out to safety. Hanzo roughly bandages Jiraiya's injuries and says Rain's medical ninjas are not enough, so he plans to send him back to Konoha for Tsunade to heal. Jiraiya recognizes Hanzo with startled relief, and Hanzo explains he came because he sensed chaos at the Akatsuki base and feared Nagato was in danger. Shamed and exhausted, Jiraiya admits Kagura was the obedient child who went horribly wrong, and he starts warning Hanzo how serious the threat has become. Hanzo pieces together that this is the same would-release prodigy who once came to the Land of Rain with Jiraiya, and he notes Kagura's name now carries even more weight than Danzo's. Then Hanzo presses the key question, because he sensed Nagato's Geto statue and still has not seen Nagato himself, so he cannot understand why Kagura would attack his own teacher instead. Jiraiya immediately begs Hanzo to help find Nagato first, because if Kagura reaches him before they do, the whole ninja world is finished. Hanzo agrees at once and reveals he once considered entrusting Rain Village to Nagato, so he will not ignore this crisis. Hanzo also admits he knew about Nagato's tailed beast hunt and saw it as another desperate answer from a country that is always forced to become a battlefield. Jiraiya finally spells out the scale of the disaster. Nagato wanted tailed beasts as war weapons to enforce peace, but Kagura wants those weapons to destroy the whole ninja world. That shocks even Hanzo, and Jiraiya forces himself to his feet because finding Nagato now matters more than his own injuries. When Hanzo mentions sensing Orochimaru still fighting nearby, Jiraiya is stunned, because staying behind for others does not sound like Orochimaru at all. Jiraiya briefly wonders what scheme Orochimaru is really playing, but he grudgingly pushes that aside because Nagato is still the priority. Since Hanzo cannot risk chakra tracking near Kagura, he leads Jiraiya to a rain outpost and orders his men to search the whole country for Nagato. Back at the lake, Kagura presses the dragon's head lower over Orochimaru and bluntly asks whether this blockade means Orochimaru is betraying their alliance. Orochimaru answers with a smile and flips the charge around, saying Kagura is the one who kept betraying him while hiding his plan to destroy the world. He pushes the point harder by asking whether Kagura planned to kill him too once the new world began. Kagura gives a polished answer about respecting Orochimaru like Danzo, and Orochimaru instantly cuts him off because he watched Kagura turn Danzo into an Edo Tensei's sacrifice. Kagura barely bothers denying it, and just promises Orochimaru he will not let him end up exactly like Danzo, which only makes the threat worse. So Orochimaru drops the emotional bait and claims the Rinnegan is hidden under the lake, where Nagato and Conan supposedly stashed it before fleeing. Kagura casually tears the lie apart at once, asking what Lake Orochimaru means when the entire surface below is obviously packed with paper and explosive tags. With the trap exposed, Orochimaru drops the act and admits they meant to lure Kagura in and blow up both him and the Rinnegan together. Kagura does not flinch, because he says losing Nagato's eyes here no longer matters when he already has another way to obtain the Rinnegan. That stops Orochimaru cold, because even he did not know Kagura had another route to the Rinnegan. Kagura finally reveals the real play. He already arranged a separate Sasuke-Itachi duel so he can take an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan from the winner. And with open contempt for Nagato's gamble, Kagura says that Sharingan can still be evolved into a new Rinnegan, so they were fools to think these eyes were his only option. Orochimaru realizes Kagura planned even for Nagato's Rinnegan to be lost, and the real backup is the Uchiha path to an eternal Mangekyo, and eventually another Rinnegan. That insight makes Orochimaru understand why Kagura kept grooming Sasuke. The boy was never just a pawn for revenge, but part of a larger plan to grow new Eyes of the Sage. Before Orochimaru can act on that fear, White Setsuoe rushes in with urgent news that Sasuke is about to meet Itachi. Kagura immediately decides to leave for the Uchiha showdown and casually tells Orochimaru to blow up the trap himself if the hidden Rinnegan is really there. Orochimaru sees a possible last chance to kill Kagura with Konan's explosive tags, but Kagura cuts him off coldly and reminds him he betrayed their alliance again. Instead of leaving cleanly, Kagura drops a black summoning formula onto the lake and starts rewriting the entire trap himself. The rune spreads across the whole lake, exposing layer after layer of explosive tags and wiping out weaker summoning marks someone else had planted in pieces before. Kagura reveals he mastered Konoha's forbidden mutually multiplying explosive tags long ago and improved it far beyond the original version. Then Kagura shows the real upgrade. One tagged shuriken is enough to trigger every explosive tag here at once. Orochimaru instantly understands that billions of tags are about to detonate together, enough to shake the whole land of rain. He abandons all hesitation, transforms into the eight-headed serpent, and lunges for survival just as Kagura snaps his fingers. The whole lake goes up in one impossible blast, and Kagura rides the wooden dragon away while a sun-hot mushroom cloud swallows the former Akatsuki base. Far away by a small river, Nagato and Konan feel the quake, turn back toward the base, and freeze at the sight of the rising cloud. Konan can only wonder if Orochimaru actually pulled it off, but Nagato pushes past the shock and decides they need a safer place and a more reliable ally immediately. Nagato chooses Sasori as the one Akatsuki member he still trusts most and starts using the Rinnegan through Konan's ring to find him. On a rocky outcrop, Sasori and Kakuzu are still stuck near Deidara and Haiden's bickering when the explosion finally shuts everyone up. Deidara stares at the mushroom cloud like a man in love and declares that this is real art. The mood hardens when Haiden points out the blast came from their base, forcing the whole group to wonder what just happened. Kakuzu and Sasori try answering the Akatsuki ring call, but the connection cuts off almost immediately. Nagato has to drop the contact attempt when a rain ninja finds them with news that Jiraiya and Hanzo are searching for them. With no time to explain, Nagato only manages to warn Sasori and Kakuzu through the rings to head for Rain Village and stay away from the ruined base. In Rain Village, Jiraiya stands on a tower staring at the mushroom cloud, already fearing Orochimaru just died in that blast. Hanzo grimly tells him an explosion that size could erase a village, and there may not even be a body left to find. Back at the former base, the explosion has left a city-sized crater where the Akatsuki hideout used to be. At the bottom of that crater, Orochimaru's transformed giant serpent is still alive but almost completely destroyed, reduced to one head and half a tail. The ruined serpent finally gives up its last cover, and a barely functioning Orochimaru crawls out of its mouth onto the ash-black ground. Even half-dead, Orochimaru immediately fixates on the bigger disaster. Kagura is heading for the Uchiha brothers, and Nagato still has a spare Rinnegan. He thinks of warning Konoha to kill both Sasuke and Itachi on sight, then realizes Kagura is probably already too fast for that to matter. The scene shifts to the old Uchiha stronghold in the Land of Fire, where Sasuke waits inside the abandoned ruins for Itachi to arrive. These root guards are not just escorts anymore, because the Uchiha survivors here all have their own score to settle with the man who massacred the clan. A messenger reports that Itachi and Kisame have reached the outside, and the room erupts with eager talk of killing Itachi immediately. Sasuke forces the room back under control and insists they will kill Itachi here on the old clan ground, exactly where their revenge belongs. Outside the stronghold, Karen stops the pair at the entrance, and makes it clear that only Itachi is allowed inside. Kisame bristles at the hostility, but Itachi quietly avoids a clash and chooses to walk in alone. Before entering, Itachi even tells Kisame to go back, but Kisame stays behind with the blunt promise that someone will need to collect the body if Itachi dies. Inside the ruins, Itachi walks the cracked stone path and wooden clogs and ignores the root killers glaring from every corner. One root shinobi almost attacks on the spot, but his squad leader stops him because today is already meant to be Itachi's execution. As he walks, Itachi secretly counts the hidden enemies and realizes Kagura packed the stronghold with enough root to make sure he never leaves alive. That does not shake him, because Itachi came here expecting to die anyway. He opens the dim warehouse and finds even more root waiting inside, all arranged around Sasuke like a court of execution. Sasuke greets him with cold contempt, and mocks him for still daring to come after losing a clone to Sasuke before. Itachi answers by cutting deeper, saying Sasuke brought all these people only because he still fears the Mangekyo Sharingan. The insult almost sets the room off, but Sasuke keeps everyone in check and says this crowd is not about his fear but their right to witness Itachi's death. Sasuke says every person here lost family on the massacre night, so they all earn the right to stand in judgment over the killer. Then Sasuke orders them to remove their masks and show the traitor that the Uchiha clan was not wiped out after all. One by one the masks come off, and scarlet Sharingan eyes blaze all around the room as the hidden Uchiha survivors reveal themselves. Sasuke tells Itachi these survivors had to bury their names and hide in Konoha for years, but none of them forgot why they were still alive. For the first time, Itachi visibly breaks composure as he realizes these really are surviving Uchiha and not some trick. Sasuke raises the question he has carried for years and demands the truth about why Itachi killed their clan and even their parents. Itachi closes his eyes and rapidly pieces together the most likely answer. Someone saved these Uchiha before the massacre was finished, and Kagura is the obvious suspect. He also senses a larger conspiracy around this, but forces himself to stop chasing that thread because his original plan with Sasuke matters more right now. Itachi decides to stay unscripted, push Sasuke toward the Mangekyo, give him Itachi's own eyes, and reach the same level Madara once did. So instead of dodging the question, Itachi says the massacre was for power and starts explaining the curse hidden inside the Mangekyo's Sharingan. He tells them every use of the Mangekyo burns away vision, and the usual way to restore that fading power is by transplanting another Mangekyo Sharingan. Then Itachi names the one Uchiha who truly broke that curse, Uchiha Madara. Hidden in a corner, Zetsu has been watching the entire confrontation and is stunned to discover that so many Uchiha survivors existed under Kagura's control. White Zetsu is alarmed by how much Kagura hid from them, but Black Zetsu brushes that aside and focuses on the real danger. Kagura is holding too much control over Madara's revival. That fear spikes when White Setsuoe suddenly arrives and says Kagura wants to revive Madara with Edo Tensei right now. The news gets worse when Oe adds that Kagura wants to use White Setsu's main body as the sacrifice to give Madara a stronger Edo form. White Setsu recoils, but Black Setsu instantly seizes control and demands to be taken to Kagura instead. Oe leads them into the forest outside the ruins, where Kagura is already waiting under a tree beside Madara's corpse. Black Setsu asks why now, and Kagura answers with eerie calm that today's Uchiha showdown is grand enough for Madara himself to take part in. Black Zetsu watches the Uchiha brothers' chaos and realizes Madara would never care about clan descendants killing each other if the Eye of the Moon plan still moves forward. Kagura stops waiting and slaps a summoning seal onto the ground to bring Madara back. Madara's old body crumbles into ash and paper scraps, and the material wraps around White Zetsu to rebuild a prime-armored Madara in front of them. Seeing Madara restored in his prime finally lets Black Zetsu relax, because it believes the rest of the plan can still be forced back on track. At the same moment, Kagura quietly cashes in the benefits of reviving Madara as his new superior and feels his eye powers jump to a terrifying new level. Kagura is still admiring the payoff when Madara opens red Sharingan eyes and immediately realizes he was revived by Edo Tensei, not truly brought back to life. Madara immediately asks whether Nagato ruined the plan, and Kagura answers with a blunt false story that Jiraiya talked Nagato into betraying the Eye of the Moon plan and joining Konoha. Black Zetsu rushes to stop the damage, insisting Nagato should still be at the Akatsuki base getting ready to attack Kumogakure and capture the Eight Tails. Kagura calmly reveals the real problem. He attacked Nagato himself because he wanted the Rinnegan and wanted to see if he could control the Geto statue. He keeps going, admitting he wrecked the Akatsuki base, failed to take the eyes, and accidentally pushed Jiraiya and Orochimaru into protecting Nagato and helping him escape. Kagura concludes that Nagato now sees him as a world-ending threat, so the Rinnegan bearer has probably already run to Konoha for real. With Black Zetsu still stunned, Kagura casually adds that he only came here because Zetsu itself told him Itachi and Sasuke might produce an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, or even another Rinnegan. He adds one more disaster. Konoha likely already knows he worked with Akatsuki, so his cover is blown and the quiet plan to grab Naruto is probably ruined too. That avalanche of damage finally breaks Black Zetsu's composure, and for the first time in 1,000 years it feels real mental exhaustion. Madara cuts through the chaos with the most basic question of all and asks who Kagura actually is. Kagura urges them to go watch the brothers duel, but Black Zetsu can barely stand and Madara coldly orders his own will to get moving. Asked again who he is, Kagura calmly introduces himself as Konoha's Hokage advisor, which makes the whole mess sound even stranger. Madara cannot make sense of a Hokage advisor standing with Black Zetsu, and Kagura answers with a straight face that he is basically a spy. Kagura says his future in Konoha is already over, because Jiraiya will expose his collusion with Akatsuki and turn him into a rogue ninja. He even calls it karma, since he once forced the previous Hokage advisor Danzo to defect too, leaving Madara openly stunned by what Konoha's advisors have turned into. Black Zetsu finally asks the obvious question, and Kagura bluntly admits he moved early because if Nagato finished gathering the tailed beasts, he might not be able to beat him anymore. Then Kagura casually asks whether the Geto statue can still collect tailed beasts after Nagato tore its limbs off, and that detail nearly finishes Black Zetsu off. Black Zetsu forces itself to answer that the Geto statue is the least of their problems, then refocuses on the backup plan and pushes them toward Itachi and Sasuke's duel. As they head for the ruined warehouse, Black Zetsu shoves aside its relief over Madara's return and starts thinking only about how to contain the damage around Kagura. On the way, Madara realizes the Eye of the Moon plan still exists in theory, but Kagura's greed may have cost them the very eyes needed to carry it out. What nags at Madara even more is that Kagura somehow beat Nagato and even smashed up the Geto statue, making him wonder how dangerous this so-called advisor really is. Near the ruined warehouse, Black Setsu starts recapping the brothers' feud by going back to the night Itachi nearly exterminated the Uchiha clan. Kagura takes over and explains that the Uchiha were pushed into conflict with Konoha by Tobirama's old policies and Danzo's constant push to exterminate them. Madara instantly sneers at Tobirama, convinced the second Hokage always viewed the Uchiha with suspicion and malice. Kagura lays out the massacre plainly. Danzo worked with Itachi, and Obito joined them in wiping out the clan while sparing Sasuke. He adds Danzo's official version too, saying Itachi butchered the clan to keep Sasuke alive and show loyalty to Konoha's leadership. But Kagura also raises the darker possibility that Itachi wanted the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and may have been steering Sasuke into becoming the price for it. Madara can believe in clan slaughter for power, but the idea that Itachi did it all just to keep Sasuke alive sounds completely wrong to him. He argues that if Sasuke ever learned the truth, that kind of survival would be crueler than death, so Itachi had to want something beyond simple sacrifice. Kagura goes further and says the massacre was not truly inevitable yet, because Hiruzen was still trying to stop the coup and Kagura himself could have suppressed the rebels. According to Kagura, Danzo acted behind Hiruzen's back, used Sasuke's life to corner Itachi, and pushed him into the slaughter anyway because Itachi believed his own path had to be right. Madara still rejects the noble story and decides the simplest answer is that Itachi wanted the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan badly enough to kill his own clan. That thought is cut short when they reach a guarded corner of the warehouse and a masked Uchiha survivor steps out, startled to find Kagura arriving with Madara. Madara catches the contradiction at once, and Kagura casually explains that he kept some Uchiha survivors alive because their hatred for Itachi made them useful. Kagura introduces the resurrected legend by name, and the masked Uchiha survivor is so stunned to hear Uchiha Madara standing there that he obeys and backs off at once. Watching even proud Uchiha survivors obey Kagura so easily makes Madara pause and reevaluate him all over again. Madara leaps up onto a warehouse beam to watch the brothers from above, and the sight of another generation of Uchiha heading toward fratricide pulls his thoughts back to Izuna. Below them, Itachi begins telling Sasuke the story of Uchiha Madara and Izuna, and Madara silently approves for a moment as his old legend is invoked. Itachi explains the curse of the Mangekyo Sharingan, saying its power eats away at vision until the user falls into darkness. The other Uchiha in the warehouse listen in strained silence, while Madara privately notes that the blindness problem was real enough but never felt like much beside fighting Hashirama. Then Itachi claims Madara went blind, tried every method to restore his sight, and sank into despair, and even Madara starts wondering how much nonsense is still coming. Itachi presses on and says Madara, twisted by his pursuit of power, decided to take Izuna's eyes by force. And when Itachi says Izuna trusted his brother and was ambushed for those eyes, Madara's twitching face from the rafters makes it obvious he is listening to a shameless lie about himself. As Itachi starts twisting Madara's history, the real Madara bristles from above and almost jumps in to stop him. Kagura quietly stops him, because Itachi is only getting started with the story. Below, Itachi tells the clan that Madara stole Izuna's eyes and gained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He keeps going, claiming those eyes let Madara crush other clans and stand beside Hashirama to found Konoha. Madara listens with a hard stare, bitterly remembering that Konoha's founding was never that simple to him. Itachi pushes the legend further, saying Madara lost at the Valley of the End, fled Konoha, and spent the rest of his life hiding in fear. That insult finally gets to Madara, because he was hiding to awaken the Rinnegan and prepare his plans, not because he feared Konoha. Itachi coldly calls Madara a pathetic defeated dog who can only move pawns from the shadows and never show himself. Then Itachi turns the speech into a threat, declaring that he will surpass Madara by taking Sasuke's eyes for himself. He spirals deeper, saying the Uchiha are a hideous clan that kills family for power, and that Sasuke was born into that bloody fate. In the middle of Itachi's breakdown, Sasuke stays silent and remembers the brother who once promised they would always be brothers. When Sasuke finally answers, his voice is calm and disappointed, not afraid, and that lands harder than anger. Sasuke says the ugly truth is much smaller than Itachi's performance. He simply lost himself chasing the Mangekyo. Then Sasuke cuts into Itachi's fake history and states that Izuna was not murdered by Madara at all, but killed by Tobirama. Sasuke explains that Izuna entrusted his eyes and the clan's future to Madara, which is how the eternal Mangekyo was truly born. Above them, Madara's anger eases for the first time, and he stares at Sasuke because the boy's face reminds him painfully of Izuna. Sasuke keeps pressing, calling Itachi disgusting for murdering their parents, and twisting family bonds into a weapon for power. He says a senior taught him how the Sharingan really awakens through loss, and how some Uchiha forget the reason they gained that power in the first place. Sasuke finishes with the real judgment. The Sharingan exists so Uchiha never again face helpless regret, and Itachi chose the wrong path. Itachi's hands start to shake, because beneath the guilt and pain he can tell Sasuke has found the path he never did. The surviving Uchiha are still absorbing Sasuke's words when applause suddenly breaks the silence. Madara drops into the warehouse in full red armor, cracking the floor and instantly hijacking the room. The room erupts in shock, but Sasuke quickly realizes this is an Edo Tensei body and orders everyone not to panic. Madara watches Sasuke steady the clan and gives him a rare compliment, saying even Izuna was not this composed at that age. When Madara asks who explained the Sharingan so well, Sasuke reluctantly answers that it was Tobirama. That answer sours Madara's mood at once, because the man he hates most understood the Uchiha better than anyone should. Sasuke then cuts to the point and demands to know what mission Kagura actually sent Madara here to deliver. Madara laughs off the idea that he answers to Kagura and says he only came to watch, then turns his amusement toward the fool who had been slandering his name. Itachi says nothing, but the sight of a resurrected Madara rattles him, because he has no idea what chain of secrets led to this. Ignoring Itachi completely, Madara walks to Sasuke's stone chair and sits down like he owns the clan again. From that seat, he casually tells them to continue, because the only thing he cares about now is whether an eternal Mangekyo will be born tonight. He even offers to kill Itachi himself if an eternal Mangekyo is born, while making it clear that unlike the story Itachi told, he never harmed Izuna for power. Then Madara twists the knife further, saying the ruthless will to sacrifice family for a cause was something he learned from Hashirama, not from the Uchiha. With Madara now acting as judge, the brothers' duel finally begins in earnest. Itachi makes the first move, firing flaming shuriken with Phoenix Flower Jutsu to test Sasuke from range. Sasuke knocks the burning shuriken away with his sword and sends marked kunai back, including one flying Thunder God blade. Madara and Itachi both notice the marked kunai at once, because Sasuke is clearly setting up Flying Thunder God from the very first exchange. Itachi cuts down the marked kunai and avoids the rest, but Sasuke uses that cover to rush straight into close combat. Knowing one touch could tag him for teleportation, Itachi refuses the clash and throws an explosive clone into Sasuke's path. Sasuke slides back from the blast and realizes again just how absurdly fast Itachi's hand seals still are. Itachi answers that pressure with a massive great fireball, forcing Sasuke to defend instead of chase. Sasuke throws up an earth flow wall, but Itachi's flames chew through it so badly that he has to keep moving. So Sasuke commits to his real plan and charges again, determined to get inside Itachi's guard no matter what. Itachi suddenly catches him with Tsukuyumi, dragging the fight into a brutal mental space so he can finally speak plainly. Inside Tsukuyumi, Itachi warns that Sasuke has become Kagura's pawn, hoping that accusation might still shake him. Sasuke rejects that completely, because to him Kagura was the one who saved the clan, guided his future, and gave root meaning as a new home. That answer leaves Itachi with nothing useful to say, because Sasuke's trust in Kagura is now deeper than any trust he has left in his brother. Sasuke then turns the trap around, pointing out that the stronger the victim, the harder Tsukuyumi is on Itachi's already failing mind. Under that strain, Itachi can no longer hold the illusion together, and Sasuke shatters Tsukuyumi with his 3-tomo Sharingan. Back in the warehouse, Itachi drops his gaze and covers one eye, and even Madara has to admit Sasuke handled that well. Sasuke immediately declares that Itachi is no longer his match and forces the pace with another sword rush. Itachi blocks with the kunai, but he still avoids any clean contact because one Flying Thunder God mark could decide the whole fight. Then Sasuke unleashes lightning release chakra mode, wrapping himself in crackling chakra to push his speed into another tier. In a flash of lightning, Sasuke nearly cuts through Itachi before Itachi can react. Itachi survives only because the body Sasuke hits dissolves into a crow clone at the last second. When the real Itachi reforms, even he admits Sasuke has become terrifyingly strong. Sasuke answers with ruthless confidence, saying Itachi can only keep running while he himself has endless chances to land the one fatal hit. And as Sasuke launches in again like living lightning, the fight makes one thing painfully clear: he really is strong enough now to kill Itachi. Inside the warehouse, Sasuke's lightning release chakra mode pushes him to a level that even Itachi can barely read, turning every close-range exchange into a lethal gamble. Itachi tries to buy time with a great fireball, but Sasuke smashes straight through the flames without slowing down. Sasuke's sword crashes into Itachi's desperate kunai block and the impact blasts Itachi backward, shattering the kunai in one hit. Even Itachi admits Sasuke is unmatched in pure close combat, and Sasuke coldly takes pride in the Raikage-style training that made him this fast. When Sasuke charges again, Itachi finally brings out Susanu's first skeletal form just to stay alive. Watching from his chair, Madara openly mocks this first Susanu as too small to impress him. Itachi uses the skeletal arm and a barrage of fire jutsu to keep Sasuke moving, trying to force space back into the fight. Sasuke turns that pressure into setup, builds Chidori in his hand, and uses his extreme speed to line up one piercing rush at Susanoo. The boosted Chidori punches straight through the first Susanoo, proving Sasuke's speed and thrust can crack Itachi's defense. With Sasuke about to skewer him, Itachi forces Susanoo to evolve again, erupting into a full red giant that blasts apart the warehouse. Itachi pushes even further, arming the red Susanoo with the Yata mirror and the Tatsuka blade even as blood spills from his mouth. Sasuke's Chidori can do nothing to the shield, and Itachi starts driving him back with the strange sealing blade's long reach. Madara finally shows real interest and names the weapons for what they are: the all-defending Yata mirror and the sealing Tatsuka blade. Then Itachi suddenly changes the angle of pursuit, and when Sasuke dodges, the Tatsuka blade shoots past him straight into Madara. The sealing effect starts dragging at Madara's soul, and even Black Zetsu goes tense because this blade is especially dangerous to the dead. Itachi drops the act and admits the hit was no accident, saying sealing Madara matters more than killing Sasuke. Madara accepts the provocation and begins releasing his own Susanoo, his battle hunger finally fully awake. Madara's blue Susanoo swells until the surrounding Uchihas freeze in fear, and Itachi realizes the Tatsuka blade is not swallowing him the way it should. Madara's Susanoo grows extra arms and physically grabs the Tatsuka blade's light, openly asking whether Itachi can keep Susanoo standing long enough to finish the seal. With brutal confidence, Madara says Itachi's weapons would only be a real problem if he had eternal Mangekyo eyes. Then Madara reveals the real gap, unleashing a complete blue Susanoo so massive it tears up the old Uchiha grounds like a mountain-sized war god. The surviving Uchihas panic, and even outside the battlefield Kisame grips Samahata while Karen stays calmer because she has already seen Kagura's even bigger monsters. Itachi desperately tries to finish the seal before he is crushed, but the Tatsuka blade is now stuck against Madara's giant Susanoo crystal. Madara draws his giant sword and cuts down at Itachi, treating him like a child waving a sharp toy. Itachi gets the Yata mirror in place, and the clash detonates a shockwave that wipes out the entire old Uchiha base. As everyone is thrown back by the blast, Kagura appears on the ruined ground and calmly catches his people with rising vines. The shaken survivors immediately look to Kagura, and he tells Sasuke and the others not to interrupt because he wants the battle to finish first. The Yata mirror holds, but Itachi's own Susanoo cannot, and cracks rip across the red armor until it finally breaks apart. With Susanoo gone, Itachi coughs blood and loses the Tatsuka seal, and Madara dismisses his own avatar after proving the fight is over. Madara spares him with contempt, calling the slash a reward for daring to challenge his predecessor. Barely standing against a broken wall marked with the Uchiha crest, Itachi finds not sympathy but a ring of clansmen ready to kill him as a traitor. Looking past them, Itachi spots Kagura wearing a strange smile and realizes Sasuke is now standing at Kagura's side, not his. As blood keeps coming up, Itachi bitterly tells himself this is his punishment, though he tries to take comfort in Sasuke at least no longer being alone. Kagura gently asks Sasuke if he wants to see his brother one last time, framing it as simple mercy even after everything Itachi did. Sasuke resists at first, but Kagura walks him forward anyway, and the crowd parts to let them reach the dying Itachi. Sasuke's question is ice cold, asking only whether Itachi has any last words left to say. Itachi can only apologize, and Sasuke rejects it with open disgust, saying he regrets not burying his brother with the technique he prepared himself. Kagura steps in, says he will handle the farewell from here, and has everyone else back off so he can speak to Itachi alone. Once they are alone enough, Kagura starts with a cruel question. Is Itachi satisfied with the peaceful life Sasuke has now found? Kagura paints that life clearly, saying Sasuke could stay en route, protect Konoha, and live beside the surviving Uchihas for the rest of his days. Then Kagura twists the knife and says he could reveal the massacre's truth, exposing that the clan died for Sasuke's sake and making the survivors hate him too. Kagura says he pulled Sasuke out of hell once already, and warns that giving him warmth only to strip it away would drive him into even deeper darkness. Itachi finally begs, asking Kagura not to drag Sasuke into their hatred just to punish him. Kagura coolly answers that everything depends on Itachi's performance, because Itachi clearly does not want Sasuke learning the truth. Broken and nearly dead, Itachi asks what Kagura wants and even offers his own future Edo Tensei revival if that would help. Kagura tells him he already prepared a resurrection surprise of his own, then steps back and leaves Itachi with one last chilling command: mourn your ending life. At the old Uchiha grounds, Itachi finally collapses dead with his eyes still open, and Kagura dryly notes that even at the end, Itachi seemed to regret failing to take Sasuke's eyes. Madara pieces together the brothers' tragedy and bluntly asks if Kagura deliberately raised Sasuke to kill Itachi just to harvest an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Kagura answers with a shameless smile that he did it for fairness and justice, and even Madara looks briefly thrown off by how brazen that sounds. Madara calls Kagura despicable and says it suits a Konoha Hokage advisor perfectly, but Kagura just accepts the insult like a compliment. Once the mockery ends, Kagura brings up a real problem. The 4 Edo Tensei Hokage he unleashed are still rampaging in Konoha. The moment Kagura confirms Hashirama is among them, Madara lights up like a man who just got exactly what he wanted. Madara bursts into delighted laughter and decides to march on Konoha, find Nagato, and fight Hashirama in his prime at the same time. Black Zetsu tries to warn him that Hashirama is still monstrously strong, but Madara only gets even more excited and jumps away toward Konoha. Watching Madara leave, Sasuke asks if they should stop him, but Kagura calmly says the first Hokage is the best person to measure Madara's strength. Kagura says this works either way. If Madara loses, he learns his limits, and if he wins, Kagura will remind him there is always someone stronger. Sasuke looks down at Itachi's body and asks to bury him before leading the team to hunt Obito, because the surviving Uchiha still need to settle that blood debt. Instead of letting that matter rest, Kagura orders Karen to take Itachi's eyes and preserve them for Sasuke's future eternal Mangekyo. Sasuke falls quiet, and Kagura tells him power itself is not evil. If he wants to restore the Uchiha and someday lead Root, he needs every advantage he can get. Once Sasuke mentions Kakashi and Naruto are still tied up with Obito, Kagura waves the whole team onward and tells them to finish Obito this time. Sasuke adds that Kisame escaped, but Kagura barely cares, convinced the Shark Nin has nowhere left to go now. Before Sasuke leaves, Kagura gives him a strangely final send-off, saying he already reached his goal today and the path ahead is his to choose. Sasuke seems to understand the weight behind those words, promises he will not disappoint Kagura, and finally leads the Uchiha and Root away. After the others are gone, Karen nervously asks if Kagura is about to leave Root, or even leave Konoha altogether. Kagura says this was always going to happen and calmly offers Karen a choice: stay in Konoha for a peaceful life, or even take over as Root's third leader someday. Karen instantly rejects the idea, more annoyed that Sasuke might beat her to the position than interested in political rank itself. Kagura taps Karen on the forehead and jokes that he is only 21, so she and Sasuke are both getting ahead of themselves talking about inheriting Root. Their banter turns darker when Kagura insists Danzo still deserves respect for building a home for Root's lost children, even if they ultimately helped send him to his death. Then Kagura gets back to business and stares at Itachi's burial site as another body rises from his shadow, his Tendo path, Shursui. Shursui asks what they should do about Itachi, including whether to revive him, but Kagura coldly tells him to collect the body first. Kagura reveals the next phase with chilling calm. He plans to wait for a huge scandal, let the 5 great villages unite against him, and catch them all in one war. With the trap set in his mind, Kagura decides to disappear for a while and says he will rest at the Valley of the End before the real war begins. Outside Konoha, the gate is quiet until a procession from Mount Miyaboku suddenly appears, led by a huge toad carrying someone important. The giant toad is carrying a battered Fukasaku in a cradle, and the old sage asks for an immediate audience with the 5th Hokage on an urgent matter. Konoha rushes the toads through towards Tsunade, but before the gate can settle down, the guards turn to a second emergency arrival behind them. A rain team arrives carrying stretchers, and their leader calmly introduces himself as Hanzo of the Salamander, stunning the gate guards on the spot. Hanzo says he also brought back a ninja who urgently needs Tsunade's treatment, and on one stretcher lies a battered, white-haired Jiraiya. In the Hokage office, Fukasaku sits before Tsunade with a crushed expression and quietly delivers the news he came for: Jiraiya died in battle. The words hit Tsunade so hard her mind blanks out, and Shizen can see her trembling as she struggles to stay composed as Hokage. Tsunade forces herself to ask for the full report, and Fukasaku warns that the next part may shock her even more. Before Fukasaku can continue, an ANBU rushes in with impossible news: Jiraiya is back alive, and Hanzo of the Salamander came with him. Tsunade jumps up in relief at the news that Jiraiya is alive, but the moment Fukasaku says Kagura was the one who nearly killed him, that relief stops cold. Reeling, Tsunade demands that he repeat himself, unable to process the idea that Kagura was the one who nearly killed Jiraiya. The shock turns straight into anger, and Tsunade punches through the office door so she can see Jiraiya with her own eyes and hear the truth from him directly. A minute later, Tsunade finds Jiraiya alive but badly hurt in a hospital room, with Konan, Nagato, and even Hanzo standing there with him. Tsunade immediately tenses at the sight of Hanzo, but the old war legend speaks gently and treats her with the respect due the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya confirms the worst part himself: Hanzo saved him, because Kagura really did try to kill him in the Land of Rain. Tsunade can barely accept it, and Jiraiya begins laying out the hidden betrayal. Kagura had already been colluding with Obito as far back as the day Obito's identity was first exposed in Konoha. Tsunade objects that Kagura was the one who exposed Obito in the first place, and Jiraiya points out that this was exactly why no one ever suspected Kagura afterward. Jiraiya explains that after traveling with Kagura and meeting Nagato and Konan again, he realized Kagura had long stayed in contact with Akatsuki and secretly interfered with Konoha's investigations. According to Jiraiya, Kagura used the excuse of needing Akatsuki's support to become Hokage, but his real target all along was Nagato's Rinnegan. That answer leaves Tsunade grimly stuck, because dark methods are one thing en route, but a Hokage advisor secretly steering both sides of the war is another level entirely. When Tsunade points out that Kagura always pushed hardest to hunt Akatsuki and Obito, Jiraiya says those hunts never succeeded because Kagura kept getting pressured from both sides to pull Konoha back. Jiraiya goes further and says even Orochimaru has been part of Kagura's network, revealing that Orochimaru is alive and may have been secretly tied to Kagura the whole time. Now overloaded with lies inside lies, Tsunade rubs her temples and tries to piece together how Konoha's own advisor could be a root schemer, an Akatsuki ally, and an Orochimaru contact all at once. Even then, Tsunade's first instinct is still to contain the damage quietly, because exposing Kagura as a traitor would throw Konoha into chaos after everything he has publicly done for the village. Jiraiya shuts that down by revealing the true crisis. Akatsuki meant to use the tailed beasts and the Rinnegan to build a war weapon, and Kagura now intends to seize it for himself. He says Kagura wants to wipe out the current ninja world itself, kill the Era's shinobi, and rebuild everything under a new order with ancient ninja at the center. That final reveal finally breaks Tsunade's patience, and she turns and slams the wall just to vent the impossible pile of shocks crashing down on her at once. Trying to cut the problem at its source, Tsunade fixes on Nagato's eyes and bluntly suggests destroying the Rinnegan before anyone can use it again. Conan immediately refuses. Jiraiya says it is not that simple, and before anyone can explain further, a familiar serpent voice slithers in from the window. In Konoha's hospital room, everyone freezes when Orochimaru suddenly slides in alive again, as unsettling and impossible as ever. Jiraiya blurts out that they thought Orochimaru died in the explosion, but Orochimaru coolly says he was following them the whole time. Orochimaru twists the knife by saying he only tailed them to see whether someone would try to kill Jiraiya, and Jiraiya snaps right back. Then Orochimaru drops the real warning. Kagura has another route to the Rinnegan, and Sasuke and Itachi may each be carrying the eyes he wants. Jiraiya immediately says they have to control Sasuke first, but Tsunade reveals she is already behind the curve. Tsunade admits that while Jiraiya was away, Root was already mobilized to hunt Itachi and Obito, and she even sent support teams after them. Orochimaru coldly points out that Kagura started moving the moment Jiraiya left for the Land of Rain, so with two plans running at once, one was bound to land. Tsunade makes it worse by confessing that Team 7 was among the squads she sent out, which means Naruto may have walked straight into Kagura's tailed beast trap. Nagato quietly reminds them that if Kagura wants to revive the war weapon, the Nine Tails is essential, so Naruto will definitely be targeted. Tsunade's first instinct is to send the 4 Hokages at once, but Jiraiya stops her with a brutal warning about Kagura's control. Jiraiya says the real priority is sealing the previous Hokages before Kagura turns them against Konoha. Tsunade rejects that idea on instinct because the revived Hokages never seem to get along with Kagura at all. Orochimaru calmly answers that he saw Kagura revive the 4 Hokages himself, and Edo Tensei bodies do not just shake off that control. He presses even harder by asking why those Hokages never warned Tsunade about Kagura colluding with him if they were really free. Once Tsunade confirms Kagura always insisted Danzo was alive and worthy of respect, Orochimaru tears that lie apart too. Orochimaru reveals Danzo died long ago, and the whole old plan was built by Danzo, Kagura, and Orochimaru together to push Kagura toward the Hokage seat. He says the plan derailed only because Tsunade took the Hokage position instead, so Kagura used Danzo's death and the revived Hokages as a replacement way to control the village. Nagato backs part of it up by saying Zetsu reported Danzo's death to Akatsuki when it happened. Even then Tsunade tries one last defense, saying Kagura revived the Hokages with approval to stop Orochimaru from weaponizing them. Orochimaru crushes that too, revealing Kagura arranged Dan Kato's attack before Tsunade even returned, all to manipulate her into accepting Edo Tensei as necessary. Now Tsunade finally sees it. Before she ever walked back into Konoha, Kagura had already built a cage around her rule. She slams a punch into the hospital wall hard enough to blow it apart, and no one dares interrupt her rage. Standing before the shattered wall and looking over the village, Tsunade bitterly admits she stepped into Kagura's trap without ever noticing it. Orochimaru almost mocks her with comfort, saying Kagura's schemes were rotten but they also made Konoha stronger than ever. Tsunade drags the meeting back to survival and orders the village to mobilize sealing teams and ANBU against the 4 Hokages first. Orochimaru agrees but warns that sealing them means first wrecking their Edo bodies, and Tobirama and Minato could simply escape with Flying Thunder God. Jiraiya answers that the revived Hokages should still care about protecting Konoha, so he believes they may cooperate with being sealed. Nagato and Konan offer Rain's help, and Nagato admits this whole disaster grew out of the tailed beast plans Akatsuki once started. Hanzo puts a hand on Nagato and tells him this is not his fault but Danzo's, because Danzo's betrayal and Yahiko's death twisted everything from the start. After that ugly truce settles, Tsunade forces herself back into command and says they cannot waste time blaming the past while Kagura is still moving. Orochimaru warns again that Kagura usually acts with a backup plan already prepared, so the 4 Hokages may already have an escape route out of Konoha. Jiraiya brings Naruto back up, and Orochimaru immediately adds Sasuke, reminding Tsunade that both boys are now key pieces in Kagura's game. Tsunade snaps that she already knows, because all she can do now is send ANBU to search before Naruto and Sasuke disappear completely. Hanzo steps in with a bigger answer, saying this crisis is beyond Konoha alone, and the whole ninja world needs to unite before Kagura crushes them one by one. Nagato supports him by reaching for Yahiko's old belief in unity, only for Konan to dryly remind him that Yahiko's straw metaphor was famously awful. Hanzo keeps pushing the point anyway, saying more strength is still better than less because no great village has ever truly beaten Kagura. Tsunade accepts Hanzo's help, and he promises to travel the ninja world himself to rally villages against the coming disaster. Hanzo also admits he considered reviving the old war weapon, but only if Nagato did not have to pay too terrible a price for it. Nagato cuts in and says his life is already close to the end, so if the moment comes, he is ready to sacrifice himself. Tsunade looks at Nagato with a medic's cold certainty, and knows he probably does not have much time left at all. Hanzo accepts Nagato's resolve and tells him that if death is coming, he should leave behind a story the whole ninja world will remember. He goes further and says even gods are only mortals in the end, and Yahiko's real will was people joining their strength together. Before leaving, Hanzo orders the Rain Shinobi in Konoha to obey Nagato from here on out. Tsunade stops him for one more favor and says that once Konoha stabilizes, she wants Rain Village to host the 5 Kage summit. She even authorizes Hanzo to use the Hokage's name to invite the other Kage, and he agrees without hesitation. After Hanzo leaves, Tsunade watches him go and realizes the gap between them was never just power but spirit. Jiraiya offers to go find reinforcements next, trying to ease the crushing pressure on Konoha. Orochimaru follows that by casually suggesting he could dig up some graves, and Tsunade's patience instantly runs out. She smashes a table and tells them to shut up, because this is not the moment for Orochimaru's brand of help. Once the room settles, Nagato suggests contacting Sasori because Akatsuki members have plenty of reason to oppose Kagura and Sasori is strong enough to matter. That name makes Orochimaru pause, because he suddenly remembers signs that Sasori may have been tied to Kagura's side all along. Orochimaru says Sasori probably was one of Kagura's people, which hits Nagato hard because Sasori had been one of Akatsuki's trusted members. Orochimaru then remembers Kabuto is still in Konoha too, and Tsunade instantly realizes that is another hidden knife Kagura left in the village. Tsunade orders ANBU to seize Kabuto at the Konoha orphanage and drag every scrap of Kagura's intelligence out of him. But Orochimaru pours cold water on that too, warning that Kabuto may already be gone and now commands several Kage-level reanimated fighters. Tsunade tries to divide Konoha's strength on the fly, only to realize sealing the Hokages and capturing Kabuto both demand elite forces she no longer has to spare. For the first time since becoming Hokage, she has to face a terrifying truth: without Root and without Kagura, Konoha's combat power has a huge hole in it. Before she can solve that, Nagato suddenly senses a monstrous chakra racing toward Konoha and warns everyone that someone is coming. At first they think it must be Kagura, but Nagato says no, because this chakra feels different, unfamiliar, and somehow eerily familiar at the same time. Tsunade orders the whole village on alert, and Konoha's defenses snap awake as alarms start echoing everywhere. Nagato locks onto the source and points toward the Hokage rock, saying the intruder is already here. A man in red armor descends from the sky, ignores Konoha's barrier, and lands arrogantly atop the Hokage rock looking down over the entire village. On Hokage rock, Konoha shinobi freeze as a proud stranger stands above the village like he owns it. Jiraiya and Orochimaru recognize the face from the Valley of the End, and Orochimaru names the nightmare out loud, Uchiha Madara. Tsunade immediately links Madara's resurrection to Kagura and realizes Konoha may be facing its worst crisis yet. Even with that fear hanging over her, Tsunade steps forward first and vows to protect Konoha if Madara is really the enemy. Jiraiya tears off his hospital gown and joins the charge, and after one wary look at him, Orochimaru follows too. For the first time in years, the 3 Sannin rush in together, and Tsunade feels the old battlefield trust return. The Sannin land in front of Madara, and Tsunade directly demands to know whether Kagura sent him. Madara sneers at the idea that he serves Kagura, while Orochimaru quietly notes Kagura must have left Madara's will intact. Madara ignores them as children and reveals what he really wants from Konoha, Nagato and the Rinnegan. Tsunade flatly refuses, and Madara snaps back that the Rinnegan were his eyes to begin with. When Madara lunges toward the hospital, Tsunade meets him head-on and blasts him away with one brutal punch. Tsunade orders a clean Edo Tensei takedown, break the body first, then seal him. Jiraiya grins that the 3 legendary Sannin are finally fighting side by side again, and all 3 charge Madara together. Their old teamwork kicks in instantly as Orochimaru's snake bind and Tsunade's smash hit Madara from different angles. Madara crushes the snake, slips past Tsunade's crater-making punch, and kicks her away in one smooth counter. Jiraiya instantly fills the opening with Fire Dragon Flame Bullet and catches Madara in the blast. Jiraiya calls the opening, but Madara bursts through the flames fast enough to kick Orochimaru away before the sealing scroll can land. Madara shrugs off Jiraiya's fire, praises the technique for a second, and then shows what Uchiha fire really looks like. His great fire annihilation floods Hokage Rock with a terrifying wall of flame and forces the Sannin backward. Jiraiya and Orochimaru slam up an earth wall together, barely shielding Tsunade from the inferno. Before they can breathe, Madara brings out Susanoo, and the blue giant smashes their earth wall apart. Tsunade answers with raw strength and rattles the Susanoo hard enough for Madara to compare her to Hashirama. Madara still sends Tsunade flying, but a giant toad suddenly leaps in and catches her before she crashes. Gamabunta and Fukusaku arrive as unexpected backup, giving Jiraiya a badly needed boost. Gamabunta hacks at Susanoo, and Jiraiya orders everyone to push the battle into the rear mountain before Konoha gets wrecked. Tsunade answers by summoning Katsuyu, and the Sannin use their giant partners to shove Madara out toward the forest. In the forest behind Konoha, Orochimaru summons a second-generation Manda and sends the huge snake straight at Madara. Madara answers by rebuilding Susanoo with legs, then kicking the giant snake aside with terrifying ease. The giant summons regroup, and the three Sannin stand on them together in the forest, staring up at Susanoo without backing down. The summons trade awkward banter about old allies and Orochimaru's new place in the team, which makes the strange partnership feel suddenly real. Tsunade cuts the nostalgia short, and reminds the others that Madara is only the first Edo Tensei enemy they still have to seal. Deep in the abandoned root base, Hashirama and Tobirama instantly recognize Madara's chakra and realize Kagura revived him too. Kagura's voice enters their minds and explains the plan. Konoha already knows they are controlled, so now Madara needs to learn the era has changed. Hashirama objects that Madara will never submit, while Hiruzen and Tobirama realize Kagura is pushing toward open conflict with Konoha. Kagura's voice fades after warning that the next meeting may be on the battlefield, leaving the Hokage with almost no time left. Back in the forest, the giant summons pin Madara from all sides as Gamabunta clashes blade to blade with Susanoo, Katsuyu spits acid, and Orochimaru's serpent squeezes in close. Katsuyu's acid actually corrodes Susanoo, and Tsunade jumps on that crack to smash the armor even harder. Madara keeps calm, sprouts extra Susanoo arms, and blasts Tsunade away before the team can finish the job. Even as the giant summons finally crack Susanoo, Madara just smiles and says the kids' playtime is over because Hashirama is almost here. Then Susanoo suddenly expands, splitting the giant serpent's coils apart, and hurling Gamabunta clear as its armor thickens into something far worse. To everyone's shock, the giant Susanoo even forms hand seals and rises into its complete towering form behind Konoha. Orochimaru and Tsunade both feel it at once. This thing is strong enough to wipe out Konoha. Madara calls the Sannin children, says the adults are here now, and swings his colossal blade straight at Konoha. Hashirama arrives at the last second, raising a giant wooden figure from the earth to catch the slash and save the village. With Konoha safe for the moment, Tobirama lands beside the Sannin and orders them to retreat because the next fight is beyond them. Tsunade finally confronts Tobirama about it, asking if the Hokage were always under Kagura's control even while speaking freely. Tobirama says they could not speak plainly because if Kagura knew Tsunade wanted him dead, Konoha had no way to survive that. His so-called hints were just repeatedly calling Kagura extreme in meetings, which leaves Tsunade staring at him like that explains nothing. Tobirama then tells the Sannin to use this chance to seal the Hokage, coldly adding that he and Minato can escape but Hiruzen probably cannot. Hiruzen quietly accepts that he really is the easiest one to catch, and the Sannin all turn toward their old teacher. Jiraiya throws a hidden weapon at Hiruzen, but when Hiruzen opens his hand, it is only a bell from their old genin test. Tsunade calls Jiraiya an idiot for getting sentimental now, but Hiruzen smiles and turns it into one last test for his students. Hiruzen shakes the bell, declares the final exam has started, and attacks first. Teacher and student answer each other with matching shuriken shadow clone jutsu, turning the old lesson into a real battle. Jiraiya piles on with fire, and Hiruzen answers by making 2 shadow clones to split the Sannin up. Tsunade ends that plan in one blow by smashing the ground so hard Hiruzen's clones burst apart instantly. The 3 Sannin close in from 3 directions, each taking their old role without needing to say it. With heavy hearts, they say farewell to Hiruzen-sensei and finally break his Edo Tensei body. Jiraiya seals Hiruzen into the scroll, and their old teacher leaves them with one last smile and one last passing grade. The first big result lands fast. The 3 Sannin defeat their old teacher together, and Sarutobi Hiruzen becomes the first Edo Tensei to be sealed. But outside the village, the real disaster is still raging as Hashirama and Madara crash giant wood and Susanoo constructs into each other hard enough to shake the earth. Hashirama keeps trying to drag the fight away from Konoha, still treating the village they built as something worth protecting. Madara coldly rejects that sentiment, and says Konoha was only a naive dream of peace, doomed to be destroyed anyway. Hashirama is visibly shaken that their reunion has turned into this, but Madara says the darkness born inside Konoha made this outcome inevitable. Madara suddenly claims his resurrection probably happened because of Konoha's current Hokage, Akihara Kagura, and Hashirama admits he had already suspected Kagura would revive him as a tool. That hits Madara's pride the wrong way, and he laughs it off, insisting he is the one using Kagura, not the other way around. Hashirama's answer quietly changes the mood. He still cannot break free from Kagura's Edo Tensei control, even with power close to his full strength. Now Madara finally senses something is badly off, because Kagura had told him Hashirama was already free. Madara immediately starts forming the hand signs he prepared long ago to break Edo Tensei control, while Hashirama warns him Tobirama already failed at the same thing. The warning proves real when Madara's body simply refuses to complete the signs, no matter how hard he forces it. Madara erupts with chakra and even brings out the Rinnegan, but he still cannot move past Kagura's control. Then Kagura's will speaks directly inside him, asking if Madara really intends to betray their plan now that everything is already under control. Madara accuses Kagura of stealing both his Rinnegan and the Eye of the Moon plan, furious that he has been turned into someone else's tool. Kagura answers even more chillingly, Madara's plan was never enough, because infinite Tsukuyomi only traps people in a fake world. Instead, Kagura lays out his own terrifying vision, destroy the current ninja world, kill its ninjas, and rebuild a new one where people can truly understand each other through chakra. Madara rejects that as madness and insists infinite Tsukuyami is still the way to end war, even if it is an illusion. Kagura brushes that aside, warns that false peace leads to real-world ruin, and leaves Madara with one final threat: obey, or Hashirama will make the price of disobedience clear. Back on the Rio battlefield, Madara vents that rage by unfolding a winged complete Susanoo and diving at Hashirama with a massive downward slash. Hashirama counters by sending out 3 wood dragons to bind Susanoo and braces the wooden giant's arm against the sword before the whole ground shakes from the impact. Madara keeps attacking and demands that Hashirama look at what he has become, a resurrected legend now forced to serve a kid's will. One clean strike even cuts off the wooden figure's arm, but Madara gets no satisfaction because the damage regenerates almost immediately. So Madara turns from brute force to a colder plan and realizes the only real escape left is full resurrection through the Rinne rebirth technique. But that plan needs help from Black Zetsu, so Madara sends a message ordering him to seize Nagato and force out Rinne rebirth before Kagura can take everything. Black Zetsu had already been uneasy watching Madara get distracted by fighting Hashirama, but once he hears Kagura wants the Rinnegan and the whole plan for himself, he moves at once. His target is convenient and dangerous at the same time, because Nagato is already inside Konoha and Black Zetsu is confident the weakened body can still be controlled. Back in the village, Minato and Tobirama are no longer pressing the Sannin and instead lurk around the hospital, clearly waiting for a chance to snatch Nagato's Rinnegan. That forces Tsunade to personally tighten the guard around Nagato, because even the smallest opening could become a disaster. Jiraiya watches Minato and Tobirama circling the hospital and warns that if they see any crack in the defense, they will take it immediately. Tsunade's focus is split between the hospital standoff and even bigger worries, because Nagato is only one of several disasters pressing down on her. Orochimaru cuts in with a practical suggestion: before Kagura's plans go any further, they should deal with Yakushi Kabuto and squeeze out whatever he knows. And right as Tsunade is considering that, she looks up and sees Kabuto himself calmly arriving at the hospital in a Konoha Jounin uniform. Kabuto comes in without resistance and asks them not to treat him as an enemy, opening with the blunt question of whether Kagura is finally about to turn on the whole ninja world. That instantly hardens Tsunade's face, because if Kabuto knows Kagura's plan, he might be too valuable and too dangerous to leave free. Kabuto says he knows some of it because he and Kagura came from the same orphanage, and Kagura even admitted his intention to stand against the ninja world. When Tsunade demands to know why he never reported that, Kabuto answers with a nasty truth: Konoha has always buried accusations against powerful men when exposing them would cost the village too much. He goes further and reminds her that as one of Root's oldest insiders, he watched reports about Danzo's crimes reach Hiruzen's desk and go nowhere. Tsunade cannot really deny it, because she knows Konoha once tolerated Danzo's crimes and would have tried to contain any report that threatened Kagura before his full betrayal. Kabuto finally reveals why he came, not because he understands Kagura's full intent, but because he stole something Kagura has always treated as precious. He hands over the bark and explains only one thing for sure: Kagura used would release chakra to read it, and the material itself can absorb an enormous amount of chakra. Kabuto adds the detail that makes it worse: Kagura kept this bark close even as a child in the orphanage, hid it after leaving, and recovered it again after returning to Konoha. That clue slams into Orochimaru first, and he realizes in horror that Kagura may have approached him as a child on purpose just to awaken wood release. Orochimaru remembers Kagura gaining his trust, bringing up Hashirama cell experiments himself, and steering events toward the transplant that gave him wood release. Now the Sannin are all staring at the same ugly possibility. If this started in childhood, Kagura may have been plotting his rise for years before any of them noticed. Orochimaru pushes the mystery back one step further and asks the real question: how did a child like Kagura even know the bark hid a secret, or that wood release was the key? At that exact moment, Kagura's order reaches Tobirama and Minato. Kabuto has betrayed him, and the bark must be taken back immediately. Tobirama instantly recognizes why the order matters, because the bark matches the old possibility he once discussed with Kagura, a missing Senju record comparable to the Uchiha stone tablet. Neither Edo Hokage can disobey, so Minato and Tobirama burst forward at once to seize the bark from Tsunade's side. Jiraiya and Orochimaru intercept them on reflex, turning the hospital entrance into a new clash before the bark can change hands. While trading blows with Orochimaru, Tobirama urgently tells Tsunade that the bark is almost certainly a Senju heirloom recording hidden history. Tobirama compares the bark to the Uchiha stone tablet, and warns Tsunade that if Madara found his path through one clan's record, the Senju record may hold the clue that can stop him. Tsunade understands immediately and shifts from guarding the object to one urgent goal: decode it before anyone else can take it. Her next thought should have solved it, because Konoha has several would-release users who ought to be able to read the bark. Then the trap in the timing becomes obvious, and Tsunade realizes every available would-release ninja is either en route or already away on mission. In other words, at the exact moment the secret matters most, Konoha has no would-release ninja on hand to unlock it. Underground, Black Zetsu gets a far more terrifying answer the moment he sees the bark clearly. It is not ordinary wood at all, but the shed outer skin of the Ghetto statue's tentails shell. That means only the Sage of Six Paths could have made it, and Black Zetsu instantly understands the Senju must have had their own hidden record all along. Now Black Zetsu panics, because if the Senju record is exposed, it could reveal truths about the ninja world that he has spent ages keeping buried. As he listens to the others piece things together, one final answer crashes into place for him. Akihara Kagura must be a Senju. Orochimaru reaches the same conclusion above ground from the other side of the puzzle. Only a Senju descendant explains Kagura's success with Hashirama's cells and his knowledge of the bark. Tobarama follows that line even further and imagines a lost Senju branch stealing the bark away during the Warring States era, with Kagura descending from that vanished bloodline. By the end of the clash, the hidden bloodline answer is finally on the table. Akihara Kagura is not just a monster born from ambition, but a descendant of the Senju carrying their lost secret. As everyone fights over the bark, Tobarama cuts straight to the point and declares that Akihara Kagura is a descendant of the Senju clan. Tobarama coldly explains that Kagura came from a hidden Senju branch that betrayed the main clan, stole relics, and spent generations trying to unlock their secrets without wood release. Orochimaru picks up the story and says Kagura's clan found his wood release research after Hashirama's cells became the key to awakening that bloodline. He says Kagura entered Konoha through the orphanage, hid the Senju relics there, then later offered himself to Orochimaru as a test subject to awaken wood release. Orochimaru bitterly reveals that the moment Kagura got wood release, he staged a loss of control and tried to kill him so he could slip back into Konoha. He goes further and says Kagura used Orochimaru, used Danzo, escaped Root's grip, and returned to the orphanage only to reclaim the bark he had hidden there long ago. When Orochimaru calls Kagura Obito's accomplice, Tobarama cuts him off and says Kagura was really using Obito and Madara's plan for himself. Tobarama says Kagura knew the Senju relics and the Uchiha stone tablet carried the same history, so he hid what he knew and planned to hijack Madara's whole game. Kabuto is visibly shaken by how deep Kagura's scheme goes, and even Black Zetsu is thrown off by the idea that Kagura may already know the true history of the ninja world. Alone with his thoughts, Black Zetsu panics over one question. If Kagura read the bark, why would he still chase the Rinnegan and the Tentails unless he wants something even worse? After calming down, Zetsu decides the bark probably mirrors the original Uchiha tablet, so as long as his own name stays buried, he can still steer Madara. Seeing Konoha distracted by the bark, Zetsu abruptly shifts targets, and decides this is the perfect chance to seize Nagato and force Madara's revival. Back in the bark fight, Kabuto offers to stop the reanimated Hokage, but Jiraiya cuts in and insists he can handle Minato himself. When Kabuto suggests reviving Dan Kato, Tsunade quietly refuses and says the dead should be left to rest. On the hospital rooftop, Konan steps in so Nagato will not overstrain himself and dives into the fight with a storm of sealing paper. With Konan and Kabuto joining in, Konoha finally manages to hold the second and fourth Hokage back. Then the whole rooftop freezes when Black Zetsu drops in and fuses himself onto half of Nagato's body. Tsunade and the others panic because Nagato and his Rinnegan have suddenly become the center of an even bigger crisis. Nagato tries to steady the crowd, but Zetsu immediately makes the real threat clear by warning that killing him will kill Nagato too. Konan demands answers, and Zetsu starts ripping open the ugliest truth of all: Nagato's Rinnegan never belonged to him in the first place. Zetsu says Madara planted those eyes in Nagato as a child because an Uzumaki body had the life force needed to carry them. He keeps going and boasts that he and Obito manipulated Nagato's life from the shadows, from Akatsuki's rise to the trap that wiped out Yahiko's group. The revelation hits Nagato and Konan like a collapse, because the life they fought for now looks like a script written by someone else. Nagato tries to reject it, but Zetsu cruelly doubles down and calls him nothing more than a pawn who only thought he was a god. As Zetsu forces Nagato's hands into seals, Nagato realizes the goal and desperately tells everyone to kill him before he is made to use Rinne rebirth. Zetsu openly explains that the technique can truly revive the dead in living bodies, so Tsunade instantly orders everyone to kill him. Before anyone can finish him, Zetsu stops the hand seals and blasts the whole ward apart with Nagato's Shinra Tensei. With everyone thrown back, Zetsu sneers that only a tiny handful of monsters in the world could actually beat Nagato head-on. Outside Konoha, Madara is already preparing for this moment, and keeps fighting Kagura's control while trying to drag Hashirama into resisting with him. Madara roars at Hashirama to remember his pride, then forces Susanoo to chop off the wooden giant's hand just to shake him awake. Hashirama only looks worn and conflicted as the wooden hand regrows. Then he quietly enters Sage mode and prepares his strongest technique. Madara answers by tearing open the sky itself and calling down a meteor that threatens Konoha from above. To protect the village, Hashirama summons the true several thousand hands and smashes the meteor before it can fall. Madara is disgusted by Hashirama's obedience, summons a second meteor with Rinnegan eyes, and keeps begging him to join forces against Kagura. Hashirama almost agrees to try resisting, but before he can do anything, a summoning drags both legends away from the battlefield. Back at Konoha Hospital, Tobarama summons Madara and Hashirama right into the rooftop crisis, instantly turning the standoff into total chaos. Speaking through Tobarama's body, Kagura gives a chilling order, kills Zetsu and Nagato, seize the Rinnegan, and take back the bark. Madara immediately proves how fierce that control has become by stabbing his own leg with a black rod just to stop himself from attacking Nagato. That leaves everyone else stuck in a brutal choice between stopping Madara's revival and stopping Kagura's people from taking Nagato's eyes. Zetsu breaks the deadlock by forcing Nagato to summon the battered but still terrifying Geto statue onto the rooftop. Black rods fire from the statue and force the reanimated Hokage back, while Madara ends up pinned in place, exactly where he needs to be for revival. With the statue covering him, Zetsu forces Nagato through the final hand signs and starts the outer path Rinne rebirth. A pale resurrection light pours into Madara, and in the next instant he feels Kagura's control snap loose. Freshly revived, Madara smiles in savage relief and taunts Kagura that the Rinnegan will return to its rightful owner now. Far away at the Valley of the End, Kagura sits by the lakeside with a fishing rod and answers with eerie calm instead of anger. As his line jerks with a catch, Kagura leaves Madara with one final question. Now that he is truly revived, has he really escaped being someone else's pawn? In ruined Konoha, white smoke pours off Madara as the Edo Tensei shell peels away and both borrowed Rinnegan crumble out, leaving him alive again but completely blind. Madara rips the black rods out of his own body and enjoys the pain, because the bleeding wounds heal instantly and prove his living body is back. Tsunade instantly calls for the kill, realizing a living Madara without eyes is far easier to finish than an immortal Edo body. The three Sannin rush him together, but Madara casually strips off his heavy armor and meets them head-on with pure taijutsu. Madara's first counter is brutal, smashing Jiraiya away with a single-arm strike. He spins straight into Orochimaru next and kicks him flying before the snake attack can even come out. Tsunade finally lands a full-strength punch, and even Madara gets blasted down into the ruins. Seeing an opening, Jiraiya and Orochimaru pile on with fire and lightning to bury Madara in an elemental blast. Instead of dying, Madara answers the explosion with a towering Susanoo, proving he can still use it even while blind. Tsunade is stunned, and Tobirama coldly explains that once an Uchiha has mastered Susanoo, the Mangekyo is only the key that unlocked it. Madara mockingly praises Tobirama for understanding the Uchiha better than most of the clan, then sneers that an outsider still knows nothing about their real secrets. Then Madara drops the talk and orders Black Zetsu to bring him a Rinnegan right now. Black Zetsu obeys without hesitation and tears a Rinnegan out of Nagato's eye socket. Konan lashes out with a storm of paper shuriken, and the rest of the battlefield surges after Black Zetsu and Madara, desperate to stop the stolen eye from reaching him. Tobirama and Minato are ready to move too, and even Hashirama wavers, because killing Madara now should be the smart play. But Kagura's hidden control stops the reanimated Hokage cold, and Tobirama angrily questions why they are letting the perfect chance to kill Madara slip away. Kagura answers through their connection that Madara is still useful, and the real priority is the Senju bark because it hides a secret too important to let Madara read. Pressed for an answer, Kagura finally reveals that the bark records the Sage of Six Paths, the origins of Senju and Uchiha, his hidden darkness, and even the path to becoming a new sage. Tobirama immediately sees the danger, but Kagura still insists the bark comes first, and coldly orders them to let Madara reclaim the Rinnegan while they seize the record. Back in the open battle, everyone keeps throwing themselves at Madara and Black Zetsu, refusing to let even one stolen Rinnegan get through. Madara tells Black Zetsu to hide and unleashes a fire-released dust cloud, flooding the area with scorching smoke before it violently explodes. The blast throws everyone back, and Black Zetsu slips out again only after the opening is secure. With the battlefield cleared for a moment, Black Zetsu hands the eye over and Madara presses the Rinnegan back into his socket. The wound heals at once, Madara's vision returns, and he declares that only he was ever worthy of using the Rinnegan. Everyone can feel the shift immediately, because the one-eyed Madara standing over Konoha now carries a completely different weight. Madara laughs at Hashirama and the unseen Kagura alike, boasting that this time both the Rinnegan and the Eye of the Moon plan are finally his again. He tightens his fist and announces that from this moment on, the world will face the destiny it cannot escape. While Hashirama is still trying to answer him, Tobirama and Minato suddenly break for the bark lying on the ground. Black Zetsu tries to raise the bark's value by calling it a key to ancient history, but Madara brushes that off and treats it as nothing more than the winner's trophy. Then Madara activates Limbo, Border Jail, and warns them to witness what the Rinnegan can really do. At first nothing seems to happen, and the whole field goes eerily still for one confused beat. The next second, Tobirama is suddenly blasted away by an attacker nobody can see. Minato tries to guard with a Rasengan, guessing the enemy is just hidden, but the attack passes around that guess and smashes him down too. Even after taking the hit, Minato still cannot read a body, chakra flow, or even disturbed air, which makes the attack far more frightening. Tobirama drops into a sensing stance and starts testing possibilities, already suspecting this bizarre strike belongs to Madara. He makes one more careful run for the bark, ready to use Flying Thunder God if the invisible threat appears again, but it still hits him first and sends him flying a second time. Hashirama barely starts to move before an invisible force twists his arm behind his back and locks him in place too. With every rival shut down by an attack they cannot even perceive, Madara strides toward the bark in open triumph, while Black Setsu creeps after him, eager to glimpse its secret. In the ruined Konoha battlefield, Madara takes the Senju bark for himself because he is sure no one left can stop him now. Black Setsu stays right behind him, secretly just as eager to read the bark and steer Madara with whatever truth or lie is written on it. Madara runs his fingers over the bark and dryly notes that its texture feels like the Uchiha flame fan, as if Senju and Uchiha were always paired opposites. Hashirama points out that opening a Senju heirloom should require wood release, and Madara answers by reminding everyone that grafting Hashirama's cells gave him both wood release and the Rinnegan. Madara feeds wood release chakra into the bark and opens it with open contempt, amused that even the Senju left their own secret record locked behind such a rare power. The first lines throw Madara off immediately because they claim Hagoromo planted the divine tree and built the ninja world with its blessing. That version of history hits Black Setsu like a slap, because he knows it rewrites Kagaya's role and realizes the bark has been tampered with somehow. Madara keeps comparing the bark with the Uchiha stone tablet, and notices the two records agree on the divine tree and ten tails, but disagree over whether chakra began with Hagoromo or Kagaya. Then Madara finds a bigger shock. The bark says Hagoromo had 3 children, and the Uchiha and Senju founders were 2 of them. Madara looks straight at Hashirama and says their clans were not just rivals but blood brothers from the start. Tobirama can hardly believe it, but the answer instantly explains why Uchiha and Senju power can merge instead of rejecting each other. Hashirama takes the news much more warmly, and almost sounds relieved that his bond with Madara had a deeper reason than either of them knew. Madara follows the bark further and casually adds that the Hyuga also descend from this same ancient family line through someone named Otsutsuki Kagaya. But the bark's version is outrageous to Black Setsu, because it calls Kagaya Hagoromo's neglected younger daughter instead of the mother he worships. Madara keeps going anyway and reads that Kagaya ate the divine tree's fruit out of anger over succession, became the Ten Tails, and triggered the infinite Tsukuyumi. That part reassures Madara, because it confirms enough of the Ten Tails and infinite Tsukuyumi story to make him think Akihara Kagura learned his plan from this very bark. Black Setsu relaxes for a moment when the record seems embarrassing but not dangerous, and thinks the worst has passed as long as the Eye of the Moon plan survives. Then the final lines of that section hit both of them at once. The bark says a dark fragment split from Hagoromo's will, and that dark will was called Black Setsu. The battlefield goes dead quiet as Madara and Black Setsu stare at each other, both knowing the bark just turned into a direct accusation. Black Setsu scrambles for an explanation and suggests there might have been another Black Setsu born from Hagoromo, not him. Madara outwardly plays along and even notes that the Sage of Six Paths could have created such a being, just as he created his own Black Setsu with Yin-Yang release. To strengthen the lie, Black Setsu says that ancient Black Setsu could have been born from Hagoromo's selfish desire for immortality, while he himself was born from Madara's noble will for peace. Madara keeps reading, and the bark immediately makes things worse by saying that immortal Black Setsu's real goal was to revive the Ten Tails and Kagaya so he could rule through her power. Now desperate, Black Setsu tries to redirect the suspicion and claims the hidden Black Setsu might be the one feeding Akihara Kagura all this impossible knowledge. Madara does not bite completely, but he admits one ugly possibility out loud. If the bark is right, reviving the Ten Tails might also revive Kagaya herself. Black Setsu quickly says they can settle everything later by finding this other Black Setsu first, and he keeps insisting the infinite Tsukuyumi should still save the world. Madara seems to accept that on the surface, but inside he has already stopped trusting the Black Setsu standing next to him. The bark briefly shifts to old succession history, and Madara sneers when he learns Hagoromo gave authority to Indra but left the actual inheritance to Asura. Black Setsu almost relaxes again, thinking the rest will just cover Indra and Asura, but the bark suddenly drags him back into the center of the story. Madara reads that Black Setsu secretly altered the Uchiha stone tablet itself, and his whole expression turns dangerous because that tablet shaped his entire path. Black Setsu is thrown into real despair now, because he cannot deny the bark without exposing his lies, and he cannot let Madara doubt the stone tablet either. Then the bark delivers the final blow by saying Black Setsu once posed as the will born from Indra's growing power and pushed him to attack Asura and gather tail beasts for the Ten Tails. Madara starts repeating the story back to Black Setsu with a smile that is no longer friendly, making it painfully clear he recognizes the same pattern in his own life. He spells it out piece by piece. An immortal Black Setsu with no real combat power would naturally survive by calling itself an Uchiha's will and manipulating that Uchiha into chasing the Ten Tails for it. And then Madara finally says the one thing Black Setsu cannot talk around anymore. This ancient story feels exactly like what happened to him. In the ruined Konoha battlefield, Madara stares down Black Setsu with killing intent after the Senju bark exposes a history that makes his own manipulation impossible to ignore. Madara coldly asks if Black Setsu still has anything to say for itself, making it obvious he already sees the betrayal. Black Setsu tries its oldest lie again and claims it is Madara's will, but the excuse only makes things worse. Madara mocks that line on the spot, pointing out that Indra was deceived with the exact same trick 1,000 years ago. Black Setsu stumbles backward and claims another Black Setsu did those crimes, but even saying it aloud sounds pathetic. The pattern snaps into place for Madara, and he realizes his own path has mirrored Indra's almost perfectly. Madara remembers Kagura warning that his true resurrection would turn him into a pawn, and that memory twists the knife even deeper. Madara concludes the Uchiha stone tablet was altered, the Eye of the Moon plan was fake, and Black Setsu built his entire dream on lies. Cornered, Black Setsu changes tactics and bluntly says the bark itself is the fake history. Black Setsu admits one part of the truth at last: it was never Madara's will. When Madara demands whose will it really is, Black Setsu answers that it belongs to Kaguya. Black Setsu doubles down with a shocking reversal and claims Kaguya was not Hagoromo's daughter but his mother, leaving the others off-panel stunned. Whether the new history is true or not, Madara no longer doubts the one thing that matters: Black Setsu has been deceiving him the whole time. At that perfect moment, Kagura cuts in through Minato's body and dryly tells Madara he might as well accept being Black Setsu's pawn. Madara recognizes the mockery at once, and Kagura calmly explains through Minato's body that he had been trying to stop Madara from reaching this ruinous truth. Kagura goes further and openly asks Black Setsu why it used Rinne Rebirth to free Madara from his control in the first place. Black Setsu can only admit it never expected the Senju bark to contradict its own script so badly. Kagura calmly asks the question Black Setsu cannot answer: if the bark is false, how can it prove its own identity is true? That single challenge leaves Black Setsu rattled, because it suddenly understands the real author of this trap already knows the truth. Black Setsu lashes out and demands to know where the bark came from, convinced whoever planted it must know its real history. Kagura speaks through Minato and says the bark's version sounds far more believable to everyone here, leaving Black Setsu badly isolated. With no easy escape left, Black Setsu goes quiet and thinks fast while Madara waits in front of him, ready to judge whatever comes next. Black Setsu begins its story by claiming Kaguya came from beyond the heavens to gather the world's power against a terrifying outside enemy. It says Kaguya planted the god tree, but endless human war drove her to eat the chakra fruit and cast infinite Tsukuyomi to stop the fighting. Madara immediately cuts in, furious that Black Setsu is still trying to make infinite Tsukuyomi sound like peace. Kagura presses from Minato's body and points out the obvious problem: that technique still drains people and turns them into something else. Forced to reveal more, Black Setsu admits the dream victims eventually became White Setsu. Madara catches another lie right away, because Black Setsu once told him those White Setsu were made from Hashirama's cells. Black Setsu admits even that was fake and says it only used hidden White Setsu from the ghetto statue to make the lie believable. Madara's patience breaks even further, and he demands to know how much of his life Black Setsu poisoned with lies. Black Setsu panics and pleads that it only used Madara because he was the one ninja strong enough to revive the Ten Tails and save the world. Madara answers with pure contempt, because a liar's motives mean nothing once trust is dead. Kagura keeps the pressure on and mockingly tells Madara to hear a little more from the so-called dark will of the sage. Desperate to regain control, Black Setsu tells the next part of its story and says Kaguya gave birth to Hagoromo and Homura before her sons turned against her. It claims Kaguya created Black Setsu as she was sealed and ordered it to help bring back the Ten Tails through a new Jinchuriki. Kagura laughs off the story as flat and points out that anyone truly trying to save the world would not need to hide everything in secret. Madara stops listening altogether and steps in with enough killing intent to make it clear Black Setsu is seconds from death. Black Setsu begs one last time and swears it will never deceive Madara again, but that promise lands too late. Madara rejects everything flatly and says he will not believe a single word from Black Setsu anymore. Then Kagura springs another trap and reveals he also has Hyuga records about what happens to a Ten Tails Jinchuriki. That revelation crushes Black Setsu's last bluff, and the mood turns into pure despair before Madara's judgment falls. Madara steps in and all but pronounces the death sentence, asking Black Setsu if it has any last words before he kills it. For once Black Setsu goes quiet, and the heavy pause makes it clear even it knows one more lie will not save it. Then Kagura abruptly flips the board and orders Tobirama and Minato to save Black Setsu before Madara can finish it. Madara reacts instantly, leaping in and kicking both Flying Thunder God users away before they can reach Black Setsu. Madara follows with black rods to pin them down, but Minato and Tobirama blink away and keep pressing the rescue. When Minato and Tobirama come in again, Madara counters with the Rinnegan's repulsive force and blasts both rescuers back. Speaking through Hashirama's body, Kagura calls out to Black Setsu and tells it to come to him if it wants the real answers. Black Setsu takes the offer immediately and dives underground with Mayfly, choosing Kagura's unknown trap over Madara's certain execution. Madara erupts in rage and throws up Susanoo at once, slamming a giant blue blade into the ground, but Black Setsu is already gone. Jiraiya immediately challenges Kagura's decision, warning that saving Black Setsu means protecting a disaster-level schemer. Kagura answers with chilling innocence, and reminds Jiraiya that Black Setsu's ambitions are small compared to his own plan to destroy the ninja world. Madara cuts in next and demands that Kagura hand Black Setsu over, now understanding the rescue was deliberate. Kagura admits the whole point of today was to expose Black Setsu's true nature and cut it away from Madara. Then Kagura starts unveiling the conspiracy, saying it all began back when Jiraiya went to investigate Akatsuki. He says the route hunt for Itachi and Obito was only bait, meant to pull Obito and Black Setsu's attention away from his real move. Kagura reveals his true target was Nagato, because forcing Nagato to betray the Eye of the Moon plan would drag Madara into motion. He says he never cared about taking Nagato's eyes for himself, only about making sure Madara learned Nagato had broken with the plan. From there, Kagura says he calculated that Madara and Black Zetsu would come to Konoha at the perfect moment to reclaim Nagato's eyes. He also counted on Madara's pride, knowing an Edo Tensei body under someone else's control would be unbearable to him. Kagura says that pride guaranteed Madara would force Nagato to use Rinne Rebirth and reclaim his freedom with Black Zetsu's help. And once Madara was fully alive again, Kagura says the last piece was simple. He made sure Madara would obtain the bark. Everyone's attention shifts when Kagura brings up Kabuto, and Kabuto stands there in eerie calm as the next layer falls into place. Kagura reveals he once told Kabuto about his plan to destroy the ninja world, fully expecting Kabuto to oppose him in secret. He says Kabuto could never expose him openly, because Root controlled the orphanage and Konoha would sacrifice Kabuto long before sacrificing a would-release prodigy. Still, Kagura says Kabuto kept preparing in secret, gathering Edo Tensei forces in the hope that one day he could stop him. Kagura even fed Kabuto another secret on purpose, leaking the existence of the Senju bark and how would-release chakra could unlock it. Kagura says Kabuto recognized his plan had started when Edo Tensei fighting broke out in Konoha, so he handed the bark to Tsunade as a desperate way to stop him. But Kagura says that was exactly the point, because from the moment Kabuto touched it, the bark was already on the route he designed. Madara finishes the thought himself, and realizes the final destination of that whole chain was always his own hand. Akihara Kagura mockingly congratulates Madara for finally learning how thoroughly Black Zetsu played him. Kagura twists the knife and says the ancient bark exposing Black Zetsu was his reward to Madara for making half of his grand plan work. Madara snaps back that Kagura will pay dearly for trying to control other people's lives like pieces on a board. Kagura coolly reminds him that Madara did the same thing to Nagato and Obito, then declares this whole day his punishment instead. With his goal finished, Kagura has Hashirama bid everyone farewell and prepares to withdraw the 3 Edo Hokage. No one can stop 2 Flying Thunder God users, so Konoha is left watching Kagura's side take Hashirama away. Once the chaos settles, Konoha is hit with a worse reality. Kagura has openly defected, and the village cannot hide it. Tsunade is forced to admit another ugly truth too: without Kagura, Konoha has no real way to handle Madara. She warns Madara not to rush after Kagura, because Kagura may simply be stronger than him. Jiraiya and Tsunade lay out Kagura's terrifying range, from multiple Kekkai Genkai to Hashirama level with style on top of Sage Art, true several thousand hands. Instead of backing down, Madara grins at the challenge and says that just makes him want to fight Kagura even more. Orochimaru points him toward Obito and adds that Naruto is there too, which makes the hunt suddenly much more concrete. Madara refuses to keep using the Geto statue for the Eye of the Moon plan, so he decides to lock it away instead. He raises Susanoo, hurls the Geto statue away from Konoha, and immediately traps it inside a massive Chibaku Tensei satellite. The Konoha shinobi can only stare as Madara performs that absurd sealing feat as if it costs him nothing. With that settled, Madara walks straight toward dying Nagato to take back his other Rinnegan. Konan still tries to shield Nagato even though she knows she has no chance against him. Nagato stops her, painfully plucks out the eye himself, and says stopping Kagura matters more than his grudge. Jiraiya backs that call and urges Konan not to throw her life away over a fight that helps nobody now. Madara instantly takes the offered eye and implants it, restoring his full Rinnegan power. He says he will not destroy the world like Kagura, insisting his own crimes were always for a harsher kind of peace. Nagato can only entrust the rest to him, and Madara vanishes to chase the next battle. Once the last Rinnegan is gone, the 6 paths of pain collapse for good, leaving only Konan alive from the old Rain trio. Even before Nagato is gone, Orochimaru moves in and offers to revive him later with Edo Tensei for the coming war. Kabuto immediately cuts in, saying he would rather handle that himself than trust Orochimaru. Tsunade slams the brakes on that discussion by pointing out Edo Tensei still needs a living sacrifice. Orochimaru shrugs off the cost, but Tsunade forces the room back to the real issue. The world has to unite before Kagura destroys it. She orders Konoha to recall every ninja at once and find out how many Root members have already chosen Kagura over the village. Tsunade goes even harder and declares that any Root ninja who defects is now a kill-on-sight enemy before the war even starts. She follows that by publicly branding Akihara Kagura an SSS rank missing nin, turning his break with Konoha into official fact. Elsewhere, Root has not heard any of that, and Sasuke keeps leading a squad toward Obito's battlefield. At the Valley of the End, Kagura waits beside the water with a fishing rod and a tiny toothpick, focused on a very different kind of trap. Annoyed by how small the toothpick is, Kagura calls for Torian's nanobugs to help him forge a secret piece of history. He also summons Fu just to watch the fishing line, convinced a bite is coming soon. A little later, Fu takes over the fishing while Torian sits beside Kagura and starts packing nanobugs into the tiny stick. Kagura bluntly tells Torian the job is to carve a hidden history of the Hyuga clan onto that stick. Right as he says that, Kagura's eyes shift from Sharingan into Rinnegan, and he awakens a new eye technique built to lock down space itself. He immediately recognizes the new Rinnegan art as a perfect cage for enemies like Obito and Black Setsu who rely on escape tricks. Torian is visibly shaken by those eyes, but Kagura simply raises a barrier around them and tells him to write while he dictates. Kagura starts the forgery at the oldest possible scale, claiming Kaguya once ruled the world before her sons betrayed her for power. His fake history keeps snowballing, with the brothers defeating Kaguya, fighting each other, and Hagoromo remaking the world while Hamura's line retreats to the moon. Then Kagura steers the lie where he really wants it, saying the Hyuga are descendants of Hamura who quietly returned to Earth to reclaim rule. When his subordinates stare at him in shock, Kagura flatly tells them the process can be wrong as long as the final result sells the story. Kagura's forged record next claims the Hyuga secretly tracked reincarnated chakra inside the Uchiha and Senju and searched for a way to break their dominance. He pushes the lie further by inventing a Hyuga elder who manipulated a jealous younger Uchiha brother into faking his death and joining the scheme. In Kagura's version, that younger brother steals his dead elder brother's eyes, awakens eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and immediately turns on the Hyuga conspirator too. He ends the fake record by saying the last Hyuga witness hid the secret on a toothpick that only the Byakugan can read. Even Torian, usually the calmest of them all, is rattled after finishing a lie this detailed. Kagura switches his eyes back to eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and deliberately lets Torian connect that forged history to his own bloodline. Torian asks if Kagura is really Uchiha, and Kagura can tell from their faces that the forged story has already done its job. Kagura takes the toothpick and says the next step is simple. A Hyuga only has to discover it. He looks toward the distant fighting and picks his likely witnesses. Niji and Hinata are both on the field. For Kagura, this lie is not just cover but leverage, because if he can explain away his Sharingan and Rinnegan, Black Setsu will stop questioning who he really is. He is already thinking past Black Setsu too, planning to use that trust to revive Kaguya on purpose and bind even greater power to himself. After finishing his fake history lesson, Kagura welcomes Black Setsu and immediately pivots to a new lure, a tiny Hyuga relic he says only the Byakugan can decipher. Black Setsu doubts him at once, because Kagura had talked before about Ten Tails' secrets, not some Hyuga artifact. Kagura calmly doubles down and claims the Uchiha steel, the Senju bark, and this Hyuga keepsake should all hide Ten Tails' knowledge, with this one sealed inside a hollow core that only Byakugan's sight can read safely. He adds that the relic is so fragile any rough touch would ruin it, then hints that whatever is hidden inside could reveal something very interesting. When Black Setsu asks where it came from, Kagura says it was found alongside the Senju bark and admits he has been searching for the right eyes to read it ever since. That mention of eyes rattles Black Setsu, but Kagura pushes past it and openly says he already knows how to revive the Ten Tails and ruin the world. What he lacks is guidance for creating a new one. Black Setsu keeps quiet, but inside it is uneasy, because if the Hyuga left a record behind, that hidden truth might be dangerous even for it. In the land of Fire Forest, Konoha still has Obito surrounded, and Kakashi finally presses the point that he has seen through Kamiyu's weakness. Naruto lunges with a Rasengan, Obito goes intangible on instinct, and Kakashi instantly warps the attack into Kamiyu's space so it slams into Obito where he thought he was safe. Furious, Obito fires a spiraling flame attack at Kakashi, but Yamato drops him beside him and blocks it with a wood release wall. Kiba is impressed by Yamato's wood release, and Yamato awkwardly downplays it, saying he is nowhere near Kagura's level. Kakashi casually says that if Kagura were here they could attack without restraint, and that single name immediately changes Obito's mood. Obito decides on the spot to grab Naruto, wreck Kagura's position, and stop being forced into cooperation now that only the 8 Tails and 9 Tails remain for the Akatsuki. Obito rushes for Naruto, but Guy crashes in with Taijutsu and forces him back into intangibility before he can grab him cleanly. Guy follows with another spinning kick, and Obito's irritation flares because this Taijutsu specialist keeps ruining him just like the old days. Obito jumps to a high tree, sees how hard Naruto will be to snatch with Kakashi around, and vanishes into a space-time vortex instead. Kakashi warns everyone to stay sharp, and both Niji and Hinata activate Byakugan, but even they cannot find any trace of Obito once he is fully inside his space. Sakura, Kiba, and Shino all check in their own ways and come up empty too, which makes Obito's disappearance feel even more complete. Then Obito attacks from hiding, opening Kamui above the trees and spraying weapons down to throw the whole formation into chaos. As everyone dodges, Obito slips behind Naruto, grabs his shoulder, and starts pulling him into Kamui before Kakashi can stop him. A shuriken forces Obito to interrupt the pull for a heartbeat, but he rematerializes with his grip still on Naruto, and uses the opening to start talking instead. Obito throws Kakashi off balance by bringing up the day Kakashi supposedly first learned his identity, not their childhood but the night Naruto was targeted. Obito claims the real would-be assassin that night was Kagura, and that he had set the whole thing up by murdering Aburame Tatsuma with wood release to frame Kagura first. That detail hits Yamato especially hard, because he remembers exactly how that old wood release murder almost dragged him down with it. Obito keeps going and says young Kagura tried to kill Naruto that same night to throw the village into chaos and save himself from suspicion. Naruto instantly rejects the story and surges forward, unable to accept that Kagura would ever have wanted him dead. Kakashi is shaken because part of the story sounds plausible, but he still refuses to admit that out loud while Naruto is in Obito's hand. Obito escalates further and says Kagura defected to him that very night, becoming his spy inside Konoha from the start. The claim sounds so absurd that Ino laughs outright, and even Shikamaru can only point out how ridiculous it is to imagine Kagura serving under Obito. Obito snaps at their mockery and insists Kagura fed him information for years, from Kakashi's investigation to the Rock Village trap and even the Akatsuki's long survival. He even says that while Kakashi spoke at Rin's grave, he and Kagura were already in the forest planning Kagura's infiltration of Konoha. Seeing Kakashi hesitate, Obito finally tightens his grip and tries to drag Naruto into Kamui for real, but Sakura and Guy both react at once. Before Obito can finish, Sasuke flashes and wearing root colors, snatches Naruto out of the vortex's reach, and immediately scolds him for nearly getting caught by such a loser. Naruto, sobered by the mistake, actually apologizes, and Sasuke brushes it off without softening much. Then Sasuke talks like a true Root operative and tells everyone to leave, because killing this traitor is now Root's job. Kakashi warns him that Obito's Mangekyo ability is dangerous, but Sasuke answers with icy confidence that he already knows exactly how to deal with him. Obito shifts tactics again and tries to hook Sasuke with Itachi, saying the outcome of the brothers' battle proved Itachi chose to die by Sasuke's hand. When Obito offers the truth of the Uchiha massacre, Sasuke coldly says he already knows enough and dismisses it as a fight over eternal Mangekyo power. Obito presses harder and declares that Konoha's top brass wanted the Uchiha wiped out, and that Itachi slaughtered the clan to save Sasuke. Sasuke rejects it as nonsense, but Kakashi and Yamato both go visibly grim because they know the old tension between the Uchiha and Konoha's leadership was real. More Root ninja arrive and surround Obito, but Obito keeps talking anyway, sure that Kagura's side still belongs to him. He pushes the story to its ugliest point and says Itachi struck a deal with Danzo, hid Sasuke away, and then destroyed the Uchiha district with a tailed beast bomb. Sasuke finally snaps and charges to kill him for slandering Itachi and the dead. Then a new voice cuts through the chaos, and Madara himself arrives alive, backing Obito just enough to say the massacre story is partly true. Madara barely acknowledges the others and looks straight to Naruto, relieved that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is still here and not already lost. The moment Naruto sees Madara, the Nine-Tails erupts inside him and a red chakra cloak bursts out almost by reflex. Naruto's transformation races up to 4 tails, and Yamato throws out would-release restraints to pin him down before the seal breaks any further. It does not work, because the Nine-Tails keeps forcing more chakra out until Yamato feels the whole thing slipping beyond his control. The wood barrier finally shatters, and Naruto's rampage jumps past 5 tails towards something much worse. Sasuke immediately orders the Root Ninja to help seal the Nine-Tails, because the battlefield has stopped being about Obito for the moment. Madara does not bother with anyone's panic, because to him a tailed beast is just a beast, and he calmly opens his Sharingan to shut the Nine-Tails down. Inside the seal, Naruto is still struggling against Kurama's hatred when Madara's will and Sharingan presence intrude there too, and even the Nine-Tails freezes at that familiar menace. Back in the forest, the Nine-Tails chakra vanishes almost instantly, leaving Naruto subdued and the whole Konoha side rattled by how easily Madara just did that. Most of the forest goes tense and cautious, but Guy still plants himself in front of his team, ready to fight no matter how terrifying Madara feels. Obito finally questions the part that makes no sense to him. Madara is alive before the Eye of the Moon plan is complete, before Nagato's Rinnegan transfer, and before the Ten Tails ever happened. Madara coldly answers only one part of it, saying Kagura was the one who revived him and that he now intends to repay that favor with a death beyond compare. Obito presses again about Nagato, the Rinnegan, and the plan itself, because none of this matches the path he thought they were still on. Madara dismisses the whole discussion as pointless and starts walking towards Sasuke instead, treating Obito's confusion like an annoyance he no longer needs to indulge. Obito cannot let that go and blurts out the real fear underneath it all, asking if Madara has revived himself only to push him out of the Eye of the Moon plan. Madara finally turns back and delivers the real answer with pure contempt. Thanks to Obito recruiting Kagura, the Eye of the Moon plan is cancelled. Obito freezes when Madara bluntly says the Eye of the Moon plan is cancelled, like the words do not even register at first. The shock turns to fury as Obito remembers everything he sacrificed for that dream, from betraying the village to drowning his life in blood for a world where Rin could exist again. Obito snaps and shouts that they already gathered 7-tailed beasts. Naruto is right here, and Madara has no right to kill the plan now that victory is so close. When Obito cries that Madara promised Infinite Tsukuyomi would bring back Rin, his desperation is raw enough to sound more like a breakdown than an argument. He throws himself through his space-time vortex, appears right in front of Madara, and reaches for Madara's eyes to seize the plan for himself. Madara lifts one finger, triggers the curse seal he planted in Obito's heart long ago, and drops his former pawn to the ground in agony. Looking down on him, Madara finally says the ugly part out loud. The Eye of the Moon plan was a lie, Infinite Tsukuyomi was a conspiracy, and the peace they chased never existed. Obito can only repeat that Madara promised the dead could return in the dream, clinging to the lie because losing it means losing Rin all over again. Madara twists the knife further by saying they should thank Obito for recruiting Kagura, because Kagura was the one who exposed the conspiracy behind the entire plan. Even after hearing that, Obito is still obsessed with killing Kagura and forcing the plan forward, which only makes Madara sneer at how blind he still is. Off to the side, Guy quietly asks Kakashi if he understood any of that, because the fight has suddenly turned into a nightmare political briefing. Kakashi cautiously sums it up as best he can. Madara and Obito had some huge plan, and somehow Kagura wrecked it. Madara immediately cuts in and says Kakashi still has it backward, because their plot failed but Kagura's own plan to destroy the ninja world has already started. Kakashi is stunned, and Madara only tells him he will understand once he gets back to Konoha, refusing to explain the humiliation in detail. Before anyone can dig deeper, several NBU rush into the clearing with Tsunade's order for teams 3, 7, 8, and 10 to return to Konoha immediately. The order makes no sense to Kakashi and the others, because they came here to capture Obito and now the village wants them gone immediately. Kakashi steps forward and asks if Tsunade is handing the Obito mission over to Root, but the answer is about to be much worse. The ANBU announces that Kagura has defected, been labeled an SSS-ranked rogue ninja, and that every Root member must return for investigation or be killed for resisting. That single order terrifies the whole battlefield more than Madara's return, because if Kagura really turned, then Konoha itself may already be collapsing. Naruto instantly rejects the claim, and Sasuke's hard stare says he refuses to believe it too. The Root ninja present are just as shaken, because they do not know Kagura's real situation or whether they are supposed to obey ANBU at all. Shikamaru calls the news terrifying, because unlike most people there, he immediately grasps how dangerous Kagura's position in Konoha has always been. Kakashi presses the ANBU for details, already realizing that if the village's strongest hand really defected, then something catastrophic must have happened in Konoha. Asuma challenges the order itself, pointing out that SSS rank is not even normal Konoha terminology, and openly wondering if these ANBU are enemy imposters. The ANBU can only insist that everyone return first, because the truth is so bad they barely know how to explain it out here. Then a familiar voice cuts through the standoff, and Naruto recognizes Kagura before anyone else even sees him. Kakashi feels a flash of relief at hearing Kagura too, still wanting to believe there is some explanation that can make sense of this mess. The ANBU react in the exact opposite way, instantly going on guard and shouting for everyone to retreat while they cover the escape. Madara, meanwhile, lights up with battle hunger the moment he senses Kagura approaching. Kagura finally steps out of the trees with Black Zetsu at his side, calm enough to make the whole battlefield even more uneasy. The second Madara sees Black Zetsu beside Kagura, his anger spikes and he charges straight at them to kill both at once. Kagura casually raises one arm and stops Madara's strike dead, and the collision blasts wind hard enough to make everyone else shield their faces. Instead of fighting right away, Kagura calmly asks Madara to wait until he can read the message hidden in the Hyuga clan relic first. Madara immediately tries to bargain for Black Zetsu's death first, but Kagura refuses because he still wants to verify Black Zetsu's role before making his next move. Still reeling, Obito steps in and demands answers from Kagura and Black Zetsu, because at this point he barely understands who betrayed whom. Obito points at Black Zetsu and asks the question wrecking his mind, if Black Zetsu was supposed to be Madara's will, why does Madara want him dead? The ANBU start awkwardly answering over each other, arguing whether Black Zetsu is the dark will of the Sage of Six Paths or Kagaya, which only makes the battlefield more absurd. Kakashi rubs his forehead in frustration, because the more facts appear, the less the whole situation makes sense on the surface. Then Shikamaru quietly starts connecting the pieces, realizing Madara's behavior, the ANBU's lack of surprise, and Black Zetsu's identity all point to a much bigger betrayal. He lays out the theory step by step. Madara and Obito had a world-shaking plan, Black Zetsu betrayed Madara for an even darker one, and Kagura became the person chosen to carry it forward. When Shikamaru finally says Kagura's name as the chosen figure at the center of that plan, the clearing goes dead silent. Even the ANBU are impressed by how fast Shikamaru figured it out, because he just summarized the disaster they witnessed back in Konoha better than they could. Then the ANBU corrects one final detail, saying Shikamaru is close but still too generous. Kagura was not simply chosen by the conspiracy, he was the true mastermind behind it all. An ANBU report hits Konoha like a bomb. The mastermind behind the recent conspiracies is not Black Zetsu alone, but Akihara Kagura himself. Ino flatly refuses to believe it, because the Kagura she knows has always looked like Konoha's strongest protector. Shikamaru warns that people at Kagura's level may be thinking on a scale the rest of them still cannot grasp. Choji's quiet question hits hardest. If the report is true, Naruto must be the one taking it worst. Over with Team 7, Sakura sees Naruto holding himself together so tightly that she worries he might explode. Naruto answers with a bright smile that looks almost forced, insisting they still need the truth before they judge Kagura. Kakashi is relieved Naruto has not broken, but one glance at Sasuke's white-knuckled grip tells him this battlefield is tearing open old wounds on every side. The calm shatters when Obito demands answers, raging at Kagura, Black Zetsu, and Madara for stopping the Eye of the Moon plan. Madara coldly says Infinite Tsukuyomi was never peace at all, only Black Zetsu's trap to dominate the world. Kagura adds that Black Zetsu is tied to the era of the Sage of Six Paths, and Black Zetsu angrily snaps back that he is actually Kagaya's will. Then the real horror lands. Madara reveals Infinite Tsukuyomi would drain everyone dry and leave them as mindless white Zetsu-like shells. For Obito, that means the dream he built his whole life around may have been fake from the start. Obito breaks, clutching his head and screaming that he will still create a world where Rin exists. He suddenly charges straight for Naruto, acting on pure madness instead of any clear plan. Sasuke cuts in first, and Kakashi with Guy rush in after him, trying to stop Obito before he reaches Naruto. As the scramble continues, Kagura casually wonders if Obito has gone mad, and Black Zetsu answers by exposing the trap behind Rin's death. Black Zetsu bluntly says Madara manipulated Mist to put the three tails in Rin and force Kakashi to kill her, all to drive Obito into the Eye of the Moon plan. Kakashi is shaken to the core, because the blood he has carried for years may have been part of someone else's design all along. Obito reaches the same conclusion even faster and turns all his fury on Madara, naming him as Rin's killer. Obito rushes Madara, but Madara raises one finger and instantly drops him with the control seal hidden inside his body. Pitch black yin-yang rods burst from Obito's body, and Madara reminds him with chilling contempt that he was always nothing more than a pawn. Unable to fight back himself, Obito begs Kakashi to kill him, take his eye, and use Kamui to avenge Rin by killing Madara. Kakashi's hand goes to his kunai, but a masked Anbiyu cuts in and reminds him that Tsunade now wants Madara treated as a possible ally against Kagura. That order freezes Kakashi in place, leaving him to face the bitter truth that the man he wants revenge on is now politically off-limits. Guy, Yamato, and Asuma each try to steady him, reminding Kakashi that Obito is still an enemy and that a reckless move would only add more damage. Kakashi forces a compromise and asks that Obito be taken into custody first, even though it falls far short of the revenge Obito is asking for. When Kakashi steps in to lift him, Obito grabs his shoulder and repeats the same plea, take my eye and kill Madara for Rin. Kakashi refuses again, admitting through clenched restraint that if Kagura really betrayed Konoha, the village thinks it needs Madara's power. Naruto can finally stay quiet no longer, and he directly asks Kagura what he has actually done and why everyone is calling it betrayal. Kagura answers without hesitation that he wants real peace, and his method is to revive the Ten Tails, wipe out all ninjas, and build a new world afterward. The whole field goes cold, because Kagura calmly calls genocide the gentler answer. Kakashi presses him, and Kagura drops another ugly truth. He really did use Obito's exposure and his time inside Akatsuki to steal their plans while following his own agenda. Kagura mocks the other grand plans as weak, arguing that if the Ten Tails gives the power to destroy the world, then destroying it and making a new one is simply the cleaner choice. Naruto stares at him like a stranger and calls it what it is, not peace, but slaughter. Kagura barely reacts, saying peace always demands blood and speaking as if everyone else's refusal to die for his new era is the real disappointment. Then Kagura twists the moment further by pointing to Black Zetsu as the only one backing his vision, dragging him into blame he never clearly agreed to. Black Zetsu does not even know how to react, because Kagura has somehow blamed him for a plan he never actually backed. Without warning, Kagura changes subjects and says there is one more thing he wants before his plan begins, the truth hidden in a Hyuga clan relic. Kagura explains that the wooden tag will break if handled wrong, and only the Byakugan can read the tiny information hidden inside it. He chooses Hinata and Niji together, because he wants one Hyuga to read it and the other to verify whether the reading is true. Hinata steps forward first on her own, ready to read the clan secret before anyone else can stop her. When Maste and Biyu move to interfere, Kagura answers by throwing up living wood vines and sealing off the space around Hinata and the relic. Madara does nothing to stop it, because he also wants to know what a hidden Hyuga record might reveal. Kagura hands the relic to Hinata and coldly warns that if her reading and Niji's verification do not match, both of them will die. For one ugly moment, Hinata and Niji both understand the trap. A branch family grudge or a single lie could send them to the grave together. Guy wants to move, but Kakashi holds back, knowing everyone there may be too weak to stop Kagura if he forces this through. Hinata accepts the burden anyway, knowing the only way both she and Niji live is if the first reading is honest. To keep Niji from hearing her first reading, his hearing is sealed, and Hinata activates her Byakugan to examine the microscopic script inside the relic. Hinata begins reading the relic aloud. Kaguya once ruled the world, and her sons Hagoromo and Hamura joined with the sage of Mayaboku to seal her on the moon. Black Zetsu is almost moved, because this version of history finally seems to support his claim that he was born from Kaguya's will. But the story takes a strange turn, and Hinata reads that Hagoromo and Hamura later fought each other for control of the world. Then the relic turns monstrous. Hinata reads that Hagoromo used the Ten Tails to kill everyone in the old world and recreate both the world and its ninjas. Every eye swings to Kagura, because the ancient founder's method sounds exactly like the future he just announced for the ninja world. Hinata finishes the line that breaks the field completely. The creator of that new world was Hagoromo Otsutsuki, later called the Sage of Six Paths. Even Black Zetsu is left rattled, because the Hyuga record has gone so wildly off-script that nobody knows what to trust anymore. The battlefield goes cold when the record claims the Sage of Six Paths wiped out the old era to bury a history of patricide and fratricide before creating the current world. Naruto and the Konoha ninja can barely process it, because the saint they admire now sounds like the one who ended the world first. Akihara Kagura suddenly applauds, almost delighted, and says this only proves his own path of apocalypse and recreation can work. Madara picks up that thought at once, coldly asking if Kagura wants to copy the sage's method and rebuild the world the same way. Kagura points at Black Zetsu and says if anyone knows how that ancient destruction and creation worked, it should be the so-called will behind the sage. Black Zetsu snaps back that he is Kagaya's will, not Hagoromo's, and even uses the chance to paint Kagaya as a protector instead of a destroyer. Madara dismisses him with a sneer and points out that every version of history clashes, so the real question is which record can be trusted at all. Black Zetsu immediately backs the Hyuga record, because this version ruins Hagoromo's image and fits the family lineages far better than the Senju bark did. Kagura coolly reminds everyone that Black Zetsu has rewritten history before, so there is no reason to assume the Hyuga relic was left untouched. Black Zetsu denies touching it, and pushes the blame elsewhere, demanding to know where this Hyuga wooden sign even came from. Kagura says the tag came with the Senju bark and directs Hinata to keep reading, making it clear there is still more hidden inside. Hinata forces herself onward and reads that Hamura fled to the moon, hoped to free Kagaya, and lost any chance of revenge when Hagoromo split the Ten-Tails into the tailed beasts and spread chakra across the world. That detail rattles Black Zetsu, because the Hyuga tablet suddenly sounds precise enough to record Kagaya's true resurrection conditions. Madara listens in silence, and calmly repeats the logic. Hagoromo scattered the tailed beasts and chakra so his mother and brother could never gather enough power to strike back. Kagura presses for the part that really matters, asking if the tablet explains why the secret record was created in the first place. Hinata reveals the next bombshell. A descendant of Hamura later came down to Earth, founded the Hyuga line, and meant to reclaim rule over the ninja world. The Konoha side is instantly shaken, because the Hyuga clan now sounds like a hidden claimant line from the losing branch of the sage's family. Madara barely cares about the Hyuga claim itself, but Black Zetsu eagerly calls this the real history and embraces the link between the Hyuga bloodline, Kagaya, and the Byakugan. Hinata keeps reading and the Hyuga record turns even stranger, saying one elder line spent generations watching the Uchiha and Senju until they confirmed a powerful inherited chakra passing through both clans. The tablet bluntly says that to reclaim power, those two inherited chakras had to be destroyed first, and this time even Black Zetsu is visibly shaken. Madara gives the Hyuga a rare measure of respect, impressed that they spent generations confirming what most clans never even understood. Kagura turns on Black Zetsu again and says if he knows what those inherited chakras mean, now is the time to stop hiding it. Madara backs that demand with killing intent, and Black Zetsu finally admits the Senju bark was right about one thing: Indra's and Asura's chakra keep reincarnating and passing their conflict down the generations. Kagura pushes one step further and openly says Black Zetsu used that same secret to play Indra's side and keep the Uchiha and Senju at war. Just hearing that old deception again sets Madara off, because being tricked by Black Zetsu is still the insult he hates most. Kagura cuts through the flare-up and asks Hinata to continue, because he knows the most dangerous part of the record still has not been spoken. Hinata begins the final section, saying that after the war only one descendant remained, and that survivor secretly colluded with an Uchiha. The instant that line appears, Kagura abruptly stops her, which tells everyone he is desperately trying to keep the rest buried. Madara immediately senses the hidden value, blocks Kagura's move, and orders Hinata to read every remaining word. Hinata freezes under the pressure, torn between Kagura's warning and Madara's command. Naruto steps in with a steady voice and tells Hinata to go on, because now he also wants to know what Kagura is trying so hard to hide. Madara reads Kagura's reaction perfectly and taunts him, now certain the Hyuga history has exposed a secret tied directly to the Uchiha and to Kagura himself. Watching from the side, Shikamaru gets a bad feeling and realizes the whole point of this tablet may be hidden in who it was trying to warn future readers about. Hinata resumes and reads that the Uchiha conspirator stole his elder brother's eyes from the corpse, gained eternal eye power, and then turned on his Hyuga ally as well. The dying descendant left this tablet as revenge and as a warning, claiming Senju and Uchiha chakra could be combined to defeat that eternal eye power, and hiding the secret where only Byakugan could uncover it. When Hinata says that is the end, most people only hear old secrets about the eternal Mangekyo and the Rinnegan, but Kagura's face stays dark enough to prove something bigger is still missing. Shikamaru suddenly sees the real gap in the story. The record never says what happened to that Uchiha afterward, which means the secret is not the eyes alone but the bloodline that inherited them. He quickly asks Hinata if the tablet says anything else about that Uchiha, and her answer is a simple no. That missing line lets Shikamaru finish the deduction. If the warning tablet survived, it must have ended up in the killer's hands, and the last person holding it now is Kagura. Every gaze swings to Kagura, and the surviving Uchiha finally connect the last clue. He used the Sharingan before, so the hidden Uchiha bloodline has been standing in front of them all along. Kagura breaks the silence with a laugh and admits the history on the tablet was about him all along, praising Shikamaru for seeing through it. He calmly fills in the missing past, that Uchiha suspected the Senju also carried a special inherited chakra, stole the Senju bark to uncover it, and died before solving the full secret himself. Kagura says that ancestor had only one child and knew there might never be another eternal Mangekyo line, so he chose the crueler solution of passing his own eyes directly down to his heir. Then he gives the final reveal. That single pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was inherited through the direct line for generations, and even now it is still in use. The battlefield freezes when everyone finally sees Kagura's real eyes and realizes he has hidden Uchiha blood all along. As the hidden record is pieced together, the truth turns uglier. Kagura descends from an ancient Uchiha who faked his death, stole his brother's eyes, and preserved that power through his bloodline. The bigger horror is not just the eyes, but that Kagura's family kept this secret branch alive for generations without anyone in the ninja world noticing. Shikamaru quietly confirms it is all true, and even Kakashi is rattled because he knew Kagura for years without ever seeing a Sharingan. Madara stares at Kagura in disbelief and admits that this hidden branch really did preserve an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan across the centuries. Kagura answers almost fondly, saying his ancestors hardly dared use those eyes before they understood the secrets of both Uchiha and Senju power. He says he is the last heir carrying generations of expectation, and the pressure of restraining that intoxicating power nearly drove him mad. Madara is forced to respect that restraint, while Black Zetsu feels a colder shock because this hidden Uchiha line stayed invisible even to him. Black Zetsu quickly flips from fear to greed and decides Kagura might be an even better piece to manipulate than Madara. Kagura decides he has learned enough from the Hyuga record and calmly announces that he is leaving to pursue his plan. He parts with a chilling promise, telling everyone he hopes their next meeting will be at the end of the world. Naruto lunges after him on instinct, but Kagura instantly traps him with a rising wood-release vine. Sasuke cuts Naruto free and openly steps against Kagura for the first time. Kagura sounds almost curious instead of angry, asking why a root ninja under him is now standing with Konoha. Sasuke says he does not care about Kagura's world-ending plan right now and demands the truth about Itachi and the Uchiha massacre. When Kagura coldly says Itachi is already dead, Sasuke keeps pressing because the surviving Uchiha all deserve the truth. Kagura throws the answer back at him. If Itachi slaughtered the clan because Konoha's leaders forced the coup crisis and traded the clan's lives for Sasuke's survival, does that erase his guilt? That one exchange confirms the hidden deal to everyone listening, and the Konoha side falls into a heavy silence. Sasuke understands the rest too. Kagura raised him in root and sharpened him into the weapon that would kill Itachi for him. Kakashi and the others can only watch in grim agreement, because using Sasuke that way is exactly the kind of move they always feared from Kagura. Kagura cuts the bond cleanly and expels Sasuke on the spot. Then Kagura turns to the other root Uchiha and asks whether they are staying behind with Sasuke or following him out. Madara expects another betrayal like the one he suffered long ago, convinced the Uchiha survivors will choose Konoha over a defector. Instead, the root survivors move behind Kagura without hesitation, choosing him over both Konoha and Sasuke. Sasuke tries to call them back, but the truth about Itachi and Konoha leaves him with nothing he can say to keep them. The loss hits all at once, and Sasuke feels as if Itachi has stolen his clan from him for a second time. That pain explodes into a new awakening as blood runs from Sasuke's eyes and his Mangekyo Sharingan finally appears. Kakashi and Sakura react in alarm, but Madara is openly pleased because Sasuke has finally taken the next step he wanted. Madara even tries to console Sasuke by comparing him to his own past, saying true power eventually makes clan and village feel small. Black Zetsu ruins the moment with a mocking question about why Madara's own clan rejected him but followed Kagura instead. Madara snaps and lunges to kill Black Zetsu on the spot. Kagura cuts into that clash and blocks Madara because he refuses to let Black Zetsu die yet. Madara says he can overlook Kagura's schemes and even his ambition, but Black Zetsu is the one thing he absolutely must kill. Kagura simply refuses, and two monsters with eternal Mangekyo stare each other down at last. Madara raises the stakes by revealing both Rinnegan again and declaring that Kagura's eyes are still beneath his. He reminds Kagura that even with Hashirama's cells, awakening the Rinnegan should take many long years. Madara kicks Kagura aside, lands, and unleashes a stronger Limbo now that both Rinnegan are back. Four unseen Limbo clones rush Kagura from another dimension, turning the air around him into a hidden kill zone. Kagura stays calm and says the rule Madara quoted is only true in theory, because there is one huge difference between them. Then Kagura reveals his own eyes have already gone further, and a 6-tomo Rinnegan appears in both sockets. Madara, Black Zetsu, and everyone else are stunned because Kagura has somehow awakened the Rinnegan far too early. With those new eyes, Kagura can see the invisible Limbo clones clearly, so Madara's hidden advantage vanishes on the spot. Kagura explains that Madara only borrowed Hashirama's chakra, but he went further and awakened a sage body with the first Hokage cells. That answer makes even Black Zetsu realize Kagura's body itself pushed the evolution faster than anyone expected. Kagura says this was the reward for a gamble on death, because transplanting Hashirama's cells almost never lets the subject live. He reveals that he chose the Konoha orphanage on purpose as a child, expecting Konoha's secret human experiments to eventually reach it. Kakashi is hit hardest, because Kagura's whole bond with the orphanage now sounds like it was built from calculation from the start. When Kakashi asks about Kabuto and Nono, Kagura coldly calls them tools he used to gain trust and move closer to his goal. An A&B report confirms Kabuto's desperate attempt to stop Kagura with the Senju bark only ended up serving Kagura's larger scheme. Kagura goes on to say the orphanage route failed only because Orochimaru fled Konoha early, so Kagura left the village and offered himself as Orochimaru's test subject instead. Everyone is shaken by the idea that Kagura made life and death plans like this while still younger than most academy students. Kagura says the gamble paid off. The sage body nurtured his inherited eyes until they evolved into the Rinnegan before he ever had to steal Nagato's. Once he confirmed no one in the ninja world could stop him, that was when he finally chose to begin his real plan. Shikamaru can only admit to himself that Kagura's planning feels almost flawless, which makes him seem like a disaster the ninja world has never seen before. Madara reacts the opposite way and bursts into delighted laughter because at last he has found an opponent who excites him more than Hashirama. He declares Kagura a better challenge than Hashirama now and surges forward, craving one perfect fight at full power. As he rushes past, Madara snatches a sword from a nearby ANBU and swings it at Kagura without slowing down. Kagura answers just as calmly by taking a sword from one of his rude followers, meeting Madara's charge like he expected this moment all along. On the ruined battlefield, Madara bursts forward first, swinging his sword at Kagura with the speed and killing intent of the Warring States era. Kagura meets him cleanly, and the two lock into a brutal sword duel where both Sharingan track every tiny opening. Madara keeps pressing harder, but Kagura blocks every angle, matching the legendary Uchiha blow for blow. Madara gets more excited the longer the duel lasts, because fighting Kagura feels like facing a Sharingan-wielding Hashirama. Their swords finally snap under the strain, turning the duel from pure swordplay into an even nastier close-quarters fight. Madara immediately reaches for Kagura's throat, but Kagura knocks the grab away and kicks him square in the chest. Both men are blasted apart by the force, and Madara spits blood but only looks happier, as if the real fight has finally started. Laughing through the blood, Madara praises this kind of life-or-death battle and says anything less is just child's play. Madara throws out Great Fire Annihilation, and Kagura answers with the same jutsu at even greater scale. The colliding firestorms swallow the field in heat, and the nearby Konoha ninja scramble out of range before the flames kill them. Kiba shakes at the sight of it, and even Kakashi can only stare at the impossible scale of their fire release. Naruto barely watches the clash at all, because he is more worried about Sasuke after everything that just shattered around him. Sasuke says he is fine, but touching his eyes only reminds him of his clan, his new Mangekyo power, and how little of his old life is left. When an ANBU quietly suggests hunting down Kagura's root followers next, Sasuke freezes because those surviving root Uchiha are still his people. That thought traps Sasuke in a miserable choice between killing former clansmen, defecting to people who hate him, or returning to a village that may never truly accept him. For one bitter moment, Sasuke realizes the only place that ever felt like home to him was Root, and now even that is gone. Kakashi cuts through the distraction and says the Root stragglers are not the real issue, because stopping Kagura is the only way to break his whole plan. Asuma can only stare at the inferno and admit the obvious. A fight at this level is beyond anything they can really join. Madara sees Kagura's fire overpower his own and openly declares him the strongest fire release user he has ever faced. Without backing off, Madara wraps himself in a blue Susanoo and slices straight through the incoming sea of fire. The second form Susanoo grows extra arms and turns its swords on Kagura, pushing the battle into giant ocular jutsu territory. Kagura counters at point-blank range, catching one attack with wood and smashing a Susanoo blade apart with his own raw strength. Madara only grins harder and showers Kagura with multiple Yasaka Magatama, showing how completely he has mastered every level of Susanoo. Kagura answers with a colossal earth wall that rises like a mountain and absorbs the barrage. Then Madara climbs higher still, evolving his Susanoo into its complete form and making everyone feel the full weight of Uchiha terror again. From the crystal in its forehead, Madara draws a giant sword and cleaves through Kagura's mountain-sized defense, the slash carving through forest and stone far beyond it. Kagura barely reacts to the overwhelming display and dryly asks if they are already done warming up and moving straight to a Susanoo battle. Madara says all their earlier exchanges were just minor skirmishes, which leaves the watching ninja cold with the realization of how outclassed they are. Madara calls for the real battle to begin and challenges Kagura to show the techniques Hashirama once admired in him. Kagura closes and opens his eyes, and white chakra begins forming around him as his own Susanoo answers Madara's challenge. In one surge, Kagura's Susanoo reaches complete form too, becoming a towering white warrior that shines like moonlight beside Madara's blue giant. As the two complete Susanoo square up, everyone who can still move retreats fast because even the aftershocks could kill ordinary ninja. Kakashi quickly takes command, ordering most of the force back to Konoha while he and Guy stay to keep watch on the battle. Niji, Hinata, Sasuke, Asuma, and Yamato all want to stay for different reasons, but Kakashi shuts that down and chooses only the few who might actually survive it. Kakashi settles on a small team of himself, Guy, Niji, and Sasuke, because Niji can scout and the others are fast enough to escape if the battlefield collapses. Obito is left as a dangerous wildcard, too injured to matter right now but still impossible for Konoha to drag home and still obsessed with killing Madara. Naruto's safety becomes the real priority for the retreating side, so the larger Konoha group finally starts pulling back. At the same time, Karen leads the root ninja away from the danger, with Tobirama and Hashirama staying close to protect her. The retreating younger ninja recognize Karen, and Shikamaru quietly says no one should expect her to betray Kagura after he rebuilt her life. Naruto is torn because Kagura changed his life too, but even now he refuses to give up and vows he will bring Kagura back to the village. Shikamaru warns him that Kagura was never truly Konoha's man, and a lifetime of inherited goals will not be talked away so easily. Naruto still refuses to let go, then suddenly thinks of Anko and realizes Kagura's defection will hit her in a painfully familiar way because Karen went with him. Among the retreating route, Karen picks up news about Sasuke's expulsion without caring much, but the bigger reveal about Kagura's Uchiha bloodline sets off Tobirama instantly. Tobirama explodes and blames Kagura's scheming nature on the Uchiha, loudly falling back into his old prejudice right in front of the surviving clan members. Hashirama ignores the rant and fixes on the real problem, because he alone truly understands what a battle between two perfect Susanoo can become. The two giant warriors finally face each other in full, Madara's blue Susanoo like a demon god and Kagura's white one like a divine war god. Madara strikes first again, driving the blue giant forward and bringing its huge katana down on Kagura's white Susanoo. Kagura blocks it with a bright white blade, and the impact sends a hurricane shockwave ripping through the battlefield. The giant duel continues in repeated collisions, and the watchers can only stare at power far beyond ordinary ninja combat. Sasuke watches in awe with Itachi's eyes still hidden in his pouch, realizing just how clear the path to monstrous power has become, and how empty that realization feels now. Obito also watches in silence, bitterly aware that even with Mangekyo he can never reach this level, while he only has one eye. A stray sword wind from the giant clash slices overhead, and Kakashi has to yell for everyone to get down before it cuts through them too. Madara decides raw power alone will not settle it quickly, so he starts showing Kagura just how far his Susanoo mastery really goes. Extra arms and weapons unfold from the blue Susanoo until it attacks like a many-limbed war machine from every direction at once. Kagura's white Susanoo is suddenly pinned in place as Madara locks up its weapon, wrist, waist, and body all at once. Once the white Susanoo is trapped, Madara combines two giant swords and brings the fused strike down hard enough to knock Kagura's giant reeling. Kagura steadies himself and admits the title of strongest Uchiha still belongs to Madara even after 1,000 years. Madara takes the opening to lecture him, saying Susanoo only reaches its full depth through years of war, repetition, and real rivals. He says Kagura's age was too peaceful and too full of other attachments, so his schemes became sharp but his Susanoo never had to evolve the way Madara's did. Kagura accepts the point without denial and calmly says that if plain Susanoo is not enough, then he will make the fight more exciting. Then Kagura does the last thing Madara expects and dismisses his complete white Susanoo entirely, scattering it into silver-white light. Before Madara can read the move, Kagura enters Sage mode and starts pulling in natural energy at a terrifying rate. A giant wooden humanoid rises from the earth to match the blue Susanoo's scale, and white armor begins spreading over its body. The fusion completes into something even stranger and stronger, a white-armored wooden giant with a white-armored wooden dragon coiling from its back. With that new fusion unveiled, Kagura names it Sage Art, Wooden Human Susanoo, and turns the battle into something even Madara has to take seriously. Madara realizes Kagura's giant Susanoo-armored wooden warrior looks close to his own in size, but the power gap between them is crushingly obvious. Even Madara is forced to admit that Kagura's fusion of Susanoo would release, and Sage power has surpassed anything he has ever seen. Kagura calmly tells Madara that being born in this era is not his own misfortune, but Madara's good luck. Provoked, Madara drives his blue Susanoo forward and refuses to believe this is enough to beat him. This time Kagura meets him head-on, drawing a giant white sword while a Susanoo-armored wooden dragon coils out and rips one of Madara's arms away. Madara tries to hack Kagura's giant apart, but Kagura's wooden warrior blocks the strike without budging. Then Kagura's white blade cleaves through Madara's swords and slashes a long wound across the blue Susanoo's body. Madara frantically repairs his Susanoo and realizes Kagura's glowing white sword is not a normal Susanoo weapon at all. Deciding he cannot let the pressure keep building, Madara answers with Hashirama's wood release and floods the battlefield with flowering vines. The giant flowers open, making the trap even worse because their pollen can knock out anyone who breathes it in. Kagura treats the whole thing as a nuisance and has his giant mirror his hand seal as a sphere of blinding white light gathers between its palms. His Sage Art dust release expands in a sweeping ring and erases Madara's flowering forest in one flash. Madara jerks his Susanoo backward the moment he sees what that light does, but he still loses another arm to the dust release edge. Madara is openly stunned that Kagura can push dust release to a level no Tsuchikage ever reached. Before Madara can recover, Kagura fires another oval beam of white light straight through the blue Susanu's torso and drops it to one knee. Kagura says he has always wanted this kind of all-out fight against the strongest, but to him this battle is only the opening move before an even bigger end. Madara's mood flips from corner to savage as he says the real battle for him is only starting, and his eyes shift into the Rinnegan. Madara points upward and tears the clouds apart with Tengai Shinsei, calling down a flaming meteor over the battlefield. At the edge of the battlefield, Niji, Kakashi, and Sasuke go grim at the sight of the falling rock, while Guy and Obito stay comparatively steady. Kagura barely respects the threat, saying a technique Hashirama could stop will not decide this fight. Madara mocks him for underestimating Hashirama, but Kagura simply raises a hand and fires dust release straight into the sky. The first meteor bursts apart under the white beam, and a second one twice as large is revealed right behind it. Kagura shatters the second meteor too, but the falling debris was only setting up Madara's real trap. Madara launches a black gravitational core into the sky, and planetary devastation drags Kagura and the broken meteor fragments upward into a stone prison. With Kagura sealed overhead, Madara lets his blue Susanoo fade and calmly says the battle has finally shifted into a contest between Rinnegan users. Nearby, Karen lunges forward to save Kagura, but Hashirama and Tobirama block her, and Tobirama flatly says Kagura is too devious to lose so easily. Hashirama almost speaks up for Madara, but Tobirama cuts him off because he is sure Kagura already prepared for this exact kind of Rinnegan fight. Underground, White Setsuaway worries about Kagura, and Black Setsu starts probing whether Kagura ever handled bark records or wooden tags in secret. Before anyone can answer, cracks race across the stone sphere and white light starts blasting out from inside. Kagura blows the seal apart almost immediately and descends from the collapsing prison as if nothing about that capture bothered him. Madara is surprised by how fast Kagura escaped, and Kagura answers that for a Rinnegan user, breaking this seal should be expected. Now fighting in his own body instead of through the giant avatar, Kagura quietly prepares for the real duel. Madara answers by releasing all four Limbo shadows and declaring the next exchange will continue until one of them falls here. Instead of answering with force, Kagura coolly forms a wind technique and says the battlefield feels too stifling. A breeze rises and a cloud drifts over the field, quietly laying the shadow that Kagura will later turn into a trap. Kagura lands with his own Rinnegan active, clearly able to see every Limbo clone, and asks Madara one last time if he really will not run. Madara admits Kagura has truly surpassed everyone and for the first time, makes him feel like defeat is possible. Kagura almost agrees, saying Madara is the only enemy he still finds troublesome, though 5 Madaras might finally feel annoying. Madara understands that Kagura can see Limbo and says he wants to know what the true power of Kagura's Rinnegan looks like. Kagura tells him to dance with everything he has and maybe he will get the chance to see it. Madara explodes into motion with all 4 Limbo clones, surrounding Kagura in a brutal 5-on-1 assault. Kagura keeps up anyway, snatching one Limbo clone and slamming it into another in the middle of the frenzy. Madara instantly follows with gravity and black rods, trying to pin Kagura in place for a killing blow. Kagura slips out with Flying Thunder God and appears behind Madara before the rods can hit. Madara tracks the move through Limbo and snaps a kick backward, forcing Kagura to throw up a wall of magma with crossed arms. Madara avoids the worst of the magma by flipping through the contact, but his feet still burn, and his regeneration has to carry the damage. Refusing to slow down, Madara and all 4 Limbo clones unleash Great Fire Annihilation together, and drown Kagura in 5 streams of massive fire. Kagura answers with a broad lava release wall that swallows the inferno and turns the attack into material for his counter. He spins that lava into a giant Sage Art lava release Raisin Shuriken, and even Madara can tell the Rinnegan will not absorb something like that in time. Madara sacrifices a Limbo clone to block it, but the blast erupts into a sky-piercing magma pillar that everyone nearby can see. From the edge of the battlefield, Kakashi is shaken by the scale of that one attack, because it looks strong enough to wipe out Konoha by itself. Karen, using her sensing ability, flushes with excitement at Kagura's power, while Tobirama coldly says the best outcome would be both monsters killing each other. Hashirama worries Madara may actually lose, because harsh as Madara is, he still seems easier to stop than Kagura. Back in the duel, Madara knows his Limbo clones are running on borrowed time, so every exchange matters now. After recalling the injured clone, Madara attacks again with only 3 Limbo shadows left, trying to force one clean opening in close combat. He layers another Great Fire Annihilation into the melee, but Kagura again escapes the flames by flashing straight to Madara's side with Flying Thunder God. Madara was waiting for that move and tries to stab Kagura through the chest with a black rod the instant he arrives. But Madara suddenly freezes in place because Kagura has already spread a giant shadow imitation field through the cloud shadow covering the battlefield. Kagura explains that when light exists, shadows follow, and he has been quietly shaping the battlefield itself into a trap from the start. Calling it an elegant way to avoid getting hurt, Kagura snaps Madara's black rod and drives it toward his chest. Madara barely survives by swapping places with a Limbo clone, sacrificing that shadow to take Kagura's killing strike instead. That escape costs Madara another Limbo clone, leaving him with only 2 in front of him and almost no breathing room left. Kagura gives him no pause at all and forms Sage Art Chidori in one hand and a Sage Art Dust Release Rasengan in the other at the same time. He turns into a streak of golden light and instantly destroys Madara's last 2 Limbo clones with the twin techniques. Madara is left stunned that Kagura can run 2 different top-tier chakra natures at once and still make them feel like casual attacks. With Madara's Rinnegan tricks completely dismantled, Kagura opens his hand like he already has the outcome in his grasp and tells Madara that now he can start running. Madara finally sees the ugly truth. Even with 1 Rinnegan in limbo, he has already lost this fight to Kagura with no real path to victory left. For a moment Madara weighs his last old answer, Izanagi, wondering if sacrificing more sight is still worth it just to escape and fight another day. But Kagura calmly cuts through that hope and says he already knows the trump card Madara is about to rely on. Kagura reveals the real terror of his Mangekyo ability, Limitless Yomi, a technique that can rewrite any bad outcome for 10 minutes, even his own death, for only 3 hours of blindness in one eye. Madara instantly recognizes the resemblance to Izanagi, and that comparison makes Kagura's eye technique feel even worse. Kagura then twists the knife by asking why his side never cared about the Uchiha stone tablet in the first place. He explains that one of their predecessors wanted the tablet's secrets so badly that he used Limitless Yomi as the model to create Izanagi, and secretly spread it through the Uchiha. That forbidden trick turned into a clan disaster, with Uchiha killing each other to steal Sharingan and keep abusing Izanagi. Kagura adds that the spiral only ended when Izanami was created to stop them, and Madara realizes even Izanagi may not save him from this monster in front of him. Instead of killing him, Kagura offers a cruel kind of mercy, and says Madara can live long enough to watch the world's end come. Madara answers with a bitter smirk, because Kagura's arrogance feels painfully familiar to him as another Uchiha who believes he can decide the world's fate. Behind that smirk, Madara quietly reaches for a new answer. If he cannot beat Kagura directly, he may have to revive the Ten Tails and become its Jinchuriki himself. The Hyuga record about Kagaya and the Ten Tails sharpens that gamble in his mind, and Madara decides he has to move before Kagura notices and steals the same power first. Then Black Zetsu rises from the ground nearby, and Madara's hatred spikes on sight. Kagura steps in front of Black Zetsu and makes it clear that this manipulator is now his prize, not Madara's to kill. Madara leaves with a threat for both of them, while Black Zetsu sneers that a defeated man has no future left to speak of. Kagura ignores the bickering and asks the question he really cares about now, how the world was created, and what Kagaya's place in that story was. Black Zetsu instantly understands the opening and decides to steer Kagura away from the Sage of Six Paths and toward Kagaya as the true creator of the world. He starts his tale by calling the Sage of Six Paths a usurper and insisting that Kagaya, not her son, was the one who truly created the world. Kagura seems interested enough to keep listening, and Black Zetsu eagerly offers to explain every hidden secret in a more secluded place while the defeated Madara is left behind in the ruins. After they leave, Madara stands alone and vows that this war is not over just because Kagura thinks he has already won. What Madara clings to most is Kagura's own boast about Limitless Yomi, because if that 3-hour blindness gap is real, it may be the only opening to kill him later. Madara's mood steadies once he convinces himself there is still a path, however narrow, to defeating Kagura in the final battle ahead. But before he can leave, a Kamui vortex opens and Obito lunges out with a blade aimed straight at Madara's throat. Madara tries to catch him, but Obito slips intangible through the counter with Kamui like a ghost driven by pure vengeance. Madara ends the clash instantly by triggering the seal in Obito's body, making him clutch his chest and collapse. He coldly tells Obito that both of them were trapped by a world built on war, even if Obito now wants someone to blame. Obito cannot deny it, and that only makes his despair worse now that the Eye of the Moon plan has been exposed as a lie. Kakashi arrives first and grabs Obito's shoulder, just as Sasuke reaches the scene and immediately asks whether Kagura has already left. Madara confirms it, and immediately tells Sasuke to awaken his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, because Flying Thunder God and strong Uchiha eyes may be essential against Kagura later. Kakashi still struggles to process Kagura's goal, but Madara insists this is bigger than simple destruction because Kagura wants to kill everyone and build a new world himself. Madara even rejects Kagura's grand idea on principle, arguing that the Sage of Six Paths already tried to create a better world once and history proved it did not end war. Kakashi decides they need Konoha warned immediately, but Madara cuts in and offers Sasuke direct training with Itachi's eyes so he can become useful in the fight to come. Sasuke hesitates because he has nowhere clean to return to, and Kakashi quietly makes the decision for him by assigning this as Team 7's first mission after his return. Kakashi then tries to take Obito back too, but Madara stops him and says Obito cannot simply return to Konoha after everything he has done. Obito demands to know what Madara wants from him now, still burning with guilt over Rin, Minato, Kushina, the Ninetales attack, and the twisted path he walked. Madara answers with pure calculation. He will lend Obito a Rinnegan and force him to use Rinne Rebirth to fully revive the powerful ninja Kagura currently controls through Edo Tensei. Kakashi is stunned by what that would mean, and Obito is hit even harder when he realizes one of the people he could bring back is Minato himself. Obito accepts that this is probably the only redemption left to him, even though using that jutsu will cost him his life. Then Obito brutally tears out his own Kamiya eye and hands it to Kakashi before death can take it from him. He tells Kakashi that once Rinari birth is used, this eye will be wasted on him, so he is entrusting everything one last time. The moment mirrors Kanobi Bridge so closely that Kakashi can barely bear it, because once again Obito is leaving his eye behind as a final gift. Obito asks Kakashi to protect the world where Rin once lived, and this time Kakashi quietly promises he will. Madara adds one last practical note, telling Kakashi that Hashirama's cells might help him carry the burden of Obito's eye. With the roles decided, Sasuke asks the simplest question left: where do they go now? Madara says they are returning to Konoha first so Sasuke can transplant Itachi's eyes and push toward the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. When Madara asks what Sasuke's own Mangekyo can do, Sasuke only gives a clipped answer: space-time techniques. That answer excites Madara, because another space-time user could matter enormously in the narrow chase window he expects against Kagura. Back in Konoha, Madara goes straight to the place where he sealed the Geto statue and opens the Chibaku Tensei seal to check on it himself. The space inside is empty, and the missing Geto statue tells him Kagura has already taken control of it. He tries to summon the Geto statue with his Rinnegan anyway, but nothing answers, confirming that Kagura has somehow blocked him out. Faced with that setback, Madara quietly changes priorities and decides that if he cannot seize the Ten Tails first, he must at least protect the remaining tailed beasts before Kagura starts the final war. Inside the Hokage office, Tsunade opens a crisis meeting with a room full of grim faces because Konoha finally understands just how bad the Kagura situation has become. Tsunade turns straight to Kakashi and orders him to explain everything he learned about Akihara Kagura. Kakashi drops the first shock immediately and says Kagura is not Senju at all, but an Uchiha who kept his bloodline hidden. Tsunade cuts him off in disbelief, because until now everyone treated Kagura as someone tied to the Senju's side of the story. Kakashi explains that Kagura could freely hide and reveal the Sharingan, and the eye he concealed was already at Eternal Mangekyo level. Then Kakashi makes it worse: Kagura's Eternal Mangekyo had already evolved into the Rinnegan. That word hits Tsunade hard, because she suddenly realizes Kagura never needed Sasuke's eyes or Nagato's Rinnegan in the first place. Shikaku follows the logic at once and says Kagura used the other Rinnegan as bait because he already had his own power secured. Kakashi confirms the bigger truth too: Kagura had always been an Uchiha, and the village had been reading him wrong for years. He lays out the buried chain behind it all: Hyuga records, ancient clan history, and an Uchiha ancestor who passed down stolen secrets and eye power across generations until they reached Kagura. Kakashi goes on to explain that Kagura used those inherited clues step by step, grafted Hashirama cells, awakened the Rinnegan, and finally hijacked Madara and Nagato's plan for himself. The flood of information overwhelms even Tsunade, and she stops Kakashi to compare this story against the Senju bark record left behind in Konoha. To check the old text directly, Tsunade has Yamato feed would release chakra into the bark so its hidden history appears in front of the room. The problem only gets messier, because the Senju version of history does not match the Hyuga one at all. Shikaku reminds everyone that Black Zetsu already exposed one fake history, so they cannot trust the Senju record just because it is ancient. With the Uchiha, Senju, and Hyuga records all pointing in different directions, the room is forced to admit they no longer know which version of the world's founding is true. Shikaku makes a hard call anyway and suggests the Hyuga record may be the cleanest source, because the other two were both likely altered on purpose. Kakashi backs that up by recalling Black Zetsu's reaction, because the creature looked almost vindicated when the Hyuga history was read aloud. That leaves one ugly question hanging over the room: if the Hyuga record is right, whose will is Black Zetsu really carrying? Tsunade immediately calls in Hyuga Hayashi, hoping the head of the clan can confirm whether any record about Black Zetsu exists on the Hyuga side. But when Hayashi arrives, he is plainly shocked and confused, because even the Hyuga clan head has never heard of these hidden records. Seeing that Hayashi has no answers, Tsunade drops the pressure and lets the ancient mystery go for now. Shikaku rebuilds the puzzle from scratch and says each relic looks aimed at a different disaster waiting to happen: Madara, Black Zetsu, and Kagura. That idea chills him, because it feels less like coincidence and more like fate slowly dragging those monsters into the open. Tsunade pushes back on one point though, noting that the relics were in Kagura's hands for years, so the timing still feels suspicious. Shikaku answers that Kagura deliberately threw out the Senju relic once it had no value to him, and Black Zetsu was the one who got trapped by it. He is more uneasy about the Hyuga relic, because Kagura could have read it quietly through a Hyuga subordinate but instead exposed it in front of everyone. Tsunade counters with old village politics. Ever since the Chunin exams mess, the Hyuga clan and the old root side have had terrible relations, so a quiet favor was never guaranteed. Shikaku finally settles on the simplest answer: Kagura had spent more than 10 years suppressing his true bloodline and planning patiently until he could use it all. Once the background is clear enough, Tsunade slams the table and orders every jonin in the village into a full emergency briefing. The jonin gather fast, already knowing the village is about to discuss its own former advisor as the enemy. Shikaku opens bluntly and tells them Konoha is now facing its first SSS-class rogue ninja in history, Akihara Kagura. He adds that Hanzo is trying to gather allies against Kagura, but Konoha still has to prepare as if this war will land on them first. Then he lists the enemies one by one: Black Setsu, Kagura and his root, plus an unknown number of Edo Tensei dead led by the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Hokage. Shikaka treats Black Setsu as a nightmare unknown, warning that it can hide anywhere, possess people, and may have survived for 1,000 years already. Some jonin stay calm at that part because they have seen Black Setsu before and remember it as a lurking parasite, not the main weapon. The mood changes completely when Shikaka says the real danger is Kagura himself, the village prodigy who was already strong enough to threaten Konoha at 13. He walks them through Kagura's hidden path, orphanage, Orochimaru's lab, Hashirama cells, return to Konoha, wood release, and secret cooperation with Obito through Akatsuki. Then Shikaka piles up Kagura's record of damage, from massacring grass ninja to attacking or capturing the leaders of multiple great villages almost by himself. His conclusion is simple and ugly: among the 5 great villages, nobody can beat Kagura in a direct fight right now. Shikaka keeps going and says Kagura's talent is monstrous enough to master every chakra nature, even yin and yang release, not just a few elite techniques. Worse, he says Kagura can learn almost any jutsu just by reading a scroll or hearing the method once, which means Konoha's own archives may have armed him further. By this point the briefing room is sweating in silence, because Shikaku is describing a shinobi who may already know nearly every basic technique in the world. One jonin finally blurts out the obvious objection: Kagura is only 21, so this should not even be possible. Kakashi shuts that doubt down at once by revealing that he only explained Flying Thunder God once, and Kagura immediately understood it well enough to teach Kakashi back. That testimony lands hard, because everyone in the room knows Flying Thunder God is one of Konoha's most brutal techniques to learn. Shikaka pulls over a blackboard and formally starts listing Kagura's bloodline abilities, treating each one like a separate disaster. First on the board is Kagura's Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and Shikaku warns that its Susanoo alone can wipe out Konoha in one strike. He calls on Kakashi and Guy as eyewitnesses, and Kakashi grimly confirms that the warning is not an exaggeration. Second comes Wood Release, and Shikaku reminds them Kagura already used it to break major villages across the map. Third is the Rinnegan, and even without knowing Kagura's full set of abilities, Shikaka says the eye itself is already enough to doom Konoha. By now the repeated phrase is driving everyone mad, because every new power Shikaka names somehow comes with the same verdict: it can destroy Konoha. Fourth, Shikaka names Dust Release and warns that if Kagura could copy it from Inoki that quickly, he may be able to assemble even more bloodline techniques on his own. Fifth is Lava Release, and Shikaka passes the explanation to Kakashi because he wants the room to hear how bad that one looked from an eyewitness too. Kakashi remembers the sky-splitting magma and sums it up with one brutally simple answer: Kagura's Lava Release can destroy Konoha too. Konoha's emergency meeting is already close to breaking down under one awful point: every time Akihara Kagura's power comes up, the answer is still that he can wipe out the village. Asuma finally says what everyone is thinking and asks them to stop repeating that Kagura can destroy Konoha at any moment. Shikaka answers flatly that they have to understand just how severe this is, because Konoha's former strongest shield has become its most unprecedented enemy. The room remembers the bitter irony too well. On Tsunade's first day as Hokage, Kagura crushed 2 great villages alone, and now that same force is aimed at Konoha and maybe the whole ninja world. Shikaka moves to Kagura's mobility and warns that Flying Thunder God means he cannot be trapped, and if he wants someone dead, the kill can happen instantly. That lands hard, because everyone in the room knows Minato once terrified other villages with this jutsu, and Kagura is being treated as even worse. Tsunade takes over and adds the next nightmare. According to Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Kakashi, Kagura has a sage body that may be even more monstrous than Hashirama's. She spells out what that means: rapid self-healing without seals, absurd stamina, tailed beast level chakra, and sage techniques stronger than ordinary ninjutsu. Then she makes it worse by saying Kagura likely mastered nearly every forbidden technique recorded across the 4 great villages, even if he may not need them against Konoha at all. One jonin nervously asks if Kagura can still be talked down, but even he realizes how weak that sounds the moment the words leave his mouth. Tsunade shuts that down cold, and Shikaka adds that Kagura built his plan over a lifetime, so this is no one anyone can persuade away. A jonin finally sums up the impossible truth: they are facing someone with tailed beast chakra, multiple bloodlines, instant movement, and free use of almost any jutsu. Even Tsunade has no answer, and for a beat the meeting sinks into that hopeless silence. Might Guy suddenly stands and declares that they still have resolve and unyielding will, insisting that spirit is what must protect the village and the world. Most of the room thinks Guy sounds ridiculous right now, even if Tsunade and Shikaka know his answer is not entirely wrong. Shikaka asks whether they should keep going, because Kagura is not the only danger and his reanimated Hokage and elite root forces are disasters by themselves. Tsunade gives a tired signal to continue, and Shikaka moves on to the next disasters: over 80 elite dual bloodline root ninja and the 3 reanimated Hokage. But by now the jonin are numb, because the difference between 1 apocalypse and 2 barely matters anymore. Tsunade ends the meeting by putting Konoha on full war footing and announcing a 5 Kage summit to unite the great nations against Kagura. The logic is simple and grim. Kagura has attacked every major village before, so the 5 Kage are likely to join hands against him. Elsewhere, Kagura is already thinking a step ahead. If only a small force fights him, he will not be able to gather enough chakra for what comes next. So Kagura wants to drag the whole ninja world into the war, while avoiding too much early chakra absorption that could revive the Ten Tails too soon and disrupt Black Setsu's move to resurrect Kagaya. Black Setsu is also probing for the truth, because the ancient clan records are clearly manipulated but old enough that he cannot dismiss them as simple fakes. He wants to test whether someone is guiding Kagura from behind the scenes, or whether Kagura really pieced together all this chaos by himself. At the Valley of the End, Root has turned the whole area into a guarded base, with patrols around the gorge, the ghetto statue lying in the water, and the 3 reanimated Hokage keeping watch outside. In the innermost area, Kagura fishes by the water while Black Setsu stands beside him, trying to decide what lie will be useful enough to survive. Kagura breaks the silence first, and tells Black Setsu to start talking, because he wants the secrets of ancient history and the path to making a new world. Black Setsu decides to start with history and immediately claims that the Senju Bark records are false, while the Hyuga records are true. Kagura smiles at that and needles him at once, asking if Black Setsu is lying again and whether he should just trust the opposite of whatever he says. Forced to recover, Black Setsu insists the Hyuga records only tell a partial story and says he will reveal what really happened to Kagaya. He spins Kagaya as a compassionate Otsutsuki who pitted life on conquered worlds and chose to share chakra instead of treating people as disposable prey. In his version, Kagaya fled her brutal clan, came to this world, spread chakra to humanity, and had children so they could help defend the planet from enemies beyond the sky. He even reframes Infinite Tsukuyami as Kagaya's clumsy attempt to stop war by trapping violent people in beautiful dreams before turning them into white Setsu. Then he paints Hagoromo and his brother as greedy sons who misunderstood their mother, seized her power, and sealed her despite her good intentions. From there he claims he was born before Kagaya was sealed, and that the Sage of Six Paths rewrote history, murdered those who knew the truth, and branded Black Setsu as his own dark will to ruin his credibility forever. Kagura finally interrupts with a simple question that stabs right through the lie. If Hagoromo changed the Uchiha tablet, what original history was he even trying to preserve there? He pushes further and asks if that original version was supposed to match the Senju Bark instead, landing on the very question Black Setsu most wanted answered himself. Black Setsu hesitates, because even he knows the Senju Bark's version is absurd, but he decides to gamble and claim that both the bark and the original tablet once matched before Hagoromo altered them. As he says it, Black Setsu nearly starts believing his own story and wonders if the bark was actually a deliberate trap by the Sage of Six Paths to isolate him and warn the world away from the Ten Tails. Then Kagura calmly drops the real bomb and says he is the one who altered the bark himself. Kagura explains that he saw the original bark, learned Hagoromo had noticed Black Setsu, and altered the record to cut Black Setsu off from Madara and make the whole world reject him. That confession nearly breaks Black Setsu on the spot, because he realizes the collapse of his 1,000-year plan was not bad luck at all but Kagura's deliberate sabotage. When Black Setsu demands why, Kagura refuses to explain yet and says he will reveal the real secret hidden in the bark when they revive the Ten Tails. Kagura adds a worse warning: the one who left that mark on the bark may still be watching the ninja world and can only descend in another form, so the Otsutsuki line may be far harder to erase than it looks. This is Kagura's real test, because he is probing whether the Sage of Six Paths can still descend into the world before Kagaya returns. Black Setsu panics instantly and blurts out the 2 possibilities haunting him most: either an enemy from beyond the sky has arrived, or Hagoromo never truly died. Kagura confirms the fear instead of easing it, saying that if he tries to destroy and remake the world, that person may appear to stop him, and even a Ten Tails Jinchuriki might not beat him. He uses that fear to show his angle. Only the rabbit goddess can contend with that threat, which is why he wanted the truth from Black Setsu before moving forward. Black Setsu finally realizes what the bark may have implied, and real fear takes over as it imagines the Sage of Six Paths could still seal Kagaya again after her return. When Black Setsu asks what they can possibly do, Kagura soothes him just enough and says the answer is to revive the Ten Tails first and gather chakra before that watcher makes a move. Black Setsu forces himself to steady down, clinging to the belief that once Kagaya is back, no one in the world will be able to surpass her anyway. Seeing that fear and devotion together, Kagura asks the final practical question: if he joins Black Setsu and serves Kagaya, will she let him destroy the old world and create a new one? Black Setsu agrees at once and awkwardly promises support from itself and mother, but it is too rattled to keep saying Kagaya's name out loud. That answer is enough for Kagura, because he has finally tied himself to Kagaya's side even though the Sage of Six Paths still has not appeared. Kagura keeps pressing the hidden threat anyway, casually remarking that the watcher behind the bark still has not appeared and may think he can just seal the resurrected again later. Black Setsu snaps an alarm and urgently tells Kagura not to mention Mother by name again before she is resurrected, ending the exchange with fear fully in control of him. Black Setsu stays visibly nervous, because even while planning Kagaya's return, He is still terrified the Sage of Six Paths might be watching. He presses Kagura to hurry, warning that their chance could vanish the moment their hidden enemy changes his mind. Kagura answers just as calmly and says their real problem is scale, because he needs the whole ninja world pushed into one battlefield instead of sending only small strike teams after him. He adds that reviving Kagaya will also require huge amounts of chakra, so waking the Ten-Tails alone is not enough. Black Setsu immediately points at the Ghetto statue's other use, suggesting they grow white Setsu from the tailed beast chakra inside it and strengthen them with Hashirama cells. Kagura already understands the idea, because he has his own Ten-Tails shell and plans to harvest chakra in a cleaner way by skimming what people carry in the moment. So Kagura decides to start breeding white Setsu immediately, and if that army still is not strong enough, he will use them as Edo Tensei sacrifices for a deadlier force. Then he reveals his next move. The 5 great nations are about to meet in Rain Village, and he wants to hit them with a shock right before that summit. Black Setsu is surprised Kagura knows the summit details at all, and he starts connecting it to how badly every great nation already fears him. Kagura answers with a faint smile and drops the real twist. He was the one who pushed the ninja world toward making that alliance in the first place. Rain Village becomes the new center of the ninja world as shinobi from every direction pour into the land of Rain for the summit. That gathering only happens because old Hanzo personally worked the political ground, winning support from small nations and even neutral powers like the Land of Iron. Tsunade also leans on Hanzo's prestige, asking him to guarantee the 5 Kage summit so the great nations will actually sit down together. As host, Hanzo even builds a pentagonal conference hall so the 5 Kage can enter separately and avoid starting a fight before talks begin. When the lights rise, the 5 Kage step into view one by one: Gaara, Anoki, Mei, and Tsunade. On Konoha's side, Tsunade brings Jiraiya and Orochimaru as escorts because she expects the other villages to use Kagura's defection as their chance to pile onto Konoha. Jiraiya quietly admits Hanzo made the summit look almost ceremonial, while Orochimaru dryly notes that the real test is whether the room can survive if violence breaks out. The meeting turns hostile immediately when Gaara demands Konoha return stolen sand techniques, repay losses, and cancel the old agreements forced onto Sunagakure. Mei follows with the same demand, bluntly saying Miss Village was pushed into vassal status and now wants its independence, compensation, and its secret techniques back. The Reikage goes even harder, demanding Konoha return cloud techniques, hand over its own, and stop using or spreading cloud secrets or face war. Anoki has fewer real losses to point to, but he still seizes the moment and demands Fire Country territory as compensation for years of unequal treaties. Tsunade keeps her eyes shut through the barrage, realizing the backlash from Konoha's old dominance has arrived faster and uglier than even she expected. When she finally answers, Tsunade snaps that Konoha called this meeting to stop the end of the world, not to be carved up by hyenas. The Reikage fires back that this disaster was Konoha's fault from the start, and Anoki backs him by saying the rest of the world should not have to pay for Konoha's mess. Tsunade cuts to the ugly truth and accuses them of wanting a new ninja war before Kagura even arrives, which would only clear the road for him. Hanzo steps in as mediator and warns that arguing over spoils before the war has even begun is missing the entire point of the summit. To keep the meeting alive, Tsunade offers a hard compromise. Konoha will return the benefits it gained through Kagura after they stop him, but it will reject any further predatory demands. She twists the knife by reminding them they all had chances to kill Kagura and failed, and she publicly calls out Anoki for the dust release connection. Anoki explodes in embarrassed outrage and insists what he taught Kagura was fake, but that denial only makes his own unease worse. That panic spikes when Anoki realizes Tsunade said Kagura used dust release to defeat Uchiha Madara. Tsunade confirms Madara was resurrected and still lost to Kagura, meaning even that legendary monster is now part of the war around him. The name hits Anoki far harder than the others expect, because unlike them, he personally remembers what Madara's power felt like. While Mei and Gaara treat Madara's defeat as just more proof that Kagura is the strongest man alive, Anoki mutters that they do not understand what beating Madara really means. Tsunade drags the summit back to the real issue and says Konoha is here for one reason only: to unite the villages before Kagura destroys the world. She shuts down the Reikage's next interruption with one brutal fact: Kagura's next target is Cloud Village's 8 tails. Tsunade explains that Kagura needs all 9-tailed beasts to revive the 10 tails, and he already has 7. The Reikage jolts from political posturing to pure alarm and wants Killer be hidden at once. Tsunade crushes that hope too, reminding him that one man already overran Cloud once before, so Cloud cannot protect the 8 tails alone. That reminder lands hard, because the Reikage still carries the scar of Kagura's last invasion and the apple tree insult left in his own office. At last the summit room settles into the grim conclusion everyone was trying to dodge: no village can face Kagura alone anymore. Then the summit is suddenly interrupted when Kitsuchi bursts in from outside with an emergency report from Rock Village. Anoki is thrown off because he left Kitsuchi behind to guard the village, which means whatever brought him here is bad enough to override summit protocol. When Kitsuchi whispers the news in his ear, Anoki's face drains so fast that everyone in the hall knows disaster has already struck. Pressed for an answer, Anoki admits the unthinkable: Rock Village has already been taken, and all of its secret techniques were looted by Kagura. He barely gets the next part out through his rage. Kagura did not come alone, he came with an army. A day earlier, Rock Village learned what that meant when countless pale enemies surrounded the fortress city before its defenders could even react. The real killing blow was Kagura's wood release, which erupted through the village in giant flowering trees and bound rock ninjas to the trunks while draining their chakra. With Inoki away, the supposedly toughest manpower village in the world collapses almost instantly under Kagura and the White Setsu swarm. Away commands the White Setsu horde and asks if they should kill the captives, but Kagura refuses because their chakra matters more than their corpses. Kagura orders the looting instead, because this raid is meant to do two things at once: steal Rock Village's last secret techniques and prove he now commands a force big enough to frighten the entire world. For Kagura, this is the final piece of a larger plan, because after mastering Konoha, Cloud, Mist, and Sand techniques, only Rock's Earth release was still missing. Once the objective is complete, Away signals the retreat, and tens of thousands of White Setsu sink into the ground in an instant. Kagura leaves Katsuchi alive on purpose, lowering him from the vines so someone strong enough can carry the story straight to the 5 Kage. He even thanks Rock Village with mocking politeness, saying their old knowledge will help the next world progress faster. Then Kagura drops the arrogance again and says sparing Rock this time is just a temporary reward, because he still plans to let the whole world exist only until its end. To make sure the warning arrives in time, Kagura casually reveals he also knows Inoki's flying technique and plans to help the messenger catch the summit. When Kagura puts a hand on him, Katsuchi starts floating, stunned that even this signature Rock Village technique has been copied so effortlessly. Kagura sends him off with one last message for the summit. The end is coming, and he has already collected all the knowledge this world has left to offer. Back in the summit hall, Tsunade instantly sees the point of the rock raid. Kagura was not just stealing power, he was finishing his collection of every great nation's techniques for the world he wants to create. The Reikage immediately demands answers about the army, and Tsunade admits the creatures are probably White Setsu, transformed beings whose true strength they still do not fully understand. Inoki confirms the army's scale is terrifying, saying there were at least tens of thousands, maybe more, which means the villages now need a real allied force instead of just elite defenders. Tsunade ends the exchange with the worst part of all. Now that Kagura has Rock Village's secrets too, there is almost no technique or knowledge in the ninja world left outside his hands. In Rain Village's summit room, Tsunade's warning hangs in the air, and Jiraiya notices Orochimaru breathing heavier as both men realize Kagura has reached the dream of mastering every technique. Gaara cuts through the silence and says the only real takeaway is that Kagura was already terrifying, and now he will be even harder to stop. Inoki adds a darker twist. From Rock Village's report, Kagura has nothing left he wants from this world, so he will speed up its destruction. That makes the 4th Reikage jump up in alarm, convinced Kagura may already be heading for the cloud to seize Killer Bee and the 8 Tails. Tsunade firmly stops him and says rushing back is pointless, because if Kagura wants the 8 Tails, the cloud cannot stop him and the real priority is saving the world itself. The Reikage snaps back by asking whether Tsunade cares so little about the 9 Tails, still furious that she sounds ready to abandon Bee. Tsunade stays calm and drops a bombshell. Madara is outside Konoha, and he will fight on their side against Kagura, so the 9 Tails is not the immediate problem. With the room shaken into focus, Tsunade pushes the decision she came for and demands a full alliance of the 5 great nations at any cost. She goes further and promises Konoha will give up every benefit Kagura sees if that is what it takes, because none of those gains matter if the world ends first. Tsunade also points to Hanzo, explaining that he has already been reaching out to other nations and even the samurai so the resistance can spread beyond the great villages. Hanzo backs her up and warns from experience that if everyone fights separately, Kagura will pick them off, gather the beasts, and revive the 10 Tails. He makes the danger brutally concrete by saying one strike from a revived 10 Tails could wipe out an entire great nation. That finally breaks the bargaining mood, and the Kage silently accept that wasting more time for political advantage would be suicidal. Tsunade seizes the opening and says each village must go home, mobilize its shinobi, and keep sharing intelligence, especially about Kagura's sudden White Setsu army. One by one the Kage voice their agreement, and for a moment it looks like the alliance is finally taking shape. Then a 5th familiar voice says agreed too, and the room freezes because that voice should not be here. Jiraiya and Orochimaru react first, and Hanzo spots the real problem. Every shadow in the bright room is moving on its own. The shifting darkness gathers into a huge black door above the room, and Akihara Kagura floats out of it in front of the entire summit. Instead of attacking, Kagura lands with eerie calm and acts like an awkward guest at a formal event, which only makes everyone more tense. He casually credits Jiraiya for teaching him to use his feet when his hands are inconvenient, then proves it by tapping the floor and raising an earth platform to sit above the summit. Now seated above them all, Kagura thanks Jiraiya for the trick, forcing his teacher to face what that student has become. Kagura even turns to Orochimaru and lightly complains about missing this year's birthday gift, dragging the room into absurd small talk in the middle of a crisis. Orochimaru smoothly answers that a surprise is impossible when nothing can escape Kagura's notice, and Kagura accepts the excuse like this is a normal reunion. The fourth Reikage finally explodes, enters lightning release chakra mode, and rushes Kagura head-on before Tsunade can stop him. Seeing the opening, Inoki urges Tsunade to use the rare moment when all 5 Kage are together and kill Kagura here. Gaara and Mei back that call instantly, because with everyone here at once this may be the only chance they ever get. Orochimaru reads the room correctly and tells Jiraiya they should retreat, convinced that trying to kill Kagura here is just suicide. The Reikage's first strike fails immediately when lightning armor blooms around Kagura too, exposing that he can even use the cloud's strongest defensive secret art. The insult only enrages the Reikage more, because Kagura is using his dead father's signature defense to block him. Inoki answers with Dust Release, but Kagura fires his own white beam and cleanly erases both the technique and part of the room beneath it. Inoki dodges aside in time, but the sight of his own supreme technique being outmatched rattles him badly. Mei follows with a corrosive lava-style acid attack, trying to melt Kagura down where he stands. Kagura barely cares, lets the acid chew through his lightning armor, and calmly asks if Mei really thinks he never read the mist scroll on that bloodline. A red acid dragon erupts from around Kagura and rushes straight back at Mei with her own Kekkai Genkai turned against her. Gaara's sand wall saves Mei, but the acid tears into the barrier and shows how little breathing room they really have. Kagura turns on Gaara next and says the sand's magnet release scroll interested him too, right before the steel-built room itself becomes his weapon. Steel rods burst out of the floor and bind Gaara's body like iron ropes, punching straight through his normal sand defense. Kankuro and Temari rush in to protect their brother, throwing puppet strings and wind at Kagura in a desperate save. Kagura answers by firing black chakra strings into Kankuro himself and hijacking the puppet master like a puppet. Under Kagura's control, Kankuro's body is forced to redirect Crow at Temari instead, turning the siblings' rescue into instant chaos. Tsunade bursts in and smashes Kankuro's puppet apart with one punch, saving Temari before the trap turns deadly. Tsunade halts the scramble and demands to know why Kagura came here in person in the middle of the summit. Kagura answers with dry mockery, claiming that as Konoha's advisor he only came to eliminate anyone disobeying the Hokage. Tsunade cuts through the joke and asks the real question: did he come because the 5 great nations uniting would ruin his plan? Kagura says the opposite is true, and with chilling contempt explains that he came to urge them to unite so the old era does not end in petty squabbling. Nobody misses the mockery in that line, and Tsunade clenches her fist as the room realizes Kagura is openly showing them how helpless they are. The Reikage attacks again with a lariat, still refusing to stand there and be humiliated in front of everyone. Kagura raises one finger and counters with the Cloud's ultimate Hell Stab, using a level of mastery the Reikage himself never achieved. The lightning thrust punches through the Reikage's armor and chest, and he crashes to the floor in a spray of blood. His bodyguards rush to him in panic, and Tsunade immediately drops beside the fallen Reikage to start emergency healing. Kagura casually remarks that Tsunade can save him, and even offers to heal his own defeated opponent if she somehow cannot. The Reikage spits blood in fury, but Tsunade sharply orders him to calm down before he makes the wound worse. When the Reikage's men try to charge in, Hanzo steps in front of them and orders them to stay back and tend their leader instead of wasting their lives. Hanzo quietly tells Tsunade that no one in the room can beat Kagura now, so she should lead everyone out while he seals the chamber, and dies with his poison if he can. Tsunade is stunned, and even Inoki can only stare because Hanzo is already treating his own death as acceptable if it buys the younger generation a chance. Kagura dismisses the plan as useless and points out the obvious flaw: space-time techniques mean a sealed poison room cannot hold him anyway. Tsunade has to admit Kagura is right, but Hanzo still says he is old enough to spend his life for the younger generation without regret. That selfless resolve hits the whole room hard, and even Orochimaru and Jiraiya can only admit Hanzo still carries the bearing of a true demigod shinobi. Kagura even says it would be a waste for someone as excellent as Hanzo to die here, and claims a man like him deserves a place in the new world. Hanzo refuses without hesitation, saying he has already lived long enough. Kagura drops the side talk, raises a hand over the wreck summit, and says it is finally time to speak clearly about what he intends to do. He says 1,000 years of war never ended, not even under Hashirama, and now the time has come to put a final stop to that era. Jiraiya, on edge that Kagura might suddenly massacre everyone here, asks what exactly he is planning. Kagura answers almost lightly that this is only a declaration of war, and he wants the Kage to carry that message to the entire world. Then he says it outright: from this moment on, he is declaring war on the entire ninja world. The room goes dead quiet, because hearing that war formally declared makes even these hardened leaders feel the scale of what is coming. Kagura says every ninja, from the great nations to the smallest countries and drifters outside them, must take part in this war. He calls it the last war of the old world, not another struggle for profit, but the moment all shinobi will witness a new world being born. He claims this war will cleanse the pain and tragedy of the ninja world and bring an end to its endless greed and bloodshed. Then he twists the knife further, saying he is even giving the old era one last chance to die gloriously instead of being wiped out pointlessly like rats in a sewer. A rock ninja blurts out the obvious question: does Kagura really think victory is guaranteed? Kagura answers with pure disdain, saying even countless ants together cannot touch the feathers of an eagle in the sky. But he adds a harsher condition: if the shinobi world can truly abandon profit and fight for peace together, then even his own death would not count as failure. That line hits Jiraiya like a blade, because he suddenly remembers talking with Kagura long ago about whether a common enemy could force the whole ninja world to unite.